Reborn as Daigo, he discovers a Pokémon world that is both familiar and radically different from the one he once knew. A father consumed by work, a mother who has never made an appearance. Daigo's childhood was solely devoted to study, which is why he developed a profound appreciation for the enchanting beauty found within stones. At the age of 15, the arrival of a Metagross added a vibrant stroke to Daigo's existence. Following his mother's wishes, the armored bird, along with the food-centric Cocodora from the Stone Cave, the abandoned yet resilient Scyther from the Orange Forest, the mischievous Piplup by the shores of Lake Shinji, and the determined Riolu aspiring to be the strongest from the Training Rock House, all played pivotal roles in his journey. What was that famous saying again? I ended up first, both powerful and formidable. Chapter 1. The journey begins. In the Hoenn region, in the city of Littleroot, a silver-haired youth was busily packing his belongings in a quaint villa. That should suffice, he murmured, lifting his shoulder bag while his gaze fell upon a substantial creature hovering beside him. With a silver-white, hardened shell shaped like a disc, it boasted two massive arms, red eyes, and golden spikes adorning its face and back, complemented by pairs of golden blades. Extending diagonally from either side, Metagross. The metallic creature nodded earnestly that a smile graced the boy's lips as he turned to face a full-length mirror leaning against the wall. With short silver-blue hair and lively silver-blue eyes, he donned a gray and white checkered coat over a black turtleneck, trousers, and boots, an ensemble that exuded sophistication. Standing at 1.7 meters, he was considered quite tall in this world, and let us not forget his remarkable visage, which radiated an air of elegance and grace. This was the 16-year-old Daigo Tsubuki, poised to embark on his adventure. The world he now inhabited diverged significantly from the one he had once known. While one could typically become a trainer at the tender age of 10, the requirement here had escalated to 16 to let us be off, Metagross, Daigo said, affectionately patting the creature's forehead. Metagross, it replied, dutifully bobbing its body up and down. Taking a deep breath, Daigo's smile remained unwavering. Being Daigo feels rather splendid. This was not his first time marveling at his circumstances. Ever since he gained consciousness, he had been incessantly in awe. Wealthy, handsome, and formidable, he possessed a shiny Metagross as his starting Pokémon. Fortuitously, his innate talent was not lacking. Otherwise, Daigo's potential might have gone unnoticed. Perhaps it was the fusion of his consciousness with the original Daigo that endowed him with such extraordinary gifts. Moreover, his temperament closely mirrored that of the Daigo he remembered. Descending the staircase, Daigo entered the living room where several exquisite stones were displayed under glass cases, serving as splendid exhibits. Indeed, no matter how many times I gaze upon them, they remain breathtakingly beautiful, he mused, bending closer to admire the stones within the glass, their radiant surfaces, eliciting admiration from all who beheld them. Even now, he cherished an affinity for various stones. Whether due to his father's influence or his own proclivities, Daigo was still the same boy who delighted in collecting stones. It was precisely because of their shared passion that his father, Mukujin, gifted him a shiny Metagross. This bestowed upon Daigo a measure of self-defense, enabling him to join mining teams in search of stones. Now, at 16, he resolved to claim the championship of the Hoenn region and encounter a myriad of Pokémon. Let us set forth. Metagross, Metagross. The creature tugged at the back of Daigo's collar, gesturing towards a gift box placed on the table. Ah, a gift from father? Daigo pondered, curious, though he could think of no one else who might have sent it. He picked up the box, opening it to find a brand new Pokeball and a note. The note contained well wishes for a successful journey and a request for him to visit the Devon Corporation in Slateport City before departing. The Pokeball contained a Pokemon gifted to him for his journey by Mukujin. Slateport City, you say? That works. Perhaps I can unearth some stones in the Carvania Tunnel. It's also near the Stone Cave in Duford Town, Daigo contemplated. He had always yearned to capture a quality Cocodora. But with Mukujin preoccupied with the company's expansion and his mother having passed when he was young, Daigo grew up amidst piles of stones and books, which cultivated his vast knowledge. Moreover, he was not one to demand without offering something in return. There is a distinction between what is obtained through demand and what is willingly given. If you wish to give, I shall dare to accept. Come forth, my new companion. Daigo held the Pokeball, choosing not to throw it as many trainers do. Although it possessed an auto-rebound feature, he rarely employed such methods. A flash of white light illuminated the living room, revealing a Pokemon clad in an armor-like exterior, shimmering silver with red wings and sharp teeth, meeting Daigo's gaze. Ah, an armored bird. It's a pleasure to meet you, Daigo greeted with a gentle smile, extending his hand. The armored bird stood still, its gaze lingering on Daigo's face before it finally lowered its head. Seeing this, Daigo gently stroked the creature's hard, smooth head. Point 1 can gauge a Pokemon's power level by its aura and physical condition. While this armored bird was not particularly strong, it certainly surpassed the average starting Pokemon. Compared to Metagross, it was considerably weaker. Typically, an armored bird should stand around 1.7 meters tall, yet this one was shorter than Daigo, approximately 1.5 meters. It likely shared Daigo's youthful stage, yet to fully mature. "Let's exchange greetings, Metagross and armored bird," Daigo said with a calm smile. Metagross. "Hello," the armored bird responded. The two Steel-type Pokemon introduced themselves, and Daigo was confident that this shy armored bird would soon acclimate. "It's getting late, and we must catch a flight to Slateport City," Daigo declared, rummaging through his home to find some Pokemon treats favored by Steel types, offering some to the armored bird before preparing to set off with his two companions. Daigo returned the armored bird to its Pokeball and stepped onto the disc-shaped body of Metagross. Given Metagross's experience, Daigo opted for it to transport him to the Littleroot City Airport, as the armored bird had yet to undergo the experience of carrying a passenger. The airport was in close proximity to Dawoo's residence, yet he still attracted numerous gazes along the way. Being too handsome can be quite a burden, Dawoo mused with a slight sigh, though the smile on his face remained unwavering. Setting aside Dawoo's striking looks, the gleaming metallic creature he accompanied was undeniably attention-grabbing. After swiftly completing the check-in process, Dawoo boarded a flight bound for Kanaz City. By the time the plane touched down, it was already midday. Upon arriving in Kanaz City, Dawoo was met with a multitude of curious looks as he disembarked from the aircraft. Accustomed to such attention, Dawoo smiled as he released his metallic creature and hastened towards the Dawen company. The secretary of Mujin was familiar with Dawoo, leading him directly to the president's office on the top floor of the Dawen company. With a courteous gesture, the secretary opened the door for Dawoo. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement before stepping into the office, while the secretary promptly closed the door behind him. "Father," Dawoo said, inclining his body slightly in greeting to Mujin. While he often referred to his father informally in private, addressing him as father seemed more fitting in this context. "Welcome." Mujin lifted his head, momentarily distracted from his work. A faint smile gracing his features. "I summoned you to hand over something," Mujin said, retrieving an object resembling an old-fashioned mobile phone from his desk and placing it before Dawoo. "This is the company's newly developed Navigator, essentially a portable phone that can also record Pokemon information, access maps, and other functionalities." In this world, the Pokemon Pokédex was not a common possession. Only those recognized by Professor Okido could claim one as their own. The Pokédex served as a symbol of status. The Navigator was undoubtedly a simplified version of the Pokédex, akin to the early model of a mobile phone. Future advancements would likely introduce smartphones, and perhaps even Rotom phones. "Please input your information, then add me to your Navigator. Soon, this device will be promoted throughout the Hoenn region and beyond," Mujin instructed. "Understood, Father," Dawoo replied, nodding. The Navigator indeed evoked nostalgia for the days of using an old mobile phone. He quickly grasped the device's operation, efficiently setting it up in no time. Following their conversation, which included his father's reminders to remain vigilant while out and about, Dawoo departed from the Dawen company. And thus, Dawoo's journey commenced. Chapter 2. The chorus of Gunny in the Kalu Tunnel. Regarding the gym in Kanaz City, Daigo had not yet contemplated challenging it at such an early stage. Although collecting badges to partake in the Celestial Conference was the primary mission at hand, Daigo was more inclined to unearth some stones during his journey. Furthermore, given the current prowess of his Metagross, a challenge at the gym would be rather effortless. Daigo intended to nurture his Skarmory before embarking on the challenge at the Kanaz City gym. Each gym presents a unique level of difficulty, determined by the number of badges one possesses. Unlike the Orange Blossom gym, which explicitly requires 4 badges for entry, others vary in their challenges. "Mita, what troubles you, Metagross?" Daigo glanced back at the source of the sound as they walked along the path. "Mita." Metagross lowered its head slightly. Although it is generally difficult for most to discern its thoughts from its expression, Daigo, having spent considerable time with Metagross, could intuitively grasp its feelings with just a glance. Just a moment. Daigo adjusted his bag from his back to his front, rummaging through its contents. The pinnacle of technology in the Pokemon world is the spatial storage technology. Not only can Pokeballs utilize this technology, but even everyday backpacks can accommodate a considerable volume. Although Daigo's shoulder bag appeared small, it held a surprising amount of items. "Here." Daigo retrieved several magnets from his bag and affixed them to Metagross's body. Meta. Instantly, Metagross seemed to perk up. Lacking a mouth, Metagross delights in possessing magnetic stones, consuming magnetism to satiate its hunger. Interestingly, upon evolving into Metagross, it gains a mouth, while its intelligence remains akin to that of its pre-evolution, Beldum. A fond smile graced Daigo's face as he affectionately patted Metagross's head. The cool touch of its metallic surface was palpable, yet Daigo felt as if he could sense the warmth within. Meta. Daigo departed from Canas City and approached the entrance of a cave situated outside the city. This cave, partially excavated by human efforts, was initially intended to connect through a tunnel to Greensprout Town. However, the project was halted due to concerns that it would disturb the nearby Pokémon and those residing within the cave. Daigo removed his coat and donned an orange work uniform, placing a yellow hard hat upon his head. He turned on the flashlight attached to the helmet and proceeded forward with Metagross. The interior of Kalu Tunnel was expansive, having been significantly enlarged beyond the original cave. Thud! The magnets, now devoid of their magnetism, fell to the ground with a dull sound. Daigo bent down to collect the now ineffective magnets. Such ordinary artificial magnets diminish in strength over time, and after Metagross consumed their magnetism, their efficacy waned rapidly. However, natural magnets typically retain their magnetic properties indefinitely, although certain external factors can lead to a loss of magnetism. The noise from the falling magnets stirred minor sounds from the surrounding uneven rocks. Daigo turned to survey the area, and the beam of his flashlight illuminated a plump, pale purple Pokémon. It had large ears, short limbs, and eyes resembling sewn buttons, yet upon closer inspection, one could see that each eye consisted of 4 small black ovals arranged in a cross pattern. Gunny? Daigo's expression froze, quickly covering his ears. Gunny-eye. The immediate surroundings erupted with a cacophony of shrill cries. The high-pitched call of Gunny pierced through the air with piercing intensity. When Gunny senses a threat, it emits this piercing scream to frighten away adversaries. Gunny-eye. The area was soon filled with multiple shrill cries as several Gunny screamed and scurried deeper into the cave. This was quite troublesome for Daigo, as the continuous onslaught of high-decibel screams was quite discomforting. Fortunately, Gunny itself also frightens easily, otherwise, they would continue to torment him until they exhausted their energy. Once the Gunny had retreated, and the volume of their screams gradually diminished and ceased, Daigo dared to lower his hands from his ears in relief. Meta? Unperturbed, Metagross floated downwards, its adorably innocent eyes fixed on Daigo. Don't worry, I'm fine. Daigo forced a smile, grateful he had preemptively covered his ears or else he would have truly suffered. Standing upright, he prepared to delve further into the cave. But to avoid alarming the Gunny again, he decided to lower the flashlight's intensity. The abandonment of the tunnel project was likely due to the presence of Gunny. Burping. Daigo paused, having glimpsed something glowing as the flashlight swept past. Approaching for a closer look, he noticed a portion of a smooth red surface revealed behind a fallen clump of earth on the cave wall. The glowing object must have been this very thing. Daigo crouched down, extracting a small pickaxe from his bag, and cautiously began to chip away at the surrounding hard earth. The red, shimmering stone was not large, and thus it did not take long for its entirety to be revealed. Daigo carefully extracted the beautiful, irregular piece of redstone and, with the faint light of the flashlight, began to admire it. This was a fragment of a gem, commonly referred to as a star fragment, which could be crafted into exquisite luxury items. Regrettably, the shape of this fragment was irregular. Daigo had at home a nearly perfect diamond-shaped star fragment. Nevertheless, such a piece would still fetch a handsome price. Truly fortunate, Daigo mused as he admired the star fragment. The rarity of such fragments was quite high, and he had not anticipated finding one so easily within half an hour of entering. Moreover, it was remarkably effortless to extract. If there was one star fragment here, there should be plenty more stones nearby. Daigo secured the star fragment and, raising his pickaxe, exclaimed, Metagross. Let us get digging. Meta. Having accompanied Daigo in stone excavation since its infancy, Metagross was well acquainted with the task. With a heavy sigh, Daigo wiped the sweat from his brow, elated as he surveyed his spoils. 2 hard stones, 3 pieces of everstone, and 1 rock gem. While he had not unearthed any evolution stones, the haul was still quite bountiful. Daigo placed all his treasures into his bag, while behind him, the rock wall bore a significant pit from his efforts, with debris and soil strewn about. Gunny-eye? Hearing a noise, Daigo lifted his head to gaze deeper into the cave. The light illuminated a solitary Gunny standing against the rock wall. Gunny? Daigo was taken aback. Shouldn't this group of Gunny have fled in fear? Was this one particularly bold? Gradually, more Gunny came into view, appearing in a neat line. Gunny forming a queue? Daigo was astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Though he had encountered Guni numerous times before, he had never seen them organized so tidily. Explosive Roar. Chapter 3. A Single Punch to Victory. Behind the neatly arranged Guni, a figure much larger than the rest began to emerge. As the creature stepped into the beam of the flashlight, Daigo was finally able to discern its complete form. It was a Pokémon with short limbs, a wide mouth, and a body entirely purple, adorned with a pair of ears resembling speakers atop its head. For teeth were distributed at the corners of its mouth, and each foot bore 2 white toes resembling its teeth. Explosive Roar. Daigo suddenly realized that the Howl of Explosion was the evolved form of the Guni, a common Pokémon found in the caves of the Hoenn region. It appeared that you were the leader of the Guni group, albeit not the chief. A smile crept across Daigo's face. Although it was referred to as a leader, this Howl of Explosion had evidently not yet reached the status of a true chief, as the aura it emanated failed to instill any sense of danger within him. In this world, there exists a hierarchy of titles, ranging from low to high: hatchling, ordinary, outstanding, elite, leader, lord, pseudo-champion, champion, and legendary. However, there is currently no instrument capable of precisely indicating a Pokémon's strength. One must rely on detailed examinations of a Pokémon's physical data to ascertain its level of power. A high-level trainer should possess the ability to roughly discern a Pokémon's strength. The more powerful the Pokémon, the more formidable its aura will be. This classification of strength initially stemmed from a group of trainers wielding Pokémon of similar battle prowess. During the early development of the league, the most powerful trainers were referred to as champions, while the pinnacle of the weaker champions was dubbed as the monarchs. Consequently, the classification of Pokémon strength became increasingly nuanced. In ancient times, Pokémon were referred to as magical beasts, and their power was merely categorized as primary, intermediate, advanced, and super beasts. The Howl of Explosion before Daigo was merely the leader among this group of Guni, not one of true chief caliber. In Daigo's estimation, it still ranked as an ordinary Pokémon. Howl. The Howl of Explosion issued a command to evict the guests, though Daigo was hardly a visitor. What did that mean? Did it wish to battle him? Daigo raised an eyebrow, one hand resting on his hip, gazing with interest at the Howl of Explosion, which stood about a meter tall. Meh? The Metagross appeared somewhat bewildered, not yet evolved into a Metagross. Its intelligence was akin to that of a Beldum. Nevertheless, it seemed to imply that it wanted them to leave, right? Metagross, let's move. With a wave of his left hand, Daigo prompted his Pokémon, and without further thought, the Metagross promptly advanced to Daigo's side. Howl. The Howl of Explosion's face contorted, clearly incensed at being challenged in front of its subordinates. Roar. Its enormous jaws gaped wider, producing a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the cave. Knowing the Howl of Explosion's capabilities, Daigo had already braced himself to cover his ears. Although the sound was piercing, it posed no significant issue. Metagross, Bullet Punch. Daigo raised his voice slightly, while adding, hold back a bit. The Metagross, albeit somewhat confused, lifted its fist and propelled itself towards the still howling Howl of Explosion, delivering a powerful punch that abruptly decelerated just before impact. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the bullet punch struck the Howl of Explosion squarely on the face, sending the bewildered creature flying several meters before it crashed to the ground. Oh no! Witnessing their leader being floored by a single punch, the Guni were immediately thrown into disarray, their previously orderly formation devolving into chaos as they began to scatter aimlessly in fear. I believe summoning the armored bird would yield better results, Daigo thought. Feeling a bit sheepish. Even with the reduced force, the Metagross had dispatched the Howl of Explosion with ease. Next time, I should familiarize myself with the armored bird's abilities. Observing the noisy Guni, he surmised that they would not settle down anytime soon. With a resigned sigh, he concluded that he would have to call it a day. Nonetheless, today's achievements were commendable. He patted the Metagross that had returned to his side, smiling. Well done. Meh. Daigo adjusted the brightness of the flashlight on his helmet and began his journey back to the entrance. The incapacitated Howl of Explosion was of no concern. The majority of Pokémon possessed formidable self-healing abilities, and as long as the injuries were not life-threatening, they would recover after a period. The Metagross's punch had merely rendered the Howl of Explosion unconscious, and it would regain consciousness shortly. If a Pokémon were to sustain severe injuries in the wild, a qualified trainer would apply a healing spray to expedite the Pokémon's recovery. However, in the event of grave injuries, a visit to the Pokémon Center would be necessary for treatment. This is also one of the provisions under the Wild Pokémon Protection Act. Upon exiting the cave, Daigo returned to Kanaz City, where he proceeded to the Pokémon Center to secure his qualifications for the Colorful Ghost Conference and arrange for accommodations. After stowing the complimentary badge case in his backpack, he found a restaurant for a simple meal. Subsequently, he sought a secluded corner in the training grounds behind the Pokémon Center to familiarize himself with the armored bird. Bang! Once the armored bird emerged, it surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings before finally fixing its gaze on its trainer. Armored bird, do you wish to grow stronger? Daigo asked directly, maintaining a friendly smile. Yo! The armored bird nodded eagerly without a hint of hesitation. Excellent. I will commence your training now. Are you prepared? Yo! The armored bird tilted its head in confusion. Training? What does that mean? What is with that expression? Daigo was taken aback. You mean, you haven't undergone any training? Yo! The armored bird appeared hesitant in response to Daigo's inquiry. Since its birth, it had lived in a confined space with its mother, where all the Pokémon were exceedingly friendly, and no conflicts had ever arisen. Thus, it lacked combat experience and had never been trained by its mother. The concepts of battle and training were utterly foreign to it. It longed to grow stronger solely because of its mother's words before it was taken away. You must become strong enough to protect what you cherish. This was why the armored bird had responded so affirmatively to Daigo's question. I see. Then let us teach you, Daigo said, glancing at the Metagross. Meh. The Metagross readily responded in agreement. Now, let me witness your capabilities. Chapter 4. Training the Armored Bird. The armored bird showcased the limited skills it currently possessed. Due to its meager repertoire, the demonstration was brief. Aside from the basic moves of Glare and Peck, it could only perform Sand Attack and Fury Attack. Daigo thoughtfully noted these observations in his notebook. It seemed that the armored bird's strength was on par with that of the Howl of Explosion. At this stage, the armored bird would require foundational training to enhance its physical prowess. Such training would undoubtedly be arduous, dear armored bird. The bedrock of a Pokémon's formidable strength lies in a robust physique, enabling it to withstand opponents' assaults and fully unleash its power. Moreover, the resilience of Steel-type Pokémon is generally commendable, making this training a necessary step. Although the steel plating on its body would facilitate its endurance during training, the intensity of the workouts would need to be continually increased. Steel-type Pokémon typically endure training longer than other types. Yo! The armored bird nodded, undeterred by the prospect of rigorous training, for it harbored a fervent desire to grow stronger. The essence of the training regimen involves the deliberate collision of one's body against rugged stones, simultaneously honing defensive capabilities while fortifying one's overall resilience against energy assaults, thereby enhancing specialized defenses. Physical conditioning is aimed at augmenting stamina. Rest is permitted during the shedding of feathers. What say you, armored bird? Can you acquiesce to this? Daigo inquired of armored bird, seeking its consent. Should it find the exertion unbearable, Daigo would moderate the training intensity, gradually escalating it as familiarity develops. Indeed, armored bird nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Very well, should you discover the challenge too formidable at any point, I shall reduce the training intensity for you. The natural habitat of armored bird typically consists of thickets, which serve to refine its ironclad physique. When the wearer reaches its zenith, the steel feathers of armored bird will molt, giving way to a new set of even sturdier plumage. The discarded feathers can be fashioned into various sharp implements, such as kitchen knives and swords. It is said that knives made from armored bird's feathers have garnered praise from numerous chefs. However, Daigo glanced around the training ground, noting its excessive flatness, devoid of even moderately sized stones. It would not do to allow armored bird to strike the walls, as the penalties for damaging public property, while manageable for Daigo, could lead to a rather unpleasant lecture from Miss Cusha. Let us proceed this way, armored bird. You shall commence your training by colliding with the metal creature. Daigo turned to the metal creature, instructing, Metal creature, do not engage in your usual manner. Remain stationary and allow armored bird to strike you. Moo. The metal creature nodded, indicating its understanding. Hello? Just as Daigo had finalized the training directives, a tentative greeting emanated from behind him. What is it? Daigo turned, curious about the source of the voice. The boy appeared slightly flushed, perhaps from shyness. Clad in simple casual attire, with a diminutive pokeball hanging from his belt. I would like to challenge you to a battle, the bashful boy said, occasionally glancing at the metal creature and armored bird behind Daigo. Daigo pondered for a moment before politely declining the boy's request. I'm afraid I have some matters to attend to. No problem, I understand. The boy quickly waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence, and proceeded to search for other trainers in the vicinity to issue battle challenges. Although Daigo also yearned for a battle, he needed to assess armored bird's endurance to craft a more effective training regimen going forward. Moreover, the boy appeared to have recently acquired his initial Pokémon. As his shyness suggested, he was not yet accustomed to challenging others. Armored Bird's current combat capabilities were still rather rudimentary, and the metal creature might prove to be somewhat overpowering. It would not be prudent to utterly shatter the confidence of a novice trainer. Nonetheless, the metal creature indeed attracted attention, being one of the quasi-deities of the Hoenn region. Additionally, the sight of two steel-type Pokémon clashing would undoubtedly draw many eyes. Daigo had grown accustomed to this. The burdens of being handsome, it seemed, were not to be underestimated. The metal creature remained blissfully unaware, while Armored Bird displayed a semblance of discomfort, though its focus remained steadfast on its training. Next time, I must prepare to train in the wild, Daigo resolved. Suddenly, he was drawn from his thoughts by commotion in the distance, glancing up to see the boy who had earlier requested a battle engaged in a duel with another trainer. A Pokémon battle was sufficient to captivate the attention of most trainers, providing an opportunity to absorb others' strengths and rectify one's own weaknesses. Is that a Swellow and a Wingull? Daigo immediately recognized the Pokémon of the two combatants. Swellow is the regional bird of Hoenn, while Wingull is quite commonplace over the seas. Both Pokémon are easily identifiable. Although their typings do not confer any inherent resistances, water would weigh down feathers, severely impacting the flight speed of avian Pokémon. Of course, this would pose no threat to the steel-feathered Armored Bird. The outcome was rather predictable. Although the combatants were evenly matched, the water impeded Swellow's movements, rendering it slow and laborious, ultimately leading to a victory for Wingull. In the Pokémon world, type advantages are not the sole determinants of battle outcomes. Even non-advantageous types can yield favorable results. Daigo's attention returned to Armored Bird, as the distant skirmish offered little in terms of learning. On one hand, the disparity in strength was apparent, with both trainers lacking maturity. On the other, the Pokémon possessed differing affinities. Armored Bird, having undergone little training, soon exhibited signs of fatigue, prompting Daigo to call for a break. The sun was setting, and he decided to resume training the following day. Daigo gently stroked the scratched armor of Armored Bird. Speaking softly, overtraining may yield negative results. Indeed, the panting Armored Bird nodded, aware of the need to gauge its limits. Thank you for your efforts, metal creature. Daigo smiled at it. Moo. The metal creature seemed unfazed, considering Armored Bird's strikes akin to mere tickles. As night fell, while preparing to rest, Daigo received a message from his father, Mewkin. The content primarily inquired about the day's events. Upon learning of Daigo's discoveries in the Karui tunnel, Mewkin expressed delight, followed by a few admonitions. Daigo listened attentively while responding until Mewkin concluded the call. Sighing, Daigo sprawled on his bed, gazing at the dimly lit ceiling with a faint smile, ready to embrace a brand new day. Chapter 5. A fair one-on-one. Not quite. While colliding, the primary contact must be made with the wings, as they are your most formidable offensive weapon. It is time for you to refine them. Standing beside, Daigo pointed out Armored Bird's deficiencies. There is no need to fear. Your wings will rejuvenate after a period, and your current goal is to fortify them. Once Armored Bird's feathers are shed, the new plumage will be sturdier than before, thus training will yield even greater power in the future. Alright, let us take a moment to rest. Next, we will focus on wing attacks. Daigo clapped his hands, signaling Armored Bird to cease its movements. Oh, as Armored Bird halted, it turned to glance at the still training metal creature. It appeared reluctant to stop. The metal creature has undergone extensive training, hence the intensity will be much higher than yours. Daigo explained with a smile, stroking Armored Bird's scarred steel feathers. You must learn to gauge your limits. Oh, Armored Bird nodded and began to rest. Next, they would practice striking rocks with their wings, enabling Armored Bird to discover the optimal force application technique. Mastering wing attacks is essential before progressing to Steel Wing. The primary offensive weapon of Armored Bird is its wings, followed by its beak. Daigo selected a training location not far from the Karui tunnel, as the abundance of rocks here would facilitate practice. Metal creature, do not overexert yourself. I will need your assistance shortly. Daigo glanced at Armored Bird as it gradually found its proper force application technique, then turned his attention to the still training metal creature. Moo? The metal creature ceased its actions, gazing at Daigo with a puzzled expression. Of course, we must seek out the true leader of this place, Daigo declared, crossing his arms and smiling at the forest behind him. This is a location referred to as Road 116, for the sake of convenience. The forest situated between Road 116 and the Karui Tunnel is also dubbed Forest 116, which was later renamed Karui Forest during the mining operations at the tunnel. After all, having ventured this far, it would be remiss not to seek out the leader of Karui Forest for a challenge. Yet, there is a lingering apprehension that this individual may prove to be akin to an Exploud, a leader lacking the prowess befitting their title. The distinction between a leader and a lord lies in their respective domains. A leader is the strongest within their tribe, while a lord reigns as the most formidable in an expansive territory. Even if one is the most powerful leader of a local tribe, they may not necessarily be the lord of that area. Most Pokémon lords tend to drive out other species, ensuring that a locale dominated by a single type of Pokémon typically harbors a singular, powerful lord Pokémon. The strength of a lord-level Pokémon is generally comparable to that of the top-ranking gym leaders in the region. To qualify as a gym leader, one must possess at least 3 leader-level Pokémon. Upon the retirement of an old gym leader, the newly appointed leader is granted a time limit to meet the required standards. Failure to do so within the stipulated period results in the forfeiture of their gym establishment rights. This encapsulates the essential differences between leader-level and lord-level Pokémon. Understanding that traveling on foot can be a protracted endeavor, and aware of the potential necessity to camp in the wilderness for several days, Daigo has long since honed his culinary skills. After a morning of diligent training, Daigo summoned 2 of his Pokémon, preparing high-quality energy cubes for his Corviknight. Although expensive, for Daigo, it is merely a trifling expense. Behold, Magnemite. Daigo tossed several magnets from his bag. Influenced by Magnemite's magnetic pull, the magnets soared through the air, landing upon its body. Meow. Magnemite's eyes curved into crescent shapes, exuding delight. Unlike other Pokémon, Magnemite and its evolution, Magneton, do not consume food through mouths. Instead, they draw sustenance from the magnetic energies contained within ores, exhibiting a fondness for magnetized minerals. Having swiftly concluded his lunch, Daigo, after a brief respite, resolved to venture deeper into Karu Forest in search of the strongest leader. Corviknight returned to its Pokeball to rest, while Magnemite trailed behind Daigo, assuming the role of a bodyguard. As he pressed further into the woods, Daigo encountered several Pokémon, including the Grizzly Bear Pokémon, the Ground Ninja Pokémon, and the Swallow Pokémon. This observation allowed him to surmise that the leaders of the forest were likely their evolved forms, Ursaring, Hitmonlee, and Swellow. The presence of Swellow became increasingly evident deeper within the forest, leading Daigo to conclude that he was indeed seeking the leader of the Swellow flock. Thanks to Magnemite's presence, the Swellow refrained from launching an immediate attack, with most opting to perch on branches and observe Daigo's movements, while a few chose to take flight. Caw! A resounding call echoed through the forest, reaching Daigo's ears. It seemed the target was approaching him. Daigo halted, placing his left hand on his hip and gazing skyward. Soon, a large bird accompanied by a flock of Swellows soared above him. It was the evolved form of Swellow, the Talonflame. The appearance of Talonflame closely resembled that of Swellow, albeit larger and more mature. Its plumage was predominantly midnight blue, adorned with crimson patterns on its neck, tail tip, and forehead, while its belly was white. Its tail feathers stood erect, its claws were red, and its beak was yellow. Daigo suddenly furrowed his brow, intently observing the circling Talonflame. The creature's strength perplexed him. It seemed to possess an elite-level prowess, slightly surpassing that tier, yet it fell short of being a leader. By certain definitions, it could hardly be considered a half-step leader. Nevertheless, its strength was commendable. A smile broke across Daigo's face. If it were like that Exploud, it would be rather unexciting if Magnemite could easily defeat it with a single punch. Come forth, Corviknight. With a resounding bang, Corviknight materialized, immediately fixating on the Talonflame above. Its instincts warned that this avian opponent was several times stronger than itself. For this battle, you shall observe from the sidelines. Daigo gently reassured Corviknight, stroking its feathers. Caw! Talonflame descended from the sky, flapping its wings as it locked eyes with Daigo. I wish to battle you. I wonder if you would grant me the honor. Daigo said with a chuckle, stepping forward. Talonflame's expression shifted slightly, its gaze darting between Corviknight and Magnemite. Do not misunderstand. I am referring to a fair one-on-one battle. Daigo interpreted Talonflame's look, beckoning Magnemite to step forward. Caw! Talonflame, with a serious demeanor, let out a cry that echoed through the forest, prompting the surrounding Swellow to retreat a distance. It appeared that Talonflame had accepted the challenge. You exhibit great courage. I admire that. Daigo grinned, raising his right hand, commanding. Magnemite, bullet punch. Chapter 6, versus Talonflame. Magnemite charged toward Talonflame, its raised right arm shimmering with white light as it struck down upon the avian. Caw! Talonflame swiftly flapped its wings, ascending rapidly into the air, evading Magnemite's attack. A flash of lightning, perhaps? Daigo grinned, promptly instructing, Magnemite, pursue and unleash Metal Claw. Meow? Magnemite shot upward, its silver-white arms transforming into a dull gray hue. Caw! Talonflame, with sharp eyes, summoned several blades of air with its wings. Clang. Magnemite raised its arm to shield itself, successfully blocking all the air blades. Corviknight, lift me higher. Daigo turned to Corviknight. The trees of Karu Forest were lush and dense, making it challenging for Daigo to issue commands to Magnemite from the ground, which could place it at a disadvantage. After all, its intelligence was still akin to that of a simple Magnemite. If it possessed the intellect of a Metagross, Daigo would have far less to worry about. Oh, Corviknight paused, tilting its head at Daigo. Are you certain? If you fall, don't blame me. Hurry. Daigo swiftly mounted Corviknight, which began to flap its wings, awkwardly lifting off the ground. Having previously experienced Magnemite's ascent, Daigo found the wobbling to be inconsequential. However, this was Corviknight's first attempt at carrying a passenger, and it struggled to find its balance, making the takeoff somewhat arduous. Daigo pushed aside the leaves overhead, catching sight of the aerial clash between Magnemite and Talonflame. Talonflame, utilizing its agile wings, continuously bombarded Magnemite with air blades. Magnemite, forsake defense and charge forward. Use confusion as it attacks. Daigo urged without hesitation. Meow. Talonflame flapped its wings, gathering several crescent-shaped air blades around it, while Magnemite's metallic sheen faded as it surged forward. Caw. Talonflame unleashed a flurry of air blades. Now, Magnemite's eyes glowed with a blue aura, an intangible force enveloping Talonflame's body as it struggled against the onslaught. Talonflame's movements faltered, its wing beats becoming laborious, and shock registered on its face. In terms of raw strength, the metal monster significantly surpasses the Kingfisher, rendering the latter incapable of breaking free from the former's telekinetic grasp in the initial moments. Bang, bang, bang. The metal monster withstood the air blades with its formidable form, traversing through the smoke generated by the explosive attack while simultaneously directing the Kingfisher's body toward itself. Bullet punch. Just as the two were on the verge of colliding, the blue aura enveloping the Kingfisher dissipated, allowing it to reclaim control over its own body. The metal monster raised its arm and unleashed a flurry of punches at an astonishing speed. Given the proximity, the Kingfisher had no chance to evade. Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the bullet punch was exceedingly rapid, particularly in close combat situations. The force behind the metal monster's punches was immense, and with each successive strike, the Kingfisher's injuries escalated dramatically. Bang! One of the metal monster's punches struck the Kingfisher in the abdomen, causing the severely wounded creature to plummet to the ground in a free fall. The Kingfisher's frame was fragile, and enduring such a powerful assault would be an arduous task. However, having persevered through countless battles in the wild, its resilience should not be underestimated. The metal monster began to gather energy for a cannon beam. Daigo did not lower his guard. After all, a Pokémon caught between the elite and the boss ranks would possess a defense that, while not exceptional, would still be formidable. Upon hearing this, the metal monster aimed its arms at the spot where the Kingfisher had just fallen, channeling energy into its hands. Two orbs of silvery light whirled in the metal monster's grasp, gradually coalescing into spheres the size of soccer balls. Hiss! The call of the Kingfisher resonated from beneath the trees, followed by a golden glow bursting through the foliage as it charged fiercely toward the metal monster. The golden radiance enveloped the Kingfisher's form, rapidly transforming it into a colossal avian figure. Brave bird. Upon witnessing this, Daigo remained relatively unfazed. The might of the brave bird technique reaches its zenith when executed from a dive, maximizing its power. Conversely, launching an upward assault would deplete the Kingfisher's stamina, preventing it from fully harnessing its strength for this maneuver. Nonetheless, Daigo had not anticipated that the creature had been conserving a powerful attack below. Had he previously underestimated the situation, the metal monster's swift bullet punch would have been rendered ineffective against the onslaught of the brave bird. Metal monster, unleash. Daigo commanded with resolve. Meta. The energy spheres in the metal monster's hands converged, unleashing a potent wave of silvery light that collided with the golden bird in an instant. Boom. Initially, the Kingfisher's brave bird managed to withstand the force of the cannon beam, but within moments, its power began to wane, gradually succumbing to the overwhelming might of the cannon beam. The brave bird was not a sustained attack, but rather a technique designed to inflict instantaneous explosive damage. Boom. Unable to endure the cannon beam, the brave bird began to fracture, its disintegration triggering an explosion of energy. Amidst the cloud of smoke from the explosion, the Kingfisher emerged, its tail and wings trailing wisps of black smoke as it fell from the sky. At this point, it was highly probable that the Kingfisher would not rise to fight again. However, to err on the side of caution, Daigo instructed the metal monster to remain prepared. When he observed the surrounding skeletal birds converging on the Kingfisher's location, Daigo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no risk of a sudden surge of energy that might allow the Kingfisher to transcend into a true boss-level Pokémon and mount a fierce counterattack. Daigo then directed the armored bird to descend, leading the metal monster toward the Kingfisher. Hiss! The surrounding skeletal birds immediately became alert, warning Daigo to maintain his distance. Daigo halted, recognizing that while the skeletal birds were not particularly strong, the metal monster was not yet powerful enough to completely fend off their assault while simultaneously annihilating them. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. Provoking their wrath would make escape exceedingly difficult. Reluctantly, Daigo retrieved a healing spray from his bag. Explaining to the flock of skeletal birds, "The battle has concluded, and I harbor no ulterior motives. This is merely a medicinal spray to aid in treating its injuries." Upon finishing, Daigo sprayed the healing mist into the air. After a moment's hesitation, the skeletal birds parted, and as one did so, the others followed suit. Soon, a path was cleared for Daigo. He approached the Kingfisher, inspecting its wounds and applying the healing spray. The injuries were not severe, primarily resulting from the explosion. With the application of the healing spray, recovery would follow soon. Having completed his tasks, Daigo turned to depart. "How was that? The battle was rather exhilarating, wasn't it?" Daigo remarked, patting the armored bird with a smile. "Yo." The armored bird nodded, slightly bewildered. "Your objective is to pursue the metal monster. So find a place to continue your training." "Yo." After observing the battle, the armored bird felt invigorated to train further. The current prowess of the metal monster inspired it greatly. Chapter 7. The Pokémon Hunter. A week had passed since the confrontation with the Kingfisher. Daigo chose to train the armored bird in the wilderness, encountering 2 or 3 novice trainers along the way. The overall capabilities of the armored bird were significantly superior to those of certain unevolved Pokémon. Moreover, given Daigo's own level of skill, which was worlds apart from the novice trainers, he easily triumphed in battle. "Yo." During training, the armored bird suddenly became startled, catching Daigo's attention as he prepared a meal. Noticing the steel feathers that had fallen to the ground, Daigo smiled and said, "It seems we must interrupt training for now. We shall resume once the feathers have completely shed and regrown." Living amidst thorns, the armored bird underwent frequent molting, which contributed to its remarkable defensive capabilities. Typically, molting occurred once a year, with a more frequent shedding of 2 to 3 times annually. "Yo." The armored bird gazed at its feathers with a sense of resignation. "It's all right. You've worked hard this past week," Daigo reassured the armored bird. Throughout the week, the armored bird's abilities had grown rapidly, adding 2 new techniques to its repertoire, Metal Claw and Wing Attack. By mastering and combining these 2 moves, it could gradually come to understand Steel Wing. However, with the shedding of the armored bird's feathers, the time required to grasp Steel Wing would be postponed. Additionally, the timeline for challenging the Canaz City Gym would need to be adjusted. Then, we should head to the Stone Cave in the Battle Town, Daigo contemplated, as he would eventually return, leaving the Canaz City Gym challenge for later. After the lunch break, Daigo traveled back to Canaz City to replenish his supplies before finding a boat to Battle Town. Instead of having the metal monster take him directly back, Daigo leisurely strolled along Route 116, treating it as a post-meal walk. Whoosh! A dark purple energy ball suddenly descended from the sky. Sensing danger, Daigo rolled forward to evade the ambush. Bang! The dark purple energy ball exploded upon impact with the ground, creating a small crater and sending Daigo tumbling several times from the shockwave. "Who?" Daigo knelt on one knee, rising with a somewhat disheveled appearance as he shouted. Not bad reflexes. A man clad in a black cloak descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. A bird adorned with glossy black feathers, its head seemingly crowned by a gentleman's hat, alighted beside the man in the black cloak. This avian Pokémon, known as Honchkrow, showcased a striking contrast with its white feathers on the chest and face, while its wings and tail bore vibrant red plumage. Honchkrow. Daigo instantly recognized the Pokémon that had launched an assault against him. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am a Pokémon hunter," the cloaked man replied in a frigid tone, offering a succinct introduction. "Isn't the Pokémon hunter primarily active in the Sinnoh region? When did you arrive in Hoenn?" Daigo questioned, his surprise evident. The presence of Honchkrow instilled a profound sense of pressure upon him, likely indicating that it was a Pokémon of considerable strength, at least at the level of a boss. In a direct confrontation, even his Metagross, possessing psychic attributes, would be at a disadvantage against Honchkrow. "That is of no concern to you. My sole purpose here is to seek out your shiny Pokémon." The cloaked man's eyes glimmered with greed as he licked his lips at the mention of the shiny Pokémon. "If you hand over that shiny Pokémon, perhaps I might spare your life," he advised ominously. "Will you truly spare my life?" Daigo probed cautiously. I will. Now hand over that Pokemon. The man's impatience was palpable. Very well, take it. Daigo hurled a Pokeball towards the cloaked figure. How perceptive of you, the cloaked man began. But his eyes widened in shock as the Pokeball opened mid-flight, releasing Metagross, which charged at him with its metallic fists. Bang! Honchkrow interposed itself before the cloaked man. Dark purple energy enveloping its wings as it collided with Metagross's fists. The clash of forces sent both combatants reeling backward. How troublesome, Daigo muttered, noting Honchkrow's remarkably swift reflexes. Had it not been for its intervention, he could have potentially incapacitated the cloaked man with his previous strike. You cunning brat. Refusing to heed my warning. The cloaked man seethed, his fury boiling over. Honchkrow, eliminate him. Yeah. Honchkrow's eyes gleamed with malice, its wings elongated and shrouded in dark energy, resembling two formidable black blades. Upon witnessing the incoming assault, Daigo swiftly commanded, block it with Metal Claw. Honchkrow's attack was clearly aimed at a critical strike, compelling Metagross to defend itself with its Metal Claw. Clang! Metagross's arms, encased in silvery metal, sparkled under the sunlight as they absorbed the impact of Honchkrow's relentless strikes. However, Honchkrow's assault intensified, and Metagross began to falter under the barrage. Bang! Unable to keep pace, Metagross took a direct hit from Honchkrow. Its entire form was sent crashing to the ground, bouncing back momentarily before stabilizing itself by embedding its arms into the earth. The previous blow had inflicted substantial damage. Fortunately, Metagross's defensive capabilities were exceptional, preventing it from being severely harmed. A late-blooming powerhouse of the Hoenn region, no less a shiny, the cloaked man observed, his eyes gleaming with avarice from beneath the shadow of his hat. Are you all right, Metagross? Daigo inquired with concern, glancing at the Pokemon floating above him once more. Metagross. The Pokemon's voice resonated with fierce determination, indicating that it remained in good spirits despite the assault. Daigo's mind raced as he contemplated his next strategy. Typically, Pokemon hunters would not rely on a single Pokemon in battle. They would deploy an entire cadre to overwhelm their opponent. After all, Pokemon hunters seldom adhered to the one-on-one battle rules. Thus, the reason for this individual's reliance on only one powerful Pokemon could be due to a special circumstance preventing the release of others. Or perhaps he possessed only this singular strong Pokemon. Most trainers concentrated their resources on cultivating one Pokemon to serve as their primary combatant, which allowed for rapid enhancement of that Pokemon's prowess. However, the drawback remained. Should that Pokemon sustain injuries, the trainer would be left without any fighting capability. I have it. Daigo swiftly devised a countermeasure. Metagross, unleash Hyper Beam. Metagross. Raising its arms, Metagross gathered energy, launching a silvery wave of energy. With such a lengthy charge, who could you possibly hit? The cloaked man mocked derisively. Honchkrow ascended swiftly into the air, while Metagross laboriously raised its arms in pursuit. However, Honchkrow's speed rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Hyper Beam to connect. Who said I aim to hit it? Daigo grinned, an expression of cunning triumph gracing his features. My objective is merely snap. With a sharp sound, he continued, Metagross. Use confusion. Chapter 8. Who is following the rules? Heh. Are you not aware that Dark-type Pokemon are immune to Psychic-type moves? The cloaked man sneered, initially surprised by Daigo's strategy. Yet, when the command for confusion emerged, he found it laughable. Holding a rare, shiny, late-blooming Pokemon, he was ultimately confronted by a fool who did not even grasp elemental advantages. You. The cloaked man was about to utter a scornful remark when he suddenly found himself unable to move. Who told you my target was Honchkrow? Daigo scoffed. The cloaked man's targets were typically legitimate trainers who adhered more strictly to the rules of Pokemon battles. Therefore, it was often they who engaged in deceitful tactics. In the wild, during encounters, who follows the rules? This was the first time the cloaked man had been countered by his own methods. Yeah, Honchkrow, seeing its trainer immobilized, charged toward Metagross. Smash him, Daigo commanded urgently. Disregarding the oncoming Honchkrow, Metagross lifted the cloaked man high before slamming him forcefully into the ground. Please assist me, Skarmory. Daigo called out, releasing Skarmory's Pokeball. Block it with Metal Claw. The sudden appearance of Skarmory startled Honchkrow, which collided headlong into Skarmory's formidable steel exterior. Bang! Clang! The sounds of impact resonated as the cloaked man fell face first into the ground, momentarily losing consciousness. Skarmory was also struck by Honchkrow, being sent reeling several meters before coming to rest beside Daigo. Skarmory, how are you feeling? Daigo hurried to check on Skarmory, while simultaneously issuing commands to Metagross. Metagross. Use Bullet Punch in succession. Due to the recoil from the previous impact, Honchkrow moved sluggishly. Seizing the opportunity, Metagross closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches against Honchkrow's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to withstand the relentless barrage, Honchkrow was sent flying. Daigo noted a few feathers had fallen from Skarmory's wings, while the remaining feathers bore slight indentations. Thank you, Skarmory. Daigo recognized that it was impractical to rely on Skarmory to combat Honchkrow directly. He could only depend on Skarmory's defensive capabilities to create opportunities for Metagross. Fortunately, Skarmory's injuries were not severe. It had merely lost its combat effectiveness. In contrast, the Cloaked Man's injuries were far more grave. Thank you for your efforts. Daigo withdrew the armored bird into its pokeball and turned his attention back to the troublesome crow leader. Metal Monster, unleash the cannon blast. With a resolute cry, the metal monster raised its arms, emitting a silvery wave of energy. The crow leader struggled to rise. Its defensive capabilities were far from impressive, and it suffered significantly from the metal monster's barrage of close-range blows, which severely diminished its combat effectiveness. As the cannon blast approached, the crow leader summoned all its strength to release a dark purple circular wave. The malevolent wave clashed with the cannon blast, resulting in a brief stalemate before the dark energy succumbed, being pushed back. Boom. The attack struck the crow leader solidly, creating a billowing cloud of smoke. When the haze dissipated, the crow leader lay unconscious, having lost all fighting capability. With a sigh of relief, Daigo wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed the metal monster. Well done, metal monster. Meh. The true hero of this battle was undoubtedly the armored bird, which had obediently followed Daigo's commands throughout their time together. Otherwise, it could have easily chosen to retreat rather than charge forward just now. The armored bird understood that. Despite Daigo's strict training regimen, he still cared for its well-being. Had it not been for the recent training focused on enhancing the armored bird's defensive skills, Daigo would never have allowed it to take the brunt of the crow leader's attack. Fortunately, Daigo's judgment proved correct. The armored bird sustained no severe injuries, merely losing its combat ability, which was the best possible outcome. Daigo approached and tore off the black robe from the man, observing his utterly ordinary appearance. He bound the man with the robe and retrieved the pokeball from his possession, capturing the crow leader within. Take a breather, metal monster. Daigo extracted a healing spray from his bag and applied it to the metal monster's injuries. The black-robed man would need time to recover from the blow he had received. The immediate objective was to hand this man over to Miss Junsha in Canas City and then take the armored bird and metal monster to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Next time, let's keep the metal monster away from crowded places, Daigo remarked with a hint of exasperation. In Green Ridge City, it had never been an issue, as everyone knew he was the scion of the Zivik family, and the mining team he participated in was under his family's banner. This time, however, he had let his guard down a bit. Do you still have the strength, metal monster? After a brief rest, Daigo stood up, ready to set off. Meh. The metal monster raised its arms, signaling its readiness. All right, please carry him, Daigo instructed, gesturing towards the bound man below. Meh. The metal monster seized the man and followed Daigo as he jogged ahead. There was still some distance to Canas City, but Daigo's recent physical training for mining made the journey manageable for him. 20 minutes later, panting, Daigo returned to Canas City. He returned the metal monster to its pokeball for a rest and dragged the man along the street. The sight of a handsome young man dragging an unconscious man was certainly eye-catching. Miss Junsha had been alerted by the crowd and quickly arrived on her motorcycle. What happened here? Miss Junsha inquired in a serious tone as she executed a stylish drift, bringing her motorcycle to a halt beside Daigo. Daigo loosened his grip on the man's clothing, causing a clang as the man's head received a second jolt. Ahem, that was an oversight, Daigo said, his expression apologetic. Whether this was intentional or accidental was left to interpretation. Daigo proceeded to explain the situation to Junsha, detailing the man's treachery and how he had outsmarted him. What is your name? Junsha asked after taking her notes. Daigo Zivik, residing in Green Ridge City, Daigo replied earnestly. Zivik? Junsha exclaimed, glancing toward the tallest building in Canas City. The reputation of Zivik Mushin extended beyond Canas City, as few in the Fengyuan region were unfamiliar with the name. I see. Thank you for your contribution to society, Junsha said, bowing to Daigo before binding the man to the back of her motorcycle. Watching the man being taken away by Junsha, Daigo couldn't help but smile. He pulled out a purplish stone that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Let this be my reward. Chapter 9, Mysterious Candy. Daigo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the man possessed a rather fine dark stone. He gazed fondly at the dark stone in his hand. Best to keep it safe, lest it attract unwanted attention. Daigo placed the dark stone in his backpack and then made his way to the Pokémon Center. After handing over the metal monster and armored bird to Nurse Joy, Daigo waited quietly in the lobby, clutching the navigator. He hesitated before ultimately deciding against sharing this matter with Mushin. Perhaps it would be better to allow the metal monster to evolve first, Daigo pondered. The evolution process of the steel ball was unique. It required the fusion of two steel balls to evolve into the metal monster. Evolving into the Metagross necessitated two steel balls as well, but there was no concern about the shiny variant reverting to its ordinary color. The evolution's final form was determined by the strongest of the two. Daigo had refrained from allowing the metal monster to evolve, intending for it to break through its limits and reach a new level through evolution. Rather than evolution, I would prefer to remain with them, even if it is a selfish desire. His experiences were still too few, leaving room for error, as exemplified by today's incident. Having an extra card up my sleeve is the way to go. Daigo rose and approached the fixed telephone booth in the Pokémon Center. He dialed a number and waited several minutes before the call connected. Uncle Neil, Daigo said, scanning his surroundings before greeting the older gentleman on the other end, who was over 50. Daigo, what can I do for you? Neil inquired with a warm smile. Nothing much, just wanted to request the transfer of those two steel balls. You've made up your mind, I see, Neil replied, nodding. Please hold on a moment. Thank you, Uncle Neil. In a short while, Neil's image reappeared on the phone screen. The address is Kanaz City Pokémon Center, machine number 2. Daigo carefully confirmed the number on the phone. All right, I'm on my way. Shortly thereafter, two Pokeballs were transmitted beside the telephone. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Neil, Daigo hung up. It's been a while. Daigo smiled as he looked at the two Pokeballs in his hand. After retrieving the healed metal monster and armored bird from the Pokémon Center, Daigo headed to the department store in Kanaz City. He needed something to enhance the metal monster's strength before allowing it to evolve. During the time it took to solidify its power, he would have to hide in a discreet location to avoid any troublesome encounters. Today had merely been a stroke of luck. Had he faced a hunter with multiple powerful Pokémon, his fortune might not have held. Upon arriving at the front desk, Daigo identified himself, and the receptionist led him to the top floor of the department store, where the owner's office was located. The boss is inside. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, the receptionist said, hands folded in front of her abdomen as she offered a slight bow to Daigo. Apologies for the inconvenience, Daigo said, nodding as he knocked on the door. Come in, a deep voice resonated from within the office. Upon entering, Daigo firmly closed the door behind him and raised his gaze to meet that of the middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard. You must be Daigo, the son of Mushin. The bearded man inquired, setting aside his work with a serious tone. The receptionist had previously sought permission before ushering Daigo up. Yes, Mr. Longjing, Daigo replied, noting a resemblance between them. Please, take a seat. Longjing gestured toward the chair across from him. Thank you. Now, to the point, what brings you to me? Longjing asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I am in search of a miraculous candy, Daigo stated earnestly. Longjing furrowed his brow at this, advising, are you certain? You ought to be more aware than I of the drawbacks of miraculous candy. Indeed, while such candies that enhance a Pokemon's prowess are exceedingly rare, their disadvantages are considerable, often leading to a significant superficiality in strength. Moreover, they merely offer a marginal enhancement, not an outright elevation to a higher tier. Few trainers resort to using miraculous candy. Those who do are typically unscrupulous individuals, and the associated drawbacks are seldom acknowledged. Superficial strength can be compensated with rigorous training. It is merely a question of time, Daigo explained. Furthermore, I do not seek instant results. I simply happen to require one. Very well, son of Mushin. I trust you, Longjing exhaled, standing to retrieve a small box from a nearby cabinet and placing it on the table. The price is 3 million. Yet I believe it is only 240,000 in the black market? Daigo remarked with a smile, glancing at the box. You are welcome to purchase it from the black market, Longjing grinned, folding his arms and settling back into his chair. Daigo produced the alliance card he had prepared in advance, saying, if the black market had a reputation like yours, Mr. Longjing, I might actually consider it. Mr. Longjing, do you accept credit cards? It seems Mushin has spoken quite a bit about me, hasn't he? You certainly pique my interest, Longjing laughed heartily, adding, however, there are no discounts. Everyone holds a certain respect for Longjing, but only Mushin dares to converse with him in jest, which Longjing prefers. Beneath his stern exterior lies a disdain for insincere reverence. With a swipe of the card, the transaction was complete. Daigo exited the office and descended the building to procure some training equipment, with the forced training apparatus among his objectives. After securing the necessary supplies, Daigo departed the department store and subsequently visited a dessert shop to buy a sweet cake. The reason was simple. His armored bird had a fondness for sweets. If one has spent over a week with a Pokémon and remains ignorant of its tastes, one could hardly be deemed a competent trainer. Of course, exceptions apply to Steel-type Pokémon, as Daigo would only discover the preferences of his Metagross once it evolved. Otherwise, a simple magnetic stone suffices. As there is little else a Steel-type can consume, Daigo proceeded directly out of Canas City and into the wild. Bang! Two sounds echoed as the Metagross and Armored Bird emerged from their Pokeballs. Daigo affectionately patted the Armored Bird's head, his tone laced with apology. I know I've made you act as a shield for Metagross. Rest assured, I will ensure you develop the ability to stand on your own. The Armored Bird, however, bore no grievances, pleased that its current weakness could still be of assistance. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let us enjoy some cake. Daigo pulled a small cake from his bag, a token of apology for the Armored Bird. Observing the Armored Bird relish the treat brought a measure of comfort to Daigo's heart. Metagross, here are some magnetic stones, your reward. Daigo produced 2 dark stones imbued with magnetic energy, far superior to that of regular magnets. He carried the regular magnets merely for convenience. Come on out, you two. Daigo offered 2 magnetic stones to his 2 Duskulls. After a night's rest, they would resume training the following day. In no time, cheerful sounds echoed along Route 116. Chapter 10, Scyther. In the midst of the orange blossom forest along Route 114, the Metagross was adorned with a green forest training apparatus, diligently engaged in technique training. While the apparatus impeded the Pokémon's speed, it significantly enhanced its various capabilities, serving as an accelerator in training. Nearby, the 2 Duskulls were honing their steel bodies against the rocks. The Armored Bird had completely shed its feathers and was resting, awaiting the regrowth of its plumage. Daigo, in stark contrast, leisurely swam in the river clad in swim trunks. Bang! The sound of rocks shattering echoed, and soon, the surrounding boulders lay in ruins. Courtesy of the Metagross, it appeared time to find a new location. Daigo pushed his hair back and scrambled up the riverbank. The progress on Comet Punch was nearing completion, and the previously superficial strength gained from the miraculous candy was stabilizing. It was time to seek out the boss Pokémon within the forest. Are you ready for battle, Metagross? Metagross. Watching the Metagross brimming with fighting spirit brought a smile to Daigo's face. Presently, his assessment of the opposing strength was entirely based on that of the Metagross. He was uncertain whether it could surpass the threshold of a boss level. When the time came for evolution into a Metagross, he would need to visit a Pokémon Center to verify the specific data and gauge its strength tier. Daigo recalled the Armored Bird and the 2 Duskulls into their Pokeballs and advanced toward the center of the forest with Metagross. The forest boasted a diverse array of Pokémon, making it challenging for Daigo to ascertain the identity of the strongest boss within. However, it was highly probable that the boss resided in the heart of the forest. A week had passed since Daigo left Canas City, during which he had been steadily delving deeper into the Orange Blossom Forest, conducting training with his Pokémon along the way, thus progressing somewhat slowly. The Pokémon encountered on his journey were predominantly common species, such as Snivy and Caterpie, with the occasional glimpse of some mushrooms. Rumor had it that sloth Pokémon roamed the deeper parts of the Orange Blossom Forest, yet Daigo had yet to encounter one. Thanks to the presence of Metagross, the surrounding wild Pokémon refrained from launching attacks against him, merely glancing before losing interest. Suddenly, Daigo heard rustling in the nearby bushes and halted in his tracks. It's here, Metagross. Daigo's expression turned serious. This creature exuded a formidable presence, rivaling that of Metagross. Metagross, mental force, lock onto it. The Metagross's eyes emitted a blue aura, expanding outward from its center. In an instant, it locked onto the rapidly moving Pokémon, though its speed rendered it difficult for Metagross to fully control its movements. Comet Punch, strike at me, Daigo commanded sharply. Without hesitation, Metagross raised its powerful fist and charged toward Daigo. A green figure wielding scythes lunged at Daigo, its piercing gaze instantly fixated on the attacking Metagross. In a flash, it spun around, crossing its sides defensively across its chest. Bang! A resounding collision echoed as the green Pokémon, propelled by the impact, spun several times in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. It was at that moment that Daigo finally beheld the full form of the opponent. A humanoid green mantis, its scythe-like arms glinting with a cold gleam, exuded an aura of lethal intent, unmistakably a seasoned top-tier assassin. Is it the infamous Scyther? The most formidable being within the Orange Blossom Forest. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Daigo's forehead. The reason he could discern the Scyther's movements was not due to any spider sense, but rather the chilling sensation of murderous intent locking onto him. Did it intend to eliminate the leader directly? Daigo couldn't help but admire the Scyther's astute judgment and decisive action. it was no ordinary foe. He contemplated initiating a polite exchange, but then noticed the wings behind the Scyther beginning to vibrate at a high frequency. Bullet punch. As expected, in the next moment, the Scyther lunged forward at an astonishing speed, though this time its target was not Daigo but the Metagross. Upon receiving the command, the Metagross immediately rushed to Daigo's side. Unleashing a powerful heavy punch, the Scyther extended its forelimbs sharply, reducing its speed and swiftly lowering its stance, easily evading the Metagross's bullet punch. It then executed an upward slash with its scythe, leaving a faint scratch on the Metagross's sturdy steel frame. The struck Metagross staggered back, even its less-than-bright mind registering the shock. The audacity of its decisions, perfect bodily control, and unmatched speed and power. This creature was undoubtedly a born warrior. Daigo even began to suspect that this Scyther's prowess surpassed that of the Metagross. The scythes of the Scyther glimmered with a yellow-green radiance. Iron defense, Daigo shouted. The Metagross crossed its arms protectively over its chest, transforming its entire silver-white body into a dull metallic hue. In the next moment, the Scyther unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes against the Metagross, producing a series of metallic clangs. Initially, the Scyther's attacks failed to leave any marks on the Metagross fortified by iron defense, but gradually, faint scratches began to appear on the Metagross's surface. Does this creature never tire? Daigo was taken aback. Continuous high-speed slashes required not only strength, but also ample stamina, yet the Scyther's slashing speed continued to surge. Electromagnetic levitation. Generally, this technique allows Pokémon that cannot float to achieve a brief levitation capability. While the Metagross had already become accustomed to utilizing magnetic forces for levitation during its time as a Beldum, this technique possesses a unique characteristic, releasing electrical magnetic forces to achieve the levitation effect. Daigo's objective was to momentarily unleash this electric magnetic force. Zing! In an instant, the Metagross released a surge of electric magnetic force. The speed of the move's execution caught the Scyther, still recovering from its previous attack, off guard. The Scyther, pulling away just a fraction too late, felt the electric currents crackle along its scythe arms. However, these currents posed no real threat to the Scyther, merely causing a slight tingling sensation. But as the Scyther retreated, the Metagross seized the opportunity to counterattack. Suppress its movements with psychic force. Daigo swiftly initiated a counteroffensive. At present, the Metagross's psychic power was insufficient to accurately lock onto and control the Scyther, but disrupting its speed would suffice. The Scyther sensed an invisible force attempting to control it, and swiftly began to move, albeit at a reduced speed. It was akin to sprinting 100 meters only to be tugged back slightly. The momentary halt in its motion diminished its velocity. Observe its position carefully and unleash bullet punch. Chapter 11 defeated. The Scyther charged towards the Metagross, but this time its speed was hampered by the psychic force. Bang! The Metagross's heavy punch collided with the Scyther's scythes. Realizing its speed was compromised, the Scyther refrained from executing a continuous series of slashes and instead employed a cross-cut to block the Metagross's fist. The Scyther's two scythes crossed in a scissor-like formation. Seeing its technique thwarted, the Scyther did not hesitate. It pushed off with its legs, immediately creating distance. Subsequently, it resumed its rapid movement, fully aware that it could not afford to be ensnared by the psychic force. This Scyther possesses an extraordinary level of combat experience, Daigo pondered. Bewildered that there were no psychic-type Pokémon in the Orange Blossom Forest, yet it clearly understood the properties of psychic force, unless it was exceptionally gifted. The only other possibility was abandoned by someone, yet Daigo found it hard to believe that such a powerful Scyther could have been cast aside in battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Daigo's fleeting thoughts were abruptly pulled back by the unfolding battle. The Scyther's wings vibrated at an extraordinarily high frequency, generating several translucent blades of wind. Airblade. Several air blades, accompanied by a slicing sound, hurtled towards the Metagross, pushing it back several meters. The Scyther then pressed on with its assault, keenly aware that the blue aura pulsating around the Metagross's eyes had dissipated. The tugging sensation had vanished entirely. Psychic. It then unleashed a series of bullet punches. As the Metagross was struck by the air blades, Daigo reacted and issued commands. The Scyther, with its exceptionally perceptive combat instincts, would surely respond. And Daigo only hoped his reaction would be swifter. The utility of psychic power is singular, far less potent and controllable than psychic force. However, the Metagross found it easier to utilize psychic power than to employ psychic force. The blue light rekindled in the Metagross's eyes, and just as the Scyther swung its scythes, preparing to make contact, its body suddenly froze. There was no need for contemplation. It merely had to release its psychic power forward. For the Metagross, this allowed for a significantly quicker release of psychic power compared to psychic force. Observing the Scyther, whose movements had slowed, the Metagross unhesitatingly raised its arms, unleashing a barrage of bullet punches upon the Scyther. Bang, bang, bang. The final heavy punch sent the Scyther reeling back over 10 meters before it finally came to a halt. The Scyther knelt on one knee, one scythe embedded in the ground, gasping for breath. Considering the preceding intense onslaught and movement, if it were to endure several punches and remain composed, Daigo would have to question whether the Scyther had somehow commandeered his rebirth system. Infinite stamina would indeed be overwhelmingly powerful. The Metagross's stamina was also rapidly depleting, though it was less likely to display such fatigue. Cannon beam. Zing. The Metagross raised its arms, abruptly releasing a silvery wave of light. Huh! The Scyther roared, a flash of white light enveloping it as it evaded the cannon beam with blinding speed. This marked Daigo's first encounter with the Scyther's voice. Its prior demeanor had been so cold that it scarcely uttered a word. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with both the Scyther and the Metagross running low on stamina. The Scyther slowly raised its scythes, crossing them over its shoulders, its momentum surging dramatically. How can this be? This was not the first time Daigo had found himself astonished by the Scyther, initially believing the Scyther's remarkable attacks stemmed from technical prowess. The sudden surge of momentum now resembles the instinctual traits of a bug. If it indeed stems from such instincts, the metal monster stands little chance of victory. It might be wiser to concede and avoid unnecessary injuries. Losing to a formidable opponent like the Scyther is nothing to be ashamed of. Halt! Daigo positioned himself in front of the metal monster and raised his arm towards the Scyther. The Scyther furrowed its brow, perplexed, yet its imposing aura gradually diminished. Huh! The Scyther's tone was rife with dissatisfaction. It was the first time it encountered an evenly matched adversary, and just as its blood surged with excitement, the battle was to end. How could it possibly feel fulfilled? Continuing would only lead to further injuries. We have already lost. Daigo emphasized the word we. The essence of being a trainer lies in assessing the situation, ensuring one's Pokémon gains an advantage in battle until victory is secured. Thus, it became evident that the Scyther had triumphed over both Daigo and the metal monster. Even if the last move were to be exchanged until the end, Daigo felt there was an 80% probability that the Scyther would emerge victorious, which was sufficient. The Scyther gazed at the completely demoralized metal monster. Its face contorted with anger, and it carved a line in the ground before turning to leave. Scyther, Daigo called out to the departing creature. Next time we battle, I shall capture you. The Scyther scoffed, not bothering to look back as it departed. During the fight, the Scyther sensed that Daigo was different from those who had previously ventured into the depths of the forest to capture it. He had chosen a fair one-on-one encounter and refrained from attacking the surrounding Pokémon, which is why it did not pursue Daigo further after the battle. Unbeknownst to the Scyther, Daigo had, a week prior, utilized his Pokémon to assault an opposing trainer and, through a strategic combination with his armor bird, had defeated the Crow boss. However, Daigo was merely discerning the circumstances. His battle with the Scyther was solely in pursuit of a win or loss. Yet, this encounter sparked within him the desire to capture the Scyther, for it was exceptionally powerful. Thank you for your efforts, metal monster. Daigo turned and gently touched the cuts on the metal monster, noticing its dejected demeanor. He then smiled reassuringly. It's all right, we may have lost this time, but next time we shall return victorious. The next bout will be determined when we challenge the Canaz City Gym. Daigo produced a healing spray and applied it to the wounds on the metal monster. Most of the injuries it sustained were from the few punches dealt by the Scyther, with the remainder resulting from its own fierce onslaught leading to fatigue. Given some time to recuperate, it would recover. This was also why Daigo believed that, following the final move, the Scyther's chances of victory were even greater. The cuts on the metal monster could be healed with future care, posing no significant issue. Let us go, metal monster. After this battle, the side effects of the rare candy should also be solidified. For the next few days, let us rest with everyone. Meta. Chapter 12. Beach Volleyball. Are you also gaining experience? Pokémon training requires a balance of work and rest. Relentless training can diminish its effectiveness. Following the battle with the Scyther, Daigo took time to reflect and granted his Pokémon a few days of respite. Regrettably, the metal monster and the 2 iron dumbbells were rather dull-witted, while the armor bird was in the midst of feather growth, leaving little for them to engage in within the forest. Daigo planned future training in his notebook, while the armor bird, feeling bored, approached him and nudged his face with its head. What's the matter, armor bird? Daigo turned to see the metal monster engaged in a staring contest with the iron dumbbells. Well, perhaps it was more of a one-sided glare. It seemed there was little fun to be had. Daigo felt a bit embarrassed as he scratched his face. What to do now? When he had been with the iron dumbbells previously, they had mostly been mining, admiring the beauty of the ores rather than frolicking about. After all, the iron dumbbells tended to follow his lead, and most of the play had been directed by Daigo. The armor bird, to prevent its steel feathers from rusting, couldn't just splash around in the water carelessly. I apologize for the inconvenience, Daigo chuckled helplessly, reaching up to pat the armor bird on its head. During these 2 days of rest, Daigo had mostly spent time conversing with the armor bird and foraging for berries, while also drafting new training plans. The armor bird would respond to the metal monster, but it seemed that was the extent of their interaction. Thus, these 2 days had truly been a time of rest. The metal monster's injuries had fully healed, with the marks left by the scyther fading significantly, soon to be restored to pristine condition. Today, let us go see the sea. Daigo closed his notebook, stood up, and brushed the sand off his backside, addressing the armor bird. The armor bird likely had never seen the ocean in its life, but merely gazing at it without engaging in activities would seem rather dull. Daigo retrieved the armor bird's previously shed feathers from his pack, along with some slender twigs. Smoothing their surfaces, Metal Monster, use Psychic to shape these twigs into a ball, Daigo called to the Metal Monster, who was nearby. Meta. The Metal Monster used its psychic abilities to manipulate the twigs, intertwining them to form a spherical shape. While this ball may lack the elasticity of a proper volleyball, it would suffice for a game on the beach. To the west of Orange Blossom Forest lay the coastline, and Daigo, while seeking a vessel, did not venture far before spotting the vast expanse of the ocean beyond the forest. Let's go, Metal Monster. Daigo leaped onto the Metal Monster's disc-like body, gliding down the steep slope like surfing. The armor bird, unable to fly at the moment, followed closely behind, sliding down the slope on its feet. In no time, they reached the sandy beach. It was afternoon, and the sea would appear much more beautiful once the sun began to set. Daigo drew a boundary line in the sand, outlining a large rectangular area with a middle line to serve as the dividing point. After explaining the simple rules, they proceeded to the team formation phase. I will team up with the armor bird, while the metal monster will pair with the iron dumbbells. Daigo swiftly organized the teams. The metal monster and the iron dumbbells communicated more effectively, thus forming a team of 3. Do you have confidence in winning against the metal monster? Yo, alright. Let the match begin, Metal Monster. Meta. Daigo initiated the game, tossing the wooden ball into the air and leaping to strike it. Ouch. Pause. Daigo clutched his hand in pain, grimacing as he hastily called for a break. The metal monster, poised to hit the ball, was taken aback when the wooden ball struck its forehead. Daigo quickly retrieved 2 sets of clothing from his bag, wrapping them around his arms, and donned a safety helmet used during mining before resuming the game. The wooden ball was trivial for these steel-type Pokémon, but it was still rather hard for Daigo. With the protective attire, the pain from striking the wooden ball was significantly diminished. Initially, Daigo and the armor bird were overwhelmed by the coordinated efforts of the metal monster and the iron dumbbells. The metal monster may not have understood tactics, but the simple concept of hitting the ball over the boundary was easily grasped. The lack of coordination between Daigo and the armor bird led them to fall while chasing the ball, colliding with one another. With a collision against the armored bird, Daigo felt a flurry of stars dance before his eyes. Why did I suggest engaging in this activity? Shaking his head to regain clarity, he regretted his choice of entertainment. However, this was not the time for complaints. Armored bird, let us showcase our bond. Hey, to the right, leap and head the ball. With a flurry of commands from Daigo, his team finally mounted a counterattack. Although Daigo's so-called smash was effortlessly thwarted by the iron dumbbell, the metallic creature pursued the rebounded wooden ball, sending it flying back with a swift motion from behind. The rules of this simple game were straightforward. Keep the wooden ball from touching the ground. Daigo turned and used his knee to propel the wooden ball upwards. Despite the sharp pain radiating from his knee, he shouted towards the armored bird, "Armored bird, jump and send the ball back." With its gaze fixed on the descending wooden ball, armored bird harnessed its strength and leaped, using its curved beak to send the ball back toward the metallic creature. Before the wooden ball could descend, the metallic creature soared into the air, its metallic arms raised high. It was as if it were preparing to deliver a powerful dunk. Hey, Daigo exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to halt the metallic creature's actions with his words. Who would dare to defend against such a strike? Bang! The wooden ball was sent flying by the metallic creature, but instead of plummeting downward, it was propelled far away. Meh? The metallic creature appeared somewhat astonished, as if it had made an error. Daigo and armored bird simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes tracking the arc of the wooden ball. As it descended, it fortuitously struck a passing white bird. Thud! Oof! Like a victim of an atomic bomb, the Pokémon plummeted straight down, landing on the beach. Daigo was taken aback, realizing that the metallic creature's target was the hapless Pokémon passing by. This was not how one should gain experience. Daigo rushed to check on the Pokémon. There, on the beach, lay a fainted Wingull, its small body twitching occasionally. It appeared quite pitiable. Daigo crouched down, lifting the Wingull by its feet. A small note was tied to its leg, bearing only two simple words, "Little Pie?" Daigo was taken aback. Was this Wingull someone's pet? It seemed I must first seek out its trainer and apologize. Chapter 13. You're not tempted by my body, are you? There was no choice. I must find its trainer. Cradling the Wingull, Daigo discovered it had merely been knocked out by the wooden ball. With no significant injuries aside from a bruise on its wing, he took out his navigator and consulted the map of the Hoenn region. Unfortunately, the map's detail was insufficient, revealing only a rough outline of the urban areas. Houses located in the wilderness were generally omitted. It would be best to head to Slateport City first. After gathering his belongings, Daigo set off with the Wingull in his arms. A few hours was insufficient for Daigo to reach Slateport City, so he opted to travel along the coastline, intending to show the armored bird the sunset over the sea as the sun dipped below the horizon. The weather today was splendid, promising a breathtaking twilight spectacle. Not long into the journey, the Wingull in Daigo's arms began to stir awake. Oh, hello there, Wingull. Daigo contemplated, yet refrained from calling the Wingull by its name. After all, he was not well acquainted with it, and that name was likely a term of endearment from its trainer. Oof. Startled, the Wingull flapped its wings and struggled in Daigo's embrace, yet its injured wings rendered it incapable of flight. Calm down, I mean you no harm. Daigo offered a gentle smile, soothing the Wingull's distress. Seeing the sincerity in Daigo's expression, the Wingull quickly ceased its struggles, wide eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, even Pokémon could not entirely evade the allure of Daigo's looks. In any world, one was drawn to pleasing visages. Do you remember the location of your home? With the Wingull awake, Daigo no longer needed to search for someone to inquire about in Slateport City. Oof, the Wingull nodded, pointing straight ahead. Understood. Let me know when we need to change direction. As the sun gradually descended, twilight enveloped the surroundings. The horizon where the sea met the sky was painted in hues of orange and yellow. Rather than continuing on, Daigo chose to sit down, releasing the metallic creature, armored bird, and two iron dumbbells to enjoy the sunset together. The Wingull swayed its head in Daigo's embrace, observing his earnest demeanor. This scene was familiar to it, and it could not fathom why this human was so captivated by it, akin to the color of a firestone. Daigo gazed intently at the picturesque view, recalling his collection of firestones. Peering closely at the stone's interior, he found it just as beautiful. Perhaps this was the reason for his fascination with stones. Twilight lingered but briefly, and soon Daigo was back on his feet, continuing his journey. After half an hour, he spotted a brightly lit wooden cabin in the distance. Wingull, is that your home? Daigo inquired curiously. A wooden cabin illuminated at night? Had someone brought a generator out here to build a house in the wild? Oof. The Wingull nodded. All right, then let us quicken our pace. Daigo promptly stepped onto the metallic creature, using it as a hoverboard. In no time, they arrived at the cabin. Knock, knock. Daigo placed the Wingull on the wooden platform and raised his hand to knock on the door. However, after a while, no one came to answer. Daigo moved to a nearby window to peek inside. Although the light was on, the place was empty. It seemed your trainer had gone out searching for you. Given your prolonged absence, Daigo said, glancing down at the Wingull with a hint of resignation. Oof. The Wingull tilted its head, staring at Daigo. With no other option, Daigo decided to wait there. He released his Pokémon in the open space before the door and began preparing dinner for everyone. He also prepared some energy cubes for the Wingull, knowing it must be hungry after so long without food. Oof. The Wingull eagerly ate, though it cast puzzled glances at the metallic creature and the iron dumbbells. Why were they just holding on to stones without eating? By the time Daigo finished his meal and filled his own stomach, the cabin's owner had yet to return. Bored, Daigo sat on the wooden platform, watching the armored bird and the metallic creature play with the wooden ball using their heads. The Wingull, meanwhile, lay back on the platform and began to doze off. Fortunately, after another half hour, a figure finally appeared in the night. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, hurriedly approached. Little Pie? The moment the old man laid eyes on the sleeping Wingull, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. He scooped up the drowsy Wingull, showering its cheeks with affectionate rubs. Thank you for bringing Little Pie back. The old man immediately turned to express his gratitude to Daigo. It was nothing, Daigo replied, a touch embarrassed. After all, he was the one responsible for Little Pie's predicament. I truly appreciate your efforts, especially for waiting outside so late. Please, come in and have a seat. The elderly man immediately opened the wooden door, inviting Daigo inside. Daigo glanced at the playful Pokémon, none of which seemed to possess any sense of awareness. Reluctantly, he stepped over the threshold. Upon entering, the old man promptly applied healing spray to the wings of his Wingull, subsequently wrapping them in bandages. Although Daigo felt this was unnecessary, after all, it was merely a sudden impact to the wing, which would heal with a bit of time. The healing spray was notably effective for external injuries. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Hachi, and I hardly know how to express my gratitude, said he, as he prepared a cup of tea and presented it to Daigo. Not at all, Daigo replied, accepting the tea and recounting the events that had transpired. Is that so? Hachi nodded slightly, yet still smiled as he continued. But I must thank you for bringing back Sho. The injury he sustained was merely an accident, and fortunately, it is not severe. Daigo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Hachi was quite amiable. I don't have any gifts to offer you, but I wonder if you would like to take a trip out to sea. Don't let my appearance fool you. In my youth, I was an adventurous sailor who traversed the 7 seas. Hachi boasted proudly. Daigo's gaze fell upon a framed photograph, where a robust man in a sailor's outfit stood confidently on the railing of a ship. I wonder if you could take me to Battletown? Daigo inquired. Are you aiming to challenge the gym in Battletown? Hachi asked curiously, not immediately agreeing. Yes, I'm a novice trainer just beginning my journey. Hachi pondered for a moment, his eyes fixed on Daigo's face. The intensity of the gaze made Daigo uncomfortable, though he felt he had a somewhat notable appearance. It seemed unnecessary for Hachi to scrutinize him so. As he contemplated, Daigo glanced back at the photograph. No way, but the resemblance is striking, he thought. But why should I be apprehensive? It appears Hachi has no other Pokémon here. Even if he were to covet my presence, I wouldn't be afraid. No. Hachi was about to speak, but Daigo, not allowing him to finish, loudly interjected with a denial. What? I thought you were the son of Mikon. Given how closely you resemble him, it seems my eyes have deceived me. Daigo was taken aback, surprised that Hachi knew his father. It turned out Hachi was merely confirming his appearance, causing Daigo's face to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 14, The Cave of Stones. Yes, Mikon is my father. Daigo quickly confirmed. Then what was that earlier? Well, that ahem, it's nothing. Daigo cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. By the way, how does Hachi know my father? Well, Hachi recalled fondly, a smile spreading across his face. In my youth, I traveled the world with Mikon. I never anticipated that so many years later, he would achieve such success in his endeavors. Daigo nodded, marveling at the fact that his father had once journeyed the globe alongside Hachi. However, a question began to stir within him. Hachi, do you know anything about my mother? Daigo asked solemnly. He had never seen his mother, and there wasn't even a single photograph of her in their home. His father had always avoided the topic, and his childhood had been spent in relentless study, with only stones to soothe his young heart until the arrival of his iron dumbbells. Your mother? When Mikon traveled the world with me, he was still single. However, he seemed to have hurriedly returned for some reason. Later, when he started his company and saw you, he recognized how much you resembled his younger self. Realizing he had a son of such age, Hachi explained, shaking his head. I see. Daigo's expression darkened, his fists tightening around his black checkered overcoat. Tomorrow, I will take you to Battletown, Hachi said, steering the conversation away. He felt it inappropriate to delve into Mikon's family affairs. Thank you, Hachi. Daigo expressed his gratitude as he stood. I can simply set up a tent outside and sleep there for the night, he added, noting the modest furnishings of the wooden cabin, which lacked an extra bed for him. All right, I will call for you in the morning. Daigo stepped outside the cabin, observing the Pokémon still frolicking, as he squatted on the wooden planks, gazing quietly at the stars above. The following morning, Daigo prepared breakfast early, while his Metagross sat nearby, engaged in meditation. It needed to recuperate and digest the experience of its previous battle. The confrontation with the Scyther had been a rare spectacle for Metagross. Yet its ability to process the experience was not swift. It required time to adapt. Oh, you're up quite early, Hachi remarked, slightly surprised, as he was typically an early riser himself, not expecting Daigo to awaken before him. I'm used to it. I used to rise early to continue my studies. Daigo chuckled, explaining. Hachi, I've prepared breakfast. Would you care for some? Of course, and I've made a portion for Sho as well. Then I shall graciously accept. Hachi cheerfully took the breakfast Daigo had prepared, and the moment he tasted it, he couldn't help but exclaim. Your culinary skills are 100 times better than your father's. Back in the day, no one could finish a meal he prepared. Ha ha ha. Well, one must explore various fields during idle times, Daigo humbly remarked. Once they had eaten their fill, Hachi promptly led Daigo to the boat he had crafted. Although modest in size, it was more than adequate for two. "Set sail, Sho," Hachi shouted, taking control of the vessel. Not only had he named his Wingull Sho, but he had also named the boat after it, reflecting his deep affection for the Pokémon. Leaning against the railing, Daigo let the sea breeze envelop him, occasionally dipping his hand into the water. Hachi, meanwhile, enthusiastically recounted tales from his youth, reminiscing about his vigorous days of sailing, weathering storms of all sorts. He also shared stories of his journey with Sho, describing how one day, after retiring, Sho had appeared from somewhere, and they had since become companions. This rekindled Hachi's youthful spirit of exploration, prompting him to craft the current vessel, which he affectionately named after Sho, pointing towards a crescent-shaped island in the distance. He cheerfully declared, "I often go there to have fun. If you can't find me at the cabin, you can look for me on that little island." Daigo listened intently, marking the location of the crescent island on his navigator's map, promising to pay a visit in the future. Throughout the journey, Daigo and Hachi engaged in lively conversation, with Hachi clearly enjoying Daigo's company. By midday, they arrived at Battletown. "Daigo, how long will you be staying here? Do you want me to wait for you and bring you back?" Hachi leaned against the ship, addressing Daigo, who had just disembarked. "No need to trouble you, Hachi. I anticipate being here for several days." Daigo waved his hand, declining Hachi's kind offer. "Very well, I wish you smooth sailing on your journey." After bidding farewell to Hachi, Daigo made his way to the westernmost part of Battle Island, home to the Cave of Stones. His armored bird was already showing signs of feather growth, and in a few days, it would likely be fully feathered. Adjusting to life in the thicket, the molting process for the armored bird was relatively swift. For the upcoming battle gym, Daigo planned to have the armored bird take the stage. While awaiting the complete growth of the armor bird's feathers, Daigo decided to explore the stone cave, hoping to encounter a commendable Cocodora. The most straightforward criterion for assessing the quality of a Cocodora is its physique. It should not merely be plump, but rather robust and well-built. However, Cocodora is not particularly easy to raise, as it feeds on minerals for its sustenance. Gazing into the dark abyss of the cave, Daigo donned his safety helmet, switched on his flashlight, and ventured inside. The stone cave is not a mere single level. It comprises upper and lower tiers, thoughtfully equipped with stone stairs for the convenience of rock enthusiasts who come to collect stones. Daigo's target likely lies in the lower depths, where the likelihood of finding abundant minerals increases. After all, Cocodora, being a mineral-eating creature, is presumed to dwell deeper within. Upon entering the stone cave, Daigo immediately spotted several Zubat hanging upside down from the ceiling, as well as Machoke engaging in physical training by striking the rocks, which could potentially lead to a skirmish with the small Geodude that might be masquerading as stones. The walls bore numerous marks left by fellow stone enthusiasts to help them navigate their way out. The labyrinthine nature of the cave poses the risk of getting lost if one is not careful. Not only is Cocodora rumored to inhabit this cave, but there are also tales of having spotted a Nosepass within its depths. Currently, the only known habitat of Nosepass is indeed the stone cave. Following the markings, Daigo soon discovered an opening leading to the lower level and successfully descended via the stone stairs to reach the sublevel of the stone cave. Without the stairs, this entrance would only be accessible to flying Pokémon. Throughout his journey, Daigo had yet to spot a single mineral, likely having been excavated by other enthusiasts. Since he was already here, he thought it only fitting to unearth at least one stone. With his enthusiasm ignited, he believed that the deeper he ventured, the higher the probability of encountering rare minerals. This allure was utterly irresistible for Daigo. Chapter 15, The Protective Cocodora. The markings have vanished here? Daigo observed the opening beneath his feet, noticing that the surrounding walls bore no signs. Moreover, there were no stairs, indicating that this entrance likely formed after a collapse. With that thought, Daigo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant that below, there were likely abundant stones. "Metal monster, let us go," he declared, estimating the distance and leaping into the opening. Thud! Daigo landed safely, even striking a rather self-satisfied pose. Mew! Following suit, the metal monster descended, albeit imitating Daigo's previous action by crashing down with its arms instead of levitating gracefully. Crackle! Hearing a strange sound beneath him, Daigo's expression shifted to one of concern. "Metal monster, you need to copy me." Suddenly, the ground beneath Daigo began to crumble, and he found himself plummeting to an even lower level. Thud! My back! Daigo lay amidst the debris, relieved that no sharp edges were directed toward him. He bore only a few bruises, thankfully avoiding any severe injuries from the jagged rocks. Raising his gaze, Daigo noticed that the metal monster was still hovering in its previous position, its bewildered eyes meeting his. Daigo was about to unleash a tirade, but swallowed his words. No point in getting angry. The metal monster did not intend to cause harm. Taking deep breaths to regain his composure, Daigo then realized that the gap between him and the metal monster was approximately 4 to 5 meters. Such height. Is my physical strength truly that impressive? Daigo pondered, amazed, for while it is known that people in this world generally possess superior physical strength, even engaging in bare-handed battles with Pokémon, he did not believe that his modest training could yield such strength. As he pushed himself up, Daigo's hand pressed against something soft. Sensing something amiss, he looked down, and with the aid of his flashlight, he discerned a Pokémon beneath him. It resembled a yellow doll with a long, black mouth atop its head. Is that a Bidoof? Daigo quickly rose, rubbing his backside. No wonder I only felt a bit of pain in my waist and rear. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he clasped his hands together in a moment of silent tribute. He then approached to assess the Bidoof's condition. Fortunately, it had merely fainted and was not gravely harmed. Daigo kindly cleared the debris off it and dragged it to lean against the rock wall, ensuring it wouldn't be trampled by other Pokémon. After completing this task, he beckoned the metal monster to come down. How long are you going to stay up there? Mew? Didn't you say not to copy you? Daigo retrieved a spray bottle of healing medicine and applied it to his wounds, feeling much better almost instantly. He could only imagine the physical prowess of those who could battle Pokémon. A simple fall had left him bruised, while the Bidoof seemed completely unscathed. With a notepad in hand, Daigo marked the walls at intervals to avoid losing his way in this convoluted labyrinth. For the intricate openings of the cave, he believed in going with his instincts, following the path that seemed most natural at first glance. Daigo halted, focusing intently on the deeper recesses of the cave, where an eerie glow emanated. It resembled the light emitted by gemstones. Just as Daigo excitedly approached to get a better look with his flashlight, he discovered a Pokémon that was entirely purple, adorned with gemstones on its eyes and chest. It's a mischievous. Daigo's enthusiasm deflated instantly as he observed the mischievous hurriedly fleeing, prompting him to continue onward. Logically, the depths of the stone cave should be teeming with valuable minerals. So why had he seen none thus far? Was he expected to dig for them himself? That seemed unlikely. Most Pokémon here consumed stones, so there should have been some minerals peeking out somewhere. Just as Daigo wallowed in disappointment over the lack of visible minerals, he heard faint gnawing sounds emanating from around the next corner. Moving stealthily along the wall, he adjusted the brightness of his flashlight to avoid startling the Pokémon. After ensuring everything was set, Daigo peeked around the corner to observe a small, silver figure gnawing on a perfectly round, translucent stone. Remarkably, no matter how it bit, the stone showed no signs of wear. Upon noticing the shadow on the ground, the little creature paused, releasing its grip and turning to look at the peeping Daigo. Cocodora, Daigo gasped, realizing this was the very Cocodora he had been searching for. Cocodora had a round body and head, with short limbs and a tiny horn on its back. Its body was a deep gray, adorned with 6 dark holes, while its silver parts formed its metallic armor. Coco. The little creature, noticing the intruder, immediately assumed a battle stance, ready to spring into action. Metal monster, go say hello, Daigo instructed. And though the metal monster was puzzled by Daigo's intent, it approached, ready to greet the little creature. As the metallic creature rounded the corner, it waved its arms toward the Cacnea. The Cacnea's light blue eyes radiated an unusual determination. With its short hind legs, it kicked a stone into the darkness and resolutely charged at the metallic creature. You wish to snatch my food? Not a chance. Like a battering ram, the Cacnea collided with the metallic creature, only to be ricocheted away. The metallic creature, taken aback, glanced down at the spot where it had just been struck. I merely came to say hello. Why must you insist on scratching me? The Cacnea rose from the ground, shook its slightly dazed head, and charged forward once more. Bounce, rise, dash, leap, and bounce again. Observing the Cacnea's foolish antics, Daigo assessed its capabilities. Its physical strength was undeniably commendable, albeit it displayed a somewhat stubborn disposition. Nevertheless, the Cacnea's unwavering spirit, choosing to persist in the face of repeated failures, was admirable. Aside from its obstinacy, it had caught Daigo's interest. It settled then. Cacnea. Noticing the Cacnea panting heavily, Daigo promptly threw a pokeball. Bang! The pokeball struck the unsuspecting Cacnea, capturing it within. The ball shook twice on the ground before the Cacnea promptly burst forth, shattering the ineffective pokeball into 2 halves. Cacnea. In a fit of anger, the Cacnea kicked at the broken pokeball, only to miss with its first attempt. Cacnea, momentarily taken aback, it took 2 steps forward and then, regaining its anger, kicked the remnants of the failed Pokeball away. How dare you ambush me? Such despicable behavior. No one shall take my stone. Chapter 16. The emergence of a Megastone? Quite the resilient one, Daigo chuckled at the Cacnea's antics. The more he observed this Cacnea, the more satisfied he became. He was determined to capture it. Metallic creature, deliver a punch, but hold back your strength. As the Cacnea charged at the metallic creature once more, it nonchalantly swung its arm, striking the Cacnea on the head and sending it tumbling to the ground. The little creature even bounced slightly as it fell. Watching the Cacnea struggle to rise, Daigo tossed another Pokeball. Bang! The Pokeball contained the Cacnea, which landed on the ground, shaking. 2 seconds later, it exploded again. Summoning all its willpower, the Cacnea stood up, took 2 steps forward, and continued to kick the remains of the Pokeball away. Cacnea, no one shall take my stone. The metallic creature scratched its head in confusion, unable to comprehend the Cacnea's incessant cries about a stone. Wasn't he its master that was being sought after? This creature was exceptionally tenacious. It seemed the Cacnea lacked the ability to give up. Daigo found himself perplexed. Logically, the Cacnea should not have withstood that punch from the metallic creature, even with it holding back its strength. Yet, it defied expectations. This only fueled Daigo's desire to capture it. Cacnea. Once more, the Cacnea charged forward, but the metallic creature effortlessly swept its arm, sending the Cacnea flying to the ground, rolling several times upon impact. This time, it should be unable to rise, Daigo thought. But before he could finish his sentence, the Cacnea stood up yet again. However, its short limbs trembled, indicating it was nearing its limit. At that moment, the metallic creature turned toward Daigo, gesturing with its hands. Its arms came together, golden fingers forming a diamond shape. What did this mean? The metallic creature gestured again towards the Cacnea. A stone? Daigo began to grasp the metallic creature's intentions. Indeed, the metallic creature nodded and pointed at the Cacnea, illustrating something further. The Cacnea, still staggering, gritted its teeth and advanced toward the metallic creature. After exhausting all its mental faculties, the metallic creature's gestures finally conveyed its message to Daigo. So, this creature was merely protecting its food? Enlightenment struck Daigo as he reached into his bag, retrieving the hard stone he had unearthed in the Karuk tunnel. He knelt before the still unsteady Cacnea and offered the stone. Suddenly, a stone appeared in the Cacnea's line of sight, and without hesitation, it bit down on it. Compared to its own beautiful stone, this one was not only easier to bite, but also tasted rather pleasant. The Cacnea lifted its head to gaze at Daigo's smiling face, feeling a sense of security before collapsing onto the ground. Cacnea, well, it appears we have no choice but to exchange, Daigo remarked. Observing the hard stone now marked by the Cacnea's bite, you truly are protective of your food. This time, the Cacnea offered no resistance, and the Pokeball was captured without struggle. Daigo mused that perhaps he should have fed it from the start to avoid the need for it to endure punishment. He minimized the Pokeball containing the captured Cacnea and secured it in the groove of his belt. He wondered what kind of stone could provoke such protectiveness from the Cacnea. As he ventured deeper, the beam of his flashlight illuminated the stone that the Cacnea had kicked into the darkness. Could it be? Astonished, Daigo picked up the round stone, his hands trembling slightly. Describing it as round was somewhat misleading. It was more like an irregular shape with tiny protrusions on its surface. The overall color was gray, and within it lay a symbol resembling a leaf, composed of deep and light blue hues. Could this possibly be a megastone? Daigo hesitated. Information regarding megastones in this world was scarce, yet there were individuals who possessed them, albeit without detailed photographs. Based on his recollections, this stone was likely a mega evolution stone. However, he couldn't quite recall the color schemes of various evolution stones. Judging by the hue of this mega stone, it was likely associated with rock or steel-type Pokémon. If it were indeed the mega stone for Cacnea, Daigo couldn't help but grin. Yet, to confirm its identity, he would need to journey to the Kalos region and consult with Professor Bratano, who specialized in this research. There are 2 prevailing theories regarding the origins of mega evolution. One posits that it originated in the Kalos region, while the other claims it began in the Hoenn region, as both areas have documented cases of mega evolution stones. With fragments of memories from his past life, Daigo found himself pondering this. Mega evolution was introduced as a battle mechanic when the Pokémon games launched in the Kalos region. However, many of the legendary Pokémon capable of mega evolution seem to originate from the Hoenn region. Strictly speaking, the overweight fish and those that don't fly are in their primal forms and do not count as mega evolutions. Yet, their larger forms can mega evolve. And both the red and blue water types can also undergo mega evolution. It seemed plausible that the origin of mega evolution could indeed be traced back to Hoenn. Daigo contemplated this notion but decided that now was not the time, as he was currently unable to utilize Mega Evolution. With the Mega Stones safely tucked away in his backpack, Daigo resolved to venture deeper into the cave. The prospect of exchanging a mere hard stone for a Mega Stone was undeniably lucrative, as long as he didn't encounter any boss-level Pokémon. His journey would be smooth sailing. Even if he did encounter one, Daigo would simply flee, not out of fear of defeat, but rather to avoid the risk of the cave collapsing and burying him alive. As he delved further, Daigo finally stumbled upon an exceptionally high-quality firestone. Opposite the stone, he noticed a gem resembling a diamond with a deep black hue embedded in the stone wall. Without hesitation, Daigo commenced excavation. The firestone, illuminated by his light, gleamed with a quality that rivaled the one in his personal collection. Daigo couldn't help but exclaim that this trip was truly worth it. Near the entrance to the deeper cavern, he also unearthed numerous hard stones, intending to bring them back for his Cocodora to feast upon. These ores would not only satiate Cocodora's hunger, but also strengthen its physique. The latent energy within these stones could be fully absorbed by Cocodora to enhance its capabilities. By solely relying on consumption to bolster its strength, coupled with appropriate training, would that paved the way for remarkable progress? Unlike other Pokémon that require absorption, this method was simpler and more expedient. Aside from the higher costs involved, it was hardly disadvantageous. And as for money, that was a trivial matter for Daigo. Chapter 17. Cocodora, who only thinks of eating. Indeed, there were also some magnetic ores, ground gems, rock gems, and steel gems here. Daigo was thoroughly satisfied as he stowed his spoils into his backpack. Behind him stood a metal monster, along with a number of fainted Pokémon. Feeling it was time to return, Daigo patted his growling stomach. He had accumulated far more treasures than during his previous expedition in the Karagreen Tunnel. "Let us go, Metal Monster," he called. "Mita." The metal monster followed Daigo back along the marked trail until he spotted the pile of rubble and raised his gaze to the very cave entrance that had caused his earlier tumble. Had that largemouth creature awakened? Daigo glanced around but saw no sign of it. "Lift me up, Metal Monster." Daigo stepped onto the metal monster's back and ascended to the previous level. Unbeknownst to him, a calamity was unfolding below. After waking, the largemouth creature was consumed by rage and was determined to find the one who had knocked it out. Thus, it began mercilessly attacking every Pokémon it encountered on its way. Emerging from the stone cave, Daigo found the sky shrouded in the cloak of night, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. He retrieved a piece of magnetic ore and then leaped onto the metal monster's back, waving one hand with a smile. "Let us go, Metal Monster." "Mita." The metal monster absorbed the magnetic energy from the ore, instantly feeling invigorated, and sped off with Daigo in tow. In no time at all, they returned to the battle town. Once there, Daigo recalled the metal monster into its Pokeball. First, he headed to the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted Cocodora to Nurse Joy and subsequently booked a room for rest. Nurse Joy greeted him with her professional smile, accepting Cocodora's Pokeball and handing Daigo the room key. After securing the key, Daigo settled in the lobby, quietly waiting while watching some minor competitions broadcasted on the public television screen. Cocodora was actually unscathed, as the metal monster had only utilized its arms to attack and had not employed any special moves. So, it wasn't too long before Nurse Joy summoned Daigo to retrieve Cocodora's Pokeball. Feeling too lazy to cook, Daigo opted to grab a takeout dinner from the adjacent restaurant to enjoy in his room. The metal monster and the steel dumbbells merely needed to absorb magnetic energy to maintain their vitality, while Cocodora preferred munching on stone ores. And Daigo had brought along high-quality energy cubes for the armor bird's dinner. Thus, he only needed to focus on his own meal. In his room, Daigo released all his Pokémon. Cocodora emerged, instantly curious about its new surroundings. The unfamiliar small room from the Pokeball and the spacious new room left it on high alert, as it had grown up in dark caves. Watching Cocodora's fierce expression reminded Daigo of its unwavering determination to rise and continue fighting, albeit for the sake of protecting its food. Nevertheless, such tenacity should make it easy to fully tame. "Here you go," Daigo said, pulling several hard stones from his bag. Unsure of Cocodora's current appetite, he decided to offer a few to test the waters. Cocodora paused, clearly unwilling to accept food from a stranger. However, these stones seemed quite delectable. After a brief internal struggle, Cocodora resolutely lunged for the hard stones in Daigo's hand. "Hey, wait." Caught off guard as he sat on the bed, Daigo was knocked over by Cocodora's enthusiastic charge. Ow, he groaned, clutching his stomach. Cocodora's steel armor was indeed quite hard. The sensation was akin to being struck by a boulder. Yet, seeing how deliciously Dora devoured the stones. Daigo couldn't bring himself to disturb it. He took out the magnetic ore and energy cubes, and observing the joyful scene of his Pokémon feasting, his mood lifted considerably. Although it was a serene gathering, each Pokémon was engrossed in its own meal, creating a strangely warm atmosphere, a feeling Daigo had seldom experienced in his solitary youth. In the vastness of his home, he was often alone. Occasionally, a butler or nanny would visit, but companionship was scant. When Daigo was around 5 or 6 years old, a grandmother had visited with her granddaughter. Those fleeting moments were among the few he cherished from his childhood. Indeed, Pokémon were family too. After the meal, Daigo initiated a small meeting with Dora. I hope you can integrate into our group and embark on the path of strength. What do you think, Dora? Dora tilted its head, clearly perplexed by Daigo's words. Essentially, it meant that they would accompany each other, sometimes as partners, sometimes as comrades, and at times as family. It seemed Dora began to understand a bit. But what is this path of strength? Is it tasty? Upon hearing this, the armor bird felt a bit embarrassed. Currently, Daigo's team was largely comprised of Pokémon with limited understanding. The metal monster and the steel dumbbells shared a similar intellect, grasping only what Daigo said without delving further. Noticing the armor bird's expression, Daigo surmised Dora's confusion. Essentially, it was about consuming more ores to grow stronger, enabling it to eat even more ores. Daigo reflected Dora's thoughts back to it, explaining, so that's what you mean. Dora's face lit up in realization, happily accepting Daigo's explanation. But I also have my concerns. It seemed Dora understood that Daigo didn't fully comprehend its speech, and it pointed toward its empty food bowl. The implication was clear. Would they steal my good food? In this place, there is no need to guard your food. They will not snatch away your provisions. Daigo let out a chuckle. That's a relief. At home, my family always steals my food. Although Daigo could not fully comprehend, he could gather that Crocodile was receptive to the notion. However, the training will be arduous. How arduous? Is it more bitter than unpalatable, or? As long as you persevere, you will continually grow stronger. Becoming stronger equates to consuming more ore. By that calculation, this transaction seems quite worthwhile. Crocodile decisively nodded in agreement. The hardships endured now are merely a means to enjoy more delectable ores in the future. Worth it. Observing Crocodile's exuberance, Daigo could easily infer that this creature was envisioning indulging in copious amounts of, or later on. Regardless, one could say the sales pitch had been a success. Chapter 18, Crocodile's Training. Early the next morning, Daigo led his companions to the rear of the stone cave for training. The feathers of the armored bird had grown longer, and it was likely to return to its original state in just a few days. With the addition of Crocodile, Daigo planned to challenge the gym using both the armored bird and Crocodile. It is time to commence your inaugural training. Having just enjoyed breakfast, Crocodile appeared brimming with enthusiasm. However, the training would deplete Crocodile's stamina, necessitating sustenance for recovery. As long as you complete the training regimen, I will ensure you have ample food. My eagerness is overflowing. Observing Crocodile poised for action, Daigo promptly devised a preliminary training plan. First, the traditional method, striking against rocks to hone its resilience to impacts. Daigo paused to add, you must stop when you reach your physical limits, understood? Simple. Crocodile immediately sought out a suitable rock and commenced its training. Indeed, it was quite proactive. Daigo felt no need to specify a target, as Crocodile was already capable of identifying one, which pleased him greatly. Crocodile typically struck rocks and then consumed the fragments that it shattered. However, due to its ravenous hunger, it prioritized filling its belly before searching for ore. The energy contained within ore is significantly greater than that of ordinary stones, making it far more delectable for Crocodile. After shattering a small portion of rock, Crocodile eagerly picked up the debris from the ground and began to chew. As long as I perform well, I can enjoy more exquisite delicacies. Daigo watched with a wry smile as Crocodile struck a few times before indulging in the stones. He could easily discern the creature's motives. It seemed he would need to seize the opportunity to reward this little fellow with more valuable ore. Daigo's family was not lacking in finances, and they certainly had an abundance of ore. Even a few gluttonous Banjiras from the stone realm would be satiated. Crocodile's training had commenced, and the iron dumbbells would return to their own training with just a word from Daigo. The armored bird, unable to train at present, began meditating alongside the metal monster. Meditation was not merely a process of emptying one's mind. The metal monster needed to reflect on its past battles, feel the flow of energy within its body, and strive to break through its limitations. This was essential for continuously enhancing its strength. Each Pokémon has a maximum capacity for energy within them, representing the pinnacle they can achieve in their lifetimes. However, this maximum is not confined to a single level. The maximum value for each Pokémon is relatively similar, providing a benchmark for the Pokémon Assessment Center. This is not determined by size, but rather by the proportion of energy within the Pokémon's body. Experiments have shown that Pokémon of varying sizes have comparable energy proportions, and thus their strengths are also quite similar. Legendary Pokémon, in essence, have their entire bodies enveloped by controllable energy. This theory, however, has yet to be realized, and it is believed that only mythical Pokémon can accomplish such a feat, which is why they are deemed legendary. Even champion-level Pokémon have yet to achieve complete coverage. The energy contained within or can be gradually absorbed by Pokémon, serving to slowly enhance their strength. Daigo believed in the simultaneous elevation of both physical and internal capabilities, hence he prioritized strengthening the physical prowess of his Pokémon during training. Merely possessing overwhelming energy release capabilities would render one vulnerable. If the battle is solely about who strikes first for a decisive blow, wouldn't he that crush slower, larger Pokémon? Withstanding an opponent's attack before delivering a counterattack equalizes the odds for all Pokémon. A trainer who comprehends this principle is assuredly not weak. Those who are merely fixated on attaining the utmost power exhibit stark disparities in strength levels. The armored bird could currently utilize the power within the steel gem to meditate and gradually absorb energy. The earlier physical training laid a foundation, and now it was time to enhance its internal energy during rest. While all the Pokémon were diligently striving for improvement, Daigo was not idle either. Typically, he would begin with physical training before delving into theoretical study. Understanding the battle tendencies of each Pokémon enables timely and accurate command during battles. However, as Daigo's back injury had yet to heal, he could not engage in vigorous activity and thus opted to focus directly on theoretical knowledge. With the vast variety of Pokémon and their diverse combat styles, the time required for such study is considerable. Daigo had been immersed in Pokémon knowledge since childhood and had continued to research them up to this day. One year, he must secure the championship of the Hoenn region. Not merely the title of the contest, but the champion of the Hoenn League. This is the measure of his efforts over the past year. Upon achieving this goal, Daigo could hasten his explorations to seek out ancient ruins. Within these ruins may lie immensely powerful Pokémon. Strength is the primary requirement for entering such places. Daigo could scarcely imagine the treasures awaiting him in the ruins. What do you mean by stealing items from the ruins? Clearly, they are treasures I have unearthed myself. Crocodile's innate talent was indeed impressive, and coupled with the allure of food, its training enthusiasm was palpable. Within less than half an hour, Crocodile had already shattered 3 rocks several times its size. Moreover, its iron armor bore hardly a scratch. This may well be the benefit of a diet rich in ore. Just as Crocodile prepared to consume its spoils after demolishing the 4th rock, Daigo called out to it in a timely manner. Crocodile, wait a moment. Kukik? Crocodile turned back in confusion to face Daigo, only to see a high-quality hard stone soaring towards its head. Kook. With keen eyes, Crocodile, despite its short limbs, displayed remarkable strength as it leapt into the air, catching the hard stone with its jaws and landing gracefully. Kukik. Crocodile's eyes sparkled. This was far tastier than the hard stones it consumed in the cave. High quality ore was often claimed by powerful Pokémon, and it could only rely on luck to enjoy such a treat occasionally. Daigo, show me the techniques you have mastered at this very moment. With renewed vigor, Crocodile immediately directed its energy towards the 5th rock, unleashing its abilities. Techniques, as one might define them, are the attacks released through the harnessing of one's inner energy. Are they not? Collision, hardening, metallic claws, headbutt, iron head. These are predominantly melee techniques. Moreover, the metallic claws executed by its petite limbs possess an undeniable dramatic flair. In fact, the range of its attacks rarely exceeds that of its own head. It seems there are no outward energy attacks to speak of. Training in techniques is indeed a long and arduous journey, akin to that of the armored bird. Chapter 19, The First Gym Battle. Over the subsequent week, Daigo led a life oscillating between the stone cave and the Pokémon Center. Thanks to Crocodile's prior physical training, it swiftly transitioned into the phase of technique training. The metal monster appeared to be nearing a bottleneck, with its progress stagnating significantly. In response, Daigo placed several magnetic stones atop the metal monster, ensuring that its energy would not deplete, allowing it to dash with confidence. Once successful, preparations for evolution could commence. The armored bird's feathers had also matured, and after 2 days of rehabilitation training, Today marked the day of Daigo's challenge at the Battletown Gym. It was a moment to evaluate the fruits of training for both the Armored Bird and Cocodola. Though a week had passed swiftly, Cocodola's trust in Daigo remained notably high due to the rewards he provided after each training session. If one were to encounter a boss who refrains from empty promises and rewards diligently at the end of each task, perhaps one would feel similarly. The Battle Gym is situated on the outskirts of Battle Island, adjacent to the coastline. It seems this location was chosen for the convenience of training amidst the ocean's might. Rumor has it that ferocious waves are the formidable opponents every fighter must face. Upon visiting the Battle Gym, Daigo, under the guidance of an attendant, met the gym leader, Fujiki, who had just concluded his training. "Greetings, I am here to undertake the gym challenge." Daigo introduced himself with a slight bow. Fujiki, noticing the newcomer, donned a garment to conceal his muscular physique. "I am Fujiki, the gym leader of Battletown. Welcome to your challenge," he inquired. "May I ask how many badges you have acquired?" "None as of yet. This battle gym is my first challenge," Daigo elucidated. "I see. That clarifies things," Fujiki nodded. Each gym leader adjusts their strength based on the number of badges held by the challenger. However, challengers may also voluntarily disclose their strength, prompting the gym leader to match their power accordingly. The battle rules dictate a 3-on-3 format, allowing only the challenger to switch Pokémon. A challenger loses if all their Pokémon are incapacitated or if they concede. How does that sound? Not an issue. Daigo had familiarized himself with the fundamental rules of gym battles prior to his arrival and had no objections. "Very well. I'll send out my Pokémon first once we are in position. The battle will commence once both parties have released their Pokémon." Fujiki led Daigo to the spacious battle arena. This was to be Daigo's first official battle. "Thank you for your guidance," Fujiki addressed the attendant before taking his position. The attendant, understanding the cue, nodded in acknowledgement. Once Daigo and Fujiki stood at their designated positions, the attendant raised an arm. "The gym leader of Battletown challenges the gym challenger. May both sides send forth their chosen Pokémon. Go, Machop." Fujiki tossed a Pokeball, and with the burst of light, a Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. Machop appeared, its physique resembling that of a young boy, entirely gray. It possessed red irises and black pupils, with 3 tile-like structures atop its head. Its hands were divided into 5 fingers, while its feet were without toes. "Machop is it?" Daigo assessed the creature. "This Pokémon continuously hones its strength and will evolve upon reaching a certain threshold. Then you shall be my opponent, Armored Bird." With a flash of white light, the Armored Bird unfurled its new steel wings. A steel and flying type, it appeared evident that preparations had been made. However, steel types are vulnerable to fighting types. "You may attack first." The battle officially commenced as the referee's arm descended. "Armored Bird, move at high speed." The Armored Bird flapped its wings and ascended into the air, swiftly circling Machop. Bodybuilding. This move temporarily heightened Machop's offensive and defensive capabilities, an excellent response to the agile Armored Bird. Machop began to strike various bodybuilding poses. Wing attack. The Armored Bird dove from the sky, aiming for Machop's rear with a sudden descent. From behind, it executed a karate chop. Machop swiftly turned, its palm glowing red, resembling a knife. Positioned on either side of its body, it successfully blocked the Armored Bird's outspread wings. Nevertheless, the force of the impact still propelled Machop backward. Shifting its feet, Daigo continued to analyze the battle, contemplating his next command. The exchanges of attacks were merely exploratory. Grab it and throw it to the ground. Fujiki seized the opportunity during this moment of struggle. Machop, initially resisting the wings, flipped and seized the Armored Bird's wing. Bring it down and use Peck. With a thud, Machop pulled the Armored Bird down with a supple motion. However, the impact was well within the Armored Bird's tolerance. The prior training had not been in vain. As the Armored Bird lay on its back, it gazed up at Machop, who was regaining its composure as it flapped its wings on the ground. In an instant, it sprang back to its feet, the energy of the flying type enveloping its beak, striking at Machop's back. Ouch! Machop cried out in pain as it was propelled away by the Armored Bird's assault. The flying type's attack was particularly effective against the fighting type Machop. Even with the bodybuilding boost, the damage taken was substantial. Follow-up. Wing attack. Daigo would not let the opportunity of Machop's brief vulnerability slip away. Go. The Armored Bird pivoted and charged once more towards Machop. Machop, roll to the left. Fujiki, astute as a gym leader, immediately recognized this fleeting moment of vulnerability. Machop supported itself with its hands, rolling to the side just as the Armored Bird's wing attack whizzed past. The Armored Bird skidded to a halt, the distance between them now alarmingly close. Steel wing. Kick. Both commands were issued simultaneously. The Armored Bird swung its wings, covered in metallic sheen, at Mach-Hop. Yet, Mach-Hop leveraged its arm strength to lift its entire body, executing a handstand. Subsequently, it kicked its legs toward the armored bird. With a clash, both Pokémon were struck by each other's attacks, retreating several meters and creating space between them. The flying type holds an advantage over the fighting type. Yet steel types are also susceptible to fighting type moves. Thus, the armored bird refrained from resisting Machop's fighting techniques. However, the true strength of Mach-Hop lies within its arms. Its leg strength is notably inferior. Moreover, the defensive prowess of armored bird pales in comparison to that of Mach-Hop, even with the enhancement of its robust physique. Thus, it was Mach-Hop that first regained its composure. Utilizing its wings, it launched an assault, rolling to evade. This time, after successfully blocking one attack and dodging another. The wing strike finally found its mark, sending Mach-Hop hurtling several meters away. Following this maneuver, Mach-Hop lost its ability to continue battling. Mach-Hop has been rendered unable to fight. Please summon the next Pokémon, Gym Leader. Chapter 20, A Desperate Struggle for Survival. Return, Mach-Hop, you have performed admirably. Fujiki recalled Mach-Hop into its Pokeball and promptly retrieved a second Pokeball from behind him. Your armored bird has been quite well trained. Its next opponent shall be this one. Fujiki flung the Pokeball, unveiling his second Pokémon. This creature's physique is predominantly sky blue, adorned with creamy white circular patterns on its arms and a similarly hued abdomen, while its feet are also white. Its head resembles a steamed bun, with circular, coiled protrusions on either side, all in the same white shade. It possesses relatively large eyes with black pupils and features leaf-like pink markings on its face. Enter Machop, bearing the dual attributes of fighting and psychic types. Unlike Mach-Hop, Machop possesses the advantage of ranged attacks. Fortunately, Steel-type Pokémon resist Psychic-type moves. Take a breather, Armored Bird. Daigo recalled Armored Bird, switching to the Pokeball containing Cacturne. Cacturne, with its dual Steel and Rock types, faces a formidable challenge against the fighting gym, being 4 times vulnerable to fighting-type moves. To secure victory, Cacturne must avoid multiple hits. The choice to substitute Armored Bird for Cacturne arose primarily because the former lacked ranged moves to counter Machop. Cacturne, on the other hand, boasts a high aptitude for rock-type moves and has learned several ranged attacks. Go forth, Cacturne. Daigo released Cacturne while grasping another Pokeball in both hands. Cacturne looked at its opponent, somewhat disinterested. Why isn't the foe a rock? I can't even consume it. Cacturne, rally your spirits. After the battle, I shall procure some quality iron ore for you. Cacturne immediately regained its enthusiasm. Cacturne, you say? Fujiki, upon seeing Cacturne, did not underestimate it, but rather offered a friendly reminder. Cacturne is 4 times weak to fighting-type moves, you know. I am aware. Let the battle commence. Cacturne, Rock Tomb. Cacturne lifted its forelegs and slammed them down onto the battlefield. Currently, Cacturne cannot generate rocks through its own power and must rely on its surroundings. The battlefield is essentially an exposed ground, lacking wooden flooring. Rocks began to levitate from the earth, hurtling towards Machop. Focus Punch. Focus Punch gathers energy before unleashing a ferocious attack. It is a signature move of the fighting type. Daigo was unprepared for Fujiki's Machop to employ this technique, quickly devising a countermeasure. A semi-transparent aura began to emanate around Machop, its intensity escalating. The rocks controlled by Cacturne struck Machop, completely ensnaring it. However, Daigo understood that as long as Machop continued to gather energy, it could effortlessly break free from the confinement. The unleashed energy could also potentially target Cacturne. Harden. Daigo seized the opportunity to enhance Cacturne's defensive capabilities, a precautionary measure. The helmet encasing Cacturne began to shimmer with a deep gray metallic hue, utilizing energy to bolster its defenses. Fujiki remained unhurried. Once the charge for Focus Punch concludes, its destructive power will be immense. Rock Tomb. Block it. Daigo suspected the timing was right and hurriedly commanded Cacturne to establish a defensive line. Boom. In the next moment, the rocks on the field were instantly shattered. A semi-transparent wave of energy surged towards Cacturne. At this juncture, Cacturne manipulated the rocks to fall one by one before it, creating 4 defensive barriers. Simultaneously, its body continued to enter the hardened state. Bang, 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 bang. Focus Punch pierced through the 4 rocks, striking Cacturne and sending it sprawling several meters back. Fortunately, Cacturne managed to withstand the blow without severe harm. However, the power of Focus Punch left Daigo questioning. After all, no matter how potent the move, if the user lacks sufficient strength, it should not possess such might. Upon reflecting on Machamp's ability, he soon understood. Machamp's ability, Guts, doubles the power of physical attacks. Focus Punch may appear as a special energy attack, yet it is indeed a physical assault. Cacturn, launch a counterattack. Daigo waved his hand, sounding the horn for a counteroffensive. Rock Slide. Cacturn commanded the debris on the battlefield and began launching it towards Macamp. Yet, Macamp skillfully perceived the trajectory of the flying stones, evading each one. Now, for our counterstrike, Phantom Force. After dodging Rock Slide, Machamp's eyes glimmered with a blue aura, unleashing an unseen force towards Cacturn. Daigo swiftly raised his arm. The red light emitted from his Pokeball was significantly swifter than Phantom Force, striking Cacturn first and recalling it into the ball. Phantom Force consequently fell short. Without hesitation, Daigo threw out the Pokeball containing Armored Bird. Armored Bird, Wing Attack. The newly returned Armored Bird soared towards Macamp, closing the distance without delay. Excellent timing. Fujiki thought inwardly, promptly issuing his command. Brace yourself. Macamp assumed a defensive stance, absorbing the impact of Armored Bird's wings, which sent it flying several meters away. Despite the tremendous force, Macamp did not falter. It held its ground. A desperate struggle for survival. This move, desperate struggle, grows stronger the worse the user's condition becomes. A surge of potent energy erupted from Macamp, radiating outward from its core. At this distance, the red light of the Pokeball would certainly arrive too late. High-speed movement. Armored Bird sensed the impending danger, instinctively retreating. It was only upon hearing Daigo's command that Armored Bird executed high-speed movement, instantaneously increasing its speed. As desperate struggle concluded, Macamp collapsed on the ground, having lost its ability to fight. Armored Bird hovered safely in the air, momentarily disoriented by the recent surge of energy. What a pity, Macamp. Fujiki sighed, recognizing that given Machamp's capabilities, the previous range was indeed insufficient. Otherwise, this move could have taken Armored Bird down as well. Fujiki recalled Macamp and summoned his final Pokémon. Go, Munchlax. Munchlax is a plump little creature, predominantly yellow, with gray gloves resembling boxing mitts on its hands. A napkin tied around its neck, and squinted eyes. Daigo regarded Munchlax, contemplating how best to respond. The freedom of switching Pokémon grants challengers an advantage, allowing them to read their opponent's moves while dodging attacks during the exchange. Currently, both Armored Bird and Cacturn are not in optimal condition, yet the advantage remains. Meticulous strategy is essential. Among the two Pokémon, one is severely weak to fighting-type moves, and achieving this much already speaks to their capabilities. Fengshu clenched his fist and shouted at Daigo, "Come on, Challenger." Chapter 21, The Boxing Badge. Come on, Challenger. Shikuzai, blow them away. Observing that the distance between his Armored Bird and Shikuzai was somewhat considerable, Fengshu decisively ordered the Armored Bird to retreat. Shikuzai took a deep breath and released a gust of wind towards Daigo. The Armored Bird, lacking long-range moves to interrupt Shikuzai, was forcibly blown away from the field. Kokodora was compelled to emerge from its Pokeball, looking utterly bewildered. The act of blowing away was essentially a tactic to disrupt the Pokeball, prompting it to automatically recall the Pokémon and obliging the opponent to send out another. Daigo, clutching two Pokeballs, found Kokodora's ball naturally forced open. Similar to the move Dragon Tail, which also has analogous effects, moves such as Volt Switch and U-Turn, which allow for voluntary switching, are actions that enable a Pokémon to return to its Pokeball. It is worth noting that, in formal battles, there is no possibility of arbitrary switching. Free switching does not imply that one can interchange Pokémon at will, without interruption. Otherwise, one could simply keep switching Pokémon from the start of the match. In an official competition, a round of battle must occur before any switching is permitted. However, in the wild, there are no such constraints. Currently, this is a gym battle, which falls under the category of formal contests, and violating the rules would naturally diminish the gym leader's favorability. Even if one were to defeat the gym leader, they would not qualify for the badge. Kokodora, harden. Daigo resolutely commanded Kokodora to continue enhancing its defensive capabilities. In reality, Pokémon battles differ from those in the games. The effects of self-enhancing moves will dissipate after a period, not vanishing upon entering the Pokeball. Kokodora had already received a layer of defensive enhancement, and now it was time for a second increase. Heavy Slam. Shikuzai. Shikuzai charged towards Kokodora with its palms raised, moving slowly. As Kokodora's hardening concluded, it gradually approached. Iron Head. The steel helmet atop Kokodora turned a deep gray as it rushed towards Shikuzai. A resounding thud echoed when Shikuzai's palm collided with Kokodora's iron head, producing a dull sound of impact. Shikuzai only took a step back to stabilize itself, while Kokodora was pushed back several meters. Thankfully, due to its 2 layers of defense enhancement, the force of the heavy slam, which was quadruple effective, was significantly mitigated by the iron head. Rock Tomb. Cleverly, Kokodora stomped its legs, causing several rocks to rise and encircle Shikuzai. Use force to break through. Seizing the opportunity, Daigo recalled Kokodora into its ball and threw the armored bird's pokeball towards Shikuzai's position as best as he could. Bang! Shikuzai utilized force to shatter the rocks, coincidentally allowing the armored bird to emerge from its pokeball. Wing attack. Daigo caught the rebounding pokeball with one hand and quickly issued his command. Continue using force. Shikuzai drew its palms back in a charging stance. The armored bird dove down from the air, fully extending its steel wings. Shikuzai, with a sudden thrust of its palms, Shikuzai met the armored bird's wings. The armored bird's dive, coupled with its force, pressured Shikuzai, causing its legs to slide uncontrollably backward. Sweat began to bead on its face from the effort. Fold your wings and use peck. Roll to dodge what? Fengshu was taken aback, intending to prevent Shikuzai from continuing its struggle with the armored bird when he heard Daigo's command. The armored bird decisively folded its wings, causing Shikuzai to lose its point of leverage. In that moment of imbalance, a white light emanated from the armored bird's beak. Shikuzai was struck head-on by the peck, knocking it to the ground. The double effective attack to Shikuzai's head inflicted considerable damage. Turn around. Use wing attack. The armored bird soared upward, then executed a 180-degree spin to dive towards the downed Shikuzai. Hold firm. Shikuzai, with its rotund body, found it difficult to rise quickly. Lacking agility was one of its shortcomings. Reluctantly, Fengshu ordered Shikuzai to brace itself. The armored bird, being a non-evolution Pokémon, possessed inherent advantages in its stats compared to those Pokémon that had yet to fully evolve. Each Pokémon can develop its abilities to the utmost, achieving legendary strength. However, at the legendary level, the contest is determined by inherent capability. For instance, comparing a Pikachu with a Dragonite, both may possess legendary strength, but aside from type advantages, Dragonite would inherently possess a slight edge due to its superior species-based abilities. Boom! The armored bird collided with Shikuzai, sending it flying. But thanks to Shikuzai's use of hold firm, it remained standing, albeit barely. Another one. Daigo had already surmised Fengshu's strategy, having narrowly avoided danger just moments ago. The armored bird utilized agility. Desperate struggle. The downed Shikuzai let out a roar, unleashing the power within. Energy began to radiate outward from Shikuzai's core. Daigo realized that the armored bird would find it difficult to escape this time, and without hesitation, he sent forth the beam from his pokeball, exclaiming, "Steel Wing. Protect yourself." The armored bird glanced back at the expanding energy, then turned to shield itself with its steel wing. The force generated by the desperate struggle was dispersed due to its scattering nature, thereby reducing its potency significantly. The red light of the pokeball arrived a moment too late, as the armored bird was engulfed by the desperate struggle first. The energy explosion deflected the red light away. It must be this way, Fengshu sighed in resignation. As a fighter, one must fully exhibit their strength. This tactical maneuver in adversity truly centers the power into a singular focus, generating heightened explosive force. As the energy dissipated, the armored bird had yet to lose consciousness, but it felt as though it could fall at any moment. Daigo swiftly recalled the armored bird into its pokeball. Well done. Now, both of you should take a good rest. Daigo smiled at the two pokeballs in his hand. I accept my defeat in this battle with full respect. Fengshu approached, wearing a bright smile. Luck, Daigo humbly replied. Oh, what do you mean by luck? You possess a profound understanding of your Pokemon's abilities, which enabled you to fend off my attacks multiple times during the battle. Furthermore, your Pokemon trust you immensely. Fengshu placed his hands on his hips, smiling. Your Kokodora chose to trust your judgment against my relentless Chief Fist, and that is the best testament. He then produced a fist-shaped badge and a disc, presenting them to Daigo. This is proof of your victory over the martial arts gym, the boxing badge, and an additional gift, the TM for bulk up. Daigo accepted them with a smile, saying, thank you. The first step towards becoming a champion, the boxing badge. Chapter 22. Evolve, Metal Monster. After acquiring the boxing badge, Daigo entrusted Kokodora and the armored bird to Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center for treatment. During the healing process, Daigo used the phone at the Pokemon Center to speak with Mushin. Daigo informed Mukujin of his recent circumstances, including the boxing badge he had just acquired. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let me know. I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I must take my leave for now. Once the call ended, the jubilant expression on Daigo's face gradually solidified. Gazing at the boxing badge in his hand, he silently returned it to its case. He retrieved Kokodora and Jimunyao, first heading to the port to purchase a ticket to Kana City. Subsequently, he returned to the vicinity of the stone cave to train. Kokodora, Jimunyao, thank you for your efforts in today's battles, Daigo said with a smile, resting his hand atop the heads of the two Pokémon. Due to Dora's height, Jimu now had to lower its head for Daigo to pet it. We won't be training your physical strength today. After speaking, Daigo reached into his backpack, searching for something. Quack. Dora looked at Daigo's actions with a hint of impatience. Don't forget our promise from earlier today. Of course, I won't forget, Daigo chuckled, pulling out a high-quality iron ore and offering it to Dora. Quack. Dora joyfully directed its mouth towards the iron ore on the ground. Taking a hit from its opponent was certainly worth it. Jimu, this is a metallic membrane. Would you like to give it a try? Daigo produced a cylindrical metal casing from his bag, opening it to reveal a semi-transparent, deep gray membrane inside. Logically, this item should also be consumable by Jimu, as it was fundamentally crafted from special minerals rich in steel-type energy. Oh, Jimu tilted its head, cautiously extending its beak into the container holding the metallic membrane. After tearing off a piece and chewing it, it swallowed it down. Wow. Jimu could distinctly feel the metallic membrane being broken down inside its body, with the energy released flooding through it. It swiftly consumed most of the membrane, then closed its eyes to digest the sudden influx of steel-type energy. Quack. Chewing on the iron ore, Dora observed Jimu's reaction and emitted a muffled sound. Is that little thing delicious? I'd love to try it, but I haven't finished my iron ore yet. Turning to Dora, who was gazing blankly, Daigo smiled. Don't worry, there will be more for you. Quack. Hoo. The pokeball at Daigo's waist shook slightly. It was the pokeball of Metagross. Noticing this, Daigo opened the pokeball, releasing Metagross. Upon emerging, Metagross shook its head, dislodging the magnetic ore atop it. I've told you several times, I haven't locked the pokeball. You can come out whenever you wish. Daigo affectionately patted Metagross's head. To be honest, Metagross had only reached its current level of growth within a year due to its species' inherent flaws, which resulted in a lower intelligence that required time to comprehend various things. Otherwise, Daigo could have invested heavily to elevate Metagross beyond the standards of a champion. Most Pokémon that are late bloomers require the accumulation of substantial energy to evolve, resulting in particularly lengthy growth periods. Metagross, however, is an exception. Once it evolves into Metagross, its intelligence will surge, making it difficult for anything to impede its progress. Metagross rarely absorbs items like metallic membranes or steel-type gems, making the understanding of how to absorb them a challenge, and they are also inedible. Metagross bashfully scratched its head. It then anxiously tried to convey something to Daigo, tapping one arm with the other. Are you suggesting that your strength has plateaued? Daigo surmised Metagross's meaning. After all, it had begun to strive for the next level a few days prior. In reality, there was no issue of being unable to enhance its strength. It was merely the slow pace of improvement that made it feel stagnant. This is what is commonly known as a bottleneck. At this juncture, external assistance is often required, such as a sudden burst of energy during battle that may help break through this so-called bottleneck. Alternatively, evolution can provide a massive surge of energy in a brief period. But if the individual does not consolidate their newfound strength, they risk reverting to their pre-evolution level. Although it may sound akin to the concept of cultivating immortality, the underlying principles are similar. Reflecting on it, Pokémon are capable of utilizing their energy to unleash energy waves and the like, which cannot be assessed through the lens of former worldly logic. Metagross nodded. Even though similar situations had occurred previously, it could still sense a gradual accumulation of strength. However, this time it felt excessively slow, so slow that it seemed imperceptible. It's perfectly normal. This is a common phenomenon. Daigo released 2 iron dumbbells, as his intention was precisely for this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a substantial sum to acquire a rare candy. Now is the time for your evolution, Metagross. The 2 iron dumbbells appeared somewhat perplexed by this statement. Nevertheless, Metagross understood, as it had transformed into its current form by merging with another iron dumbbell. Iron dumbbells, would you like to merge with Metagross? Daigo first sought the opinion of the 2 iron dumbbells, thoroughly explaining the significance of evolution to them. If they disagreed, he would return the iron dumbbells and exchange them for others to inquire again. Every Pokémon has the right to determine its own path. Daigo had already consulted these 2 iron dumbbells when he selected them, but it was prudent to ask once more at this juncture. Dong. The 2 iron dumbbells willingly accepted, their front-facing eyes revealing crescent shapes. Thank you, Daigo said with a serene smile, placing his hand atop the heads of the 2 iron dumbbells. Metagross, let us begin. The 2 iron dumbbells leaned against Metagross's arms, awaiting Daigo's command. Carefully attune to the sensations and connections between you, and share the energy within you until you merge as one. Metagross and the iron dumbbells closed their eyes, beginning to sense each other profoundly. After approximately half an hour, a brilliant white light emanated from Metagross and the iron dumbbells simultaneously, shining even under the sunlight. Did we succeed? Daigo, who had remained motionless beside them for half an hour, felt a surge of excitement. Even having witnessed it once before, he could not suppress his thrill. The dazzling white light caught the attention of Cocodora, who had just finished eating, and Jiamu Niao, who was absorbing the excess energy within, opened its eyes in response. The white light surrounding Metagross and the iron dumbbells grew increasingly radiant, and their forms began to alter gradually. Qua. Oh, is this evolution? Chapter 23, Metagross. The two iron dumbbells affixed to Metagross's arms began to form another Metagross. Subsequently, the two Metagrosses merged into one. As they coalesced into a singular entity, the white light gradually dimmed and faded. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, enveloping Daigo in a profound sense of pressure. Mieta. The evolved Metagross retained its silver-white hue, maintaining its disc-like form, with robust legs extending from all four sides of its body. Its two eyes glimmered a striking red, and upon its visage lay a golden metallic cross in the shape of an X. Each eye was positioned at the lower corners of this X-shaped intersection. Moreover, upon evolving into Metagross, it manifested a large mouth on its abdomen. In summary, it finally had a mouth. Following its transformation into Metagross, the four brains interlinked, forming a complex neural network, earning it the reputation of being a Pokémon more intelligent than supercomputers. Metagross, had evidently broken through its previous limitations. Daigo stepped forward and gently caressed the disc-like body of Metagross. Metagross, it responded with crescent-shaped eyes, appearing quite pleased. It was uncertain whether this joy stemmed from its evolution, its newfound strength, or perhaps a sudden clarity in its cognition. The most pressing matter now was to help Metagross solidify the volatile energy resulting from its recent evolution. The optimal approach to achieve this was to seek a formidable opponent for battle, a powerful adversary indeed. Daigo's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the rock tunnel not far away. One wondered if the leader within would prove too weak for Metagross. Another concern arose. Would a battle here risk a cave-in? Perhaps it would be wise to find Fujitsubo and engage in another match? That seemed a reasonable choice. Metagross, allow me to witness your psychic prowess. Metagross. It merely blinked, and in an instant, a floating azure light materialized around its eyes. In that moment, a surge of psychic energy radiated outward, even penetrating the depths of the rock tunnel. Daigo, standing close to Metagross, could feel the immense psychic force. Since its evolution, its brain's activity had multiplied beyond measure, and the application of psychic abilities was now leagues beyond its time as a Medon. Consequently, dealing with Fujitsubo would be considerably easier. Psychic types are strong against fighting types. Metagross, however, halted Daigo, who was on the verge of departing. What is it, Metagross? Metagross's gaze was fixed intently on the ground beneath. Daigo, curious, peered down but saw nothing. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. An earthquake? No. Something beneath was attempting to emerge. Daigo lowered his center of gravity, struggling to maintain balance. The armored bird soared into the sky, avoiding the tremors. Cocodora was tossed about, nearly regurgitating the ore it had just consumed. Metagross seized Cocodora and placed it atop its head. Then, gathering its strength, it unleashed a powerful punch forward. With a resounding crash, a massive head erupted from the ground, only to be sent flying several meters by Metagross's strike. Daigo finally discerned the creature's appearance. A colossal head, its body comprised of irregular rock segments, was enveloped in a tough steel membrane. This was evidently a fusion of steel and ground types, the formidable Steelix. It seemed Metagross's psychic energy had provoked it. Daigo noted the furious expression on Steelix's face, marked by a hashtag, indicating its ire. Unbeknownst to Daigo, Metagross had intentionally incited Steelix's anger to draw it out for battle, thus alleviating concerns of a cave-in during their confrontation. Cocodora. Atop Metagross's head, Cocodora suddenly began to squawk. Big brother. Earlier, it was always stealing my food. Metagross. Metagross appeared momentarily taken aback. It had never heard Cocodora refer to it as Big Brother during its time as a Medon. Nevertheless, it raised a hand to reassure Cocodora. Do not worry. Big Brother will avenge you. Cocodora leaped down from Metagross's head, energetically cheering it on. Haga. Steelix also took note of Cocodora and seethed with anger. You again. Last time, you stole my stones while I was sleeping. Now, you come to provoke me. Although Daigo could not comprehend Steelix's words, its furious demeanor made it clear that it was far from pleased. Regardless, this Steelix was likely weaker than Metagross in its pre-evolution state, and was probably one of the top Pokémon in the rock tunnel. Let me witness your abilities, Daigo declared. folding his arms, showing no intention of intervening. Earlier, he had discussed autonomous battling with Metong, but it had struggled to grasp the concept. Now, however, things were different. What had once been incomprehensible was now clear as day. Metagross, it beckoned towards Steelix. Enraged, Steelix disregarded the taunt and charged forward, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath it. Steelix's teeth began to emit sparks, indicating the use of the Fire Fang move. Given the presence of fire stones deep within the rock tunnel, it was unsurprising that Steelix could employ such a technique. Metagross raised its arm, unperturbed by the ferocious assault. With a swift and powerful elbow strike, it smashed into Steelix's head, the force sending Steelix crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This was a new move mastered by Metagross following its evolution, Hammer Arm. Steelix's body was remarkably resilient, its defense formidable, honed by years of living deep within the rock tunnel, consuming rocky minerals that fortified its form, allowing Metagross to unleash its strength to the fullest. As Steelix struggled on the ground, it swung its tail in a sweeping motion. Metagross showed no intent to evade, instead raising its fist to meet Steelix's iron tail with its comet punch. The clash resonated like the collision of metal, producing a deafening sound. To Daigo's astonishment, the massive Steelix was pushed back slightly by the unyielding Metagross. Boom! Steelix's iron tail slammed into the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. The area beneath Metagross transformed into quicksand, causing it to gradually sink, accompanied by a powerful suction that threatened to ensnare it. Quicksand abyss. Yet Metagross remained unfazed, its formidable psychic force erupting as it pulled itself free from the treacherous sands. A deep gray metallic sheen enveloped Metagross's arms. Bang! Bang! Metagross surged toward Steelix, delivering a rapid flurry of punches that relentlessly battered Steelix's form. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Young Woman in White. Before long, Steelix's colossal body crashed to the ground. Metagross exhaled, feeling quite exhilarated, not to mention, its previously unstable energy seemed to have stabilized considerably. Though there remained a hint of discomfort, it was not a significant concern. How do you feel, Metagross? Metagross, it nodded at Daigo, indicating it was in good condition. How about unleashing a cannon beam into the sky? Daigo suggested, pointing upward. He felt that this battle, while beneficial, had not fully solidified Metagross's newly acquired strength. It would be prudent to have Metagross expend more energy, aiding in the consolidation of its power upon recovery. Metagross, it nodded in agreement with Daigo's proposal. In the past, when it was still a Metong, it would never question and would simply unleash its cannon beam. Now, however, it was different. Maximum power. Metagross. The Metagross levitated gracefully in the air, its mouth agape, directed towards the heavens. The energy within it surged, coalescing at its maw. A brilliant silver wave of energy shot skyward. Even the ground beneath the Metagross, which faced away from it, began to crack and erupted with flying debris. The armored bird gazed vacantly, yearning for the day it might possess such formidable power. The Cacnea, taken aback by the spectacle, swiftly utilized its remarkable agility to consume the shards hurtling toward it. The Metagross's cannon-like beam persisted for over a minute before ceasing, and it then turned to face Daigo. With a smile gracing his lips, Daigo gave a thumbs up. However, it was time to depart. That display had drawn too much attention. Feeling somewhat bashful, the Metagross scratched its head. Daigo returned Cacnea, an armored bird, to their pokeballs and stepped onto the rounded body of the Metagross. I hope you still have the strength to carry me, Daigo said, patting the Metagross with a grin. Metagross, it replied confidently. Swiftly, the Metagross whisked Daigo away from the scene of their recent escapade. As anticipated, mere minutes later, the formidable martial artist Junsha arrived with her motorcycle brigade. Spotting the downed Steelix, Junsha dispatched her team to search for any traces. The Metagross had utilized its magnetic powers to float away, thus leaving no evidence of their departure. After administering some medicine to Steelix, Junsha and her team departed once the Pokémon regained consciousness. Steelix, frustrated, could only return through the hole it had excavated. Daigo spent the remainder of the day in the Pokémon Center, emerging the next morning to head to the port for his voyage. After a night's rest, the Metagross proclaimed its power had solidified considerably. Though Daigo had no means to assess the energy within the Metagross, he trusted its intelligence would not lead him astray. Upon reaching Kinizumi City, he planned to visit the Pokémon Appraisal Center to evaluate the strength of his 3 Pokémon. If one were to inquire why he did not seek appraisal in the martial arts town, it was because there was currently no such facility in Wudo Town. After presenting his ticket, he boarded the ship. As the vessel set sail, Daigo leaned against the railing on the deck, feeling the sea breeze, while observing the wingulls and polypers gliding above the water. Occasionally, Pokémon surfaced, watching the grand ship pass by. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the lower deck. Daigo approached and peered down, discovering a battle taking place on the deck. In the current era, Pokémon battles had become a widespread phenomenon, and most large vessels were constructed from durable materials, significantly enhancing their resilience. Some ships even hosted Pokémon competitions during long sea voyages. However, the combatants in this particular showdown were of modest prowess, engaging in a form of entertainment, showcasing visually appealing moves akin to those seen in Pokémon contests. Daigo scanned the crowd but failed to spot anyone familiar. Unexpectedly, in a corner of the throng, a girl in a white dress with flowing white hair caught his attention. Her gaze locking onto his. He found himself momentarily captivated by her delicate features and sparkling white eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, prompting him to instinctively lower his gaze and rub his forehead. As the pain subsided, he lowered his hand, only to find the girl in the white dress had vanished into the crowd. A swift glance around revealed no trace of her. At the entrance to the upper deck, the girl in white had inexplicably appeared, observing Daigo's silhouette. Without the allure of her captivating eyes, one might perceive her as utterly devoid of life. Daigo abruptly halted, spinning around in surprise. Behind him, there was nothing but the gently swaying door. What was happening? He felt certain that someone had been standing there moments ago. Looking down at the Pokeball containing the Metagross at his waist, he noticed it swaying slightly, indicating it did not sense anyone behind them. Was it an illusion? Compared to his own instincts, Daigo was more inclined to trust the Metagross's psychic abilities. Could it be that his recent sleep quality was poor? That seemed unlikely. He had slept quite soundly. On the surface of the sea, the girl in white stood effortlessly atop the water, the waves beneath her feet unnaturally calm, as if time had come to a standstill. Her lively eyes reflected the shadow of the passing ship. Parting her delicate lips, she seemed to murmur to herself, only to shake her head moments later, gazing down at the water as she pondered deeply. Gradually, her form became ethereal and transparent until she ultimately vanished from the surface. Splashing, Daigo raised his head, staring at his reflection in the mirror, the cold water from washing his face bringing him back to reality. What was happening? He scrutinized his tranquil visage in the mirror, grabbing a tissue from the side to dry his face. Something felt off. Was he once again being targeted by Pokémon hunters? It felt as though someone was watching him. Was it a ghost-type Pokémon or perhaps a psychic type? Yet, the Metagross had detected nothing unusual. Exiting the restroom, Daigo, beset by a tumult of thoughts, retreated directly to his room. The journey from Wudo Island to Kanezumi City would take approximately a day, meaning they would arrive at the port the following morning. Metagross, please keep an eye on our surroundings, Daigo requested. Metagross. It replied affirmatively. Daigo flopped onto his bed, while the Metagross curled up and began patrolling using its psychic abilities. All the anomalies had arisen after his fleeting encounter with the girl in white. And coupled with the earlier attack by the Pokémon hunters, Daigo subconsciously connected the two events. Besides the unusual Metagross, he could conceive of nothing else that might target him. He had been exceedingly cautious. The only notable commotion had come from the cannon beam he had unleashed in the stone cave. Was it a misunderstanding? Had his prying gaze disturbed some extraordinary entity, prompting it to impose a slight reprimand? If it had evaded detection by the Metagross, Daigo could only speculate that the entity's strength far surpassed that of the Metagross. He was utterly baffled. Sighing in frustration, Daigo resolved that as long as he maintained a low profile, he should be safe. Chapter 25, A Call from Hibiscus. Except for the necessities of eating and using the restroom, Daigo remained holed up in his room. After a restless night, he awoke feeling considerably refreshed. It seemed his suspicions were correct. By staying quiet in his room, that unsettling feeling had dissipated entirely. Through the circular window, he glimpsed the distant city. The ship is nearing the Kanezumi City port. All passengers are advised to gather their belongings and disembark in an orderly manner, announced the speaker. Listening to the broadcast, Daigo pushed yesterday's events from his mind. It appeared that he was not the intended target after all. Upon disembarking, Daigo utilized the city map provided by the navigator to locate the Pokémon Appraisal Center. He approached the receptionist and explained his situation. Hello, here is your application form. Please fill it out at the side, the receptionist said with a smile, handing him a pen and a blank form. Daigo filled in his details and those of his Pokémon before handing both the Pokémon and the form back to the receptionist. All right, please follow me. Daigo followed closely behind the receptionist, entering the interior of the appraisal center. He was quite familiar with the place, having previously assessed the strength of a metallic creature in Green Ridge City. The receptionist led the Pokémon into an appraisal room while Daigo stood outside, peering through the glass to observe the proceedings within. Upon release, Kecleon, Skarmory, and Metagross were set free. The sight of the room filled with metallic instruments seemed to transport Kecleon to paradise. It opened its mouth, eager to feast. Fortunately, Metagross swiftly restrained Kecleon. How dependable, Daigo thought with a slight smile. Once Kecleon was out, he would need to provide it with some rare metals as nourishment. With Metagross's assistance, the appraisers secured Kecleon and Skarmory, attaching numerous wires to various parts of their bodies. Finally, they affixed wires to Metagross as well. As the wires emitted a faint glow, various data appeared on the instruments. The appraisers observed the readings, and once the data stabilized, they began to take notes on the forms. Initially, the data fluctuated, but over time it would settle, providing accurate measurements. Any inaccuracies indicated latent powers hidden deep within the Pokémon. Thus, it was common to witness Pokémon exhibiting explosive growth under the encouragement of their trainers or through other means, a manifestation of instability. This could be interpreted as the bond between trainer and Pokémon igniting such phenomena. After a half-hour wait, the appraisers finally emerged from the appraisal room, presenting Daigo with the datasheet and Pokeballs. "Hello, here are your Pokémon and the appraisal results." "Thank you," Daigo replied succinctly, returning the Pokeballs to the slots on his belt while his gaze fell upon the results. Metagross, appraisal result, 51. Skarmory, appraisal result, 25. Kecleon, appraisal result, 22. The appraisal result for Metagross aligned closely with Daigo's expectations, though he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Skarmory and Kecleon had reached outstanding levels of strength. As previously explained, a Pokémon's strength is determined by the proportion of energy within its body. This appraisal result reflects that proportion. The classifications are as follows. Juvenile-level Pokémon have a proportion of 0 to 1, ordinary-level Pokémon 10 to 20, outstanding-level Pokémon 20 to 30, elite-level Pokémon 30 to 40, boss-level Pokémon 40 to 50, Lord-level Pokémon 50 to 65, quasi-champion-level Pokémon 65 to 70, champion-level Pokémon 70 to 85, and legendary-level Pokémon 85 to 99. The reason for the small margin of legendary-level classifications is largely due to the fact that the highest data recorded from previously appraised Pokémon was merely 99. Even the strongest trainers of that time could not withstand the legendary Pokémon, hailed as deities, despite their Pokémon boasting a staggering appraisal data of 99. The difference of 0.1 from legendary status seemed as distant as the Milky Way. However, this data and the associated rumors were relics from a bygone era, as the precision of appraisal machines at that time was notably inferior, leaving the accuracy of that 99 in question. Nonetheless, the evaluation standards from that era remain in use today. With advancements in technology, the precision of machines has improved significantly, and the standards now include an additional decimal place. After departing the Pokémon Appraisal Center, Daigo prepared to head directly to Purple Violet City to challenge the Electric-type gym. The maritime industry in Kana City was exceptionally developed, boasting even facilities for Pokémon contests. However, Daigo had no immediate plans to participate in such contests. As for Skarmory and Kecleon, their mastery over their powers was not yet refined. Metagross, on the other hand, could hardly be expected to perform a Hyper Beam in a contest, could it? Daigo resolved to wait until he captured a Pokémon suitable for the contest before entering, as he harbored a genuine interest in the event. Pokémon can carry certain items into their Pokeballs, albeit not as extensively as a backpack. As long as the Pokémon holds it, they can bring it along. Kecleon's physical form would gradually strengthen through the minerals it consumed, making it particularly easy to train its physique. While others labored tirelessly through rigorous training, Kecleon could achieve comparable results simply by consuming a few pieces of ore. At this stage, the goal was to have them absorb powerful energy-laden gems and minerals within their Pokeballs. Daigo couldn't shake the feeling that this period had been unusually tranquil. It seemed that aside from training or battling in gyms, encounters with other trainers had dwindled since the incident with the Pokémon hunters. Such tranquility felt almost ominous, as if it were heralding some great upheaval. Just as Daigo pondered these thoughts, his navigator began to ring. The only person with his navigator number was his father, Mukun. "Hello? Is there something you need, father? Are you free at the moment?" Daigo was taken aback for a moment, but replied, "I suppose I am. What is the matter?" "I hesitate to interrupt your journey, but there's a pressing matter I need you to attend to in Goldenrod City." "All right," Daigo agreed without further inquiry. A sudden silence fell on the other end, but Daigo remained patient, waiting for Mukun to speak. Since childhood, having often been alone, Daigo had consistently turned down Mukun's requests. One might even say that Daigo's rebellious phase began quite early. As a result, Mukun had seldom asked Daigo to do anything in later years. Daigo understood that Mukun wished for him to achieve success and eventually inherit the Mukun company. Recently, Silver Corporation had developed a special Pokeball, but technical discrepancies had arisen. We had just reached an agreement a few days ago. It was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but we have been unable to contact anyone from Silver Corporation since then. So I was hoping you could check it out. Mukun paused momentarily before adding, a new mine was recently discovered, and the trainers at the company have gone there to ensure the safety of the excavation team. Understood, Daigo replied eagerly. I am very close to Kana City and can head to the Johto region immediately. No need for that. I will send a helicopter to pick you up. Traveling by boat would take too long. I'll wait here and send you my location via the navigator shortly, Daigo responded. Indeed, if you encounter any danger, ensure your own safety first. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Daigo's lips. Of course. Chapter 26, A Glimpse of Crimson. Johto region, Goldenrod City, late at night. Alarms blared within the Silver Corporation, interspersed with flashes of red light. Quick! Everyone flee! A young boy opened the doors that held captive Pokémon and researchers, urging everyone to escape swiftly. Observing the fleeing figures of the Pokémon and researchers, the boy tightened the red cap on his head, his gaze resolute as he pressed forward. Arriving at the office door on the top floor of Silver Tower, the boy forcefully slammed the door open. The occupants inside turned their attention sharply toward the boy at the door. In the room, a middle-aged man, slightly portly and clad in a suit, was surrounded by several individuals in black uniforms. The letters on their uniforms were particularly striking. Team Rocket. Where did this little brat come from? It seems this commotion was instigated by you. The lead member of Team Rocket glared menacingly at the boy. Indeed. I cannot tolerate your infliction of pain upon Pokémon for the sake of a Master Ball. Resolve this matter. Do not allow it to impede my negotiations with President Silver. The leading member gestured, summoning a few lackeys. What kind of business is this? This is nothing short of an invasion. President Silver exclaimed in indignation. Just as a member of Team Rocket began to speak, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from behind. Turning to investigate, the boy beheld a diminutive yellow figure standing resolutely in front of him, while Team Rocket's minions lay strewn about, reeking of singed flesh. You have truly provoked my ire. The Team Rocket member's icy gaze swept over the boy. President Silver, I hope you will cooperate shortly, for I am exceedingly displeased. Without hesitation, the Team Rocket member hurled a Pokeball, releasing a robust, blue Pokémon that stood on two legs and bore a striking resemblance to a rodent. Nidoking. Pikachu, return. The boy, recognizing the type disadvantage, swiftly tossed another Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a four-legged, turquoise Pokémon, most notable for the large flower adorning its back. Venusaur. Use Vine Whip. The boy commanded, gesturing for Venusaur to initiate its assault. Poison Jab, block it. Nidoking seized the incoming vine with its hands, the toxic substance corroding the tendril. Energy Ball. The gigantic flower atop Venusaur gathered energy, subsequently unleashing a verdant sphere. Ice Beam. The horn atop Nidoking emitted a cerulean ray, detonating upon impact with the energy ball. The explosion shattered the glass in the office, a frigid wind sweeping in. Should we summon Blastoise? Realizing his attack was futile, the boy rested his hand on a Pokeball at his waist. Given Nidoking's dual poison and ground types, Venusaur's grass-type moves were ineffectual against it. The hesitation to deploy Blastoise stemmed from the fear of inadvertently allowing it to become poisoned in close combat. How troublesome, the Team Rocket member noted, quickly discerning that the boy was no ordinary opponent. You too, Nidoking. A resounding crash echoed as a purple Pokemon, resembling Nidoking, joined the fray. How despicable, employing two Pokemon. The boy retorted. Humph, this is not a Pokemon battle. The Team Rocket member sneered. Left with no choice, the boy prepared to summon his second Pokemon. Boom. Just as he was about to act, the ceiling above shattered, and a silvery Pokemon abruptly appeared in the battlefield. This battle seems quite entertaining. May I join? A magnetic voice resonated from above, capturing the attention of both the Team Rocket member and the boy. A helicopter's roar filled the air as a boy with silver blue hair, clad in a black coat, stood at the open door of the aircraft. Upon noticing this, Steven stepped out of the helicopter, plummeting freely. This startled the pilot. But with the psychic prowess of Metagross, Steven landed smoothly before the boy. Who are you? The boy inquired, regarding Steven with curiosity. We'll chat later. Steven replied with a smile over his shoulder. How long do you intend to chat? Kid, this is a matter concerning Team Rocket. The Team Rocket member warned Steven. Steven's response was succinct. Meteor Mash. Metagross raised its arms, striking Nidoking and Nidoqueen simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Mere punches sent Nidoking and Nidoqueen careening several meters back. Steven quickly assessed their strength, estimating them to be at the level of a commander. Meanwhile, this boy, having just begun his journey, could already contend with such formidable foes. Clad in a red trainer's jacket and cap, with a familiar visage, could this be the future strongest trainer? The legend who would ascend to the pinnacle of champion status in merely a year, the future battling legend, Red. You, Nidoking and Nidoqueen, unleash Poison Jab. Block it. The poison-type moves struck Metagross, their potency diminished to mere force. Impressive, Red marveled at Metagross, who was holding its own against two opponents. Now it's your turn, Steven remarked as he turned to Red. Reacting promptly, Red commanded Venusaur, Vine Whip. Venusaur's vines lashed out from beneath its bloom, delivering powerful strikes against Nidoking and Nidoqueen, forcing them back several meters. Steven quickly gestured for Metagross to pursue. Bullet Punch. Metagross surged forward, delivering a flurry of rapid punches to Nidoking and Nidoqueen, sending them crashing into the wall, immobilized. Bind them, Red instructed, and Venusaur utilized its vines to ensnare Nidoking and Nidoqueen, subsequently binding the Team Rocket members present. Deprived of their Pokémon's protection, the Team Rocket member found himself a mere lamb for slaughter before Venusaur. Thank you immensely. President Silver, having remained unscathed on the sidelines, emerged to express his gratitude. It was nothing. I cannot abide Team Rocket and their threats to Pokémon, Red declared, clenching his fists in indignation. No need to thank me. I was merely following orders, Steven shrugged. Initially, he had only taken note of the battle occurring atop Silver's building, and upon glimpsing Red through the shattered glass, he felt compelled to join in. Primarily, he sought to retrieve the Master Ball and its schematics. You must be from Devon Corporation, correct? Huh, how did you know? Steven queried, puzzled, as Devon Corporation had not announced their intent to send someone to assess the situation. You bear a striking resemblance to Professor Birch. Oh, is that the reason? Chapter 27. Could your request be any higher? You and Birch share a resemblance, though Birch was a bit sturdier in his youth. But let us not dwell on that, Steven interjected, eager to steer the conversation away. Is that a roundabout way of calling my mother old? Had I known, I would have refrained from intervening. Steven pondered aloud. By the way, why is Team Rocket negotiating with you? Shouldn't they simply seize what they want? Their so-called negotiations are merely a guise for theft. They lack the knowledge to create the Master Ball and wish for our assistance in its fabrication, President Silver elucidated. I see, yet they remain unaware that Silver Corporation is also incapable of fully developing the Master Ball. Steven nodded in understanding. This revelation left President Silver momentarily speechless, unbeknownst to him that Steven had orchestrated this outcome deliberately. By the way, I am Steven Stone, but you may simply call me Steven. And you? Steven turned to Red, feigning ignorance. I am Red. Might I acquire your contact information? Steven inquired with a slight smile, revealing his true intent. Huh. Red was taken aback. Why would you request contact information upon our first meeting? Your passion for Pokémon is remarkably genuine. Thus, I wish to befriend you, Steven explained. Certainly. Red produced a Pokédex from the first generation, exchanging numbers with Steven. In this regard, the Pokédex and the Navigator were quite similar, even functioning akin to public payphones. In the legend of future battles, establishing good relationships is undoubtedly a prudent approach. Thus, President Silver, would you be so kind as to allow me to take the Master Balls back to the Devon Corporation? Certainly. I appreciate your willingness to make this trip. President Silver nodded slightly and departed with Daigo. Before leaving, Daigo turned to Red and said, Until we meet again, Red. Indeed. After acquiring the Master Balls and their schematics, Daigo boarded the helicopter and returned to the Hoenn region. This incident was merely a minor interlude. Having made the acquaintance of Red was a pleasant experience. Daigo gazed at the half-purple, half-white Pokeball in his hand, with the letter emblazoned upon it, presumably the initial of Master, hence its designation as the Master Ball. Regrettably, it remains in a semi-finished state, as even the esteemed Silver Company could not fully realize its potential. It appears that the Master Ball is indeed regarded as the pinnacle of Pokeball technology. Upon his return to Canas City, Daigo landed at the small helicopter airport on the top floor of the Devon Corporation. He knocked on the door of the president's office, and a voice immediately beckoned him to enter. Daigo stepped inside, closed the door, and placed the Master Balls and documents upon Mikan's desk. You haven't had much rest, have you? Why not stay the night in Canas City before you leave? Mikan's first remark took Daigo by surprise. He had anticipated a compliment regarding his performance. I will. Daigo nodded, caught off guard by his own return. However, he intended to accomplish the two tasks he had set out to complete in one go this time. The Canas gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, which should be quite appealing to his Kakuna, as he recalled Mikan mentioning that he had captured one. Mikan, engrossed in paperwork, spoke casually, I had someone procure some iron, ore, and gemstones. You can collect them at the reception on the ground floor. Daigo was taken aback. This was something he had only mentioned during a phone call with Mikan after triumphing over the fighting gym. Thank you, he replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. His gaze lowered. There's no need for thanks, Mikan replied somewhat impatiently. You are my son, and I am your father. What is there to be grateful for? Just then, the phone on Mikan's desk rang. Yes, it's me. Seeing Mikan become preoccupied once more, Daigo took the hint and exited the office, taking the elevator down to the first floor. However, this time, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. After retrieving a bag filled with iron ore from the front desk, Daigo left the Devon Corporation. He first checked into the Pokémon Center, contemplating his challenge at the Kanaz gym in the morning and a subsequent rendezvous with the Scyther in the afternoon. Yet, he pondered, how would he go about taming that scythe? Daigo collapsed onto the bed. At the foot of the bed, his Kakuna was voraciously consuming the delectable iron ore. Don't eat too much. You might not be able to digest it, Daigo chided, giving Kakuna a gentle nudge with his foot. I know. Kakuna replied, somewhat indistinctly. You. Daigo sighed, take your time. A creature like Scyther, clearly scarred from past experiences, cannot be expected to recover instantaneously. If Scyther were like Kakuna, with a more straightforward approach, it would be much easier to resolve. Daigo resolved to study the battle strategies of the gym leader, Cuckoo. Renowned as a prodigy of rock, she had graduated from the trainer school in Kanaz City and became the gym leader while also serving as a teacher. Despite being a newly appointed gym leader, she secured her position in just 6 months, further validating her status as a high-achieving student. Her battle strategy is a harmonious blend of offense and defense, utilizing rock energy for attacks while maintaining the necessary defensive capabilities characteristic of rock-type Pokémon. Cuckoo's application of the move Rock Block was even something Daigo admired, a strategy that allows one to advance and retreat seamlessly. Perhaps he could learn a novel application of this move during the battle. Kakuna, tomorrow's gym battle will depend on you, Daigo said, sitting up and addressing Kakuna, who was still munching on the iron ore. Why is it all on me? Kakuna inquired, its gaze gradually becoming unfocused. Daigo's voice began to fade into the background. Kakuna only caught 5 words, rock-type expert. Does that mean the stones on them are delicious? A rock buffet? Daigo was taken aback, looking down at Kakuna, who seemed entranced, and he felt a headache coming on. While others were captivated by charming individuals, this creature was enchanted by rocks. Wait a moment. Perhaps he had no right to criticize it. In the face of high-quality stones, Daigo himself would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. Could you not set your standards so low? Upon hearing this, Kakuna snapped back to reality, gnawing at the iron ore before it. If I fill my belly today, I can eat even more tomorrow. Rock buffet. Here I come. Hey. I feel like you didn't hear a word I said. Daigo sighed, rubbing his forehead. Was Kakuna's obsession with food a bit too extreme? Chapter 28. The Sudden Headbutt. After a night's rest, Daigo arrived at the entrance of the Kanaz gym. However, he sensed something amiss, for there was a slight commotion emanating from within the gym. It sounded as though they were reciting the type effectiveness chart. The type effectiveness chart is foundational knowledge that every Pokémon trainer should be well-versed in. Yet, why was it being recited in the gym? Daigo pushed open the door and was greeted by neatly arranged desks, with a group of children diligently reciting the type effectiveness chart. Daigo took a few steps back, glancing upward at the building he had entered. This was indeed the Kanaz gym. Teacher Cuckoo. Someone has come to challenge the gym. A girl in a frilly dress, clutching a book and sporting 2 buns atop her head, emerged from within. Oh, a challenger so early? Cuckoo replied, somewhat surprised, as students typically would not have challengers during their morning study period. May I inquire if it is possible to engage in a gym battle now? Daigo asked tentatively, genuinely unaware that Cuckoo had relocated her classroom to the Kanaz gym. Of course, if you don't mind, could you allow these children to observe the battle? Cuckoo smiled gently, radiating poise. Daigo looked around at the eager students in the classroom and readily agreed. Thank you very much. Cuckoo gave a slight bow, gesturing for him to follow. Please, come this way. All right, Daigo replied, walking behind her, encircled by a gaggle of starry-eyed little girls. It seemed he had never been flirted with before, only to now endure the starry-eyed admiration of young girls. Had he miscalculated the direction of his charm? Following Cuckoo into the battle arena within the gym, she casually handed the book to a student and explained the rules. The match format is a 2-on-2, allowing only the challenger to freely switch Pokémon. The match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue battling. Understood. Daigo nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the most fundamental rule. May I inquire how many badges you currently possess? He asked. Daigo replied. I just acquired a badge 3 or 4 days ago. I see, I understand. Shall we commence the competition? Daquan nodded. raising her palm to indicate the battle arena beside them. No problem. Both Daigo and Daquan took their positions, and Daquan produced a Pokeball. As the gym leader, I shall send out my Pokemon first. With that, Daquan tossed the Pokeball into the air. It arced gracefully before bursting open, releasing a flash of white light. A gray, round creature appeared in the arena, brandishing two powerful arms. A dual rock and ground type. Geodude. Then I shall send this one. Daigo raised his Pokeball high, pressing the central button with his finger. The petite Cacnea emerged onto the battlefield. Cacnea. The once eager Cacnea lost its motivation upon realizing it was facing a Geodude. What? It's a Geodude. Don't be disheartened, Cacnea. Wouldn't you like to know what the next rock-type Pokemon your opponent has? Daigo chuckled helplessly, attempting to rekindle Cacnea's enthusiasm. As Cacnea arrived, the sound of pages flipping filled the air. A young boy exclaimed excitedly, "Found it! Cacnea, the cactus Pokemon. It possesses both grass and ground types. When it charges with its iron body, it can even crush a dump truck in one go. It will voraciously devour the wreckage." The children gasped in astonishment. They were taken aback by the remarkable appetite of such a small Cacnea. "I apologize for the spectacle," Daquan said with an apologetic smile, graciously allowing Daigo to take the first move. Daigo, being the challenger, wasted no time. Iron Head. Cacnea. Cacnea sprinted forward, its steel helmet darkening and rounding. Geodude immediately curled up into a ball, enveloping itself in energy. Given Cacnea's speed, it should complete at least one phase of the rounding process. Defensive maneuvering, is it? Daigo, rather than feeling anxious about his opponent's enhancement, felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered just how much damage Cacnea's attack could inflict on Geodude. Considering the level and type advantages at play. Boom. The rounded Geodude was sent flying by Cacnea's headbutt. Wow. The student's eyes were fixated on the airborne Geodude. Now, follow that up with Rock Tomb. Daquan chuckled softly, directing her Pokemon. Hey Geodude. The rounded Geodude crashed to the ground, its arms slamming down with force. Jump out of the way. One could not underestimate the bouncing capability of Cacnea's four stubby legs. It could leap at least half a meter. Cacnea jumped back with force. And suddenly, a rock jutted up from the ground beneath it. If it had reacted slowly, it might have been struck. Just as Cacnea was relieved, Daigo's voice rang out. Don't stop. Boom. In the next moment, Cacnea, with a look of shock, was propelled into the air by a second rock that jutted upward. Daquan is formidable. Cacnea's expression sharpened as it landed atop a third rock, biting off a corner and chewing with delight. This stone is nothing. I can chew through it with ease. Daigo sighed, exasperated. That is not how you express your anger. Daquan stifled a laugh, though the battle continued unabated. Geodude, rock throw. Geodude plunged its hands into the ground, extracting a stone larger than its own body and hurling it. Don't be afraid. We'll use Rock Tomb too. Go for the strong attack. Daigo observed the stone soaring through the air, noting that it was smaller than what Cacnea usually shattered. Cacnea raised its legs to descend, manipulating the rocky protrusions to entrap Geodude. It seems Cacnea still needs more training. Even Geodude has better control over rocks than it does. Perhaps it's merely a matter of familiarity with Rock Tomb. Boom. The falling rock struck Cacnea, only bending its short legs slightly. Even its helmet remained largely unaffected. Cacnea, is that all you've got? Don't get complacent. Leap over its Rock Tomb and use Iron Head. Geodude, can you still curl up? Hey. Geodude's arms were trapped between the rocks, preventing it from fully curling. Cacnea leaped from the rock, spotting the ensnared Geodude, and lowered its head, descending upon it. Have you heard of the descending headbutt technique? Indeed, it is none other than Cacnea's Iron Head. Chapter 29, The Blessing of Iron Head. Boom. Cacnea's Iron Head struck Geodude, who was immobilized by the Rock Tomb, and with the recoil, Cacnea sprang back. Daigo exhaled, whispering to himself, that was fortunate. I managed to trap Geodude's arms. While others might not understand, Daigo was acutely aware. Cacnea's Rock Tomb had inadvertently produced a controlling effect, coincidentally locking Geodude's arms. Cacnea inspected the situation from atop the rock before jumping down, adjusting the rocks back to their original positions. As the rocks slowly sank, Geodude collapsed to the ground, fainted from the force of the Iron Head that struck its head. You have quite a good understanding of Rock Tomb, Daquan remarked, recalling Geodude into its Pokeball, offering a few words of consolation before addressing Daigo. That was sheer luck. It was just this instance that the Rock Tomb managed to restrict its movements. That older brother is quite strong. He defeated Daquan-sensei's Geodude in one blow. That is because Daquan-sensei must use Pokemon of varying strengths based on her opponent's capabilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't lose. Though they spoke thus, they could not help but acknowledge the impressive ability of that older brother. The murmurs of the students inevitably reached the ears of both combatants. Luck is indeed part of skill, Daquan replied with a faint smile, retrieving her second Pokémon. And now, my second Pokémon is this. With a resounding bang, a Pokémon, entirely blue with short limbs and adorned with a prominent red nose, emerged amidst a flash of white light. A rock-type Nosepass. Let the counterattack begin, Nosepass. Use Shadow Clone to close in on the opponent. Daquan commanded with a wave of her hand. The squinting Nosepass moved forward slowly, creating several identical images of itself along the way. Observing the 5 or 6 advancing Nosepass, Daigo pondered his strategy. Cacnea's control over Rock Tomb was insufficient, allowing it to lock onto only a single target, reducing the likelihood of a hit to 1 in 6. Or rather now 1 in 8. How wonderful it would be to possess the power of wave guides, enabling one to discern the true form with but a cursory glance. Alas, I must simply give it a try. Unleash the metallic resonance. Clang, clang. The steel armor adorning Cocodora began to grate against itself, producing a cacophony of jarring noise. The sound halted the advance of the northward nose, which clutched at its ears in a pained expression. It proved effective, as the metallic sound persisted. Not only did those present cover their ears, but even the shadow clone released by the northward nose began to waver in its solidity. Evidently, the northward nose was unable to maintain its shadow clone in such a state. Cocodora, dart to the back of the northward nose. Daigo seized the opportunity, directing Cocodora to the blind spot of the northward nose's vision. Due to its magnetic properties, the northward nose's prominent red nose remained steadfastly oriented northward, which is precisely why it was named as such. This tactic might prove effective against a wild northward nose. Yet the trainer's eyes are the true eyes behind the northward nose. With a soft chuckle, Daquan commanded, execute rock block directly behind. Leap wherever you fancy. Cocodora effortlessly leaped, evading the successive protrusions of the northward nose's rock block. The trainer's keen eyes remained sharp. The northward nose could not ascertain Cocodora's precise location and was thus limited to attacking with this linear rock block. Daigo, with hands in pockets and a smile at the corners of his mouth, declared, Iron Head. Guard it. A translucent shield materialized around the northward nose, effectively blocking Cocodora's Iron Head. I refuse to believe you can defend twice in succession. Cocodora, continue with Iron Head, then withstand it, and then unleash Rock Block. Daquan was confident in the northward nose's defenses, even against an attack that was doubly effective. Bam! Cocodora collided with the northward nose's back. But the latter was so resilient that Cocodora merely staggered back a couple of steps. Just as the northward nose intended to retaliate, its body suddenly trembled. It had entered a state of flinching. Iron Head indeed has a chance to induce a flinch in Pokémon, and this complicates matters. Daquan frowned, sensing the impending trouble. With luck, let us go for another Iron Head. Clang. Cocodora rushed forward once more, crashing into the northward nose's back. With the northward nose quivering again, it flinched a second time. Goodness, Cocodora, are you the reincarnation of Giratina? Daigo exclaimed, uncharacteristically uttering a profane remark, but his astonishment was undeniable. It is well known that the Serene Grace ability can heighten the chances of triggering secondary effects of moves. Quickfire question. Who possesses the Serene Grace ability and frequently wields Iron Head? The answer is Cocodora. By capitalizing on the effects of Iron Head, even the northward nose, renowned for its excellent defense, found it challenging to endure. Ultimately, Cocodora was indeed the stronger combatant. Seizing the momentum, Iron Head. A mindless Iron Head will suffice. Clang. Cocodora evidently relished the colliding attacks, continuing to deliver a series of headbutts to the northward nose. Bam bam. However, this time, Cocodora's Serene Grace did not activate, and it was ensnared by the retaliating rock block, rendered immobile. Clang. For a moment, Cocodora was flustered. Well done, northward nose. Daquan praised. Now it's our turn to counter. Use Rock Fall. The northward nose, slightly winded from 3 consecutive Iron Head assaults, still managed to manipulate its magnetic power to lift a boulder, hurling it towards the center of the rock block. Why are you panicking? Just know your way out of the rocks. Daigo retorted with exasperation. It's usually quite delectable, so why not think of that now? Clang. Indeed. Realizing this, Cocodora quickly bit down on the rock that trapped it, easily shattering a substantial piece with a single bite, and within 2 or 3 bites, it had devoured more than half of the rock. Yet, Cocodora had no time to savor its meal, spitting out the remnants after biting down. Boom. The rock fall struck the center of the rock block, shattering its apex. With a determined push, Cocodora revealed its head from beneath the rubble. The falling rocks had not completely struck Cocodora. Rather, much of the impact was absorbed by its own rock block. Daquan's application of rock block was indeed commendable. serving both offensive and defensive purposes. However, when combined with Rockfall, the efficacy diminished. Use your final Iron Head. Guard it. Thud. Cocodora was once more thwarted by the guard move, and in a fit of vexation, it braced itself, still dazed, and charged forward again. Just as the northward nose concluded its guard, it regrettably faltered in its second consecutive defense. The newly reformed shield shattered midway, and Cocodora struck directly at its back. Thud. The northward nose collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Clang. A somewhat dazed Cocodora joyfully cheered. How dare a mere pile of rocks challenge me? Now it's time for me to relish the spoils. Cocodora shook its head to regain a semblance of clarity, gazing at the fallen northward nose, and leaped forward. Yet, unexpectedly, a red light moved faster, whisking the northward nose away. Thud. Cocodora landed flat on its face. Clang. What about my grand prize? Chapter 30. A rematch with the Flying Mantis? Congratulations, this is your proof of victory over the Kanaz Gym, the Rock Badge. Daquan approached Daigo, producing a badge marked with 2 arrows pointing in opposite directions. Thank you. Daigo accepted the Rock Badge. He had initially imagined the Rock Badge would resemble an actual rock. Casting a glance at Cocodora, who was still searching for the northward nose on the battlefield, he reluctantly recalled it with a pokeball. Enough of this. Let us return so you can have your stone to munch on. Upon hearing Daigo's words, Cocodora ceased its antics. You have trained your Pokémon exceptionally well. I hope to witness your remarkable performance at the colorful Aura Conference. Daquan smiled gently, extending her best wishes. I will. Daigo nodded, with the rock badge in hand. The next step was to seek out that flying mantis. Big brother, you're so strong. How did you train your Cocodora? Just as Daigo was about to depart, he was surrounded by a group of students. Questions poured forth from all directions, leaving Daigo somewhat bewildered. Enough, let us not be so rude. Daquan steadied the situation, offering Daigo a gentle smile. Then she explained to the children, each trainer has their unique methods of raising Pokémon. This is their personal affair, and asking so freely is rather impolite. Yes. Observing Daquan effortlessly pacify the group of young students, Daigo mused that she truly had the makings of a teacher. Departing from Kanaz Gym, Daigo returned to the Orange Blossom Forest, realizing that reaching the depths of the forest within a single day would be quite a challenge. In the afternoon, he would have Metagross, Armorbird, and Cocodora train. That flying mantis favored employing swift movements for quick attacks, thus Metagross would need to learn another move. He aimed to master it proficiently within the next couple of days to surprise that flying mantis. Maeda, Armorbird also required training to enhance the power of its beak, further mastering beak drill. After all, the damage inflicted by Armorbird's steel beak was considerable, and it must not go to waste. What remains is the formidable Cocodora, known for its hard head. The next skills to master are Heavy Slam and Self-Destruct Charge. The power of Heavy Slam increases with the weight of the user. Despite its diminutive size, Cocodora possesses an impressive weight of 60 kilograms. The Self-Destruct Charge poses no challenge for Cocodora, with its sturdy head. It is unfazed by the recoil damage it incurs. Regrettably, Cocodora does not have the hidden ability Heavy Metal. Otherwise, the damage from Heavy Slam would be utterly explosive. Heavy Metal doubles the Pokémon's weight. Fortunately, had Cocodora possessed the Heavy Metal ability, that previous strike might have left Daigo incapacitated for several days. With this task completed, he can traverse the mountains from above the Carlu Tunnel to Greenbud Town, and then proceed to Amethyst City, ensuring no disruption to his progress. Daigo assigned tasks to his Pokémon and began his warm-up exercises. His back had fully healed, and the injury sustained from Cocodora's earlier collision had nearly mended. It is not sufficient for the Pokémon to be strong alone. As a trainer, one must also possess a robust physique. Therefore, Daigo trained alongside his Pokémon. Compared to the monotonous solitary training before, working with his Pokémon alleviated much of his fatigue. Thus, Daigo continued his training while venturing deeper into the Orange Blossom Forest. In just 2 days, the evolved Metagross exhibited a remarkable increase in training efficiency, mastering its new move within that short span. Moreover, it even found time to practice its previous techniques and engage in meditative training. The armored bird discerned the training nuances of Drill Peck by the second day. Nearing complete mastery, Cocodora grasped the concept of self-destruct charge swiftly, yet its progress with Heavy Slam had stagnated for a time. Returning to the location where they encountered the Scyther, Daigo felt a newfound sense of confidence, a confidence bestowed upon him by Metagross. Rustling sounds emerged from the grass nearby, and Daigo knew that the creature had arrived. It appeared that upon entering this area, he had caught the attention of that Pokémon. This time, Daigo need not predict where the Scyther would appear. Metagross's psychic abilities were now exponentially more potent than before. Metagross. It erupted from its pokeball, its gaze scanning the surroundings. With a swift motion, Metagross focused and delivered a punch to the side. The Scyther's blade struck Metagross's arm, revealing a flicker of surprise in its eyes. It leaped back to the ground, its gaze darting between Daigo and Metagross. Once again, they met the Scyther. Daigo, hands in his pockets, wore a smile as he regarded the creature. The Scyther snorted coldly, its dual blades glinting ominously. Without delay, the Scyther sprang into action, leaving behind an afterimage in its wake. Utilizing psychic abilities to lock onto Scyther's position, Metagross prepared to counter its assault with Bullet Punch. Previously, the Steel-type Pokémon struggled to keep pace with the Scyther's onslaught, but now the scenario had changed. No matter how swift the Scyther was, it could not evade Metagross's psychic influence. In the midst of its speed attack, Metagross's Bullet Punch effectively thwarted the Scyther's strikes. The Scyther darted around at high velocity, its sharp eyes scanning for an opportunity to attack. However, even after 10 seconds had elapsed, the Scyther remained unprovoked. Its instincts as a warrior informed it that no opportunity presented itself. Continuing such rapid movements would only deplete its stamina. Fortuitously, the Scyther halted, standing on the grass, locking eyes with Metagross. Metagross. It beckoned for the Scyther to approach and attack. Such provocation was intolerable for the Scyther. Gritting its teeth, it launched itself forward, its blades shimmering with a pale green light. Yet, before its attack could fully descend upon Metagross, it reached the creature's front. Clash! Metagross's other arm intercepted the strike. Be cautious of the double attack, Daigo cautioned. The Scyther's other blade surged towards Metagross's lower body with a slicing sound. Metagross's arm accelerated abruptly, delivering a punch that deflected the Scyther's blade. The Scyther unleashed a series of slashes, each one accelerating its attack speed. Metagross hastily crossed its arms to shield itself from the relentless onslaught of the Scyther's strikes. With each successive slash, Metagross sensed an increase in the Scyther's power. Observing calmly, Daigo noted that the Scyther's rapid slashes followed a discernible pattern. If it were to hack indiscriminately, it would be more susceptible to counterattacks and suffer significant damage. Metagross's crimson eyes, concealed behind its arms, scrutinized the Scyther's movements, deciphering the rhythm of each consecutive strike. It's time to evade, Daigo murmured. Seizing the moment, Metagross withdrew one arm from its defense just as the Scyther's blade descended upon the other arm. Clash! The Scyther's strike landed on Metagross's remaining arm, and it immediately retaliated with Bullet Punch. The Scyther's eyes widened as it ceased its slashing, raising its unoccupied arm to block its chest. Boom! A powerful punch impacted the Scyther's blade, sending it flying back several meters. Regrettably, the Scyther managed to absorb much of the force with its guard, resulting in a retreat rather than being thrown off entirely. The Scyther gasped for breath, lowering its gaze to the blade it had used for defense. Cracks had begun to mar the once pristine, translucent surface of its blade. Metagross also glanced at its arms, which bore numerous varying depths of gashes. The Scyther could hardly believe its eyes. Its blade had sustained damage. This was a first for it. The most resilient part of its body, the proud blades, had been compromised. Its persistent slashes had only managed to leave marks on Metagross, while a single punch from its adversary could fracture its blade. This stark contrast was a revelation of the disparity in their strengths. While its opponent remained steady, the Scyther found itself panting heavily. I cannot lose. The Scyther fervently waved its blades, carving a deep gash into the ground. I must not be defeated. I absolutely cannot. With its center of gravity lowered, the Scyther launched itself forward. A streak of black light surged through the air, prompting Daigo to feel a sense of foreboding. I must block it. Metagross sensed the Scyther's change, yet found its psychic abilities struggling to track its movements. Euro Ball. This was the new move Metagross had diligently perfected over the past 2 days. The faster the opponent's speed, the greater the disparity from the user's speed, the more formidable this attack would become. Metagross began to spin rapidly in place, resembling a silver-white top adorned with flecks of gold. Clash! Bang! The attack of the Scyther struck the Metagross, engaged in a spinning move, and in that fleeting moment of contact, the Scyther was flung away, crashing against a sturdy tree, causing it to sway perilously. As the Scyther lay on the ground, its eyes glinted with ferocity, struggling to rise. The Metagross halted its spinning, revealing to Daigo the ghastly scar etched upon its body. Although it could be restored with care, Daigo was uncertain how long that would take. The depth of the wound on the Metagross raised questions. Had the Scyther truly unleashed a burst of its inner cosmos? Was this any different from a battle against a stronger foe, where one might unleash a dazzling, multicolored lotus to inflict serious harm? 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Should one underestimate the Scyther's plight? Despite the astonishment, it appeared the Scyther could no longer stand. The retaliation from the Metagross's spinning move had rendered it incapable of continuing the fight. Daigo retrieved a Pokeball, gradually approaching the struggling Scyther. Suddenly, he halted, drawn by the sounds echoing around him. What was happening? Chapter 31, The Pokémon Convention. Daigo paused, surveying his surroundings. Groups of Pokémon emerged from the surrounding grass. What was the situation here? Among them were the deep, brown-furred, raccoon-like Sandshrew and the sluggish-eyed Caterpie, climbing the trees, along with the Spearow descending from above. Hopping eagerly towards the Scyther were beige and green mushrooms, the Shroomish. A multitude of Pokémon encircled the fallen Scyther. Enough! The Scyther bellowed, swinging its sides with force, seemingly admonishing them for their presence. Daigo stood quietly, opting not to intrude, for he was yet to comprehend the unfolding scenario. The Metagross moved closer to Daigo, wary of a potential outburst from the Scyther. A Shroomish began to speak. "It's all right, boss, this is sufficient." Its gaze fell, filled with concern for the Scyther. "Silence. I did not summon you. Why are you here when this place is still perilous?" The Scyther retorted angrily. A Spearow landed next to the Scyther and whispered, "We can no longer bear to let you shoulder everything alone. I have stated this countless times. This is my decision." The Scyther snapped back, trying to rise despite its injuries. "Do not move, boss, you are gravely wounded." The Sandshrew rushed over, attempting to restrain the Scyther's actions. "Get away," the Scyther barked, pushing the Sandshrew aside with a swing of its scythe. Although its words were harsh, the Scyther hesitated to exert too much force, merely nudging the Sandshrew back slightly. "Have I not repeated myself enough for you to comprehend? This is something only I can accomplish," the Scyther shouted, its body trembling as it struggled to rise once more. Yet, lacking strength, it fell back to the ground with a thud. "Boss!" The surrounding Pokémon gathered anxiously. "Do not make me repeat myself. All of you leave," the downed Scyther cursed. "Actually, I believe that human isn't inherently malevolent. I sense we could persuade him to depart." The Caterpie spoke quietly from the branches. This statement garnered astonished looks from the gathered Pokémon, as well as an irate glare from the Scyther. I apologize, but that is genuinely how I feel." "Enough. Humans cannot hear your words." The Spearow fluttered to a branch, pecking gently at the Caterpie. "Stop pecking, it hurts." The Caterpie protested, trying to halt the Spearow's actions. "You know pain, do you not?" "But I simply feel this way." "Humph." The Scyther snorted, attempting to rise once more, gritting its teeth as it spoke. "You know nothing of human nature. As long as you remain useful, they will continue to exploit you. But once you are of no value, they will cast you aside without a second thought." With the assistance of the Shroomish and Sandshrew, the Scyther managed to sit up, gasping for breath. Yet its fierce gaze remained fixed on Daigo, who stood silently, merely observing. "He saw potential in me, thus he anticipated my value. In the future, when I am no longer of use, he will unhesitatingly abandon me." As it spoke, the Scyther glanced down at the Shroomish and Sandshrew supporting it. "So, you need not strive for strength. Simply navigate through life peacefully. As long as you lack value to them, you shall never experience the feeling of being forsaken." At that moment, the Caterpie voiced a question. "Boss, is there truly no human who would treat us sincerely?" The Scyther paused, its thoughts drifting to the past. "Scyther, hello. From now on, you and I are family. Go for it, Scyther. Unleash your signature move." "It's all right, Scyther, you've only lost once. We'll train harder and next time, we won't lose. Scyther, let us aim for the legendary peak that no one has ever achieved." Memories of yesteryear flooded the Scyther's mind, undeniably filled with warmth and joy. The Caterpie's words stirred long-buried recollections. Was there truly no trainer who treated them with genuine kindness? Yes, there was. Its memories incessantly reminded it of the answer to that question. With keen perception, it could sense the sincerity of that person. Indeed, those thoughts emanated from the depths of his heart. It could feel it. But why? 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 The once beautiful visions of the past shattered abruptly. Fragments reassembled into a starkly different scene, one filled with desolation. "Leave." A shadowy figure, obscured by a lowered head, spoke coldly to the Scyther. "Wait." The Scyther was bewildered, unable to grasp the boy's intentions. The boy lifted his gaze slightly, revealing eyes that had become its everlasting nightmare. Those eyes were devoid of emotion, as if imbued with endless chill. "I said leave. You have become useless to me." "What?" The Scyther could hardly believe it, desperately attempting to explain itself. Yet, the boy turned away resolutely, interrupting the Scyther's pleas. "You hold no value for me anymore. Understand? You shall remain in this forest, filled with weak Pokémon, and continue to exist here. Here lies your true sanctuary." The mantis, gazing at the retreating figure of the youth, was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and collapsed to the ground. Raindrops began to cascade upon its form. Am I truly so feeble, so utterly worthless? What then? Do those memories signify? Slowly, the mantis raised its head to behold the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Its once bewildered eyes gradually transformed into a piercing glare. Is this what humanity is? It is their hypocrisy that leads one to believe in their sincerity, the mantis uttered slowly. Thus, you find yourself ensnared in an endless abyss. The atmosphere grew somber. Daigo turned to the nearby Metagross and inquired, what are they discussing? He could not comprehend what this assembly of Pokémon was convening about. Metagross cast a glance at Daigo, inhaled deeply, and solemnly replied, they say you are hypocritical. Hiss. Daigo observed the expression on Metagross's face. Sensing that such words were not particularly flattering, perhaps he ought to teach Metagross to write instead? Learning to write should be simpler for it than mastering telepathy, wouldn't it? Surely, it cannot be that they disapprove of my appearance? Metagross shot Daigo a bemused glance. The mantis thrust its scythe into the ground, struggling to stand. Should I perhaps go and say a few words? Daigo glanced curiously at Metagross. Metagross pondered for a moment, then shook its head in disapproval. I fear that your intervention may provoke an explosive reaction from them. However, if they are indeed speaking ill of me, shouldn't I clarify the matter? Without needing to think twice, Metagross continued to shake its head in negation. If only I could comprehend the language of Pokémon. Daigo lamented as he raked his fingers through his hair. A Talonflame approached, carrying an oran berry, and offered it to the mantis. The mantis glanced at Talonflame, plunged its scythe into the berry, and took a bite. The berry's energy surged into the mantis, slightly restoring its strength, allowing it to rise once more. Yet, despite the mantis's efforts to assert itself, the assembly of Pokémon remained steadfast. In their eyes, the leader of the forest was not solely the mantis. Yet it undeniably stood as the most formidable among them. In truth, it was also a reflection of reality. The smaller Pokémon formed an unwavering barrier before the mantis. Frustrated, the mantis shouted in vain, but they resolutely stood their ground. The mantis, too, possessed their own resilience. They were not weak. Daigo began to understand that the mantis's every action was driven by a desire to protect these Pokémon. Silence fell. The mantis's furious admonition echoed. Silence. Clearly, it holds a significant grudge against me. Daigo turned to Metagross. Have I wronged it in any way during our brief encounters? Metagross once again chose to shake its head. Wait, is its animosity directed more towards me or towards humanity? Metagross raised two golden claws. Towards humanity, of course. I wondered how it could harbor such hostility towards me. It seems likely that the mantis's disdain for humans stems from being abandoned by them. That should be easily resolvable. With love and understanding, I may yet win it over. After all, previous instances of reconciliation have relied on sincere dialogue, particularly with Pokémon, who are acutely sensitive to such matters. If I earnestly convey my heartfelt sentiments to the mantis, perhaps it could yield positive results. Mantis, not all humans are devoid of sincerity. I believe that the majority genuinely cherish Pokémon. While some exploit Pokémon as mere tools, others embrace them as companions, allies, and family. Family? Companions? Tools? The mantis's gaze grew vacant, fixated on Daigo, as it sensed the presence of a boy standing behind him. Upon closer inspection, that figure stepped forward. Observing the mantis's shifting demeanor, Daigo felt a flicker of hope. Thus, he continued, I have lived alone since my youth and understand the pangs of loneliness. It was only upon meeting Metagross that I grasped the true meaning of family. From the mantis's perspective, the indistinct figure extended its arms, addressing the mantis. Mantis, I have been solitary throughout my life, but since encountering you, I am no longer alone in my world. The mantis's thoughts drifted back to the day of their first meeting. At that time, it had spoken similarly. They, too, must have cherished something they wished to protect. Mustn't they? The ethereal figure's lips curled slightly in a smile as it said, Thank you for safeguarding me, Mantis. In the future, I too wish to protect you. For you are my most treasured possession. The mantis glared at that spectral figure with gritted teeth. The figure raised its head slightly, revealing lifeless eyes, and its smile faltered. A chilling tone reached the mantis's ears. But I no longer require your presence, you worthless waste. The mantis's body quivered violently, convulsing in response. I no longer require you. You worthless waste. What is happening? Daigo sensed an unsettling shift, as this was not the effect he had anticipated. The mantis's aura surged, exuding a murderous intent. Metagross hastily interposed itself between Daigo and the mantis. In the mantis's view, that figure approached, leaning close to whisper in its ear, After all these years, you have made no progress. You truly are a waste. The figure grinned wickedly, enveloped in darkness. As if transformed into a malevolent specter, entwining itself around the mantis. Admit it. You are nothing but a complete failure. Silence. Silence, I command you. The mantis was besieged by the echoes of that once familiar voice, laden with scorn and insults, reverberating around it. I said, be silent. In reality, the mantis let out a thunderous roar, its expression wrought with anguish. The Pokémon encircling it offered their concern and comfort, their voices reaching the mantis's ears. In the realm of its psyche, the mantis was ensnared by a viscous black substance, immobilized. The ichor relentlessly eroded its form as the mantis stared blankly at the repulsive ooze threatening to consume it. Suddenly, the substance began to writhe as if being tugged away. The mantis's eyes flickered with a glimmer of life as it looked down. It was the little ones, persistently pulling at the black ooze clinging to it. Despite their own bodies being affected by the substance, their eyes remained fixed solely on the mantis. Let go, the mantis murmured softly. No, I already vowed when you taught me to fly. Once I grow up, I will take you flying. You promised me that you would accompany me to gather nectar in far-off places. Do not give up. In the game of hide-and-seek, I have yet to catch you even once. You once told me that when I grow up, I would become formidable, that my future would hinge upon my ability to protect everyone. Yet here I am, still a child. Therefore, you cannot give up on me just yet. The mantis, momentarily taken aback, responded with a sense of despondency. I thank you for your companionship during this time, but it seems I am no longer capable of proving myself. Suddenly, an ethereal and melodious voice resonated within the mantis's mind. Is this truly your reason for surrender? The mantis lifted its gaze into the abyss of darkness before it, where a girl clad in a flowing white dress and with long, cascading white hair stood barefoot amidst the void. Her entire being appeared to radiate light, and her white eyes possessed a peculiar enchantment that captivated the mantis. In the realm of reality, Daigo's head began to throb, and the world around him became a blur. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to half kneel upon the ground, gasping for breath. Mida? The golem's expression turned frantic as he observed Daigo's sudden ailment, hastily employing his psychic abilities to assess Daigo's condition. Within the mantis's mental landscape, the girl in the white dress snapped her fingers, and scenes began to unfold in the depths of darkness. The protagonist of these visions was a child, no older than a few years, with silver blue hair. His identity was unmistakable. The boy sat at a desk adorned with an array of Pokémon literature. Gazing out the window, he saw several children his age frolicking in the distance, their laughter seemingly reaching his ears. The boy descended the stairs from his study, wandering through the vast villa, which was devoid of company save for himself. At lunchtime and dinner, a butler would arrive to provide meals. Each morning, a maid would come to tidy up. He dined on extravagant and luxurious fare, residing in a pristine and orderly mansion. Yet, for reasons unknown, a profound emptiness pervaded the house. Due to his unique status, no children were willing to play with him. During his first encounter with them, he had sustained a minor injury, a mere scrape. However, the following day, their parents brought the children to apologize to the boy. From that moment on, he found himself friendless. Daily, he roamed the study and collection room, fantasizing about playing with the Pokémon from his books, hiding in the collection room to admire the exquisite stones. Every birthday passed with only gifts and cake, and even the birthday song had to be hummed by him alone. In the presence of the butler, the boy maintained an air of decorum, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. Yet, in solitude, his visage seemed to lose all expression. His greatest joy lay in curling up within the collection room, gazing at the peculiar and enchanting stones. As the boy matured, his expression remained unchanged. On the day of his 15th birthday, the scene was the same. He sat alone at the dining table in the hall. Gifts and a cake adorned the table, with a solitary candle flickering atop it. The boy lit the candle and rose to extinguish the lights in the hall. Silently, he made a birthday wish, one that echoed his past desires. I wish for a friend, a companion who will always be by my side. Perhaps sensing the boy's fervent yearning, the gift resting on the opposite side of the table began to tremble. Captivated by the commotion, the boy extended his hand to unseal the gift. Inside the box lay a brand new Pokeball. With trembling hands filled with excitement, he cradled the Pokeball. As he felt it sway, the corners of his eyes inexplicably moistened. Had his wish come true? He pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball, and a flash of white light momentarily illuminated the dark villa. A silvery, metallic creature appeared at the boy's side. The boy's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment, culminating in joy as he embraced the metallic being. Eagerly, the boy spoke to the creature, though it seemed to comprehend little of his words. All it knew was that the boy was overjoyed, and its front eye gradually transformed into a crescent shape. In the days that followed, the boy and the metallic creature became inseparable. They read together, admired the stones in the collection room, exercised side by side, and even ventured into the mines. Ever since the metallic creature's arrival, it was always at the boy's side. The boy's smiles became increasingly frequent, while the creature's clumsiness often led to mishaps. Each time, the boy would laugh and pat the creature's head, then clean up the mess it had made. He never once scolded the creature. Gradually, the creature transitioned from being a friend to family. The scene continued until the metallic creature evolved into a more formidable form under the boy's watchful gaze. And at that point, the vision concluded. They resemble you quite a bit, don't they? The girl in the white dress remarked softly. Indeed. The mantis often found itself in similar predicaments, yet it was always met with a tender gaze from its companion, who would silently tidy up the mess left behind. Once, it too had faced that person's laughter and joy, never leaving each other's side. Yet, in retrospect, that metallic creature seemed even more clumsy than itself. Would you like to grant yourself another opportunity? A chance to believe in humanity once more? I shall not alter your thoughts. I merely wish to hear your reflections. After a moment of silence, the mantis finally spoke. I do not know. The girl in white replied with calmness. These images are memories I have replicated from his mind and projected here. I can assure you, his feelings for Pokémon are genuine. This cannot be fabricated. This is your mental realm. You should be able to discern whether my words ring true or false. The mantis nodded, sensing the authenticity of the girl's statement. However, it was reluctant to wager once more. I cannot foresee the future, but it is you who must seize it. I cannot replicate the memories of those not present. Yet, from the contents of your memories, it seems your master would not so easily abandon you. He likely has his own struggles, and your journey is far from over. You have yet to uncover the truth, have you not? Do you not wish to know the truth? Upon hearing this, the mantis's eyes slowly regained their luster. Meeting the girl's gaze, the mantis solemnly declared, I do not know who you are, but I believe your words are true. I wish to uncover the truth of what transpired. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly as she chuckled softly. Now that is the spirit. Gradually, her figure grew ethereal and faded into the empty darkness. Thank you, the mantis murmured, gazing fondly at the small creatures. With smiles on their faces, the little beings transformed into white light and merged into the mantis's being. The dark substance enveloping the mantis appeared to react to some unseen stimulus, becoming increasingly frenzied. The darkness of the space began to brighten, as the black substance emitted sizzling sounds of burning, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream that slowly melted away. Daigo suddenly felt the pain dissipate, gasping for breath as he stood upright. In an instant, I turned to the flustered Metagross. What just happened? Metagross shook its head, and even with its psychic abilities, it failed to detect any anomalies in Daigo's body. I made you worry. Daigo patted Metagross's arm and managed a faint smile. But it seems like I'm all right now. Daigo raised his gaze towards the opposing Scyther. I could see its aura swelling with increasing intensity. Scyther closed its eyes, tilted its head skyward, and a slight smile graced its lips. The gathering Pokémon slowly retreated, sensing the shift. It appeared that Scyther had taken that crucial step. Daigo was somewhat perplexed. Scyther's demeanor suggested it had surpassed the threshold of a leader and leaped into the realm of a master. Okay, Scyther exhaled, opening its vibrant eyes. It lowered its head to look at Daigo. And thank you for your memories. A voice erupted in Daigo's mind, startling him. No matter how he looked at it, that voice had to belong to Scyther, right? Scyther then leaned down and whispered something to the group of small Pokémon. At that moment, Daigo could no longer hear what Scyther was saying. The recent turn of events had left him bewildered. Thank you for my memories? Was that headache I just experienced caused by Scyther? That shouldn't be possible. Scyther isn't a psychic or ghost type. How could it achieve such a feat? Scyther began to walk towards Daigo. Despite its impressive aura following this breakthrough, Metagross sensed no hostility. It took a step back, leaving the situation to Daigo. Hey, Metagross. Why are you stepping back? Scyther nodded slightly at Metagross. Behind it, the small Pokémon were unusually tearful. What on earth is happening? As Scyther approached Daigo, it stood at just over 5 feet, shorter than Daigo by a head. Daigo lowered his gaze while Scyther raised its eyes to meet his. They locked eyes, and Scyther gazed intently into Daigo's, a hint of a smile playing at its lips. Indeed, Scyther nodded at Daigo, its expression and actions leaving him perplexed. Did I, perhaps, do nothing at all? Just moments ago, Scyther had exuded hostility towards him, yet suddenly, it had undergone a complete transformation. Daigo glanced back at Metagross. Seeking its counsel, Metagross also nodded slightly in response. What the heck? Why are you nodding too? Am I the only one in the dark here? You've decided to follow me? Daigo tentatively inquired. Could it be that his brief words had genuinely touched Scyther? Yet, judging by its previous reactions, it seemed more intent on tearing him to shreds. Indeed, Scyther affirmed with a nod. I must grow stronger to seek the truth of the past. Scyther turned to gaze at the tearful small Pokémon. It seems I can no longer protect you. But you have all grown. You can protect me now? Farewell, my friends. Scyther raised its scythe-like arm, pointing towards Daigo's waist. Understood. Though I have yet to grasp the intricacies of this situation, I welcome your partnership, Scyther. Daigo produced a Pokeball and presented it before Scyther. Scyther gently tapped the button on the Pokeball with its scythe. The Pokeball sprang open, capturing Scyther within. Clink. The ball didn't even shake before emitting a successful capture notification. I must ensure that Metagross learns to write. This way, I can uncover the details surrounding this incident and why Scyther suddenly wishes to become my Pokémon. Daigo approached the small Pokémon, stopping before them. I will take good care of Scyther. When I have the time, I will bring it back to see you. With that, Daigo bowed slightly. Trust me. In an instant. The forest echoed with cries. Meanwhile, within the Pokeball, Scyther watched with teary eyes as the small companions who had always been by its side. You must stay strong, my little friends. Chapter 34, The Sweet-Toothed Scyther. Daigo sat cross-legged on the grass, facing Scyther, who mirrored his position. The two were caught in an awkward gaze. Beside them, Metagross was engrossed in a book. Not far off, Cacnea and Skarmory were engaged in practice battles. Frequent combat could refine a Pokémon's abilities. Though flying Skarmory had somewhat of an unfair advantage over Cacnea, Scyther regarded Daigo with a cold stare, uncertain if following him was the right decision. However, it understood that only by stepping outside could it uncover the truth of its past. Daigo's experiences mirrored its own, thus making this the best choice for it. Do you have a particular goal you wish to achieve by following me? Daigo inquired curiously. Aside from Scyther having an agenda, Daigo dismissed all other possibilities. The notions of being touched by words or being subdued were mere absurdities. Scyther nodded, not denying it. So that headache I had earlier was indeed caused by you? Indeed. All right, judging by your reaction, it seems it wasn't you. Daigo rubbed the back of his head, perplexed. If the culprit denied it, then why had he experienced a headache? Could it be some illness? A checkup was in order someday. Nevertheless, welcome to the team. Daigo chuckled lightly, extending his hand towards Scyther. Indeed, Scyther gazed at its sharp scythe, looking at Daigo with an odd expression. You truly wish to shake hands with me? Well, Daigo gently tapped Scyther's scythe with his palm. There, now we've shaken hands. Daigo stood up, brushing off the grass from his pants. Once Metagross learns to write, you can tell me your purpose then. I will do my utmost to assist you. Daigo flashed a grin and gave Scyther a thumbs up. Indeed. Scyther nodded, rising to prepare for some training of its own. After all, it had just elevated its strength and needed to solidify it. By the way, do refrain from using your left scythe. I'll find some medicine for you shortly. It should heal in about 3 to 4 days. Daigo suddenly noticed the crack in Scyther's left scythe. Metagross's punch had indeed been rather forceful. Indeed, Scyther expressed discontent. It was unavoidable if the scythe broke. It would take even longer to recover. Daigo retrieved a healing spray from his bag, and Scyther reluctantly extended its left scythe for Daigo to apply the medicine. Afterwards, Daigo sprinkled energy powder on the scythe and wrapped it in bandages. All set. Just be careful not to use your left scythe. Indeed. Scyther replied impatiently. Daigo watched as Scyther walked away. Once it evolved into a Scyther, its speed would inevitably diminish, but as long as it maintained the current burst of speed in battles, it could become a streak of red lightning in combat. Daigo was not in a hurry to facilitate the evolution of his Scyther. After all, it was already a Pokémon of the Lord level, and evolving at this juncture would not provide any tangible benefits to it. Furthermore, evolution should be a decision made by the Pokémon itself. Some Pokémon do not aspire to evolve, and a competent trainer ought to respect their wishes. It would be prudent to inquire whether Scyther wished to evolve after it had transformed into its new self. Having acquired 2 Lord-level Pokémon within less than a month of embarking on his journey, Daigo's prowess was indeed unparalleled among other trainers. Under Daigo's careful observation, Scyther had mastered nearly all the techniques it could learn, with the remaining ones requiring the assistance of technical machines. Scyther excelled in employing techniques such as Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Air Slash, and Blade Dance. However, it struggled with the use of Swords Dance, rendering it somewhat underutilized. A vivid memory from Daigo's previous life was Ash's Counter Shield, which could even utilize an electric net to form a counter shield to block incoming attacks. There were also various applications of Chimchar's Flame Wheel combined with the counter shield. Scyther could similarly employ the rotation of Swords Dance to create a counter shield, serving both defensive and strengthening purposes, a dual advantage. However, it seemed that they would have to wait until Scyther had fully recovered from its injuries. Daigo had not yet departed from the Orange Forest. He was merely leading Scyther away to alleviate its sorrow. By taking a step back, he hoped to diminish the lingering sadness between them. Meta. What is it, Metagross? Daigo inquired as he noticed the Metagross approaching his side. Meh. Tom Metagross began to gesture on the ground with its golden metallic fingers, inscribing a few words. Zavucha Daigo. Meta? Metagross turned to Daigo, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Did I write it incorrectly? Your writing is splendid, Metagross. Daigo replied with a gentle smile, resting his hand on Metagross's head. Pokémon can indeed comprehend human speech. But understanding and writing are two distinct matters. Due to Metagross's exceptionally high intelligence, Daigo had long prepared books for Pokémon to learn human language. However, these were merely for literacy purposes, not to enable Metagross to converse like Meowth. In another sense, Meowth was also a veritable genius, having altered its physical structure to master human language. Tomorrow, they would need to return to Canalave City to procure energy cubes that suited Scyther's palate. While the Shereldon preferred sweet flavors, Cacnea feasted upon minerals, and Metagross had no particular preferences, indulging in both minerals and energy cubes alike. They would take a moment to ascertain what flavors Scyther favored. Why don't you train as well? Review your reading during your breaks and practice writing. Just don't let Scyther catch up to you. Meta. Energized by Daigo's acknowledgement and praise, Metagross eagerly sought a place to train. Daigo twisted his body, engaging in warm-up exercises. All right, it's time for my training too. Perched silently on a branch not far away was a girl in a white dress, observing Daigo and the Pokémon below with keen interest. Beneath her porcelain skin, her perfect, bare feet swayed gracefully. Her ethereal white eyes were fixated on Daigo's every move. Strangely, even Scyther, with its heightened perception, and Metagross, adept in psychokinesis, failed to notice her presence. A delicate smile graced the girl's soft pink lips as she observed. Dinner is served. As the sun set, Daigo prepared the evening meal for his various Pokémon, calling them to gather for their feast. Cacnea. Upon hearing the word dinner, Cacnea's fatigue from the day seemed to dissipate, and it lunged into its designated bowl, voraciously devouring the shards of iron and hard rocks within. Oh. Shereldon gazed disdainfully at Cacnea's eating habits before lowering its head and proceeding to eat slowly. Sheldon's dinner consisted of energy cubes wrapped in a metallic film. Metagross descended to the ground, one hand holding a book while the other scooped energy cubes and mineral fragments into its mouth. Scyther observed the choices of the other three Pokémon with surprise. ISNT at all iron and stones, gazing down at its own bowl, which contained pale, jelly-like morsels. It wondered, I'm unsure of your taste. I've given you Shereldon's flying-type energy cubes, which are sweet. Let us see if you enjoy them. Daigo said, holding a self-heating rice dish while eating. If it doesn't suit your palate, I'll procure some that you love tomorrow in Canalave City. Scyther used its scythe-like appendage to lift a piece and tasted it. The sweet flavor tantalized its taste buds. Once the food was swallowed, a surge of energy coursed through its body. This it feels like it could make me stronger? Cha. Scyther shook its head at Daigo. Not to your liking? Then I suppose you'll have to endure it for the night. Upon seeing Scyther shake its head, Daigo could only allow it to manage with the current offering. Metagross set down its book and gestured on the ground once more. Daigo looked down to find the words delicious inscribed. Oh, I see. Daigo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So you enjoy sweet flavors as well? Cha. Scyther nodded. It did indeed have a penchant for sweets, as its previous trainer often indulged it with donuts. Since you favor the Fury Cutter strategy, I'll purchase some bug-type energy cubes and silver powder for you tomorrow. Daigo resolved to first enhance Scyther's strength before devising additional strategies. Cha. Scyther nodded in agreement with Daigo's proposal. Chapter 35. The frail youth whom Daigo pondered amidst the array of new desserts at the confectionery. But it seems Cacnea does not have a taste for sweets. Wait. We could add minerals into the desserts. Hello, could you please pack a variety of desserts for me? Thank you for your patronage. Have a good day. After placing the desserts into his backpack, Daigo realized it seemed rather full. Having loaded it with various minerals and food, it appeared somewhat overstuffed. Turning, Daigo purchased a new backpack, intending to engage in a nesting strategy. Separating food and minerals would prove more convenient. After organizing the remaining items and minerals together, Daigo finally departed from Canalave City. Once in the wilderness, Daigo distributed the desserts among his Pokémon. Cacnea gazed at the desserts before it, showing little interest. What's wrong? Is this not tastier than minerals? I've added iron minerals into it. Cacnea, why didn't you mention that sooner? Cacnea immediately took a large bite, discovering plenty of iron fragments within the dessert, and contentedly chewed before swallowing. The sweet flavor combined with the crunchiness of the minerals was quite pleasant. Shereldon urged Daigo to wrap the desserts in metallic film, clearly impatient. Hey, I only intended to reward these fellows. Who would have thought they would want to add special items into the mix? Having finished their portions ahead of time, Cacnea and Metagross promptly retreated into their Pokeballs, claiming it was for digestion. However, they were not digesting food, but rather the steel-type energy they had consumed. Shereldon, having swiftly finished as well, also dove into its Pokeball. Daigo let out a resigned sigh as he popped a donut into his mouth. His gaze drifted to the side, where the mantis Pokemon, lost in thought, stared vacantly at the bitten donut. No wonder it had a penchant for sweets. Its previous owner must have harbored a similar fondness. Rather than disturb the mantis in its reverie, Daigo swiftly devoured the donut, reclining beneath a tree for a brief respite. Once they reached Greenleaf Town, he resolved to purchase an abundance of donuts. After a short nap, Daigo opened his bleary eyes, only to find that the mantis had vanished from sight. Upon inspecting his Pokeballs, he realized that his companions had all retreated into their spheres. "You ought to leave at least one to keep watch over me," he lamented. Though in problematic situations, Metagross would always be the first to emerge. It was no longer a mere Beldum, unlike its former self. A Beldum obediently remained in its Pokeball. Even if the ball was unlocked, as long as Daigo did not summon it, it would not venture out on its own accord. Stretching his limbs and relishing the gentle breeze brushing against his face, Daigo felt his spirits lift. He glanced down at the neatly arranged little paper plate, presumably the work of the mantis, or perhaps the result of Metagross's tidying up during its brief outing. Daigo gathered the litter into a bag and stowed it in his backpack. Forests and oceans are essential habitats for Pokémon. Littering is decidedly unacceptable. A competent trainer must possess a strong sense of environmental responsibility. Having cleaned up, Daigo proceeded towards the mountain path on the other side of the Kalu Tunnel. Once he surmounted this mountain, they would be able to share their story. Beyond this mountain lay Greenleaf Town. Speaking of which, descending into the caves typically involved going down, so climbing a mountain was rather uncommon. Daigo lifted his gaze to the radiant sun and wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, Metagross burst forth from its Pokeball, hovering above Daigo's head and following his lead. The sunlight was blocked by Metagross, casting a shadow over Daigo. "Thank you, Metagross," he chuckled lightly. "Metagross," it replied, its eyes curving into crescent moons. "You're welcome." The mantis Pokemon, meditating within its Pokeball, opened its eyes. Having heard the exchange between the trainer and his Pokemon, it seemed to ponder something before closing its eyes once more. Feeling the heat weighing him down and panting slightly, Daigo removed his jacket, revealing a black shirt underneath. "Metagross." It landed gracefully on the ground, drawing patterns in the dirt with its finger. "Would you like to sit?" "Well, since you've asked, it would be rather pretentious of me not to," Daigo replied with a grin. He perched atop the rounded crest of Metagross's disc-like body. "Let us set off, Metagross." "Metagross," it acknowledged, accelerating forward. With Metagross propelling them onward, the refreshing breeze made Daigo feel significantly cooler. In less than half an hour, they reached the mountain summit. Daigo patted Metagross on its head, saying, "Let us take a break for a moment." Though this brief respite would substantially deplete the energy of a Lord-level Metagross, Daigo was wary of catching a headache from the wind. "Metagross." It obediently halted. Daigo retrieved a piece of magnetite from his bag and tossed it to Metagross. It tilted its head slightly and caught the magnetite in its mouth. With its mouth now available, consuming the magnetite was a straightforward affair, devoid of the elaborate absorption process previously required. Standing atop the mountain, Daigo gazed toward the distant Greenleaf Town. Although modest in size, he could still discern the warmth of human activity. At least from this distance. The houses appear quite new. Donning his windbreaker, he declared to Metagross, "Let us go." "Metagross." The descent was far more exhilarating than the ascent, leading Daigo to conclude that they would reach Greenleaf Town in no time. Upon arriving in Greenleaf Town, Daigo was struck by the considerable foot traffic. It was likely due to the presence of the Grand Contest venue, which attracted numerous Pokémon coordinators. Daigo noticed a frail boy seated on a bench by the roadside. The once vibrant green hair that should have radiated vitality now appeared almost sickly on him. "I think I remember him," Daigo murmured. There had been a character like him in the Pokémon Emerald game. But what was his name again? Could this count as triggering a quest? Daigo jested internally as he chose to approach and sit beside the boy. The boy seemed somewhat uneasy, casting wary glances at Daigo. After Daigo settled down, he maintained silence, unsure how to initiate conversation with the boy. "Would he think I have impure intentions?" After all, the boy was quite handsome and exuded a sense of endearment. "No, wait, with my looks, why should I fear?" "Hello, are you lost?" he began, conceding that his words might have sounded rather abstract. The boy appeared flustered by Daigo's sudden inquiry. "I noticed you sitting here all alone, looking rather downcast. I thought perhaps you were lost." I'm not lost," the boy replied softly, his voice barely audible. Yet Daigo managed to catch the essence of his words. I'm a novice trainer, and I was hoping to do a good deed today. Like helping a lost boy find his way home, Daigo said with a gentle smile, leaning back comfortably against the wooden bench. You're a Pokemon trainer? The boy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yes, I've just recently earned 2 badges, Daigo replied, showcasing his badge case to the boy, displaying his rock and fighting badges. Perhaps this display would help lower the boy's guard. This lad, in time, would undoubtedly become a formidable Pokemon trainer. It seemed he was unable to pursue this path due to his frail health. Despite his fervent love for Pokemon, he was unable to become a trainer. Thus, Daigo sought to provide him with motivation, the very reason he had approached him. That is wonderful, the boy exclaimed, a look of envy gracing his features. What's wrong? You seem like you'll become a Pokemon trainer in a few years, too. Daigo seized the opportunity to delve into the subject. The boy swayed slightly, his demeanor somber as he replied, I can't. My health won't allow my family to agree to my becoming a Pokemon trainer. But isn't it a pity not to experience the vast world alongside Pokemon? Daigo queried. The boy nodded gently, his every movement cautious. Then isn't that the crux of the matter? While I may not know the specifics of your health, I do know that remaining in this melancholy state won't improve your condition. Daigo rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky as it began to transition into a golden hue. If you desire it, why not strive for it? Because my family doesn't want that for me, the boy replied, and Daigo turned to face him with a soft smile. But why can't you create change? Change that would earn your family's trust in your ability to become a Pokemon trainer. Chapter 36, The Contest of the Flying Mantis? Change. The young boy was somewhat perplexed, pondering the meaning of this alteration. One should not abandon hope simply because they believe they are incapable. Rather, if you think you cannot, that should drive you even harder to achieve it. I am unaware of your physical condition, but I am certain you have the potential to transform yourself. Aspiring to become a Pokemon trainer will serve as your motivation for progress and transformation. Merely speaking seems unconvincing, so Daigo released his flying mantis. Despite its injuries, this creature was determined to train and grow stronger. Do you believe it can become a top-tier Pokemon? The boy gazed at the striking yet disgruntled flying mantis, and his voice grew resolute. I believe it can. The flying mantis was momentarily taken aback, looking at the frail boy. That is precisely the right mindset. Just as you believe in it, I believe in you. You will surely overcome your challenges. Daigo chuckled lightly, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Then, with his other hand, he gave a thumbs up while gesturing towards the flying mantis. However, it should rest due to its injuries. Do not emulate it. The flying mantis twitched its mouth in annoyance. For some reason, it felt an urge to strike him. Your body cannot rush. Take your time, allowing a positive and constructive mindset to gradually transform your physique. I understand. The boy nodded, still a bit bewildered. I am Daigo. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Daigo handed him a note with his number written on it. I truly appreciate your help, the boy exclaimed, surprised, as he hurriedly accepted the note and thanked Daigo. Daigo's words had ignited a source of motivation within him. By the way, my name is Manchong. Good, Manchong. A female voice called from behind. Both Daigo and Manchong turned their heads to the source of the voice. A girl, resembling Manchong quite closely, stood by the street carrying a basket of groceries. Sister? Manchong exclaimed in surprise. A man swiftly approached, somewhat apologetically addressing Daigo. I hope Manchong hasn't caused you any trouble. Not at all. I thought he was lost sitting here alone, so I came over to chat with him, Daigo replied, waving his hand dismissively. After all, it was he who initiated the conversation. Manchong is eager to become a Pokemon trainer, so I was concerned he might inconvenience you, A-Man explained. Observing the flying mantis beside them, A-Man assumed Manchong had been inquiring about the responsibilities of a trainer. However, it's getting late. We should head back. Yes, Manchong nodded, contemplating that meeting Daigo was perhaps a fortuitous event. Well then, I won't impose any further. See you next time, Manchong. Daigo turned back, winking at Manchong. Understanding the gesture, Manchong smiled and nodded in response. Yes, I will work hard. Little did Daigo realize that this simple exchange would lead to Manchong blossoming into a lively and cheerful young lad. After parting ways with Manchong, Daigo took a brief stroll around Greenleaf Town. During this time, the flying mantis shot him an eye roll before retreating into its pokeball. At a small food stall, Daigo learned that a grand contest would be held there the day after tomorrow, prompting him to decide to stay for a few days. As for participating in the contest, the peculiar Metagross would make a suitable appearance. Cacturn merely indulged in food, and Skarmory lacked any particularly impressive moves. The flying mantis was all that remained, yet it hardly seemed inclined to cooperate for a performance. What a pity. I was genuinely looking forward to participating in the grand contest. The contest is divided into 4 tiers: normal, super, advanced, and master. Each tier has distinct venues. The normal tier is held in Greenleaf Town, the super tier in Autumn Leaf Town, the advanced tier in Kinizumi City, and the master tier in Mizujin City. To compete in the normal tier, one merely needs to register and obtain a participation license, while higher tiers require securing a top 3 finish in the preceding tier to qualify. The competition process involves 2 rounds. The first round showcases the trainer and their Pokémon, with attire, appearance, and condition influencing the scoring. The second round's performances are ordered based on the first round scores, ensuring that lower scoring participants are given a fair opportunity. If the first place contestant dazzles with an explosive performance, subsequent participants may struggle to make an impression. Conversely, if earlier performances lack brilliance, it only serves to highlight the excellence of the first place performance. Having settled into a room at the Pokémon Center in Greenleaf Town, Daigo observed his Pokémon enjoying their dinner and broached an idea with the Flying Mantis. Flying Mantis, would you consider joining me for the grand contest? The Flying Mantis first expressed confusion before shaking its head in refusal. As expected, Daigo felt a pang of disappointment, despite anticipating this outcome. The Flying Mantis glanced at Daigo, contemplating for a moment. No choice, it muttered. Metagross gently nudged Daigo with its hand. What is it? Metagross nodded and pointed at the Flying Mantis. You mean? The Flying Mantis agreed. Daigo exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the Flying Mantis. The Flying Mantis blushed slightly, responding with an exasperated tone. Metagross used its psychic abilities to manipulate a pen, writing a message on paper that floated before Daigo. It inquired, "Is the grand contest a competition that many people can watch?" Indeed. Typically, it is broadcasted on television, Daigo replied. Then, I will reluctantly join you for the contest. If many people are watching, perhaps they will see me too? The Flying Mantis regained its aloof demeanor, exclaiming, "Just don't let me embarrass myself alongside you. Thank you ever so much, Flying Mantis. Now, let me tend to your wounds." The Flying Mantis continued to eat its dinner silently, while Daigo attended to the bandages on its left scythe. The healing effects of the vital powder were quite favorable, as the cracks on the scythe had significantly diminished. Perhaps this was also due to the Flying Mantis's enhanced strength following its evolution, which had bolstered its self-recovery capabilities. Nevertheless, due to the injury to its scythe, the Flying Mantis's strength remained somewhat compromised, preventing it from performing at its full potential. However, it had engaged in adequate training to avoid regressing to a lower level. It appeared that by the end of the evening, it would be nearly fully recovered. Daigo reapplied the medication and wrapped it securely. Otherwise, you will have to rely solely on your right side for the performance. The Flying Mantis shot Daigo a glance, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Cacturn, having eaten its fill, lay down on the floor and began to snore. Skarmory observed Cacturn's sleeping posture, its eyes twitching, and picked up Cacturn's helmet with its beak, placing it on the sofa. You two will have to work hard in the next gym battle. Daigo patted Skarmory's head, smiling gently. The Flying Mantis and Metagross were far too powerful. Only Skarmory and Cacturn could gain valuable experience in the gym battle. However, the upcoming gym would be an electric type, which posed a disadvantage for Skarmory, while Cacturn's speed remained a concern. The challenge ahead appears daunting. Cacnea reclines upon a single sofa, while the armored bird lies upon the carpet, and the Scyther rests against the back of the sofa, drifting into slumber. Daigo remains somewhat unclear about the performance for the grand contest, to avoid an embarrassing defeat. He searches online for past videos, hoping to glean inspiration or innovative ideas. Meanwhile, Metagross is by Daigo's side, diligently studying the intricacies of human language. Metagross, aren't you going to sleep? Daigo inquires, glancing at the clock adorning the wall, its hands now pointing to 10. Just a little longer, he replies. Unbeknownst to them, their circle of companions has grown substantially. Metagross sets aside its book, its crescent-shaped eyes glimmering as it nods in acknowledgement. Daigo turns his gaze back to the 3 Pokémon, now peacefully asleep, a smile broadening across his face. Let us keep pushing forward, Metagross. Daigo bends his arm, extending his fist toward Metagross. Metagross. The Pokémon reciprocates, gently tapping its hand against Daigo's fist. The Scyther, leaning against the sofa, slowly opens its eyes and slightly lifts the curtain with its blade-like appendage, observing the moonlight cascading onto the floor. Daigo recalls the words spoken by the girl in the white dress. Does it resemble her? Chapter 37. Macaulay at dawn the following day. Daigo ventures into the wilderness with his Pokémon. Indeed, the outdoors feels far more invigorating. Daigo stretches languidly, inhaling the crisp morning air. I'm counting on you, Scyther. Scyther, Maintaining a stoic demeanor, nods gently. Cacnea, Armored Bird, and Metagross immerse themselves in their respective training routines. The performances for the Grand Contest revolve around utilizing Pokémon moves to create dazzling and magnificent spectacles. Furthermore, the interactions between trainers and their Pokémon must exude elegance and grandeur. The essence lies in providing an eye-catching, delightful experience for the audience. Last night, Daigo contemplated extensively on how to enable Scyther to execute a visually striking combination of moves. The release of techniques also markedly differs from that in battle. During combat, a Pokémon retains energy within its body to ensure potent attacks, whereas in the Grand Contest, energy must be released outward, significantly enhancing visual appeal. Daigo also intends to incorporate the counter shield technique, allowing him to train it while preparing for the contest, truly a dual benefit. Daigo first inspects Scyther's blade for any injuries. Satisfied that there are no significant issues, he commences training. The initial focus is on the counter shield technique, which diverges from standard defense. Typically, one must concentrate power to withstand an opponent's assault. However, the counter shield requires an outward projection of energy, creating a vortex to deflect incoming attacks while also dissipating some energy. In the sword dance state, the counter shield not only enhances Scyther's offensive capabilities, but also provides defense against adversaries, with certain moves able to inflict damage even while defending. Throughout the morning, Daigo dedicates his time to assisting Scyther in mastering the counter shield technique, communicating with it throughout the process, with Metagross serving as an invaluable translator. Metagross truly bears the burden of this endeavor. Mastering the counter shield in a single morning is unrealistic. However, Daigo seeks merely a rudimentary form of the technique. It need not possess immense defensive strength, just a semblance will suffice. At noon, Daigo returns to Verdant Town to register for the Grand Contest. The contest in Verdant Town, being an introductory tier, requires only registration. After successfully obtaining his contest license, Daigo learns that the preliminary round will take place the following evening, followed by a second round. In the afternoon, Daigo returns to the training grounds, urging Scyther to continue preparing for the Grand Contest performance. Observing the counter shield taking shape, Daigo moves on to the next phase. He discusses the movements with Scyther, emphasizing that they must appear striking. He also contemplates whether to adorn Scyther with some embellishments. This suggestion is met with a firm refusal from Scyther, indicating its reluctance to embellish itself. Once Daigo has outlined the performance sequence, he instructs Scyther to practice repeatedly until it meets his envisioned standard. During Scyther's breaks, Daigo attends to the training of Cacnea, Armored Bird, and Metagross. Perhaps due to the generous meals provided, the Pokémon are experiencing rapid growth. Daigo considers granting them some leisure time in the future. Relentless advancement may not necessarily be beneficial. Just as in learning, a balance between effort and rest is essential, requiring moments of relaxation. As evening approaches, Daigo prepares to return to Verdant Town when the navigator receives a message. Initially believing it to be from his father, he opens it to discover an unfamiliar number. The content is simple. Mr. Daigo, this is Manchong. Thank you very much. A smile creeps onto Daigo's lips as he responds, just call me bro. The formal address makes him feel considerably older than he is. Let us head back, everyone. The following morning unfolds with the same routine of training and practice. Though he allows his companions some respite in the afternoon, Daigo generously books a private screening at the cinema, treating his Pokémon to a film, naturally, a thrilling Pokémon movie. Cacnea, however, is preoccupied with incessant munching, producing a constant crunching sound beside Daigo's ear. Before dusk, Daigo takes his Pokémon out for dinner, ensuring they arrive at the venue before the contest registration concludes. After presenting their contestant credentials, Daigo smoothly enters the backstage area. Sir, are you planning to go on stage looking like that? A friendly makeup artist inquires, blocking Daigo's path with a smile. Clad in a long black casual suit paired with a white shirt, black trousers, a tie, and boots, Daigo feels quite dapper. Is that not acceptable? He asks, puzzled by her concern. Not at all. I meant, would you like us to apply some makeup? The makeup artist clarifies politely. Sir, you are quite handsome, so our makeup would merely serve as a subtle enhancement. Well, then, that sounds fine, Daigo concedes with a nod. The makeup artist guides Daigo to a seat. Beginning the transformation before the mirror, Daigo notices that, post-makeup, the youthful innocence has faded from his face, replaced by a mature and striking appearance. The order of the preliminary round will proceed based on the completion of makeup, so there's no need to rush, the makeup artist explains as she works. Daigo glances at the television in the upper left corner, which has begun broadcasting the Grand Contest. Many contestants have already taken the stage, yet he has not spotted that familiar figure. Could it be they aren't competing? Prepare to take the stage, sir, the makeup artist declares, satisfied with her handiwork as she gestures for Daigo to proceed to the contestant entrance. Thank you, Daigo replies, rising to depart the backstage. Let us do our best, Scyther. Daigo released his Scyther from the Pokeball, imparting a pre-match pep talk. The Scyther nodded calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Positioned behind the curtain, Daigo felt a tinge of nervousness. This was his inaugural participation in a grand competition, not for battling Pokémon, but to showcase his talents. In stark contrast, Scyther appeared completely at ease, far more relaxed than Daigo. Taking a few deep breaths, Daigo managed to stabilize his anxious feelings, bolstered by his confidence in his appearance. As the curtain parted, the cameras focused on Daigo and Scyther. Daigo stood with his hands in his pockets, projecting an image of ease and composure. His head tilted slightly to the left, a confident smile graced his lips. Scyther stood at an angle, arms crossed in a pose of cool detachment. The combination of its stern demeanor and striking appearance exuded a certain charm. Scyther did not need to adopt any exaggerated poses. Its natural aloofness was captivating enough. The moment Daigo and Scyther appeared, the audience erupted in a fervent cheer. Whether it was Daigo's good looks or Scyther's striking presence, both undeniably resonated with the crowd. Lights and flashes illuminated Daigo and Scyther, making them appear as if they were shimmering with brilliance. Daigo stepped forward to the microphone, offering a brief introduction. Hello everyone. I am Daigo from Littleroot Town, and my partner is Scyther. This is my first time participating in a showcase, and I hope to present my very best. Thank you. With a gentle smile and a slight bow towards the audience, Daigo concluded his introduction. Thus, the initial segment came to a close. As the curtain descended once more, Daigo exited with Scyther. Upon returning backstage, Daigo encountered a tall man approaching him, radiating an aura of nobility and elegance. Dressed in a white cap, green shirt, and purple trousers, with striking teal hair and eyes, he exuded an impressive presence. Your outfit is quite commendable, Macaulay praised sincerely, lowering his gaze to Daigo. Thank you, Daigo replied, needing to look up to meet Macaulay's gaze, who stood at least 185 centimeters tall. I am eager to see how you perform in the next round. With that, Macaulay strode confidently and gracefully towards the stage. Daigo watched him for a moment before continuing on his way. Macaulay was certainly older than him, likely possessing greater prowess as well. Perhaps this was merely his intuition. Chapter 38, runner-up of the showcase. The preliminary stage concluded, and Daigo was among the last to perform, indicating a high score in the first round. It was reasonable to presume that Macaulay had secured the top position, though his appearance leaned towards androgyny. He possessed an admirable physique, striking looks, and a charisma that few could rival. Not to mention his impressive height, which was rare in the Pokémon world, where the average height hovered around 170 centimeters. Yet, Daigo firmly believed he would continue to grow. Seated backstage, Daigo observed the performances of his fellow competitors on television. Although he himself was somewhat inexperienced, it was evident that most participants were also newcomers to the showcase, leading to a higher likelihood of mistakes due to nerves. Having experienced the scrutiny of onlookers frequently over the past year, Daigo adjusted swiftly. However, where was Macaulay? Had he perhaps gone to watch from the audience? It was indeed plausible. The experience of being present at the event was entirely different from watching it on screen. Macaulay's introduction was brief, yet he commanded considerable popularity. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in chants of his name. Could he already be a master of the showcase? Daigo found himself puzzled. It seemed illogical. A master coordinator would typically sit in the judges' seats, so how could Macaulay be competing in such a preliminary event? Daigo had not paid much attention to Macaulay's background, believing in the serendipity of encounters. Now, however, he was compelled to search for information about Macaulay online. Oh, it turned out that he was the champion of the previous Grand Festival, which explained his immense popularity. But why had he chosen to forego the title of champion? Reports indicated that he was the frontrunner for the championship title in the Hoenn League, not merely for the showcase, but for the actual championship. Daigo's recollection of when he and Macaulay first met suggested it should not have been so late. Had his arrival somehow altered the timeline? Indeed, his original family background seemed markedly different from his own. Soon, it was Daigo's turn to perform. Despite it being his debut on stage, the nerves he had felt earlier had dissipated completely. He had adjusted to the spotlight with ease. Let us go, Scyther, Daigo called, releasing Scyther as they made their way to the performance stage. With a flourish, the stage curtain parted, and Daigo, accompanied by Scyther, entered with poise. The audience erupted with an unprecedented roar of applause. After all, Daigo's score in the first round had placed him second, indicating that he did possess some popularity, albeit not quite at Macaulay's level. as long as he avoided any mistakes during this performance. Securing a spot in the top 3 of the showcase would not be an issue. Scyther, use Swords Dance. Daigo commanded with a grand sweep of his hand, blending elegance with boldness. In response, for semi-transparent blades materialized around Scyther, swirling gracefully as it spun. For ribbons of air emanated from the rotating Scyther, reminiscent of wisps of smoke, languid and serene. Oh, contestant Daigo has unleashed Swords Dance. The flying type energy snakes upward like a water serpent, trailing like delicate ribbons in the wind. The Swords Dance merely facilitated Scyther's rotation, allowing the flying type energy it radiated to take form. Air Slash. Daigo seized the moment, commanding. The surrounding flying type energy coalesced into crescent-shaped blades, ascending slowly toward the ceiling like a rising moon. Jump and unleash a Fury Cutter. Scyther drew back its scythe-like arms, kneeling briefly before launching itself into the air, the blades shimmering with a vibrant green glow. With a flurry of movements, Scyther's Fury Cutter sliced through the previously launched Air Slash with precision. The blades erupted in midair, a dazzling display of white sparks mingling with the green bug-type energy released during the Fury Cutter, momentarily evoking the vastness of the starry sky. With his left hand resting on his lower back, Daigo raised his right hand, elegantly rotating his wrist. As he lowered his hand, Scyther gracefully descended to the ground. The two sides were poised, and Scyther remained with its eyes closed, adopting a stealthy stance akin to a ninja on stage. As Daigo's right hand descended and then rose again, he bowed in gratitude to the audience, his hand resting lightly on his left shoulder. The luminous points in the air cascaded like a shower of stars, showering down upon Daigo and Scyther. When they finally touched the ground, they resembled autumn leaves, settling gently on the stage. Thus, the performance drew to a close. Daigo's move, the blade of air combined with a series of slashes, unexpectedly unveiled a scene reminiscent of the starry sky. His grace and impeccable timing were truly commendable. As he bowed to conclude his performance, a cascade of stars descended, showcasing remarkable creativity. In contrast to ostentatious displays that rely on grandiosity, Daigo's combination of moves appeared far more resplendent. Unsurprisingly, he received unanimous acclaim from all 3 judges. Following the performance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by a flurry of enthusiastic shouts that reached Daigo's ears incessantly. "Ah, Daigo, from now on, you are my favorite. Daigo is so handsome, I'm utterly mesmerized. 10 seconds. I want all of Daigo's personal information. No, 5 seconds. Daigo, I want to have your children." Daigo paused mid-step, looking somewhat bewildered towards the source of that proclamation. The exuberance abruptly halted, and all eyes turned towards the individual who had uttered those words. It was not the statement itself that was peculiar. Rather, it was the person who said it. A young man, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, blushed profusely. Daigo's lips twitched, while he understood his charm was appealing to all. He did not expect such fervor. Soon, it was time for Macaulay's performance, and Daigo positioned himself to watch attentively. Following the conclusion of the performances, the top 3 contestants would be announced, each earning a ribbon badge. This badge served as a ticket to the next level of the dazzling competition. Although it held little value for Daigo, who merely sought new experiences, nonetheless, it would serve as a cherished memento. As Macaulay took the stage, the audience erupted into applause even louder than when Daigo had appeared, showcasing Macaulay's considerable popularity. He favored elegant techniques in Pokémon battles, enhancing their visual appeal. Macaulay's partner was a cream-colored Pokémon resembling a sea serpent, adorned with blue and pink scales and black stripes. At the tip of its tail, for large blue scales, bore a central red oval pattern. It must be said that this Pokémon alone surpassed many of the earlier competitors. Its scales shimmered under the stage lights, exuding an elegance and noble aura akin to Macaulay. This was none other than the Pokémon celebrated for its beauty, Milotic. The stage transformed as a whirlwind enveloped Milotic, rendering its form ethereal. Subsequently, a ring of water materialized around Milotic, and as the ring expanded, a cascade of water spiraled outward. The flowing water did not splatter, but rather gently descended from the sky once freed from the whirlwind. With a resounding crash, the water vortex erupted, sending sprays of water into the air like fireworks. Under Milotic's command, the scattered droplets returned, forming a pair of wings made of water. Witnessing such a spectacle was truly awe-inspiring, and Daigo smiled, utterly captivated by the performance. Moreover, Milotic's battle prowess was astonishingly formidable. Its control over water was at least at the elite level. Rumor has it that Macaulay had already triumphed over the Elite Four, but chose to forfeit the championship title. This indicated that Milotic possessed, at the very least, peak elite level strength. Ultimately, the results of the competition unfolded as Daigo had anticipated. Macaulay claimed first place, followed closely by himself. The champion-level Macaulay had chosen to participate in a beginner's dazzling competition to assert his dominance over newcomers, which Daigo found rather amusing. During the ribbon badge award ceremony, Macaulay leaned close to Daigo and quietly remarked, "Your performance was outstanding. You are destined to become a leading Pokémon coordinator." "Thank you," Daigo replied with a gentle smile. "But I prefer being a trainer." Chapter 39. A call to action in the face of injustice. Having only met once, Macaulay had already developed a fondness for Daigo. By their next encounter, their camaraderie would likely deepen. Of course, this affection referred to friendship. Daigo had entered the dazzling competition with the intent of meeting Macaulay in person, simply to see him as he truly was. Since his arrival, the Pokémon world had undergone considerable changes, including an increase in the age of travel to 16. Daigo had waited until his journey began to finally encounter Macaulay, who seemed to have retained much of his original character, not differing much from Daigo's memories. As Daigo mingled with the audience, seeking autographs and photographs with Macaulay, he stealthily slipped away, mindful of being overwhelmed by the crowd. He retrieved his navigator, which buzzed with a message from Manchong. "Daigo bro, your performance in the dazzling competition was remarkable." Daigo smiled gently and replied with a simple thank you. Even through the navigator, he could sense the admiration sparkling in Manchong's eyes. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Daigo prepared an array of donuts as a reward for his beloved Scyther. Although Scyther seemed somewhat distracted while eating, Metagross, Daigo called, gesturing for his Metagross to come over. "Can you find out if Scyther has any concerns?" he whispered. Metagross. Metagross nodded in agreement and set off to investigate Scyther's feelings. Before long, Metagross returned, swiftly jotting down notes. "I see," Daigo mused, realizing that Scyther had chosen to follow him because he resembled its former trainer. The abandonment by its previous owner had led Scyther to seek the truth alongside Daigo. Although he understood that Scyther's decision to accompany him had ulterior motives, he now grasped the specifics of Scyther's intentions. With this newfound understanding, Daigo could better assist Scyther. As for the choice to remain after discovering the truth, that was a decision only Scyther could make. His responsibility was to be the best trainer he could be, ensuring that Scyther's stay in the team would yield the most favorable outcome. When the time was right, he would help Scyther evolve. As for the resources needed during this period, Daigo found them inconsequential. Ultimately, he believed that a bond would form between Scyther and himself. Now, he also knew Scyther's previous owner's name, Aron. Surely, they would meet one day. As dawn broke the following day, Daigo set forth towards Amethyst City. As he traversed Route 117, Daigo maintained a training regimen alongside his journey for an entire week. During this time, he encountered several challenges from other trainers. It is often said that when trainers' eyes meet, a battle must ensue. However, it was not mentioned whether one would face humiliation. His Cacturne and Skarmory grew rapidly, and with their combined efforts, they triumphed over all challengers along the way. Compared to the formidable rival known as Green, often referred to as the Cultivator, Daigo's current progress was rather unremarkable. In the future, when Xinglu assumed the role of the Evergreen Gym leader, he dedicated approximately 3 months to cultivating a new generation of powerful Pokémon. This implies that within that span, he managed to nurture at least a batch of Pokémon of the master level. Currently, Daigo has barely surpassed a month, and only recently have his Cacturne and Skarmory reached the outstanding level. He still has considerable ground to cover to match the terrifying prowess of a true cultivator. "Return it to me." Hearing a commotion not far away piqued Daigo's curiosity. He summoned his Metagross, preparing to investigate. "Kid, heed my advice. The individuals involved here are not to your benefit." A man clad in a black cloak wore a sly grin, making his warning seem utterly untrustworthy. Before him stood a boy, bruised and disheveled, clenching his fists in defiance and glaring at the cloaked figure. "Are you certain that this egg is a Dratini egg?" Another man, adorned with a mask and sporting a rooster crest, leaned in to whisper in the black-clad man's ear. "Absolutely. I've seen one with my own eyes. It looks almost identical." The man in black asserted with conviction. "We should leave quickly. This place is in close proximity to Amethyst City, and attracting the gym leader and Junsha could spell trouble," the rooster crest man remarked, his expression tinged with impatience. "What are you afraid of? This area is usually deserted. Do you expect someone to fall from the sky?" The man in black retorted nonchalantly. What threat could this defenseless boy possibly pose? He clutched an egg, its surface a brilliant blue adorned with silver and yellow speckles. However, sometimes, not all words should be spoken. Suddenly, a large foot descended from above, landing squarely on the face of the cloaked man, sending him flying. The newcomer executed a graceful somersault in midair before landing smoothly. Daigo deftly caught the Pokémon egg that had been inadvertently tossed away by the cloaked man. Since you put it that way, I would feel remiss not to jump down. Daigo chuckled lightly, turning his gaze toward the Rooster Crest Man. The Rooster Crest Man glanced back at the unconscious figure of the cloaked man on the ground and bellowed in anger. You fool. Mytiana, tear him apart. He promptly released a Pokeball, unleashing the Mytiana, which lunged at Daigo without hesitation. Metagross. Meteor Mash. The silvery Metagross delivered a powerful punch to the ground, the force of which sent Mytiana tumbling. Bullet Punch. Metagross, having dispatched Mytiana, turned its attention to the energetic Blaziken. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. The Rooster Crest Man shouted, throwing out a second Pokeball. With a flash, Blaziken appeared, its fiery orange form accented by pale skin around its mouth. 3 bright blue rings on each side of its body, and a rocky structure on its back. As Blaziken unleashed a scorching stream of flames, Daigo commanded, Metagross, use Psychic. As he gave the order, he patted his side, causing himself to levitate and evade the fiery onslaught. Metagross retaliated, landing a punch that left Mytiana dazed, then faced the vigorous Blaziken. Daigo returned the Pokémon egg to the boy, smiling gently. How are your injuries? The boy shook his head, indicating he was unscathed. Gratefully, he cradled the egg in his arms. Next, Air Slash. Psychic. Just as Blaziken concluded its flamethrower, several crescent-shaped air slashes surged toward it from the right. The air slashes struck Blaziken repeatedly, rendering it unable to evade the psychic assault from Metagross. The Rooster Crest Man, taken aback, abruptly turned his gaze to the suddenly appearing Scyther and realized with a start, that was Daigo's doing. He unleashed Scyther. Who on earth are you to challenge us Pokémon hunters? The Rooster Crest Man demanded. Ah, so you are Pokémon hunters. Daigo's expression shifted to one of surprise. Now that you know, if you leave at this moment, I might overlook this. Overlook what? Daigo's astonishment evaporated, replaced by a slight smirk and an icy glint in his eyes. Perfect. I have a grudge against Pokémon hunters. Although he had already taken action, this guy, the Rooster Crest Man, sensing the danger, hastily released all the Pokeballs at his disposal. From the balls emerged a variety of Pokémon, a Duskull wrapped in gray bandages with a single large eye, a cunning Leafeon with leaf-like hands, a muscular purple Bouffalant with a strong jaw, and an old acquaintance, a Murkrow. Attack. Deep purple energy balls, swirling black waves, and razor-sharp leaves flew towards Scyther, alongside Blaziken charging with flames. Metagross, give it a close encounter. Daigo pointed at Bouffalant before turning to Scyther, swords dance, counter shield. Metagross's eyes glowed blue as it hurled Blaziken into the charging Bouffalant, sending it flying. Scyther focused intently, spinning rapidly. The resulting vortex absorbed the Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, and Leaf Blade, culminating in a massive explosion. Scyther emerged from the billowing smoke, trailing wisps of black mist, but only slightly affected by the blast. Now it's time to counterattack. 2 of you, go. Chapter 40, The Cheerful Old Dang. Metagross piled up the defeated Pokémon, and after completing this task, it dusted off its non-existent grime. Daigo nodded in satisfaction. This time was far easier than the last. As Daigo turned around, he was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light. The boy's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. What Pokémon are these? So handsome and powerful. Just like you. Daigo raised a hand to shield his eyes, chuckling ruefully. It's really nothing. He then patted the dust off the boy's clothes and asked, Why are you here all alone? The boy looked down at the egg in his arms, admitting, I just wanted to take it out for some fresh air. He hadn't anticipated encountering such trouble. Just a moment more, and the unborn little creature would have been taken from him. Although he was unaware of the egg's species, it was clear that if they sought to steal it, it must be an exceptional Pokémon. Therefore, you must remain vigilant, ensuring its safety while not neglecting your own. Do you live in Amethyst City? If you'd like, I can escort you home. Daigo, though not well-versed in Pokémon eggs, knew that in games they were typically uniform. Even the specialized literature on Pokémon breeding lacked comprehensive records of all egg types. The boy hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bother for you? Not at all. I'm headed to Amethyst City as well. Daigo recalled all the defeated Pokémon into their Pokeballs, dragging 2 unconscious Pokémon hunters along as he guided the boy towards Amethyst City. Brother, are you coming to Amethyst City to challenge the gym? Indeed. Then I'm sure you'll do great. Oh, why do you think so? Because I've seen the old man Tetsuyan battle against the villains, and he doesn't seem nearly as formidable as you. Daigo chuckled lightly. Perhaps you are viewing me through a flattering lens? I am not. That is the truth. After escorting the boy to Amethyst City and bidding him farewell, the boy hurried off in the direction of home. After experiencing such an event, He would surely be more cautious in the future. Daigo released his grip on the two hunters' clothing, and the ground echoed with two thuds as their heads met the floor with a resounding smack. He shook his slightly trembling arms, a grimace of pain crossing his face. Had he known, he wouldn't have pretended to be so strong. Watching the boy admire him with such respect made it difficult for Daigo to allow his image to falter in the boy's eyes. He maintained his facade until the boy departed, allowing his arms a moment of respite. It seemed his training was insufficient. He would need to increase the intensity next time. Compared to a superhuman capable of trading blows with Pokémon, he was merely an ordinary individual with slightly better stamina, especially when faced with the likes of a Zoroark that could endure a thunderbolt without issue. Daigo merely shouted to indicate that the two on the ground were notorious Pokémon hunters, and soon a concerned passerby handed him a rope to bind them beneath a utility pole. Could you please inform Miss Junsha? Thank you. After ensuring everything was in order, Daigo made his way to the Pokémon Center in Amethyst City and checked into a room. With his arms aching, he planned to rest for half a day before challenging the Amethyst Gym the next day, allowing his Pokémon some time to recuperate as well. There was the ever-hungry Cacnea, the only sane member of the team, the armor bird, the studious Metagross, who seemed on the verge of becoming a top scholar and a somewhat proud Scyther. It appeared that his team lacked a morale booster. While it was commendable that everyone aspired to grow stronger, Daigo felt the absence of a lively atmosphere might eventually render their training monotonous. Was he to assume the role of the morale booster himself? After lying down for a while, he strolled around the streets and decided to visit the Pokémon Appraisal Center in Amethyst City to assess his Pokémon's current strength. Metagross, 57. Scyther, 53. Armor Bird, 30. Cacnea, 29. It seemed that Metagross had significantly accelerated its strength after evolving. Noting the Armor Bird's recent sluggish training pace, Daigo believed it was not a major concern for it. As for Cacnea, he needed only to consume a few more minerals to strengthen further. Logically, the challenge for the 3 badges should not be overly daunting. Although the entry requirements for the league competitions were gradually increasing, they would not reach a level where the gym leader would reveal their true prowess until the 8th badge. Typically, the strength would be at the level of a boss. The challenge for the 3rd badge would likely be around the exceptional tier, akin to when he faced the Cacnea at the Naz gym. Daigo purchased a few donuts and some freshly mined iron ore. After a day of rest, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Amethyst Gym. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered he had stepped onto a conveyor belt. What on earth? Daigo exclaimed in surprise. The conveyor belt abruptly whisked him away, leaving him slightly off balance. Fortunately, his reflexes prevented an embarrassing fall. Suddenly, the conveyor belt came to a halt, slamming to a stop and nearly sending Daigo flying. Was this some sort of amusement ride? Abruptly, a Pokémon resembling a saber-toothed tiger sprang into view before him, adorned with golden fur, robust limbs, and sharp fangs. It sported a black steel headdress covering its forehead, nose, and mouth, from which X-shaped whiskers emerged. Its tail was a light blue, lightning-shaped appendage, ending in a spark-like tip. The legendary Pokémon. One of the Raikou from the legendary Pokémon squad. Raikou, Daigo thought, feeling perplexed. Something felt amiss. He sensed no overwhelming presence from this Raikou, and its eyes were devoid of emotion, appearing lifeless. A replica? Just as Daigo was about to circumvent the Raikou, it crackled with surging electricity. Metagross, go! Metagross swiftly emerged from its Pokeball, raising its arms to block the oncoming electrical assault. With a powerful swing, it delivered a punch that obliterated the mechanical Raikou's head. The sound of sizzling electricity emanated from the exposed circuitry within the Raikou's body, causing Daigo's brow to furrow. Such a replica was a grave disrespect to the true Raikou. Ah, my Raikou. A voice of frustration echoed from behind the ruined Raikou. Daigo turned to see a chubby, old man with a pained expression. Did you create this mechanical Raikou? Ah, yes, I am the gym leader here. Tetsuyan. Tetsuyan quickly regained his smile, introducing himself to Daigo. What do you think? Isn't my Raikou quite impressive? Daigo regarded the grinning Tetsuyan with a calm gaze, replying blandly, I do not find your mechanical Raikou impressive, nor do I think it is a commendable action. Gah! Tetsuyan's smile faltered. I never expected a gym leader of the electric type to show such disrespect to a legendary electric Pokémon. Daigo's cold voice caught Tetsuyan off guard, prompting him to look back at the decapitated Raikou. Compared to this mechanical version, a statue of Raikou might be more appropriate. Such a mechanical Raikou lacked the dignity of a legendary Pokémon and was easily destroyed, an affront to its existence. Ha! Tetsuyan suddenly erupted into laughter, leaving Daigo bewildered. Who would have thought that an old man like me would be reprimanded by a young whippersnapper? Well, I guess I've become a bit muddled to have done such a thing. Tetsuyan seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his actions. I want to transform Amethyst City into an advanced metropolis, but my abilities fall short. Thus, I resort to tinkering with these machines in my gym. Observing the cheerful old man, Daigo slowly softened his previously cold demeanor. Tetsuyan's straightforward nature suggested he was aware of his shortcomings. I believe gym leader Tetsuyan should continue to ponder how to improve Amethyst City, Daigo said with a gentle smile. Who knows? Perhaps one day you will succeed. After all, in the game, Tetsuyan indeed transformed Amethyst City into a sophisticated urban center. True enough. At my age, there is no harm in giving it one last shot. Tetsuyan nodded. Since I've heard your words today, why not listen to another? You're here to challenge the gym, right? Let us get started. Chapter 41. The Fierce Assault of the Brave Bird. Tetsuyan led Daigo to the battlefield, announcing the rules. The regulations were similar to the previous two gyms. But like the martial arts gym, it would be a 3-on-3 battle. Alright, kid, my first Pokémon is this one. With that, Tetsuyan tossed a Pokeball into the air. The Pokémon, a peculiar creature with a gray body and a singular eye situated at the center of its spherical form, is adorned with a pair of horseshoe-shaped magnets on either side, their polarities contrasting. Atop its head rests a large screw, while two smaller screws grace the front of its torso. A fusion of electric and steel types, Magnemite. Let it unleash the awe of electricity upon its adversaries. Magnemite merely blinked, its form levitating effortlessly in the air. You shall be my choice, Skarmory, Daigo declared, sending forth the steel-type Skarmory, despite its type disadvantage. Hey, Daigo, my friend. The flying type is at the mercy of electric types. Tetsu, with an odd expression, hastily interjected. I am aware, Daigo replied with a calm smile, unfazed. Prepare yourself, Magnemite, and unleash your shock. What? How can the gym leader seize the initiative? Skarmory swiftly dodged the attack. Daigo remained unperturbed, opting to have Skarmory evade first. Magnemite excels in long-range electric assaults, while Skarmory thrives in close-quarters combat. Thus, it must seize the opportunity. Moreover, Magnemite boasts a quadruple resistance to flying and steel types, significantly curtailing Skarmory's offensive capabilities. Daigo's decision to deploy Skarmory against Magnemite stemmed from a desire to see if Skarmory could attain a breakthrough in battle, a critical leap toward reaching elite status, thereby saving considerable time in the future. Nonetheless, Daigo remained vigilant, wary of Skarmory's condition to prevent it from sustaining severe injuries. Skarmory accelerated dramatically, deftly dodging the high-voltage currents. Lowering Magnemite's accuracy would enhance Skarmory's chances of victory. However, recklessly approaching Magnemite could result in being struck by its electromagnetic waves and succumbing to paralysis. The widespread electromagnetic waves guarantee a hit, but a single, straight-line shot may be evaded. Rock Tomb. Though Magnemite, being an electric and steel type, possesses a double resistance to rock-type moves, this remains one of the few attacks capable of inflicting considerable damage on it. Suddenly, several rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the airborne Magnemite. Caught off guard, Magnemite was struck by one of the boulders. That is not enough. Magnemite, unleash your shock. Shaking its head, Magnemite floated back into the air, golden currents of electricity swirling around it. It then released a serpentine bolt of electricity that coiled through the air, dodged swiftly, and then execute Steel Wing. Skarmory continued its rapid movement, effortlessly evading the electric assault. Despite the type advantage, Skarmory's damage potential remained formidable. As it closed the distance, it prepared to unleash its electromagnetic waves. Tetsu reacted swiftly, recognizing this as the perfect moment to release the waves. Skarmory dove straight down, its steel wings enveloped in a grayish energy, emitting a faint glow. Bang! Skarmory collided with Magnemite, which then discharged a surge of electricity. The electric currents coiled around Skarmory's body like a venomous serpent, inducing paralysis. Magnemite, too, was sent crashing to the ground from the force of the strike. Endure it and use Peck Drill. Skarmory, braving the electric currents coursing through it, coated its beak in white energy, spinning like a drill to continue its assault. Daigo's rationale for initiating close combat was to witness whether Skarmory could surge forth in a moment of desperation. If it merely relied on Rock Tomb for hit-and-run tactics, it would be more efficient to substitute in Metagross for a quick conclusion. The gym challenge serves not only as a trial, but also as a testament to one's training alongside their Pokémon. With the paralysis unavoidable, it was time to charge in for a fierce onslaught. Magnemite, still grounded, was struck again by Skarmory's Peck Drill, sending it flying once more. Observing Skarmory's relentless advance, intent on achieving victory through continuous offense, Tetsu promptly countered. Magnemite, use Discharge. Rising to its feet, Magnemite unleashed the currents within. causing the electricity to expand and encompass a wider area. This was a spreading attack. Skarmory, hindered by paralysis, found itself unable to halt or pivot, helplessly witnessing the electric current strike it. Oh, Skarmory struggled amidst the electrical onslaught, its expression one of agony. Do not underestimate Magnemite's diminutive size. Its special attack power is remarkably high. Conversely, Skarmory's special defense is relatively weak, compounded by the type disadvantage, making this attack quite damaging. Daigo tightened his grip on Skarmory's Pokeball, contemplating whether to withdraw it from battle. Would Skarmory summon its full strength to retaliate amidst the electrical storm? Or would it remain powerless until Magnemite's discharge ceased? Skarmory, you don't intend to lose like this, do you? Daigo suddenly shouted. Recall how you withstood the brink of despair before. Now is your moment to rise from the ashes. Skarmory's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Its fierce gaze radiated boundless fighting spirit. It had never lost against an opponent of equal standing. It could not succumb to someone so inferior. Oh! Skarmory's aura erupted forth, dispersing the electric energy surrounding it. Well done, Skarmory. Daigo was taken aback by how a mere nudge could trigger such a breakthrough in Skarmory. Perhaps it was the prior buildup of tension that, once released, allowed Skarmory to unleash its full potential. Skarmory flapped its wings and soared towards the ceiling, then folded its wings and dove downward. Do not fear, Magnemite. Continue to unleash discharge. As the electric currents flared anew, Skarmory exhibited not a hint of trepidation. Zzz. As Skarmory dove, it was suddenly traversed by numerous fine strands of electricity. Skarmory's eyes twitched, teeth gritted. No way would it succumb to this infernal paralysis. Ignoring the sensation, Skarmory relinquished control, plummeting freely. Even as Magnemite's discharge struck it, Skarmory did not blink. At that moment, its resolve was unwavering. Power surged within. As the currents dissipated from its body, Skarmory charged towards Magnemite, braving the discharge. The golden electricity was gradually enveloped by a white flame. A spectral white bird formed, casting a protective barrier akin to a shield around Skarmory. Oh! Skarmory emitted a piercing cry, colliding with Magnemite enveloped in discharge, accompanied by the white phantom. Bang! Boom! Skarmory, along with Magnemite, crashed into the ground. The explosion of electricity and the eruption of white energy engulfed the arena in a cloud of thick black smoke. Wounded yet undeterred, Skarmory broke through the smoke, soaring once more into the sky. After catching its breath, Skarmory landed gracefully on the ground. As the smoke cleared, Magnemite lay in a pit, rendered incapable of battle. Alas, an electric-type Pokémon has been bested by a flying type. Tetsu sighed, ruffling his sparse hair, a wry smile forming on his lips. Soon, however, he chuckled heartily. Yet, this Skarmory truly possesses remarkable prowess. Return, Magnemite. You've worked hard. Tetsu recalled the exhausted Magnemite and proceeded to summon his second Pokémon. The second Pokémon of Taishien resembled an oversized Pokeball, albeit without the central button, and the upper red section was adorned with a face. Dage had ample reason to suspect that the design of the Pokeball was inspired by the electrode. How do you feel, Armored Bird? The Armored Bird was panting, yet its aura remained undiminished. Dage was taken aback to witness the Armored Bird unleash Brave Bird after its evolution. On the journey to the Amethyst City, Dage had encouraged the Armored Bird to hone its peck drill, though it had not succeeded during training. It seemed that after its breakthrough, the Armored Bird had grasped the essence of Brave Bird. Even in its rudimentary form, the Armored Bird indeed executed Brave Bird. Let's take a break, Armored Bird. You've done remarkably well, Dage said, retrieving the Pokeball and addressing the Armored Bird. The speed of Electrode was formidable, and the Armored Bird was not in the best condition to contend with it. Compared to Magnemite, Electrode, being purely electric type, had no resistance to rock. It would be better to leave it to Kecleon. The Armored Bird, aware of its physical state, nodded in agreement to switch out. I'll leave the rest to you, Kecleon. Dage softly instructed as he recalled the Armored Bird. Go for it, Kecleon. Chapter 42. Anger leads to evolution. Kecleon, use Rock Block. With a swift motion of his arm, Dage initiated the attack. Kecleon gazed at the rotund Electrode with dissatisfaction. Ysnt at Rock type. With a stamp of its feet. Several rocks suddenly rose from beneath Electrode, ensnaring it. Electrode, charge up. Trapped by the rocks, Electrode's gaze sharpened, and waves of electricity surged around it. Charging could enhance the power of its next electric-type attack, while the currents also bolstered its special defense. Still trying to gather strength? Dage chuckled, stomp. Taishien felt a sense of foreboding. Kecleon smirked, lifted its legs, and stomped down again. The entire arena began to tremble as the ground beneath Electrode suddenly rose. launching it out of its rocky confinement. Many might believe that Rock-type was effective against Electric-type. However, Rock-type neither resists nor counters Electric-type, with only Ground-type being effective against it. To prepare for the Amethyst Gym, Daigo had specifically taught Kecleon the move Stomp. Electrode. Tieshuan's voice was laced with concern that Stomp would surely be detrimental to Electrode. Unfortunately, Kecleon was not a Ground-type Pokémon, lacking the same type bonus. Otherwise, it could have knocked Electrode out in one hit. Electrode struggled to turn its body, the recent Stomp having taken a toll on it. Let's hit it with another Stomp, Kecleon called out. The ground began to tremble once more. But Taishian was on high alert. Electromagnetic levitation. Electrode summoned magnetic force through electricity, floating in midair. Sensing the impending ground upheaval, Electrode quickly dodged. The next moment, a section of the ground suddenly jutted out, nearly sending Electrode flying. Rock slide. The rocks that had been used to trap Electrode now floated in the air, hurtling toward the levitating Electrode. Block it with discharge. Electrode unleashed a torrent of electricity, crackling with energy, obliterating the incoming rocks. Well done. Charge forward. Despite appearing somewhat exhausted, Kecleon gritted its teeth and advanced. Daigo speculated Tieshuan's intentions. Unleash explosion. Kecleon swiftly raised a barrier of rocks around itself, preparing for the incoming Electrode, which was hurtling toward it, radiating white light. Boom. The next instant, Electrode erupted in a blinding flash, a tremendous explosion resonating across the battlefield. In an instant, the shockwave spread to the edges of the arena. When the white light dissipated, Electrode lay motionless on the ground, having lost the ability to battle. The two rocks in front of Kecleon were also destroyed, yet Kecleon remained unharmed. Oh dear, you saw through it, Taishian lamented, rubbing his balding head. Trainers employing Electrode or Thundershock often concealed a powerful explosion as a trump card. Observing Taishian commanding Electrode to charge recklessly, it was evident he aimed to execute explosion. Electrode had been severely weakened by Stomp and had expended much of its energy resisting Rock Slide. As a gym leader, Taishian could not switch Pokémon, making Explosion the most viable option at this juncture. Explosion releases all of one's power, resulting in the user also losing the ability to battle. However, compared to being defeated, merely losing consciousness from exhaustion seemed a more favorable outcome. Come back, Electrode. Taishian sighed, gazing at the Pokeball, feeling somewhat helpless. The Armored Bird's type was quite disadvantageous, making the battle arduous. Kecleon at least had moves effective against electric types, which made the combat somewhat smoother. My final Pokemon is this one. Taishian threw his last Pokeball. In a flash of white light, a Pokemon resembling 3 Magnemite fused together appeared on the field. The Tri-Attack Magneton, formed by the union of 3 Magnemite, bore a resemblance to the evolution of Metagross. However, Tri-Attack Magneton was distinctly more cohesive. Tri-Attack Magneton. Daigo remained unperturbed. As long as he could find an opportunity to unleash Stomp, he could inflict significant damage upon the opponent. The Electric Steel Dual-type Tri-Attack Magneton was 4 times weak to Ground-type moves, making them more effective than against Electrode. However, he had already revealed his Ground-type move, so Taishian would likely prepare for it. Use Electromagnetic Levitation. As expected, Taishian immediately commanded the newly entered Tri-Attack Magneton to levitate, evading the heavy damage from Ground-type moves. Rock Slide. Kecleon directed the debris from the explosion toward Tri-Attack Magneton. The Electric Steel-type Tri-Attack Magneton was resistant to Rock-type moves, and even if hit, the damage dealt would be minimal. Thunderwave. With electricity crackling around it, Tri-Attack Magneton unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. The strike hit Kecleon, singeing parts of its helmet and releasing wisps of smoke. Daigo's expression turned grave, despite Kecleon having a slight edge in raw strength over Tri-Attack Magneton. The latter's type advantage while levitating and its formidable special attack proved quite troubling. After all, he was not a master of type advantages. Kecleon shook its head, glancing back at the thin black smoke rising from its back, a surge of anger sweeping over it. I'll need to eat a mountain of minerals to recover from this. Do you know how much I eat in one meal? Kecleon trembled all over, clearly incensed. Calm down, Kecleon. Just use Rock Block to defend against the next attack. Daigo discerned the peculiar state of Cocodora by issuing commands preemptively. He could avert a substantial portion of the impending electric shock damage. Electric Wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Tetsu had no time to consider Cocodora's anxious quivers and chose to press the attack, observing the golden current undulating like a colossal serpent. Daigo quickly instructed Cocodora to deploy Rock Block for defense. To his surprise, however, Cocodora did not respond with the anticipated move. Was it still gathering strength? Almost there. Just a little more. The immense power within was on the verge of surging forth. Boom. The electric wave struck Cocodora, yet it seemed to leave no mark upon it. Suddenly, Cocodora's form was enveloped in a blinding white light, and its petite body began to expand. Evolution. Daigo was taken aback. Cocodora should not have been at the stage for evolution yet. He recalled mentioning during Metagross's evolution that one must wait until their energy reserves were ample before evolving. Forcing an early evolution could lead to numerous aftereffects. Although Cocodora had an insatiable appetite, it was not foolish. It wouldn't force an evolution out of anger unless it had stored some energy from the or it consumed, triggering its evolution via the electric wave. Cocodora, now evolved, let out a mighty roar, dispelling the white light along with the electric shocks coursing through it. In its evolved form, Cocodora resembled a four-legged dinosaur. Its back adorned with segments of armored steel, each with a prominent ridge at its center. You better undergo a thorough examination immediately. If there's anything wrong, you'll have me to answer to. Daigo exclaimed furiously. Even if Cocodora were to lose, he could still summon either Scyther or Metagross to secure victory. However, if Cocodora's forced evolution resulted in permanent damage to its body, Daigo would be left trembling with rage. You chose to evolve at this moment? Tetsu remarked with surprise. Now, I'll be at a disadvantage. Upon evolving, Cocodora unleashed a formidable energy wave, coalescing the surrounding debris into a colossal sphere. Cocodora propelled the immense orb toward the magneton, the overwhelming force repelling the electric shock it attempted to counter with. Boom. The magneton took the brunt of the massive energy ball head-on. The explosive surge of steel-type energy whipped through the gym, conjuring a tempest within. As small fragments of debris were swept into the vortex, forcing onlookers to shield their faces. Chapter 43. Is resting really so difficult? As the aftermath subsided, the battered magneton hovered in the air. The skill unleashed by Cocodora was likely Metal Burst, allowing it to transform the damage received into energy and retaliate with great force. However, even the grandiose display of Metal Burst was insufficient to inflict severe harm upon the magneton, which had a fourfold resistance to steel-type moves. Daigo took a deep breath, momentarily holding his composure. You'll get your reprimand later. Rock slide. Cocodora manipulated the scattered rocks and debris on the battlefield, hurling them at the magneton. Electric wave. The magneton continued to unleash powerful currents to shatter the rocks, but the enhanced rock slide from the evolved Cocodora proved far superior to its previous incarnations. The magneton's electric wave failed to obliterate the rocks entirely, and the fragmented stones struck it down. Even now, heavy stomp. Cocodora stomped down, causing tremors more violent than before. The magneton struggled to rise again, but its power for levitation had been depleted. In simpler terms, the turn had come to an end. Unable to execute electromagnetic levitation immediately, the magneton was struck by the heavy stomp and collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Cocodora beamed with joy at the sight, turning to Daigo with hopes of receiving more, or as a reward post-battle. After all, with its evolution, its appetite had also escalated. Yet, upon turning, it met Daigo's gaze, one filled with the intent to reprimand the Pokémon. What is happening? Cocodora's smile faltered. Daigo's lips twitched as he returned the bewildered Cocodora to its Pokeball. If any issues arise during the examination, you'll see what I do with you. Oh. Cocodora seemed to shrink under Daigo's stern tone. What a little rascal, evolving mid-battle and managing to suppress my magneton. Tetsu chuckled heartily, recalling his own Pokémon. Tetsu approached Daigo, presenting him with a round electric badge and a TM for the electric wave move, a technique that would never miss its mark. You can rely on it. Haha. Young man, forge ahead and strive for greatness. It brings me joy to witness such a promising young trainer like yourself. Daigo accepted the electric badge and TM, his tone hurried. Thank you, but I'm in a bit of a rush and must take my leave. Observing Daigo sprinting away, Tetsu reflected, what a vibrant youth. After leaving the Amethyst Gym, Daigo hurriedly made his way to the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, please conduct a check on this Pokemon. He handed over 2 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. And this one too, please treat it. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Nurse Joy flashed her professional smile as she accepted the Pokeballs. Daigo could only pace anxiously within the lobby. I must ensure this Pokemon wears an Everstone in the future. It's truly a handful. No, this creature might just devour the Everstone. Daigo suddenly felt that Cocodora, no, now it was just Codora, was becoming quite the troublesome one. After a lengthy 15 minutes, Nurse Joy called out Daigo's number. Hello, here are your Pokemon. With a smile, she returned the 2 Pokeballs to Daigo, saying, Cocodora's examination showed no issues. It's quite healthy. Ah, thank you, Miss Joy. Daigo sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. Returning to his room, Daigo interrogated Kokodora, discovering that it had been preoccupied with thoughts of one day overpowering the armored bird that had consistently bested it in training, aside from its incessant eating. Thus, the energy from the ores consumed had been stored within, triggering its evolution through the pressure caused by the electric wave from the magneton. This did not amount to overexerting itself, but it still carried a risk of bodily harm. While it wouldn't lead to permanent damage, recovery could be a lengthy process. You must not do this again, understand? Daigo admonished Kokodora. Kokodora lowered its head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Typically, a Pokemon's energy would only accumulate to its current limit before attempting to break through. This creature had leapt ahead in accumulation. A single misstep could lead to injury. As long as you promise not to engage in such dangerous behavior again, I'll arrange a feast for you. I swear. Kokodora responded earnestly. I truly have my work cut out for me. Daigo gazed at the newly invigorated Aron, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. Indeed, when dealing with a glutton, it is only effective to utilize food as a means of persuasion. Now that Aron had evolved, the presence of both it and Metagross made the room feel somewhat cramped. Fortunately, there was still enough space to move around without becoming entangled. In the future, if they were to rest and dine in the room, it might necessitate booking a hotel room. The accommodations at the Pokemon Center were all uniform in size and scale. Armored Bird wore a solemn expression, taken aback that this newcomer, who had joined the team later than itself, harbored ambitions of usurpation, not to mention the Scyther, which had already demonstrated prowess comparable to that of the elder brother Metagross upon joining. Aron, however, had been considerably weaker when it joined, yet here it was, having surpassed Armored Bird. How could this be tolerated? Armored Bird resolved that it would soon catch up to Aron. Daigo, without needing to observe, could surmise Armored Bird's thoughts. Although Armored Bird was the only sane member of the team, being outperformed by a subordinate it deemed weaker was indeed a source of discomfort. As Daigo watched Aron voraciously devouring minerals, he approached Armored Bird and gently stroked its metallic body. Do not worry, you will soon catch up, Daigo reassured. Armored Bird nodded in response. Daigo understood that this creature had likely not taken his words to heart, as it was probably still preoccupied with thoughts of surpassing Aron and reclaiming its position. Armored Bird's motivation to grow stronger stemmed from its desire to protect those it could safeguard, rather than seeking to be protected by others. Aron, on the other hand, was driven to strengthen itself solely for the purpose of consuming more minerals. The cycle of strength and consumption was endless. Scyther likely aimed to become indispensable, no longer to be cast aside. Only Metagross remained a mystery to Daigo, though it had never articulated its desires. Daigo sensed that Metagross simply wished to accompany him to the pinnacle of the world, to venture into the legendary realms scarcely trodden by human feet. It believed, and Daigo too believed, that together they could reach such heights. Observing the contemplative Armored Bird, Daigo resigned himself to accompany it. This was its wish, and as long as it did not overexert itself, Daigo would allow it to pursue its ambitions. From this moment forth, he would need to keep a vigilant watch over this motley crew to alleviate his worries. Should they visit an amusement park for some relaxation? Daigo, upon reflection, promptly dismissed the idea. Who could predict whether Aron might take a bite out of the amusement park's attractions? Furthermore, given the weight of both Metagross and Aron, many rides might not permit their participation. How about fishing? Yet, upon surveying his 4 Pokemon, it seemed only Metagross could accompany him. Fishing could be a means of cultivating tranquility, but watching others fish would surely be dreadfully dull. Daigo found himself in a quandary. Even in seeking leisure, he struggled to find a suitable pastime. Reluctantly, Daigo decided to rest for a day with his companions. Upon hearing that this was for the sake of better training in the future, the Pokemon had no objections. Naturally, Aron, having just evolved and with an increased appetite, was presently in a state of relative satisfaction. After spending an additional day in Purple City, Daigo and his 4 Pokemon watched recordings of past champion tournaments. Even though these were merely exhibition matches, they provided ample opportunity for most trainers to glean valuable insights. Regrettably, the official champion battles had rarely been disclosed to the public, leaving no recordings available. Daigo vividly recalled the previous year's challenge against the Elite Four of Kanto, which ended in a bittersweet defeat. However, his formidable prowess had compelled a soon-to-retire veteran champion to relinquish their title, thus becoming one of the new Elite Four of the Kanto region. Rumor had it that this year, the champion might aim for the title in Chengdu. Compared to the strategically intricate tactics of Kanto's Kiku and the Ice Queen who countered him, perhaps Chengdu would be a more suitable battleground for Wataru. In addition to the battle videos, Daigo also sought out some comedic films to enjoy, such as the indomitable Sound Bug Hero. Chapter 44. The Phantom Tower. After a day of rest, Daigo resumed his journey. Upon reaching Route 111, situated north of Purple City, he set his sights on the next gym, the Fire-type gym located in Fuyin Town. The gym battles were becoming increasingly challenging. It was said that starting with a Charmander in the Kanto region was akin to hellish difficulty. Thus, commencing with a Steel-type in the Hoenn region must surely be akin to a purgatorial trial. During the past few days on the road, Daigo had observed the rigorous training regimen of Armored Bird. Aron would rest for half an hour, while Armored Bird would take only 10 minutes before resuming its relentless training. Were it not for Daigo's intervention, he feared that one day Armored Bird might train itself to exhaustion. Heading westward after encountering the desert would lead them to the fiery path. Daigo glanced at the map on his navigator and turned to Metagross, who was still engrossed in its book. Metagross, could you fly high and see what lies beyond the desert? Metagross nodded, closing its book and soaring into the sky. After several days, it had nearly finished its reading, and one could not help but admire its remarkable capacity for learning. Not long after, it descended and gestured towards Daigo. Let us quicken our pace then. Though he said this, Daigo's walking speed only increased marginally. From the moment they spotted the desert to reaching the chasm, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Once they navigated through the crevice in the gorge, they would arrive at the desert beyond. It was scorching. Daigo, clad in a loose white t-shirt, felt beads of sweat cascading down his face in an orderly fashion. This was hardly surprising, considering there was a towering volcano nearby, standing at a height of 1,500 meters, with its surrounding heat being quite normal. Hey, Metagross, is there a stone tower amidst the sandstorm? Metagross squinted and nodded. The memories of playing Emerald in a past life seemed to awaken, reminding Daigo of the stone tower hidden within the sandstorm. This structure, known as the Phantom Tower, would sporadically manifest in this desert. It was shrouded in mystery, with no records detailing its existence. There were even rumors from witnesses claiming that it housed immense treasures. However, due to the unpredictable nature of its appearance and disappearance, no one could ascertain its location, hence it was unmarked on any maps. The exceedingly rare Phantom Tower. To say he did not wish to explore it would be disingenuous. This was a mysterious high tower that had existed for countless years. While Daigo was not particularly interested in the treasures within, unless they were a collection of rare stones. After all, given its long existence and enigmatic nature, it must surely contain a plethora of stones. Daigo glanced at Metagross, pondering that if all else failed, it could likely carry him out if necessary. Yet, what if the Phantom Tower vanished unexpectedly? Would he be trapped within until it reappeared? Furthermore, what if it turned out to be entirely empty? That would certainly be a letdown. The risks and rewards seemed wholly disproportionate. However, would it not be a regret to miss the opportunity to see it? After deliberating for a few minutes, Daigo ultimately decided to venture inside. Let us go, Metagross. We are off to explore the legendary Phantom Tower. Metagross nodded in agreement. Regardless of Daigo's decisions, it would follow him, serving as Daigo's most steadfast shield. As Daigo traversed the chasm with Metagross, he observed the swirling sands and instructed, use your psychic powers to shield us from the sandstorm. Metagross nodded, its eyes igniting with a blue glow. Daisuke walked upon the sandy expanse of the desert, and as he approached, the swirling sands were repelled away from him. In a bid to hasten his journey, he requested Metagross to carry him. Arriving at the base of the Phantom Tower, gazing up at the towering, ancient edifice, Daisuke couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Metagross, open the door. The stone entrance of the tower was massive. If Daisuke could push it open himself, he might as well challenge a top-tier trainer to an arm wrestling match. Of course, that was only hypothetical. With a resounding rumble, Metagross heaved the heavy stone door open. Daisuke stepped inside, and it was undeniable that the interior was quite empty. Empty to the point that only stone columns and staircases adorned the first floor, devoid of any other objects. Could it be that the tower was truly barren? Daisuke's eyelid twitched. Why did his mouth have to be so prophetic? The worst-case scenario had already been half predicted. The remaining half was that the Phantom Tower would vanish, trapping him within. Daisuke exclaimed in surprise. On the floor of the first level, numerous disordered footprints were visible. These imprints were notably clear, likely left by visitors from about half an hour ago. Had an exploration team also discovered the Phantom Tower? Daisuke pondered, realizing that most people might not entertain the notion of investigating such a mysterious structure. However, adventurous teams would certainly be drawn to it. Let us go, Metagross. Let us see what the second floor holds. The first floor was so cavernous that even their conversation echoed. Daisuke ascended the spiral staircase, which appeared quite sturdy. He had no worries about it collapsing beneath him. Moreover, the numerous footprints on the steps suggested that he would not face any risk of a collapse while traversing alone. The second floor of the Phantom Tower was considerably more furnished than the first. It contained several table-like structures, marked with signs of having been used. It seemed that something had been taken away. Additionally, there were more scattered stones on the ground than on the first floor, and the walls were pockmarked. Most likely, precious stones embedded in the walls had been pried out. A cursory glance at the second floor suggested that anything of value had been removed. Approaching the staircase leading to the third floor, Daisuke faintly heard the sound of digging from above. It appeared that the exploration team was currently excavating stone on the third floor. Let us go up and greet them, Metagross. To the victor go the spoils. Daisuke figured that whatever he could take would be a boon. With the tower being so vast, there should be plenty of stones to go around. He hoped that taking a few wouldn't provoke any complaints from the exploration team. However, judging by the conditions on the second floor, this group appeared more like a mining operation. Daisuke contemplated how to approach them to successfully procure a few stones. Before long, he found himself on the third floor. Contrary to his expectation of encountering a group of adventurers clad in work attire, he instead saw a cadre of individuals donned in dark red uniforms, draped in black cloaks, scavenging for treasures. What kind of exploration team dresses like this? Daisuke quickly surveyed the area. 6 individuals stood there, and they certainly did not appear to be upstanding citizens. Hey, kid, this isn't a place for you. Scram. One of them quickly noticed Daisuke, yelling at him. His voice drew the attention of the other 5, who all displayed menacing expressions. Clearly, Daisuke's presence had irked them. Wait, that Pokémon beside you, someone soon noticed Metagross. An extraordinarily rare Pokémon. The sight of it ignited a greedy gleam in the eyes of the one who spoke. I didn't expect today's haul to be so bountiful. Daisuke's expression grew colder as he scanned the 6 individuals present. Their specific strengths were unclear. But if each possessed a leader-tier Pokémon, he might find himself in dire straits. However, he was still at the stairway. Escaping would not be difficult. Daisuke's hand subtly moved to the position of his Scyther's Pokeball. Kid, you better be smart and hand over that Pokémon. One stepped forward, attempting to persuade him with a feigned calm. Daisuke remained silent. There was no way he would relinquish Metagross. Besides, their words lacked any credibility. You must be Pokémon hunters, right? Daisuke surmised, recalling the previous encounters with 3 Pokémon hunters. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, huh? That means you can't leave, the man grinned maliciously. Why are you wasting your breath with him, old 8? Another interjected impatiently. Just take it. Calm down. Third bro, we need to show some care for the young one, don't we? Old 8 chuckled. If the boss finds out we messed up the mission, you know what the consequences will be. The individual at the back stepped forward, placing a hand on old 8's shoulder as a reminder. Got it. Then let us all strike together and finish this quickly. Old 8 shrugged and pulled out a Pokeball. Bang, bang, bang. 6 simultaneous sounds echoed as 6 Pokémon emerged. This was bad, Daisuke thought. Feeling the overwhelming strength radiating from the Pokémon, his expression darkening. Each of the 6 was a leader-tier Pokémon. Although he could manage against 6 leader-tier Pokémon, it would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, if they had more than one main force, even his Metagross and Scyther would struggle against so many leader-tier Pokémon. It was likely that a combination of Duskull and Skarmory could only hold off one leader-tier Pokémon at best. Faced with such a situation, the most prudent choice was to run. Chapter 45. Pick them off one by one. Floating gracefully in a kimono, a Pokémon with a purple visage graced the air, Frostless. A colossal dragonfly with 3 legs and 3 wings, clad in military green. Ancient dragonfly. A robust figure with 2 objects resembling detonators on its back. Boasting a striking yellow and black striped physique, Electivire. A gigantic scorpion, its body a patchwork of deep and light purple, covered in a hard shell, Drapion. A Pokémon entirely in purple. Resembling a wizard wearing a cap, mischievous. Adorned with an oval-shaped golden gem on its forehead, and a crown of bright red feathers around its neck and tail. Its expression was fierce, Marshadal. The 6 Pokémon stood in perfect formation, their indifferent gazes fixed on Daisuke. Daisuke exchanged a glance with Metagross. In an instant, Metagross understood Daisuke's intent. Daisuke couldn't fathom why he kept encountering Pokémon hunters in the Hoenn region when they typically operated in the Sinnoh region. Take care of him. The apparent leader, Old 2, said calmly. I'll go check the 4th floor. Understood. Old 2 turned with Marshadal and headed towards the 4th floor. In his mind, 5 individuals were more than sufficient to handle Daisuke alone. Their objective was the treasures of the Phantom Tower. The rare stones and items within should far exceed the value of what was on the lower floors. As Daisuke watched the most formidable threat, Marshadal, depart, he exhaled in relief. That creature was incredibly swift, and its dark-type moves could inflict significant damage on Metagross. Daisuke was unafraid of facing Marshadao one-on-one, as Steel-type Pokémon were resistant to Ice-type moves. In a multi-against-one scenario, however, the elusive Marshadao posed a considerable threat. But if Marshadao chose not to engage, Daigo's gaze was fixed upon the formidable green-hued giant dragonfly. Its defining characteristic was acceleration. The longer the battle persisted, the swifter it became. Should Daigo attempt to flee, this creature could easily pursue him. He needed to restrain it first, with his hand resting on his lower back. He knew that if he allowed the Scyther to emerge for a surprise attack, his own escape would be jeopardized. Facing 5 formidable foes, Daigo felt confident enough to engage. But a Pyrrhic victory would leave him too exhausted to contend with the ensuing Mutwo. With steely resolve, Daigo abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the ancient dragonfly. The Metagross, already poised for action, instantly unleashed its psychic abilities, ensnaring the airborne beast. This unexpected maneuver momentarily stunned the 5 adversaries. Who among them would attack first while outnumbered? Wouldn't the rational response be to flee? That fleeting moment of astonishment granted Daigo and Metagross the opportunity they needed. The Metagross briefly restrained the ancient dragonfly, sending it crashing sideways. The Pokémon surrounding it were toppled by its massive body, save for the Frostless, which remained unscathed on the opposite side. Let us go. Daigo swiftly leaped onto the Metagross's round, metallic back, issuing a command. The Metagross, disinterested in prolonging the skirmish, turned and fled with Daigo in tow. Darn it! That little brat! The Frostless exclaimed, giving chase and unleashing a blast of icy wind. Quickly! The 4th member shouted. The Frostless moved with ghostly swiftness. Its velocity was impressive. Yet catching up to the already fleeing Metagross would prove challenging. However, should it be struck by the icy wind, the outcome would be uncertain. Mischievous, dive below and intercept. The 5th member urged. Ancient Dragonfly, pursue. The 8th member, no longer as relaxed as before, wore a distinctly furious expression. Daigo glanced back at the relentless Frostless, surmising that it would not catch up just yet. However, as he was descending the staircase from the 2nd to the 1st floor, a purple magical hat materialized from the ceiling. A shadowy sphere, seemingly infused with vengeful spirits, hurtled towards the Metagross. The Metagross skidded to a halt, delivering a powerful meteor mash that obliterated the shadow ball. With a resounding boom, the Metagross swung its arm, dispersing the explosive black smoke that followed. With Mischievous blocking the path ahead and Frostless hot on their heels, Daigo realized that fleeing was proving increasingly difficult. Was he truly expected to fight 5 opponents simultaneously? It would take time for the other 3 Pokémon to arrive, but the ancient dragonfly would likely reach them sooner. First, he needed to deal with the Frostless. Daigo swiftly patted his lower back and shouted at the Metagross. Use Bullet Punch on the Frostless. With a fierce cry, Daigo leaped off the Metagross. The Metagross immediately turned, swinging its metallic fist towards the Frostless. The Frostless exhaled a chilling wind, but its effect on the steel type was minimal. The Metagross endured the icy gale, its powerful punch crashing mercilessly into the Frostless's fragile form. The incredible speed of the Metagross's attack created afterimages, making it appear as though it was launching an assault not with its arms, but with sheer force. With the effectiveness of Bullet Punch doubled against the Frostless, the combined might of the Metagross and the Frostless's own meager defenses was enough to inflict severe injury. Just as the Metagross's punch began to lose momentum, the Frostless gritted its teeth, emanating a mist of frost. It was preparing to counterattack. Daigo quickly glanced back at Mischievous, who was gathering another Shadow Ball. Meteor Mash. The Metagross lifted its fist, channeling immense Steel-type energy. In that instant, the Frostless hesitated, fear etched across its features as it turned to face the threat behind it. The Scyther, poised to strike, locked its sharp gaze onto the Frostless. In the next moment, the Scyther's wings vibrated rapidly, vanishing from sight. By the time the Frostless regained its bearings, the Metagross's fist was already descending. With a resounding impact, the mighty punch sent the Frostless hurtling back up the staircase, where it crashed against the wall. Daigo chose not to linger on the Frostless, if it was not rendered unconscious. 2 possibilities remained. It either recovered quickly or had somehow gained an unfair advantage. Daigo promptly turned his attention to Mischievous, which had just hurled a Shadow Ball towards him. Scyther, Air Slash. Swiftly, several translucent, curved blades zipped past Daigo, slicing through the incoming Shadow Ball. The explosion of black smoke enveloped the space between Daigo and Mischievous. The sound of rapid wing beats reached Daigo's ears. He turned to see the ancient dragonfly arriving. The Electivire and Drapion were still descending the staircase, and it would take them several seconds to reach the scene. Daigo needed to seize this precious moment to maximize his advantage. As he contemplated the unfolding situation, The ancient dragonfly launched its attack. Several chunks of stone, formed from energy coalescing within it, floated around the creature. Clearly, its master had prohibited it from destroying the phantasm tower. Air slash. Canon. The ancient dragonfly's special defense was relatively low, presenting an opportunity for greater damage. The Metagross's arms gathered energy, unleashing a torrent of silvery light that shattered the ancient dragonfly's primal force, combining with the air slash to strike the creature. With a crackling sound, the attack detonated, sending black smoke swirling, revealing golden arcs of electricity piercing through the haze. They were coming. Chapter 46. Will a 5-on-1 result in a counterattack? Oh no, they've already arrived. Daigo felt his movements were insufficiently swift. If only he could muster more power to eliminate the ancient dragonfly with concentrated fire, they would be left in a 2-on-3 scenario. 2 leaders battling 3 elite opponents. Wasn't that a winning situation? Surging with crackling golden electricity, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing, the Electivire unleashed a wild charge. Its brilliant currents dispelling the smoke as its massive form collided with the Metagross, forcing it back several meters. Muta. The Metagross gasped, its gaze narrowing in on the Electivire. Though the ancient dragonfly was injured, it had not yet succumbed to defeat. Daigo assessed the encircling Pokémon, pondering his next move. He leaped back onto the Metagross's back, directing it to leap down. The staircase of the Phantasm Tower spiraled upward without any railings, allowing Daigo and the Metagross to descend with ease. Upon looking up, Daigo noticed the Electivire hot on their heels, following the Metagross's descent, its fists still crackling with electricity. As Daigo executed a somersault downwards, he waved his hand, commanding, "Meteor Mash, block it." The Metagross's gaze zeroed in on the Electivire, specifically its fists. With a resounding clash, the 2 fists collided. The Electivire was astonished to find its own fists trembling uncontrollably upon impact. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the ancient dragonfly attempted to assist. But a green figure swiftly intercepted its path. 2 icy beams flashed, sending the ancient dragonfly crashing to the ground. As the flying mantis prepared to deliver a finishing blow with the blade of air, the shadow of the dream demon surged forth, compelling the mantis to halt its pursuit and instead leap to evade. The purplish dragon king scorpion descended from the stone steps, its formidable jaws gleaming with a sinister black sheen. Suddenly, the Metagross ceased its charge, causing the Electivire to momentarily lose its balance and topple forward. With a swift punch, Metagross propelled Electivire away before turning to face the menacing Dragon King Scorpion. However, the Scorpion was now too close for Metagross to swing its iron fists, forcing it to hastily raise its hands to grasp the Scorpion's forelimbs. Yet, the Dragon King Scorpion's lengthy appendages, tipped with glistening black pincers, clamped down upon Metagross's arms. Muta. Metagross howled in pain. Its limbs weakened as the Scorpion's head collided with it, sending it staggering back several meters. The Dragon King Scorpion, infused with poisonous malevolence, rendered Metagross's psychic abilities ineffective. Only ground-type moves could potentially subdue the Scorpion. Golem, use Heavy Slam. Daigo swiftly unlatched the Pokeball from his waist, a flash of white light heralding Golem's arrival. Though Golem's raw strength fell short of its adversary's level, its ability to launch a sudden attack was sufficient. With a mighty heave, Golem raised its forelimb and slammed it onto the ground, sending a wave of energy rippling through the earth, akin to a shockwave that surged towards all Pokémon on the battlefield. Metagross. Psychic, lift me into the air. Metagross clapped its arms against the ground and, in an instant, used its magnetic powers to levitate, its eyes glowing as it elevated Daigo into the sky. 2 shockwaves surged towards Electivire and the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dream Demon possessed the ability to float, while both the Flying Mantis and the Ancient Dragonfly were of the flying type. Boom. The energy from the heavy slam struck both Electivire and the Dragon King Scorpion, despite the disparity in strength. The double effectiveness of the attack type dealt considerable damage to both Pokémon. On the stone steps leading to the 3rd floor, 5 Pokémon hunters ambled leisurely downwards. At that moment, the boy below must be nearing his limits to resist, right? Lao Ba's expression morphed swiftly, returning to a relaxed demeanor. The commotion below reached their ears, and with a 5-to-1 advantage, they naturally presumed themselves to be the favored side. Still, we should exercise caution. We don't want any mistakes, Lao Sen remarked gravely. That's my Frostless. Just as Lao Si voiced his agreement, he caught sight of Frostless sprawled on the ground. Hastily, Lao Si rushed to Frostless's side, inspecting her before his face turned ashen as he recalled her into her ball. It seemed the situation was dire. Lao Sen furrowed his brow, pivoting to head towards the 1st floor. You little brat. Lao Ba's expression shifted dramatically, anger boiling to the surface once more. Thud thud. The sounds of ongoing battle resonated from below, instilling a sense of foreboding among the five. At this juncture, Daigo, with the coordinated efforts of Metagross, Flying Mantis, Golem, and Skarmory, managed to subdue all four opposing Pokémon. However, Daigo's Pokémon bore varying degrees of injury, with the Flying Mantis and Metagross displaying notably severe wounds. This was the stark contrast between having a trainer's command or not. Had the five individuals each directed their Pokémon in battle? Considering the troublesome nature of the Dream Demon and Frostless, Daigo would likely have faced defeat. The battle would have been far less straightforward. Yet, in a one-on-one scenario, it allowed Daigo's strategy to unfold, enabling a decisive victory. Daigo produced several Oran berries, distributing them among his four Pokémon. He still had to contend with that mischievous, necessitating some restoration of energy. Amidst the pattering of feet, Daigo looked up to see the five individuals descending the stone steps. A smirk graced his lips as he waved at them. Are you all a bit slow? It was as if Daigo were the hunter, and they the prey. What should we do, third brother? No time for chatter, retreat, and find second brother. At Lao San's command, the five turned to flee, neglecting to recall even the Pokémon lying on the ground. Psychic, Daigo shouted forcefully. Metagross's eyes glowed blue, ensnaring all five of them. They were no match for the psychic prowess of a Pokémon of the master level. Once immobilized, Metagross dragged the five towards Daigo, leaving their fate to be determined. Daigo regarded the five Pokémon hunters coldly, contemplating how best to deal with them. Since they sought to eliminate him and seize Metagross, he would not show them any mercy. Once I deal with the one upstairs, I'll send you on your way, Daigo declared solemnly. MMM. They attempted to speak, but found their mouths sealed shut under complete control. Knock them out, then disable their limbs, Daigo instructed coolly. Metagross nodded, ready to break the limbs of the five, but it did not require Metagross's intervention to render them unconscious. Overwhelmed by the pain of their severed limbs, the five succumbed to unconsciousness. 5 against 1, and they were bested. Next, we deal with that individual above. However, before that, Daigo retrieved healing potions to restore the Flying Mantis and Metagross temporarily. He then withdrew the incapacitated Pokémon into their Pokeballs, locking them to prevent any escape. Let us go, Metagross, Flying Mantis. Daigo's gaze sharpened as he looked upwards. Eliminate them. Chapter 47. Trouble. I haven't retrieved the stone yet. Fortunately, due to the continuous training sessions between Golem and Skarmory, Daigo had a surplus of Oran berries to replenish his Pokémon stamina. After feeding Metagross 2 steel gems, Daigo ascended to confront the last remaining foe. That mischievous struck him as undoubtedly the strongest among the 6. Moreover, Daigo was unaware of the number of Pokémon in the opponent's possession. The 5 hunters likely believed that 5 master-level Pokémon were sufficient. Hence they did not continue to release more. Upon witnessing the scene before him, they were struck with shock, granting Daigo the opportunity to unleash his psychic power. If he were to appear suddenly, it would signify that the 5 had been defeated. With their guard raised, they would not opt for a fair one-on-one duel between Mischievous and Daigo. Upon entering the 4th floor, as soon as Daigo set foot on the ground, Mischievous lunged from one side of the doorway. Metagross reacted swiftly, employing Bullet Punch to block Mischievous' stealthy assault aimed at its vital points. Thankfully, the doors on each level of the illusion tower were spacious, allowing enough time for Metagross to respond. Smack. It seems they truly underestimated you. Lauer clapped his hands, materializing into Daigo's line of sight. Mischievous leaped back, landing beside Lauer, sporting a wicked grin. Boom. A Honchkrow materialized at Lauer's side. Regrettably, I have only 2 main Pokémon left to use. Lauer chuckled helplessly. The rest of my main team were injured in a recent mission. Daigo observed the Honchkrow, a true master-level Pokémon. It exuded a far greater aura than Mischievous. It appeared that this group had arrived in the Hoenn region quite some time ago. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to come here while their other main Pokémon were incapacitated. What is your objective? Daigo inquired curiously. Pokémon hunters typically receive commissions to capture the Pokémon desired by their clients. However, considering the elaborate effort involved, Daigo suspected that the matter was not so simple. I'm afraid we cannot disclose our client's commission, said the second man with a sly smile. Although Daigo was puzzled by his calm demeanor, he knew he had to remain cautious. There were supposedly only 2 main forces. If a third were to suddenly emerge, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Are you the only ones who have come to the Funyuan region? This question could indeed be answered. Yes. There are only 9 of us who have come to the Funyuan region, the second man replied with a slight nod and a grin. Why are you chatting with me about this? Daigo cast his gaze around the stone pillars. wary that the second man might be attempting to distract him in order to launch a surprise attack. Because my mission is already accomplished, and I find your ability to deal with those 5 intriguing, the second man explained. You needn't look around. I haven't arranged for any Pokémon to ambush you. Who would believe that? Daigo scoffed. Wasn't it you who attempted a sneak attack the moment we entered? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The second man shrugged with a hint of resignation. Your task is to enter the Phantom Tower and plunder the treasures within, is it not? Although he couldn't divulge the specifics of the mission, he could rephrase it. The Phantom Tower was merely a chance encounter for us. We are indeed interested in the legendary treasures it holds. The second man appeared genuinely eager to converse, yet that did not grant Daigo the luxury of lowering his guard. If he was willing to chat, Daigo was not opposed, especially since his Pokémon needed time to recover their strength. It's rather unfair if only you are asking questions. The second man suddenly remarked, then turned to Daigo. Who are you? I find myself quite curious. Daigo replied, I am merely an ordinary rookie trainer. Huh. The second man chuckled, clearly unable to contain his amusement. I cannot see how you could possibly be considered ordinary or a rookie. Simply having that shiny Metagross by your side elevates you far beyond the reach of an ordinary trainer. He pointed at the Metagross with a grin. Moreover, to be able to dispatch my 5 subordinates in such a short span, who would believe your claim? Regardless of your skepticism, I speak nothing but the truth. Daigo replied with a subtle smile, his expression inscrutable. What is your name? Isn't it customary to introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? Daigo retorted. Let us skip that for now. However, I shall remember your appearance. The second man shrugged indifferently. Do you think you can leave now? Of course, you cannot stop me. The second man replied with an air of certainty. Would you like to test that? No need for a test. I could leave without even clashing with you. The second man chuckled softly. Daigo furrowed his brow, not comprehending the other's meaning. He currently blocked the exit, and the recent battle had made it clear that the walls of the Phantom Tower were not easily breached. If the second man attempted to break through the wall to escape, it would undoubtedly take time, ample time for Daigo to accomplish many things. You needn't doubt me. I speak only the truth. The second man seemed to read Daigo's thoughts, grinning. If my main forces were present, I wouldn't even need to consider fleeing. Regrettably, I would have liked to experience the thrill of ending your life. Daigo's expression turned icy upon hearing this. The man was truly insufferable. If you still don't believe me, I can demonstrate, the second man suggested with a smile. Go ahead and try, Daigo said, placing his hand on the pokeball at his waist, whispering to his Metagross. Once he attempts to break the wall, you strike immediately. The Metagross nodded in understanding. Just watch, the second man chuckled lightly, resting his hand on one of the stone pillars. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a protruding section on the pillar. The second man grasped the protrusion, applying slight pressure to dislodge it. What is this? Daigo gasped, his eyes widening. If he wasn't mistaken, the object in the man's hand was not a stone at all, but a fossil. He had collections of ancient Pokémon fossils at home, and the patterns matched those fossils. Suddenly, the entire Phantom Tower began to tremble. The walls within began to crack, and the fissures spread with alarming speed. So that's how it is. The crumbling walls can be easily shattered. It's time to say goodbye, the second man said as he recalled his mischievous, grabbing the feet of his Honchkrow and addressing Daigo with a farewell. Dark Pulse. The Honchkrow unleashed a dark, circular wave, creating a large hole in the 4th floor stone wall, strong winds rushing through the gaping opening. Blue-haired kid, I'll remember you. The second man chuckled lightly as he descended with his Honchkrow. Metagross. The Metagross attempted to carry Daigo away, as the structure could collapse at any moment. However, Daigo's thoughts turned to the 5 individuals on the 1st floor. It was not that Daigo had any compassion for their lives. Rather, oh no, I forgot to grab the stones. Chapter 48, Preparation Plans. The bags of those 5 contained rare items, including stones scavenged from the 2nd and 3rd floors. Daigo had merely set them aside and did not bring them along. Should he flee first or return for the stones? After a brief moment of contemplation, Daigo promptly instructed his Metagross, hurry back to the 1st floor. The Metagross, albeit confused, obeyed Daigo's command, swiftly returning to the 1st floor of the Phantom Tower. Meanwhile, the tremors of the Phantom Tower grew increasingly pronounced, as though it were on the verge of collapse. Upon arriving at the 1st floor, the fissures had spread there as well. Metagross, get them out of here, Daigo exclaimed upon seeing the 5 individuals lying motionless on the ground. Not only had they left behind the stones, but also their Pokémon. Daigo was indifferent to whether the 5 lived or died. However, in consideration of the Pokémon, Daigo ultimately chose to rescue them. Yet, removing each individual from their belts would take too long, so he resolved to carry all 5 at once. The Metagross's eyes glowed as it used its psychic abilities to lift the 5 and exit the Phantom Tower. Boom. Just 5 seconds after Daigo escaped. The Phantom Tower collapsed with a thunderous roar. Humph, that bastard played me. Daigo cursed through clenched teeth. How did he know the Phantom Tower would collapse? Was he calculating while pretending to chat with me? Damn it. Daigo cast a cold glance at the 5 individuals lying on the ground, their limbs broken. Left here to perish due to their inability to move. You shall atone for your past misdeeds here, he thought. Those who sought their own demise had no idea how many lives they had taken. Their deaths stirred no emotion within Daigo. Yet, he felt that the Pokémon were innocent. A Pokémon often mirrored the character of its trainer. Such dynamics could subtly influence their behavior, and Pokémon still had a chance for redemption. Perhaps this was the perspective that different beings held. Repent for the sins you have committed. Daigo suddenly changed his mind. Metagross, invade their minds with your psychic powers. He commanded coldly. They were now incapable of resisting the intrusion of Metagross's psychic abilities. Thus, burdened with immobile limbs and the visage of an intellectually challenged individual, they must endure their existence. Daigo remains indifferent to their motivations for becoming Pokémon hunters. For such reasons, do not justify the reckless seizure of life from others. Metagross, ever obedient, nods in acknowledgement of Daigo's commands. Ultimately, Daigo confiscates their backpacks, dialing the hotline of the Hoenn Region Police Department. After which Miss Junsha will arrive to escort them away. They have succumbed to their own folly, and thus, the contents of their possession naturally qualify as spoils of victory. With that, Daigo drags them away from the desert, bringing this episode to a close. One cannot help but concede that Daigo is indeed fortunate, had fortune favored him less. He might not have emerged from the Mirage Tower today. Initially, Daigo harbored some hesitation regarding his actions, which involved appropriating the belongings of others. However, upon reflection, he realized that these items were, in fact, seized by them, and thus he felt a sense of relief. The treasures within the Mirage Tower were effectively unclaimed, rightfully belonging to the victor as spoils. He decided to leave behind some modern artifacts, along with a message requesting Miss Junsha's assistance in locating their rightful owners to return these pilfered items. With that, Daigo departed for the fiery path to the west. He had faith in Miss Junsha's efficiency. Ultimately, he remains unaware of what awaits him on the 4th floor. Finding a secluded spot, Daigo begins to examine his spoils. Among them is an orb resembling a Pokeball, albeit adorned with protruding metallic components. An ancient Pokeball, perhaps? Its hue is decidedly more muted than that of its modern counterparts. Moreover, it is merely an empty vessel, suitable for collection. In addition to various rare and exquisite ores, he discovers 3 splendidly colored orbs, 1 pink, 1 dark purple, and 1 fiery red. The Life Orb, the Toxic Orb, and the Flame Orb. A bountiful harvest indeed. Daigo brings the orbs closer, admiring the beautiful sights within. However, he refrains from lingering too long, wary of potential toxins or burns. The Life Orb, which enhances strength through increased stamina, also concerns Daigo, as he fears overexertion. His stamina cannot compare to that of his Pokémon. Regardless, Daigo is now well equipped with training resources for the future. The elemental stones alone are plentiful and varied. The next gym awaits, a Fire-type challenge, and he must devote ample time to training beforehand. However, after today's events, he resolves to rest and recover his strength. Most Steel-type Pokémon excel in physical defense, but for the Fire-type gym, special defense may prove more vital. Once their strengths are sufficiently enhanced, the challenges will become less daunting. Skarmory and Kabutops are both elite Pokémon, and now they must rapidly elevate their prowess. Daigo is eager to witness the progress they can achieve in a fortnight. The future champion, Green, is capable of training a batch of leader-class Pokémon within 3 months, earning his reputation as a true cultivator. Daigo, however, cannot hope to attain such feats. In half a month, Kabutops and Skarmory may only reach the pinnacle of elite status, falling short of leader class. The prospect of ascending to such heights within an additional month is even more remote. Once Green matures, Daigo looks forward to engaging in discussions about Pokémon cultivation. There are numerous ways to connect with Green, aside from battle encounters. Maintaining contact with Akihiko will surely lead Green to reach out. Skarmory's Brave Bird technique remains unrefined and necessitates further practice. Air Slash can be taught by Scyther, and Spikes must also be mastered, along with acquiring a hidden power TM at a later date. Kabutops ought to refine Iron Tail, Heavy Slam, and Iron Defense, enhancing its physical capabilities through practice with Metagross. Scyther has nearly mastered all its attainable techniques, and Daigo is pleased to discover a new skill, Acrobatics. He retrieves a TM from his bag, along with a compact training device designed to impart skills to Pokémon. Scyther's ability as a technician aligns perfectly with acrobatics. Furthermore, the combination of Swords Dance and Counter, now fully mastered, promises formidable damage. As for Metagross, it can learn Stomping Tantrum, evolving into Earthquake. In half a month, Metagross is likely to see significant improvement. Yet, breaking into the quasi-champion tier will require certain catalysts. With a rough training plan in place, Daigo sets up a tent, preparing a lavish feast to reward his Pokémon after their taxing endeavors. Facing such a cadre of leader-class Pokémon, they are surely exhausted. Next, Daigo produces cooking utensils. His gaze sharp. Leave it to me. Chapter 49, Hibiscus' Second Bloom. At the base of Chimney Mountain, on the fiery path, Daigo is drenched in sweat, the portable fan nearly smoking in its futile efforts. Given that all his Pokémon are steel types, to prevent overheating, Daigo opts for the cable car to reach Fiery Town. The construction of the cable car on Chimney Mountain is indeed a sagacious decision. The fiery path is a tunnel carved at the mountain's foot, unbearably hot within, and Daigo currently lacks the capability to mine there. Progressing through Route 111 and onward to Route 113 will lead him to Autumn Leaf Town. The legendary Meteor Falls is a sight Daigo is determined to behold, as it was there that he first discovered his Iron Doll. Upon hatching, Hibiscus entrusted the Iron Doll to Daigo. However, the Pokémon inhabiting Meteor Falls are formidable, and his mining team suffered considerable losses on their return. Hey there, would you care for some fiery sweets? They're quite delectable. An elderly woman stands by the cable car station, waving at Daigo. Hello, Mayam. How much for the fiery sweets? Daigo approaches her. He has long heard of the deliciousness of fiery sweets, reputed to cure Pokémon of ailments. Daigo plans to purchase some as a snack for the journey. How many would you like, young man? The woman inquires with a warm smile. You can sample them first to ensure their authenticity. I never engage in deceitful practices, she adds. Very well, I shall try one first, Daigo replies with a slight smile. Taking a packet of fiery sweets to taste. With their healing properties, they possess hints of berry flavors. Authenticity is easily discerned through a single bite. Behind Daigo, two individuals clad in red uniforms, hoods concealing their faces, and a mountainous emblem emblazoned on their chests, make their way towards the fiery path. How peculiar. What is it, Mayam? Daigo, munching on a fiery sweet, inquires curiously. Oh, it's nothing. I merely found it odd that two people would wear hats in such a sweltering environment. The elderly woman replies, shaking her head in mild astonishment. Daigo glances back, but unfortunately fails to catch sight of them. By the way, Mayam, how come you don't seem to be affected by the heat? Oh, young man, you'll grow accustomed to it with time. Haha, I'll prepare a few bags of fiery sweets for you. Very well, please wait a moment. Take care now. Daigo placed the cane senbei into his backpack, and after purchasing a cable car ticket, he boarded the cable car headed for the summit of Chimney Mountain. Situated at the mountainside, Kame Town is renowned for its hot springs. Despite the sweltering heat, Daigo had little desire to indulge in the hot springs. However, as night fell, the temperature around Chimney Mountain would drop rapidly, marking the perfect time for a soak. Seated in the cable car, Daigo pressed his forehead against the window, gazing down at the volcano below. The cable car was thoughtfully equipped with air conditioning, ensuring he wouldn't succumb to the oppressive heat in the sealed cabin. It was his first comprehensive view of Chimney Mountain, and the scenery was quite splendid, allowing him to glimpse the direction of the falling volcanic ash. After an arduous journey of about 15 to 20 minutes, Daigo finally arrived at the cable car station atop Chimney Mountain. He couldn't help but think, why isn't there a station set up in Kame Town? The designer really missed the mark. Hey there, young man. Care for some cane sunbae? It's a local specialty from Kame Town. Daigo was startled by the familiar voice. The elderly woman had somehow made it to the summit. Grandma, how did you get up here so quickly? Daigo asked, puzzled. Oh, you're referring to the one at the foot of the mountain? That's my younger sister. The elderly woman chuckled. Daigo suddenly understood. Ah, I see now. So, young man, would you like some cane senbei? No, thank you, Grandma. I've already purchased quite a bit from your sister. Daigo politely declined, waving his hand. Is that so? Well, do remember to come find me for some when you leave Kame Town. The elderly woman said with a warm smile. Of course. I'll come looking for you if I want to buy more, Daigo promised, waving goodbye as he made his way down the mountain. The distance from Kame Town to the summit of Chimney Mountain wasn't too far, yet it took Daigo a good while to reach Kame Town. And he felt the heat intensifying. The climate in Midori City was mild in winter and cool in summer, making this the first time Daigo had experienced such heat. Under these conditions, he felt as though his performance would undoubtedly be affected. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt somewhat helpless. It appeared that to achieve a flawless victory at the Kame Gym, he would need to enlist the help of both Lyron and Scyther. Steel-type Pokémon were inherently weak to fire, and high temperatures would only exacerbate their vulnerabilities. Unaccustomed to this sweltering environment, Daigo felt fatigued beyond measure. He decided to head to the Pokémon Center first, refreshing himself with a glass of ice water before checking into a room to enjoy some air conditioning. Though stepping out into the heat again would be another matter entirely. After activating the air conditioning, Daigo stripped down to his bare essentials, preparing for a cold shower. Upon exiting the shower, he noticed his navigator flashing with notifications, and upon picking it up, he saw it was a call from his father. A sense of foreboding washed over him. "Where are you right now?" "In Kame Town." "What's the matter, father?" Daigo replied with a serious tone. "It's too hot here. I just took a shower." It's nothing urgent, but I need you to do me a favor." I had a feeling, Daigo thought, realizing he had no grounds to refuse. "What is it?" Makuzai hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I need you to go to Sinnoh region, specifically to Kamikaze Town, and bring back a dome fossil." Can it be shipped?" Daigo queried, puzzled. The Sinnoh region was quite distant from the Hoenn region, making shipping a preferable option. Recently, there's been a surge of individuals raiding Pokemon fossils in the Sinnoh region, so I want you to help retrieve it, Makuzai explained. Pokemon poachers. Daigo was taken aback, recalling the group he had encountered at the Phantom Tower 2 weeks prior. One of them had also taken a fossil. As for what else had been taken, Daigo was uncertain. Ultimately, he still had no idea what the true treasure of the Phantom Tower was. Now that the Phantom Tower had collapsed, it was hard to say whether it would reappear in ruins or if it would be intact. That should be the term used for those individuals, Makuzai remarked. "So, do you have the time?" Since it was a command from his father, Daigo chuckled. "Of course I'll make the trip." His luck couldn't possibly be that dreadful. "All right. Find the time to head over in the next couple of days. Stay safe." "I understand." After concluding the call, Daigo flopped onto his bed, feeling a sense of resignation. "It seems I'll have to challenge the Kame gym tomorrow. Honestly, I can't stand being in such a hot place for long." Chapter 50. Ignite the Passion. The current gym leader of Kame Gym is the recently appointed Aisha. Known for her fiery personality, she is both enthusiastic and fearless, having quickly earned the title of a woman as passionate as flames. The temperature in Kame Town at night was rather pleasant, making it ideal for soaking in the hot springs. Daigo was fortunate to experience a rejuvenating hot spring journey, as if all the fatigue of the day had been washed away. Whether it was an illusion or not, the following day, Daigo felt significantly better. He arrived early at the entrance of Kame Gym, which was located a bit further from Kame Town. The roof of the gym building was a striking shade of fiery red, easily capturing one's attention. Ding! Daigo pressed the doorbell and waited for 2 to 3 minutes before the door finally swung open. "Hello?" A young girl peeked out, her long fiery red hair tied back, resembling the fronds of a coconut tree. Though he felt it somewhat impolite to think this way, Daigo found no fault in his observation. "Hello. I'm here to challenge the Kame Gym," Daigo said with a smile, taking in the appearance of the girl, who seemed to be around his age. She wore a black crop top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with bell-bottomed green trousers cinched with a belt. She certainly looked quite striking. "Ahem, I see. I am Aisha, the gym trainer of Kame Gym," she declared, puffing her chest out with a slight cough. "Follow me." Aisha led Daigo to the central battle arena, which, much like the martial arts gym, utilized a portion of the earth as the battleground. The battle rules are 3-on-3. As the gym leader, I cannot switch Pokemon. But as the challenger, you may freely change your Pokemon. Do you have any questions? Aisha explained the rules before turning to Daigo. "Actually, I do," Daigo replied earnestly, though he appeared slightly dazed. "Speak. Let me, your senior, answer your query." Aisha straightened her posture, assuming an air of authority. "Shouldn't you ask me how many badges I've obtained, and then battle me with corresponding Pokemon?" Aisha's face flushed visibly, and her previously upright posture seemed to soften. "Ahem, I know. I was planning to ask you that later." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze directed upward. "I see." Daigo nodded with a smile. "Indeed. So, how many badges do you currently possess?" 3, Daigo answered, retrieving his badge case from his backpack to show Aisha as he spoke. Aisha paused for a moment, deep in thought. 3, which group of Pokemon should I use? What's the matter? Daigo inquired, curious. Nothing, Aisha replied, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. "Oh, I thought you wouldn't know which Pokemon to choose," Daigo said with a gentle smile. The blush on Aisha's face quickly returned, clearly embarrassed that he had noticed. "Not at all," Aisha retorted. "Are you ready for battle?" "Yes, I'm ready," Daigo replied calmly, moving to the side command seat. Aisha dashed into a nearby room, selecting a series of Pokeballs. "This should be the one," she said, taking the third set of Pokeballs and emerging to take her place at the command seat. "Let the battle commence. I shall send out my first Pokemon." Without a referee, Asha had to assume that role herself. Go. Asha tossed the Pokeball, and with a resounding pop, a turtle enveloped in smoke materialized on the battlefield. Cold Turtle, the fire-type Pokemon. Upon its entrance, Daigo felt the sunlight intensify in the open arena. A cold turtle with the solar power ability? Daigo murmured. The most common weather handler in sunny day teams, the cold turtle, standing at a mere 0.5 meters tall, it was only slightly taller than the Kecleon. Then my Pokemon shall be you, Daigo declared, retrieving a Pokeball and pressing the button at its center with his palm. Boom. Kecleon, I choose you. The Steel and Rock-type Kecleon had a formidable resistance against Fire-type attacks. While Steel was weak against Fighting-type moves, Rock-type also offered a defense against Fire. The defensive capabilities of Cold Turtle were on par with Kecleon, but under the bright sun, Cold Turtle's offensive power exceeded that of Kecleon. The challenger attacks first. Asha, suppressing her urge to seize the initiative, graciously ceded the first move to Daigo. Not one to hold back, Daigo immediately signaled Kecleon to launch an assault. Stomp. Kecleon raised its forelimb and smashed it down onto the ground. Instantly, the arena began to tremble violently, sending a shockwave underground to attack. Asha contemplated her tactics, pondering how her senior might strike. With the aid of the bright sun, let's unleash a powerful move. Flamethrower. Due to Asha's momentary hesitation, Cold Turtle was struck first by Kecleon's stomp attack. The double effectiveness of the move was too much for the defensively inclined Cold Turtle to withstand. After enduring the stomp, Cold Turtle unleashed a torrent of searing flames, intensified by the sunlight. Dodge. After Kecleon's stomp hit Cold Turtle, Daigo had ample time to react. Kecleon effortlessly evaded the oncoming flamethrower. Rock Tomb. The rock-type move was also doubly effective against Cold Turtle. Suddenly, several rocks erupted from beneath Cold Turtle, dealing damage while simultaneously trapping it. Should I retreat into my shell? No. As a senior, I cannot falter. Cold Turtle, use Overheat. After Rock Tomb, Cold Turtle unleashed an even hotter flame, now a vibrant crimson. The rocks before it were obliterated by the extreme heat, sending flames racing towards Kecleon. Kecleon merely stomped the ground, causing the rocks surrounding Cold Turtle to lift momentarily before crashing down. Boom. Facing the onslaught of flames, Kecleon promptly raised a translucent spherical shield. The intense heat from Overheat melted the protective barrier, but Kecleon merely felt the warmth, unharmed by the fiery assault. As the dust from the rock tomb settled, it became evident that Cold Turtle had succumbed to defeat. Daigo furrowed his brow, pondering how such battles could nurture the growth of Pokémon. You know, you're overthinking it too much during battle. Why not just follow your instincts and fight with abandon? Daigo understood Asha's mindset, having just taken on her new role. The weight of responsibility was perhaps too heavy for someone so young. Asha felt a pang of regret, apologizing to the Pokeball in her hand. I'm so sorry. Cold Turtle, I only just realized this issue. I'm not a qualified senior at all. Renewed with confidence, Asha retrieved her second Pokeball, tossing it into the air, declaring, Burn with passion. Magcargo. Chapter 51, Steel and Flames. Burn with passion. Magcargo. A vibrant, fiery snail appeared on the battlefield, its shell adorned with molten lava. Sparks danced across the lava-coated shell, making it difficult to ascertain whether it possessed the lava armor or flame body ability. The best strategy was to avoid contact moves. Stomp. Daigo commanded, initiating the attack. As a fire and rock type, Magcargo was quadruple weak to ground types. Earth power. Asha's eyes ignited with determination as she immersed herself in the battle. Likewise, Kecleon was also vulnerable to ground-type moves. The two waves of energy collided underground, causing a small crater to erupt, sending sand flying. Flamethrower. Protect. Magcargo opened its viscous mouth, shimmering with a crimson glow. Whoosh. Flames erupted from Magcargo, extending like a tail, rocketing towards Kecleon. Kecleon swiftly deployed a transparent shield, blocking the flames. Rock Tomb. Kecleon stomped again, causing numerous rocks to rise and trap Magcargo beneath them. Pain flashed across Magcargo's face, as it too was doubly weak to rock-type moves, suffering considerable damage from the direct hit. Increase your body temperature. The trap rocks began to sizzle ominously as white smoke began to rise. Daigo could feel the rising temperature of Magcargo even from a distance. Rock Slide. Even if Magcargo escaped the rock tomb, its speed would make it challenging to evade the debris. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks crashed down upon Magcargo, burying it beneath the tumultuous pile. Keep burning. Magcargo, use Overheat. Asha pointed skyward, commanding fiercely. From within the rocky pile, red light began to seep through the cracks. Boom. The fiery energy within Magcargo erupted, blasting the rock pile apart. Now Magcargo, release Overheat. An overwhelming aura radiated from Magcargo as its fiery skin unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. Use Rock Tomb for defense. Daigo sensed impending danger and quickly instructed. Kecleon commanded the ground before it to raise stone pillars, forming an impressive defensive wall. A terrifying heat wave surged forth. Go, Magcargo. Rock Slide. Kadora did not employ the defensive wall before her. Instead, she manipulated the surrounding terrain, lifting several medium-sized stones into the air. The lava snail unleashed a torrent of flames even more ferocious than before. Bang! After a brief pause, the flames shattered the first layer of rocky defense. With a swift motion, Kadora commanded the stones to crash down upon the lava snail. Bang bang bang. The rocky barricades crumbled. The flames surged toward Kadora. The debris from the rock slide fell heavily onto the lava snail. Boom. Following a deafening explosion, the terrifying flames gradually subsided, leaving Kadora sprawled on the ground, her steel armor glowing a fierce red from the heat. Struggling to maintain her composure, Kadora appeared no different from a fighter stripped of their combat capacity. She was solely relying on sheer willpower. The high temperature significantly affected Kadora, exacerbating her fatigue. Moreover, her special defensive abilities were relatively weak. Come back, Kadora. You've worked hard, Daigo said, gazing regretfully at the pokeball in his hand. I'll treat you to a grand feast. It seems you'll need some time to recover after being scorched like this. Daigo raised his eyes to the pile of stones on the battlefield. A small pebble rolled down, triggering a chain reaction, causing the uppermost stone to tumble down with a thud. Inside, the lava snail had already succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. You did your best, lava snail. Aisha likewise recalled her lava snail. However, the lava snail did not lose the battle. Although Kadora had yet to fall, she was incapable of continuing the fight. This round was at best a stalemate. Daigo still had 2 Pokémon left, while she had only 1 remaining. It was clear which way this battle was leaning. Let us ignite the final blaze of this battle. Fire Camel, Aisha declared with unyielding enthusiasm, sending forth her 3rd Pokémon. With a resounding bang, Fire Camel took the stage, exuding an air of calm confidence. Its appearance was predominantly orange-red, with a light skin tone around its mouth and 3 bright blue circles on each side of its body. The humps on its back resembled rocky formations, adorned with 3 tufts of hair that curled upward, and it possessed hooves. It was a dual fire and ground type. Go! Armored Bird. Bang! Armored Bird's gaze was sharp, fixated intently on Fire Camel. Armored Bird could distinctly sense the prowess of its opponent. Following the previous overheating of the lava snail, the temperature of the entire arena had risen significantly, which could hasten the onset of fatigue for both trainers and their Pokémon. Daigo was drenched in sweat, while Aisha only bore a couple of beads on her brow. It appears you are quite fond of Steel-type Pokémon, Aisha remarked. Observing Daigo's 2 consecutive Steel-type choices, her smile bright and cheerful. To achieve such strength with Steel-type Pokémon is a testament to your remarkable skill. However, I am still determined to achieve victory. With a sweeping gesture, Aisha commanded, Fire Camel. Unleash Flamethrower. Daigo's expression shifted instantly, a full-powered flamethrower. Move swiftly. Stay clear. Fire Camel stomped its feet, and the 2 mounds on its back released 2 crimson energy orbs that soared skyward like miniature suns. Bang bang. The 2 orbs detonated violently, scattering a multitude of fireballs. Like meteors plummeting from the sky, they trailed long tails of flame. Armored Bird's eyes narrowed as it activated Quick Attack, desperately evading the descending fireballs with astonishing speed. Dodging among the fireballs, Armored Bird seemed to dance gracefully in the air, skillfully maneuvering at acute angles to avoid the fiery onslaught. Boom boom boom. The mist fireballs struck the ground, igniting a series of explosions. The resulting shock waves swept across the arena, and with each close encounter with the fireballs, Armored Bird's evasion precision declined under the oppressive heat, leading to a considerable drain on its stamina. Whoa! Armored Bird exclaimed in surprise, unable to evade a fireball that struck it head-on. Boom! Fireworks erupted in the air. But their beauty was lost on Daigo, whose mind was clouded with concern. Armored Bird's special defense was similarly weak. Enduring such a fiery assault would surely test its limits. Gasping, Armored Bird descended through the smoke, trailing wisps of blackened vapor. Return, Armored Bird. Daigo raised the Pokeball, calling his Pokémon back. It's my fault that you suffered, Armored Bird, he said, his eyes filled with remorse. Under the searing heat, Daigo's thoughts became disordered. The rapid depletion of Armored Bird's strength had led to this unfortunate outcome. Daigo's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke solemnly. Now, it's all up to you. Chapter 52, The Flame Badge. Bang. Metagross. Metagross maintained a tranquil gaze fixed upon the fire camel that had just unleashed its flamethrower. The surrounding heat indeed posed a significant challenge, yet it remained within tolerable limits. Aisha regarded the imposing Pokémon across from her, her eyes igniting with fervor. What a powerful Pokémon! End this swiftly, Metagross, Daigo commanded with authority. Metagross, the creature acknowledged with a slight nod. Hyper Beam. Smoke billowed. The earlier full-powered flamethrower had consumed considerable energy, preventing Fire Camel from launching another attack in quick succession. Metagross raised its arms, unleashing a silver wave of energy in an instant. Fire Camel crouched low, flames erupting from the mounds on its back. Boom. The Hyper Beam struck Fire Camel first, erupting into a cloud of black smoke at its position. Metagross gazed upward at the rain of flames, calmly erecting a protective shield to fend off the fiery barrage. Earthquake. Metagross. With a powerful fist, Metagross struck the searing ground. The gym floor trembled violently, nearly unbalancing both Daigo and Aisha. Fire Camel. Use Earth power to brace yourself. Aisha, still swaying, did not forget to issue her next command. Weighing in at 220 kilograms, Fire Camel moved with sluggish speed, making it impossible to evade the widespread earthquake. It could only mitigate the quake's force with its attack. Fire Camel inhaled deeply, then stomped down with tremendous force. However, with Fire Camel's strength, how could it possibly withstand Metagross's might? Beneath the surface, the energy of Earth power was swiftly overwhelmed by the earthquake. Bang! The earthquake struck Fire Camel. The tremendous impact, even lifting it into the air before it, came crashing down heavily. The outcome was unequivocal. I never imagined you possessed such a powerful Pokémon. Your capabilities exceed merely 3 badges. Aisha recalled Fire Camel, a bright smile adorning her face. In the face of this battle, she had at least regained her former self. Defeat was inevitable. What had begun as mere training for those 2 little ones had revealed her inadequacies. Daigo watched as Aisha stepped forward, recalling Metagross into its Pokeball. Regardless, this flame badge rightfully belongs to you. Congratulations, Challenger. Aisha produced a swirling flame-shaped badge, but as she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. Daigo chuckled lightly upon realizing that Aisha was still unaware of his name. Failing to properly inquire about the Challenger's origins and name, how could he ever aspire to be a commendable senior? Aisha appeared somewhat distressed, pondering why it was so arduous to embody the role of a good mentor. Daigo of Green Ridge City extended his hand towards Aisha. Ah, Daigo. May the hot springs wash away today as fatigue. Aisha graciously grasped Daigo's damp hand and laughed heartily. Daigo paused, perplexed by the connection. However, it was indeed true that the hot springs in Kamayan Town seemed to possess a remarkable ability to alleviate one's exhaustion. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center in Kamayan Town, Daigo entrusted the injured Armored Bird and Duskull to Nurse Joy. Regarding his journey to Sinnoh, Daigo resolved to set off the following day. He was determined to indulge in the hot springs once more that evening and reflect on the day's shortcomings. While the Fire Camel unleashed its flames, Daigo could have opted to recall Armored Bird. It appeared that environmental factors significantly influenced the course of battles. Daigo lamented while rubbing his forehead. He had learned a valuable lesson. Initially, Daigo had only considered that high temperatures exacerbated fatigue. However, when he became lightheaded from the heat, his judgment began to falter. He realized that his training journey was far from over. When he retrieved Armored Bird and Duskull, Nurse Joy advised Daigo to allow the 2 Pokemon ample time to rest. This had been his intention all along. The healing provided by the Pokemon Center was specifically aimed at restoring damage from skills and physical injuries. For instance, the burn marks on Duskull's helmet would require gradual recovery on its part. Yet, upon returning to his room and observing the revitalized Duskull and Armored Bird, a smile returned to Daigo's face. This is all my fault. I apologize. He gently stroked the charred steel feathers of Armored Bird, his expression filled with remorse. Hey! Armored Bird dismissed the concern, asserting that victory and defeat were merely part of a trainer's journey, and a few minor injuries were inconsequential. Duskull, too, had no complaints, having satisfied its appetite with a hearty meal. That night, Daigo soaked in the hot springs, relishing the comfort. Regrettably, his Pokémon were somewhat reluctant to join him in the water, except for. Daigo cast a glance at the Scyther, diligently cleaning its scythe in the hot springs. What? Are you disapproving of my relaxation? Scyther raised an eyebrow, challenging Daigo. Don't overstay your welcome. I could say the same to you. Leaning back against the edge of the pool, Daigo closed his eyes and gazed at the sky, his thoughts drifting back a decade. It was then that he had met his very first friend, a charming, blonde little girl. Just because of her grandmother's words, that little girl had clung to him unwaveringly. At that time, Daigo had wanted to delve deeper into Pokémon data, activating his memories and solidifying his knowledge. Initially, he found the clingy little girl somewhat bothersome. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more he observed her, the more endearing she became. Seeing her innocent, sometimes pitiful demeanor, Daigo could not bring himself to neglect her. And soon they were frolicking together. When the little girl departed, Daigo gifted her a pair of ornaments crafted from black gemstones. Seeing her delight, he had taken the liberty of creating the ornaments. Subsequently, he received a scolding from Hibiscus. How could I find a precious friend annoying? Truly, I was oblivious to my own fortune, Daigo chuckled ruefully. He vividly recalled the last words the little girl had said before leaving. Just you wait. The first to become the champion will undoubtedly be me. Scyther cast a disdainful glance at Daigo, who wore a foolish grin. But it too had noticed the reflection of that face in the sky. What was the truth, after all? Eventually, Daigo and Scyther lingered in the hot springs for too long, stumbling back to their room in a daze. Neither dared to mention it to the other. The following morning, feeling refreshed, Daigo prepared to return to Lilac City to catch a flight to the Sinnoh region. At the cable car station atop Chimney Mountain, he politely declined the sales pitch of a grandmother promoting Kamayan snacks, then took the cable car back down to the base. He also turned down another offer from a different grandmother at the base station, aiming to return to Lilac City before nightfall. Daigo relied heavily on the movement of his Metagross during most of the journey. Metagross was truly a model of diligence. After a whole day of silence, when Daigo asked if it was tired, it shook its head vigorously. Metagross, if you keep this up, I might just cry. Chapter 53, Return My Adorable Little Cabbage. In Sinnoh, in the city of Jubilife, a place rich in history where the past and present intertwine. Upon landing at the airport, Daigo donned a black cap and sunglasses. Jubilife City was the closest city to Sinnoh Town, so he had to land here first. He knew that his appearance had been memorized by his rivals, who had since fled. It was prudent for him to remain inconspicuous in Sinnoh. However, given some time, whether he could maintain a low profile would depend solely on his own intentions. After a long day of flying, Daigo stretched his limbs upon disembarking, feeling much more comfortable. He took out his navigator to check the location of Sinnoh Town. Since the navigator was designed to promote various regions, it contained maps of all areas. Should he head east? Without lingering, Daigo promptly set off towards Route 211 to the east. To the east of Jubilife City stood two statues, one with 4 limbs and the other bipedal. The legendary deities of the Sinnoh region. Daigo paused before the two statues, murmuring to himself, the god of time, Dialga, and the god of space, Palkia. He gazed at the nameless statues, noting that, at this point in time, the names of Palkia and Dialga had yet to be widely recognized by the populace. In the myths of Sinnoh, they were said to possess the formidable abilities to manipulate time and distort space, revered as deities. Yet, whether they truly existed in the present remains unverified. Perhaps some places still bore witness to their names. How vast is the power of the divine? Daigo felt a surge of curiosity. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter a single legendary Pokémon. His impression of legendary beings was that they were on a level of grandeur. Perhaps even beyond that. At the very least, without being legendary, it was unlikely one could contend with true divine entities. After merely a few more glances at the statues, Daigo left Jubilife City. The current timeline seemed somewhat chaotic, and he was uncertain when the time-space duo would make their appearance. As Daigo traversed Route 211 and arrived at Sinnoh Town, night had fallen. After a full day of travel and flight, even Metagross appeared weary. Thank you for your hard work. I'll prepare something delicious for you later, Daigo said with a gentle smile as he returned Metagross to its Pokeball. Glancing down at a large pit, he noticed a door set into the rocky wall. That must be the Sinnoh ruins. Outside the pit, several buildings were illuminated by lights. Following the address provided by Hibiscus, Daigo located Dr. Mustard's residence and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. In no time, the door swung open to reveal Dr. Mustard. With her short brown hair and research attire, even at home. You are. Giselin narrowed her eyes, surveying Daigo from head to toe, and then, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "Isn't this the lad from the Machine family? It has been quite a while." A glimmer of delight sparkled in Giselin's eyes as she eagerly pulled Daigo into the house. "Ah, Grandma Giselin, wait. I haven't taken off my shoes yet." Daigo chuckled wryly, hastily urging Giselin to pause momentarily. "By the way, what brings you to Sinnoh? Did you come specifically to find Baikai?" Giselin released her grip on Daigo's clothing, her curiosity piqued. Daigo, caught off guard while removing his shoes, turned back with a puzzled expression. "No, it's because my father sent me to retrieve a fossil from you. He mentioned that you found one in the ruins. And considering that Pokémon hunters seem to be quite active in the Sinnoh region, seizing Pokémon fossils and such, He asked me to bring it back. Eh. Giselin responded with surprise, crossing her arms as she contemplated the matter. As Daigo finished removing his shoes and stood upright again, Giselin spoke. I haven't found anything in the ruins. I haven't even heard of any hunters actively seeking fossils. She pointed to her head, adding, though I may be old, my mind is still quite sharp. Daigo was momentarily taken aback. Surely his father had no reason to deceive him? He ought to be unaware of Daigu's encounter with the Pokémon hunter at the Mirage Tower, where the hunter had indeed taken a fossil. Was it mere coincidence? What could possibly prevent his father from being forthright with him? Upon reflection, Daigo recalled a noticeable pause during his father's phone call. Could it be that he was contemplating deceiving him into coming to Sinnoh? It seemed that Giselin's reaction indicated that he was merely summoned to the Sinnoh region. No, he needed to make a call to clarify. Although he had previously exhibited a degree of rebellion, ignoring Mushin's advice, it was all trivial youthful folly. Daigo had never dismissed his father's requests. What could have compelled him to fear that Daigo would refuse to come to Sinnoh? Giselin, however, paid no mind to Daigo, who was preparing to call. As she retrieved a pair of slippers and tossed them onto the floor, striding into the house with her hands behind her back. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal emanating from the phone, Daigo felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? His expression was a mixture of confusion as he stowed away the communicator, having believed that his relationship with his father had significantly improved. Yet he remained perplexed by his father's intentions. The lad from the Mushin family. If the line is busy, then don't bother calling, Giselin remarked. Walking into the living room and placing a glass of water on the table. Have a sip of water first. Those slippers are new, so wear them. Thank you. Grandma Giselin, Daigo nodded, slipping into the slippers and taking a seat, choosing to momentarily set aside his concerns. Surely his father had his reasons for this behavior. Daigo glanced around the room and curiously inquired, Grandma Giselin, where's Baikai? You scamp. You come in here, and the first thing on your mind is my Baikai. Giselin's expression shifted, and she swiftly grabbed a nearby wooden stick, brandishing it as if to strike Daigo. Wait. Daigo quickly raised his hands in surrender. Why is there a wooden stick just lying around, and why did you pick it up so easily? Yet Giselin did not actually strike him, her face wearing a playful smirk that appeared somewhat sinister. Daigo shivered slightly and hastily added, let's discuss this calmly. There's no need to harm yourself over a trivial matter. Humph, I was merely teasing you, Giselin chuckled, lowering the wooden stick. I heard from Mushin that you had set out on a journey, and Baikai left for a trip the very next day. Speaking of which, I must say I am quite upset with you. Do you have any idea how much Baikai longed for her first Pokémon when Mushin gifted you yours? It forced me to put aside my research and apply to the League for an early acquisition of a Pokémon, which was quite the ordeal. In this world, it is clearly stipulated that one must be 16 to receive a Pokémon, as one must first cultivate knowledge about Pokémon care. Being too young poses risks due to the hidden dangers of the outside world, and one may not adequately care for oneself or their Pokémon. Thus, the age requirement was established. Well, I can't take all the blame. Daigo scratched his head. Not blame you. After your return, my little Baikai became so determined to study, claiming she wanted to become a champion before you. You owe me my adorable little Baikai back. Chapter 54. The more I listen, the heavier my guilt becomes. Grandma Giselin, please, calm down. Daigo raised both hands in surrender. You want me to calm down? Then make me a meal. Giselin suddenly grinned, pointing towards the kitchen. Daigo was taken aback. Was her mood swinging so rapidly? What do you mean, huh? Don't tell me you can't cook. I can. I'll go now. Daigo sprang to his feet and headed toward the kitchen. If you cook well, I might just forgive you, Giselin said with a smile, propping her chin on her hand. Then your forgiveness is guaranteed. Daigo replied confidently, surveying the refrigerator for inspiration. Tomato and scrambled eggs. Stir-fried green peppers with meat. Just fry it all up. With determination, Daigo dove into the preparation of this simple dinner. His movements were fluid as he gathered the ingredients, but just as he was about to begin, a sudden click from outside the door caught his attention, followed by a flash of light. Daigo tilted his head in confusion. Giselin was sneaking a photograph with her camera. Don't mind me. Keep going, she waved dismissively, watching with satisfaction as Daigo continued in the kitchen. I told Baikai not to leave so early, but she wouldn't listen. 3 black lines seemed to materialize on Daigo's forehead. However, he had to admit that Giselin was quite straightforward. Before long, Daigo had prepared 2 plates of dishes and set 2 bowls of rice on the dining table, along with some sliced berries for dessert. It looked rather appealing, indeed. Seeing the homemade dishes on the table, Giselin nodded in approval. Please, give it a try, Daigo urged with a smile. Giselin took a small piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. Not bad. You've done well, young man. Consider me having forgiven you. Thank you for your understanding, Daigo chuckled lightly. By the way, I remember Baikai is a bit younger than me. How did she manage to go on a trip? That's all your fault. How is it my fault? Daigo was baffled as to why he was being blamed. Do you really not know? Baikai sent you so many letters over the years, and not a single one made its way back to her. Giselin retorted with exasperation. When was this? Daigo was taken aback. I never received any letters. Giselin suddenly fell silent. Seeing her unresponsive, Daigo felt uneasy and chose not to speak further. The atmosphere grew quiet. After Daigo had eaten half of his rice, Giselin finally spoke again, her tone filled with concern. A twinge of concern enveloped me as I pondered the safety of little Cabbage on her solitary journey. What prompts such apprehension? Dawu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. She sent a letter, yet you did not receive it. What does that signify? Dawu hesitated. Perhaps it was misdelivered? With a resigned nod, Jiezilon affirmed. That must indeed be the case. A pang of nostalgia struck as I recalled the endearing image of the 5- or 6-year-old Cabbage. Her adorably foolish demeanor making such a possibility seem plausible. You, who were initially reticent and indifferent, surely never introduced yourself to little Cabbage, did you? Jiezilan's gaze sharpened, as if attempting to pierce through Dawu's facade. Well, upon reflection, it does seem that way, Dawu admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. In truth, he had not thought to introduce himself, for little Cabbage had clung to him, and he could not bear to see her left alone and neglected. Ultimately, she merely referred to him as brother. Recalling that naive, golden-haired little girl who had mistakenly addressed the wrong door and called him brother, who could have known she was searching for Dawu? A sinking dread filled him. Surely, little Cabbage does not harbor resentment towards me. Dawu coughed lightly, testing the waters. Not particularly, Jiezilon replied. I only know that she often asks me why her brother has not replied to her letters, and if he dislikes her. Upon hearing this, Dawu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. Moreover, I only know you as the boy from the Mujin family. What else could you expect from someone so taciturn in their youth? Jiezilon wore a playful smirk, as if anticipating some form of entertainment. Ah, Jiezilon. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Dawu stammered awkwardly. I am Dawu. That is of little consequence, Jiezilon chuckled, her meaning unmistakable. Poor little Cabbage fears that you might dislike her, and she longs to visit Fengyuan to see you, but lacks the courage. Jiezilon sighed. Had I not been engrossed in my research at a crucial juncture, I would have taken her there myself. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Dawu. It felt as though he were being sentenced to death. How could he have squandered such an opportunity with the golden-haired little girl? Was this the mindset of a man who had remained a virgin for over a decade? How lamentable. What astonished him even more was the realization that the future champion of Sinnoh, a figure of great renown, was affectionately known as Little Cabbage. It was only when he had painstakingly crafted a pair of ornaments from stone and witnessed Little Cabbage adorning them that the truth dawned on him. Was this fate's design? As Dawu, he was not the true Dawu, and thus the world was rife with discrepancies from his memories, a parallel existence. I truly believe I have erred, Dawu admitted with a rueful smile. Too late now. Jiezilan's lips curled into a smirk. Do you know what Pokémon I have prepared for Cabbage? The mere thought sent a shiver down Dawu's spine. Garchomp. While the world may differ, such iconic Pokémon were unlikely to change, much like his own shiny Metagross. How did you know? Jiezilon was momentarily taken aback. Since you are aware that my father gifted me a Pokémon, you must also know it is a Steelix. Hence, you too would prepare a late bloomer type Pokémon for little Cabbage. In the Sinnoh region, that would solely be Garchomp. You are rather clever, Jiezilon remarked. A glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. The answer had been evident. It was merely a matter of deduction. This is your first visit, and I have not prepared anything for you, so. Dawu's face flushed, and he quickly waved his hands in protest. No, there is no need. I did not bring anything to present to you. Jiezilon raised an eyebrow, exuding an ominous aura. Why the blush? Do you think I intend to give my little Cabbage to you? No, I would never presume. Good, you are perceptive. Jiezilon shot him a sidelong glance. The main issue is that I previously encountered a rather troublesome Pokémon, one that little Cabbage could not handle and thus had to send to Dr. Yamanashi. As of now, that creature has yet to be claimed by any new trainers. Are you expecting me to take on that burden? Dawu asked incredulously. No, that is not my intent. However, if I were to say that the Pokémon which little Cabbage could not manage were to become your responsibility, Jiezilon smiled slightly, casting him a knowing look. Then little Cabbage's impression of me would surely improve. Understanding dawned on Dawu, indeed. Jiezilon mused silently. In truth, she merely wished to offload the troublesome task onto him. Chapter 55, Strike Twice. After dinner, Dawu tidied up the dishes and ventured into the backyard to prepare meals for the Pokémon. However, Kadora surveyed the new environment with evident dissatisfaction. Not even a single stone in sight. Dawu had deliberately gathered an array of ores and energy cubes for Metagross, allowing it the freedom to choose its meals. After all, Kadora could always handle the surplus. Leftover disposal duty, Kadora. Dawu. Jiezilan called from the doorway, her gaze sweeping over Dawu's Pokémon. What is it, Jiezilan? Dawu asked as he finished preparing their food and stood to address her. From what I can see, your current strength might not be enough to best my little cabbage, Jiezilan remarked with a smile. Metagross abruptly lifted its head, its expression growing serious, indicating that its growth had yet to reach the desired pace. The movements of the armored bird momentarily halted as it mentally resolved to intensify its training regimen. The Scyther, who had finished its meal early and was meditating, slowly opened its eyes. Oh well, after all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds, thought Kadora, as it stealthily snatched a piece of, or while Metagross was momentarily distracted. Hee score. Dawu smiled faintly, not overly concerned. After all, Cynthia's Garchomp was far from the naive little creature it had once been. As the sluggish Metong evolved into Metagross, its prowess would inevitably catch up in due time. Have you considered that once little cabbage surpasses you in strength, how that will affect your image? Jiezilan teased, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Dawu paused, realizing the weight of her words. He exchanged a glance with Metagross. Metagross, it declared with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I am both shield and spear. Dawu suddenly chuckled. Let us strive together. As he spoke these words, his gaze swept over his Pokémon, not solely directed at Metagross. He firmly believed that together, he and Metagross would ascend to legendary heights. Dawu, you should stay here for the night. Tomorrow, you can go find Dr. Yamanashi in Shinsuna. I will inform him of the situation in advance. Understood. I appreciate your hospitality. Dawu nodded, accepting her offer without hesitation. The first room on the right upstairs has been unoccupied for some time. You may need to tidy it up a bit. Very well. Jiezilan settled into the living room, sipping tea while watching Sinnoh news on television, while Dawu busied himself upstairs. He attempted to dial once more, but the call to Mujin went unanswered. If his father had sent him to retrieve a fossil, it would likely take 3 or 4 days. Dawu pondered this deeply. What could be accomplished in 3 or 4 days? Never mind. I shall confront him face to face in Kaz City. Dawu sighed, realizing he also needed to challenge the gym in Orange City. The excavation of Meteor Falls would have to be postponed. Just then, the landline phone in the living room rang, prompting Jiezilan to rise and answer it. A delicate visage graced the screen, with golden locks partially obscuring one of her gray eyes. The tresses cascaded down either side of her cheeks, resting elegantly upon her chest. A black accessory, shaped like a droplet, adorned the place where her golden hair was tied back, revealing a striking deep blue shark head with 2 prominent protrusions behind her. Grandma, I have successfully obtained my 5th badge, exclaimed the golden-haired girl, proudly displaying the gleaming emblem in her hand. Ka, chimed in the biting land shark behind her, showcasing its crescent-shaped eyes as if to claim credit for the achievement. How wonderful. Both Cabbage and the biting land shark are putting forth their utmost effort. Jade remarked with a smile, then revealed a hint of a mysterious grin. Cabbage, can you guess which guest has arrived at our home today? Huh, we have a guest today? Is it Dr. Yamanashi? Hikari inquired, her gray eyes filled with curiosity. It is that rascal Daigo. Daigo? Who's that? Hikari blinked, intrigued. He's the older brother you once clamored to surpass and become champion before. Jade chuckled. Hikari paused in surprise, reaching up to touch the black ornament in her hair. I must return to Sinnoh Town at once. Her face abruptly filled the phone screen. Let the biting land shark take a few swipes at him. Ka. Hold on. Hold on, Jade laughed, gently restraining her. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. It was merely that you sent your letter to the wrong address when you were younger. Huh. Hikari's cheeks flushed slightly, and she crossed her arms, shifting the topic. But he never thought to write to me. He deserves to be swiped at. Ka. The biting land shark raised its fin, confused by the exchange. Let me share a little secret. He is visiting Masera Town tomorrow to see a certain Pokémon. You could, Jade grinned mischievously. I have no intention of seeing him. I never suggested that. I meant you could use this opportunity to let the biting land shark swipe at him a couple of times. Jade chuckled at the sight of Hikari's blushing face. Before Hikari could protest, Daigo descended the stairs. Grandma Jade, do you have a rag or something? Daigo scratched his head as he appeared on the phone's camera. Huh. Observing the young woman on the screen, Daigo noted how her appearance had matured. Her previous adorableness replaced with an air of confidence befitting a future champion of the Sinnoh region. It has been a while, Cabbage, Daigo greeted. raising his hand in a wave. Hikari, momentarily lost in thought, quickly replied, "Not now, Grandma," and promptly hung up the call. Daigo, bewildered by the abrupt disconnection, gazed at the phone in confusion. Jade turned to him, her expression betraying her amusement. Far away in the wetland city, Hikari, flustered, ended the call and took several deep breaths. "Biting land shark, we shall set off for Masera Town tomorrow." "Ka." The biting land shark responded, waving its fin energetically. "Rest assured, if I don't split him in two, then he must have a hard head." Daigo, observing Hikari's reaction, felt an unshakable sense of impending doom. "Grandma Jade, you didn't mention to Cabbage that I am heading to Masera Town tomorrow, did you?" "Fear not, I have not breathed a word." Jade stood, patting Daigo on the shoulder. "The rag should be over there on that shelf." "Humph, something feels off," Daigo muttered, watching Jade's retreating figure. Despite Hikari's struggles with that particular Pokémon, Daigo found himself intrigued. If it were a Steel-type Pokémon, he would certainly consider attempting to capture it. After all, his team was in need of a lively spirit. As long as it didn't frequently cause significant trouble, he would be content. Daigo tidied his room, took a shower, and lay down on his bed. The space was modest, but just enough to accommodate his 4 Pokémon. "Everyone, let's rest for today. Tomorrow we'll discover what kind of Pokémon awaits us." That night, a faint blue light flickered intermittently from the tightly shut eyes of Metagross. Chapter 56. The Ruckus of Pachima. At dawn the following day, Daigo set off for Masera Town. With no transportation available in Sinnoh Town, he relied on Metagross to carry him back to Bidai City, where he would take the train. "Be careful on the road, young Daigo." Jade smiled brightly, standing at the door to bid him farewell. "All right, Grandma Jade." Daigo felt an odd sense of foreboding. He suspected Jade's previous words were merely a ruse. As he boarded Metagross, Daigo was again on the route back to Bidai City. He should be able to return before nightfall and reach Masera Town by train, estimating a day's journey. His Pokémon had likely grown restless from the prolonged rest. Oh, right. As long as Cordyceps has food, it won't suffer. Feeling bored during the day-long train journey, Daigo anticipated the moment his armored bird would grow strong enough to allow him to fly freely. Currently, Metagross's flight relied on its psychic abilities or magnetic force, consuming both energy and stamina. In contrast, the armored bird's flight was innate and only expended physical energy. Pokémon that couldn't strengthen their physical prowess remained in their Pokeballs, practicing meditation, essentially a mental battle. They would visualize their opponent's possible actions and strategize accordingly, which served as a form of training. Only Cordyceps imagined its opponent as an indestructible boulder. As for why he opted for the train instead of a plane, it was simply because Masera Town lacked an airport, although it did have a train station. This was also aligned with Dr. Yamanashi's travel methods. Beneath Sinnoh Town lay ruins, preventing the construction of train routes. Finally, Daigo received the announcement that the train had arrived at its destination. Upon disembarking, he decided against rushing to Dr. Yamanashi's lab immediately, as Masera Town also housed a Pokémon identification center. To avoid disturbing Dr. Yamanashi, Daigo planned to visit tomorrow instead. After assessing his Pokémon at the center, he received the following results: Metagross, 626, Scyther, 583, Cordyceps, 382, Armored Bird, 384. Tears of joy filled his eyes as the Armored Bird had overtaken Cordyceps. Seeing this, Cordyceps opted for an extra helping of minerals for dinner. Once the identification was complete, Daigo sought a place to stay for the night. After a day of rest, he took his Pokémon to the wilderness for training under the stars. Finally, the Pokémon could unleash their pent-up energy. The next morning, having trained with his Pokémon until the early hours, Daigo awoke early due to his biological clock. After a quick breakfast, he set off for Dr. Yamanashi's lab, planning to prepare breakfast for his Pokémon once they woke. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell of Dr. Yamanashi's lab, and shortly after, an elderly man clad in a lab coat opened the door, his expression serious. Dr. Yamanashi first glanced at Daigo's hair before fixing his gaze upon him. "You are Daigo?" "Yes, Dr. Yamanashi," Daigo nodded in response. This Dr. Yamanashi was primarily focused on Pokémon evolution research and was also a senior to Professor Okido. Daigo had previously seen Dr. Yamanashi's photograph in documents, and indeed, his expression matched perfectly with that in the picture. The public's assessment of this serious and earnest doctor is that he possesses a countenance that is uninviting yet kind-hearted. "That Pokémon is currently not at the Research Institute, Doctor," Yamanashi stated with a grave demeanor, his tone imbued with meticulous seriousness, his expression so steady that Daigo felt he resembled a person with a stoic face. "If you wish to see it right now, I can take you to Lake Shinchi." Upon hearing this, Daigo inquired, "Wouldn't that disrupt your research?" "No rush, it's still morning. I'll take you there first," Dr. Yamanashi reassured. Thank you, Doctor, Daigo replied with a slight nod and a smile. Soon after, Dr. Yamanashi drove a rugged vehicle, carrying Daigo through Route 201, arriving at the expansive lakeside nestled within the forest. This creature can be quite a handful, often disrupting the researcher's studies. And no Pokemon trainers seem willing to accept it, so it has been temporarily placed here, Dr. Yamanashi explained as he stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the lake before them. Once a novice trainer takes it, it gets returned within 3 days. Ultimately, Dr. Yamanashi decided against entrusting it to new trainers, instead allowing it to roam freely by Lake Shinchi, coming by daily to check on it. The surrounding forest is abundant with berries, and the lake has a variety of fish. Survival here is certainly not an issue. Is it currently in the lake? Daigo approached the water's edge, crouching to observe the reflection on the surface. Yes, it's rather handsome, I suppose, as it is the only Pokemon in the lake, Dr. Yamanashi replied nonchalantly. Why is that? Daigo queried, puzzled. He was somewhat familiar with the legendary Pokemon of the Sinnoh region, like the time and space dragons, Darkrai, and Arceus, but not as well acquainted with the secondary deities compared to the 3 birds, 3 beasts, or 3 pillars. This lake once housed a legendary Pokemon. However, whether it still resides here is uncertain. Nonetheless, no other Pokemon seems to inhabit this area, Dr. Yamanashi elucidated. I see, Daigo nodded. Suddenly, the surface of the lake began to ripple. What is that? He wondered aloud. A stream of water erupted from the surface, splashing Daigo and drenching him halfway. Blinking in confusion, Daigo wiped the water from his face and swept his wet hair back. Splash, splash. The sounds of splashing water and a raucous laughter reached his ears. Reluctantly, Daigo looked up to see a round, blue head, flailing its arms and laughing heartily. Gazing at its open yellow beak, Daigo felt an urge to punch it flat, though more likely, it would be his own fist that would be pecked through. Splash. After having its fill of laughter, the Pokemon dove back into the water. That was mild. Dr. Yamanashi seemed prepared, producing a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to Daigo. Thank you. Daigo accepted the handkerchief, wiping the droplets from his face and drying his hair as well. I can change my clothes later. Suddenly, a long object flew out of the water, landing squarely on Daigo's face. Looking down, he discovered a lively grass carp flopping on the ground. A hashtag appeared on Daigo's face. Do you not understand the principle of do not hit the face? Haha. The Pokemon resurfaced, guffawing uncontrollably. Bang. Metagross, unable to tolerate the teasing of its master any longer, emerged on its own. Dr. Yamanashi glanced at the unusual Metagross beside him and remarked, It seems we should return. No rush. Let's take a look a bit longer. Daigo was not quick to reach a conclusion. This level of mischief was entirely within Daigo's threshold of tolerance. Merely a playful child at heart. It's still just a kid. Daigo's expression began to shift, with his mouth twitching occasionally. Metagross, understanding immediately, emitted a wave of psychic energy. Hey, just a little disciplinary action should suffice. Chapter 57. Take me away. Dr. Yamanashi regarded the imposing Metagross without uttering a word. Daigo's subsequent actions would reveal his attitude towards Pokemon. If the subject is Piplup, I wonder if they can coexist harmoniously. A blue orb floated out of the water, hovering in midair. Piplup. The Piplup within the blue sphere appeared agitated, its short limbs flailing wildly. We meet again, Piplup, Daigo said, emphasizing the word again with a smile, looking at the defenseless Piplup. Piplup, give me a water gun. The small beak of Piplup unleashed a stream of water, but it rebounded off the blue barrier. Piplup, what sorcery is this? Piplup shook its round head, challenging Daigo. Piplup, Piplup, if you have the guts, let me down. Daigo wondered if it was uttering some unmentionable insults towards him as he glanced at Metagross. Metagross. Metagross began to scrawl on the grass. Although the words were somewhat illegible, it trampled the tender grass it had intended to let flourish. Daigo silently mourned the little blades of grass, yet he understood Metagross' message. Let you down? Not a chance. Daigo chuckled softly. Dr. Yamanashi observed the interaction between the riding Metagross and Daigo with mild surprise, yet he maintained his characteristic serious demeanor. Piplup. One-on-one. Let me down for a one-on-one. One-on-one. Are you any good at fighting? What use is fighting without influence or backing? You must first get past Metagross before you can talk about one-on-ones. Daigo pointed at Metagross beside him. Daigo believed he could handle Piplup without any issues, but if it were to unleash its moves, he would rather take refuge behind Metagross. Metagross. Metagross stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Piplup. Piplup, you cowardly creature. Hiding behind a steel crab. Metagross. Metagross paused. Steel crab? Its supercomputer-like mind raced. You little rascal, are you insulting me now? Metagross immediately treated Piplup as a die. rolling it within its grasp. Piplup, Piplup, gurgle, gurgle. When Metagross ceased its motion, Piplup appeared dizzy, collapsing against the barrier, frothing at the mouth. With its characteristic spiral eyes, Piplup had lost its ability to battle. Let me see it. Metagross levitated Piplup in front of Daigo, releasing its psychic hold. Daigo grasped Piplup by the nape, observing the rather adorable little penguin. Piplup. Suddenly, Piplup opened its eyes, shooting a stream of water directly at Daigo's face from point-blank range. Startled, Daigo loosened his grip, allowing Piplup to escape. Still playing tactics, are we? Daigo wiped the water from his face with the handkerchief, realizing he was now thoroughly drenched. After successfully executing its sly plan, Piplup did not rush back into the lake, but instead collapsed on the ground, clutching its belly and laughing heartily, its short legs flailing about. Nevertheless, Daigo began to understand why Piplup reveled in mischief. Crouching down, he smiled at the rolling Piplup on the ground. Ah, my dear companion. Is it perhaps due to your profound solitude? The laughter of Pachima abruptly ceased as it rose to sit upon the verdant grass, gazing intently into Daigo's eyes. If you sought to exact revenge upon me, at such a close proximity, you could have struck with unrestrained ferocity. Yet, you tempered your strength, ensuring that I suffered no tangible harm in this intimate distance. Had Pachima truly intended to unleash its might, Daigo would have felt at least a sting, if not a bruise upon his countenance. Instead, he merely sensed the sensation akin to being splashed with a pail of water. This creature, while indulging in mischief, also harbored a desire to avoid causing others pain. It was considerate, yet the penchant for pranks must stem from some unique circumstance. Daigo surmised that, like himself in times past, this little one was lonely. At the very least, to tease others brought joy to this small being, and that was sufficient. It must be dreadfully dull here, surrounded by no one with whom to play. Pachima blinked its sparkling eyes, scrutinizing this peculiar individual. This was the first time someone had posed such a question to it. If you find yourself friendless, perhaps you might consider befriending me. My Pokémon would surely welcome you. Daigo offered with a warm smile, extending his hand towards Pachima. Humph. Pachima huffed, crossing its arms defiantly, turning away from Daigo. I do not require your charity. Pokémon of Pachima's ilk are known for their pride, reluctant to accept any form of human benevolence, and harboring a strong aversion to being cared for by others. This is not an act of charity. I genuinely wish to be your friend. Pachima furtively cast a glance at Daigo, its gaze meeting his, seemingly sensing his sincerity. I understand what it feels like to be without friends, and I empathize with you. Daigo chuckled lightly, his outstretched hand remaining unwavering. This human, it seemed, was not lying after all. Suddenly, with a thud, Kadabra and Skarmory appeared, beaming smiles at Pachima. Hello? Pachima's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean by following him will lead to abundant delectable stones? Can those things be consumed? Humph, your ignorance is evident. Pachima scoffed with a self-deprecating smile. Very well, let me reveal to you the reason for my solitude. Daigo was momentarily taken aback as Pachima's aura surged, causing the expressions of Metagross and Skarmory to shift dramatically. What an impressive talent. Yet, the mightiest spear will always be wielded by me. Oh no, after finally surpassing Kadabra. If this creature joins, the training intensity will quintuple. Good grief. Dr. Yamanashi, witnessing the scene, displayed a rare look of astonishment. Pachima opened its sharp eyes, surveying the expressions around it, and sighed with resignation. Indeed, such are their faces. I truly am an outlier. Pachima suddenly noticed Kadabra, still smiling, and froze in disbelief. This creature still retains that cheerful demeanor. Kadabra, within, was reveling in the thought. Heh, this little one doesn't consume stones. But once I grow stronger and my appetite expands, those delectable stones will still be mine. Once I surpass Metagross, I shall claim the stones for myself. What a delight! With tears glistening in its eyes, Pachima gazed at the jovial Kadabra. Could it be that this creature is destined to be my one true friend? Daigo began to piece together the puzzle. Besides Torrent, Pachima possessed a hidden characteristic, competitiveness. This trait activated only when its opponent's abilities were diminished, subsequently enhancing its own power. This creature had the switch to activate it at will. The reason behind Pachima's affinity for mischief became abundantly clear. It was considered an outlier within its own species. Thus, it faced ostracization and isolation, resorting to pranks to amuse itself. The mystery was solved. This creature truly possessed extraordinary abilities. However, how could Daigo persuade it to join his team? Should he express indifference to its status as an outlier? Just as Daigo contemplated this, Pachima stepped forward, inhaling deeply as if making a monumental decision. Take me with you. Chapter 58, An Unrivaled Ability. Wait, my friend, I was still pondering my approach. And you've taken the initiative to follow me? Daigo stared in astonishment at the earnest expression on Pachima's face. Pachima's gaze remained fixed on Kadabra. What? Kadabra looked at Pachima with a mix of confusion and curiosity. What are you doing? You don't eat stones, so why are you looking at me like that? Pachima's abilities were indeed remarkable. With its competitive trait, the special attack moves it unleashed were exceptionally potent, effectively compensating for the physical attack orientation of Daigo's current team. Upon evolving into Empoleon, it would possess a steel and water dual type, offering 10 resistances and only 3 weaknesses. Its superior resistance and defensive capabilities, combined with the ability to learn Swords Dance alongside its innate competitive trait, would result in explosive offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to consume health, mitigate damage, and clear obstructions. In a scenario where skill limitations were non-existent, Daigo could scarcely fathom the extent of Empoleon's strength, capable of offense and defense, while also providing healing and utility. What a terrifying prospect. Such a configuration could truly be deemed all-encompassing and invincible. Originally, Daigo had merely followed the suggestion of a friend to observe this prank-loving Pokémon. However, upon realizing its extraordinary potential, he was eager to recruit it into his team, yet found himself at a loss for words. Who would have thought this creature would decide to join on its own? May I inquire as to why? Daigo began. Pachima. Pachima pointed at Kadabra. This creature is my one true friend. When it sees the real me, it will not cast that peculiar gaze upon me. Upon understanding the reason, Daigo finally comprehended everything. Kadabra was solely concerned with the availability of stones to consume, no matter how exceptional Pachima was. As long as it did not encroach upon Kadabra's food source, it would evoke no reaction from it. Ahem, allow me to clarify, Daigo coughed lightly, raising a fist. We are merely astonished by your abilities and do not view you as an outlier. Meta. Indeed. Metagross and Skarmory nodded in agreement. The long-awaited Scyther has finally emerged. Nodding in acknowledgement towards Porygon. Its innate talent evokes a profound envy within Scyther. If only it possessed such extraordinary abilities, perhaps its former trainer would not have abandoned it. Stealing a glance at Steven's retreating figure, Scyther slowly closed its eyes. At this moment, all it yearned for was to uncover the truth of the past. Throughout its journey, in its interactions with Pokémon, and even in observing Steven's every move, Scyther has silently come to accept Steven as its own. Yet, there remains a singular event it desperately wishes to clarify. Scyther gently reminded Steven, then returned to its Pokeball. Metagross translated this for Steven, conveying that Scyther's previous trainer was a trainer from the Sinnoh region. I understand, Steven murmured, stroking Scyther's Pokeball softly. Porygon, it exclaimed. Answer me. Are you taking me with you? I've decided that wherever my dear friend goes, I shall follow. Of course, your presence is most welcome, Steven replied with a light chuckle, extending his hand once more towards Porygon. Porygon. With a huff, Porygon swatted Steven's hand away. Just as Steven looked on in surprise, Porygon sprayed a small stream of water onto the faces of Steven, Metagross, Corphish, and Skarmory in turn. Porygon. This is my initiation ceremony. You're quite the mischievous one. Steven laughed, already accustomed to wiping the water from his face with a handkerchief. Metagross. Metagross paid little mind to Porygon's antics, grinning amiably at its new companion. Skarmory shook its head, also disregarding the incident, considering it merely a long-awaited face wash. Corphish, however, licked the water off its face with mild interest. Sigh. It's no different from ordinary water. It pales in comparison to Miltank's milk, let alone my minerals. Welcome aboard, Porygon, Steven said, playfully ruffling Porygon's head. Porygon was not smooth but rather covered in a layer of fuzz, yielding a pleasing texture to the touch. Porygon. Oh dear. Help me. I can't. If I help you, I won't have any tasty stones left to eat. I will rely on you to look after Porygon from now on. Professor Birch seemed prepared, handing Steven Porygon's Pokeball. Thank you. Steven accepted the Pokeball, apologetically addressing Professor Birch. I hope I haven't taken up too much of your research time. Not at all. Seeing this little one finally find its place brings me great joy, Professor Birch replied calmly. You don't seem to show much emotion on your face. Of course, Steven dared not voice this thought. Yet, he could sense the genuine happiness radiating from the professor regarding Porygon's newfound companionship. Shall we return to the lab now? Professor Birch suggested. That would be splendid, Doctor. I was just thinking of finding a place to prepare breakfast for my friends, Steven said, glancing at the Pokémon surrounding him with a smile. Porygon, breakfast? What is that? You're in for a treat. The stones my master provides are absolutely delightful. Porygon, how could one possibly eat that? Just as Steven began returning his Pokémon to their balls, Metagross suddenly halted him. What is it, Metagross? Do you wish to stay out a bit longer? Steven inquired, puzzled. Metagross, it responded solemnly. I sense a murderous aura. Upon observing Metagross's grave demeanor, Steven began to comprehend. No, surely we aren't encountering Pokemon hunters again. At times, Steven couldn't help but reflect on his luck. For instance, merely bending down could lead him to discover a remarkably high-quality stone, filling him with delight. Conversely, it seemed that wherever he wandered, he would inevitably stumble upon NPC-like Pokemon hunters. Roar! Steven heard a dragoness roar and abruptly looked up. A Garchomp, with its body folded and wings unfurled, soared through the sky, upon which stood a striking girl with flowing golden hair and an air of confidence. I hereby nominate a ground-type Pokemon, Steven declared, his mind racing with the name that escaped his lips upon gazing at the elegant figure atop Garchomp. Cabbage. Chapter 59, A Brief Confrontation. As Garchomp descended from the sky, the golden-haired girl leaped from its back. She wore a stylish black and white off-shoulder top that revealed a slender waist, complemented by tailored black cargo pants and white boots, exuding an aura of strength. Ah, Cabbage, long time no see, Steven remarked with a smile, his lips twitching in recognition. I knew it. You didn't mention a single word about your whereabouts. You were deceiving me. Indeed, it has been a while, Cynthia replied with an air of indifference, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Steven felt a singular word explode in his mind. Damn, Porygon's Pokeball suddenly shook. Right, Cabbage and Porygon have met before. Although they didn't quite hit it off, Cabbage's nature suggests she likely exchanged words with Porygon. Let us allow them to reminisce. Please, come forth. Steven opened Porygon's Pokeball. Porygon, I merely splashed you a few times. Why are you letting me out now? Porygon emerged, locking eyes with Cynthia, then promptly turned away, attempting to hop back into its ball. Unfortunately, its short legs couldn't reach Steven's waist. Porygon, let me go back. Roar? Garchomp growled lowly. Porygon trembled and frantically tugged at Steven's pant leg, nearly begging to return. Previously, it had splashed water on Cynthia, and Garchomp hadn't hesitated to deliver a swift headbutt as a response. That moment remained vividly etched in its memory. It's been a while, Porygon. Cynthia recognized the Pokemon that had nearly met its end at the hands of Garchomp, smiling as she greeted it. Porygon. This is not the time for pleasantries. Why don't you smile when greeting me? Steven countered. Roar, Garchomp narrowed its eyes, slowly raising its right arm to a comfortable height. This angle is quite convenient for a strike. Porygon. In a surge of panic, Porygon unleashed its full potential, climbing up Steven's pants. With a swift motion, it slapped the button on its Pokeball and dove back in. Steven felt a bead of sweat trickle down as he glanced at Porygon's Pokeball. Thank goodness I wore a belt, otherwise my pants would have been stripped away by this little rascal. Yet, why did it seem as though Porygon viewed her as a fearsome beast? Ahem, Steven coughed lightly, clenching his fist, about to speak when he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere, an unusual, murderous intent emanating from the other party. Wait, was it truly a fearsome beast? Steven observed Cynthia's smile, which had not faded, and the slight furrowing of her brows, a look that appeared almost endearing. Where, then, was this aura of malice coming from? His gaze shifted slightly, locking onto Garchomp behind Cynthia. The fierce Garchomp twitched at its eye corners, and several expressions flickered across its face. I exclaimed. You've been staring at my cabbage for quite some time, haven't you? Daigo swallowed hard, realizing that the ominous aura emanated from the Garchomp. Metagross, it stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Daigo, its serious gaze locking onto Garchomp's fierce glare. Thank you, Metagross, Daigo said gratefully. Cynthia's enchanting eyes slowly closed, her cherry lips barely moving. Garchomp, use Fire Fang. Wait, why the sudden aggression? It seemed that Dr. Yamanashi had foreseen this, having retreated to a safe distance early on, with but one request, just don't hit the car. Iron defense, Daigo swiftly replied, as Garchomp lunged forward. Its teeth igniting with flames, Metagross's body appeared as though coated in metallic paint. Crack! Garchomp's jaws clamped down on Metagross's arm behind its iron defense, the flames causing a slight change in Metagross's expression, but it held firm. In return, Ice Punch. Metagross. Metagross raised another arm, its fist emanating a chill, a sign of impending frost. Cynthia suddenly opened her piercing eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Stealth Rock. Garchomp released its grip on Metagross's arm, letting out a roar to the heavens. With a swift lift of its leg, sharp rocks erupted beneath it, encasing Metagross. The Stealth Rock rose from below, forcing Daigo to retreat repeatedly to evade. Bang bang. The rocks struck Metagross, but with minimal damage. Suddenly, Metagross shook violently, for the arm wielding the ice punch had been struck by the rocks, altering its attack trajectory. The diverted ice punch narrowly missed the evasive Garchomp. Cabbage is truly formidable, Daigo realized, acknowledging the difficulty of his opponent. Garchomp had cleverly utilized Stealth Rock to disrupt Metagross's ice punch. The two Pokémon momentarily separated, preparing for the next phase. Daigo's mind raced. It was evident that Garchomp's strength surpassed that of Metagross. However, having successfully fortified iron defense against Fire Fang, combined with Metagross's attributes, it was not a hopeless battle. Metagross inherently possessed strong physical defense, and although Fire Fang was effective against it, it was not Garchomp's primary move, lacking the boost from Stab. Moreover, Metagross's physical defense had been enhanced. Steel-type also resisted Dragon-type moves, and Metagross could evade Garchomp's Earthquake using its Magnet Rise. Unless Garchomp could channel the effect of Sword Dance into its Earthquake, the advantage should remain with me. While Garchomp might not employ Dragon Dance, it could utilize Sword Dance. Preventing Garchomp from successfully executing Sword Dance to significantly boost its attack would be key. Psycho Boost. Big Explosion. Daigo was taken aback. Was that not Sword Dance? Instead of seizing the opportunity for Sword Dance after creating some distance, it opted for a Big Explosion to suppress. Cynthia's Garchomp had been raised with a dual dagger approach. It had misused a skill, yet that did not imply Metagross would automatically succumb to the Big Explosion. This was precisely why Daigo chose Psycho Boost over a Cannon Blast. Metagross, observing the fiery Big Explosion from Garchomp, processed the information like a supercomputer, reacting in a split second. Changing the target of Psycho Boost to itself, Metagross utilized the psychic force to levitate, evading Garchomp's unexpected Big Explosion. Just like a psychic using their abilities to float, Metagross elevated itself, gracefully drifting above the Big Explosion. Victory was within reach. Even when faced with Cynthia and her Garchomp, who were slightly stronger, there was still a chance for Metagross and me to triumph. Garchomp's eyes widened in fury, yet its glare was not directed at Metagross, but at Daigo. This left Daigo utterly perplexed. Enough, Garchomp, Cynthia suddenly interjected. Why not strike? Cynthia remained silent, slowly advancing toward Daigo, causing his heart to race. What should he say first? An explanation? An apology? No, that is not right. I must remain calm. Wait and observe. Chapter 60. A few words. Just a few words. Cynthia stood before Daigo, their eyes level. Daigo had grown slightly taller since embarking on his journey 2 months prior, now standing at about 172 meters. Cynthia was approximately 168 meters tall, so their height difference was minimal. Daigo maintained a calm demeanor, staring into Cynthia's eyes, though inwardly he was a bundle of nerves. In just a few days, their childhood acquaintance had taken on significant meaning for both, and Daigo found himself harboring a fondness for the golden-haired girl, realizing she resembled a younger version of his favorite character. Coupled with his status as a two-lifetime virgin, it was only natural for him to feel anxious. Cynthia smiled gently, and as Daigo lost his train of thought, she raised her hand and lightly struck his head. Ouch! Daigo exclaimed in surprise, feeling a faint twinge of pain on his head, utterly bewildered. Huffed. Cynthia chuckled at Daigo's reaction, finding it amusing. This was in stark contrast to the aloof boy she remembered. Cynthia gently tapped Daigo's head again, then clapped her hands together, satisfied. All right, that's done. Just a couple of taps, neither too many nor too few. Garchomp appeared slightly disgruntled, glancing at its dorsal fin. Wasn't it supposed to be me who delivered the strikes? The timid Pachima nestled in its pokeball witnessed the entire scene. Something felt off. Why was Daigo getting struck by the beautiful lady while I was being tapped by that female shark behind? Garchomp's gaze fixated on Daigo, sensing someone was mocking it in its presence. Pachima, feeling the intense scrutiny from Garchomp, promptly fell silent, casting a glance at the nearby Kadora for help. Dear friend, please shield me. Kadora, noticing the gaze directed at it, swiftly blocked the minerals it had brought from outside. What? Why hide that? Daigo inquired curiously, stroking his head. What is the significance of those taps? Nothing much, Cynthia replied with a playful smile, her demeanor brimming with youthful energy. Daigo mused internally, realizing that Cynthia was quite different from the dignified and composed Ice Queen he had envisioned. Brother, Cynthia suddenly spoke, feeling a bit shy about the address. She had grown up, no longer the little girl sweetly calling him brother. Just call me Daigo, he chuckled lightly. Is that all right? Of course, Daigo shrugged, not finding any issue with her addressing him by his first name. Then, Daigo, you can call me Cynthia. I still prefer calling you Cabbage. Garchomp, watching Daigo and Cynthia banter merrily, felt an urge to strike Daigo's head in frustration. How infuriating. Someone was openly courting my Cabbage. Metagross, it calmly advised Garchomp, trying to soothe its agitation. Relax, feeling dizzy is quite normal. With a fierce snarl, Garchomp shot a menacing glance sideways. What? Do you, a mere iron crab, wish to challenge me? Come on then, you foul shark. The two Pokémon could only exchange taunts, for their trainers remained silent, and they dared not take action. As the conflict seemed to reach a resolution, Professor Yamari approached and inquired, I am heading back to the laboratory now. Would you like to join? Yes, please, Professor Yamari, replied Daigo with a slight bow and a smile. Seeing this, Sharona mimicked him, saying, Thank you, Professor. Come back, Metagross. Metagross cast a sidelong glance at Garchomp before being enveloped in the red light of its Pokeball, returning inside. Garchomp grumbled, How unsatisfying. You too, come back, Garchomp. Sharona took out a Pokeball, but Garchomp refused. Gruh. Don't want to go in, huh? Very well. Sharona settled into the back seat. And just as Daigo was about to enter from the other side, Garchomp swiftly claimed the spot. Before boarding, Garchomp shot Daigo a fierce glare. No one can take what's mine in my presence. Nearly 2 meters long, Garchomp squeezed into the car, making for a somewhat cramped and uncomfortable fit. Yet it uttered not a word. Daigo chuckled softly, thinking that compared to Granny Mustard, Garchomp was indeed the most challenging puzzle. Daigo occupied the front passenger seat as they rode in Professor Yamari's SUV back to Masago Town. Although he had intended to prepare breakfast for the Pokémon, the commotion had led them to the laboratory at midday. Professor, does the laboratory have a kitchen? Daigo asked as they exited the vehicle. Yes, why? If you would trust me, I would like to borrow the kitchen to prepare a meal as a token of gratitude, Daigo explained with a smile. That's no problem. As long as your cooking doesn't impede our research progress, Professor Yamari replied, opening the door and leading Daigo and Sharona inside. Upon arriving at the laboratory's backyard, Professor Yamari said, Your Pokémon can rest here for a while. Follow me to the kitchen. Daigo released all his Pokémon, instructing them to wait patiently as he went to prepare something to eat for them. Now everyone can come out too. Sharona released her Pokémon. Daigo glanced over to see that Sharona currently had a team of only 4 Pokémon: Garchomp, Lucario, Roserade, and Shelmet. Lucario sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing towards a nearby Scyther. Scyther, sensing Lucario's gaze, opened its eyes to meet Lucario's stare. Their intense gaze seemed to spark a fierce clash, igniting sparks in the air. Boop. Piplup looked at the slightly smaller Shelmet with curiosity. Me? Shelmet tilted its head, looking back at Piplup. Boop. Piplup released a minuscule stream of water, splashing it on Shelmet. Me. Shelmet promptly crawled up onto Piplup's head. Boop. What are you? Piplup's aura surged suddenly, the unexpected pressure causing Sharona's Pokémon to brace themselves. Me. The inexperienced Shelmet immediately fled from atop Piplup. Boop. Piplup sighed, turning to observe Daigo's Pokémon, which remained unfazed, particularly the joyful Koala holding a stone. Indeed, Koala was my true friend. Boop. Piplup leaped onto Koala, bursting into tears. Huh, what is happening? Such an impressive Piplup. Sharona was taken aback by the sudden outburst. It was a sight she had never witnessed before. Was this the same Piplup that had once fled crying after being struck by her Garchomp? Well, it probably still is. Just then, Daigo emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 Pokémon food bowls. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 61. If you cannot do it, then no one can. Daigo placed the food before each Pokémon in turn. Lacking the foresight to prepare energy cubes of varying types, they would have to make do for now. Daigo affectionately patted Piplup's head, smiling as he said, Fortunately, I had prepared a small portion of mildly sweet, non-attribute energy cubes, which came in handy. Excluding the steel-type Lucario, Daigo managed to distribute all his spare energy cubes. These energy cubes seem to be of a higher quality than the ones I usually use, Sharona observed, crouching to admire the exquisite cubes. I got lucky and found some high-quality energy cubes for sale, Daigo explained with a grin. At Sharona's nod, her Pokémon readily accepted Daigo's offerings. Garchomp cast a sidelong glance at Daigo, letting out a sigh. Fine, consider this compensation for you encroaching on my territory. Boop. Piplup tilted its head, watching Koala devour its mineral with delight. Is it really that delicious? Huh, delicious. Suddenly, Koala nudged its bowl aside. Boop. I won't eat that. All right, I'll go cook for you. Daigo stood up, brushing off his pants, and reminded them, let us all get along, okay? Scyther and Lucario exchanged glances, seemingly establishing a silent connection. Garchomp growled, Iron Crab. Metagross responded, Foul Shark. As Daigo busied himself in the kitchen, Sharona leaned against the doorframe, observing him. When did you learn to cook? Well, since I had some free time, I thought it would be a good skill to acquire, Daigo replied without looking up, the smile never leaving his face. You should wait outside. I want to see if your cooking is edible, Sharona teased with a sidelong glance. Afraid I might poison you? Daigo quipped. Sharona chuckled, covering her mouth with laughter. Then I shall wait to taste your culinary skills. I'll check on the Pokémon. Go ahead. And I'll call you when it's ready. Once Sharona departed, Daigo quickened his pace in the kitchen. The laboratory was stocked with plenty of ingredients, allowing Daigo to whip up 5 simple dishes. With only Professor Yamari and 3 other researchers in the lab, this would suffice. Daigo dried his freshly washed hands and called out to the backyard. All right, everyone, it's time to eat. Okay. Sharona patted Garchomp before bouncing over to Daigo's side. Garchomp, who had been smiling just moments ago, now wore an angry expression as Sharona walked away. Garchomp turned to glare at Metagross, who had closed its eyes. Feeling the intense gaze, Metagross opened its eyes and began to drift further away from the door. Garchomp snorted and followed. Lucario stood up immediately, and Scyther understood. Moving to the opposite side. Ooh, are they about to fight? Shelmet stared at its empty bowl in a daze. Now that I've eaten, can I ask for a little more as an after-meal snack? The Honchcrow remained unfazed. We must keep pushing forward. Let us set new training intensities. At the dining table, the 3 researchers quickly devoured their meals. Daigo had just placed down the communal chopsticks when he immediately began to rotate them among the 3 researchers. Wasn't he that a bit extravagant? Daigo chuckled helplessly. At least it is far more delectable than takeout. Dr. Yamanashi, ever serious, savored each bite with meticulous deliberation. Sharona nodded in agreement, her lively gray eyes fixed intently on the incessantly rotating chopsticks. Observing Sharona's expression, Daigo smiled and turned to the kitchen to fetch a new pair of chopsticks, which he handed to her. By the way, Sharona, have you ever heard of a trainer named Alan during your travels? Daigo inquired with curiosity. I don't think so, Sharona replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking her head. Alan, I believe I have a faint recollection, Dr. Yamanashi interjected, having set down his bowl and utensils. Really, doctor? Are you certain it's the same person? Any distinctive features? Well, I'm not sure. However, he was known to carry a Scyther with him, Daigo mused, realizing he had no description of Alan's appearance. A few years ago, there was a child named Alan in Masago Town. If memory serves me right, he did request a breeding guide for Scyther from me. Is that so? Daigo responded, quickly asking, but why mention a few years ago? Is he no longer in Masago Town? A few years back. His parents came to thank me, Dr. Yamanashi explained. But I'm not sure where they moved to afterward. One of the researchers swallowed their food and chimed in. I was curious back then and asked a bit. I think they mentioned moving to Orange City? The researcher quickly added, but I'm not entirely sure. Really? Thank you. Daigo exclaimed. No worries. After all, we enjoyed your meal. Orange City. How fortuitous. I need to head there myself. Why the sudden curiosity about this Alan? Sharona asked, intrigued. He was the previous owner of Scyther. I promised to help it uncover the truth behind its abandonment, Daigo explained. Indeed. Resolving a Pokémon's emotional turmoil is a duty of a trainer, Dr. Yamanashi nodded in agreement. After their meal, the 3 researchers volunteered to clear the table. Daigo led Sharona back to the backyard. What have you done to your Pokémon? Daigo asked, observing the 4 Pokémon, all bearing various scratches and scars. Maeda, training battles. Your Metagross can write? Sharona gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Do not underestimate Metagross, Daigo smiled. After tending to the Pokémon's injuries, Daigo and Sharona engaged in conversation. You're heading back to Hoenn today? Yes, my father deceived me into coming here, and it's about time I check on things back home, Daigo explained. So you haven't considered seeking me out? I was hoping to stand before you as the Sinnoh champion after winning. Sharona shot Daigo an incredulous look. No. I was thinking, since we agreed to become champions, I had the same expectation as you. That argument lacks persuasion, Sharona countered, but added, still, I believe you. Daigo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. The day I become a champion is not far off. When the opportunity arises, I shall present you with a gift. Sharona inquired, why wait for an opportunity? Because, I'm uncertain if I can find that gift. So it's merely a pipe dream? Not at all. The 2 shared a laugh, but soon Sharona's expression turned serious. Hey, Daigo, do you truly think I can become the Sinnoh champion? Rest assured, if you cannot, then no one can. Sharona sought encouragement to realize her aspiration of becoming the future Sinnoh champion, and it was Daigo who provided it. It's getting late. Let us grab some ice cream before boarding the train. Yes, sounds great. Chapter 62, Hibiscus' Gift. Daigo and Sharona bid farewell to Dr. Yamanashi and departed from the Yamanashi Research Institute. Before heading to the train station, Daigo took Sharona to an ice cream stand on the street. Sharona pondered, overwhelmed by the myriad of flavors. In battle, she was decisive and astute, yet this trivial matter left her perplexed. Boss, 2 vanilla with strawberry ice creams, please. Daigo cheerfully decided for her. What do you think? I'm fine with anything, Sharona replied, turning to Daigo with a warm smile. Here you go, dear guests. Your 2 ice creams. Daigo and Sharona sat on a bench by the street, savoring their ice creams. Sharona, what do you wish to do once you become the champion? Daigo asked curiously, recalling that Sharona was primarily a mythologist while also serving as the Sinnoh champion in his memories. I suppose I would pursue a career as a mythologist, Sharona mused after a moment. After all, my grandmother's influence has ignited my fascination with myths. A mythologist sounds wonderful. But it's certainly no easier than being a champion, Daigo reflected, realizing that mythologists indeed had busy lives. They must study ancient languages and engage in research tirelessly, gathering ample preparation and evidence before making any publications, and even conduct field studies at ancient ruins. What about you? Have you considered what you might want to become? Perhaps a geologist, traveling to various regions while collecting specimens, Daigo said without hesitation, captivated by the beauty of stones and their inner intricacies. I suspect you're traveling solely to collect stones, Sharona teased, given that his home was filled with various rocks. That could very well be the case. By the way, Sharona. What is it? Aren't there many different stones in ancient ruins? Sharona chuckled softly, glancing at Daigo, who was gazing up at the azure sky. I believe there are. Then when I find that gift, I shall craft a matching ornament, identical to the one I made before, and present it to you. Daigo said with a broad grin. Why? Daigo turned to look at the girl's delicate face, and replied with a smile. Because wearing one on each side would be quite adorable. Absolutely not. Amidst their laughter, the moment of parting was drawing near. On the train, Daigo and Sharona sat together. Daigo gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, his eyes eventually landing on Sharona's serene face as she slept. Gently, he tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, careful not to awaken her. How fortunate it is to exist in the world of Pokémon, Daigo mused inwardly. This place is not as dark as depicted in some novels or in the conspiracy theories espoused by certain individuals. Here, it is a utopian world. Though there are indeed evil organizations, they cannot alter the essence of this world. Time flew by swiftly, and when the train arrived at its destination, Daigo gently shook Sharona awake. The girl, with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, looked slightly bewildered upon waking. We've arrived, Daigo said with a tender smile. Oh, all right, Sharona replied. Daigo led Sharona off the train, usually untroubled by her well-being, especially since her Garchomp was likely irritated with its own impatience. Sharona was set to continue her journey, as was Daigo, until we meet again. At the airport, Chiron and Daigo were on the brink of parting ways. Here's my navigator number. I hope you'll give me a call, Daigo said with a mischievous grin, retrieving a slip of paper with the number he had prepared earlier on the train. I want to think of you at all. Chiron huffed, yet she accepted the note. Clutching it tightly in her hand, Daigo gazed at the occasionally contradictory girl and raised his hand to gently pat her head. You know, if I give you a couple of slaps, a little head pat in return shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Fine, I'll let you off this time. Chiron replied with a playful hum. Daigo waved goodbye as he departed, while their Pokémon, the Garchomp and the Metagross, exchanged glances from within their Pokeballs, as if communicating telepathically. Garchomp, next time, I'll shatter your iron shell, you iron crab. Metagross, just don't ruin your shark fins, stinky shark. Chiron watched Daigo turn back every few steps as he entered the aircraft. Once the plane took off, Daigo pressed his forehead against the window, observing the ever-shrinking Sinnoh region. Heading back, huh? That little cabbage didn't finish our battle, so I'm still uncertain who is stronger, he mused. However, Daigo was resolute that the next time they met, he would surely surpass Chiron. Having spent a day on the airplane, Daigo had already been away from Hoenn for 5 days. Upon returning to Canas City, it was now the 6th day. He first returned the Scyther to the Orange Forest to reunite with its companions. Following that, he made his way to the Devon Corporation in Canas City. Standing before the president's office, Daigo took a moment to steady his hurried breathing, adopting a relaxed demeanor before knocking on the door. Come in. A slightly weary voice responded from within. Daigo pushed the door open, revealing a fatigued-looking Mikuji. Father, you're back. She greeted with a smile that appeared more like a forced grin. What did you want me to go to Sinnoh for? Daigo inquired, softening his tone to avoid sounding accusatory. To retrieve fossils, Mikuji contemplated briefly. But Granny Mustard told me there are no fossils at all. Moreover, I couldn't reach your navigator number. What have you been doing these past few days to keep me at bay? Without answering, Mikuji pulled a box from her drawer. Why don't you take a look? Daigo stepped forward and opened the tightly clasped box. Inside lay a black fingerless glove and a silvery, sturdy strap. Daigo's eyes widened as he examined the contents. What was significant was not merely the glove and strap, but the items embedded within them. The strap held a round, pale blue gem, featuring a pattern of a yellow leaf shape with a portion of light gray blue at its center. The glove was adorned with a multicolored stone, the leaf shape resembling a DNA structure. These are the Mega Evolution Stone and the Evolution Keystone, Daigo exclaimed. I've been gathering various intelligence on Mega Stones. Although detailed information on Mega Evolution hasn't surfaced yet, finding similar stones is still feasible, Mikuji explained. However, this method of searching is rather slow. A few days ago, I received intel about traces of something resembling megastones at Meteor Falls, but I coincidentally encountered a cave collapse. It took us 2 days to locate it, and only then did we take it to Dr. Bretano in Kalos, who specializes in Mega Evolution, to confirm the high correlation between this evolution stone and Metagross. I was worried you might head to Meteor Falls to dig for stones and encounter a cave collapse, so I had you go to Sinnoh instead. I remember that little girl seemed quite fond of you. It was a perfect opportunity for you to catch up. Mikuji recounted the entire sequence of events. In her eyes, Daigo might well have recklessly ventured for the Megastones, especially given his reliance on Metagross. Daigo gazed at the Megastone and Evolution Keystone within the box, then looked up at Mikuji. Thank you, father. Don't mention it. Saying that feels distant. You are my son, and of course, I will support you wholeheartedly. As a means of making up for the past, she replied. Mega Evolution is not an easy feat. The rest depends entirely on you. I will claim the championship in the Hoenn region and ensure you are not disappointed, Daigo vowed earnestly. Go on, continue your journey, Mikuji said with a gentle smile. After Daigo departed, Mikuji leaned back against her chair, smiling as she mused to herself. When have you ever let me down? Chapter 63. Let the Mega Evolution begin. Upon returning to the Orange Forest, Daigo observed the Scyther tending to its Pokémon friends, even guiding them in their training. The Scyther visibly relaxed at the sight of Daigo's return, seemingly fearful of being abandoned once more. Scyther, let us find an open space over there to train. If you need me, just come over, Daigo called out. The Scyther nodded in agreement, glancing back at the diligent training of a Shroomish. Daigo found a clearing and released all his Pokémon. Pachima looked around, bewildered by the forested surroundings. Where are we? Is this still Sinnoh? Now. It's time for training, Daigo declared. The armored bird and the Kecleon resumed their training diligently, as physical strength would only expedite their subsequent adaptations. Pachima, then what should I do? Go and cause some mischief. Daigo playfully lifted the mischievous Pachima as if it were a chick. Everyone likes you, so please don't disrupt their serious training. Wait until break time to play. Pachima, fine, just put me down. Pachima flailed its limbs, struggling to escape. And now about your training plan, Daigo continued, releasing Pachima back to the ground. Pachima, I have one too, Pachima exclaimed, turning to observe 2 Pokémon repeatedly ramming into a large boulder, instinctively taking a few steps back. With your current physique, there's no way you could do that. Daigo replied, exasperated. If you want to do that, you'll have to evolve into an Empoleon first. Pachima, it sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't being asked to harm itself. Then you need to start running to build your stamina. Let us do 20 laps around this area. Pachima. How many? 20 laps. Pachima, you wouldn't want to lose to your dear friend, would you? Daigo urged. Pachima froze, glancing back at the diligently training Kecleon. Come on, let us go. This is all for the sake of devouring more minerals. Charge. Crash. A rock shattered upon impact. Pachima. MD, I'm in. I need to keep up with my dear friend. Observing Pachima's comical run, Daigo couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was competitive. A little stimulation was all it took for training. As for the mischief, it already had a companion, so letting them play during their leisure seemed just fine. Coincidentally, Daigo was unsure how to entertain them, but Pachima's involvement made things much easier. Now, it was time for the day's main event. Metagross, Daigo exclaimed, retrieving the box from his bag and donning the fingerless glove on his left hand. Adorn the silver-white band upon the right arm of Metagross. After completing the task, Daigo exhaled deeply, allowing his mind to settle into tranquility. Are you ready, Metagross? Daigo proclaimed with a commanding tone. Metagross. He raised his left hand, aligning the index and middle fingers of his right hand to touch the evolution stone resting on his left. Mega Evolution. Metagross. At this moment, a dark ray should emerge, calling while leaving 6 dark spots in its wake. Metagross. What now? Daigo was taken aback, sensing something amiss. In his memory, it was as simple as touching the stone and shouting Mega Evolution. How could there be no response? He gazed at the evolution stone on the back of his hand. Surely, it could not be due to an insufficient bond between himself and Metagross. Metagross, the Mega Evolution requires a profound bond between us to succeed. But what is the issue now? Daigo mused, convinced that his bond with Metagross was strong enough, yet the source of the problem eluded him. Metagross. The supercomputer-like brain of Metagross began to whir into action. If the bond was indeed strong, what could be the reason for the failure to enter Megaform? Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to illuminate above Metagross's head. I understand. Metagross quickly inscribed 2 characters on the ground. Resonance. Must we create a resonance between us? Daigo realized that it was not merely a resonance between the stones, but a mutual state of resonance between both of them. Indeed, the supercomputer's intellect proved invaluable. Daigo sat cross-legged before Metagross, closing his eyes to deeply feel Metagross's presence. Metagross too shut its eyes, attuning itself to the resonance shared with Daigo. Upon closing his eyes, Daigo felt as though he was enveloped in a void of darkness. So, what must I do now to evoke this resonance? He was aware that Metagross was right before him, yet he could not sense it. Why was that? Perhaps he should adopt a different approach. Images of his encounters with the iron dumbbell and the joyful moments spent together flashed through Daigo's mind. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before him in the pitch-black space. The iron dumbbell evolved into a Steelix, then into Metagross. Step by step, they had arrived at this moment. Metagross held an irreplaceable position in Daigo's heart. The light gradually took the shape of Metagross. In contrast, Daigo's likeness was now nearly complete as well. What does it mean to possess a brain akin to a supercomputer? I shall stand with Metagross at the pinnacle of the world. I will be its most formidable shield and sharpest spear. Together, we shall become legends. A hum resonated as a gust of energy formed between Daigo and Metagross, stirring the surrounding grass, stones, and fallen leaves into a swirling dance around them. Would ya? The panting Pachima stared bewildered at the duo at the center of the whirlwind. The armored bird and Dodrio halted their actions, casting their gaze towards them. Nearby, a Scyther paused, astonished, turning to look in Daigo and Metagross's direction. What kind of power is this? In the swirling air, Daigo and Metagross simultaneously opened their eyes. Daigo could see himself through Metagross's eyes, and Metagross could equally see itself through Daigo's. Is this resonance? Daigo slowly rose within the current. Raising his left hand high towards the sky, Metagross regarded him solemnly, fixating intently on his eyes. Come on, Metagross. Metagross. Daigo lowered his elevated hand, placing it against his chest. The index finger of his right hand touched the evolution stone on the back of his hand. Buzz. The evolution stone radiated a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the mega stone on Metagross's arm also gleamed with brilliance. Both stones emitted four serpentine beams of energy that converged at a singular point. Metagross, Mega Evolution. Daigo shouted triumphantly. Metagross. The radiance of evolution enveloped Metagross, initiating a transformation within its form. Bang! As the white light dissipated, a fleeting pattern of a colorful leaf appeared before Metagross. Its 4 original legs transformed into 4 robust arms that stretched forward, while 4 smaller arms extended from its back, the upper pair slightly larger than the lower. The metal cross on its face shifted to a blue hue, and a sharp spike grew from its jaw. This is Mega Metagross. Metagross, upon undergoing Mega Evolution, its demeanor became exceedingly cold, and its intellect sharpened further. Metagross felt the changes in its body and power, rendering it incredulous. Now, I am a force that even that wretched shark cannot overcome. With me, it shall know defeat no more. Chapter 64, Ready Gym Battle. The aura emanating from Mega Metagross post-evolution was more formidable than ever before. It might have temporarily reached the threshold of a quasi-champion level. This was a monumental boon for Metagross. Having experienced a higher level of power, the barriers it faced upon nearing a breakthrough would be significantly diminished. The only drawback of Mega Evolution may be the considerable strain it places on the trainer. Mega Evolution lasted less than 5 minutes before it ceased due to Daigo's exhaustion. Daigo plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The now reverted Metagross approached him, concern evident in its gaze. I'm fine. It seems my physical condition requires improvement. Daigo managed a wry smile, feeling a tinge of frustration at himself. It appeared he would need to engage in physical training alongside Pachima. In formal battles, such as gym contests and league tournaments, only one Pokémon may undergo Mega Evolution per match. However, in the wild, should Daigo be capable, he could Mega Evolve multiple Pokémon in succession. Therefore, prior to challenging the Orange Flower Gym, Daigo resolved to undertake a week of grueling training. Upon hearing the term grueling training, Pachima collapsed on the ground. It would rather perish by the lakeside of Xianchi. Yet, Pachima gazed resolutely at Dodrio. For the sake of staying by my dear friend's side. This challenge is but a minor hurdle. If my dear friend can embrace it, how could I, as their loyal companion, falter? Pachima observed Daigo, who was still distributing tasks, and resolutely made up its mind. Yes, I'll find a way to soak his pillow while he sleeps. Scyther also assigned tasks, urging the mushrooms to train on their own, while it immersed itself in Daigo's rigorous training. Thus began the half-month grueling training regimen in the Orange Flower Forest. Ha. So you trained to the point of being sore all over? A melodious female voice echoed from the navigator. Sigh, Daigo lamented. Pachima at Daigo's feet could hardly straighten its back. Among Daigo's Pokémon, Pachima currently possessed the weakest strength, and with the focus on physical training. Daigo had chosen to have it accompany him. Every bit of exercise counts. At the very least, the Pokémon have made a remarkable leap in strength, including Pachima. Are you only now preparing to challenge for your 5th badge? Indeed, this is all part of the preparation for the gym battles. You still have a long way to go before you can collect all 6 badges. In a room at the Pokémon Center far in the Sinnoh region, Cynthia lay on her bed, her flawless legs swinging idly. Beside the bed, a Garchomp clutched an old rag doll, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It seemed ready to strike with its fin, yet hesitated, wary of causing damage. Notably, the doll also had blue hair, reminiscent of Steven, having successfully obtained her 6th badge. Cynthia dialed Steven's PokeNav to share the good news. Let us leave it at that. I need to tell Grandma as well. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Steven transformed back into his half-dead demeanor, much like Pachima. Following a rigorous training session, Steven had significantly improved in his Mega Evolution, performing far better than during his first attempt, which lasted only 5 minutes. He glanced at the distant city of Orange, sighing in relief. This time, he was determined to sleep on a soft, plush bed. Pachima, tears streaming down its face, tugged at Steven's pants. Let me in to rest. No way. You soaked my pillow earlier. Steven ignored Pachima's pitiful appearance. Pachima. Steven truly hadn't anticipated that after the first day of training. Upon returning to his tent for a good night's sleep, he would discover his pillow drenched. In the team, there was only one mischievous water-type Pokémon. No need to guess who the culprit was. And besides, this was training. Pachima, this is clearly personal revenge. Upon arriving in Orange City, Steven's first order of business was to locate the Pokémon Assessment Center to evaluate his Pokémon strengths. Metagross, 654, Scyther, 618, Skarmory, 441, Corsola, 439, Pachima, 267. Metagross had made rapid progress, outpacing Scyther by a significant margin within just 2 weeks. However, the semi-champion rank was merely a transitional stage to the champion level. That may 5th seem minimal, but it required considerable accumulation to breach that threshold. Referring to the semi-champion rank as a watershed moment might be the most fitting description. Having experienced the power of the semi-champion rank over the past 2 weeks, crossing that boundary into true strength had not proven particularly taxing. The speed of improvement was commendable. Although Steven's backpack was nearly depleted by this group of Pokémon, he would have to request a large package from Mushin, waiting for it to arrive in Orange City. Having traveled for nearly 3 months, Skarmory had been nurtured since the beginning, but still had a way to go before reaching the master level. Thinking about it, Kingolv was truly formidable. No wonder they were known for their nurturing skills. I wonder how Akihiko is faring now. I didn't even leave a PokeNav number back then. Too caught up in trying to impress him. After assessing their strengths, Steven booked a spacious room at a hotel. Not only did he need rest, but his Pokémon did as well. After intense training, the best reward was a comfortable sleep, preparing for the gym challenge. Steven slept from the afternoon until the next morning, only to awaken and find his Pokémon meditating. Clearly, they had risen earlier than he had, except for Pachima, who was still fast asleep. Steven chose not to wake Pachima, but prepared breakfast for the other Pokémon. After Pachima was fully awake and had eaten, they set off for the Orange Gym. Upon stating his intentions and showing his 4 badges, he was guided to the gym leader. I don't want to see any battles. Steven was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, a boy with short black hair dashed around the corner. Fortunately, Steven managed to dodge in time to avoid a collision. The boy's back seemed eerily familiar to him. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Steven wondered, scratching his head. The gym leader, Qianli, chased after the boy, sighing at his vanishing figure before turning to Steven. You are the trainer here to challenge the gym, correct? Yes, Steven nodded, although he was somewhat confused by the circumstances. Could you please check on that child for me? Qianli instructed the nearby guide, then said to Steven, follow me. As Steven followed Qianli to the battle arena, the latter wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry you had to witness that. That boy used to love Pokemon battles, but after an injury one day, he became very resistant to them. It's all right. He'll have his own thoughts. Just encourage him, Steven offered simply. However, it felt inappropriate to meddle too much in someone else's family matters. That's true, Qianli agreed, but Steven doubted he would heed the advice. After all, he was known as a man in pursuit of immense power, possessing strength that could very well lead him to become a member of the Elite Four. Qianli led Steven to the battle arena, explaining that the battle format would be a 3-on-3 gym match. During this time, they also briefly introduced themselves. As both sides took their positions, Qianli shouted, "Now, let me witness the power you possess, Steven. My first Pokemon is this." Chapter 65, Skarmory's Attack Method. Qianli sent out a pure white Pokemon adorned with brown markings on its back, brown on its eye rings and chin, and a tuft of red hair atop its head. With black claws. It was a normal-type Pokemon, Apom. Yuck. Apom burst onto the scene, eagerly brandishing its claws, appearing quite hyperactive. "Go, Pachima." Steven looked down at the Pachima at his feet. "Pachima? Really? I'm battling Apom. Show me your training results." "Pachima, don't joke around." Seeing Pachima's reluctance, an idea suddenly struck Steven. "Pachima." He crouched down to meet its gaze. "Pachima." Corsola was watching. "Pachima. All right, you win. I'm going all out." Pachima took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the battlefield. "For my dear friend, I'll take this match." "Corsola is still so useful," Steven muttered with a chuckle. Corsola, gnawing on in its pokeball, looked up in confusion. "What is going on? Have you finally made your decision? The battle officially begins." "You attack first, Steven," Qianli declared eagerly. "Then I want hold back." "Pachima, use Whirlpool." Pachima. Pachima unleashed a stream of water, forming a whirlpool beneath Apom's feet, trapping it within. Stunning. While it seemed trapped, it appeared that Apom was trying to seize the opportunity to strengthen itself, with only outstanding level strength. Pachima's whirlpool seemed to merely tickle Apom. "Pachima, you don't want to lose embarrassingly in front of Corsola, do you?" Steven taunted. "Pachima. Then don't let me enter the battle at the start." Pachima exclaimed in frustration, as the air currents surged around Pokemon. The aura it emanated was nothing short of formidable, rivaling that of elite-level Pokemon. Qianli and the bouncing ape displayed expressions of astonishment. Was this truly not a case of cheating? Pokemon, taking in their reactions, let out a resigned sigh. "Indeed, my only true friend is Kadora." Suddenly, the overwhelming intensity radiating from Pokemon came to an abrupt halt, as it seemed even its competitive spirit had its limits. In simpler terms, Pokemon's special attack level had reached 6, unable to ascend any further. Thus, it unleashed a water cannon. "Pojama!" Qianli exclaimed, urging the bouncing ape to escape the whirlpool and execute a split. The pressure emanating from Pokemon was undeniably intense. Even though it only possessed power equivalent to that of an elite Pokemon, its diminutive form exploded with tremendous energy, and the diameter of the water cannon gradually expanded to match Pokemon's size. Yake! The bouncing ape broke free from the vortex, and as the robust water cannon approached, it swung its sharp claws. Puff! The bouncing ape managed to slice through part of it, but in the next moment, it was relentlessly inundated by the torrent of water. The force of the impact sent the bouncing ape flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Pojama." Observing Pokemon's triumphant demeanor, Daigo promptly declared, "It's not over. Let us go for another round." "Pojama?" Pokemon watched as the bouncing ape struggled to rise, decisively inhaling deeply to unleash another powerful water cannon. "Hold on." Qianli, sensing the impending danger, hastily instructed the bouncing ape to use its blood-locking skill. The bouncing ape's special defense was rather poor, and its previous training had only bolstered its defensive capabilities. The damage inflicted by a level 6 water cannon was indeed substantial. It had no choice but to utilize Hold On to withstand the blow. Gritting its teeth, the bouncing ape endured the water cannon with sheer determination. After enduring 2 level 6 water cannons, Pokemon was left panting heavily, unable to fully sustain such exertion. After all, it was exerting elite-level power with outstanding strength. Clearly, its stamina training was insufficient. Daigo smiled wryly, recalling Pokemon into its Pokeball. "Pojama, next time, I will seize victory." Taking advantage of Daigo's substitution, Qianli commanded the bouncing ape to recover. "Go, Armor Bird." Daigo sent forth Armor Bird. Thanks to the restorative effects of the previous recovery, the bouncing ape's stamina had returned to half capacity. In preparation for the Orange Blossom Gym, Daigo had not only engaged in half a month of intensive training, but had also equipped Armor Bird with a formidable move against normal-type Pokemon. It is well known that among the 18 types, barring the Ghost type, which is immune, and the Fighting type, which is weak against it, The remaining 16 types are neither resistant nor super effective against normal types. Iron Defense. Daigo swiftly issued the command, leveraging the distance between the two Pokémon to allow Armor Bird to enhance its defenses. Thanks to Pokemon's 2 water cannons, the distance had indeed widened. Armor Bird's body was shrouded in a deep metallic hue, its defenses bolstered. Charge in and use Striking Fist. With Striking Fist charged, the bouncing ape began to sprint. This method, once trained, allows the user to maintain their focus while running. As Armor Bird's iron defense concluded, Daigo immediately instructed it to launch an attack. Strike. Strike is a fighting-type move, exceptionally effective against normal-type Pokémon. Moreover, the greater the user's defense, the more damage it inflicts. Armor Bird's physical defense was notably impressive, and combined with iron defense, Strike became a formidable offensive maneuver. Against the normal-type bouncing ape, it was truly a stroke of genius. Over the course of half a month, Daigo had procured the TM for Strike, enabling Armor Bird to learn an even more effective attack. The timing of Armor Bird's iron defense and the bouncing ape's charge was nearly synchronized. Both Pokémon were poised for battle. The bouncing ape swung its arm, thrusting its palm forward. Compared to Striking Fist, the term Striking Palm seemed more fitting for the bouncing ape. Armor Bird swooped down, using its body as the weapon. Bang! As expected, even with its enhanced defense from previous training, the bouncing ape could not withstand Armor Bird's strike. It fell heavily to the ground, losing the ability to battle. Yet, its Striking Fist managed to make contact with Armor Bird's steel helmet, though the damage was minimal. Come back, bouncing ape. Qianli recalled the momentarily unconscious bouncing ape into its pokeball, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Your strength is quite formidable. Perhaps, rather than an incessant tactical contest, a straightforward display of power might pique the interest of this man who sought strength above all. Daigo responded to Qianli's praise with a subtle smile. My second Pokémon is this one. Qianli tossed out a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light emerging from within, his second Pokémon made its entrance. Most of this Pokémon's body was a rich brown, with its ears and belly a pale yellow. Several protrusions adorned its shoulders and legs, while the pouch at its belly appeared to be a nursery pouch. Kangaskhan. Typically, a Kangaskhan's nursery pouch would carry its young. However, it seemed that Qianli's Kangaskhan was devoid of any offspring. A dilemma arose. Mega Kangaskhan carries its grown child, and its ability transforms into parental bond. Can a Kangaskhan without children still undergo Mega Evolution? After all, it appeared that only its offspring underwent changes after Mega Evolution, while Kangaskhan itself remained unaffected. The second round began. Could Armor Bird achieve a hat trick? Though a bit late. Ha ha ha. I will continue to write the chapters scheduled for tomorrow. Chapter 66. Unprecedented Paralysis. A clapping surprise attack. Having fallen behind by a point, Qianli immediately launched an offensive. Following the previous clash between the two Pokémon, Armor Bird was positioned centrally in the arena, not far from the freshly summoned Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan swayed its limbs and charged toward Armor Bird. Strike. Daigo had resolved to continue with Strike, as there was no reason to hold back after enhancing its strength. Armor Bird dashed toward Kangaskhan, but the latter struck first, landing a blow to Armor Bird's head with its palms, causing a momentary daze. Mountain Press. Seizing the opportunity, Qianli commanded Kangaskhan to pursue relentlessly. Kangaskhan leaped into the air, its 22 80 kilograms frame crashing down upon Armor Bird. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the arena, the immense force kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Armor Bird resisted the normal-type move and, bolstered by iron defense, the damage it sustained was negligible. Get up and use Peck Drill. Daigo opted against continuing with Strike, as the proximity of both Pokémon made Peck Drill the quicker choice. Splitting Strike. Another fighting-type move? Are you the normal-type gym leader or a fighting-type gym leader? Armor Bird stood up, eyeing Kangaskhan as it raised its hands high, attempting to pivot and unleash Peck Drill. Yet, its body suddenly shuddered, halting its movements. Is my luck truly this poor? Daigo lamented, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Paralysis. The Mountain Press may trigger a paralysis effect when it crushes the opponent under its weight. Essentially, the opponent's body suddenly experiences immense gravitational pressure, resulting in a sensation akin to paralysis, although Mountain Press is a normal-type move. The effect is similar to being struck by electricity. The pouch beast's hand blade struck the armored bird's shoulder with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground. A colossal kick. The pouch beast lifted its foot, intending to stomp down on the armored bird. Rolling away, the armored bird tumbled backward several times on the ground, evading the pouch beast's attack range. Boom. The pouch beast's heavy foot struck nothing but air, fortunately avoiding a continuation of the paralysis condition. Ascending, it unleashed Rock Block. Earthquake. The armored bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The pouch beast stomped fiercely, shattering the rising rocks around it in an instant, utilizing the force of the earthquake to nullify the rock blockade. Strike. Thunder punch. The pouch beast's eyes reflected the swiftly diving armored bird as crackling electricity surged through its clenched right fist. Bam! The armored bird collided with the pouch beast, bearing the brunt of the thunder punch with its body. Pushing the pouch beast back, the two Pokémon created a small distance between them. The electric thunder punch left the armored bird somewhat worse for wear. Faced with the pouch beast wielding earthquake, Daigo dared not allow the armored bird to recover with feather rest. This pouch beast possessed considerable strength, at least nearing that of a gym leader. Fire punch. Air slash, targeting its lower body. The pouch beast swung its flaming fist, charging toward the armored bird. As the armored bird ascended, it flapped its metallic wings, unleashing several translucent air blades aimed at the pouch beast's legs. Bang! 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 The successive air blades struck the pouch beast's legs, destabilizing its balance and causing it to topple forward. Now's the moment. Strike! The armored bird instantaneously folded its wings and dove toward the fallen pouch beast. Rising up to endure, the pouch beast managed to prop itself up. But just as it was halfway back on its feet, it was met with the armored bird's assault. Bam! The pouch beast was once again knocked to the ground. But thanks to the invulnerable ability, it held firm. The pouch beast gritted its teeth, refusing to succumb to the onslaught. Qianli decided to take a gamble, waving his hand dramatically, shouting, "Sleep." The pouch beast, sprawled on the ground, instinctively closed its eyes. However, even if one could fall asleep in an instant, there is still a requisite time to enter slumber. Once asleep, the pouch beast would regain a significant amount of energy. Coupled with dream talk, it could indeed defeat or deplete the armored bird's stamina and status. Qianli's gamble rested on the earlier paralysis caused by the pouch beast's powerful strike. As long as the armored bird's movements were halted, the pouch beast would successfully drift into sleep. Peck drill. Daigo was also taking a risk, betting that the armored bird would not succumb to paralysis. Having had bad luck once already, surely it wouldn't happen again. Oh, the armored bird let out a loud cry, twisting its body to successfully unleash Peck drill upon the pouch beast, which was on the verge of slumber. Bam! Struck by Peck drill, the pouch beast lifted its limbs, then fell heavily to the ground. The outcome was decided. The armored bird landed, gradually panting heavily. Its status had dwindled to less than half. While Qianli's final Pokémon was undoubtedly the Slaking, the armored bird was still ensnared in sporadic paralysis, making the battle against the Slaking potentially challenging. The likelihood of a hat trick was minimal. Such tactics of switching Pokémon during an opponent's attack could only be effective against Pokémon whose power had yet to fully develop, due to their poor control over strength and slower move speeds. In battles between Pokémon of higher caliber, attempting to pull back a Pokémon at the last moment was nearly impossible. Many seasoned trainers could anticipate a Pokémon switch, opting to strengthen or set up advantageous terrain for themselves. If the team's configuration were exposed, it would be even more likely to unleash moves that were exceptionally effective against the switched-out Pokémon. With only one Pokémon remaining, muster your strength and defeat it. Qianli retrieved the Pokeball containing his final Pokémon from his waist. He tossed it forward, and the ball opened midair, releasing a beam of white light that took on a peculiar horizontal shape as it landed on the battlefield. As the light dissipated, a Pokémon resembling a baboon and a gorilla lay on the ground, sporting a pink nose and beige skin with brown eye rings, tufts of white fur atop its head resembling sprouts, and a collar of white fur around its neck with brown fur on its limbs. A Pokémon of immense strength and endurance. Slaking. Upon its emergence, Slaking slowly rose, standing approximately 2 meters tall. After standing, Slaking let out a languorous yawn. Its ability is truant. After delivering a powerful attack, it becomes lethargic and desires a moment of rest. Conversely, it is precisely due to this unique trait that its strength is so formidable. Just by its aura, this Slaking's power should surpass that of the current armored bird. Qianli's true mainstay, Slaking, was likely of Elite 4 caliber. Otherwise, there would be no whispers suggesting that Qianli possessed the potential to become one of the 4 elite of the Hoenn region. With overwhelming strength, defeat it. Qianli smiled confidently. Can a trainer with 4 badges truly vanquish this mighty Slaking? Daigo could only smile wryly. It seemed that the Orange Flower Gym needed to be upgraded to 6 badges before a challenge could be possible. However, Armored Bird, unleash Feather Rest. Surely your Slaking doesn't also carry Earthquake? Earthquake! Damn! The Armored Bird gathered its wings, gasping heavily, visibly recovering from its injuries at an astonishing rate. Slaking slammed both arms down onto the ground. The entire battlefield began to tremble, enduring the energy waves from the earthquake. The armored bird let out a haunting cry and toppled backward. Bam! The armored bird crashed heavily to the ground. Bolstered by its iron defense and the lack of same-type effectiveness, it had not yet lost its fighting capability. But its state was akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Did you not expect this? The armored bird also had the ability to endure. Armored bird. The final strike. Daigo spoke in a low voice. The armored bird, holding on by a thread, charged towards Slaking. Slaking, unfazed by the oncoming armored bird, chose to lie on the ground and take a moment to rest. That last blow really wore me out. Even though Slaking's resilience was remarkable, it would still sustain considerable damage from the armored bird's final strike. However, the armored bird trembled, unable to control itself, and collapsed to the ground. Paralysis triggered. Daidoku's mouth twitched. Is it paralyzed now? Damn. Chapter 67. Too lazy to even be lazy? Daidoku recalled the armored bird into its pokeball, lamenting, my luck is just too poor. Thank you for your hard work, armored bird. The armored bird had defeated 2 Pokémon and even endured Slaking's earthquake, which was commendable. It was just unfortunate that luck was against it. Otherwise, it could have dealt a heavy blow to Slaking. Go, Kadora. Daidoku sent forth his 3rd Pokémon, Kadora. Pachima was still recuperating within its Pokeball. It had merely exhausted its stamina and was not out of combat capability. Meanwhile, the armored bird was utterly drained, effectively out of commission. It is well known that when a Pokémon returns to its Pokeball, it essentially comes with a weakened form of regeneration. Even if Kadora cannot take down Slaking, it should at least be able to inflict significant damage, allowing Pachima to emerge and unleash a powerful special attack, likely sealing the deal. Kadora emerged and gazed at the slothful yet imposing Slaking across from it, immediately turning to look at Daidoku. If I win, you shall grant me 3 times my usual snacks. Daigo gazed at the clumsy Cordola as it awkwardly lifted a forelimb, its 3 silver claws twitching, and he quickly grasped its intention. Double the treats. Deal. Cordola immediately donned a serious expression, for this battle was pivotal in determining whether it could attain double the snacks. Once I evolve, I shall be able to consume even more minerals. Nothing in this world is more delectable than ore. Well, perhaps energy cubes are slightly inferior. The well-rested Slacker King rose once more, its towering 2-meter frame imposing a tremendous sense of pressure upon the diminutive 0.9-meter Cordola. I sincerely wish you were composed entirely of stone rather than fat. Slacker King, Earthquake. Qianli made the first move, opting for Earthquake rather than a fighting-type move. Perhaps it was due to a fear that Slacker King would be too lethargic to shift positions. However, Earthquake is a ground-type move capable of inflicting quadruple damage on Cordola. Endure it, then unleash Metal Burst. Daigo commanded solemnly. Despite Cordola's formidable defensive capabilities, withstanding the powerful Slacker King's quadruple weakening Earthquake would likely be a daunting task. Yet, in battles, one might feel they cannot endure, only to find themselves holding strong in reality. Just like when Cordola was still a Cocadola, it could always rise, as if bearing the momentum of a spirited banner. For the sake of its double mineral snack bounty, Cordola's resolve was unwavering. In close combat, Cordola was at a distinct disadvantage against Slacker King, and could only strike back with this kind of counterattack to deal a heavy blow to Slacker King. Cordola gritted its teeth, bracing against the impact of the earthquake, its limbs trembling but steadfastly holding its ground. Bokaka. The Pokeball contained Bokaman, who observed everything with keen clarity. My dear friend, you actually withstood it with sheer will. For my stones, I shall fight. In contrast, having completed its attack, Slacker King languidly prepared to recline for a brief respite. Cordola clenched its jaw, moving forward, its body shimmering with a silvery radiance. Heck, Slacker King, lying on the ground, lazily raised a hand to shield its eyes from the brilliance. Ah, how dazzling. The silvery light coalesced into a sphere, infused with the power of the previous earthquake, soaring towards Slacker King alongside Cordola's own strength. Boom. The sphere erupted before Slacker King, which met the attack head-on. Metal Burst does not discriminate between resistance or weakness. As long as you are not immune to Steel-type moves, you must endure the onslaught of Metal Burst. Moreover, the power of Metal Burst is determined by the magnitude of damage previously inflicted by the opponent. It would be even more formidable than the preceding strike. A brilliant silver light enveloped the entire battlefield, compelling both Daigo and Qianli to shut their eyes, unable to perceive the unfolding events. As the light dimmed to a whisper, Daigo shook his head and reopened his slightly dazed eyes. There, amidst a thick plume of black smoke, lay Cordola, gasping for breath. Qianli promptly activated the smoke extraction system surrounding the battlefield, sucking away the darkness. At that moment, a large pit had formed on the battlefield. Within the pit, the battered Slacker King lay in a sorry state, covered in wounds. Heck, that hurts. I don't want to move anymore. I just want to rest. Slacker King squinted its eyes, surrendering to apathy. Return, Cordola. Thank you so much. Daigo swiftly exchanged Pokeballs, releasing Bokaman Bokaka. How is it my turn again? Bokaman appeared at the edge of the pit, looking down at the disheartened Slacker King below. Bokaman, do not squander Cordola's efforts. Daigo shouted emphatically. Bokaka. Bokaman, unexpectedly serious, heightened its resolve. I cannot miss this opportunity bestowed by my dear friend. Slacker King, slack off. Qianli sensed impending danger and urgently called out to Slacker King in the pit. After all, no matter how lazy you are, you cannot possibly refrain from slacking off. Can you? If Slacker King were to utilize slack off to regain its strength, Daigo would undoubtedly face defeat. Even an outstanding Bokaman would have its limits. And against a Slacker King at half strength, victory seemed implausible. Bokaman, Hydro Pump. Daigo commanded fiercely. Bokaman concentrated intently, unleashing a Hydro Pump even more forceful than before. This is the bond one share with my dear friend. Lying sideways, Slacker King merely scratched its ear, showing no signs of recovery from its injuries. Qianli was taken aback. This Slacker King was truly so lazy that it couldn't even muster the effort to slack off. The damage Slacker King had sustained was so severe that it had lost all fighting spirit, only wishing to rest. If Qianli's Slacker King could restore its state while being lazy, then it would be absurdly resilient. One could believe that a champion-level Slacker King could contend with a top-tier Pokémon. However, it appeared that when Slacker King's laziness reached its peak, it couldn't even be bothered to slack off. Otherwise, it would truly possess a bug-level strength. As long as it remained upright, being lazy would allow it to recover, making it a formidable opponent indeed. Bang! At last, Bokaman's Hydro Pump successfully rendered Slacker King dazed. Bokaka. Despite being completely drained of energy once more, Bokaman still managed to lift its small arm. With the power of friendship, victory is inevitable. I concede, Qianli said, recalling Slacker King with a wry smile. It was merely luck. Daigo also returned Bokaman, smiling back at Qianli. MD, had Slacker King truly managed to use slack off just now, I would have had to question its legality. Although, to be fair, his own Bokaman was not exactly a legally compliant Pokemon either. This is proof of your victory over the Orange Flower Gym, the Balance Badge. Qianli approached Daigo, presenting him with a gray badge formed of 2 interlocking circles. Your strength is formidable, and I look forward to your performance at the colorful Ghost Conference. Indeed, I shall continue to strive. Daigo engaged in a brief conversation with Qianli, inquiring about Oolong's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Qianli had no information on Oolong. After leaving the Orange Flower Gym, Daigo first went to the Pokemon Center to restore his Pokemon's health. Next, it was time to uncover the truth about the Flying Scyther. Chapter 68. The Truth and a New Self. These are the Pokemon you entrusted to the Pokemon Center. Receiving 3 Pokeballs from the ever-smiling Nurse Joy, Daigo first took his Pokemon out for lunch. In the spirit of reciprocity, he recounted the thrilling details of the gym battle to Baikai. In Orange City, he had a second purpose. Daigo arrived at the police department in Orange City. Miss Junsha. Daigo found Officer Junsha, who was having her lunch break in the precinct. May I inquire if you could assist me? Junsha set down her lunchbox, adopting a serious demeanor. I am searching for an individual named Oolong. Could you lend a hand? Junsha clasped her hands on the table, inquiring, what is your reason? This Oolong was the former owner of this Pokemon, and I wish to ascertain his whereabouts. Daigo retrieved the Pokeball containing the Flying Scyther and released it. The Mantine nodded at Junsha. After pondering for a moment, Junsha replied, follow me, please. Thank you very much. Junsha led Daigo to a computer where she entered Aron's name. Does he reside in Changhua City? Her fingers danced across the keyboard while she inquired about the information. I heard he moved to Changhua City a few years ago. Could you verify if this is the person? Junsha tilted the computer screen, revealing a bright, smiling youth. Indeed, the Mantine's pupils dilated, urgency evident in its voice. It appeared that he was indeed the one. Observing the Mantine's reaction, Daigo understood that they had found the right person. His residence is. The Mantine, confined within its Pokeball, momentarily dazed, realized that the secret that had bound it for years was on the verge of revelation. Daigo compared the house number to avoid any mistakes. I will ring the bell now, Mantine. The Mantine's Pokeball trembled slightly, indicating its readiness. Daigo pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The resounding chime was almost unbearable. Click. The door was opened by a woman with partially white hair. Oh, who are you? Hello. May I ask if this is Aron's home? Daigo smiled gently and politely inquired. The woman paused, seemingly taken aback for a moment. Hello? Ah, yes. Are you a friend of Aron? She finally regained her composure, an apologetic expression crossing her face. I am not, but this fellow is. Daigo lightly pressed the button on his belt, and the mantine appeared before the woman in a flash of white light. Daigo was suddenly taken aback. Then a gentle smile spread across his face. The mantine that emerged this time had tears shimmering in its eyes. This creature recognized the woman before them. This signified that he had not come to the wrong place. He never expected Aron's home to be so close to the mantine. However, if Aron had always lived in Changhua City, why was the mantine unaware of his whereabouts? You are that mantine? Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she covered her mouth in disbelief. Indeed, it wishes to see Aron once more. It wants to know why it was abandoned, Daigo explained to the woman. Clenching her fists, the woman trembled slightly, raising her shaky hand to fully open the door. Daigo's gaze was drawn to a photograph on a table. The person in the photograph was unmistakably the bright young man he had seen on the police station's computer, albeit in black and white. This indicated that Aron had long since. I am truly sorry, Mantine, the woman suddenly expressed with a bleak smile. Apologizing to the mantine. Still reeling from the news of Aron's passing, the mantine turned its head in confusion, gazing at the woman. Aron's health had always been poor, but it improved somewhat when he met you, the woman began to explain slowly. I had thought that Aron's condition would gradually improve, but one day, his illness took a sudden turn for the worse. Aron cherished you dearly. He hid his condition from you, wishing to travel together. Therefore, after we moved, he chose to leave you in Changhua Forest, waiting for someone who could fulfill the promise he made with you. Daigo suddenly understood. Aron had abandoned the mantine in Changhua Forest before even settling into their new home. I deeply apologize for Aron's selfishness. The woman bowed deeply to the mantine. Aron's actions were undeniably selfish. He concealed his illness and did not allow the mantine to be by his side in his final moments. Yet, it was undeniable that Aron's affection for the mantine was genuine. On the outskirts of Changhua Forest, Daigo sat on a cliff, not far from a beach where he had taken his Steelix and other Pokémon to watch the sunset. The mantine stood behind Daigo, a plate of donuts at its feet. The two, a boy and a Pokémon, gazed silently at the sunset on the horizon. The mantine had come to understand the truth of the past. Indeed, how could you be so selfish? Even though you concealed the truth from me, I bore you no ill will, the mantine reflected. Before his passing, Aron had expressed a desire for freedom to travel the world. Thus, his ashes were scattered upon the ocean beneath the sunset, carried by the sea breeze to wherever he wished to go. As the sun completely set, the last remnants of daylight were swallowed by the night. The mantine broke the silence between it and Daigo. Indeed, Daigo turned to meet the mantine's resolute gaze. Suddenly, Steelix, Skarmory, Dodrio, and Porygon appeared behind the mantine. Now, it had new friends. Unlike the ones in Changhua Forest, they were both comrades and family. Porygon, began Dodrio, though we haven't known each other long. And you can be fierce, your relationship with me and my friends is not to be compared. Steelix interrupted, grasping Porygon's round face to silence it. Indeed, the mantine smiled, relieved, and nodded at Daigo. In response to this nod, Daigo felt a flicker of curiosity but turned his gaze to Steelix. Seeing Steelix nod back at him, Daigo retrieved a box of metallic film from his bag. This was not the leftover from Skarmory's meal. It was something Daigo had prepared specifically for the mantine. Indeed, a superior delicacy. Previously, he had stated that if the mantine was willing to follow him after discovering the truth, it would evolve into a new self, liberated from its past. At this moment, the mantine had made up its mind. Daigo unfurled the metallic film, wrapping it around the mantine in circles. Until the last remnants of the metallic film were consumed, the mantine's body radiated a resplendent white light in the night. As the light gradually faded, the mantine's originally green body transformed into a crimson exoskeleton, with two pairs of translucent wings sprouting from its back, slightly smaller and butterfly-shaped compared to its former wings. Its scythe-like arms elongated into massive red pincers adorned with markings resembling eyes. Welcome officially to the team, Scyther, Daigo said with a gentle smile, extending his palm towards Scyther. Scyther slowly smiled and touched Daigo's hand with its massive pincer. Huh, I will take Aron's place and witness the most magnificent sights, exclaimed Porygon in surprise. So, does this mean my status has risen? Upon hearing this, the three Pokémon gazed at Porygon with astonished expressions. Scyther tilted its head, casting a cold glance at the boastful Porygon, responding with indifference. In this team, strength reigns supreme. Porygon, does that mean I am still at the bottom? Chapter 69, A Reunion with Macaulay. Daigo set up a tent on the spot, and slept through the night. Scyther stood at the cliff's edge, offering a final farewell to Aron. Having evolved, Scyther needed time to adjust to its new body. Compared to its previous form, the evolved Scyther was heavier, its height increasing from 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters, towering even above Daigo. The previously swift combat style is not unattainable. However, it necessitates the remarkable stamina of Scyther. One must continuously exploit quick attack in conjunction with other moves to execute rapid strikes during battle. Notably, the evolved form of Scyther can engage in discussions with Metagross regarding the nuances of using bullet punch. The prior technique known as Linjon is now more aptly referred to as Linji. Scyther's current strength is formidable, and when paired with its ability to utilize technical prowess, moves like bullet punch, successive strikes, wing attack, and U-turn can yield extraordinarily explosive damage output. It also possesses the rapid retreat skill, significantly enhancing its guerrilla tactics. Contemplate the current composition of Steven's team: Metagross, Bagon, Scyther, and the illegitimate Kingdra. The output potential is undeniably maximized, although they are all Steel-type Pokémon. Strategic rotation allows for countering opposing Pokémon with advantageous typings. Metagross can handle fighting types, Kingdra can counter fire types, and Skarmory can address ground types, adapting to the circumstances as needed. The rotation among Pokémon and tactical choices are paramount. Pokémon battles embody a grand synergy of defense and foresight. Attributes alone do not dictate outcomes. When faced with a team of fire types, the adversaries can only hope that Kingdra's Hydro Pump misses. The prudent Steven opts for Surf instead. Thus, Steven's objectives in Orange City have been entirely fulfilled. After replenishing his supplies, his next destination is Fall Arbor Town, specifically the nearby Meteor Falls. Although May has previously unearthed the Megastone for Metagross there, it does not preclude Steven from excavating once more. After all, one might uncover something different. With his plan in motion, he sets sail. Meteor Falls is slightly closer to Canas City, so Steven chooses to take the train back to Canas City from Orange City. Sometimes, minimizing unnecessary travel is indeed essential. He also intends to converse with May, informing her of his capability to Mega Evolve and sharing recent developments before embarking once again. Upon traversing Route 115, he will arrive at Meteor Falls. Steven elects to train in the morning and journey in the afternoon, allowing his Pokémon to meditate and reflect within their Pokeballs. After evening training sessions, he continues upon awakening. Occasionally, he indulges in playful games of ball with his Pokémon, for the last experience with the makeshift twig was rather painful. Undoubtedly, Bagon's performance has been the least impressive. Even with its competitive nature, it falls short of matching Steven's prowess. It has earned the dubious title of the least skilled in the ball game. Gazing at the towering mountains nearby, with their myriad caverns formed from fallen meteors, one wonders if the mountain's exterior is, in fact, composed of meteorite fragments. After 4 days, Steven finally reaches the entrance of Meteor Falls. Another entrance lies closer to Fall Arbor Town. Donning mining attire, a safety helmet, and a headlamp, he wields a pickaxe, accompanied by his trusty bodyguard partners. Work time has arrived. Metagross, Bagon. Steven leads Metagross into Meteor Falls. Bagon, who was initially walking alongside Steven, remains inside its Pokeball, as Steven fears its mischief might provoke the Pokémon dwelling within the cave, causing unnecessary trouble. While his other Pokémon can handle a bit of chaos, it is preferable for Bagon to remain calm outside. Metagross, utilize magnetism to scan the area. Steven instructs as they descend underground. The stones below exhibit various magnetic fields, and Metagross serves as a natural detector. Bagon, sensing a mineral deposit, Metagross guides Steven to a depression in the ground, extending its golden claw to point at the spot. This is the place. Steven seizes his pickaxe and begins to excavate. Metagross, now able to use its golden claws, gently scrapes away the soil. However, Steven observes that Metagross's movements are astonishingly quicker than his own. In mere moments, it unearths a fragment of a meteorite, roughly the size of 2 fists. Although sizable, its quality is not exceptionally high. It will suffice as a treat for Bagon. Perfect. Bagon exclaims joyfully. Metagross, if you would be so kind, please. Rumble. Before Steven can finish his thought, the cave begins to tremble. Bagon. Metagross steadies Steven, closing its eyes to sense through its psychic abilities. After a moment, it opens its eyes and scrawls 2 characters in the soil. Battle. Are you suggesting there's a battle occurring above us? Steven inquires, perplexed. Bagon. Metagross nods affirmatively. Let us investigate. It's disrupting our excavation. To expedite matters and avert potential cave-ins, Steven climbs onto Metagross, allowing it to elevate him. Passing through several openings, Steven emerges above Meteor Falls. Upon glancing upward, he is greeted by the breathtaking sight of a magnificent waterfall cascading within the cavern. 3 figures are engaged in battle. One is a portly man, another a young girl, both clad in fiery red attire. The third, an old acquaintance, is a man with azure hair and an elegant garb, Mikuri. It appears that Team Magma is confronting Mikuri. What brings Mikuri here? Steven, well-versed in the nuances of the Ruby version, recalls that such encounters typically involve the player character. Team Magma's intention seems to be awakening the legendary deity that shaped the land, Groudon, to expand the landmass, or so it seems. The specifics elude Steven, as he lacks a photographic memory. Beyond the trio, an elderly man in a research outfit cradles what appears to be a meteorite. I'll distract him. You seize the meteorite. The portly man commands urgently. With keen eyes, Mikuri spots Steven below and shouts, "Steven, help me thwart them." A grin spreads across Steven's face. Since Mikuri has requested assistance, how could he refuse? Metagross, let's go? Bagon, Houndoom, shatter them. The portly man hastily releases a Pokeball, summoning Houndoom to block Steven's path. Comet Punch, take it down. Steven commands. The portly man's voice, laced with cold disdain, rings out from behind. Where's your focus? Milotic. Scald. Cornered. The portly man urges his subordinate. Despite the multitude of Pokémon at his disposal, they can only endure a single hit, especially now that both Mikuri and Steven are joining forces. A hearty and resonant laughter emanates from below, capturing the attention of all present. Steven looks down, puzzled. How did he miss the presence of another? The newcomer, clad in blue attire and wearing a blue scarf, with a beard adorning his chin, bears a golden anchor chain on his chest, the leader of Team Aqua, Water Willow. Team Aqua has arrived. The portly man is unfazed. Water Willow's arrival buys him a moment's reprieve. He exchanges glances with the girl and promptly retrieves a Pokeball, declaring, "Then allow me to take my leave first." Bang! The Pokeball was forcefully smashed to the ground by the Fire Village, enveloping the arena in a thick veil of black smoke, obscuring the vision of all present. Daigo covered his mouth and nose, coughing violently as he attempted to communicate his desire for the Metagross to restrain the 2 individuals, but found himself at a loss for words. Metagross, sensing the urgency, chose to prioritize Daigo's well-being over the situation at hand. A barrier of psychic energy was erected, shielding Daigo and Mikoli from the encroaching smoke, alleviating Daigo's distress somewhat. Metagross, what about the 2 of them? Daigo inquired. Metagross shook its head in response. Oh right, Metagross. There's someone in a white lab coat within the smoke. At Daigo's prompting, Metagross located the fallen scientist, dispersing the smoke surrounding him. You possess a commendable appearance, remarked a voice from within the haze, belonging to Shui Wudong, adorned with a gas mask. My goodness, were you prepared for this? I am Shui Wudong, the captain of the Aqua Gang, an organization striving to restore the world to its ideal Pokémon paradise. The Magma Gang, with their ambitions to expand the land, are our sworn adversaries, as we cherish the ocean. You should remain vigilant regarding the Magma Gang, as they are likely to head towards Chimney Hill, until we meet again. Daigo, however, was reluctant to let Shui Wudong depart, as he harbored doubts about the authenticity of the so-called ideal paradise. It was merely his interpretation of an ideal world. The Magma Gang seeks to extend their dominion over the land, while the Aqua Gang aims to expand the ocean. Daigo, wait. Mikoli interjected, placing a hand on Daigo's shoulder. Daigo turned to find Mikoli shaking his head. Our primary concern now is to ensure the scientist's safety. This group known as the Aqua Gang has not yet committed any egregious acts. Even if we were to subdue them, it may not yield any significant repercussions, Mikoli explained. Most importantly, Mikoli was unwilling to take risks. His purpose in coming to Aoki Town was solely to participate in the contest. And with his Pokémon currently residing at the Pokémon Center, he could not afford to neglect that for the sake of rescuing the scientist. The strength of Shui Wudong remained unknown, and intervening now would only serve to complicate matters. Reluctantly, Daigo acquiesced. The 2 carried Professor Solan's back to the Meteorite Research Institute situated in the wilderness, and Daigo began to understand Mikoli's reasons for being there. Daigo-san, are you also here for the contest? No, Daigo replied, glancing down at his mining attire and realizing he had indeed come for mining purposes. I merely came to see if I could unearth some valuable stones from Meteor Falls. I see. Your performance was quite impressive. Have you considered continuing to participate in the contest held in Aoki Town? Mikoli's expression betrayed a hint of regret, as he genuinely appreciated Daigo's previous performance. Moreover, your Metagross is exceptionally well-trained. With a bit of effort, it could secure a commendable rank. The silver and gold Metagross was undeniably striking. Daigo's Metagross had already reached the quasi-elite level, and with Mega Evolution, it truly dominated unless pitted against an elite-level opponent. The shiny Metagross no longer needed to be concealed. I merely wished to experience the contest. My ultimate goal remains the champion of the Hoenn League. Daigo explained with a smile. That is truly a pity. I believe you could aim for the championship while also participating in the contest, Macaulay suggested. Given your prowess, securing the championship should not be overly daunting. I refer to the champion of the league, not the contest champion, Daigo chuckled lightly. Macaulay was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Ah, I understand now. It is indeed imperative to prepare with utmost dedication. Professor Solans, supported by both of them, interjected. Could you two perhaps save your emotional exchange until after you escort me back to the research institute? What do you mean by this distance between us? Upon returning Professor Solans to the Meteorite Research Institute, they were greeted by a woman on the brink of middle age. Daigo scrutinized her, then glanced at Professor Solans. Her hair was graying, with a patch of baldness on top, and she appeared to be in her 70s. Surely, Professor Solans could not be middle-aged as well. Perhaps he was merely a programmer in his early 20s. Well, that's not entirely impossible, mused Daigo. Having inhaled some smoke, Professor Solans required rest, prompting Daigo and Macaulay to step outside the institute for a conversation. It seems I won't be able to participate in this contest after all, Macaulay sighed. Daigo immediately grasped Macaulay's implication. Shall we head to Chimney Hill? Yes, this group may engage in some reckless behavior, so it is my duty to investigate, Macaulay affirmed. Then I shall accompany you. As a trainer from the Hoenn region, I cannot stand idly by, Daigo smiled. Very well, I shall await your challenge at the Luminous Gym. Macaulay nodded with a smile. He had declined the position of champion, opting instead to train under his mentor, Adam, and accepted the role of gym leader at the Luminous Gym on Luminous Island. Daigo and Macaulay first returned to Aoki Town to retrieve their Pokémon from the Pokémon Center. Macaulay's Pokémon were newly raised, specifically for use as the gym leader's team, and he carried only one primary Pokémon, Milotic. This was precisely why Macaulay had advised Daigo against taking risks. Without knowledge of the opposing team's strength, acting rashly could prove counterproductive, especially against the leader of an organization. By the way, Macaulay-san, has your Milotic been with you since it was a Feebas? Daigo inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I caught Milotic when it was still a Feebas, and it has accompanied me ever since. Macaulay nodded in affirmation. Thus, he would also be using Milotic for his performance in the contest. Feebas was quite rare, and its evolved form, Milotic, was exceptionally beautiful. Few divulged the locations where Feebas could be found. Daigo yearned to ask Macaulay where Feebas could be fished, but considering this was only their second meeting, he doubted Macaulay would share that information. Perhaps he would wait until they became better acquainted. Is that Macaulay-sama? And the one beside him is Daigo, who placed second in the contest at Green Bud Town. Mother, the two of them are actually walking together. Look at how their height difference complements each other. As more and more eyes turned toward Daigo and Macaulay, the whispers naturally reached Daigo's ears. However, you may discuss among yourselves, but why shout so loudly? Chapter 71. Wait, dude, are you all muscle? Amidst the numerous discussions and gazes, Daigo accompanied Macaulay to retrieve the 5 Pokémon stored at the Pokémon Center. Let us depart, Daigo, Macaulay stated as he secured the Pokeballs. Very well. As Daigo released his Skarmory and prepared to mount it, he noticed Macaulay still standing in place. Is there a problem, Macaulay-san? I do not possess a flying-type Pokémon, Macaulay admitted, clenching his fist and clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. Then why not borrow one from Ado? You can ride Skarmory, Daigo suggested with an amused smile, stroking Skarmory's metallic feathers. Are you able to do this, Skarmory? Of course. Skarmory nodded, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Had it been Metagross, it might have been less inclined. Thank you, Daigo, Macaulay expressed his gratitude as he mounted Skarmory. And thank you as well, Skarmory. Daigo turned to glance at the throng gathered outside the Pokémon Center, a crowd still lingering, yet he felt no concern about anyone coveting his shiny Metagross. After all, it was unlikely that elite trainers would be wandering about in droves, right? Metagross. The Pokeball in Daigo's hand sprang open, revealing the shimmering Metagross in a dazzling display. As he absorbed the gasps and murmurs of those around him, Daigo deftly mounted the top of Metagross, his voice resolute. Let us embark. Metagross, Skarmory. Let us go. With that, Daigo and Mikuri set off toward Chimney Summit. Ashen volcanic debris rained down from the sky, compelling Daigo to have Metagross utilize its psychic abilities to shield them. Their delay in retrieving Professor Solana might have granted Team Magma the opportunity to begin their scheming with the meteorite. Upon reaching the cable car station at the base of Chimney Summit, Mikuri suggested they take the lift. Your Pokémon have already expended considerable energy flying. I have some energy cubes made from wonyu berries. He smoothly produced a small box of energy cubes. Let them rest for a moment. All right, Daigo acquiesced, accepting Mikuri's offering. While Metagross might be fine, Skarmory had undoubtedly worn itself thin. After administering the energy cubes to both Metagross and Skarmory, Daigo and Mikuri procured their cable car tickets. Courtesy of Mikuri. Seated face-to-face in the slowly ascending cable car, they were too preoccupied to admire the view outside. Daigo, when we arrive, you'll need to hold off those lackeys while I confront the leader directly, Mikuri instructed in a grave tone. Understood, Daigo nodded in agreement. The temperature at the volcano's crater was exceedingly high, and Mikuri's water-type Pokémon would certainly be affected to some degree, not to mention the toll it would take on Daigo's steel-type Pokémon. After a brief exchange, the cable car came to a halt. Stepping out, Daigo and Mikuri were immediately greeted by the faint sounds of conflict emanating from above the crater. They exchanged a knowing glance and a nod. Daigo promptly called forth Skarmory and Metagross, and together they soared toward the volcano's summit. If you continue to expand the land, the habitat for water-type Pokémon will diminish. One of the Team Magma grunts shouted defiantly. Land is paramount. We will create more of it. Soaring through the air, Daigo and Mikuri overheard the exchange between the Team Magma and Aqua members. They shared another look. Regardless, we must assist Team Aqua in halting their progress. Mikuri urged, his brow furrowed. Agreed, Daigo replied, feeling a sense of resignation. In the Hoenn region, these two organizations were at odds, one striving to expand the land, the other the ocean. To be frank, they were equally misguided. Yet, judging by their recent dialogue, it seemed Team Aqua leaned toward the more benevolent side. Moreover, Daigo cast a sidelong glance at Mikuri, who was the gym leader specializing in water types. As they descended, Daigo spotted Watervine standing valiantly against multiple foes. By the way, knowing Team Magma's intentions, why have you brought so few allies? He inquired. All right, your lackeys are likely off searching for another gem. There, Mikuri exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting the figure of the fiery-haired Akainu, manipulating machinery. This individual exuded a presence far more formidable than the grunts surrounding him. Daigo, momentarily hold them off for me. I'll come to your aid as swiftly as I can. Consider it done, Daigo replied, tossing Skarmory's Pokeball to Mikuri. Skarmory, please assist Mikuri for the time being. Understood. We're descending. With a resounding command from Daigo, Metagross and Skarmory plummeted earthward. Daigo and Mikuri leapt from their Pokémon with a flair that was both dashing and graceful, exchanging smiles from a distance, their synergy palpable. Who are you, brat? Daring to interrupt Team Magma? Bellowed the portly leader, Hotaro. Wait a moment. Aren't you the one who disturbed my operations at Meteor Falls? You truly are a persistent nuisance. Allow me, Hotaro, to teach you a lesson. Hotaro hurled a Pokeball, releasing a Camerupt, while his two lackeys unleashed Houndoums. One Camerupt and two Houndoums, yet their strengths were modest. The only notable contender was Hotaro's Camerupt, likely his ace Pokémon. The other two Houndoums seemed scarcely even at the level of a commander. Curse it, if that insufferable gym leader hadn't T-meddled, I wouldn't be down to just one Camerupt. Hotaro seethed. Camerupt. Eruption. Metagross. Earthquake. Daigo commanded, while discreetly placing his right hand behind his back. Metagross levitated Daigo with its psychic prowess, simultaneously slamming its arms into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the energies clashed beneath the surface, and Camerupt's eruption was shattered by Metagross's earthquake. The resulting energy surged forth, striking both Camerupt and the Houndoums. The tremors sent all three adversaries sprawling to the ground. Perhaps due to Hotaro's bulk, he miraculously managed to remain standing. Bullet punch, Daigo shouted. However, Metagross remained still, as if pondering its next move. What is going on? Hotaro stammered, bewildered by the lack of action from Metagross. Daigo grinned mischievously. After all, that command was not intended for Metagross. In a flash, a crimson blur appeared behind Hotaro, as if it had emerged from thin air, and a pincered scyther struck Hotaro squarely in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Cursed be. A sneak attack. Hotaro snarled from his prone position. Daigo stood in astonishment. Wait, are you serious? You're built like a tank. It's one thing to withstand the aftershocks of an earthquake without collapsing like those grunts, but to take a hit from Scyther and still be conscious? You've certainly got some impressive muscle on you. As Daigo mused, a swarm of Team Magma grunts began to encircle him. Team Aqua is utterly useless, Daigo thought with exasperation as he turned to face the oncoming grunts. Noticing that Camerupt was back on its feet, Daigo's gaze sharpened. Metagross, Scyther, he commanded. Earthquake, Dual Chop, minus, Hydro Pump. A powerful jet of water surged forth, striking Camerupt and effortlessly defeating it. Although the intense heat in the area weakened water-type moves to some extent, Mikuri's prowess was sufficient to earn him the title of Hoenn Champion. Under such circumstances, defeating Akainu was hardly a challenge. Mikuri, the illustrious leader of the Azure Gym, lived up to his reputation. Following his defeat, Akainu showed no sign of anger but instead retrieved a meteorite from the machine, tossing it to Mikuri. Even in failure, I concede this much. Mikuri caught the meteorite with one hand, perplexed by Akainu's actions. What is your true objective? With arms crossed, Akainu began to expound. Long ago, all life on this planet thrived on the Earth itself. Thus, the Earth holds paramount significance. It is the cradle of all existence. It is precisely for this reason that our Team Magma dedicates all our efforts to the expansion of the land. This endeavor is for the long-term advancement of both humanity and Pokémon. Even though Flannery's words may be adorned with grandeur, they lack rationality. Just as Macaulay was about to take action, a loud bang echoed, and a cloud of smoke enveloped Flannery's feet. Yet again, the same old tactic. This smoke seemed to serve as a clarion call, as dark clouds began to rise from the mountaintops. Like a summons, it commanded, "Milotic, use surf." Macaulay responded promptly, unleashing a towering wave to obscure the smoke. Yet, before him, Flannery's figure had already vanished. With a furrowed brow, Macaulay abruptly looked up at the sky. Flannery stood with her hands behind her back atop a large Spearow, turning to meet Macaulay's gaze. "Until we meet again, gym leader of the Luminous Gym. Macaulay-san." Macaulay turned to see Daigo approaching. "Aren't you going to pursue her?" Daigo inquired, gazing at Flannery as she receded into the distance. Macaulay gently shook his head, explaining, "He admitted his defeat to me." "You can't trust that guy," Daigo interjected hastily. "No, precisely because he is untrustworthy, we must refrain from pursuing him," Macaulay stated earnestly. "We need to quickly find professionals to investigate what might occur with the magma below. Should a volcanic eruption be triggered, the surrounding residents must be evacuated first." Daigo realized the gravity of the situation. However, Team Magma's objective was to awaken Groudon, wasn't it? "I can't quite recall the specific details concerning the meteorite. After all, when he played the game, he was simply mashing the A button." "What about Team Aqua?" Macaulay asked. "They seem to have departed when Team Magma retreated," Daigo explained. The scene was left with only a few unconscious members of Team Magma. "Let us return and find Junsha to deal with these Team Magma members," Daigo said, pulling out a rope. Having frequently encountered Pokemon hunters, Daigo had prepared some ropes. Macaulay smiled slightly at this. After they bound the Team Magma members together, the two headed to the nearest fiery town, where they explained the situation to Miss Junsha. By the time they exited the police station, night had completely fallen. "Where will you head next, Daigo?" Macaulay asked. "I should prepare to challenge for my 6th badge in Verdanturf City," Daigo replied thoughtfully. "Well, good luck," Macaulay said, momentarily taken aback before smiling. "If you have water-type Pokemon, I could provide some guidance." However, it appeared that all his Pokemon were steel types. That is not true. "To be honest, I do have a water-type Pokemon," Daigo revealed, pulling out a Pokeball containing Pachima. As Pachima emerged, a stream of water shot forth, splashing Daigo's face. Already accustomed to it, Daigo pulled out a handkerchief to dry his face. Macaulay stifled a laugh, finding this fellow quite amusing. "Well, I suppose so," Daigo said sheepishly. "Pachima, who is this little one?" As the night had fallen, it seemed prudent to stay and spend the night, during which Macaulay offered to share some breeding techniques. "I cannot express my gratitude enough," Daigo said appreciatively. "It's nothing. I also wish to thank you for lending me your Skarmory," Macaulay replied with a smile. Subsequently, Daigo and Macaulay entered the Pokemon Center, each reserving a room. In other cities, they might have gone to a battle hotel, but alas, Fiery Town had none. After sharing dinner, they even indulged in a hot spring, fostering their bond. Later, Macaulay visited Daigo's room to exchange insights on breeding water-type Pokemon. Truth be told, their relationship was progressing remarkably quickly. The breeding process for water-type Pokemon is best conducted in flowing water, as it allows them to better sense the current, Macaulay explained. While Daigo sat cross-legged on the bed, jotting down notes. This can significantly enhance their mastery of water flow. Water-type Pokemon perform far better in aquatic environments than on land. After all, they can harness the power of their surroundings. While energy cubes for water types are one aspect, it may also be beneficial to absorb the powers of water stones and water gems while in the water. This could yield extraordinary results. "These should pose no challenge for you, the esteemed heir of the One-Win Corporation," Macaulay remarked with a smile. I don't recall mentioning that." Daigo scratched his head, puzzled. "You rascal, have you been investigating me behind my back? Ever since your performance in the Gorgeous Festival, your information has become widely known," Macaulay shrugged. indicating it was not his fault. Sometimes you need to pay more attention to the news. Fair point. I should keep up with the times, Daigo nodded, acknowledging his preoccupation with training. When he first encountered his iron ball, he merely focused on helping it build its physical foundation. As a novice trainer, he had to take things slowly. The breeding methods in books were not universally applicable and required careful exploration. The time spent with Iron Ball was not nearly as intense as his current training regimen, driven now by the desire for rapid growth in his Metagross. All right, let us leave it at that, Macaulay said, rising slowly from his chair. He had shared numerous tips regarding water-type moves, holding nothing back. If you don't mind, let us be friends, Daigo, Macaulay said with a smile. Of course. They exchanged contact information. The next morning, Daigo set off, ready to head to Verdanturf City. First, he needed to return to Lilac City. Is there some hot news today? As Daigo walked along the road, he curiously opened the news section of his navigator. Shocking. Gym leader Macaulay has been revealed to be staying at the Pokémon Center with newcomer Daigo. Shocking. In the dead of night, Macaulay stealthily entered Daigo's room. Shocking. Macaulay stayed in Daigo's room for 2 hours before emerging. Who do you think is the one being pursued? Stop speculating. They are probably discussing matters related to the Gorgeous Festival. Bad news. I've been caught in a scandal. Good news. It's a scandal involving the two of them. Put away your sordid thoughts. The 3 shocking headlines genuinely astonished Daigo. Wait, is there really paparazzi out there? The individual writing the news piece was to report to the UC department the next day. Otherwise, Daigo might just send them to the ICU department. Chapter 73. Initial Thoughts on Pokémon. Aren't you supposed to give me an explanation? Or do you actually enjoy this sort of thing? Listening to the accusatory tone on the other end of the line, Daigo could already envision the smirk of the person he was speaking to. How about you allow me to explain? Go ahead. I haven't silenced you, Sharona responded indignantly, while the nearby Garchomp exhibited a rare smile. I see. I was mistaken about that blue-haired kid. Well, you should have said so earlier. I would have taken a liking to you then. The claws of the fierce Sharpedo gently caressed the worn blue-haired doll. My apologies for the earlier intimidation. Daigo, too, did not anticipate that within less than half a day, the news would have already reached the Sinnoh region. Ahem, in truth, Mikuri merely visited me last night to exchange insights on the cultivation of water-type Pokémon. After all, Pogamon had joined the team late and is still rather weak. Suddenly, a jet of water shot forth from a distance, intercepted by Daigo's outstretched hand. Nonchalantly shaking off the water, Daigo continued to elucidate to Cynthia on the other end of the phone. Pogamon, who are you calling weak? You better not lock up the Pokeball tonight. Otherwise, you'll surely wake up in the middle of the night. With a sigh of relief, Daigo finally concluded his explanation. This time, I'll let you off easy. Bye. As the sound of the phone hanging up echoed, Daigo suddenly realized, am I still single? Why am I fretting over this? Pogamon, training. Pogamon. But there's no water. Even without water, we'll train our stamina. With your little body only capable of using water gun twice, you still need to train. Pogamon, you're not much better than me in 5 minutes. Oh. That's an erroneous statement. I'm currently at 7.5 minutes, having improved by 2.5. Stop the petty insults. Daigo, along with his Pokemon, trained, frolicked, and made their way forward. Upon passing through Lilac City, he even had a brief spar with Tetsu. Arriving at Route 118, east of Lilac City, they found a body of water, just right for Pogamon to hold the water stone and immerse itself for training. It must be said that its growth rate had indeed accelerated significantly. Metagross, on the other hand, was even more astonishing, while others struggled to advance to the Elite Four. It had made even faster progress than usual. Perhaps its intelligent mind had already discovered the secret. It could also be attributed to the enhancement of its brain post-mega evolution, allowing it to grasp novel training methods. Now, during its sparring sessions with Scyther, it intentionally refrained from dodging, enduring more damage each day, emerging with a multitude of scars. It was akin to a Scion training to enhance its passive abilities, doubling its mineral intake at every meal. Watching this, Kadora was in a state of anxious urgency. Even its originally laid-back demeanor began to shift towards desperation. This, in turn, proved challenging for Armored Bird, which had already been closely matched with Kadora. Now, the results of its doubled training efforts were being diminished. Now they had to start at 6 times the effort, with training-induced marks far exceeding those of Metagross. If Tetsu had trained with such fervor from the beginning, Daigo mused that it could have reached champion level by now. Back then, Daigo hadn't placed as much emphasis on Tetsu's special training, considering it his first true companion. He had not wished for Tetsu to exert itself so fiercely from the start. Now, it seemed that each member of his team was like a relentless warrior. Even Pogamon was gradually infected, beginning to train independently. Observing Pokémon diligently training in the water, Daigo felt a wave of dizziness. He had initially thought of Pokémon as a mere mood enhancer. Little did he expect that it would assimilate so quickly into the team. Aside from occasionally venting its bad mood through ambushes, it would secretly dampen Daigo's pillow each night. This was sheer self-torture. Fortunately, Daigo's resources were more than sufficient. Anything lacking could be easily obtained with a word. Though it was his own company, constantly asking for help felt out of character. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Daigo pondered deeply. I must contribute something to the company. Otherwise, I would appear utterly useless, merely a handout. Currently, the Navigator-S function is merely an enhanced phone with a message recording feature, inferior to Professor Oak's Pokédex. If only I could collaborate with Professor Oak to create a comprehensive Pokédex. Wait, this seems to be a viable direction. In the anime, the Pokédex records and analyzes information about encountered Pokémon, serving as a portable encyclopedia for trainers. Although Professor Oak's current Pokédex possesses such functionality, it requires a bit of assistance to expand further. Why can't Professor Oak collaborate with Devon Corporation for research and development? Professor Oak has the capability, and Devon Corporation has the technology and reputation. The synergy could lead to the creation of a Pokédex that everyone can possess, akin to that in the anime. Presently, the age limit for trainers is set at 16, as the League believes that younger individuals lack a comprehensive understanding of this realm. This measure is for the safety of children, preventing them from perishing prematurely due to immaturity. Yet, it also squanders the potential of promising trainers. If those children could gain an early, comprehensive understanding of Pokémon in all aspects, wouldn't that lead to a flourishing era for trainers? But how should this be accomplished? No, what am I even thinking? The answer is right in front of me. Daigo suddenly slapped his forehead. Pokémon. What I am currently experiencing is essentially a game that is not a game. It cultivates children's interest in adventure while also educating them on Pokémon breeding methods. And it poses no life-threatening risks. What a splendid affair. As for internet addiction, in a few years, you'll be able to travel with Pokémon. If you were in my shoes, would you still be engrossed in that game? Regarding the game aspect, I can get started on it soon. As for the Pokédex, I must have a thorough discussion with Professor Oak. However, the development of the Pokémon content for the game will require Professor Oak's collaboration. When it comes to expertise, Professor Oak reigns supreme. After all, this is for the sake of helping children better understand Pokémon. Professor Oak shouldn't outright refuse. There's bound to be room for negotiation. A future direction has emerged, and if it succeeds, then Daigo won't be perceived merely as a handout. He will have contributed to his own industry. However, game development must first commence in the Hoenn region, and once Red gains notoriety, they can then tackle the Kanto region. Given Red's nature, a battle with Daigo would likely lead to his agreement. Pokémon, don't slack off. Pokémon, this is called resting. Besides, you're the one slacking off. This is called brainstorming. Understand? Pokémon, nonsense. Kadora flopped down onto a rock, clutching a mineral. Gossip, gossip. Chapter 74. You call this a Magikarp? On Route 119, the weather was clear, the sky a brilliant blue. The temperature was beginning to hint at the arrival of autumn. Daigo sat cross-legged on the grassy edge of a body of water, his fishing rod gently trembling in his hands. Something biting. With a swift motion, Daigo lifted the fishing rod, revealing a round, blue head emerging from the water. A stream of water flowed gracefully from its mouth. Pooh! Daigo instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Pokémon, don't distract me while I'm fishing. Pokémon, why are you so leisurely? I'm engaged in something significant. If you don't want to be knocked out by Sharpedo, then keep on hindering me. Daigo shrugged, signaling his indifference. As Boca and Pokémon were taken aback, Pokémon suddenly recalled the shark fin that had fallen from above, causing an involuntary shiver to run down its spine. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Pokémon chuckled nervously and promptly dashed to the other side to resume training. After lingering on Route 119 for several days, Daigo had yet to catch a Magikarp. This doesn't make sense. I distinctly remember that the fishing spot for Magikarp was somewhere around here. Daigo scratched his head, feeling a twinge of frustration. The location for capturing Magikarp was rather peculiar, and he had to exert considerable effort in his previous life to remember it vaguely. Pokémon, having submerged into the water, found no trace of Magikarp either. They were on the verge of switching to another water area, almost reaching the city of Inu. Pokémon, is this body of water devoid of Magikarp as well? Floating in the center of the water, Pokémon entered its relaxation period after training. If we don't catch anything soon, we'll run out of water energy cubes, Daigo sighed in resignation. Suddenly, Pokémon jolted, resembling a zombie as it swam to the shore and opened the box containing the water energy cubes. To its dismay, Only a few scattered cubes remained. Where have all my energy cubes gone? I'll hunt you down, you scoundrel. Daigo held Pokemon's head firmly, allowing its short arms to flail in the air. What's the matter? Have you been infected by Ghidorah? That wasn't meant for you. Observing Pokemon's frantic demeanor, Daigo could grasp its meaning. It's true. But is it of any use now? Daigo shrugged helplessly. Since you couldn't find Magikarp, I have no choice but to use the energy cubes for fishing. But I'm seriously searching. Pokemon retorted. Even though I haven't caught a Magikarp, at least I've fed quite a few Kinglers and Mudkips. Enough already. I'll go look again. With that, Pokemon leaped back into the water, while Daigo chuckled slyly at the backpack beside him. Inside was a box brimming with water energy cubes. If this fellow doesn't face some challenges, it won't put in the effort to search. Maeda. A Metagross approached from not too far behind Daigo. Metagross, has your training concluded? Daigo set down his fishing rod and sprayed some potent healing medicine on Metagross's wounds. He then pulled out several steel gems and placed them on the ground. Metagross picked one up and began munching on it with a satisfying crunch. Maeda, where's your Scyther? Why hasn't it returned with you? Metagross rode on the ground. It went to check on the training status of Skarmory and Ghidorah. That fellow wouldn't have brought a forced exercise device for inspection, would it? Maeda. Metagross nodded. Once it fully adapts to its body, confidence follows. Daigo said with a resigned smile. If Skarmory is underestimated, it might double its training load again. After doubling, it gets accustomed to the new normal and then increases it further. Daigo genuinely feared that Skarmory might overexert itself. Even during rest, it begged for more time to relax. The one making the greatest strides during this period was likely Pokemon, who had been catching fish in the water. Given the environmental factors, Pokemon's strength had indeed enhanced rapidly. In nearly 4 months, Ghidorah and Skarmory were nearing the level of a gym leader. They were only slightly slower than Green. And Daigo wondered how things were progressing on the side of Akihiko. Each region's championship timing varied, each with its own order. The Quartz Conference would conclude before the Hoenn region's Colorful Conference began. However, during the brief interval, there was ample time for trainers to continue challenging the Colorful Conference. As long as one boarded the train to challenge various gyms, the time frame was more than sufficient. Yet, if one wished to recultivate a team for challenges, they might have to wait until after the Colorful Conference for the Lily of the Valley Conference. If I recall correctly, the current Quartz Conference League system is still based on wild battles. It will only transition to the current battle system next year. Daigo pondered, reflecting on how difficult it appeared to win against Akihiko in wild battles. The Kanto region was the first to host league conferences, and its battle style was based on the wild encounter system. However, this year marked the beginning of a shift. Other regions had adopted the more common battle format. The Quartz Conference retained one more year of the wild battle system. Isn't that an advantageous system for Akihiko? After claiming victory in the league conference, one would have 6 months of challenge rights. If they could defeat the Elite Four within that period, they could ascend to the champion's throne, becoming the champion of the league region. Of course, one could choose to challenge the Elite Four the very next day. Confidence was all that mattered. The Kanto region's champion throne had remained vacant for quite some time, perhaps waiting for its true owner to arrive. The Hoenn region still had 3 months before the Colorful Conference, while the Sinnoh region had at least 4 months left. Once the championship was secured, Daigo planned to take this group on a well-deserved trip to unwind and relax. Listening to the sounds of battle in the distance, Daigo smiled slightly. They've certainly worked hard, even if it was their own decision. Metagross, go check on Pokemon's progress. Maeda. Daigo hoisted the fishing rod and, riding on the floating Metagross, made his way to the center of the water. Pokemon. At that moment, Pokemon poked its round head above the surface and pointed downwards with its finger. You mean you found it, right? Pokemon. Seeing Pokemon nod, Daigo chuckled, exasperatedly placing a hand on his forehead. It seems you really need a bit of pressure to perform. Pokemon. All right then, let's see what I can do. Daigo attached a water energy cube to the fishing hook and cast the rod. If any other Pokemon bite the hook, you know what to do, right? Pokemon. Got it. With a splash, Pokemon dove into the water. Daigo could only hope that Pokemon had not misidentified its target. There was too little information available regarding Magikarp, with only a picture of Milotic for reference. Therefore, he could only rely on descriptions to guide Pokemon. Before long, the float began to sink. It's hooked, Daigo exclaimed, rapidly lifting the fishing rod. Metagross observed silently, understanding that the joy of fishing lay in the process itself, and thus refrained from intervening. It decided to wait until the fish attempted to escape before stepping in. With a sharp tug, Daigo pulled up a Pokemon with a long blue body adorned with orange, semicircular fins along its back, resembling a serpent. It's a Huntail. Daigo's lips twitched, turning to the jubilant Pokémon that had surfaced nearby. Is this what you call a Magikarp? Pokémon? Isn't it ugly? Daigo was taken aback. Weren't Huntales typically found in the deep sea? How could he catch one in this body of water? Darn. The only explanation is that this area connects to the ocean. Huntale was equally puzzled, having merely come to this water body for rest after following the sea currents, only to find something tantalizing dangling above its head. Just as it was marveling at the gifts of the heavens, it was suddenly yanked out of the water by an unseen force. While Magikarp could thrive in the ocean and possessed an astonishing vitality, the vastness of the sea made it difficult to fish for them there. The likelihood of catching one in a smaller water body was evidently much higher. Daigo dismissed the Huntale and addressed Bujerman, exclaiming, "Not like this. Search again. Bujerman, I know. Why are you shouting so loudly?" Chapter 75, Capturing the Ugly Fish. After a fruitless search, Daigo ultimately relinquished hope for this body of water. Bujerman gazed at the box containing the water-type energy cubes, lost in contemplation. How come there are only 2 left? Bujerman, what am I supposed to eat next? Observing the lamenting Bujerman, Daigo retrieved a water stone. How about you give this a try? Bujerman, are you serious? What if it works? Bujerman took the water stone, a familiar object, and hesitated, holding it near its mouth. Bujerman, here goes. With a decisive bite, Bujerman clamped down on the water stone, which remained unscathed while Bujerman petrified and collapsed. Bujerman has lost its fighting capability. Don't worry, I'll prepare something for you shortly. Daigo chuckled as he helped the petrified Bujerman back to its feet, brushing off the grass clippings. Bujerman, you're not deceiving me, are you? Rest assured, nothing will be taken from your meals, Daigo replied with a wry smile. However, Daigo picked up the box Bujerman had set down and extracted an energy cube, using it as bait to cast into a murky puddle, the kind that even Bujerman was reluctant to enter. Bujerman, such a waste. Even one is still food. Daigo remained unperturbed, confident that the ugly fish's vitality matched that of the Kingler, capable of surviving in such water conditions. Perhaps luck would favor them, and they might indeed catch an ugly fish. Turning around, Daigo spotted the Scyther, clad in a green training device, returning with Caron and Kabutops. Thank you for your hard work. Metagross, please tend to their injuries. Mida. Several potent healing potions floated beside Metagross as it approached to restore the health of Kabutops and Caron. Once Metagross had attended to the injuries of Kabutops and Caron, it proceeded to care for Scyther. Metagross was but a hair's breadth from reaching the elite tier, while Scyther was solidifying its near-elite prowess. Having been a battle-hardened Pokémon even in its previous form as a Flygon, Scyther's rate of skill enhancement and consolidation was remarkably swift. Metagross, having honed its physique prior to evolution, combined with its astute intellect, experienced an accelerated rise in power. One could assert that Metagross possessed the most solid foundation. Had it trained relentlessly from the outset and engaged in battles, bolstered by the resources available in Daigo's home, it might be on the verge of attaining legendary status by now. However, had it not been for the joyful companionship with Daigo during that period, Metagross's mindset might not have remained so steadfast. Furthermore, during Mega Evolution, it could easily sense Daigo's presence. Scyther opened its eyes, suddenly speaking. Simultaneously, Daigo felt the fishing rod in his hands tremble. The float, which had once rested atop the water, began to submerge gradually. Hooked, recognizing the opportune moment, Daigo yanked the rod sharply. He sensed that the Pokémon caught on the line was quite light. There was potential. A fish with a sandy yellow body was yanked into the air, flapping its blue fins. Its surface was riddled with dents, and its eyes bore a vacant expression. Its fins appeared naturally tattered and unappealing, an unfortunate sight indeed. Truly an ugly fish, Daigo exclaimed, elated. As the ugly fish was pulled into the air, the hook dislodged from its mouth, and it fell directly upon Bujerman. Interestingly, the ugly fish's size was nearly identical to that of Bujerman. Bujerman? Bujerman stared at the flopping, ugly fish in its arms, utterly bewildered. It does seem a bit ugly. Greetings, ugly fish. As Daigo greeted the fish, he tossed a pokeball from his hand. Bang! The pokeball struck the ugly fish and opened, emitting a red light that drew the ugly fish inside. Gurgle, gurgle. The pokeball shook vigorously upon the grass. Clink. A spark flew by, and the pokeball emitted a sound indicating successful capture. Ugly fish captured. Daigo picked up the pokeball from the ground, a smile gracing his face. Having lingered on Route 119 for so long, his primary objective had been this ugly fish. The secondary goal was to train his Pokémon. At last, he had achieved his aim. Bujerman. Bujerman looked sorrowfully at the single remaining water-type energy cube in the box. For just an ugly fish, my rations. Don't be disheartened. I promised I wouldn't deprive you of your food, Daigo reassured, pulling out a box brimming with blue energy cubes. Beldum, what? Are you trying to trick me? All right, I forgive you. Beldum tossed the last energy cube into its mouth. With enough food, I can rest easy. Having consumed most of their supplies, it was time to head to Inu City. Daigo tidied up and addressed his Pokémon. These days, their appetites have been growing larger. Is this what it means to consume more as they expend more energy? Ahead, he noticed a house peeking out from the cliffside. It appears more like a research facility. After all, the construction materials for research institutes must be sturdier, differing from ordinary houses. Let us check it out and see if we can borrow a Pokémon transport machine. Daigo stretched lazily and beckoned his Pokémon to set off. After safely storing Metagross, Scyther, Kabutops, and Caterin in their respective Pokeballs, he prepared to embark. Beldum, have you forgotten about me? What are you thinking? Of course. You want to come with me? Daigo turned to see a bewildered Beldum. Or do you wish to carry my bag? Beldum gasped, hurriedly running to the front of Daigo. Beldum, let us go, let us go? Daigo chuckled helplessly and followed suit. Wait for me. As Beldum led the way, it thought to itself, I must find an opportunity to drench his bedding. Daigo promptly dialed a number on the way. Bye Kai. Where are you now? What is up? I'm on my way to Hai City. Let me know when you arrive in Hai City, Daigo replied with a slight smile. What for? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. I mentioned I'd send you a gift, but the accessories will take a little longer, Daigo explained. Is that so? I'll wait to see what it is, Sharona said, a smile gracing her lips as she walked along Route 222. Behind her, Garchomp wore an expression of indignation. Damn that blue-haired kid. How dare he deceive me last time? Next time I see him, I'll slice through the Crabominable first, then him. Chapter 76, A One-Sided Battle. Daigo arrived at the entrance of the Weather Research Institute, just about to ring the doorbell. Hey, kid, this ISNTA place for you. Daigo turned to see a menacing man adjusting his trousers, his expression fierce. Observing the soldier clad entirely in blue, there was no doubt he belonged to Team Aqua. Oh, it dawned on me. Maxie's lips curled into a slight smile. It appeared that after encountering Team Magma, he had now crossed paths with Team Aqua as well. Scyther. With a flash of electricity, Maxie casually extended his hand backward as the Pokeball at his waist silently opened. A streak of crimson light burst forth, and before the Aqua soldier, who was awkwardly clutching his pants with one hand while holding a Pokeball with the other, could release his Pokemon, he was swiftly taken down by Scyther's scythe. Huh. Scyther returned to Maxie's side, casting a glance at the small creature, Pachima, who was energetically punching the air at Maxie's feet. Pachima, hey, at least it's not as resilient as those from Fire Village. Maxie glanced at the fallen Aqua soldier before turning to face the closed door. He stretched lazily and proceeded to warm up. Time for a grand showdown. He retrieved the Pokeball containing Metagross from his waist, and with a resounding pop, Metagross stood before the entrance. Comet Punch. Go. Bam. The iron door was effortlessly shattered by Metagross. This action left several Aqua members on the first floor frozen in shock. Who are you? At the sound of the inquiry, Maxie casually placed his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked between Scyther and Metagross. Below, Pachima imitated Maxie's demeanor, strutting forward with a proud expression. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time asking questions. I'd strike directly instead, Maxie replied with a light chuckle, unfazed. As soon as his words fell, Scyther transformed into a flash of red light and charged forward. Pachima also waved its tiny hands, pretending to issue commands. In the blink of an eye, Scyther had incapacitated 5 or 6 Aqua members. The remaining Aqua members, realizing the unexpected attack, hastily released their own Pokémon. Commander, we have intruders. One member attempted to report, only to be seized by Metagross's psychic power. Scyther's sharp gaze swept over the Pokémon on the first floor. Not even worthy of being called elite. Bullet Punch. At the command, Scyther surged forward, its pincers cloaked in a layer of grayish-white, vanishing in an instant. All that remained were the sounds of thuds and the sight of Pokémon being thrown back and collapsing. In less than 10 seconds, the first floor was cleared of all Aqua members, save for those held captive by Metagross's psychic grip. Maxie strolled across the floor littered with fallen Pokémon, offering a quiet apology whenever he accidentally stepped on an Aqua member's finger. Ah, my apologies. Pachima clasped its hands together, filled with remorse. Pachima, my bad, my bad. Approaching the Aqua member restrained by Metagross, Maxie looked up at the suspended figure and kindly remarked, with all this commotion, you shouldn't say intrusion. It should be request for backup. Remember that for next time. Clap. Maxie made his way to the staircase leading to the second floor, snapping his fingers. In the eyes of the immobilized Aqua member, a red claw loomed ever larger. Several Aqua members descending from the second floor collided directly with Maxi. He halted, a smile gracing his face. You could have taken another 2 seconds to come down. After all, I had just finished my act. Facing these underwhelming soldiers, indulging in a bit of theatrics was quite enjoyable. Pachima nodded in enthusiastic agreement. All right, don't mimic me. Maxi playfully kicked Pachima's rear. Pachima. In an instant, Scyther darted past Maxi, appearing before several Aqua members. Raising its massive red pincers, it swung fiercely. A palpable sense of intimidation surged forth. Bam, bam, bam. Scyther restrained its strength, deliberately avoiding fatal blows, instead striking their abdomens, rendering them unconscious. Go. Maxi turned to see Metagross scratching its head, unable to fit in the narrow staircase. No matter, destruction it is, Maxi said, glancing at the disheveled first floor, feeling that a little extra chaos wouldn't hurt. Upon receiving permission, Metagross smashed through the ceiling with its metallic body. Well, that certainly was quicker. Maxi chuckled in resignation. The sudden appearance of Metagross on the second floor startled the remaining Aqua members. Useless fools. A woman with a sun-kissed waist, long black hair streaked with blue highlights, and a striking appearance glared in displeasure, muttering curses. Utilizing Metagross's telekinesis, Maxi floated up from the first floor, landing steadily on the second floor. Pachima on the first floor paused. Don't forget about me. Scyther blinked and swiftly traversed the stairs to stand behind Maxi, its fierce gaze scanning the remaining Aqua members. Blue-haired brat, I recognize you as one of Team Aqua's commanders, Aquan. My boss has mentioned you, but I didn't expect you to interfere with our plans. Aquan's expression darkened. I didn't anticipate that you would be investigating our movements. Coincidence, really, Maxi replied with a nonchalant smile. This time, I will take it seriously. Interfering with Team Aqua's plans. One day you will regret this action. Aquan remarked, her expression grim. She didn't believe she could handle the trainer before her alone. No need for warnings. Maxi raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. Pachima, ascending the stairs, waved its tiny hands excitedly. Pachima, let us attack. Scyther shot a cold glance at Pachima. Pachima trembled, quickly retracting its hands. Just kidding. This guy's pincers are made of steel. Getting hit would probably hurt more than that stinky shark. Clap. Scyther had been glaring at Pachima one moment and vanished the next. Bam, bam, bam. The remaining Aqua members fell one by one. Youth is a blessing. They collapse and sleep. However, this granted Aquan a fleeting moment to send out her Pokémon. Kingler. Aquan tossed her Pokeball, and a Pokémon surged towards Scyther bathed in white light. Bam! The two pincers clashed in midair. The white light dissipated, revealing the opponent's true form. A lobster adorned with blue patterns on its chest and a 5-pointed star atop its head was grappling with Scyther. How intriguing. Maxi observed his opponent's Kingler with keen interest, curious to see whether it would be flung away or have its claws shattered. Scyther exerted strength, overpowering Kingler. Raising its other massive pincer, it struck Kingler squarely in the face. Kingler barely lifted its pincers in defense before Scyther's mighty claw landed a blow. Bam! Kingler was sent crashing to the ground, struggling to rise for a rematch. Empoleon. Blizzard. Aquan exclaimed, quickly throwing her second Pokeball. Empoleon, with its blue body, bore 2 white rings around its neck and displayed 2 white stripes on its fan-shaped tail. It boasts 2 elongated tusks, a round nose, and eyes of a striking yellow hue, with a profusion of white fur adorning its face and neck. From the gaping maw of the Empoleon, a howling blizzard erupts. The Scyther, unperturbed, unleashes a barrage of blows upon the Ironclaw lobster lying on the ground. The Ironclaw lobster finds itself at the mercy of the Scyther's relentless strikes with every slight movement. As the blizzard approaches the Scyther, an invisible wall of psychic energy deflects the tempest. Behind Daigo, the Metagross hovers, its eyes emanating a piercing blue light, observing the unfolding chaos. Aquan cannot help but exhibit a wry smile. The battle is overwhelmingly one-sided. Chapter 77, A Gift for the Cabbage. Aquan is acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the trainer opposite him, yet he could never have anticipated the chasm to be so vast. He finds himself unable to muster even the slightest resistance. To ascend to the rank of an officer in Team Aqua, Aquan must possess a formidable Pokémon at his disposal. Yet he has encountered the formidable Metagross, a half-step from the Elite Four, and the Scyther, a quasi-elite Pokémon. From the outset, the outcome of this battle was all but sealed. To thwart any attempts at escape by the adversary, Daigo had preemptively enveloped the area with psychic energy. After all, the escape tactics of these organizational officers are notoriously proficient. In the end, Aquan is subdued by Daigo, who then proceeds to free the bound researchers. "Thank you ever so much," exclaims a middle-aged, somewhat balding researcher, gripping Daigo's hand in gratitude. "Oh, it's nothing. Just don't blame me for the damage to your research facility," Daigo chuckles awkwardly, casting a glance at the sizable hole in the floor. "That's of no concern." Daigo ties together all the members of Team Aqua and tosses their Pokeballs into a sack, intending to hand them over to Ms. Junsha upon her arrival. All right. At that moment, a young researcher rushes over to report, "Director, the data and equipment are intact." "That is splendid." The balding director turns to Daigo. "Please, do take some time to rest. We are unsure of how to repay you." "Repayment is unnecessary. Do you have a telephone and a transporter here?" "Yes, indeed. They are on the first floor." Daigo is led to a room on the first floor, furnished with a telephone and a Pokemon transporter. "Thank you. No need for thanks. We should be the ones expressing our gratitude." As the researchers and the director busied themselves with organizing the data, Daigo remained alone in the room. Given the door's narrowness, it was impractical to allow Metagross to crash through the wall in front of the researchers, so he stored both Metagross and Scyther back into their Pokeballs. Daigo glanced at the enthusiastic Pachima at his feet, chuckling in exasperation. Pachima, who knew that flaunting could feel this exhilarating. "You rascal," Daigo scoffed lightly, retrieving the navigator to call Cabbage once more. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello? What is it now?" Daigo listened to the howling wind and indistinct sounds on the other end, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I merely wished to inquire when you would arrive in My City." Daigo lightly kicked Pachima's rear, signaling it to be quiet. The already muddled conversation was further disrupted by Pachima's antics. Its beak moved, though no sound emerged, only a disgruntled expression as it rubbed its bottom. "Perhaps in a little over an hour?" "Very well, I shall await your arrival. Just be careful not to fall. If you do, I'll give you a good scolding." Underneath Sharona, the Garchomp's eyes gleamed with excitement. It filtered out the first part of the sentence and fixated on the latter half. "Give him a scolding? This time it must be my turn." With one hand poised to slice the iron-claw lobster and the other to strike the blue-haired boy, it felt exhilarating. After ending the call, Daigo rose and exited the room. With an hour to spare, he need not linger in this chamber. The objective of Team Aqua was to seize the weather system of this research institution, likely in hopes of discovering Kyogre's resting place. If that hefty fish were to roll over and snore, torrential rains might very well ensue. Daigo explored the weather research facility, gaining insight into its primary focus on studying various anomalous weather patterns, while also reporting on the weather conditions of the Hoenn region, essentially a weather forecast. During Daigo's wait, Junsha from the nearby city of Inu arrived, bestowing verbal commendations upon him. However, Daigo did not act for the sake of Junsha's accolades. Whether or not they materialized was inconsequential. He could simply express his needs to his family. It was merely a matter of whether Daigo desired such recognition. As the sun set, the sky began to drizzle gently, a common occurrence along Route 119, where rainy days are more frequent than elsewhere. The navigator in Daigo's pocket began to vibrate and emit sounds. Upon seeing the caller ID from Cabbage, he answered the phone while making his way to the room housing the telephone. "I have arrived at the Pokemon Center in My City." "Yes, I am aware." "How could you possibly know? Surely, you didn't call to inform me that you fell along the way?" Daigo joked. With a chuckle, Sharona could not contain her laughter. "All right, my telephone number here is XXXX. Each fixed telephone in various locations possesses a unique number and is conveniently accompanied by a Pokemon transporter. In fact, one could look up the number of a specific phone using a universal telephone directory. The navigator from the Duin Company can also dial telephone numbers, albeit without visual contact with the other party. Future upgrades to the navigator are likely to include a high-definition screen for direct video calls, potentially incorporating it into the new Pokédex being developed in collaboration with Professor Oak. Daigo utilized the telephone to dial the number of the Pokemon Center in My City. Once connected, a stunning figure appeared on the screen. Both Daigo and Sharona held the phone to their ears, sharing a knowing smile as they simultaneously ended the call. "Now, can you tell me what the gift is?" Sharona beamed sweetly. "Why not wait and see for yourself? Just to give you a heads up, it's a water-type Pokemon." Daigo cradled the Pokeball containing the Magikarp, entering the video call with a faint smile. The Magikarp within the Pokeball gazed longingly at the girl on the screen. "Oh, she is so beautiful. I wish I could be as lovely as her." Daigo placed the Pokeball on the transporter. "Magikarp, go and join Cabbage." He discreetly muted the sound, addressing the Magikarp within. The Magikarp appeared bewildered. "Can I truly be by someone like her?" It remained dazed, having been captured by Daigo without any rebellious thoughts. A colorful beam of light enveloped the Pokeball, and it subsequently materialized at the Pokémon Center in Haimai City. Sharona watched as the Pokeball suddenly appeared on the transporter, promptly retrieving it. Shall we take a look first? Daigo inquired with a smile as he activated the sound. Sharona nodded, pressing the button on the Pokeball. Daigo observed the video, watching as Sharona bent down to embrace the Feebas, which reappeared on the screen. Why does this creature look so unappealing? Sharona mused, her face reflecting curiosity towards the Feebas. This species of Pokémon is quite rare, and very few are aware that it can evolve into the stunning Milotic. Hey, the Feebas in Sharona's arms shed a tear of indignation. However, since Daigo gifted it to me, there must be some significance behind it, Sharona remarked with a slight smile at the Feebas nestled in her embrace. One day, this Feebas will transform into a beauty akin to a cabbage, Daigo chuckled as he gazed at the video. The Feebas itself found it hard to believe that the one who captured it held such thoughts. It looked up at the girl holding it, feeling a twinge of confusion. Can I truly become as beautiful as her? Sharona declared. I must nurture it well and help it become more presentable. The Feebas's eyes glistened with tears, but this time, they stemmed not from indignation, but from profound emotion. Daigo's smile suddenly faltered. Sharpedo. Behind the Feebas, Sharpedo's expression seemed to convey, blue-haired lad. You'd better not let me catch you. Chapter 78. Shadows under the moonlight. Daigo disregarded Sharpedo's menacing gaze and began recounting his journey to Sharona. It's wonderful how quickly Metagross has gained strength, Sharona expressed with envy. And I really wish for Sharpedo to mega-evolve. I wonder if it is possible. Of course, Sharpedo can, Daigo replied with a subtle smile. However, its speed will decrease post-mega evolution. He pondered whether Sharona would still wish for Sharpedo to mega-evolve upon learning this truth. Really? Of course, I'll find a time to dig one up for you. Sharona fretted, but then I want to know how to repay you. No need for a return gift. I am merely compensating for past events. Daigo chuckled. Consider it my apology to you. All right, Sharona said, her lively gray eyes twinkling as they turned in circles. Daigo knew that this statement was merely for show. By the way, has your hair grown a bit? Sharona retorted. Does hair not grow? What I mean is, are you planning to grow it long? Daigo clarified with a smile, recalling that Sharona in the original work sported flowing golden locks that reached her calves. I do have that intention. Why? Do you think long hair wouldn't suit me? No, I believe you would look splendid with long hair, he replied. So, are you implying that my current hairstyle is unattractive? Sharona feigned annoyance. No, why do you keep creating pitfalls for me? What I find beautiful is you, regardless of whether your hair is long or short. I would even say you look beautiful with a shaved head. Care to give it a try? Daigo smirked, unable to suppress his amusement. Get lost. Who would want to shave their head? Sharona replied, laughing. Observing the vibrant girl before him, Daigo wondered what might have caused her sudden shift to a composed demeanor. Was it merely the passage of time? Next time, I shall have Sharpedo give you a buzz cut. Sharona threatened playfully. Kaya. Sharpedo suddenly looked excited, seemingly impatient. Little Sharona, I take your words seriously. No backing out now. Daigo laughed, pointing at Sharona's back. Curiously, she turned, only to find an eager Sharpedo. Its expression suddenly froze. You little rascal. Just wait. You mustn't take a joke seriously, Sharpedo. Kaya, that's a cursed blue-haired lad. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Daigo and Sharona chatted for quite a while until Daigo's stomach could no longer bear the hunger, prompting him to end the call. He suspected Sharona was not far behind in her hunger. I'll take on this villainous role. While preparing dinner for his Pokémon, the director of the Weather Research Institute approached him, holding a Pokeball. Daigo, we have nothing much to thank you with, but please accept this Swablu. Swablu can change its form based on weather conditions, such as sun, rain, or snow. However, Daigo recalled having tossed it into storage in previous games, making it seem less worthwhile to accept. Thank you for your kindness, Director. But I merely acted out of chance when I encountered the Aqua Team members and chased them away. It was not for your gratitude, so please retract the offer. Daigo gently pushed away the Director's extended hand. As a trainer from the Hoenn region, it was only natural for him to lend a hand. After much insistence from Daigo, the Director finally decided to keep Swablu. Very well, I want to press the issue further. However, we are truly grateful for your help, the Director said, bowing slightly to Daigo. After spending some time at the Weather Research Institute, Daigo waited until his Pokémon finished dinner. He casually nibbled on some bread before bidding farewell to the researchers. After all, there were not many beds available, and he felt uncomfortable asking them to give up theirs. With a black folding umbrella in hand, Daigo departed the Weather Research Institute, crossing the suspension bridge into the nearby forest. Metagross, could you assist me in locating a cave? There are numerous caves in the wild, as many Pokémon seek refuge from the rain by burrowing into the rock faces, providing shelter for weaker Pokémon. Metagross. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Metagross immediately utilized its psychic abilities to sense the surrounding environment. Soon, it pinpointed the location of a cave. Metagross. Metagross decided to use its psychic powers to lift Daigo onto its head, creating a barrier against the rain as it soared toward the cave. Typically, Daigo would stand on the protruding circular part of Metagross's body, but with muddy shoes, he refrained from doing so, though Metagross wouldn't mind. Upon reaching the nearest cave, Daigo startled the Pokémon nestled within. It was unclear whether they were frightened by Daigo or by Metagross. Daigo donned his safety helmet, using a headlamp to survey the Pokémon inside the cave. Among them were various species like Beldum, Snorant, and Beartic. He offered some universally flavored energy cubes to these rain-seeking Pokémon as a form of rental payment. The Pokémon soon realized that Daigo harbored no ill intentions and gradually lowered their guard. What? We wouldn't admit that his offerings are simply too delightful. Leaning against the cave wall, Daigo gazed at the fine droplets of rain cascading outside. Not to mention, it provided a certain ASMR-like sensation. No wonder some say that the most delightful experience on a rainy day is to snuggle in bed and drift off to sleep. Although Daigo found himself leaning against the hard, unyielding walls of a cave, the experience left much to be desired. After a prolonged period, his eyelids began to feel heavy. As he drowsily succumbed to sleep, a sudden chill jolted him awake, and he opened his bleary eyes. The rain outside had ceased at some point, and a beam of moonlight illuminated the puddles on the ground. A figure clad in white, barefoot upon the damp earth, with flowing white hair that danced with her movements, appeared as if a maiden in a white gown was twirling under the moonlight. Daigo rubbed his eyes in a daze, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. However, as his hands fell away, the silhouette of the white-clad maiden vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. Had it all been a dream? Confused, Daigo turned to the side, glancing at the Metagross beside him. If there had truly been someone or a Pokémon nearby, Metagross would surely have awakened. Had he merely imagined it? It seemed illogical. If it were a dream, it would surely have featured the black-skirted, golden-haired figure instead. Why a white gown and white hair? Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Daigo massaged his temples, pondering whether his fatigue from the past few days had led to such vivid hallucinations. After sneaking a few more glances and confirming the absence of anything unusual, he nestled closer to Metagross, instantly feeling a profound sense of security. Perched atop a tree branch, the maiden in white swayed her pristine legs, as if the earth beneath her dared not tarnish her delicate feet, appearing as though she had just emerged from a bath. Immaculate and pure, the maiden gazed at a nearby shadow, which bore a striking resemblance to her own visage. The only discernible difference was the shadow's hair, a soft blue hue, and a more mature demeanor. With a gentle wave of her hand, the shadow dissipated like dandelion seeds carried away by the wind, transforming into starlight. The maiden exhaled, seemingly relieved, and then tilted her head back, tears glistening in her eyes as she beheld the moon breaking free from the clouds, radiating its resplendent glow. Tonight, the moon was remarkably full. Chapter 79, Daigo's Contemplations Upon Awakening. Daigo felt rejuvenated and refreshed. Breathing in the crisp, post-rain air brought him immense relief, albeit with a hint of earthy aroma. He remained uncertain whether he had dreamt of the enchanting maiden dancing in the moonlight, or if he had indeed witnessed her in reality. The distance had been too great, compounded by his grogginess, rendering his vision unclear. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the maiden in white was the same one he had encountered during his boat journey. Metagross, can you sense if someone is nearby? Daigo inquired as he tread upon the soft, rain-soaked soil. The Metagross responded with a slight shake of its head. Is that so? Daigo fell into contemplation. Had he merely retained a vivid impression from their earlier encounter, leading to this dream? Or was it possible that the figure was not human at all? As it stood, neither Daigo nor Metagross had detected any malevolence, which was the most favorable outcome. Though a twinge of unease lingered, it seemed the figure harbored no intent to cause harm. Yet, certainty eluded him. He needed to ascertain the true nature of that apparition. Navigating through this modest forest would lead him to Inu City. Nearby, clusters of tall grass glistened with droplets of water. Daigo decided to mount Metagross, allowing it to carry him through this terrain, not minding the distance he would save. Since departing the research facility the previous day, Pachima had been tucked away in its Pokeball, granting it some time to meditate and gauge its physical enhancements. With Metagross maintaining a steady pace, Daigo reached Inu City in less than 2 hours. The city, aside from its conventional buildings, featured several structures nestled among the trees, providing a unique charm. Daigo first visited the Pokémon Center to assess the progress of his Pokémon during this period. Metagross, 70, Scyther, 68, Skarmory, 531, Katani, 50, Pachima, 388. Metagross was teetering on the edge of the champion tier, expected to ascend soon. Scyther had closed the gap with Metagross, but would likely require considerable time to break through its own limitations. Skarmory's rigorous training had paid off, allowing Katani to advance into the leader tier. Meanwhile, Katani was on the cusp of the leader tier threshold, having consumed ample minerals recently, which should facilitate its progression. This time, the circumstances were far superior compared to the last, when Katani had forcibly evolved without even encountering the barrier. Now, it had been in contact with it for some time, alleviating Daigo's concerns about it accumulating energy for a breakthrough. As for Pachima, it was nearing the strength of a boss-level Pokémon. Yet Daigo had yet to observe any signs of impending evolution. He wondered if, upon evolving into Pachima, it would become more settled, as it currently only managed to dampen his pillow and blanket, which was a minor inconvenience. Next, Daigo lifted his gaze towards a towering structure in the heart of Inu City. At the pinnacle of this edifice lay the battle arena of the Inu City Gym. In the afternoon, Daigo, accompanied by his well-rested Pokémon, arrived at the base of the tower, staring up at the seemingly endless staircase. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even though it was a flying-type gym, was it really necessary to construct it this high for physical conditioning? Two stone statues stood prominently at the center of the stone staircase. To the left, a figure resembling Charizard, and to the right, a familiar Skarmory. For this battle, Daigo decided to utilize Katani, Skarmory, and Metagross. This selection aimed to facilitate Katani's self-evolution during the battle, assess Skarmory's strength, and ensure a reliable fallback with Metagross. The reasoning behind including Metagross was straightforward. Daigo sought to challenge not just any ordinary challenger with 5 badges, but the formidable leader of the Inu Gym, Naki. The rationale for this challenge was equally uncomplicated. Daigo wished to uncover the reasons behind Naki's split from Mikoli and, if possible, facilitate their reconciliation. This way, when Mikoli and Naki eventually announced their relationship, there would be no speculation regarding Daigo's connection with Mikoli. He certainly did not wish to find himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack from a Garchomp. Steeling himself, Daigo gazed up the long staircase, gritting his teeth as he ascended. Fortunately, the physical training he had undergone recently bore fruit, and he only found himself slightly breathless upon reaching the top. After all, he was a man capable of mega evolution for 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the battle arena, Daigo encountered the guide of the Inu Gym. Amidst the guide's barrage of information, a striking figure clad in a blue flight suit, complete with a flying cap and pure white attire, descended upon the tower's summit atop a Skarmory. Wait, you also flew up here? Daigo felt like a fool for having climbed that lengthy staircase. However, Naki's appearance is indeed striking. She possesses a tall and slender figure, likely around 1.70 meters, comparable to a cabbage. Yet, in my opinion, the cabbage remains more aesthetically pleasing. Are you the challenger? Naki inquired, gracefully leaping down from her armored bird, her gaze filled with intrigue as she regarded Daigo. After all, he was the man rumored to be involved with Mikoli. How could Naki not remember him? Yes, I am Daigo, hailing from Green Ridge City. Ah, I know. Naki interjected with a smile. I recently saw the news. However, her smile was not a malicious smirk. Rather, it was an open and genuine expression. Oh, that news is hardly credible, Daigo stammered, attempting to explain. No matter, I would like to ask how many badges you currently possess, Naki inquired with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Daigo replied seriously, I seek to challenge the formidable Naki, the gym leader. Naki was momentarily taken aback, observing Daigo's earnest demeanor, her lips curving into a slight smile. Very well, I shall oblige you. Is everyone associated with Mikoli this confident? If I manage to defeat you, Naki, I would like you to grant me a modest request. Daigo stated earnestly, of course, it will not be too burdensome for you. Naki rested her chin on her delicate hand, contemplating for a moment before responding. I agree. But should you lose, your future challenges will require you to exert your utmost effort. Agreed, Daigo nodded. After all, Naki was a newly appointed gym leader, and it was unlikely she would employ an elite-level Pokémon in battle. Naki proceeded to explain the battle rules, which were no different from previous gym encounters. It would be a 3-on-3 battle. The only distinction was that the trainers would ascend via an elevator to engage in combat high above. Once both parties were prepared, Naki and Daigo positioned themselves on opposite sides of the elevator. As they ascended to the heights, safety railings surrounded the elevator to prevent any unfortunate falls. Oh great sky, grant me wings. Naki knelt on one knee, her palms resting on her shoulders, whispering softly. Daigo raised an eyebrow at her actions, thinking it quite awkward. Bestow upon me the strength of unyielding gales, and then. Naki suddenly rose, arms outstretched as if to embrace the sky, proclaiming, "Guide us in the vast blue expanse. Let us soar courageously." Daigo pondered whether to prepare an opening statement of his own. Let the battle commence. With the command from the announcer wielding a loudspeaker, Naki revealed a confident smile and retrieved a pokeball. Let it dance magnificently in the air. Wingull. Chapter 80. Surfing in the Ring. Naki's Wingull was unlike any ordinary Wingull. It was a shiny variant. Its formerly deep blue feathers had transformed into a rich emerald green, while the red feathers had turned yellow. This was only the second shiny Pokemon Daigo had encountered, aside from his Metagross. Go Corphish. Faced with a standard flying-type Wingull, Corphish was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Daigo remained cautious, as the aura emanating from that shiny Wingull rivaled that of his own armored bird. It was precisely due to this formidable power that Daigo intended to leverage the opportunity to help Corphish break through its limitations and evolve into Crawdaunt. Naki, too, ceased her smile and entered a serious state. Come on, Daigo. Naki had willingly conceded the first move to herself, as not everyone was as audacious as a certain older trainer in seizing the initiative. Daigo, naturally, did not hold back. Rock Tomb. Corphish stomped its forelimb, sending several stones soaring towards the airborne Wingull. Dodge with a flash. Wingull swiftly evaded the Rock Tomb with agile movements. Daigo lowered his gaze at his Corphish, sensing a hint of unease. Corphish could only remain grounded, while Daigo was positioned in the air. To relay commands, he had to raise his voice, lest Corphish fail to hear him. Rock Slide. The stones that Wingull had narrowly avoided now hovered in the air once more. Endure. Daigo was momentarily taken aback, catching sight of the purple orb dangling from Wingull's neck as it dove. The Toxic Orb. The orb had originally been concealed within Wingull's chest feathers, and the dive revealed its true nature. This indicated that it was a Wingull utilizing the ability to endure. However, general-type moves would be resisted fourfold by Corphish, and with Corphish's physical defense, the damage inflicted would be minimal. Whether it was a normal-type move or a flying-type move, it would all be resisted fourfold by Corphish. Even if this Wingull employed Air Slash, the damage dealt would still be halved, posing little threat. Bang! Wingull's body collided with Corphish. Although it held an advantage in strength, it did not translate into a crushing victory. Thus, the attack inflicted minimal damage on Corphish. Meanwhile, the rocks above began to descend. Rock Slide. Wingull frantically dodged in midair, while Corphish, with its innate resistance to rock-type moves, braced itself against the onslaught of falling rocks. Wingull was inadvertently struck by the Rock Slide, crashing forcefully to the ground. What a chance! Rock Tomb. Corphish recognized the opportunity and stomped fiercely. Several rocks surged from the ground, ensnaring Wingull within their grasp. Screech. Wingull found itself unable to move, emitting a cry of anguish. Rock Slide. Corphish seemed to be either stomping its feet or merely waiting to do so. More rocks erupted, turning the battlefield into a scene of devastation. Boom. The stones fell, but only 2 or 3 landed on Wingull. The very rocks that had confined Wingull's movement were shattered. The rock slide stirred up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Wingull succumbed to the onslaught of rock-type attacks and toxic damage, ultimately losing its ability to battle. Corphish, on the other hand, remained in excellent condition. Daigo felt that perhaps he wouldn't need to summon Metagross after all. Return, Wingull. You've worked hard. Naki said apologetically as she withdrew Wingull into its Pokeball. Typically, a standard flying-type Wingull would struggle against Corphish, lacking moves that could effectively counter it. Now, it's your turn, Piplup. A Piplup with a yellow beak appeared on the battlefield, a surge of energy rising from it and ascending into the sky. Before long, raindrops began to fall from the heavens. Rain Dish ability. Faced with this aerial onslaught, Corphish could only rely on Rock Slide. In close combat, it would have a wider array of moves at its disposal. Rock Slide. This battle would see Corphish limited to merely stomping its feet. Surf. Piplupar's physical defense was commendable, and it could withstand a Rock Slide without issue. However, if Corphish were to endure a surf attack, it would spell trouble. Rocks ascended into the air, while torrents of water enveloped Piplup. It flapped its wings, expelling torrents of water as if it were a pump. Gradually, a massive wave surged towards Corphish. Daigo furrowed his brow slightly. After this battle, he would need to teach Corphish Sandstorm. After all, it wasn't the World Championships, and having several moves was of little consequence. He could always manually manipulate the weather. In due time, I shall procure myself a weather-controlling device. Under the influence of a sandstorm, certain Pokémon experience a notable enhancement in their special defensive capabilities, effectively utilizing the storm to shield themselves from a portion of the damage. The Rock Slide struck the Piplup, causing it to sway precariously. The furious waves crashed upon the corphish, nearly rendering it dazed. Could it be? Naki, perched on the escalator, incredulously grasped the railing. Leaning forward to observe the corphish below, it had managed to withstand a surf in the downpour. No way. Are you truly adorned with a momentum scarf? Daigo, astonished yet smiling, recalled that from the very first encounter with the corphish, this tenacious creature had persistently risen, driven by the desire for a mega stone. Daigo had also informed it before the match that exceptional performance would not go unrewarded. The primary damage dealer, Piplup, unleashed surf amidst the rain, a force far beyond what an untested corphish could endure. Yet, this corphish is no ordinary one. With a roar, it fixed its gaze upon the Piplup, which was regaining its composure after being struck by rock slide. At the very least, I must take you down with me. Otherwise, what merit is there in defeating a favorable opponent like Swellow? Suddenly, a sound echoed within the corphish. Something seemed to shatter inside it. A radiant light enveloped the corphish, and its form began to transform beneath the luminescence, shifting from a quadrupedal stance to standing on two legs. I knew you would rise for the sake of the stone. Daigo's predictions were spot on. The corphish, fueled by its determination, was able to breach that barrier. Furthermore, it had been consuming stones vigorously not long ago, amassing enough energy within. As the light faded, the true form of the evolved Pokémon was revealed. The evolved Bashikora is a colossal monstrosity, encased in sturdy armor. Its head is adorned with silver plating, topped with a sharp horn extending outward from its forehead, where two paired holes reveal two long, pointed protrusions. Its azure eyes, paired with two nostrils at the tip of its upper jaw and several sharp, tooth-like protrusions at the sides, add to its formidable appearance. Its neck and back are similarly covered in silver armor, with prominent shoulder spikes and limbs encased in metallic rings. Behind it sways a long, thick black tail. With a mighty roar, Bashikora declared, I can consume even more stones now. Daigo leaned against the railing, finding the situation somewhat amusing. How does its post-evolution roar seem to resemble a curse? Nevertheless, Bashikora, execute rock slide. The battle is far from over. Chapter 81. Where there is effort, there is gain. Surf forward with the waves. Naki was unwilling to allow Piplup to endure another rock slide. After all, this time the attack was launched by Bashikora. Piplup was now hovering close to the ground, having used surf to generate a massive wave before diving into the water like a predator. Suddenly, Bashikora's tail struck the ground with force, sending several rocks soaring into the air. However, it seemed unaccustomed to the force, causing the rocks to ascend too high. While the impact would be more painful upon descent, by then, it might be 2 days to control them. Bashikora gazed at the approaching wave, appearing somewhat at a loss. It raised its hand and suddenly waved it down. The airborne rocks seemed to receive Bashikora's signal, plummeting down with haste. Bashikora was taken aback, realizing it could manipulate the speed of the rock's descent. Having hands is indeed advantageous. Observing Bashikora's astonished reaction, Daigo initially believed that the speed of rock slide was simply rapid. He had not anticipated that it could not fully control it. After the battle, he would need to assess the level of control his Pokémon had over their moves. Mastery and manipulation, while related, are not synonymous. However, surf struck Bashikora first. Boom. Bashikora was engulfed by the massive wave, and the rocks that had been descending lost their momentum, their fall seemingly slowed. Plop, plop, plop. The rocks splashed into the water, causing minimal impact on Piplup. The water flowed along the flat ground toward the base of the tower, effectively washing it clean. Due to Bashikora's multiple rock slides, the battlefield had acquired numerous puddles. Daigo recalled the now-dazed Bashikora into its Pokeball. Well done. A big meal awaits you shortly. Daigo then produced a second Pokeball. Go, Armored Bird. Yo. The Armored Bird soared through the sky, gazing down at Piplup. The Iron Defense attack had little effect against Piplup, which resisted Steel-type moves with double effectiveness. The Armored Bird's proficiency in Rock Slide was not perfect, making it challenging to confine the airborne Piplup. Thus, it would have to resort to Wing Attack, engaging in a direct confrontation with its Flying-type move. Hurricane. Naki unleashed a powerful Flying-type move. It was still raining. Piplup flapped its wings violently, stirring up a tempest mixed with raindrops. The Armored Bird dove down. If it could close the distance, the advantage would be in its favor. Piliper's melee capabilities could not match those of the Armored Bird. Moreover, Naki's choice of move indicated that this Piliper specialized in special attacks. Charge ahead. The hurricane unleashed amidst the rain left no room for evasion, forcing the Armored Bird to rely on its steel body to surge through. The Armored Bird continuously adjusted its shape amidst the storm, striving to minimize the impact of the wind. Since getting closer was difficult, it would charge with all its might. Armored Bird, Brave Bird Attack. Yo! The armored bird was enveloped in a golden aura, gradually forming a large bird shape. Utilizing this energy shield resembling a bird, it shattered the raging winds. The armored bird chose to face the storm head-on, braving the onslaught. Piplup, maintaining the hurricane, was expending considerable energy. This fact was not lost on Naki. Continuous use of hurricane was evidently not a sustainable strategy. Charge. Piplup seized the hurricane, redirecting its energy inward. By gathering energy, it could simultaneously bolster its defenses. The armored bird's brave bird attack would not be sufficient to defeat Piplup in one blow. Boom. The armored bird crashed heavily into Piplup, knocking it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, it tucked its wings in. The armored bird landed gracefully, beginning to restore its strength. Consume. The energy amassed from the earlier charge could be used to attack the opponent or replenish itself. A single burst of energy would hardly harm the armored bird. It was far better to restore itself. After entering rest, the armored bird would be unable to fly for a short period, rendered akin to a grounded chicken. However, you are on the ground now, are you not? Rock slide. The armored bird lowered its center of gravity and suddenly spread its wings. Yo! Several boulders erupted from the ground, enclosing the mighty Gyarados. Alas, Naki had indeed overlooked the fact that the armored bird was accompanied by the rock barricade. Belly. The Gyarados let out a pained wail. The armored bird launched a fierce assault, charging its power. Even while trapped by the rocks, the Gyarados was still able to gather energy. Meanwhile, the armored bird regained the ability to soar once more. Ascending into the sky, the armored bird retracted its metallic wings and dove towards the Gyarados. Charge once, charge twice. Release. At Naki's command, the Gyarados opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of energy. The armored bird's gaze was sharp, unwavering in the face of this formidable force. The layer of feathered magnificence surrounding its body seemed to cry out in triumph. The clash of white energy and the golden bird resulted in a thunderous impact. As the energy was expelled, the stones trapping the Gyarados began to crack and eventually shattered. Yo! The armored bird roared, twisting its body. The golden bird began to spiral in sync with the armored bird's movement, significantly diminishing the white energy before it. Bam! The golden bird faded, utterly exhausting the Gyarados' attack. The armored bird's robust body collided fiercely against the Gyarados. In contrast to the armored bird's formidable physique, the Gyarados appeared somewhat frail. The collision sent the Gyarados tumbling to the ground, leaving a long trail in its wake. The armored bird also fell to the ground, gasping for air in a struggle to rise. Dawu bore a smile, observing the armored bird's exceptional performance. He had intended to speak, but feared that the armored bird's fierce assault might transform into a pecking drill, risking a hit from the Gyarados' energy. However, even ordinary individuals can achieve extraordinary feats, akin to a surprising performance during an examination. Overcoming an opponent of superior strength was the true testament to the armored bird's relentless efforts. Its innate talent paled in comparison to any Pokémon on the team. The brilliant mind and rapid progress of the team's perennial leader, Metagross, the unyielding ambition of Scyther, who strove to abandon defeat in pursuit of faith, effort, and talent, and the ever-growing strength of Corphish, who had now evolved into Crawdaunt, were all reminders that it was only a matter of time before it was caught up to, not to mention the swift progress and remarkable talent of Porygon Z. The armored bird remained simply a diligent individual. Much like in a classroom, the armored bird could not measure up to the prodigies. Yet it would steadily draw closer through perseverance. Each setback only motivated it to intensify its training. It would not permit itself to fall behind. With effort comes reward. The words of its mother echoed deeply within the armored bird's heart. If it could not even protect its companions, how could it face its mother again? Armored bird. Rock blockade. Dawu shouted. Yo! The armored bird spread its wings wide and let out a resonant cry. As the rocks ascended, the outcome of this battle was also determined. Yes, the armored bird emerged victorious. Chapter 82. The Frozen Fist Amidst the Chase. Thank you, Gyarados. Naki recalled the incapacitated Gyarados into its Pokeball. Was this the last one? Naki gazed at the sky, noticing that the rain had begun to lighten. The rainstorm induced by the ability had dissipated. Watching the clouds above part, Naki's eyes sparkled with determination as she hurled the Pokeball. Soar through the skies, Altaria. Bang! A resplendent azure-hued bird soared gracefully through the air. Its feathers resembled soft cotton or clouds, appearing irresistibly cuddly. This adorable avian, however, was a dragon-type Pokémon. How might one argue against the likes of Gyarados or Charizard? A creature resembling a dragon is not a dragon, yet a bird is. Daowu sensed from this Altaria that its strength was on par with Scyther. It was undoubtedly a formidable contender. Armored Bird, you performed splendidly. Daowu smiled as he recalled the Armored Bird. The Armored Bird's advantage in battle lay in its spiking capabilities, a domain that was not inherently its forte. Perhaps its true potential would shine during the league tournament, where both sides could freely swap Pokémon. Metagross, it's your turn. Meton. Metagross appeared before Daowu, floating gracefully with its limbs tucked in. The shiny Pokémon caught Naki's attention as she observed the stones adorning its arms with curiosity. Had she seen such stones before? If memory served, they were the stones that could facilitate a Pokémon's evolution once more. Currently, there were few in the Hoenn region capable of Mega Evolution, and even fewer in the Kalos region. Before Professor Bratano published his paper on Mega Evolution, knowledge of it was scarce. Moreover, the presence of this Metagross exuded an overwhelming aura. It was well known that Metagross's ability was not intimidate, thus the oppressive atmosphere emanated from its sheer strength. The final battle begins. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Naki sought to have Metagross's physical attack power, thereby enhancing her own advantage. Psychic, Daowu commanded, then close in and unleash Ice Punch. If mastered, Will-o'-the-Wisp could be manipulated to control its trajectory. Daowu dared not gamble on the opponent's proficiency with it, opting instead to disperse the orbs of ghostly flames. However, he could not use a physical attack to scatter the flames, as it risked igniting him and inflicting a burn status. Under the burn status, a Pokémon's power would be compromised, leading to diminished strength. In this realm where effort could be maximized, Metagross's Ice Punch could leave Altaria severely injured. With a fierce gaze, Metagross unleashed a beam of blue light, its psychic prowess dispersing the numerous blue flames released by Altaria. After neutralizing the flames, Metagross swiftly advanced towards the Altaria. Witnessing the chilling aura emanating from Metagross, Altaria immediately began to flap its cloud-like wings. A chase ensued in the skies. Compared to Altaria's graceful flight, Metagross, despite its speed, appeared somewhat cumbersome. This was Daowu's first encounter with aerial combat, and his mind raced to devise a method to restrain Altaria's movements. The efficiency of Psychic was inadequate. To fully limit Altaria's actions, its output needed to be enhanced. However, this would further slow Metagross, which relied on magnetic levitation. Ultimately, both Altaria and Metagross were of the same tier, and the disparity in strength was not as vast as that between a champion and a top-tier Pokémon. As Metagross moved, Altaria would inevitably find a way to escape the psychic grip. Will-o'-the-Wisp, Naki exclaimed, noticing Altaria creating some distance from Metagross. Altaria dove and executed a sharp turn, igniting several orbs of blue flames that hurtled toward the pursuing Metagross. Metagross abruptly halted, unleashing a powerful psychic wave that scattered the flames once more. Yet, it was during this fleeting moment. Flamethrower. Naki raised her hand in a swift gesture, exclaiming, Julu. On the evening of the Chishi festival, the azure bird unfurled its delicate beak, unleashing flames that burned with an intensity both fierce and unrelenting. Yet, the astute Metagross had already devised a countermeasure in its mind. Simultaneously, Daigo's voice resonated. Maintain your mental fortitude. The psychic energy of Metagross concentrated into a singular point, materializing into an invisible, formidable wall. The searing flames could not breach the barrier forged from concentrated psychic strength, radiating like fireworks bursting in the night sky. Next time, I shall teach Metagross the move gravity. To crush these swift-flying foes, Daigo mused silently. Hyper Beam, he commanded. Since you are so nimble, let us disrupt your rhythm. Metagross extended its arms, unleashing two parallel beams of silvery energy. Dodge. The azure bird, relying on its high maneuverability, skillfully twisted and turned in the air to evade the hyper beam. However, this move served yet another purpose. Daigo observed as Metagross transformed into a stationary cannon. Surely, Metagross comprehended the strategy? Although it appeared to be targeting the azure bird, it was, in fact, meticulously analyzing its movements. Metagross. Daigo orchestrated a hyper beam from a distance, deliberately enticing the azure bird to navigate between the beams. The azure bird ascended slightly, then tilted its body to descend, attempting to slip through the gap between the beams. It fell for the bait. Metagross swiftly concluded its hyper beam release. Just as the azure bird sought to adjust its form, it was ensnared by an invisible hand. By anticipating the azure bird's movements and position, concentrating its psychic energy was sufficient to immobilize it. A smirk played at the corners of Daigo's mouth. What he could conceive, Metagross could likewise envision. Daigo's lips moved silently, yet no sound escaped. Next, it was time to render it temporarily incapacitated. Daigo's gaze fell upon a nearby totem pillar, and he calmly declared, "Smash." Metagross pivoted, and the azure bird's form was akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against the totem pillar. The impact disoriented the azure bird, causing its body to sway precariously in the air, teetering on instability. The battle was nearing its conclusion. "Ice Punch!" Daigo shouted. Metagross. With a sudden rush, Metagross lunged towards the azure bird, lifting its right arm, leaving a pale blue trail in its wake. This was the chill emanating from the Ice Punch. The azure bird, descending to evade. Suddenly, 3 Metagrosses materialized before the azure bird, and an overwhelming sense of danger compelled it to retract its wings, plummeting like a stone. With a resounding thud, it narrowly escaped the onslaught of Metagross's Ice Punch. Metagross pursued relentlessly. The azure bird shook its head, feeling a bit flustered at the relentless chase. Should it attempt to take flight? That momentary pause could allow Metagross to strike. Regaining its focus, the azure bird fixated on the ground. Thus, just before nearing the earth, it would launch itself upward. The azure bird's clever intentions did not escape Metagross's keen observation. Psychic. Metagross decisively retracted its floating ability, relying on its free-falling body to harness psychic energy and seize control of the azure bird before it. The azure bird froze in place, its eyes wide with shock. With a resounding impact, the frigid Ice Punch struck its back. The immense force and impact thrust it downward. Boom. The azure bird crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 83. What is so interesting about this? Naki sighed softly. She guided the attendant to press the remote control, and the elevator for the 2 combatants began its descent. There was no need to wait for the dust to settle. The outcome was already unmistakable. In the earlier tug-of-war, the azure bird had already exhausted some of its energy. Not to mention, it had been struck directly by the Ice Punch, which was 4 times effective against it. Clang. The elevator arrived at the ground with a mechanical thud. Daigo stepped off, reaching out to pat the Metagross that had just soared past him. "Well done, Metagross." The creature's eyes curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Naki recalled the azure bird into its poke ball, offering a few words of comfort before approaching Daigo with a smile. She produced a white badge resembling a wing and handed it to Daigo. "This is the proof of your victory at the gym, the white feather badge." "Thank you," Daigo replied, accepting the badge with gratitude. In the final battle, even without using Ice Punch, I would have found it difficult to secure a win. Naki chuckled lightly. "So what is your request?" Daigo placed the white feather badge into his badge case, meeting Naki's gaze with sincerity. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "Please tell me about your relationship with Mikoli." Acknowledging that this was a personal matter, Daigo felt a twinge of impropriety. Naki appeared taken aback, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. "No way. This guy isn't seriously asking me about my rival's past, is he?" Naki sighed softly. "There's no helping it. I've already agreed." In truth, this request was not overly burdensome for her. Mikoli and I began our relationship long ago. After he triumphed in challenging the Pokémon League, he relinquished the title of champion to become the gym leader of the Lapis Gym. Moreover, having a man who I believed to be stronger than myself constantly by my side was not a pleasant experience, as he could always predict my actions. It left me feeling stifled, and ultimately, I chose to part ways with him. Rest assured, I won't interfere with your relationship with Mikoli. Wait, what does that last statement mean? Daigo, who had been nodding along and contemplating the two of them, was thrown into confusion by Naki's concluding remark. "What does this have to do with me?" Daigo responded, perplexed. You asking me this isn't implying that alright, I understand." Daigo raised his hand to swiftly halt Naki's impending words. "Damn it, I better not catch the writer of that article, or I'll have Metagross give them a good pounding." "I'm just friends with Mikoli," Daigo explained helplessly. "Naki, don't you have any thoughts of reconciling with Mikoli?" Naki paused, taken aback by Daigo's question. Her hidden hand began to gently rub her thumb against her index finger joint, lost in a reverie. "This is promising." Daigo observed Naki's reaction, sensing a glimmer of hope. Although Mikoli had never disclosed their past to him, Daigo felt that he still harbored feelings for Naki. "Why do you say that?" Naki inquired curiously. "What makes you so certain? You should know Mikoli better than I do." Daigo smiled slightly, his demeanor calm. "You see, if you believe Mikoli can predict your actions, then perhaps you should undertake actions he cannot foresee. For instance, when the armored bird realizes it is being pursued, it will double its training efforts. Moreover, he anticipates your actions and is willing to accompany you in pursuits of your desire. I perceive nothing amiss in this. When it comes to strength, is it not commendable to exchange ideas and grow stronger together?" Daigo smiled. The fog within Naki's heart was suddenly lifted. and she began to comprehend. It was the overwhelming prowess of her counterpart that rendered her hesitant. In truth, she found it somewhat peculiar. Yet the sensation of being perpetually anticipated was decidedly uncomfortable. To break free from his predictions, the first step was to speak up. Daigo chuckled softly as he gazed into Naki's eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given her disposition, Mikuri would surely assume she would not turn back. If she were to do so now and take the initiative to speak, it would signify a failure in Mikuri's expectations of her. Observing the change in Naki's expression, Daigo boldly took out his communicator and dialed Mikuri. "Please forgive my presumption," Daigo said to Naki, a hint of apology in his smile. Yet Naki did not protest. She was still somewhat conflicted. At the very least, Daigo might have future interactions with Mikuri. He genuinely feared that the incessant paparazzi would infuriate the cabbage. Perhaps it was impolite to intrude, but seeing that Naki did not object, Daigo felt a bit more at ease. "Hello? Daigo, have you arrived in Inu City?" Mikuri's voice resonated from the communicator. Naki stiffened. He truly called Mikuri. Mikuri-san, do you have time to come to the Inu gym?" Daigo inquired with a smile. After a prolonged silence, Mikuri finally replied, "All right, I will be there shortly." Both were gym leaders from the Hoenn region, so their communication was not uncommon. However, this time, Mikuri was coming to the Inu gym in his own capacity. Naki's heart began to race with anxiety. To Daigo's surprise, Mikuri indeed arrived almost instantaneously, within 5 minutes. It turned out he was already in Inu City. Daigo, observing the silent exchange between the two, remarked with a calm smile, "It would be best for you both to clarify the past, perhaps starting with why you, Mikuri-san, relinquished the title of champion." To be candid, Daigo was equally curious about why Mikuri had declined the position of champion in the Hoenn League. The elegant, self-assured man displayed a rare flush on his face. "It was because Naki had just assumed her role as a gym leader, and I was rather concerned," he began, the unspoken words lingering in the air. Naki's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not anticipated that Mikuri's decision to forego the champion title in favor of becoming the leader of the Luminous Gym stemmed from his concern for her. This was something Mikuri had never divulged to Naki. Daigo nodded gently and turned to leave. It was best for Mikuri and Naki to resolve their matters privately. Remaining there any longer would merely make him an unwelcome third wheel. "Hey, Daigo! Daigo! Daigo!" Daigo halted, grabbing the collar of the guiding person. "What is so intriguing? Children are not permitted to look." The young guide struggled, silently pleading. "Please, I'm an adult now. Just let me look a little longer. I beg you." Chapter 84, The Dreaded Paparazzi. Daigo arrived first at the Pokémon Center to tend to his Pokémon after their battle. While waiting in the lobby, Mikuri called Daigo. "Thank you, Daigo." Hearing the gratitude resonating from the communicator, Daigo gradually smiled. It seemed his plan had succeeded. However, Mikuri's next statement caused Daigo to stiffen abruptly. "However, I do not intend to announce this matter publicly. Naki has only just adapted to being a gym leader, and I do not wish for sudden public scrutiny to weigh her down." "No, buddy, that dreaded scrutiny will weigh me down," Daigo exclaimed. "Do you know what is more terrifying than public opinion? It is a Garchomp that is hell-bent on cracking my skull open." No, it's fine. After all, I acted on my own accord," Daigo sighed, plopping down onto the sofa. "But how did you know? Your exploits are readily available online with a simple search." Daigo reiterated Mikuri's previous words. "No, what I meant was, how did you know I still have feelings for Naki?" I can't exactly tell you that I've always remembered you as a deeply affectionate man who silently loved her after your breakup. Can I? Just a guess. I noticed you chose to become the leader of the Luminous Gym, coinciding with Naki's recent appointment as a gym leader, so it was a simple deduction." After a long silence, just as Daigo contemplated whether to end the call, Mikuri spoke again. "Once again, thank you. You needn't thank me, my friend. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, could you perhaps announce your relationship? Let those shippers have their fun with you and Naki. I implore you. No need to thank me, Mikuri-san. I still owe you an apology for my impolite behavior," Daigo replied resignedly. "If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will certainly assist you." Hearing the earnest tone in Mikuri's voice, Daigo nodded in reply. "Rest assured, I shall not hold back." Ultimately, it appeared that the relationship between himself and Mikuri had taken a step forward. After a brief chat, Daigo bid Mikuri farewell. With his rejuvenated Pokémon in tow, he first headed to a battle hotel to secure a room for them, allowing the Pokémon to feast heartily. Once they were well fed, Daigo ascended to the hotel's top floor. Given its name, the battle hotel certainly catered to local trainers as well as those traveling from afar, hence the top floor featured a large battle arena. However, there was a stipulation: no excessive destruction was allowed, and Pokémon of Elite Four level or above were prohibited from battling. Excessive destruction likely referred to Pokémon like Cacturne that could utilize the arena's elements strategically. After all, the open-air battle arena on the top floor would be costly and time-consuming to repair. Daigo, however, chose to battle with Pachima. Since Pachima joined his team, Daigo had consistently sent it into battle against random trainers, aiming to accumulate battle experience and hone its skills. Winning 10 consecutive matches grants you 3 high-quality water stones? Daigo mused, a smile gracing his face as he read the sign at the edge of the arena. Perfect. Let Pachima earn some resources for itself. Achieving 10 consecutive victories was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in the need for continuous combat, which placed a considerable demand on the Pokémon's stamina. Bang. Pachima, what are you doing up here? So high up? Pachima scampered to the glass railing at the edge of the floor. Its face pressed against the glass as it peered down. Oh no, I'm getting acrophobia. Your task has arrived, Pachima. Daigo extended his hand, pointing to the table where 3 water stones were nestled in a box. Pachima. As Bagamon squinted his eyes, his gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. Ah, I see now. They want me to pilfer those 3 water stones. Clambering up onto Daigo's shoulder, Bagamon began rummaging through Daigo's backpack. What are you doing? Daigo turned his head, observing Bagamon's search. Are you perhaps hoping to find some water stones to bolster your strength for the upcoming battle? It is indeed a wise choice. Although water stones are consumables, they contain a significant amount of energy. Surely, Bagamon wouldn't exhaust them all in one go. Should I procure a mysterious droplet for Bagamon to wear? Boga, he exclaimed, having found something. Leaping down from Daigo's shoulder, he donned Daigo's black coat, which trailed on the ground. Yet Bagamon seemed unfazed by its cumbersome nature. Boga, the preparations are complete. With that, he stealthily advanced forward. Daigo couldn't help but smirk. It was obvious what Bagamon intended to do. Grabbing him by the collar, Daigo lifted the entire Bagamon. I sent you to battle to win the prize, not to steal. Daigo sighed, exasperated. And by the way, I told you not to watch so much television at night. With that, he playfully tapped Bagamon on his round head. Boga. I know already. Is there no next challenger? Daigo observed the trainer on the field who had won 8 consecutive matches and set Bagamon down. Boga. Let me end his winning streak. To be honest, Bagamon was indeed unstoppable against these ordinary trainers. Before Bagamon joined the team, it was the Armored Bird and the Kadora who were invincible. The battle continued into the night, and an utterly exhausted Bagamon collapsed onto the soft mattress. Boga. I'm utterly drained. Daigo stored the prize in his backpack and gave Bagamon a pat on his small behind. You did rather well. Boga. Who told you to pat my backside? Fumed Bagamon. Daigo, with one hand bracing the irate Bagamon, retrieved the communicator and answered the call. Hello? Who is this? You're already asking who I am. It seems you and Macaulay are getting along quite well. At the sound of the cold female voice on the other end, Daigo shuddered. He abruptly pulled his hand away, causing Bagamon to tumble into the thick white comforter. Daigo awkwardly covered his face, feeling perplexed. By Kai? What is going on between me and Macaulay? Perhaps you should ask yourself that, came the reply. Daigo was taken aback and swiftly seated himself at the hotel's matchmaking computer. Tilting his head and wedging the communicator between his shoulder, he began typing furiously on the keyboard. Today as hot news. Upon clicking, he found the gist. Daigo challenges the Inu City gym, and Macaulay rushes to the scene to cheer him on. The article even included a photo of Daigo climbing the stone steps, and another of Macaulay arriving at the tower aboard a Piplup. Moreover, it thoughtfully included timestamps. Daigo's mouth twitched. Damn it, I can understand you following Macaulay, but why is there a photo of me climbing the steps? He glanced at the article's author, which, like the last one, was anonymous. Damn paparazzi. I hope you and the last writer are the same person. You'd better not let me catch you, otherwise. It won't just be damnation, but my wrath. Chapter 85. The Lucario of the Training Rock Cavern. The next morning, a weary Daigo emerged from the Battle Hotel in Inu City. After much persuasion, Kai had finally calmed down. However, he was jolted awake in the middle of the night by a nightmare involving a fearsome Sharpedo. Kai had intended to share some good news. But upon seeing that article, she hesitated. After Daigo spent over an hour comforting her, Kai eventually relayed the good news. A gifted and formidable Lucario had been sighted in the Unova region, having defeated all trainers who sought to capture it. Kai, hearing of this, wanted Daigo to take a look, especially since Lucario is also a Steel-type Pokémon. Most importantly, Kai herself owned a Lucario. How could Daigo not grasp her ulterior motive? Moreover, a Pokémon like Lucario was undeniably stylish, capable of executing Sword's dance and quick attack, while also adept in the art of deception with Aura Sphere. It was, without a doubt, versatile and dynamic. Not to mention, it could mega-evolve, gaining adaptability as its ability. Though it had some weaknesses in resistance, its steel-type traits granted it remarkable durability, 8 resistances and 1 immunity. However, this particular Lucario seemed to have a criterion for its challengers. It would not reveal itself to trainers who had not passed its initial test. This is quite reasonable, as it is normal for a Pokémon like Lucario, who can naturally utilize Aura, to be selective about its trainer. Daigo promptly set off for Inu City S Airport, flying directly to the Unova Region S Twin Dragon City. Twin Dragon City is renowned as the city where past and future intertwine. The reason for this designation likely lies in its streets, some paved with asphalt, others with cobblestones, amidst abundant greenery. One side reflects a futuristic technological style, while the other exudes a simple, almost ancient charm. Well, that's merely Daigo's personal sentiment. After a lengthy day of travel, Daigo finally arrived at Twin Dragon City. The Lucario was located in the Training Rock Cavern, situated on Route 9 to the west of Twin Dragon City. Without delay, Daigo made his way to Route 9. Utilizing the detailed map of the Unova region, he purchased from a local vendor to pinpoint the location of the Training Rock Cavern accurately. Gazing down at the sunken pit before him, he noticed a dark, gaping hole at the bottom, surrounded by scattered stones likely displaced by eager trainers. This saved Daigo some effort. Donning a safety helmet and turning on his headlamp, he mounted his Metagross and delved into the cavern. The majority of Pokémon inhabiting this area were adapted to cave life or accustomed to thriving in darkness. With its aura abilities, Lucario was not hindered by the lack of light. After all, closing its eyes often allowed for a clearer perception than keeping them open. Daigo scoured the training cavern, but found no sign of Lucario. Along the way, he encountered numerous Pokémon looking for a fight, yet they quickly backed down upon seeing Metagross. They were bold, but ultimately, they were dispatched by the diminutive Bogomon. After wandering for a while longer, Daigo finally discovered the entrance to the second level of the Training Rock Cavern. Upon entering, he felt that the Pokémon on this floor were considerably stronger than those on the first. However, none dared to challenge him in front of Metagross. They were all quite astute. Yet, Lucario remained elusive. It seemed this elusive Pokémon was hiding quite well. Have I not yet earned Lucario's recognition? Daigo pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, my character should not be in question. Why doesn't Riolu come out to face me? Daigo patted the massive Metagross beneath him, signaling it to halt. The Metagross complied obediently, lowering its limbs and awaiting Daigo's command. What had gone awry? Could it be that Riolu had already been captured by another? Had he come all this way for naught? Damn! If only he had flown over urgently last night. In the dim recesses of the second floor of the Training Rock hut, a small dog-like creature, entirely blue and bipedal, was struggling to quell its astonishment. Its legs and the upper half of its body were black, complemented by a blue tail and a yellow collar. On the back of its front paws, there was a white circular marking. Additionally, it possessed a pair of striking red eyes, adorned with black markings reminiscent of a mask. This was indeed Riolu. The cause of its profound shock was that it had spotted a human, one endowed with 4 distinct auras of aura power. This was a sight that Riolu had never witnessed in its entire existence. Typically, a creature possesses only a single aura, which is unique to each being. The notion of one individual harboring 4 auras was bewildering enough, let alone that this being was a human. Riolu took several deep breaths, closing its eyes to concentrate. The surrounding darkness suddenly transformed into clarity. Through the layers of rock, it once again beheld the human's auras, vibrant with the colors red, blue, white, and silver blue. This was indeed a manifestation of 4 distinct auras. Riolu felt as though its understanding of the world was being challenged. Could it be possible for a single individual to contain 4 auras simultaneously? Moreover, it appeared that this human had yet to master the use of these auras. How peculiar. Riolu thought, I am filled with curiosity. After a moment of hesitation about whether to emerge, Riolu acknowledged that the 4 auras emanating from the youth were undeniably pure. Each one had the potential to summon it forth and provoke a challenge. The dilemma lay in the fact that the boy possessed all 4 auras in a commendable manner. Truthfully, Riolu's heart quavered at the prospect. Yet, to shrink back was not in its nature. With a determined resolve, Riolu opened its eyes, revealing a glint of hidden brilliance. It had made its decision. It would not retreat. Its petite body lowered its center of gravity as it extended its arms backward, dashing forward with the grace reminiscent of a ninja from a certain anime. The faint patter of its feet echoed in Daigo's ears. The crimson pupils of Metagross shifted toward the source of the sound. When the commotion subsided, Riolu stood poised at the crevice of the rock wall, illuminated by the beam of Daigo's headlamp. Riolu. With a serene expression, Riolu leapt from the crevice, one arm extended and the other drawn back, adopting a combat stance. A battle, you say? Daigo's face brightened into a smile. It acknowledges me. Riolu possessed an extraordinary ability to discern the hearts of others, avoiding dangerous opponents. Benevolent souls would gain its favor, while those of malevolent intent would be met with disdain. Its emergence to challenge Daigo indicated that it did not perceive him as a malevolent being. The aura radiating from Riolu led Daigo to estimate its strength to be at the level of a leader. It was indeed a prodigious talent with commendable prowess. Go for it, Pachima. Daigo opted to send out Pachima. Utilizing a Lord-level Boscodora and Armor Bird would be less engaging. This would provide Pachima with a perfect opportunity for further honing its skills. Pachima. Upon its entry, Pachima sensed something amiss, glancing back at Daigo. No, brother. This creature clearly outmatches me. Why must I be the one to fight? Daigo smiled wryly at Pachima, realizing the disparity. It's just that you're the most suitable for this match. If they were to battle, it would be a gross mismatch. Pachima stared at Daigo, then down at its rotund belly. Wait a minute, if I fight, isn't that also a case of a bigger one bullying a smaller one? This is discrimination. I shall file a complaint. I will expose you, you unscrupulous trainer. Chapter 86. Do you understand the meaning of perseverance and effort? Riolu's expression turned grave. Although the Pachima before it seemed no threat, the colossal creature beneath the human emanated an overwhelming aura. It dared not underestimate the diminutive blue penguin. Regardless, it resolved to engage. Riolu. With a flash of movement, Riolu dashed towards Pachima, a streak of electric speed. Pachima. Caught off guard, Pachima was struck by the sudden attack, its plump body bouncing across the ground. Daigo adjusted the headlamp's beam, increasing its range and dimming the brightness. At the very least, it would allow Pachima to see clearly. You don't want to lose, do you, Pachima? Daigo remarked softly. Pachima, use your words. Pachima rose, its confidence swelling. Riolu paused, taken aback. The little one seemed to have gained strength. Riolu, refusing to relent, thrust its fist forward. Vacuum wave, a transparent fist of wind, laced with energy, surged toward Pachima. Pachima, caught unawares, was forced back 2 steps by the vacuum wave. How dare you keep using priority moves against me? Pachima fumed, quickly unleashing a water gun to suppress the advancing Riolu. Riolu swiftly braked, lowering its body to the side, narrowly evading the water gun. Water vortex. Pachima struck the ground fiercely. Realizing the impending danger, Riolu bent its legs and leapt. A swirling torrent of water erupted beneath it. Had it reacted any slower, it would have been ensnared. Riolu propelled itself off the top of the rock wall, darting toward Pachima. For a Pokémon with such keen perception as Riolu, it was indeed a formidable opponent. Daigo, entering a serious mindset, called out as Riolu leaped, Bubble Beam. Pachima swiftly released a continuous stream of bubbles. Blocking visibility? Not a chance. Riolu closed its eyes, its inner aura detecting Pachima's location. With determination, it braced against Pachima's bubble beam, extending its right leg to deliver a kick. Stepping back, it unleashed a peck. Pachima retreated a step, its small yellow beak shimmering with light, lunging forward to peck fiercely. Bang! Riolu's kick struck the ground, sending a flurry of debris into the air. Riolu was taken aback. It hadn't anticipated its kick to miss. Instantly, it raised its arms, deflecting Pachima's peck and rolling to regain its balance. Daigo smiled at the unfolding scene. He was well aware of Riolu's capacity for aura power. The tactic of obscuring vision was futile. However, at this moment, Pachima was bolstered by its competitive spirit. The power of the foam beam is undeniably formidable. If Riolu chooses to withstand it head-on, its body will inevitably sustain some impact, resulting in a deviation from its landing position. Moreover, Pachima had already retreated a moment prior, and at most, it would only sustain a few minor hits from the debris. Riolu, not daring to advance recklessly, quickly glanced down at its thigh. A mark from the foam beam marred the right side of its leg. Fortunately, it refrained from employing a flying knee strike. Otherwise, it could have suffered grievously. Are you not coming? Then I shall take the initiative. Daisuke chuckled lightly, issuing his command. Water gun. At this distance, it was ample time for Pachima to charge its water gun. Pachima inhaled deeply, its energy nearly overflowing from its petite form. A profound sense of unease washed over Riolu. It could not afford to be hit by the impending attack. Fixing its gaze with fierce intensity, Riolu seemed intent on piercing through Pachima's guise. With a swift expulsion, a torrent of water erupted from Pachima's small beak. Riolu leaped abruptly, scaling the adjacent stone wall and sprinting along its surface, achieving a position parallel to the ground. Pachima maneuvered the water gun, but the sheer force of the attack made it challenging for Pachima to maintain balance and adjust its aim, resulting in a sluggish movement. This provided Riolu with an opportunity. Close the distance to Pachima. Daisuke commanded swiftly. The water gun ceased abruptly, leaving Pachima with no time to catch its breath. Mist. The mist would prevent the opponent from diminishing their stats, but it also had another application. Pachima released a veil of white mist, concealing itself within its depths. Riolu, opting for caution, closed its eyes and utilized its aura to sense Pachima. Found you. Daisuke's lips curled into a smirk. Sometimes, overly relying on aura for location could be detrimental. With Pachima's position locked in, Riolu opened its eyes with renewed determination. This time, its assault would not miss. With a powerful stomp against the stone wall, Riolu cracked the surface beneath its feet. It propelled itself forward, aiming for Pachima amidst the mist, raising its knee to deliver a crushing blow. However, the anticipated sound of impact was replaced by a splash. As the mist gradually dissipated, Pachima swam joyfully within a whirlpool, while Riolu found itself submerged, bracing against the rushing waters. Surprised, aren't you? I secretly created a little swimming pool, while Riolu was gauging its surroundings. Pachima had been charging its attack. Under the cover of the mist, Pachima executed a whirlpool beneath itself. As it moved in the direction of the whirlpool, it became increasingly difficult for Riolu to strike Pachima. Daisuke realized that Riolu usually closed its eyes to use its aura before opening them again, indicating that this little creature's aura was not activated automatically. It required conscious initiation and focus during its move execution. Such subtle maneuvers allowed Pachima to successfully execute its attack amidst the mist. Riolu's flying knee strike missed, though the impact with the water was less damaging. Water gun. Trapped within the whirlpool, Riolu became an easy target for Pachima. Pachima leaped from the whirlpool, unleashing a powerful jet of water. The force of the water cascaded over Riolu, aiding in its escape from the whirlpool's grasp. With a crash, Riolu collided painfully against the stone wall. Upon landing gracefully, Pachima clapped its tiny hands. Pachima, task accomplished. Seated on the ground with its back against the wall, Riolu suddenly opened its eyes wide, struggling to rise. It appeared that the battle was far from over. Daisuke chuckled softly. Pachima, you can still stand? Pray tell, are you some sort of cockroach? This triggers your tenacity? Daisuke observed Riolu's condition with curiosity. The conditions for triggering tenacity are rooted in overcoming fear, which enhances speed. However, the water gun shouldn't invoke fear, right? This Riolu truly embodies resilience. It feared the water gun's might, yet its heart urged it not to succumb. Hence, its speed surged. It had mastered the conditions for triggering its ability. Yet, compared to Pachima's autonomous activation, it still fell short. If Riolu is a skilled player adept at mastering ability triggers, then Pachima is a glaring cheat. It embodies what persistence and effort truly mean. Chapter 87. Capture and Ascension. Are you at your limit? Daisuke scratched his head in confusion. I can understand your activation of tenacity, even explain it. But what baffles me is how Riolu seems unable to withstand that water gun. And yet it can still stand? Tenacity doesn't seem to come with a health lock. Riolu. Its movements became increasingly swift, launching a rapid punch infused with energy waves, sending Pachima careening through the air, unprepared for the assault. Pachima crashed to the ground, rolling in pain. Damn it! A sneak attack. Pachima, clutching its rear, rose with a fierce glare directed at Riolu. Pachima's condition was far from ideal. It had endured a flash of electricity, a vacuum wave attack, and the exhaustion from water gun and whirlpool. Still, compared to Riolu, it was slightly better off. It seemed that Riolu was teetering on the brink of collapse. Perhaps it should concede? Yet, Daisuke observed Riolu's demeanor. It was unwilling to surrender so easily. Proposing a retreat would likely yield adverse results. Pachima, water gun. The water gun was more than sufficient to vanquish Riolu in its current state. However, Daisuke feared that Pachima might falter first under the strain of a high-power move. Fuming, Pachima unleashed a small stream of water. Riolu, however, swiftly evaded the attack. Then let us engage in a peck counterattack. It appeared that Pachima's current moves could no longer connect with Riolu. Thus, it was better to go all out. Pachima, I'm going for it. Pachima leaned forward, charging towards Riolu. Riolu's speed surged. In a flash, they collided. Bang! Pachima was violently struck by Riolu, its round head flinging backward. Gritting its teeth, Pachima stepped back to stabilize itself, then flung its head forward. Bang! Riolu was struck hard by Pachima's head. Both Pokémon fell in unison, one sprawled, the other lying down. Daisuke leaped from Metagross, tossing a Pokeball towards Riolu. The ball enveloped Riolu within. As it lay on the ground, it shook. To Daisuke's astonishment, the incapacitated Riolu managed to break free from the pokeball. What was happening? Observing its expression, which still occasionally displayed signs of exertion, it became apparent that this fellow had not fainted. Rather, it was utterly devoid of strength and unable to move. Daigo had no choice but to retrieve a potent healing spray from his bag. He first applied it to his beloved Pachima, then produced a water-type energy cube and placed it in Pachima's mouth. Before long, Pachima regained consciousness. Pachima, it sat dazedly on the ground, shaking its head, watching as Daigo tended to Riolu's wounds, hands on hips, brimming with pride. In the end, I emerged victorious. Daigo cast a sidelong glance at Pachima, refraining from mentioning that Riolu had not actually fainted. After all, Pachima's triumph over a stronger opponent still constituted a victory. There was no need to dampen Pachima's spirits. Once it regained its strength, Riolu opened its eyes. Daigo, too, was enveloped in confusion. Logically speaking, how could Riolu, despite not having fainted, manage to escape from its pokeball in such a weakened state? Was it truly a manifestation of its indomitable spirit? Riolu regarded the human before it, who possessed 4 distinct auras of aura, with a complicated expression. To Riolu, it was rather abstract. Do you not acknowledge me yet? Daigo inquired, peering down at Riolu with curiosity. If it was merely a matter of not recognizing him, Daigo could simply turn and walk away. However, if the battle had not been sufficient to convince it, he would summon his Scyther. If a Pokémon fundamentally refused to acknowledge you, possessing it would serve little purpose. There were examples aplenty. A Charizard opting to sleep during a battle, or a Froakie disobeying its trainer out of dissatisfaction until it was returned. Daigo had no intention of subjecting Riolu to any inhumane treatment, unlike certain villainous organizations. He would spare it, thereby sparing himself. Riolu, its tone was laden with hesitation. It appeared that this creature did not reject Daigo. Rather, it was still in a state of indecision. The fact that it had managed to break free from the Pokeball, while still weakened, suggested that much power remained within Riolu, waiting to be unleashed. With its gaze lowered to the ground, Riolu wrestled internally. The individual before it met all its previous criteria. Having lost, it should naturally follow him. Perhaps it ought to accompany him to discover the true nature of those 4 auras. Riolu. With newfound resolve, Riolu nodded at Daigo. Understanding its intent, Daigo produced a pristine Pokeball. Just as Riolu raised its hand to press the button at the center of the ball, its body suddenly trembled. It turned its head towards a particular direction. Pachima. Pachima's eyes widened as it looked behind Daigo. Daigo turned to see his Metagross, which had its eyes tightly shut. Energy radiating from its body. An invisible pressure sent shivers through the surrounding Pokémon. Pachima was puzzled. It was supposed to be the one battling. Why had the older sibling of the team become stronger again? According to the narrative, shouldn't it have been Pachima's power that had increased? Daigo slowly broke into a smile. Indeed, the accumulation of strength over time bore fruit. Metagross had simply taken a moment to pause before naturally progressing to the elite level. Now, it would be even more formidable. Was this not the importance of establishing a solid foundation early on? Riolu clenched its fists, resolutely pressing the button on the Pokeball. In an instant, Daigo's Pokeball completed the capture. Riolu had been training in the rock cavern solely to grow stronger. Since encountering trainers, it had remained there, awaiting their arrival. However, it would only battle those trainers whose hearts were pure. It was a Pokémon with its own principles. After witnessing Metagross's strength, Riolu felt no lingering doubts. Metagross, it exhaled, opening its bright eyes, its overall aura significantly heightened. Scyther had initially been comparable to Metagross, but its foundational training had not been as robust. Now, it was gradually advancing toward the elite level, while Metagross had seamlessly entered that realm. With the evolution of Kadabra into Alakazam and Metagross's ascension to elite status, coupled with the capture of the immensely promising Riolu, it was a trifecta of joyous events. Why not let you all engage in a friendly internal battle? Daigo chuckled as he stood, addressing Metagross. Alakazam needed to acclimate to its body and newfound strength, and Metagross needed to solidify its power. Why not conduct a proper 3-on-1 match? After all, it would be challenging to find an opponent satisfactory enough for Metagross in the near future. Skarmory, Alakazam, and Scyther versus Metagross. Daigo would not direct them. Instead, he allowed them to battle autonomously. As for the venue, they would need to find an open space outdoors. If a battle were to erupt outside the rock cavern, the elite-level Metagross might very well reduce the structure to rubble. Perfect. It would provide an opportunity for Pachima and Riolu to observe. Pachima. Pachima sighed in relief upon realizing that Daigo had no intention of sending it into the fray. Thankfully, it had just finished battling. Faced with the older sibling of the team, it would likely end up as a mere appetizer. Such an unfortunate fate was one it wished to avoid. Pachima chuckled to itself. Perhaps if it cheered for Metagross, it might escape a soaking of its pillow and blanket next time. What a splendid scene. Chapter 88. Internal Battle. The Just 3-on-1. In the Unova region, Route 9. Skarmory, Alakazam, and Scyther formed a circle. In the center stood a silver-white variant of Metagross. Daigo leaned against a tree, with a Pokémon seated on either side. Pachima, let the battle begin. Pachima enthusiastically clapped its hands. It had witnessed practice sessions during training, but it had never seen such an exhilarating full-force 3-on-1 battle. Riolu, with a serious expression, focused intently, fearful of missing any detail. Observing Pokémon stronger than oneself in battle was a form of learning. Daigo glanced at Pachima, which seemed eager to jump in, placing a hand on its head. I think you've rested enough. How about you give it a try? Pachima froze, looking up at Daigo's gentle smile, as if it were a devilish grin. Sending it to the gallows. Pachima, oh, I'm being good. Please let me off the hook. Daigo chuckled softly, ruffling Pachima's head. I must admit, it's rather pleasant to pet. In the midst of the battle, Scyther broke the silence first. Its red form shot forth in an instant. The trajectory of its movement left behind indistinct afterimages. In a flash of lightning, it struck Metagross with one of its claws, though it failed to inflict significant damage. Following that, it unleashed a barrage of rapid punches. Bullet Punch. The combination of the flash and bullet punch aimed to overwhelm the opponent with a technique that left them unable to react. One might wonder, why not use agile movement? High-speed movement necessitates the stacking of velocity, yet such rapidity imposes a greater burden on the Scyther. Much like the way a level 6 Piplup falters after unleashing 2 water cannons, the instantaneous explosive power of a flash is far superior to mere high-speed maneuvers. However, the steel-type bullet punch proves inadequate in inflicting significant damage upon the Metagross. Furthermore, a notable level discrepancy exists between the two. As Metagross swings its arm in an attempt to counter, Scyther deftly creates distance first. The intent of Scyther has never been to inflict severe damage on Metagross with these two moves. With a resounding crack, Boscodora lets out a roar, its robust tail crashing forcefully against the ground. The earth trembles, the energy of the ground type surging tumultuously beneath the surface. Rather than levitating to evade, Metagross retaliates with a fist striking the ground, creating a crater with its impact. An earthquake confrontation ensues. Boscadora's eyes widen in terror, realizing that its own earthquake cannot possibly match Metagross's strength. It had underestimated Metagross's vigilance against its seismic attack. Should Boscodora be struck by Metagross's earthquake, it would likely be eliminated immediately. Scyther's crimson pincers transform into a deep gray, and with a forceful punch, it strikes the ground. With a crack, a fissure extends forward. Upon reaching the space between Boscodora and Metagross, it erupts, scattering debris and forming a vast pit. Had the earthquake been in its full state, Scyther would not have been able to withstand it. However, the reciprocal earthquake diminished both forces due to their clash. As the ground fractures, the subterranean energy erupts violently. Boscodora casts a grateful glance towards Scyther before swiftly regaining its composure. Metagross's crimson eyes shift, noticing the armored bird has stealthily approached its side. Observing the armored bird drawing closer, Metagross swings its metallic arm, intending to swat it away. Unexpectedly, the armored bird executes an emergency stop, evading Metagross's strike. In a deft maneuver, the armored bird flips its body, unleashing a cascade of sand and gravel towards Metagross. Taken by surprise, Metagross shuts its eyes and shakes its head. With a powerful stomp, Boscodora raises its right hand, summoning a dozen rocks that crash down upon Metagross's head. The relentless barrage transforms Metagross into a makeshift mountain. These creatures exhibit quite the synergy, Daigo chuckles. However, at this moment, Metagross remains in a passive state, ready to counterattack. With a resounding boom, Metagross employs its psychic force to push the rocks aside, simultaneously releasing energy that sends both the armored bird and Boscodora staggering back several meters. Metagross turns its gaze towards the now surging Scyther. Scyther spins rapidly, dispersing the airborne rocks with the surrounding air currents. Counterblade Shield. Metagross squints, recognizing the counterblade shield. With a thunderous crash, Metagross's powerful metallic arm strikes the ground, unleashing immense energy underground. Can you reflect the energy from below? This move simultaneously targets Boscodora. Scyther abruptly halts its spinning, utilizing its wings to glide just above the ground. Boom! A jagged stone, infused with seismic power, lunges towards Scyther. With keen eyes, Scyther slams a pincer into the ground, evading the thrust of the rock. With a roar, Boscodora charges, knowing that even its counterattack merely reduces the earthquake's might. Yet, despite the diminished power, Boscodora finds itself in a dire state, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Suddenly, a golden bird collides forcefully with Metagross's back, causing it to shudder, yet it remains unmoving. The armored bird swiftly retreats, preparing to enhance its defensive capabilities. With the primary attacker, Scyther, now fortified, it can momentarily withdraw from the fray. Bang! Metagross and Scyther grapple with one another. Following the enhancement from the Blade Dance, Scyther's strength now nearly matches that of Metagross. Neither side chooses to evade. They plunge directly into a flurry of punches. Though Metagross's form is colossal, the speed of bullet punch rivals that of Scyther. Aware of each other's formidable strength, both opt for the rapid-fire bullet punch exchange. The rhythmic sound of their strikes resonates, igniting a surge of excitement within Riolu. The silhouette of Scyther gradually embeds itself in Riolu's heart. "Senior, how impressive!" Piplup fervently cheers. "Go, big brother, go." Daigo is oblivious to whom Piplup cheers for, but the fervor is certainly encouraging. If he knew Piplup's intent, he might have considered launching it into the fray. Glancing at Riolu's dream-filled eyes fixed intently on the battle, Daigo suddenly smiles. What could be the purpose behind this fellow's pursuit of strength? Metagross raises its arms defensively against Scyther's relentless bullet punch barrage. Simultaneously, its eyes emit a dazzling blue glow as it unleashes psychic force. Unable to fully control Scyther, the force merely pushes it back a few meters. However, this moment is sufficient for Metagross to launch a counteroffensive. Its metallic arm rises abruptly. Countless stones erupt from beneath Scyther's feet. Daigo is taken aback. When did Metagross learn the spike's attack? He had yet to provide it with a learning machine. Could it be that Metagross has adapted the techniques of Rock Slide to master spikes? Is this the brilliance of Metagross's intellect? With a swift rotation, Scyther generates multiple air currents, propelling the ascending spikes away. Counterblade Shield. After neutralizing the spike's offensive, Scyther rapidly retaliates. Scyther's only weakness lies in fire-type moves. While Metagross's move set lacks any fire-type attacks, Sunny Day does not count. Conversely, Scyther possesses a move capable of dealing with Metagross, Dark-type. Knock off. Metagross raises its hand in an attempt to block Scyther's assault. With a graze, a tingling sensation races through Metagross's arm. The knockoff does not inflict damage enhancement, as the Megastone is unaffected by it. However, facing Scyther's descending pincers, Metagross attempts to defend itself, only to be forced back several steps. Following 2 rounds of Blade Dance, Scyther's strength has now surpassed that of Metagross. Yet, this also incurs a greater toll on Scyther's stamina. Bang! Metagross glances back. Moments ago, the armored bird, having utilized its enhanced defense, struck at its rear. The bolstered armored bird's assault is now capable of inflicting pain upon Metagross. Enraged, Metagross slams the ground, causing the terrain beneath it to shatter violently. With the thunderous roar of the Metagross, countless shards of stone erupted instantaneously. A wide-ranging barrage of sharp stones. Fortunately, after executing its iron defense, the Shereldon exhibited remarkable resilience, managing to withstand this onslaught. Meanwhile, the Scyther, with unwavering resolve, continued its dance of swords as a counterattack shield. However, after this round of swordplay, the Scyther began to pant. The exertion from maintaining such intense attacks was exponentially draining its stamina. As it crossed its arms and summoned its strength, the Metagross, disregarding the Shereldon, focused solely on the Scyther, recognizing it as its most formidable opponent. It unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at the approaching Scyther. Cross scissors versus meteor mash. Bang! The fist of the Metagross collided hard against the Scyther's pincers, the clash of immense power generating a tempestuous wave of energy. Boka! The Piplup was caught off guard by the blast, tumbling over before hastily regaining its footing. A look of bewilderment on its face. "No, guys, that was aimed at me?" It glanced sideways at Daigo and Riolu, sensing that they appeared unscathed. The realization hit. It was indeed targeting it. Daigo cast a bemused glance at the indignant Piplup. It was amusing to him. Unlike Riolu, which had its claws firmly planted on the ground, and himself, leaning against a sturdy tree, how could the Piplup be so easily toppled? In the fray, the Shereldon quickly stabilized itself in the air, avoiding being swept away by the gust. The Boscogore lifted its arm to shield itself from the oncoming storm. With a powerful slam of its tail, it initiated an earthquake. At that moment, the Scyther was fully engaged in a fierce contest with the Metagross. Completely oblivious to the surprise attack from the Boscogore, the Metagross was similarly engrossed. Just as it began to be forced back by the Scyther's advances, it raised its left fist. Boom! A massive boulder imbued with seismic energy suddenly erupted between them, sending both combatants reeling. The Metagross retreated a few meters, regaining its stance. In contrast, the Scyther struggled to maintain its footing, nearly stumbling to the ground. The Metagross, undeterred, was determined to defeat the Scyther first. Without a moment's pause, it seized the opportunity and soared upward. The Shereldon sensed the danger and immediately dove toward the Metagross. With a forceful strike, the Metagross executed a powerful spin, crashing its arm into the Shereldon and sending it hurtling against a great tree. Clearing the obstacles, it aimed at the Scyther with its meteor mash. The Scyther had no way to evade and could only raise its pincers to retaliate with its final move, Bullet Punch. The rapid succession of bullet punches battered against the Metagross's metallic arm, effectively neutralizing the latter's formidable punch. Yet, unexpectedly, the Metagross raised its arm and unleashed a hammer arm. Bang! This attack landed solidly on the Scyther, driving it into the ground. As dust and debris swirled around, the Metagross maintained an expression of calm and composure. With the most troublesome attacker dispatched, it was now a matter of dealing with the Boskagor and Shereldon, which would prove significantly easier. Even though the Shereldon had fortified itself, it could not withstand the relentless barrage from the Metagross and soon succumbed. The Boskagor fared even worse. A single earthquake could spell its doom. After all, it was grounded and lacked the ability to fly, rendering it vulnerable to the Metagross's might. Despite its exceptional physical defense, it could only withstand one of the Metagross's earthquake attacks. However, after Mega Evolution, the Boskagor transformed into a pure Steel-type Pokémon, complemented by its ability Filter, which mitigated damage from super-effective moves by a quarter. With only 3 moves inflicting 5 times damage and a plethora of resistances, 10 in total, and 1 immunity, it possessed formidable resilience against physical attackers. Clap, clap. Daigo applauded and stepped forward, genuinely commending his Pokémon for their outstanding performance. Yet, the Metagross, with its supercomputer-like intellect, maintained a clear battle strategy. Boka, Boka, charge with me. The Piplup, brandishing 2 potent healing potions, waved its arms, rallying Riolu to charge. Riolu, glancing at the 2 potions in its hands, nodded and quickly outpaced the Piplup. Boka, wait, don't rush ahead. Leave some for me, the big brother. I want to shine too. Otherwise, I'll sprinkle some water on your Pokeball. Ignoring the Piplup's pleas, Riolu dashed to the fallen Scyther. It had resolved to train alongside the Scyther, a dream come true. The Scyther's explosive speed, its ability to turn the tide with Dance of Swords, and its cool, striking demeanor were all qualities Riolu admired. I can hardly imagine what it would be like to become like that. Daigo produced energy cubes, distributing them to the Shereldon and Boskagor to help them regain some strength before allowing the 2 small ones to spray their healing potions. The Metagross observed the Piplup diligently spraying healing potions upon it, perplexed by its sudden display of diligence. Puff! The Piplup even sprayed a small stream of water on the Metagross and produced a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere to wipe the Metagross's body. The essence of service. Just as Daigo finished tending to the Shereldon and Boskagor, he caught sight of this scene. Wait, when did you sneak off with my face-wiping handkerchief? Boka just borrowing it. That handkerchief was the very one given to him by Professor Yamazaki when he first met the Piplup. Daigo sighed, deciding not to dwell on it given the Piplup's earnestness. Wait a minute, this little penguin suddenly fawning over the Metagross must have some ulterior motive. Chapter 89. Behave and plead for mercy. After giving the Pokémon a simple treatment for their wounds, Daigo intended for them to rest a bit longer. He planned to return to the Pokémon Center in Dual Dragon City for complete healing before sunset. The Scyther looked helplessly at Riolu, who was gazing at it with starry eyes. What is it, little brother? Riolu, please let me accompany you to learn. The Scyther quirked its mouth, observing the respectful 90-degree bow from Riolu. Very well. Seeing as you've just joined the team and are so eager to learn, I suppose I can reluctantly teach you. Riolu. Hearing this, Riolu was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. However, the ground was in disarray from the recent battle, and in a moment of misstep, Riolu lost its balance and fell. A swift red claw shot out. The Scyther, quick on its feet, caught its little disciple just in time. Riolu once steadied. Riolu felt a bit embarrassed and scratched its head. Be careful next time. Yes, senior. The Scyther gazed at the jubilant Riolu, a rare smile curving at the corners of its mouth. One could only wonder if the Shroomish was adequately safeguarding that rowdy group of children. Meanwhile, the Metagross gently patted the armored chest of the Boshokadora. Meta, how do you find my self-taught Sharpstone attack? Would you like to learn? Cacaw. I humbly seek your guidance. Daigo, affectionately stroking the head of the armored bird, praised, "You performed splendidly." Indeed, from the initial sandstorm that created opportunities to the subsequent brave bird assault and iron wall strike, the armored bird consistently aimed to create chances for its allies. It is fully aware of its limitations in terms of offensive capabilities, especially against a formidable opponent like Metagross. It understands its role well and executes it with remarkable finesse. "Hey, you two are making me look rather peculiar." Daigo glanced down at the Bishokuman tugging at his pants leg, a resigned smile gracing his face. Crouching down, he affectionately patted the easily touchable head of the Bishokuman, commending, "All right, your efforts have been commendable too. Let us head back." Bishokuman, "Oh, you finally understand me, boo-hoo." Daigo returned his Pokemon to their Pokeballs, saving only Bishokuman. "Let us go? Bishokuman, why don't you help me return the others as well? Come on. You need to put in a bit more effort." Daigo chuckled softly, giving the Bishokuman a gentle nudge with his foot. This time, he refrained from kicking it, after all. It had worked hard today. Yet, the journey of physical training was still a long and arduous one. "Bishokuman, oh, I've been good, please spare me." Along the way, Daigo observed the half-exhausted Bishokuman and, with a sigh, lifted it onto his shoulder, carrying it back to Shuanglong City. Yes, Daigo's own physical training was a heavy burden still to be undertaken. Miss Joy from the Unova region appeared quite different from the ones Daigo had encountered in the Hoenn region. What exactly was different? The answer lay in her hairstyle, which exhibited only slight variations. The Joys Daigo met in Hoenn had their bangs styled into curls, while the Joy in Unova sported straight bangs, divided into a side part. Ah, is this the regional variant of Miss Joy? After retrieving all his Pokeballs, Daigo departed from the Pokemon Center. He checked into a battle hotel in Shuanglong City for the night. Today, Daigo's Pokemon were fatigued, so he refrained from engaging in battles, ensuring they had ample time to recuperate. The hotel rooms were spacious and of high quality, accommodating Daigo and all his Pokemon without feeling cramped. Even with the presence of the hefty Metagross and Bashokadora, as long as Bashokadora didn't suddenly thump its tail on the floor while asleep, there was no risk of collapse. Lying on the bed, Daigo scrolled through the news on his navigator. Despite its small screen, it functioned adequately. Fortunately, he hadn't stumbled upon any news regarding himself and Macaulay today. Otherwise, he would likely be busy placating someone over the phone. Daigo, too, sought some respite from the situation. In his view, tracking down that reporter was not a challenging task. In Hoenn, it was merely a matter of a word from Mulan. After all, they were just a tabloid journalist. It was implausible for them to have a champion backing them. If they had a championess support, why would they bother being a reporter? However, if Daigo were to pursue the matter, it would come off as petty. He was indifferent to the opinions of others, after all. It was merely a matter of appeasing a cabbage, which would never genuinely harbor anger. It was simply a means of strengthening their bond. What worried him was if the Garchomp took it seriously and genuinely harmed him. Just as he pondered about the cabbage, a call came in from it. "Hello? What's up, cabbage? Can't I receive a call without a reason?" Listening to the retort from the navigator, Daigo almost wished to slap himself. Damn his naive tongue. "Of course not. I have successfully captured the Riolu. This little one possesses remarkable talent. Not to mention, this Riolu is truly resilient. However, it has yet to reach an illegal level of prowess. So far, I have only encountered the Bishokuman as an illegal Pokemon. Well, I've compiled a training guide for Lucario. Would you like it?" Daigo could hardly refuse the effort that Cabbage had put into it. Sharona glanced at the document in her hands. She hadn't exerted much effort at all. It was merely a favor from her grandmother, adorned with a few insights from Sharona's own experiences and training. "Where should I send it in Hoenn?" Daigo pondered for a moment before replying, "To Swaging City. I plan to head there directly upon my return." His main intention was to learn about the crafting of energy cubes. Swaging City was the locale for the Hoenn Master Class Gorgeous Contest, gathering many esteemed coordinators. Learning about energy cube production, there would be a splendid opportunity. Additionally, the department store in Swaging City would have an ample supply of high-quality energy cubes. Daigo intended to make a substantial purchase this time. As for the experimental products for creating energy cubes, who could he enlist for tasting? A plump blue penguin floated into Daigo's mind. That seemed feasible. After all, Bishokuman had a habit of soaking pillows and blankets when Daigo wasn't looking, preventing him from getting restful sleep. As Bishokuman rolled around on the bed, it suddenly sensed a chill, an enemy presence. Bishokuman cautiously scanned the surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on Daigo, who lay on his side, turned away from it. There it was. He was probably concocting some sinister plan against me. Silently, Bishokuman crawled off the bed and snuggled against Metagross's metallic arm. "I've been good. Please spare me, boo-hoo." Chapter 90. The Buratano Research Institute. It seems the Kalos region is quite close to the Unova region. After concluding his call with Cabbage, Daigo browsed for flight tickets online. It would be an opportune moment to visit Dr. Buratano. After all, Daigo possessed a megastone, the identity of which he was yet uncertain. If fortune favored him, perhaps Basho Kadora would discover its evolutionary megastone. Visiting and requesting Dr. Buratano to analyze that megastone should not consume much time. Once determined, Daigo booked a flight to the Kalos region for the next morning. Early the next day, Daigo boarded a flight to the city of Miure in the Kalos region. Departing in the morning, he arrived in Miure around 2 in the afternoon. Dr. Buratano's research institute was located on the south side of the main street. Daigo promptly retrieved Metagross's Pokeball and rode it to the institute. The appearance of the shiny Metagross immediately drew the attention of the crowd at the airport, with some even pulling out cameras to capture the moment. Before long, Daigo spotted the sign of the Pokemon Research Institute. Dr. Buratano's establishment was quite expansive, and it appeared that a much larger shed loomed behind it. Ding dong. Daigo pressed the doorbell and stood quietly, awaiting a response. Bang! Pachima dashed out on its own, patting its slightly deflated belly. I'll prepare your meal shortly, so please be patient, Daigo said with a resigned smile as he looked down. Click! The door of the research institute swung open, and a young researcher peered out. Inquiring curiously, who are you? I am Daigo from the Hoenn region, here to pay a visit to Dr. Buratano, Daigo replied with a gentle smile. Daigo, I know you, the young researcher exclaimed, and a sense of foreboding stirred within Daigo. The rumored romantic interest of the Hoenn region's gym leader, Mikuri. Bang. It seemed something had shattered. Could you allow me to explain? Daigo said, feeling somewhat despondent. Curse those paparazzi. Yes, that SM. Please come in. Dr. Buratano was feeding the Pokemon in the backyard, the researcher said, as if he had no intention of hearing Daigo's explanation. As Daigo followed the young researcher inside, he gently kicked Pachima's behind. Hey, why did you kick me? I didn't say anything. Pachima protested. Dr. Buratano is in there. I won't disturb you further, the researcher said, smiling as he gestured towards the door in front of Daigo. Thank you. You're welcome. As the researcher turned back, he pulled out a phone and began furiously tapping away at the keyboard. Daigo felt a twinge of embarrassment watching the young researcher. It's not ideal to stir up too much gossip online. Humans have an innate tendency to indulge in gossip, and Daigo did not let it bother him too much. Pushing open the door to the backyard, Daigo stepped into a greenhouse teeming with life, lawns, forests, and rivers. A man in a white lab coat, with medium-length curly hair, was crouched among a group of Pokemon, his back turned to Daigo. Hello, may I ask if you are Dr. Buratano? Daigo called out without approaching. Doctor. Buratano turned around, noticing Daigo standing at the entrance. Yes, who might you be? I am Daigo from the Hoenn region, here to consult you on a few matters. Daigo replied. Very well, could you wait until I finish feeding these little ones? Dr. Buratano offered a warm smile. After all, he was a middle-aged man, and among doctors, he was relatively young and handsome. Of course. May I also prepare lunch for my Pokemon here? Daigo asked. Naturally, Dr. Buratano assented with enthusiasm. Daigo released all his Pokemon, Metagross, Skarmory, Boscodora, Scyther, and Riolu, while Pachima remained outside. The sudden appearance of unfamiliar Pokemon in the backyard caused some timid ones to hide away, while those gathered around Dr. Buratano clung tightly to his pant leg. I didn't intend for this, Doctor, Daigo quickly explained. It's all right. They're just not accustomed to having guests. Dr. Buratano smiled gently, showing no signs of annoyance. Daigo's gaze fell upon several Pokemon at Dr. Buratano's feet, starters from the Kanto and Kalos regions, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander, Chasepin, Froakie, and Fennekin. When these little ones saw Boscodora stuffing its mouth with a pile of minerals, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply incredible. Most of the food they were accustomed to was high-quality Pokemon feed. However, seeing Daigo offering his Pokemon soft, jelly-like energy cubes filled them with curiosity. Doctor, if you don't mind, could you share some of these with this group of little ones? Daigo, oblivious to the multitude of eyes upon him, retrieved a box of universal energy cubes from his bag and stepped forward to present it to Dr. Buratano. Thank you very much, Doctor. Buratano smiled as he accepted the energy cubes. The doctor's expenses were primarily directed towards research, and the Pokemon he fed were mostly given standard feed. The cost of feed was significantly lower than that of energy cubes, but the quality of the feed the doctor used was certainly not inferior. Amidst the joyous sounds of Pokemon relishing their delectable meals, Dr. Buratano broke the silence. Daigo, is it? May I inquire what brings you to me? Actually, it pertains to Mega Evolution, Daigo replied, producing the Megastone that Cocodora had once gnawed on and extending it towards Dr. Buratano. This is a Mega Evolution Stone, Doctor. Bratano observed the stone carefully after taking it from Daigo. I would like to ascertain which Pokémon this Mega Evolution Stone belongs to. To determine that, it will be necessary to analyze the energy contained within the stone and cross-reference it with the database. This will require some time. That is perfectly fine. I can wait. All right. Then please follow me, Dr. Bratano instructed as he led Daigo back to the research institute, placing the Mega Stone into a machine to commence preliminary analysis. This Mega Stone contains a significant amount of Steel-type and Ground-type energy, Dr. Bratano explained as he focused intently on the data displayed on the computer screen. Steel and Ground? Then it cannot be the Mega Evolution Stone for Boscodora. Not only is Boscodora a Steel and Rock dual type, but its Mega Evolution is purely Steel type. The Mega Stone that belongs to it should exclusively contain Steel-type energy. It seemed that encountering a Mega Stone was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Daigo could not dare hope that it belonged to Boscodora. With a Mega Evolution into Steel and Ground type, Daigo could only wish for the Steelix. Most likely, it was the Mega Evolution Stone for Steelix. Reflecting on Steelix, Daigo recalled the terrifyingly formidable one he had encountered in the stone cave. It was likely that even the ancestral Mega Stone he possessed had been covertly taken by Cocodora, who deemed it delectable. Moreover, Cocodora often seized its minerals while it slept. Such behavior was all too understandable. As for which Pokémon the Mega Stone belonged to, time would reveal the answer. Although Daigo was already quite certain of the outcome, he understood that the process was essential. Daigo, may I ask you for a favor? Dr. Bratano's earnest expression prompted Daigo to nod gently. Please go ahead, and I shall see if I can assist. I noticed that your Metagross has a Mega Evolution Stone attached to its arm. May I inquire if it is capable of Mega Evolving? Indeed, Daigo confirmed with a nod. Would it be possible for me to record the data following your Pokémon's Mega Evolution? Dr. Bratano requested. I still require some empirical data to support my paper on Mega Evolution. That would be entirely feasible, Daigo agreed without hesitation. Once Dr. Bratano's paper is published, it is likely that we will enter an era where Mega Evolution becomes commonplace, and both the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystone will be widely recognized. They are no longer mere ornamental stones devoid of purpose, but rather potent instruments that facilitate the enhancement of a trainer's bond and prowess with their Pokémon. Chapter 91. The Path to Acquiring Mega Stones. While conducting an analysis of the Mega Evolution Stones on the computer, Daigo and Bratano made their way to the backyard of the research institute. Prepared and poised, they were ready to commence. Bratano adjusted the instruments and signaled an OK gesture toward Daigo. Beside Bratano stood his Pokémon, Garchomp, exuding an air of solemnity. Daigo nodded, casting a glance at the apparatus on his person, which appeared to be a type of electrode wire. Let us go, Metagross, he called. Metagross. Daigo raised his left hand to his chest, gently touching the surface of the keystone with his right middle finger. The brilliance of the stone transforms into a bond. Daigo intoned solemnly. The radiance of the keystone in his left hand blazed forth, extending into 4 sinuous strands of light. The Mega Stone adorning Metagross's right arm responded in kind. The 4 beams intertwined in the air, merging seamlessly. Metagross, Mega Evolve, Daigo proclaimed, raising his left hand triumphantly. As the light integrated into Metagross's form, it emanated a dazzling white glow, its shape gradually transforming. A formidable aura radiated outward. Bratano fixated on the data displayed on the computer screen. The fluctuations between Daigo and Metagross were nearly identical. In fact, the 2 waveforms aligned perfectly. Suddenly, the white glow enveloping Metagross dissipated. A fleeting kaleidoscope of leaf patterns emerged before revealing the majestic, imposing mega form. Metagross. The sheer overwhelming presence astonished Bratano, who looked up in awe. Garchomp, too, was similarly impressed, its power exceeding all expectations. Daigo suddenly sensed something amiss. This Mega Evolution demanded far more energy than before. Is it because Metagross is now at the champion level that I must expend greater power? Daigo mused inwardly. It appeared that his stamina could not keep pace with Metagross's rapid ascension. He resolved that he would need to don that forced training device soon. Gazing at the magnificent Mega Metagross, Riolu, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, was left utterly speechless. Even the Pokémon residing in Bratano's backyard were startled into a frenzy, taking refuge in the foliage, grass, and streams, daring only to peek out with wide eyes. That's enough, Daigo, Bratano remarked, observing the successful data recording on the computer. At this rate, the Pokémon in my backyard will be terrified out of their wits. Daigo exhaled in relief, retracting his energy alongside Metagross and reverting to its standard form. Although Daigo did not feel fatigued, he could no longer maintain the prolonged state achieved after earlier training. After all, Metagross's strength had surged dramatically. Subsequently, Brattano and Daigo engaged in a profound discussion regarding the sensations of mega evolution, effectively expediting Brattano's timeline for publishing his paper. "Thank you, Mr. Daigo." Brattano expressed with heartfelt gratitude, shaking Daigo's hand with excitement, even addressing him with the honorific Mr. No need for such enthusiasm. "Doctor, it was my pleasure." Daigo replied with a smile, withdrawing his hand after a few seconds. "Let us hope there are no scandalous news stories about Daigo tomorrow, especially with a surfing enthusiast among the researchers here." "Regardless, you have been an immense help," Brattano murmured. "Not at all. I initially sought your assistance as well." Brattano's previous data support had been scant, limited to the Mega Evolution data of Cornus Mega Lucario and Mega Alakazam. Corna, the gym leader of Shalar City in the Kalos region, held the secrets of Mega Evolution. Much of Brattano's research on Mega Evolution would necessitate consultation with her. Now, with the data from Daigo and Metagross's Mega Evolution, the foundation for his paper was sufficiently fortified. Speaking of which, Brattano promptly rose and hastened to the computer. "Mr. Daigo, the data from the Mega Stone you brought has been processed." Though Daigo had anticipated this, he felt compelled to partake in the process. He approached Brattano from behind, peering at the computer screen. The compatibility data between the Megastone and Steelix soared to an impressive 98. The remaining 2 was likely accounted for by potential discrepancies. "Steelix, you say?" Daigo pondered aloud, resting his chin on his hand. "Mr. Daigo, is something the matter?" "I was merely reflecting that when I discovered this Megastone, it was inhabited by a Steelix. Moreover, typically, Megastones vary in size and shape, don't they? Most are shaped into prototypes for use." "Indeed, that is correct." Brattano nodded. Daigo recalled vividly that the Mega Lucario stone obtained by Corona was quite large, yet it was ultimately reduced to the size of a small round stone for utilization. It seemed plausible that one could chip a piece off that large stone and then refine it for use, didn't he? Daigo believed that the legacy of Mega Lucario could indeed be derived from a fragment of that substantial stone, as what mattered was the energy contained within the stone and its compatibility with the Pokémon. Reflecting on Riolu in the backyard and Cornus Lucario, Daigo felt compelled to pay a visit to Corona. However, acquiring a relic from someone else, particularly in duplicate, would likely prove more challenging than reeling in a Magikarp. Otherwise, he could only hope that another Mega Lucario stone existed elsewhere. As dusk fell, Daigo settled into the Research Institute with Brattano. Metagross was engaged in a light sparring session with Brattano's Garchomp. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in every battle. Metagross aimed to familiarize itself with Garchomp's skill set. The application of skills, even among the same species, can vary significantly. Nevertheless, there are always similarities to be found. "Go for it, big brother." Pachima cheered, observing Metagross dominate Garchomp, feeling an inexplicable sense of elation. It seemed as if a portion of its pent-up frustration had been released. Feeling both physically and mentally at ease, it began to languidly recline on the ground, savoring the mesmerizing spectacle before it. This spectacle was, of course, the contest between Metagross and Garchomp. "You seem rather idle," Daigo remarked, playfully lifting Pachima's head. Suddenly unmoored, Pachima flailed its limbs in disarray. Pachima, help me." "Oh, it's just the trainer. Then there's nothing to worry about. It's kind of merciful that he isn't assisting. Look at Riolu. It approached Scyther for advice as soon as it joined the team," Daigo noted, rotating his arm to direct Pachima's attention to Riolu, who was earnestly seeking guidance from Scyther. "Pachima, no one in this team can spray water, right?" "That seems to be the case," Daigo replied, observing Pachima's exasperated expression, realizing the truth of the matter. "Then it seems effort is indeed required, doesn't it? Pachima. All right, put me down. I'll go, okay? How about I get you a toy later?" Pachima. "Understood, esteemed trainer. I shall commence training at once." Pachima marched forward with an air of solemn seriousness, executing precise steps. "Hee, I shall have the opportunity to flaunt my new toy before my dear friend." "Speaking of toys, what exactly are they? Are they named so because they are exceedingly enjoyable? I should inquire with my dear friend." Chapter 92. Are you a fixed refresh NPC? Early the next morning, Daigo bid farewell to Brattano and boarded the flight home. Given the current circumstances surrounding Riolu, there was no urgency to seek out Kokobur. It would be more prudent to wait until the opportune moment to pay a visit. Leaning back in his airplane seat, Daigo noticed that Pachima was beside him. The little penguin was perched on the round window, gazing at the scenery outside. "How many times have you looked out already?" Daigo chuckled as he reached out to ruffle Pachima's head. "Pachaka, you understand nothing. If it's beautiful, one must gaze upon it repeatedly." Daigo let out a light laugh and chose not to interfere further. He produced the Mega Evolution Stone of Steelix. Steelix, you say? If I were to return to the stone cave to seek that Steelix, it might very well engage in a tussle with Boscodora. One wrong glance could lead to a brawl. To pilfer another's food is an egregious offense among food enthusiasts. Just look at Boscodora's possessive behavior over its food. Perhaps I might gift it to a fortunate trainer someday. Daigo played with the Megastone in his hands. Enhancing the overall strength of trainers in the Hoenn region seemed quite advantageous. At the very least, it would bring honor to the region. He tossed the Megastone lightly into the air and deftly caught it. Very well. He safely stowed the Megastone away, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes, unsure whether he was resting or contemplating something. The airplane descended into Swearin City. The Pachama, resembling a zombie as it ambled out of the airport, abruptly collapsed. A tiny translucent Pachama emerged from its small yellow beak. Surely, that cannot be. Daigo couldn't help but chuckle at Pachama's antics. It was merely a day spent on the airplane, after all. It hadn't seemed so strenuous before. Pachaka, protested the Pachama indignantly from the ground. This time was evidently far longer than the last. Previously, it had only been half a day. This time, it had been a full day and night. Do you comprehend what this means for a penguin? Clearly, Daigo did not. He was no biologist, after all, but he was a trainer. Daigo picked up the Pachama lying on the ground and, holding it with one hand, gently patted its front. Next time, do not lie on the floor. After saying this, he placed Pachama on his shoulder. The little penguin clung to Daigo's head, tears welling in its eyes. Pachaka, I am not a piece of clothing. Why are you patting me? It whimpered. Stop it, you'll make my feathers wet. Uffed. Well, no need to worry now. They are already wet. Daigo pulled out a clean handkerchief to wipe the moisture from his face. There was no need to elaborate further. Daigo strolled about Swearin City briefly, enjoying the sea breeze at the harbor. By noon, he found a battle hotel and booked a room, where he addressed both his and his Pokemon's hunger. Subsequently, he did not forget the purpose of his visit to Swearin City. First, Daigo went to the Pokemon Center to collect his package. It was the cultivation insights on Lucario provided by Hakusa. The moment he received the package, Daigo sent a text message to Hakusa. A prompt reply came through. As Daigo stood on the street, exchanging messages with Hakusa, the Pokeball containing Boscodora on his belt gave a little jolt. Do not forget to buy food. Boscodora chirped. Having grown fond of a mix of soft and hard food, it insisted on a treat. Pachaka, hurry and get something delicious for my dear friend. Pachama tugged at Daigo's hair. Ugh, fine, I will go now. Daigo sighed with a smile. After explaining the situation to Hakusa, he briskly made his way to the department store in Swearin City. By the time Daigo replenished his supplies, dusk had already settled in. Upon his shoulder, Pachama now clutched a toy resembling Cocodora. The little penguin was overjoyed, for it could now cuddle with its small companion while sleeping. Boscodora's body was somewhat rigid, making it difficult for Pachama to rest comfortably atop it. The little penguin preferred the softness of a bed for its slumber. Daigo wondered if there were still coordinators at the Grand Contest venue. He hastily summoned Metagross, riding it towards the Grand Contest venue in Swearin City. Upon arriving, he encountered a familiar figure at the entrance. Mikali, why aren't you, the gym leader, staying at your gym? Why are you everywhere I go? Are you a fixture fresh NPC? Daigo inquired, bemused. Mikali merely shrugged, accustomed to being spotted by paparazzi who would publish articles that left Daigo feeling utterly disheartened. Daigo, Mikali called out as he spotted the silver Metagross approaching. It was obvious who was atop it. What a coincidence, Mikali-san. Daigo replied with a hint of melancholy in his voice. You're late. The grand contest has already concluded. Mikali gestured towards the venue behind him, disregarding Daigo's expression. Some news articles, one gets used to them, he added, having grown accustomed to the nature of the journalist's reports. Yet, Daigo had never anticipated being featured in the news so frequently, all thanks to Mikali. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd around him, Daigo recalled Metagross into its Pokeball. Swiftly bypassing Mikali as he entered the venue, he tossed over his shoulder, let us chat inside. He was genuinely afraid. Mikali chuckled softly, leisurely following in Daigo's wake. So, you didn't come here to watch the grand contest, but rather to consult a coordinator about the method of crafting energy cubes? Mikali leaned on his arm, his other hand resting on his chin as he reiterated Daigo's words. Indeed, Daigo nodded, resigned. He hadn't expected the gym leader, Mikali, to have such a leisurely schedule, wandering about freely. Then why didn't you come find me? Do you not trust me? Mikali smiled slightly, his gaze causing Daigo's hair to stand on end. Please, let us not use such looks between two grown men. I do trust you, Daigo replied, after all. You are a newly minted coordination master who participated in the beginner's grand contest and the baby cup. Then that settles it. Follow me, Mikali exclaimed. Seizing Daigo by the wrist, and leading him to a designated area within the venue where coordinators crafted energy cubes. Wait, Mikoli-san, isn't this a bit too intimate? Daigo thought as he watched Mikoli explaining the method of manipulating energy cubes, uncertain whether to voice his concern. He was no child. He possessed a fair understanding of energy cube manipulation. It was merely that his creations did not compare to those available for purchase. The fundamental techniques were all documented, but the nuances of crafting them deliciously and effectively were scarcely detailed. Once Mikoli finished his explanation, they finally arrived at the section detailing how to create high-quality energy cubes. Daigo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he pulled out his notebook, ready for action. "Allow me to elaborate, as I repay you for your kindness," Mikoli said, straightening his posture and looking down at Daigo with a playful smile. Daigo was momentarily taken aback, closing his notebook and heading outside. "No way. That gratitude must be reserved for when I bestow the championship upon him," he thought, smirking to himself, while also planning to settle the score with those who had pointed fingers at him. Huh. Mikoli looked on, bewildered. He quickly recovered and chuckled. "I was merely jesting, Daigo." Daigo pivoted, reopened his notebook, and assumed his position. Mikoli observed Daigo's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed he did not regard that incident as a debt of gratitude. Moreover, the youthful vigor radiating from him was quite abundant. Yet, Mikoli was unaware that he was only a year older than Daigo. "Now, you must listen closely," he continued. Daigo nodded gently, gripping his pen tightly, poised to jot down notes in his notebook. Pachima, the inquisitive Pachima, climbed onto the apparatus. "Let me see what valuable treasure this is." Chapter 93. I am more suited for mining. The quality of energy cubes is predominantly determined by the materials you select. Energy cubes crafted from high-quality materials are generally of superior quality. However, a lack of skill on the part of the creator can lead to diminished quality, such as producing medium to low-quality energy cubes from high-grade materials. The essence of crafting energy cubes lies in the timing. Mikoli utilized a grinder to transform an orange berry into a viscous blend of juice and powder, which he subsequently poured into a blender. Modern crafting machines have been upgraded and are now more user-friendly for novices. To achieve a softer texture, one must add some liquid. "If I were to demonstrate, the juice from a single orange berry would suffice," Mikoli stated, pressing the button to start the blender. The numbers on the display screen began to whirl. Precise timing is crucial, whether for blending, compacting, or cooling. The creator must have an impeccable grasp of time. Mikoli continued, pressing the button for compacting and cooling, which merely required pressing the corresponding buttons. These machines save an immense amount of manual labor. The portable crafting devices, however, necessitate manual blending, compacting, and cooling, which tests the creator's skill to a greater degree. Each type of energy cube has a different crafting time, and success can only be achieved through numerous experiments by the creator. Thus, the likelihood of finding another coordinator to teach you is quite low, at most. They can only instruct you in some basic energy cube crafting methods. Mikoli explained that each energy cube embodies the creator's dedication. The ideal scenario is to craft specific energy cubes tailored to different Pokémon. Soon, the machine dispensed 3 or 4 blue energy cubes. Mikoli gestured for Daigo to taste one. Daigo casually picked one up, noting its hardness both in texture and taste. It was certainly superior to gnawing on an orange berry, yet fundamentally different from those he had purchased. Due to the absence of additional liquids, the energy cube was rather firm. To enhance the quality of the energy cubes, one must blend various materials, considering the quantity of each, the required time, and the type and amount of liquid to add. These aspects necessitate a gradual exploration on the part of the coordinator. Daigo nodded vigorously, scribbling furiously in his notebook. "Should I add some minerals for the Boscadora? It shouldn't damage the blender, right?" "Daigo, you give it a try," Mikoli encouraged. Daigo nodded, retrieving some berries from his bag and beginning to grind them. He was well-versed in the crafting methods, methodically pouring the blended mixture into the blender before adding half a bottle of nutritional milk. He pressed the button, and the blender roared to life. Daigo estimated the timing for blending, compacting, and cooling. With a puff of steam, the crafting machine emitted a cloud of vapor, swiftly releasing several green energy cubes. Daigo and Mikoli each picked one up. Daigo immediately placed it in his mouth to savor the flavor, while Mikoli first pinched the energy cube to assess its softness and sniffed it before finally chewing. "It's edible," Mikoli said with a resigned smile, realizing that Daigo's talent for crafting energy cubes was rather lacking. "I can only say, practice makes perfect." Daigo stored the energy cubes in an empty container to later feed to Pachima. Meanwhile, Pachima shivered nearby. "Oh no, I sense something unpleasant is about to happen." Daigo continued to craft several more times, though the flavors only exhibited slight variations, failing to meet their expectations. Honestly, I think it would be better if you just bought them, McCauley suggested with a sheepish grin. I am more suited for mining, Daigo conceded, temporarily abandoning the endeavor. If I can buy them, it's fine. Once the Pokémon is released, I can probably recoup my expenses. Daigo remained undeterred, purchasing a simple portable crafting machine. Lacking an Ice-type Pokémon, he planned to head to the department store to acquire a learning machine for Ice Beam, allowing his little penguin to learn. With time slipping away, Daigo bid farewell to McCauley. McCauley-san, I shall take my leave. Daigo mounted his Metagross, intending to return to the department store for supplies and to feed his Pokémon. Until next time, McCauley waved at Daigo with a gentle smile. I hope that by our next meeting, you will have announced your relationship and will no longer drag me into the news. Woe is me. Pachima, perched atop Daigo's head, waved back at McCauley. See you next time, Pachima. McCauley watched as Daigo disappeared around the corner before preparing to leave himself. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Hello? This is McCauley. Mr. McCauley. The elderly couple from Mount Sendai have sent a message. A group of red-clad individuals has stolen the blue orb. McCauley's expression turned serious, and he replied, I understand. I will head over immediately. There was no gym leader in Suijin City, and McCauley's whereabouts were not concealed. Coupled with his popularity, he had many paparazzi following him. He was now the gym leader closest to Mount Sendai. Before departing, McCauley sent Daigo a message and then called upon his Wingull to fly him to Mount Sendai. When Daigo emerged from the department store, he noticed the message McCauley had sent. Daigo, Mount Sendai, hurry. It's all your fault for making me go buy a water gun. Daigo grumbled, glancing down at Pachima, who was fiddling with the water gun in his hands. Pachima, you were the one who couldn't resist the allure of that black stone. Daigo sighed. Well, it seems we both have our issues. However, since McCauley had not called him directly, Daigo surmised that McCauley was merely cautious about potential complications and had summoned him for support. Dinner time will have to be postponed a bit, Daigo concluded. Summoning his Metagross and leaping onto its head with Pachima, they then soared toward Mount Sendai. Songshin Mountain is a majestic peak located on the waterway number 122 in the southwestern part of Shueijing City. Much akin to the Pokémon Tower in Kanto and the Lost Tower in Sinnoh, it serves as a sanctuary for the souls of departed Pokémon. I recall that both Team Aqua and Team Magma have ventured there, but for what purpose? After a moment's contemplation, Dawu reached a conclusion. The two orbs. Those two fools, one with the indigo orb awakening Groudon, and the other with the crimson orb rousing Kyogre. It was sheer luck that they weren't obliterated by the flying creatures or the massive fish on the spot. The current circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. Dawu vaguely remembers that Team Magma and Team Aqua sequentially seized the orbs. What the situation is now, however, will only be revealed upon arrival. Chapter 94, The Ancient Legend. At the summit of Songshin Mountain, McCauley descended. Are you from the League? An elderly couple approached, their faces etched with urgency. Could you kindly tell me what has transpired? The old woman implored. Initially, a group clad in red attire came to steal the indigo orb. Followed subsequently by another group in blue who took the crimson orb, McCauley replied, with a furrowed brow. Team Magma and Team Aqua had indeed pilfered the two orbs in succession. This, the old woman said, producing a card from her pocket, is what the thieves left behind. I'm unaware of its significance, but it may prove useful. McCauley accepted the card, which bore a design resembling a mountain, identical to the insignia worn by Team Magma. Please, do not let the two orbs be separated. They are one. The old woman fervently grasped McCauley's sleeve, pleading desperately. Fear not. I shall retrieve the orbs, McCauley reassured her, though his tightly knit brows betrayed his uncertainty. McCauley-san. McCauley's head snapped up to see a young man descending from the sky atop a majestic Latios. Dawu leapt down gracefully to join McCauley. Who is this? The old woman inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is my good friend and a trainer from the Hoenn region, Dawu, McCauley introduced succinctly before turning serious. Dawu. Team Magma and Team Aqua have sequentially taken the two orbs, but Team Magma left this behind. Dawu took the card from McCauley, though he could not recall its name. It should be necessary for entering Team Magma's base, he speculated. Perhaps it is akin to an identification card or a pass of sorts. Surely, they wouldn't merely wish to distribute calling cards. The dock of Songshin Mountain serves as a resting place for the souls of departed Pokémon. The previously silent old man suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of both Dawu and McCauley. Your arrival here is indeed serendipitous. There exists an ancient legend in the Hoenn region. Long ago, due to the ferocious conflict between the land Pokémon and the ocean Pokémon, the world nearly faced annihilation. The land Pokémon forged mountains, while the ocean Pokémon summoned towering waves, opening the seas. Their relentless battles rendered the world a hellscape, with merciless storms engulfing all. It was only when the Indigo Orb and the Crimson Orb brought forth the end to the calamity. A brilliant light radiated from the orbs, calming the frenzied titans, who then submerged deep into the ocean, vanishing from existence. Boga, destroy the world, Pachima exclaimed, its eyes wide with astonishment. Hush, Dowu cautioned Pachima, who promptly covered its mouth and nodded obediently. Upon the conclusion of the brief tale, Mikoli finally gleaned some insight. The legendary land and ocean Pokémon. Team Magma seeks to expand the land, necessitating the creation of continents by the land Pokémon, Dowu added. And Team Aqua, desiring to extend the ocean, requires the ocean Pokémon to create the seas. Both organizations aim to reshape the world. Mikoli nodded in agreement, then articulated, thus, their motive for seizing the orbs is to awaken those two legendary Pokémon. Dawu and Mikoli exchanged a knowing glance, speaking in unison. The orbs could indeed soothe the wrathful legendary Pokémon, and they evidently possess the power to rouse the slumbering titans. The immediate objective is to prevent them from awakening the legendary Pokémon. Mikoli retrieved his phone, typing a message. Legends speak of deities capable of creating land and opening oceans. I cannot afford to be negligent. We must rally the full strength of Hoenn to thwart them, Dawu solemnly declared. Then the destination we must pursue is where these deities lie in slumber. Mikoli's brow furrowed as he pondered the time it would take to search for their resting place. Dawu too struggled to comprehend why the Indigo and Crimson orbs were positioned atop Songshin Mountain, entrusted to an elderly couple for protection. Perhaps it was precisely because the summit housed the two orbs that it became a congregation point for the souls of departed Pokémon. The deity's protection? Yet they were on the brink of world destruction. Mikoli-san, Dawu suddenly spoke. What is it, Dawu? I believe I may have discerned something. Dawu spoke quickly. Did the legend state that they both submerged into the ocean, or was it solely the ocean Pokémon? Given that one is a deity of land creation, how plausible is it that it would dive into the depths of the sea? Mikoli pondered. It is highly likely that only the ocean Pokémon descended into the abyss. Dawu nodded, indeed. Thus, the land Pokémon would most likely be found underground. Mikoli-san, do you recall Team Magma's previous activities at Chimney Hill using meteorites? Are you suggesting that the land Pokémon resides beneath Chimney Hill? Mikoli contemplated carefully, realizing the considerable probability. As for the ocean Pokémon, the vastness of the sea made tracing its whereabouts exceedingly challenging. Dawu's lips curled into a slight smile. However, to delve into the ocean, they will require a submarine. Moreover, it must be a sophisticated one. If we can preemptively deploy in a location with advanced submarines, we can thwart their descent into the depths. Mikoli grasped the situation entirely. Events were not spiraling into the unpredictable. Dawu, it was truly a wise decision to summon you here, Mikoli smiled, placing a hand on Dawu's shoulder. We are not yet entirely at their mercy. Dawu nodded gently, inquiring, what shall we do next? Mikoli replied earnestly. We must first head to Chimney Hill. If, as you say, this is a pass, we can proceed to thwart Team Magma. I will request the League to have the Elite Four and gym leaders oversee the various ports. Additionally, I have already called for helicopter support. Let us restore our strength here. Dawu nodded, recognizing that this was indeed the only course of action. The nearest to Chimney Hill is the Iron Spindle at Zhejiang City, with the newly appointed gym leader, Yasha. I will notify them to prepare. If Team Magma members are spotted, they should detain them and extract their precise location. When Mikoli adopts a serious demeanor, he exhibits a decisive and formidable approach to tasks, earning the admiration of Daigo. Despite his youth, he holds the esteemed position of gym leader and coordinator, embodying a sense of composure that is commendable. Perhaps, in the future, Daigo may evolve into a figure akin to this, mature and poised. Despite their mere one-year age difference, they exude contrasting vitality and maturity. Chapter 95. Let us create a ruckus. In the early hours of dawn in the Hoenn region, the vicinity of Chimney Hill buzzed with unexpected activity. At the mountain's base, a gathering of local trainers from Hoenn formed a lively assembly. Shrouded in the night, a black helicopter lay in wait. Daigo, with keen eyes, quickly spotted Asha and Tetsuyan orchestrating the formations below. How did they manage to assemble such a multitude of trainers in such a brief span? Daigo mused from his seat in the helicopter, curiosity piqued. Some trainers submit applications to the League to become members tasked with maintaining regional order, Mikoli explained. Daigo nodded, deducing that they were akin to the grunts of Team Magma and Team Aqua, albeit under the League's auspices. Mikoli-san, should we not descend? Daigo suggested. Macaulay replied, slightly taken aback. Why is that? Isn't the view from the sky superior? Even under the moonlight, visibility remained high for the members of Team Magma, clad in their striking red attire, thanks to the longer wavelengths of red light. Speaking of which, I have a feeling this card will prove useful, Daigo remarked, brandishing the Team Magma card Macaulay had previously given him. Indeed, Macaulay pondered briefly, conceding that Daigo had a point. In that case, you should scout ahead and notify me of any developments. Macaulay produced a headset and handed it to Daigo. Okay, Daigo replied, donning the headset and flashing a smile. Stay safe, Macaulay warned earnestly. Given that Team Magma primarily utilized fire-type Pokémon, Daigo would find it exceedingly difficult to escape if he were to be cornered. Do not worry, Macaulay-san, if I cannot win, I will certainly flee, Daigo said with confidence, retracting his inquisitive Pachima into its Pokeball, opening the helicopter door, and summoning his Metagross. Metagross. With Daigo aboard, Metagross descended to a relatively flat area on the mountainside of Chimney Hill. Daigo leaped off Metagross and began to survey his surroundings. The internal structure of Chimney Hill was primarily solid. If Team Magma were intent, establishing a base within was entirely plausible. In the games, Team Magma's base was located here. But Daigo hesitated to make any guarantees. Riolu, lend me a hand. Daigo pressed the button on Riolu's Pokeball, releasing the Pokémon. Riolu? Daigo bent down, presenting the card to Riolu. Use your aura to help me detect if there are any individuals inside. This card should retain some traces. Riolu nodded, grasped the card, and closed its eyes. In an instant, the darkness of Riolu's mind illuminated, revealing the intricate layers of the surrounding environment. Upon sensing the peculiar aura emanating from Daigo and Metagross, Riolu furrowed its brow, bypassing their auras to delve deeper into Chimney Hill. There are quite a number of individuals moving below. Riolu's eyes snapped open, pointing in a specific direction. Riolu, over there. Thank you, Riolu, Daigo praised, gently patting Riolu's head before returning it to its Pokeball. He pressed the headset, speaking in a low tone. Macaulay-san, I've located them. Bring the team over. Understood. Just wait for us to arrive. Macaulay's voice crackled through the headset. The next step was to locate the entrance to Team Magma's base and see if the card could unlock it, but that would be too time-consuming. Daigo reflected on the visuals he had observed from the helicopter. Instead, let us make a grand spectacle, Metagross. A smile tugged at the corners of Daigo's mouth. He did not wish to delay and allow the fiery Pokémon to awaken the wrathful Groudon. Metagross. Metagross understood immediately, stepping forward a few paces. Ready. Daigo placed his finger against the keystone on his left hand. With a flash, the keystone on Daigo's hand and the Mega Stone on Metagross's arm gleamed simultaneously. Metagross. Mega Evolve. Daigo commanded. Metagross. It roared, unleashing a tremendous aura that radiated outward, illuminating the surroundings. Daigo, do not disturb them. Macaulay's urgent voice echoed through the headset. Daigo calmly replied, Macaulay-san, the goal is to attract their attention. We cannot afford to give them the time to awaken him. Macaulay fell silent for a moment before responding with rapid urgency. I'll have Asha and Tetsuyan lead the way. I'm on my way to assist you. Daigo smirked, turning to Metagross. Let us create a ruckus, Metagross. Hammerarm. Metagross. With a mighty swing, Metagross struck the very spot Riolu had indicated. Bang. The rock face shattered instantly, leaving a large crater in its wake. Ah, help me. Cries of distress echoed in Daigo's ears as chunks of rock fell. Oh, an unexpected bonus? Daigo glanced at the edge of the crater, noting its thickness of nearly 2 to 3 meters, shattered by Metagross's strike. Utilizing Metagross's psychic abilities, Daigo landed gracefully atop the pile of rubble, where anguished cries resonated beneath his feet. My apologies, Daigo chuckled lightly, offering a casual apology as he navigated down the debris. With each step, a different cry of distress emanated from beneath the rubble. The physical resilience of this world ensured that Daigo's actions posed no mortal danger to the Team Magma members. They would merely be rendered unconscious from the pain. Observing the 2 remaining Team Magma grunts before him, Daigo offered a gentle smile. Greetings. Go inform your boss that we have intruders. One of the grunts promptly shouted to his comrades behind him, then swiftly unbuckled his belt. In an instant, 6 Pokémon materialized before Daigo, launching an assault. Unperturbed, Daigo raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a flash of silver, Metagross zipped past Daigo. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire sound of impacts rang out as all 6 Pokémon were sent flying by a single punch from Metagross. The fleeing grunt dared not glance back, eager to escape at full speed. Running so fast. Have you considered participating in the Hoenn Region Trainer Fitness Competition? Daigo's voice echoed in the grunt's ear. akin to a whisper of temptation. The grunt's trembling hand grazed his waist, inadvertently releasing all his Pokémon in a moment of panic. Yet, to his dismay, the sound of impacts echoed once more, confirming the defeat of his Pokémon. Standing atop Metagross's head, Daigo swung a fist at the fleeing grunt. Bang! The young soldier collided violently with the wall, only to rebound and crumple to the ground in a heap. Daigo gazed curiously at his own fist. Could it be that my punch possesses such formidable strength? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner. Daigo lifted his gaze to find a group of Fire Rock Team soldiers blocking his path. Their reinforcements arrived rather swiftly, yet it seemed rather futile. Who do you think you are, daring to? Daigo flashed a grin. Why does everyone insist on asking me who I am? Doesn't it get tiresome? He then bellowed. Mental Strength. Chapter 96. Mega Scyther. The psychic waves surged forth, causing the hands of the Fire Rock Team soldiers to freeze mid-air, their eyes wide with terror. Daigo smiled faintly as he drew forth the Pokeball containing Scyther. Let us go, Scyther. The crimson figure darted through the artificially created corridor like a flash of lightning, leaving behind trails of luminescence. Accompanied by the sound of impacts, the Fire Rock Team soldiers fell to the ground one by one. Where Scyther stood, the floor was littered with unconscious foes. With a hiss, Daigo's Metagross reverted from Mega form. It was prudent to conserve energy, even factoring in the trainers outside. The Fire Rock Team vastly outnumbered them. While Metagross alone could forge a path through, Daigo considered the issue of stamina and opted for Scyther to join forces with Metagross. As Daigo advanced unobstructed, he emerged into a spacious area filled with numerous instruments and 3 individuals awaiting his arrival. You again? One of the rotund men shouted at Daigo, his face contorted with rage. Oh, it's you, fatty. Daigo placed his hands on his hips, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. He felt no concern that the Fire Village could pose any threat to him now, nor did it ever in the past. Among the trio, aside from the corpulent Fire Village member, there was a young man and a woman. Is this the boy who made you suffer? The youth, cloaked in a red cape with a hood, had his bangs obscuring his right eye. I was merely holding back. The Fire Village member retorted. You were holding back, the purple-haired woman beside him echoed with a sarcastic tone. All right, let us not disturb Lord Chianmatsu. Bonfire, what are you being sarcastic about? The Fire Village member snapped. I'm not. Bonfire shrugged, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. You are. Just as Bonfire was about to continue, her expression suddenly turned cold. She hurled her Pokeball fiercely. Bang! A robust Charizard appeared with a roar. However, Bonfire's Charizard was sent reeling by a single punch from Metagross, sliding across the ground for several meters before finally colliding with the stone wall. Well, I thought you were just here to chat, Daigo remarked with a slight smile, his tone laced with mockery. All right, let us finish him first, the youth declared, stepping forward with his tightly gripped Pokeball raised. The sound of countless footsteps echoed behind Daigo, blocking his escape routes. I wonder, in this environment, can your Metagross and Scyther hold their ground? The youth spoke slowly. Care to find out? Daigo replied, unperturbed, with a confident smile still adorning his face. The youth frowned. Could it be that he had hidden techniques? Among the ranks of Fire Rock Team soldiers, a girl with black hair pulled her hood tighter, discreetly retreating to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Daigo remained stoic as the continuous sounds of Pokeballs being opened surrounded him. He estimated that Micoli-san would soon arrive. Indeed, these villains always seemed to relish in delaying their time. Go, the youth commanded. Daigo adeptly leapt onto Metagross's back, recalling Scyther into its Pokeball. Metagross swiftly elevated its stance. The anticipated scene of roaring flames did not materialize. Instead, a massive wave surged in from the corridor, engulfing the Fire Rock Team soldiers and their Pokémon. Phew! Daigo exhaled in relief, glancing at the elegant man arriving on his Milotic. Thankfully, Micoli did not possess the habit of arriving precisely on cue. Meanwhile, the youth stood atop his ancient armor, holding on to Bonfire and the Fire Village member. However, the Fire Village member was too large, leaving the youth to ensure he wouldn't be swept away by the torrent. Master Riolu, Micoli, the youth grimaced at the newcomer. Are you all right, Daigo? Micoli inquired upon arrival, first checking on Daigo's condition. What could possibly be wrong with me, Micoli-san? Daigo replied with a light chuckle as Metagross lowered itself beside Micoli. You seem somewhat reckless, Micoli remarked, noticing Daigo bore no injuries, which elicited a smile from him. The surf unleashed by Micoli's champion-level Milotic had left a significant impact. Had it not been for a protective barrier absorbing most of the damage, the youth's ancient armor would likely have been afloat, creating ripples on the surface. Leave the aftermath to me, Micoli-san. You should proceed to find Chianmatsu. Daigo slowly retracted his smile, adopting a serious tone. Understood, Mikoli nodded, maneuvering his Milotic past the three-headed fire creature and continuing onward. Daigo positioned Metagross at the entrance, watching the three drenched individuals with a smirk. Oh wait, there's a fourth person. Daigo then noticed, in a corner, another member of the Fire Rock team riding a Dragonite, having evaded Milotic's surf. It seemed that this individual posed a greater threat than the three-headed fire creature. Metagross's gaze fixated on the Dragonite, displaying a demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. A Mega Evolution Stone. Daigo realized upon noticing the change in Metagross. That Dragonite was adorned with a Mega Evolution Stone. When did the Fire Rock team spawn such a character? Daigo squinted, murmuring to himself. Moreover, they were merely a soldier? Yet it appeared that this individual had no immediate intention of attacking. As Milotic departed, the water in the area quickly evaporated. Daigo called forth Scyther once more, wishing to swiftly deal with the three officers. With the assistance he had just received from Mikoli, dispatching these three proved remarkably effortless, setting aside the extent of their injuries. The combined might of Scyther and Metagross was not something they could contend with. Once he had dealt with the three officers, Daigo turned his attention to the girl riding the Dragonite. So what will it be? Will you fight, or will you not? Daigo initiated the dialogue to break the standoff. I do not wish to engage you. The girl's voice was cool, betraying little emotion. However, Groudon must awaken. Daigo was taken aback. Why must Groudon awaken? How peculiar. Why? But the only response he received was silence. After a lengthy pause, the girl sighed and tore off her Fire Rock team uniform. With a black cloak billowing around her, the keystone adorning her ankle glimmered brilliantly. Mega Evolution, Salamence. As the girl's voice echoed, a radiant white light enveloped Salamance's form. Once the luminescence dissipated, a fleeting pattern of colorful leaves materialized before Salamence. The powerful energy distorted Salamance's wings, merging them into a colossal crescent-shaped appendage. Its head, neck, and torso elongated gracefully, while its limbs shortened and its tail elongated, signifying an evolution into a form more suited for flight. The Mega Salamence fixed its gaze upon Metagross, its demeanor betraying no hint of complacency. It appeared that a titanic clash was about to unfold between these two late-blooming Pokémon from the Hoenn region. Daigo, unlike before, wore a serious expression, and as he lightly touched the keystone on the back of his left hand, he commanded in a deep voice, Mega Evolution, Metagross. Chapter 97. The Mega Battle of Legendary Pokémon. The encounter between the two legendary Pokémon was exceptionally fierce. Daigo focused intently on the opponent's Mega Salamence, opting to withdraw his Scyther into its Pokeball. He had no time to ponder why this person's Salamence possessed the strength of a champion. Could it be that champions roamed freely? Blast burn. Sparks flickered at the corners of Salamance's mouth as it concentrated intense flames into a fireball. The fireball expanded outward, taking on a large character shape as it hurtled towards Metagross with incredible speed. Psychic. Metagross's eyes glowed blue, summoning an invisible wall that thwarted Salamance's flames, causing them to dissipate upon impact. Dragon Dance. It emerged, the lifelong pain of Garchomp. Salamence spiraled through the air, its speed and power surging. However, the space here was insufficient for Salamence to soar freely. Stone Edge. You prefer to bolster your strength, do you? Let's see if you can defend against it. Metagross slammed its metallic arm into the ground, then lifted it high. Countless shards of stone hurtled towards Salamence. For the flying-type Salamence, this Stone Edge attack proved remarkably effective. Defend. The girl was clearly unwilling to take risks with Salamence. Salamence decisively halted its Dragon Dance, enveloped in a vibrant green protective shield. With the shield, it soared beyond the range of the Stone Edge attack. The attack crashed into the overhead stone wall with a resounding crack. Following suit, Rock Slide. Metagross harnessed the falling debris to amplify its power. The stones controlled by Metagross rained down upon Salamence in midair. Just as Salamance's shield faded, it was struck by the sudden onslaught of rocks. It plummeted violently from the sky. Earthquake. Boom. In agony, Salamence adjusted its posture, landing on all fours. Seizing the moment, it unleashed an earthquake. Metagross quickly ascended, distracted by the need to protect Daigo as it levitated upward. A massive boulder infused with seismic energy suddenly rose. Concerned for Daigo, Metagross's ascent slowed, causing it to graze the boulder and absorb part of the seismic energy. Metagross. It groaned in pain, yet chose to prioritize lowering Daigo safely. Daigo realized that his presence was distracting Metagross in battle. Meanwhile, the opponent merely had to ensure their trainer was shielded from the earthquake. Comet Punch shattered the stone wall. Metagross's four metallic arms struck forcefully against the stone wall above. In an instant, a gaping hole was created, shifting the battlefield outside. Salamence followed closely, soaring through the newly formed exit. Daigo released his Skarmory and mounted it. Once outside, he glanced down to see the girl with black hair also riding a Swablu. Let's engage in aerial combat. Daigo, a voice called out, capturing the attention of both Daigo and the girl. It was Tetsu and Aisha. Macaulay is inside. You must assist him, Daigo shouted swiftly. Understood. Tetsu glanced at the airborne Metagross and Salamence, promptly entering through the hole created by Metagross. Good luck, Daigo. Aisha cheered for Daigo before following Tetsu into the cave. Ah, Aisha, you're a bit heavy. Tetsu's cry echoed from within the cave. Daigo had no time to retort, as the opponent's attack was upon them once more. Searing flames surged toward Metagross, yet each time, they were thwarted by that invisible wall. To counter equivalent fire-type moves, Metagross's Psychic was an essential skill to master. One must not forget Metagross's brain, comparable to a supercomputer. Utilizing Psychic could yield remarkable efficiency. Since fire-type moves were proving ineffective, one must concede. Dragon Dance. The girl resolutely commanded Salamence to execute Dragon Dance once more. In the vast expanse of the heavens, Salamance's Dragon Dance was hardly vulnerable to the stone edge attack. Daigo avoided being affected by the earthquake, ensuring Metagross remained focused. However, similarly, the opponent's Salamence was granted a more advantageous environment for enhancement. Iron Defense. If you seek to bolster your attack, then I shall fortify my defense. Let us see if you dare let Salamence endure an Ice Punch. Meteor Shower. A devastating dragon-type special move. Roar. Salamence let out a mighty cry, unleashing a blue-purple energy sphere towards the heavens. The sphere erupted in the night sky, transforming into countless meteors plummeting to the ground. With the Dragon Dance executed, the power of the special attack remained unaffected. Metagross, being Steel-type, inherently resisted Dragon-type moves, yet the damage from this attack would undoubtedly be significant. Bullet Punch. Faced with the barrage of meteors, the rapid-fire Bullet Punch was the optimal choice. Bang bang bang. All the meteors that could strike Metagross were obliterated, minimizing the damage. Dragon Dive. Soaring through the air, Salamence abruptly dove downward, surrounded by swirling blue-purple energy. A colossal dragon formed of Salamance's energy surged forth, opening its massive jaws as it hurtled towards Metagross. Comet Punch. Metagross's calm gaze fixated on the rapidly descending blue-purple dragon, channeling all its strength into its four fists. Metagross. Timing its strike perfectly, Metagross unleashed its four arms simultaneously. Roar. The blue-purple dragon collided with Metagross's arms. A tremendous surge of energy engulfed the battlefield, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. The next moment, the violent energy wave erupted outward. Even though both Pokémon remained airborne, the ground beneath them fractured continuously. The powerful energy wave sent Skarmory and Swablu tumbling, struggling to keep their trainers from falling. Daigo and the girl simultaneously raised their arms defensively, attempting to shield themselves from the energy wave and discern the situation. Both sides exhibited expressions of anguish as they were forcibly separated by the oscillating energy. Ice Punch. Bite. Before they could catch their breath, Metagross's fists became frosted, and it engaged in yet another fierce struggle with the gaping maw of Salamence. After enhancing its attack through Dragon Dance, the Salamence unleashed the full might of its Ice Punch, bolstered by the hard claw ability of the Metagross. Meanwhile, the battle between Macaulay and the fiery Chiansong raged on with fervor. Yet, Chiansong found himself struggling against an opponent of Macaulay's caliber, a champion-level trainer. Curse it! Why can't I awaken Groudon? Chiansong even found the presence of the indigo orb in his hand to be a bitter reminder of his plight. He had barely returned to the base when the explosion echoed, followed by Macaulay's swift arrival. With narrowed eyes, Macaulay commanded Milotic to amplify its power, further subduing Chiansong. Most of Chiansong's energy was devoted to directing his Pokémon against Macaulay, leaving the indigo orb incapable of releasing its latent power to rouse the slumbering Groudon. Directing Pokémon and facilitating their mega evolutions requires immense focus and stamina. This is precisely why trainers and their Pokémon can unleash greater strength together. What was that saying? They shouted about friendship and bonds as they charged forth. Ultimately, before Chiansong succumbed to unconsciousness, the indigo orb failed to manifest any strength. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, and the orb slipped from his grasp, rolling away. How infuriating! Macaulay had effortlessly subdued Chiansong with just a single Milotic. Yet, judging by Macaulay's breathless state, it was evident that the battle had not been without its challenges. Macaulay, hearing his name called. Macaulay's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to see Taishien and Yasha hurrying toward him. It's over, Macaulay remarked nonchalantly. Aside from dealing with a handful of Magma team members outside, the internal strife was largely resolved by Macaulay and Daigo, with Macaulay bearing the brunt of the effort. Daigo wasn't foolish enough to venture deep alone, battling against an uncertain foe like Song in a disadvantageous environment. Naturally, Macaulay was the best candidate, while Daigo merely needed to fend off the reinforcements from the Magma team. As for Daigo, when we arrived, it seemed he was engaged in battle with a girl in a black cloak. Taishian replied with a grin. It's been a while since I've seen him, and it appears he has surpassed this old man. The pursuers on the road must have been dealt with by Daigo, Yasha added. Macaulay furrowed his brow in confusion. A girl in a black cloak? Yes, she seemed to command a Pokémon strikingly similar to Salamence, though there were subtle differences, Taishian mused, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. Please handle the aftermath. I need to assess the situation, Macaulay quickly stated. A look of concern etched on his face as he swiftly threw out the Pokeball for his Piplup, leaving Taishian and Yasha with only his departing silhouette. Hey Yasha, do you think the rumors about Macaulay and Daigo are true? Taishian asked with a knowing smile, having noted Macaulay's expression. I don't know, Uncle Taishian. Don't ask me. Chapter 98, The Rosy Dawn. Daigo, Macaulay shouted as he flew out of the cave. No need to shout, Macaulay-san, I'm right here. Upon hearing his name, Macaulay turned to see Daigo resting against the injured Metagross, who bore numerous scars. Daigo appeared fatigued but managed to smile. Macaulay directed Piplup to alter its course and approached Daigo. How are you holding up? Hearing Macaulay's concern, Daigo felt warmth swell within him. Hey, you could say I'm fine. Just a bit worn out, he replied, taking a moment to steady his breath. Your appearance suggests otherwise, Macaulay remarked with a frown. Daigo, with a resigned sigh, explained, I'm genuinely fine. It's just that the prolonged mega evolution took quite a toll. It's true. Pokemon battles can extend for 10 or even 20 minutes. This was Daigo's first experience of exerting himself to his fullest in combat. The power unleashed during battle far exceeded that of training. As for that girl in the black cloak, Macaulay began after a brief assessment, relieved before inquiring further. Daigo simply shook his head. I'm not certain. She doesn't seem to belong to the Magma team. All I know is that her objective is to awaken Groudon. Groudon? Macaulay echoed, his tone laced with confusion, prompting Daigo to realize not everyone is well-versed in myth and legend. The legendary Pokemon of the Earth, he clarified. This individual's intentions appeared dubious. I recommend placing her on a wanted list. Daigo had precious little information about the girl, lamenting that his extensive time in the Pokemon world had led him to forget many details he once held. Glancing at Metagross, Daigo gestured for it to sketch the girl's likeness. This is the invincible intellect of Metagross. Macaulay recorded the image and assured Daigo, I will submit this to the higher-ups. I must admit, her Mega Salamence is truly formidable. Daigo leaned back against Metagross, a hint of resignation in his voice. Just when I thought the Elite Four would remain absent, a challenger of their caliber appears. In the end, her Salamence could no longer sustain the Mega Evolution and reverted back. I lacked the energy for a chase and could only watch as she slipped away. It seemed he had narrowly emerged victorious. For now, rest up and continue your journey. I will handle things with Team Aqua, Macaulay stated solemnly. He genuinely respected Daigo, despite their brief acquaintance. Macaulay had been intrigued by Daigo's performance in their first meeting during the Grand Festival, and later on, at Meteor Falls and MT Chimney. He recognized Daigo as a trainer with a strong sense of justice. Daigo had even helped him reclaim a lost love, not seeking anything in return. Macaulay had only shared a modicum of his insights in a nurturing water-type Pokemon, a suggestion he had made himself. Moreover, Daigo had steadfastly stood by his side during this ordeal. Macaulay regarded him as a close friend, a kindred spirit. I will report your performance accurately to the League. Surely, they will commend you, Macaulay assured him. Daigo smiled faintly. Awards are not of great significance to me. Given my family background, I seldom lack for anything. I understand, Macaulay replied with a calm smile. Daigo merely wished to prevent Groudon and Kyogre from awakening. Otherwise, the gears of fate might turn, and he could find himself in peril. Though the timeline may not align perfectly, he had thwarted Team Magma's attempts to awaken Groudon, leaving the future uncertain. At that moment, the horizon began to glow with a rosy light. Neither overly dense nor insipid, the ethereal mist drifts, and the blush of peach resembles the bashful visage of a maiden. Ah, how delightful it would be if the cabbage were present. Dawn is approaching. Tonight has indeed been a flurry of activity, and the sun is nearly upon us. Daigo glanced towards the horizon and remarked softly, quite beautiful. Macaulay raised her gaze in agreement, adding, just like the rosy hue on a young girl's cheeks. Daigo paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. We seem to be thinking along the same lines. What a coincidence. The two exchanged glances and shared a light laugh. Tetsuyan and Yasha, having completed their tasks, stealthily emerged from the cave entrance. Let's not disturb their elegance. Tetsuyan whispered to Yasha. Though somewhat puzzled, Yasha nodded and quietly followed Tetsuyan away. Let us head to Fiery Town for a day of rest, said Daigo. No. Let's go to Amethyst City instead. From there, we can fly directly to Green Ridge City. As Daigo was about to push himself up, a pair of slender, delicate hands appeared before him. With a smile, Daigo closed his eyes and grasped Mikolei's outstretched hand. Mikolei exerted strength to help Daigo to his feet, and the two fell into silence, quietly watching the sunrise reach its conclusion. For the moment, Daigo chose to set aside thoughts of the water fleet. Mikolei had already made the necessary preparations, and it seemed unlikely that the water fleet would manage to acquire a submarine to venture into the depths in search of Kyogre's resting place. For the remaining matters, all he needed was to trust in Mikolei. Should Kyogre awaken, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Even together, Daigo and Mikolei would struggle to contend with Kyogre. If that time were to come, they would need to seek out the three sacred pillars to gain their acknowledgement and assistance. Mikolei was undoubtedly aware of the tremendous power possessed by the mythical Pokémon. In summary, Daigo felt a profound sense of trust in Mikolei. It would be a pity not to become a champion. Daigo privately agreed with himself, pondering that perhaps he should surprise her later. Exhausted from the night, Daigo gazed at the grand bed before him, resisting the urge to leap onto it for a sound slumber. First, he prepared food for the Pokémon and took a moment to wash himself. After completing all preparations, Daigo finally collapsed onto the bed. It wasn't long before the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Poplio. Finally, I've got my chance. The well-fed Poplio raised the water gun that Daigo had purchased for it, gleefully aiming at the slumbering Daigo. Yet, upon seeing Daigo's weary face, Poplio hesitated. It seemed he was sleeping so soundly. Poplio. With a soft grunt, Poplio lowered the water gun. Never mind, seeing you sleep so peacefully. I won't disturb you this time. Poplio nestled against its stuffed toy, Coca-Cola, on the soft bed, surveying its companions who were also drifting into slumber. They had stayed awake all night, fearful that Daigo might encounter danger and require their aid. Suddenly, the little penguin felt its eyelids grow heavy. Glancing at the sleeping Daigo beside it, it slowly closed its eyes. Chapter 99, Homecoming. Daigo awoke in the afternoon, finally opening his eyes. To avoid being restless later that night, he forced himself to rise from the bed. By now, the Pokémon were mostly awake too, except for a certain Poplio still snoring blissfully. After freshening up, Daigo prepared lunch for the Pokémon, which was perhaps more appropriately termed afternoon tea at this hour. After recalling the still sleeping little penguin into its Pokeball, Daigo led his Pokémon outside for training. As they passed the Amethyst Gym, Daigo noticed a sign at the entrance indicating the gym leader was out and had yet to return. After a night of training, Daigo observed that his team had indeed become more diligent. Wearing a mandatory exercise suit, Daigo chuckled. I never expected to buy this for myself. He felt an unexpected heaviness in his body and a corresponding slowness in his movements. During a break after 20 minutes of training, Poplio finally emerged from its Pokeball. Rubbing its eyes. You sure can sleep, Daigo remarked with a smile. He produced a canister of energy cubes that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Poplio. Poplio. Poplio happily accepted the canister, eagerly popping the energy cubes into its mouth. In no time, it had a little belly and was leaning against Daigo for rest. Don't lean on me. I need to continue training, Daigo chuckled, gently pushing Poplio away and allowing it to rest against his backpack. As Poplio observed everyone else training, it felt the food in its belly settling. It rummaged through the bag, discovering a water stone and an ice stone, and excitedly scampered off to find a spot to train. After a day of rest, Daigo boarded a flight from Amethyst City and landed in Green Ridge City. Returning to the familiar city, he inhaled deeply, savoring the air of Green Ridge City. It felt ever so familiar, as though the days of his recent travels were just yesterday. He was astonished at how swiftly 4 months had passed. Metagross. We're home. Meta. Daigo exclaimed as he mounted Metagross, swiftly weaving through the streets. Poplio opened its mouth wide, letting the wind rush inside, producing a drawn-out pop. Daigo chuckled at Poplio's antics. With the crowd dwindling around them, they knew they were drawing nearer to Daigo's home. At last, Metagross halted before a luxurious villa, and Poplio's eyes widened in amazement. Its small mouth agape. From above, it surveyed the villa, which was even larger than Professor Yamazaki's research facility, leaving Poplio utterly astonished. Daigo gently patted Poplio on the head, prompting it to close its mouth. Let us go take a look. Daigo pushed open the grand door, leading the wide-eyed Poplio into the villa. The moment Poplio entered, It spotted the living room sofa, took a running leap, and landed on the couch. Poplio. Wow. Softer than the beds in hotels. Poplio even began bouncing on the sofa as if it were a trampoline. Everyone come out. Daigo released his Pokémon, introducing them to his home. This is the house I've lived in since childhood, and where I've shared my life with Metagross. Suddenly, Daigo halted, then, disregarding all decorum, shouted, "Be quiet, Boscodora." Boscodora had shattered a glass case, retrieving a mineral displayed within. This was a carefully selected stone of the finest quality, chosen by Muku, meant to be showcased in the living room for its aesthetic appeal. Boscodora paused, its mouth agape, and then sheepishly returned the mineral to its original place, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Daigo looked at the distressed creature and chuckled, patting its metallic body. "You can't eat those. I'll find you something delicious later." "I know," Boscodora replied eagerly. Daigo recalled that he had some slightly lesser quality stones in the basement that Boscodora could sample. He planned to stay in Green Ridge City for 10 days to half a month, needing to enhance the strength of his Pokémon. In this realm, Daigo possesses the finest resources to aid in the training of Pokémon. With the financial strength of the Daigo family, they could easily acquire an abundance of rare candies. However, excessive consumption offers little benefit to Pokémon. While their strength may appear to increase superficially, power built upon external means may not surpass that of a Pokémon of a lower level. A solitary candy can be solidified through diligent practice, but continuous indulgence might lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, the efficacy of a single candy is sufficient to bolster another's efforts for a considerable duration. The spacious backyard of the Daigo residence provides ample room for Pokémon activities. Regular cleaning is maintained by household staff, and the refrigerator is stocked with fresh ingredients. On the following day, as training commenced in earnest, Daigo would refine the black stone purchased from the department store in Mizujinshi once he met the benchmarks of his training regimen. Subsequently, he would begin drafting the research manuscript for the Pokémon project. Just as the plan was unfolding smoothly, a call from Hakusai appeared on the navigator. "Daigo, something is amiss. This is quite troubling. How could you not inform me of such a significant matter?" Daigo, taken aback, wondered if rumors about him had resurfaced. He hastily minimized the research document and opened a browser to search for trending news in Hoenn. A cursory glance revealed no mention of any romantic entanglement with Mikuri. "What on earth is going on?" The voice on the other end of the line, filled with indignation, continued. "The Hoenn League has officially stated that you and Mikuri thwarted Team Magma's nefarious plans." Daigo pondered whether Hakusai was upset because of his collaboration with Mikuri or because he had failed to inform her of such a pivotal event. Clearing his throat and clenching his fist, he explained, "The situation was urgent, and I didn't have the time to tell you. You should have informed me afterward." Listening to Hakusai's concerned words, Daigo couldn't help but smile. Her concern warmed his heart far more than Mikuri's did. Achoo! Far away in Shirogane City, Mikuri sneezed unexpectedly and murmured to herself, "Who could possibly be talking about me? Is it Naki?" With a gentle tone, Daigo reassured Hakusai, "I understand. And I will certainly keep you informed next time." There was no real danger this time around. After numerous admonitions from Hakusai, Daigo smiled as he put away the navigator. Although their relationship appeared quite intimate, there remained a veil between them, a thin layer that could be easily pierced but was also substantial. Their mutual promise to become champions kept Daigo from breaking this barrier before fulfilling their agreement. Regarding the sequence of events, although the timing of the Shirogane conference precedes that of the Rinrin conference, if Daigo did not immediately challenge for the champion title, Hakusai might ascend to the championship before him. "I shall not lose to that stinky Sharpedo," remarked Metagross with determination. Daigo chuckled softly, "I won't lose to Hakusai either." Chapter 100. Green Ridge Gym. The situation seemed to have taken Daigo by surprise. He had spent nearly a month in Green Ridge City, meticulously crafting the plot for the Pokémon game. With some minor storylines eluding his memory, he relied on his own travel experiences to enrich the narrative, such as the sudden involvement of Pokémon hunters and the Phantom Tower incident. The overarching plot remained clear in his mind. However, this was a game meant for a publishing company. Thus, the player's journey commenced in Kana City, where they would acquire the Navigator. Daigo would then guide players through the Orange Forest, arriving at a town untouched by any hue, known as Uncolored Town, to receive their first Pokémon from Professor Otomaki of the Hoenn region. As for copyright issues, Daigo planned to discuss them with Professor Otomaki later. He also needed to consult Professor Okido regarding Pokémon information. The first round of the game was straightforward: challenge gyms and ascend to the title of champion. Initially, it would be a single-player experience, with the potential for friends to join in Pokémon battles. Daigo envisioned incorporating elements such as the Pokémon Showcase, breeding systems, fashion systems, and camping features into the game. Thus, he labored over the project proposal for nearly a month, even reaching out to Mikuri to discuss the rules for integrating the showcase into the game. As a side note, during this month, the leader of Team Aqua, Swearin, was apprehended by Mikuri while attempting to steal the Abyss 1, a creation by the publishing company. The Hoenn League commended all trainers involved in the operation, particularly highlighting Daigo. Hearing this news from Mikuri, Daigo realized that the League intended to reward him, though he had yet to receive any official acknowledgement. With a yawn, Daigo stretched, saving the documents on his computer before heading to the backyard to observe his Pokémon's training progress. Two figures, one red and one blue, were engaged in a lively exchange. Scyther was diligently instructing its young apprentice. Pondering the scene, Daigo considered whether Riolu's evolution was contingent upon achieving a certain level of intimacy with Scyther. While their interactions had been positive, they had not yet reached a profound closeness. Shifting his gaze, Daigo noticed a small penguin resting beneath a fruit tree. Why was Pachima showing no inclination to evolve? Could it be that this little one was also afflicted with an evolution-blocking condition? With a sigh, Daigo observed 3 Pokémon entangled in a struggle. Rather than a battle, it seemed that Honchkrow and Boscodoro were being overwhelmingly dominated. With just over 2 months remaining until the Shirogane conference, Daigo felt ample time to secure the last 2 badges. Hakusai had already obtained all 8 badges and was diligently training for the championship, even reducing the frequency of their phone calls. I cannot fall behind, Daigo declared, donning his green training gear as he plunged into his regimen. Exhausted, Daigo collapsed onto his bed, feeling the fatigue of the day dissipate significantly. Tomorrow, we shall challenge the gym leader of Green Ridge City and see the fruits of your training. The room erupted with the sounds of various Pokémon calls, with Scyther raising its claws in a symbolic show of agreement. For tomorrow, let Pachima take the lead. It has yet to participate in an official battle. The gym leader of Green Ridge City, Kien, specialized in Psychic-type Pokémon, providing a distinct advantage for Daigo's Bug-type Scyther. As for the final participant, should he choose Riolu? Early the next morning, Daigo first visited the Pokémon Identification Center in Green Ridge City. The results were as follows: Metagross, 79, Scyther, 712, Skarmory, 663, Boschus, 66, Piplup, 511, Riolu, 57. Scyther spent approximately 20 days to ascend to the elite level, a duration that doubled in comparison to Metagross's advancement. Skarmory and Boschus also successfully entered the quasi-elite tier. Piplup remarkably leaped from the elite rank to that of a lord. When Riolu was first captured, it was already at the leader level, and under Scyther's tutelage and the nurturing insights provided by Cauliflower, its prowess has rapidly progressed. Of course, this is also attributed to the finest resources for its development. I took the opportunity to examine my Pokémon's physical condition, and the results indicated that everything was in excellent order, remarkably healthy. After attending to these trivial matters, Daigo finally arrived at the entrance of the Green Ridge Gym. To his surprise, the welcoming guides were a pair of twins. "Are you here to challenge the gym, trainer?" the boy inquired. The girl behind him gazed at Daigo with starry eyes, fixating on him intently, causing a shiver down his spine. "Yes," Daigo nodded in response. "Hey, you are Mr. Daigo, aren't you?" The girl stepped forward and asked him. "Indeed, I am Daigo," he replied with a calm smile. With all the rumors surrounding Mikoli and the accolades from the Hoenn League, it was only natural for him to be recognized. "Could you please give me your autograph, Mr. Daigo?" the girl pleaded, producing a small booklet from her pocket. "Huh, sis, don't be so rude." It was Daigo's first encounter with a request for an autograph. He hesitated for a moment, but then smiled as he accepted the booklet. "Not at all, it's just a small favor." Daigo swiftly pinned his name on the cover of the booklet. "Now, can you take me to meet the gym leader?" "Of course. Please follow me." The girl eagerly tugged at her brother's wrist, beckoning Daigo to follow. Daigo chuckled softly and quickened his pace to match the girl's stride. Before long, the twin siblings led Daigo to a middle-aged gentleman. "Dad, this is Mr. Daigo, here to challenge the gym," the girl exclaimed excitedly. Daigo, the man, Kien, was taken aback. The name sounded familiar. Upon seeing Daigo, Kien finally recalled. "Thank you for your contributions to the Hoenn region." Daigo extended his hand to grasp Kien's. Responding with a gentle smile, "It is my duty." Kien nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Daigo, how many badges do you currently possess?" 6 badges. "I see. The battle rules are 3 against 3, and as the gym leader, I cannot." After explaining the rules, Kien escorted Daigo to the battlefield. "My 2 children will serve as the referees. Is that acceptable?" "Of course," Daigo nodded without hesitation. "All right, Xiao Nan, Xiao Feng, I leave it to you." "Yes, Dad." Once both sides were ready, Qian released his first Pokémon. My first Pokémon is this fellow. The creature was black, adorned with numerous eyes and mysterious patterns. Floating above the ground. It's a Claydol. Chapter 101. How can this be called sinister? Piplup, it's your turn. With a resounding boom, a flash of white light heralded Piplup's dazzling entrance. Piplup, finally, it's my time to shine. Qian's expression turned serious as he regarded the diminutive Piplup, whose presence was undeniably commanding. So adorable. Xiaonan raised her hand, clearly eager to pet the little penguin. Sister, we are the referees now. Xiaofeng swiftly pulled his sister back, reminding her solemnly. Oh right. Now, the gym battle between gym leader Qian and challenger Daigo officially begins. As Xiaofeng raised his hand high and brought it down, Daigo launched his attack with fervor. Water cannon. Piplup. The little creature inhaled deeply and unleashed a robust column of water. Claydol, being a ground type, was at a disadvantage against Piplup's powerful water cannon, which would inflict significant damage. Psychic. With a hum, multiple eyes on Claydol emitted a blue light, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. The rapid water column was deflected, wildly splashing against the surrounding ground. Whirlpool. Piplup emulated Bosch's, raising its small foot to stomp down, albeit in a rather comical manner. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of water appeared beneath Claydol, ensnaring it. Teleport. Claydol's form flickered and vanished from the whirlpool, reappearing directly above Piplup. Piplup, where are you? Right above you. Use Bubble Beam. Piplup quickly gathered its energy and looked up, spotting Claydol hovering overhead. Piplup. Countless bubbles erupted from Piplup's mouth, countering the invisible shockwave generated by Claydol's psychic abilities. The teleport move allowed Pokémon to move freely, appearing anywhere on the battlefield or returning to their Pokeballs to swap with another Pokémon in their team. Piplup. That was close. Almost got hit. Ice Beam. Piplup swiftly regained its composure, opening its yellow beak to conjure a small, ice-blue sphere before unleashing 3 spiraled beams of light. Teleport to dodge, then use Earth Power. Claydol's form flickered once more, evading Piplup's ice beam, which struck the ceiling instead, instantly coating it in a thick layer of ice that exuded chill. Piplup. It can really run away. Piplup exclaimed indignantly. Don't get distracted, run to your right. Daigo maintained a calm demeanor, his words rapid. Piplup finally reacted, propelling itself forward with determination. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a rock jutted upward violently. Piplup. Piplup leaped forward, narrowly avoiding the Earth Power attack. Use Charm. Piplup. You want me to use Charm? Are you serious? Psychic. Quickly. Witnessing the opponent's imminent attack, Daigo urged urgently. Piplup, seemingly helpless, turned to Claydol with a look of feigned innocence. Piplup, please don't be so fierce. Huh. Claydol paused, tilting its body curiously at Piplup. Now is our chance. Water cannon. Piplup's face flushed with embarrassment, truly mortified. A powerful aura began to surge around Piplup. Competitive ability activated. Wait. How can you trigger your competitive trait even when you're embarrassed? Boom. The water cannon transformed into a towering wave, crashing toward Claydol. Even if Claydol reacted in time, attempting to use Psychic to block or teleport away would be futile, for Piplup's attack encompassed the entire battlefield. Boom. The colossal wave cascaded down, and Bojaman claimed a magnificent pentakill. Fortunately, the battlefield was equipped with emergency devices to counter such situations. Once the battle exceeded the confines of the arena, instruments would activate to diminish the energy of Pokémon moves, preventing any collateral damage to those outside the arena. Gulping. Daigo rose from the gradually calming waters, expelling a mouthful of water. He had not intended for Bojaman to trigger its competitive ability. After all, with Bojaman's current strength, it was more than capable of dealing with the Psychic-type doll. The drainage system within the gym swiftly activated, leaving everyone drenched. Bojaman gazed at Daigo's disheveled state, collapsing in fits of laughter. The earlier embarrassment vanished in an instant. Ahem. The psychic doll has lost its fighting capability, granting victory to Bojaman. The disheveled Xiaofeng coughed twice and quickly called out, showcasing commendable professionalism. Come back, psychic doll. Qian recalled the psychic doll into its Pokeball, pushing back his damp hair and retrieving a second Pokeball. Although he anticipated a challenging battle, Qian nonetheless chose to send forth his next Pokemon. My second Pokemon is this. Qian's second Pokemon resembled a crescent moon, adorned with red eyes on either side, and featuring a unique beak-like structure at its front. A rock and psychic-type moonstone. An extraterrestrial meteorite Pokemon. The rock type would also be vulnerable to Bojaman, possibly ending the battle swiftly. Impressive strength indeed, Daigo, Qian suddenly complimented. With such prowess, how could you be a trainer with 6 badges? Had I known, I would have tested your true strength against Daigo. This way, I wouldn't suffer such a humiliating defeat. Come back, Bojaman. Daigo recalled the still-laughing Bojaman and instead drew forth the Pokeball containing Riolu. I appreciate the flattery. Ken chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Go, Riolu. Thud. This battle marked Riolu's inaugural official confrontation. Riolu assumed a fighting stance, its expression grave, judging by its demeanor. It appeared far more serious than Bojaman. While psychic types counter fighting types, Riolu also possessed steel-type moves, capable of countering rock types. To secure an effortless victory, Riolu must close the distance to the Moonstone. A flash of electricity. Meteor beam. Riolu lunged forward with astonishing speed, propelled by its back legs towards the Moonstone. The Moonstone shimmered with dark specks of starlight, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky. Thud. Riolu's punch collided with the Moonstone, which remained stoically resilient. A mere electric-type move like Quick Attack inflicted negligible damage upon it. Bullet Punch. Having successfully closed the gap with Quick Attack, Riolu prepared to unleash a barrage upon the Moonstone. Riolu. With a mighty swing, Riolu's fist struck the Moonstone with remarkable velocity. Thud, thud, thud. The Moonstone staggered backward under the relentless assault, while Riolu pursued unyieldingly. The barrage of bullet punches continued to inflict damage upon the Moonstone. Finally, the Moonstone completed its charge, radiating a brilliant yellowish light, which swiftly engulfed Riolu. Boom. Riolu was propelled out of the illuminated area, tumbling in midair before halting its descent by clawing at the ground. The Moonstone wobbled precariously, having endured such a flurry of punches without collapsing, showcasing its indomitable spirit. I misjudged, Ken murmured with a furrowed brow. Initially, Riolu's aura had not seemed particularly formidable, leading him to hope for an increase in special attack while charging Meteor Beam. He never anticipated that the power Riolu unleashed in an instant would surpass even Bojaman's. Indeed, who could have foreseen such cunning from Riolu? At this moment, it was necessary to summon Riolu's mentor, Scyther, for some words of wisdom. First and foremost, this is a more reasonable application of power. It is not underhanded. Secondly, what if it is? Those who claim it is underhanded should come forth to claim a friendly pincer's embrace from Scyther. Chapter 102. I truly have matters to attend to. Psychic Surge. One must not squander the power gained from injuries. It is imperative to inflict as much damage as possible. The Moonstone's eyes gleamed with blue light, as invisible psychic energy surged towards Riolu at breakneck speed. Daigo was uncertain whether the Moonstone's Psychic Surge was a single target attack or a wide-range assault. The application of Psychic Surge is exceptionally broad and challenging to gauge. It can deliver a concentrated strike or ensure that a wide area is hit. It can even be utilized for control and assistance, much like Metagross. Since Daigo could not discern the nature of the attack, he would let Riolu perceive it. See through it. Riolu's gaze sharpened, and time itself seemed to still around it. In Riolu's field of vision, a dark ripple materialized from thin air. Riolu leapt into action, successfully evading the wave of psychic energy. The Moonstone had employed a wide-range Psychic Surge, but it was flat rather than three-dimensional, thus failing to affect the entire arena. Naturally, achieving full coverage would demand a tremendous amount of energy. Zing! As Riolu landed, it quickly propelled itself forward, charging towards the Moonstone. Quick Attack. Daigo reacted swiftly, calling out. Psychic Impact. Do not let it approach. Upon witnessing Riolu evade the Psychic Surge, Ken promptly shouted to the Moonstone. However, Riolu's fighting style bore a strong resemblance to Scyther's. Given that it was trained under Scyther, the target of Quick Attack was never the Moonstone, but rather the ground before it. Thud! With a surge of white light, Riolu stomped the ground, its small frame launching into the air. The Moonstone's Psychic Impact was released, but met only empty air. In midair, Riolu rotated, its gaze reflecting the Moonstone's movements. In Riolu's eyes, the Moonstone slowly lifted its head, its expressionless face becoming increasingly distinct. The raised fist glimmered with silver light. Thud! Riolu landed, and with the momentum, its fist swung down with force. Striking the Moonstone's face, it toppled to the ground, unable to rise again. Riolu's first battle concluded in victory. The Moonstone lost its fighting capability, granting Riolu the win. As Xiaofeng's voice echoed, Qian recalled the incapacitated Moonstone into its Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, though the outcome was already inevitable, as the gym leader, he was determined to see the battle through to its conclusion. Come back, Riolu. Daigo also returned Riolu to its Pokeball, softly praising, You fought splendidly in the first battle. He then exchanged it for Scyther's Pokeball. Is this where I grind for experience? Qian chuckled in resignation. This time, Daigo did not wait for Qian to send out his Pokemon first, instead opting to release Scyther ahead of him. Thud. The moment Scyther emerged, Kien's expression darkened considerably. No way, my friend. I shall present the 7th badge level to you in battle, while you wield a Pokémon of the champion tier? A twitch flickered at the corner of Kien's mouth as he reluctantly sent out his final Pokémon. In a flash of white light, Kien's last Pokémon made its grand entrance. Its circular body was adorned in a vibrant orange, with 8 yellow rocky spikes protruding from its sides, and an intricate pattern formed by numerous small yellow stones graced its front and back. Its eyes, large and distinctive, were framed by thick semicircular eyelids, revealing red pupils through a narrow black slit. Each eye was embellished with a circular design and 3 black markings beneath it. If the previously mentioned Lunatone resembled the moon, then this Pokémon embodied the sun. Corresponding with Lunatone, it was a rock and psychic-type meteor Pokémon. Solrock. At a glance, the strength of this Solrock seemed comparable to that of Lunatone, perhaps slightly superior. Earthquake. Kien opted to strike first, with his opponent deploying a champion-level Pokémon. Was it not permissible for a gym leader to seize the initiative? Watching the Solrock, akin to a squinting sun, channeling energy into the ground, Kien was taken aback when a red figure suddenly appeared before him. Confusion flickered in the eyes of Solrock for the first time. The Scyther, with its formidable pincers, knocked Solrock to the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack, resembling a spider's web. Fortunately, Scyther had not unleashed its full power, and Solrock, being a rock type, was resistant to normal type moves. Otherwise, it would have surely been incapacitated by a single blow. Scyther remained composed, devoid of any emotion. It lifted its leg and kicked Solrock into the air, akin to a soccer player. Spinning around, it extended its long leg to strike the descending Solrock. Bam! Solrock traced a straight line through the air, crashing against the wall before collapsing, rendered incapable of battle. Alas, Solrock was defeated, and Scyther emerged victorious. The winner was the challenger, Daigo. Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. It was his first time witnessing his father being so swiftly defeated. Truly, Daigo was remarkable. Xiaonan, however, seemed unfazed. If one lacked strength, how could they dare to confront Macaulay directly? Kien, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief as he recalled the unconscious Solrock into its pokeball. Approaching Daigo, who had just returned Scyther to its ball, he presented a heart-shaped pink badge. This is the Mind Badge, a testament to your victory over the Green Ridge Gym. Now, Xiaofeng, please do not gaze at Daigo in such a manner. It is rather disrespectful. Kien turned aside as though startled by a sudden light, hastily raising his hand to shield his face. Father, that is Xiaonan, Xiaofeng said helplessly. Did I mistake again? Haha. Kien scratched the back of his head awkwardly, laughing heartily. Xiaonan and Xiaofeng were merely distinguished by their gender. Usually, it was Xiaonan's hairpin that allowed him to recognize who was who, if they wore identical outfits. Even their father Kien would struggle to tell them apart. Truly, I must inform Mother. Xiaonan also retracted his starry-eyed gaze, looking impatiently at his father. Hey, do not trouble your mother with everything. Daigo smiled slightly and bid farewell to this amusing family, gazing at the 7 badges in his possession. Only the Rain Badge held by Macaulay, the gym leader of the Luminous City, remained. I can only hope that Macaulay will stay put in Luminous City and not wander about. Daigo gathered the badge case, preparing to purchase a ticket for a boat directly to Luminous City. After all, Luminous City was surrounded by water, making a ship the most convenient means of travel. Buzz. Would you believe it? Just as I mentioned Macaulay, he called. Hello? Macaulay? Daigo, I shall remain in Luminous City awaiting your arrival. Hearing Macaulay's words, Daigo felt a surge of joy. However, the next statement left him dumbfounded, standing in place. I hope to engage in a full-force battle with you. Of course, a 3-on-3. The call ended, and Macaulay had merely intended to convey this small matter, while also preparing Daigo for the challenge ahead. Full force? What does Macaulay mean by a full-force battle? Will he utilize Milotic to sweep away my 3 Pokémon? Even with Mega Evolution, my Metagross cannot contend with Macaulay's Milotic. Wait. He expects me to come to him? Then I shall delay my visit. Coincidentally, Baikai is preparing for the Lily of the Valley Conference. I shall head to Sinnoh for some training. With Garchomp and Lucario present, the progress of Metagross and Scyther will surely be significant. Daigo retrieved a black droplet-shaped accessory from his bag. Perfect timing. Daigo decisively purchased a ticket to Baida City. He could also bring Pachima back to Masago Town for a chat with the professor. I've heard that Professor Yamazaki is actually a senior to Professor Okido. Through an introduction by Professor Yamazaki, I could discuss the Pokédex and gaming matters with Professor Okido. Alas, my apologies, Macaulay. It is not that I do not wish to come sooner, but I truly have a multitude of matters to attend to in Sinnoh. Surely, you will understand? Chapter 103 Wow. The encounter rate is truly high. Poor Macaulay chose to remain in Luminous City during this time, awaiting Daigo's arrival. Macaulay watched the Pokémon training in the water, eagerly anticipating. Come on, Daigo. The exterior of the Luminous Gym resembled a blue palace, perfectly suiting the temperament of both Macaulay and Adam. Little did he know, Daigo had already set foot on the soil of the Sinnoh region. Phew, Daigo exhaled, chuckling to himself. Given how Macaulay used to wander about aimlessly, it is just right for him to stay at the Luminous Gym for a while. This time, traveling through Route 211, east of Baida City, aboard Metagross significantly shortened the duration of the journey to Shinhua Town. Ding ding ding. After ringing the doorbell, a prolonged silence ensued. Has Grandma Mustard gone out? Daigo helplessly looked up towards the impoverished mountains behind Shinhua Town. Baikai was probably training there now. Come on, Metagross. Let us go find Baikai. Mida. Daigo rode Metagross to the summit of the mountains, searching for Baikai's whereabouts on the open, flat peak. Kahu, the Garchomp, practicing against Lucario, abruptly halted and looked up at the sky. A rather unpleasant sensation washed over it. What is it, Garchomp? At that moment, Sharona held a pure white Pokémon egg with blue and red triangular spots at the bottom. Noticing Garchomp's unusual behavior, she inquired curiously. A creamy-colored sea serpent with beautiful scales emerged from the small pool behind Sharona. She smiled as she caressed Milotic's smooth scales. Kahu. Garchomp called out to Sharona and then took to the skies. Something isn't right. This feeling is far too unsettling. Don't fly too far, Garchomp. The voice of Cynthia resonated behind the fierce Garchomp, and upon receiving full permission, the Pokémon surged forth like a jet. The Metagross beneath Daigo sensed a certain foul shark approaching. It gently nudged the pokeball of Daigo's Skarmory at his waist. Oh, the Skarmory released by Metagross appeared bewildered. What is it, Metagross? Without uttering much, Metagross utilized its psychic abilities to lift Daigo and place him atop Skarmory. METR. The speed of Metagross surged dramatically, and in an instant, it soared away. Could it have sensed the Garchomp? Daigo chuckled helplessly, as this possibility seemed quite likely. Soon, the eyes of Metagross reflected the image of a Garchomp, its body folding as it flew at high speed. The Garchomp's gaze was sharp, showing no intention of engaging in pleasantries. Azure and violet energy danced wildly around it, coalescing in a heartbeat into a massive dragon silhouette. Dragon Dive. Metagross did not hold back, its arms gathering tremendous steel energy. Meteor Mash. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Bang. The collision of moves created energy waves that even reached Daigo, who stood at a distance. Observing the blue-violet dragon-like phantasm nearby, Daigo confirmed his earlier thoughts. Indeed, as Daigo rode Skarmory closer, he observed Metagross exerting dominance over Garchomp, and he nodded in satisfaction. Initially, Metagross was slightly overpowered by Garchomp, but now it was the one suppressing Garchomp. Hey, you two, if you tire yourselves out, come back. Daigo called out to the two Pokémon. Metagross and Garchomp halted simultaneously. Compared to Metagross's nod, Garchomp looked as if it wished to bite Daigo in frustration. Gur, once I shatter that iron crab, you'll be next. Metagross retorted. Stinky shark. Garchomp growled. I'll take you down. Daigo paid no further attention to their banter and began to leisurely fly forward. Since Garchomp had flown from this direction, it indicated that heading this way would lead to the cabbage. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Daigo spotted a golden-haired girl below. Oh, did that ugly fish evolve into Milotic so quickly? Daigo shielded his forehead with his palm to get a better view. Let us go, Skarmory. Oh. Skarmory flapped its wings and descended gently. Cynthia looked up and smiled upon seeing Daigo riding on Skarmory. What brings you here? Daigo leaped off Skarmory and playfully replied. Am I not allowed to come? You could have at least given me a heads up. The golden-haired girl pouted at Daigo. Then it wouldn't be a surprise. I don't care about surprises. Daigo chuckled lightly. After all, what girl wouldn't cherish a surprise? While the surface may suggest that the cabbage was as usual, she was likely quite pleased within. Why does Daigo know this? Let us shift our focus to Lucario, who stood nearby, his lips twitching as he eyed Cynthia with intent. Not caring about surprises, what about gifts? Daigo retrieved a black ornament shaped like a droplet from his pocket. Although it was a stone, it was surprisingly light. Even when worn on the head, it wouldn't feel heavy at all. It should be just like the one he made previously. Gifts don't matter. Cynthia gently shook her head. What? Nothing matters. Daigo found himself perplexed. He truly could not fathom what the girl was thinking. Then shall I take this back? No. Cynthia puffed out her cheeks playfully. Then let me put it on you. Cynthia's inflated cheeks deflated almost instantly, stiffening in her pose while holding the Pokémon egg. She allowed Daigo to adjust her beautiful golden hair. Daigo placed the ornament on the right side of Cynthia's hair, removing the one adorning the back of her ponytail and placing it on the left side. Quite symmetrical. Cynthia's golden hair cascaded down her back, with some strands draping over her shoulders, resembling the willows of the moon. A gentle breeze stirred, and Daigo caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. He was also curious how long it would take for the cabbage's hair to grow down to her calves. It was currently just below her shoulder blades. Cynthia, with a hint of anger on her delicate face, asked, "Why are you standing so close? For how long?" Only then did Daigo realize that his chest was pressed against Cynthia's shoulder. He took a step back, awkwardly laughing as he explained, "I'm sorry. I got a little carried away." The sudden straightforwardness made Cynthia's cheeks flush, and she slowly lowered her long eyelashes. Daigo had successfully landed a critical hit. Wow. The critical hit rate is indeed quite high. Chapter 104, Metagross. In the end, I was first. Lucario clenched his fists at the side. If Garchomp isn't around, does that mean I have to protect our cabbage from being ravaged? But seeing Cynthia's shy demeanor, Lucario pressed his left hand against his tightly clenched right fist. Calm down. Stay calm. Lucario adjusted his breathing, striving to regain his composure. Come back, Garchomp. Our cabbage is about to be ravaged. Huffed. Cynthia covered her mouth and chuckled. So, you came to Sinnoh to avoid Mikuri? What can I do? Cabbage, you are the one whose strength is closest to mine, Daigo replied with a wry smile. I believe that training alongside you will lead to rapid improvement in my abilities. Are you being honest? Absolutely, Daigo nodded earnestly. Seeing you so serious, I won't tease you anymore, Cynthia replied with a gentle nod. So what do you plan to do now? Shall we have a battle first? Daigo paused, pointing behind him. Metagross and Garchomp are already engaged in battle. That explains why Garchomp was so eager to rush out, Cynthia realized. Daigo explained to Cynthia, my initial plan is to train first, and after completing the daily training tasks, have the Pokémon battle together. Alright, let us do it your way. Cynthia nodded, showing no objections to Daigo's proposal. Daigo chuckled softly, his gaze settling on the Milotic in the pool. The two of them stared at each other intently. So quickly, that ugly fish has evolved into Milotic. Daigo stepped forward, extending his hand toward Milotic. Mew. Milotic leaned its head into Daigo's palm, inviting his touch. Humph. As if you don't know who I am. Cynthia huffed, pride evident on her face. What about its ability? What is Milotic's ability? It should be Marvel Scale, yes. That's right, Daigo concluded, pulling out a flame orb wrapped in special fabric from his bag and handing it to Cynthia. Indeed, this is one of the 3 orbs I brought from the Tower of Phantom. This is the flame orb. The wearer will become burned, which can actually trigger Milotic's Marvel Scale ability. You've given me so many things. I feel embarrassed to continue accepting them. Sharona was momentarily taken aback, politely declining. Daigo, with a resigned smile, proceeded to slip the flame orb into Sharona's pocket. With both hands cradling a Pokémon egg, Sharona was utterly unable to resist, left with no choice but to voice her objections. I have mentioned before that this is my debt to you, a form of compensation. Moreover, it is far from the end. Leaning closer to Sharona's ear, Daigo whispered softly. The sensation of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Sharona's face to flush a deep crimson. Observing her blushing demeanor, Daigo found himself momentarily entranced. Her bashfulness resembled dewdrops resting delicately on the tender petals of a flower, refreshingly captivating. This was an analogy that suddenly blossomed within Daigo's mind. All right, you should hurry and train, Sharona said shyly. Daigo smiled contentedly. The current Sharona was a far cry from the poised and graceful Sinnoh champion she would eventually become, the contrast strikingly evident. I haven't asked yet. What egg are you holding? This. Sharona glanced down at the Pokémon egg nestled in her arms, softly explaining. It was gifted to me by an elderly lady I encountered during my travels. She expressed her hope that this egg would bring me luck and happiness. Indeed. I hope so too, Daigo nodded, his expression earnest. Sharona was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Go away. All right. Daigo laughed as he dashed a short distance away, releasing his Pokémon. He looked around in curiosity at this brand new location, which felt like a refreshing change. Pachima, I'm full. Pachima exclaimed upon emerging, clutching its belly and speaking with a hint of acidity. You certainly look well fed. Perhaps we can skip dinner, Daigo remarked, his gaze shifting to the sky in a nonchalant manner. Pachima gasped, hastily changing the subject. Where's Big Sizer? I can't wait to see that stinky shark get thrashed by Big Sizer. Daigo chuckled at the sight of Pachima, who had its little hands on its forehead, peering into the distance. Stop looking and get on with your training. Just look at how ugly fish has already evolved into Milotic. Pachima, I think I'm doing just fine. Lucario seemed distracted, its gaze lingering on a nearby Scyther. It was currently stuck between the ranks of a quasi-champion and a champion, while Scyther had already advanced into the champion tier. Why did I lose? Riolu was also watching Lucario. I'm so curious. I wish I could ask that senior if they can see the 4 auras around their master. However, Riolu glanced up at Scyther. It seems that senior doesn't quite get along with my trainer. Oh, they're back. Daigo looked up to see Metagross and Garchomp returning together. Both Pokémon bore marks from their skirmish, but the injuries were not severe. Clearly, they had engaged in a spirited bout without pushing each other to the brink. Pachima. It's my turn now. Pachima exclaimed, grabbing a potent healing spray in one hand and a handkerchief in the other, rushing towards Metagross. It first wiped down Metagross's body before spraying the healing ointment. Service was the name of the game. Metagross. Metagross looked down at the little blue penguin. You know what you're doing. Pachima. Of course. Pachima beamed with pride. Daigo stole a glance at Sharona, noticing her seemingly scolding Garchomp, who appeared to acknowledge its mistake. So, how about it, Metagross? Would you care to share your thoughts? Metagross. It's incredibly strong, but I'm slightly stronger. Daigo could not contain his amusement. He hadn't anticipated Metagross would playfully tease him. Next time, make sure you talk to Garchomp like that, he chuckled. In the end, I'm still the strongest. Or more bluntly, I'm first, powerful and formidable. Metagross nodded, taking these words to heart, intending to repeat them after the next battle. Let us take a breather. From now on, you'll be battling Garchomp every day, Daigo said, patting Metagross's metallic arm with a grin. Metagross. It seemed that Metagross had gained newfound motivation. There was nothing more exhilarating than continuously growing stronger in front of that stinky shark. Metagross. In the end, I'm first, powerful and formidable. Meanwhile, Garchomp, brimming with indignation, stormed off to train on its own. I can't even slice through a Steelix. How am I supposed to take on that blue-haired brat? Chapter 105, Marriage. Life after marriage. Bang. On the flat expanse of land, 2 figures, one red and one blue, clashed repeatedly. Their speeds were nearly equivalent, yet in terms of strength, Scyther held the advantage. Lucario, on the other hand, was utilizing the more stamina-draining quick attack. After all, Lucario only possessed quasi-champion level strength. It had to rely on quick attack to keep pace with the champion-level Scyther. Brick Break. Given Lucario's typing, Scyther's skill set only had fighting-type moves that could yield significant damage. Even without the enhancement of a technical expert, it remained a favorable option. Bone Rush. Lucario struck the ground with its palm, conjuring a semi-transparent, earth-toned long bone in its grasp. Bang. Scyther's powerful claws were halted by Lucario's raised bone. Bullet Punch. Scyther executed its movements with precision, launching its other claw at high speed. Lucario could only awkwardly defend with its bone. Clang. As the relentless defense continued, Lucario's bone shattered into starlit fragments. Close combat. The 2 Pokémon immediately engaged in a fierce brawl, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing throughout the battlefield. Ultimately, it was also a form of training. It was sufficient to keep things within reasonable limits. Gazing at the sun, partially obscured by the mountains, the light cast a fiery red hue upon the clouds in the sky. Sharona, we should head back, Daigo called out to Sharona, who was tending to Lucario's injuries. Yes. After attending to Lucario's wounds, Sharona turned and smiled brightly. Meanwhile, Pachima, clutching Sharona's Pokémon egg, stood rigid, trembling uncontrollably. A wedge stone adorned with patterns began to emanate a mysterious gaseous substance, bearing a terrifying visage resembling a sinister grinning monster. At that moment, the Flower Rock Pokémon was fixated on Pachima. If Pachima were to drop or shake the egg, it would unhesitatingly attack Pachima. Pachima, oh, please hurry up. Thus, today's training concluded with the battle between Scyther and Lucario. The bout between Metagross and Garchomp had already taken place prior to training, so it did not continue. Pachima faced Milotic, who emerged victorious. Porygon-Z battled against the Flower Rock Pokémon, winning decisively. Riolu fought against Roserade, who also claimed victory. The Armored Bird faced off against the Sea Bunny, emerging victorious. The Scyther battled Lucario, and once again, the Scyther triumphed. Overall, it is evident that Daigo's current strength surpasses that of the cabbage by a notable margin. Competition fosters progress at an accelerated pace. Thank you, Pachima. Sharona gently ruffled the fluffy head of the little penguin, cradling the Pokémon egg in her arms. Pachima, it chirped. Finally, it has come to an end. An adorable Pachima perched atop Daigo's head, while Sharona held a Pokémon egg close to her heart. The two strolled side by side, chatting amiably until they reached the threshold of home. Night had fully enveloped the surroundings. After settling the Pokémon in the backyard, Daigo intended to prepare a meal for them. Cabbage, will you head up for a shower first? He inquired, rummaging through his backpack without lifting his gaze. Sharona replied softly. Then I'll call you once the meal is ready. All right. A smile graced Sharona's lips. It must be said that Daigo's cooking truly suited her palate. The last time at Professor Yamanashi's research facility, she had refrained from eating much out of pride, as several researchers had polished off the dishes like bulldozers. Once Sharona ascended the stairs, Daigo pondered over the portable energy cube maker in his bag, giving it a gentle nudge. He certainly could not afford to lose face. After preparing energy cubes for the Pokémon, he ventured into the kitchen to commence cooking. Oh, by the way, Cabbage, is Grandma back yet? Daigo suddenly recalled the presence of mustard greens and called out loudly towards the upper floor. Grandma has gone out for some errands and won't be back for a few days. Sharona's voice came through the bathroom door, muffled and somewhat heavy. Why does that roll off the tongue so easily? Sharona muttered to herself. Her cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or the warmth of the water, it was hard to tell. Preparing a simple meal for two required minimal ingredients. Daigo opened the refrigerator, surveying its contents, relieved to find a plethora of ingredients stored within. There were also several ready-to-eat meals that only needed to be heated. Daigo turned his gaze towards the kitchen trash bin, which was filled with charred remnants. No wonder. It seemed he could not allow Cabbage to take charge in the kitchen, or he would surely find himself in dire straits one day. A simple combination of 2 meats and a vegetable soon emerged steaming from the stove. Daigo set the dishes on the dining table and called upstairs, Cabbage. It's time to eat. Okay, just a moment. Daigo did not reach for his chopsticks first, but instead dashed to the backyard. He raised his hands to stroke the face of the armored bird. The armored bird's eyes sparkled with joy. Daigo produced a high-purity mineral and offered it to the Bashido, serving as a post-meal treat. Kaka. The Bashido's eyes gleamed with excitement as it gazed at the mineral in Daigo's hand. After patrolling his Pokémon, Daigo made his way to Cabbage's Pokémon, primarily to inquire about their tastes and preferences. Most importantly, he aimed to build a rapport with Cabbage's Pokémon. This was crucial. Especially, extraordinarily crucial. To facilitate this, Daigo had also summoned a professional translator, Metagross. Lucario. The Lucario reluctantly nodded and waved his hand. It's somewhat to my liking. I'm not particularly picky about food. Eventually, only the Garchomp, who seemed to wish to carve itself up, remained. Garchomp, what do you think? Kaka. The Garchomp roared. Do you still want to curry favor with me? Daigo's smile faltered slightly. This Garchomp was indeed a formidable challenge. Metagross cast a nonchalant glance at the Garchomp. Just a defeated foe, hardly worth mentioning. Metagross's expression seemed to further ignite the Garchomp's fury. Kaka, let us have another round. Iron Crab. Mita, a defeated foe. The Garchomp was equally adept at sarcasm. Daigo was at a loss as to where Metagross had learned such behavior. It contrasted starkly with his memory of the meticulous Metagross. Daigo, aren't you going to eat? Cabbage's head peeked around the doorframe, curious. I'll be right there. Daigo replied with a smile, casting one last glance at the Garchomp before departing. The Garchomp turned sideways, suppressing its anger. Indeed, only Cabbage could keep the Garchomp in check. Sharona's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Daigo seated across from her. Suddenly, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. To break the silence, Sharona clasped her hands together and softly stated, I shall begin. Uffed. Daigo couldn't contain his laughter. No laughing. Sharona's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she playfully scolded him. Daigo found himself momentarily mesmerized by Sharona's bashful demeanor as she bit her chopsticks. Is something the matter? Sharona noticed Daigo's distraction and curiously inquired, though internally she wondered if she had been too fierce. Daigo snapped back to reality, chuckling softly as he shook his head. No, let us eat. In the warm little home, just the two of them, the Pokémon were also enjoying their time together. The sight of Sharona, who had just bathed and resembled a water lily, dressed in a black sleepwear adorned with white spots, exuded a languid charm. Her half-dried golden hair flowed gently. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of married life. Chapter 106. My little Cabbage must not be easily swayed. After the meal, Sharona intended to clear the dishes, but Daigo gently ushered her away from the dining table. Why don't you check on the Pokémon? Leave this to me. Is that really all right? Daigo smiled, reassuring her, it is my duty to treat you well now. There's no need for concern. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing Daigo and Sharona to freeze, their gazes converging on the wide-open entrance. While I'm away, someone dares to sneak in and court my Cabbage, Mustard Greens remarked with a mischievous grin, leaning against the doorframe, her key turning incessantly in her hand. Sharona vowed that this was the day she had blushed the most in the past 16 years. Upon seeing her grandmother return unexpectedly, she felt like a child caught in a secret romance and shyly dashed upstairs. Grandma Mustard Greens, why have you returned so suddenly? Daigo asked calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bang! Mustard Greens slammed the door shut, her expression darkening as a strange smile crept onto her face. If I hadn't returned, my little cabbage might have truly been swayed tonight. Mustard Greens' gaze sent a chill down Daigo's spine, a bead of cold sweat trickling silently down his forehead. What kind of talk is this? Am I that kind of person? My integrity is beyond reproach. If you don't believe me, ask Macaulay. Daigo protested in indignation. Regaining his composure, Daigo smiled. Grandma Mustard Greens, have you eaten? Would you like me to cook something for you? Calling her Grandma Mustard Greens now. Who knows? He might soon be addressing her simply as Grandma. Goodness. Is Mustard Greens this aggressive? Speak. When did you arrive? Mustard Greens' gaze sharpened as she leaned in close, questioning him. Feeling the oppressive aura of Kale, Daigo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He recounted the entire sequence of events to Kale. So, you fled to Sinnoh to train alongside my little cabbage. Did you? Kale responded, her demeanor calming as she retracted her imposing presence. Daigo exhaled in relief, fortunate that he had only just arrived in Sinnoh that day. I was genuinely concerned about my little cabbage subsisting solely on instant meals devoid of nutrition, which is why I rushed back. Kale approached the stool at the dining table, and Daigo promptly pulled it out for her to take a seat. Kale nodded in satisfaction and continued, I did not expect your arrival. Your culinary skills put me at ease. It is indeed an honor to receive the acknowledgement of Grandma Kale. Daigo exclaimed. I won't fall for that. Kale interjected sharply, causing Daigo to promptly close his mouth, as if he might as well sew it shut. I desire curry. Spicy. Understood. Daigo thought, his earlier anxiety dissipating as he realized Kale was merely teasing him. He hurried into the kitchen to commence his preparations. In the warm, cozy room on the second floor, Sharona lay blushing on her bed, her delicate face nestled in the soft pillow, her head seemingly emitting steam. Should I go down and see what's happening? Sharona pondered, lifting her head from the pillow hesitantly. Cradling a Pokémon egg that rested on the bed, she tiptoed downstairs. Cabbage. Kale, enjoying her curry rice, suddenly called out to Sharona, who turned around, somewhat bewildered. What is it, Grandma? Come here and sit. Sharona obediently settled beside Kale. Daigo, having just finished washing the kitchen utensils, emerged and glanced at the grandmother and granddaughter conversing at the table. He chose not to interrupt, tiptoeing upstairs to prepare for a shower. Grandma does not wish to interfere too much. You must understand that your expectations and conditions must be higher, Kale advised earnestly. My little cabbage cannot be easily whisked away. I understand, Grandma, Sharona murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, wishing to bury her head in her chest. Kale sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead in resignation. You understand nothing. She waved her hand, signaling Sharona to go play. Sharona dashed into the kitchen, yet found Daigo absent, prompting her to run to the backyard in search of him. Still, she could not locate Daigo. His Pokémon remained in the backyard, safe from being sent back to Hoenn by their grandmother. Sharona felt a wave of relief wash over her, mirroring Daigo's actions from earlier. She began to forge connections with Daigo's Pokémon. Pachima. The penguin Pokémon pointed at its own head, then covered its eyes. Sharona understood, ensuring that the Pokémon egg in her arms would not fall, before placing her other hand gently atop Pachima's head. This feels delightful. Pachima, it said, lowering its hands and emitting a pleased sound. Ah, this is far more enjoyable than being struck by that shark. Suddenly, Pachima sensed an ominous aura. It glanced sideways to see a Garchomp wearing an expression that suggested it might devour it. Frightened, Pachima quickly grasped Sharona's hand and lowered it from its head. Was that enough? Pachima, that is sufficient. Any more, and I might lose my life. What if that Garchomp takes advantage of my big brother's slumber and secretly executes me? Sharona and Daigo's Pokémon spent a brief time together, noting each other's preferences. The armored bird enjoyed head pats. Pachima liked having company to play with, and boasted a close bond with Boskage. Boskage had a fondness for consuming minerals, preferring the higher quality varieties. The Scyther, though somewhat aloof, was polite and enjoyed exercising. Riolu shared similar interests with Scyther, often trailing closely behind. Then came Metagross. Although Sharona found it hard to believe, the evidence lay before her. Metagross enjoyed reading. Curiously, Sharona leaned in closer to discover that it was perusing books about Hoenn mythology. Oh, you also love myths and legends? Sharona asked in astonishment. Metagross, it replied, and then began to write on the ground. Intrigued, Sharona blinked, observing the words Metagross inscribed, nodding in agreement. I, too, adore myths and legends. Perhaps we can discuss them. Metagross. It nodded, accepting Sharona's proposal. Primarily, it had heard tales from the elder who spoke of the sacred mount. and was eager to learn more about the myths of the Hoenn region, though records were scarce. Garchomp watched Metagross chattering away with Sharona, its teeth nearly grinding in frustration. The temperamental Garchomp felt somewhat embarrassed. Metagross. It moved its hand, erasing the previous words to write anew. No worries. Metagross had added, after all. That stinky shark cannot best me now. Feeling Garchomp's piercing gaze, Sharona jogged over to it, saying, Garchomp, you must not be so rude. You need to learn to get along. Grr, Garchomp grumbled. You want me to coexist with that iron crab? Metagross. Garchomp. Its expression is simply infuriating. Chapter 107. A Day in Cabbage's Home. On the second day in the Sinnoh region, Kale, feeling utterly at ease, imparted some advice to Daigo before hurriedly departing with the sandwich he had prepared. Daigo first prepared breakfast for the Pokémon, then ascended the stairs to knock on Sharona's door. Cabbage, it's time to rise. After a long pause, a soft, languid voice emerged from within the room. Is it only 7:30? But breakfast will get cold. Just let me sleep a little longer. Daigo chuckled helplessly, pressing against the door to call out. Remember to heat the sandwich before you eat. All right. Daigo chose not to disturb her further, descending the stairs leisurely. With a sandwich held in his mouth, he settled on the grass in the backyard, tinkering with the energy cube maker. Pachima, give me a little ice beam. With a pop, Pachima swallowed the energy cube and, as if spitting, released a small puff of frost. Daigo awaited the cooldown, retrieving a fresh energy cube. Here, open wide. Poach. Pachima hastily shut its mouth, almost as if sealing it with stickers. Daigo chuckled in exasperation, tossing the energy cube into his own mouth. There's been some improvement, but it still can't be presented publicly. With a slight sigh, Daigo set the maker aside. The armored bird, having finished breakfast, approached Daigo, lowering its head. Daigo reached out to gently stroke the armored bird's head. Just a little longer. Let's warm up here first, he said with a light laugh. Caw. Boskage waddled over, clutching its stomach and pointing to its open mouth. Master, you must ensure I'm fed. Pachima. Pachima's blue round head peered into Daigo's backpack, its tiny hands swiftly retrieving a mineral chunk roughly the same size as its body. Eat up, my friend. Don't starve. Daigo smiled indulgently, playfully ruffling the head of Pachima with a hearty pat. You little rascal, you've managed to categorize everything in my backpack with such precision. Pachima. It chirped. Keep it down. If you praise me any further, I might just get a bit too proud. Even without praise, I'm already proud. I'm not flattering you at all. Bashikadora, filled with joy, seized a mineral with one hand while lifting Pachima onto its head with the other. Good friends for a lifetime. Pachima. The bond of true friends. Let us go. Pachima, perched atop Bashikadora, evoked a striking resemblance to a scene from a mythic hero saga. Maeda, Jujin, holding a book of Hoenn myths, approached curiously, pointing at an illustration of a dragon. This one, Daigo squinted, recognizing it immediately. That's Rayquaza. It's the sky Pokémon. According to legend, when the land and sea Pokémon engage in conflict, the sky Pokémon appears. You could liken it to a teacher intervening to stop children from fighting in kindergarten. Maeda, Jujin nodded in understanding. I see now. Daigo lifted his gaze towards the nearby Scyther, which had begun training with Riolu. He cupped his hands to his mouth and called out, Scyther, you should rest a bit after eating. Scyther raised a foot to block Riolu's attack, then nodded towards Daigo. With a swift leg sweep, it tripped Riolu, who landed in a seated position. That is not quite what I meant by bringing Riolu down. Riolu quickly sprang to its feet, mimicking Scyther's sitting posture. What a promising little disciple, Daigo thought. Wait, shouldn't I be working on increasing my bond with Riolu instead? Or perhaps see if Riolu can evolve after meeting the bond requirements with Scyther. After all, Daigo vividly remembered how Pika lived with its mother, a Dragonite, for quite some time before evolving into Pikachu at their farewell. That scene was truly unforgettable. But doesn't the Mega Stone need to be given to Scyther for them to Mega Evolve together? How would Riolu, who is close to Scyther, Mega Evolve on its own? Daigo suddenly realized. Nevertheless, since Riolu enjoys becoming stronger, I should provide it with some resources and support for growth. That should yield some progress. I've found the direction for nurturing my bond with Riolu. Once the rest was over, Daigo donned a green training device and began practicing alongside his Pokémon. Although Daigo intended to grow closer to Riolu, the latter's elite-level strength was beyond Daigo's reach for training. Good morning, Daigo, came the languid greeting from Cynthia, prompting Daigo to cease his movements and look up at the window on the second floor. Cynthia leaned against the windowsill with one hand, the other rubbing her eyes. Her tousled golden hair possessed a unique beauty. The top button of her pajama shirt had seemingly come undone, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck and collarbone. Daigo was grateful he didn't suffer from poor eyesight. Otherwise, he would have missed this lovely sight. After scanning the area by the window, Daigo noticed no sign of the menacing Garchomp lurking about, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry down for breakfast. I'll heat it up for you. All right, Daigo replied, removing the training device and calling out to Riolu, who was training alongside Scyther. Riolu, you should wear this. Fortunately, the training device was adjustable, so he didn't have to worry about it not fitting. Of course, it wouldn't work for a behemoth like Bashikadora. Every item has its limits. Returning to the kitchen, Daigo washed his face and hands, reheating the sandwiches. Although they weren't as delectable as when freshly made, he managed. After tidying up and changing into a comfortable outfit, Cynthia dashed down the stairs. The two accessories in her hair bobbed energetically, emphasizing her vivaciousness. Notably, like Daigo, Cynthia also favored wearing black clothing. I'll make your portion a bit later next time, Daigo said, presenting the plate of sandwiches to Cynthia. With a playful tongue-out gesture, she took the plate. Do you always get up this early to train? She asked, taking a small bite of her sandwich out of curiosity. Yes. I've gotten used to it, Daigo nodded, responding with a gentle smile. Oh, you don't sleep in? Cynthia seemed surprised. Is there truly anyone who doesn't want to sleep in? After all, the early bird catches the worm. Who said that? Daigo pondered, realizing that no one seemed to have uttered those words in this world. Let us just say it's my saying. So, are we training on the mountain behind today? Cynthia, not pursuing the matter further, shifted the topic. Yes, open spaces are far better for training, Daigo agreed. It wouldn't do to cause damage to the house here. In other words, out in the wild, Scyther and Bashikadora can use their controlled earthquakes to level the ground. All right, cough cough. Cynthia suddenly blushed, breaking into a fit of coughs. Daigo quickly poured her a glass of water and handed it to her as she patted her chest. Gulp, gulp. Ah, I'm alive. Daigo couldn't help but chuckle at Cynthia's antics, advising, next time, don't talk while eating. I know. Chapter 108, The Crawdaunt in the Pond. Bang. Riolu and Scyther were engaged in an intense battle. Daigo's demeanor turned serious as he closely observed the struggle between them. Quick attack. As Riolu retreated, the spot it had vacated was promptly filled by Scyther, creating a small crater. Bullet punch. Seizing the fleeting moment of Scyther's movement, Riolu lunged forward, delivering a rapid punch. However, Scyther effortlessly evaded the strike. You're playing dirty, Scyther. Daigo couldn't help but noticed that Scyther had momentarily boosted its strength to dodge Riolu's bullet punch. Yet, since the aim was to cultivate the bond between him and Riolu, Daigo merely jested lightly. Riolu remained silent, attentively watching Scyther, contemplating how to anticipate its movements. Vacuum wave. Daigo, opting not to predict, decided to interrupt Scyther's thoughts directly. If Scyther intended to attack, it would inevitably face the brunt of the vacuum wave. Bang! As Scyther charged forward, it noticed the invisible energy wave enveloped in the punch's wind and raised its claws to block it, creating a brief moment of pause. Quick attack. Riolu swiftly followed up, successfully landing a hit on Scyther. After being struck, Scyther quickly pivoted, sweeping its claws outward. Riolu couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. If it had been in the air, Daigo might have awarded Riolu an 87 out of 100. Let us call it a day for now, Daigo called out. It seems rather challenging to find an equally matched opponent for Riolu, especially one that excels in close combat. The thirst for victory in Scyther is immense, even when suppressed. It can suddenly elevate its prowess. Moreover, it is imperative to bolster Riolu's confidence. I'll take Scyther and Riolu with me for now, Daigo remarked with a light chuckle. As he took his apprentice away, it was customary to exchange a few words with the master. Scyther raised its gaze and nodded in agreement. Let's go, Riolu. I shall lead you to a worthy adversary, Daigo said, casting a smile down at Riolu. Riolu? The little creature followed behind Daigo, puzzled. Metagross, come here. Mutwo. Metagross, who had just finished training and was preparing to rest with a book, closed it and floated over to Daigo. Let us search the vicinity for any Lord-level Pokémon. The environment here seldom sees any Pokémon. They have either been frightened away by Garchomp or there exists a powerful Lord-level Pokémon in this very place. Metagross nodded and tossed the book to Porygon, who was sunbathing on the ground. The book landed squarely on Porygon's belly. Porygon! It exclaimed, startled. An ambush! An ambush! Porygon sprang up, causing the book to tumble to the ground. That looks familiar. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be my big brother Metagross's book. Porygon gazed upward in confusion, meeting the unwavering stare of Metagross. Metagross! Porygon! Leave it to me, big brother. Realizing quickly, Porygon picked up the book and performed a salute. Its round body standing upright like a pole. Daigo couldn't help but chuckle at this little treasure. After exchanging a few words with Cynthia, he rode on Metagross and began searching the mountains. According to Cynthia, Pokémon in this area were quite scarce. It was not due to Garchomp driving them away during training, which indicated the presence of a formidable Lord Pokémon. However, the strong aura of Garchomp likely deterred Cynthia from challenging it. No one would be foolish enough to confront an opponent capable of overpowering them. Not long after, Daigo discovered a vast pond. Just as he paused to inspect it, a fierce-looking red Pokémon emerged from the water, glaring menacingly at him. Kingler? Daigo was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the lord of this area to be Kingler. It made sense, as Kingler's nature was to expel other Pokémon from its pond. If it were even more ferocious, it could very well drive away the surrounding Pokémon. Chuck! Kingler's expression stiffened, its robust claws retreating a couple of steps back into the water, leaving behind a few bubbles that floated to the surface. Daigo glanced back at Metagross. Metagross. Daigo recalled Metagross into its Pokeball. Chuck! Kingler resurfaced, glaring fiercely at Daigo and Riolu. Vacuum Wave. Daigo couldn't suppress a chuckle at the rapidly changing expression of Kingler. He decided to let Riolu take the offensive. Riolu. With a powerful punch, Riolu unleashed a gust of energy that struck Kingler squarely on the forehead, sending it tumbling into the water. The next moment, water splashed everywhere as Kingler leapt onto the shore, brandishing its massive claws and clacking menacingly, charging toward Riolu. Counter. Riolu advanced to meet the charging Kingler, delivering a punch. Bang! The two forces collided, their arms trembling slightly from the impact. After a moment of exertion, Riolu stepped back, retracting its arm. This sudden movement caused Kingler to lose its balance, toppling forward. Riolu's fist struck again. Thud! The blow landed on Kingler's face, producing a deep, resonant sound. Kingler, reeling from the pain, staggered backward. Chuck! I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat that Kingler. Surely I can overcome this little blue dog. Suddenly, a torrent of water enveloped Kingler, which then charged forward at an astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Riolu was knocked back several meters. In a flash, Riolu regained its footing and, with a powerful kick, sent Kingler sprawling onto the ground. Chuck! Something felt amiss. Quite amiss indeed. Why did you not pause despite sustaining damage? Counter. Daigo commanded, unconcerned by the circumstances. Riolu advanced swiftly, placing both palms against Kingler's chest. Bang! The immense force propelled Kingler back once more. The mastery of internal energy was truly formidable. Follow through, Daigo urged, emphasizing the importance of momentum. Riolu pressed on, raising its glowing palm. Kingler, enduring the excruciating pain in its chest, swung its claws. Crab hammer. Bang! Riolu's attack was blocked by Kingler's massive claws. Bullet punch. With lightning speed, Riolu unleashed another punch, striking Kingler squarely in the face. This time, Kingler had learned its lesson. While bracing itself against the bullet punch, it retaliated with its other claw, striking Riolu in the abdomen and sending it flying. This allowed Kingler a brief moment to catch its breath. Wounded in the abdomen, Riolu staggered a few steps and knelt on one knee. The impact of Kingler's crab hammer was decisive. Hold on, unleash your energy, Daigo urged in a low voice. Kingler was equally unwell. It was a race to see who could land the final blow first. Chapter 109. The Four Types of Waves Within. Kingler's gaze sharpened, and water swirled around it. I concede that you are swift, but my technique is no slouch either. Both Pokémon charged toward each other at breakneck speed. Yet Daigo had faith in Riolu's handling of the situation. Just before the collision, Riolu took a step forward and leaped into the air. Spinning midair, it delivered a punch that landed on Kingler's back. The force of the strike knocked Kingler down, causing it to slide several meters before coming to a halt at Daigo's feet. Daigo surveyed the incapacitated Kingler, its eyes swirling in confusion. It proved to be a worthy opponent. First, he administered a potent healing spray to Riolu, then tended to Kingler. After all, it was merely a temporary sparring partner. It was best to ensure a swift recovery. He intended to return daily to challenge it. How delightful. Once Kingler regained consciousness, it watched Daigo, who rode away on Metagross, quickly scuttling back into the pond. Chuck, next time, I won't be caught off guard. Recently, I spotted a fearsome Garchomp approaching from a distance. And now another one has appeared. Fortunately, I had already driven away the Pokémon in the vicinity. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. After returning to the base, Daigo and Sharona made their way home together. As he donned his apron, a single word echoed in his mind. Work. In the afternoon following their meal, Daigo and Sharona returned to the mountainside to continue their training. Training can be tedious, yet it also brings joy, especially with the lively Porygon accompanying them. Meanwhile, Daigo was contemplating their upcoming itinerary. It was clear that they could not remain there for long. He needed to seek out Professor Yamazaki and subsequently discuss the Pokédex and game matters with Professor Okito. After that, he would meet with Mikuri, and then venture to Mibi Town to confer with Dr. Oda on the production at Devon Corporation. Additionally, he had to prepare for the imminent Colorful Phantom Conference, where Daigo felt confident of his victory. Following that, he had a month to prepare for the Elite Four battle. While Hakusa participated in the Lily of the Valley Conference, they successfully clinched the title of champion in the Hoenn region. Perhaps not all teams among the Elite Four comprised Pokémon of the highest caliber. However, the veteran Elite Four certainly field formidable Pokémon, some possibly nearing champion-level strength. The greatest source of Daigo's concern was his father's friend, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Jinzo. Compared to a certain Flying-type champion, Jinzo truly embodied the essence of a Dragon Master. Riolu? Daigo looked up to see a somewhat hesitant Riolu before him. What is it? Riolu? Normally, Riolu would either be eating or training alongside its partner, Sizer, so its approach was unexpected. It appeared that Metagross had also been summoned by Riolu. Standing beside Daigo. Riolu? Daigo glanced down at the words written by Metagross. Master, are you aware that you possess 4 different auras within you? Daigo was taken aback. What? 4 auras? Wait a moment. Shouldn't a person only have one? Seeing Riolu nod, Daigo felt perplexed. Although he had become somewhat of a local, he still remembered being reborn as Daigo. 2 different auras might have been comprehensible, but 4? What could that possibly mean? Noticing Daigo's bewilderment, Riolu seemed to grasp that its master was unaware of this matter. Riolu, I just feel this way. I wonder if the esteemed one next door can sense it. Are you referring to Hakusa's Lucario? Daigo pondered. If Lucario could perceive this, it would presumably inform Hakusa. However, Lucario appeared completely unaware. Hakusa, could you and Lucario come over here, please? Daigo called out, curious about these so-called 4 auras. At the very least, he needed to understand their implications for himself. What's up, Daigo? Sharona inquired as she approached with Lucario, curiosity evident in her expression. I want to clarify something. Lucario, how many auras do I have? Daigo asked Lucario directly. Lucario simply closed its eyes to sense and replied with a single count. 1. 1? Lucario claims I have only 1 aura. Yet Riolu insists I have 4. Daigo felt his head spinning. Yet, Riolu had no reason to deceive him. The question arose. Was it only Riolu capable of sensing the anomaly within his auras? Daigo glanced at the somewhat perplexed Riolu. Could there be a unique connection between them? That seemed unlikely, as Riolu was not a mere chance encounter. It was Hakusa who had informed him of a capable Riolu residing in the training cave of the Unova region, prompting his deliberate search for it. What connection could exist? What was happening? Sharona's expression revealed her concern. It's nothing. Riolu mentioned I possess 4 auras, so I wanted to inquire with Lucario, Daigo explained, shaking his head gently. 4 auras? Could that be harmful to your body? Sharona asked, turning towards her Lucario. Lucario shook its head, uncertain, and confirmed that it could only sense 1 aura within Daigo's being. I guess I'll have to get a thorough checkup someday, Daigo mused humorously. Speaking of auras, Daigo recalled most vividly the tale of the mythic Pokémon and the Aura Guardian, Lucario, which seemed to be sealed within the stone ornament in the city of Oradoran. Perhaps the past could hold the key to answers. It appeared that another destination had been added to his itinerary, an essential place to visit. Thank you, Riolu, Daigo said with a light smile, gently ruffling Riolu's head. I appreciate you bringing this to my attention. It would be unfortunate if I were to meet my end due to this matter in the future. Riolu, it shook its head, indicating that it could have mentioned it sooner. Daigo smiled slightly and addressed Sharona. All right, Hakusa, let us resume our training. How can I focus on training now? Observing the anxious expression on Sharona's face, Daigo instinctively placed a hand on his chest. It's nothing. I haven't felt anything unusual over the years, which suggests it has no impact on me, or perhaps I have yet to reach a critical point. Moreover, my physical condition is steadily improving, so there's no need for concern. Sharona gazed at Daigo's sunny smile, her hesitation lingering. Really? Look, Daigo rolled up his sleeves to showcase his training progress to Sharona. If you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask. All right, I promise, Daigo replied with a cheerful grin. However, internally, he had another candidate in mind. Chapter 110. Back to the Yamazaki Research Institute. After 10 days of training in Shinchan Town, both Daigo and Sharona's Pokémon had made significant progress. Indeed, the Crawdon in the pond had also shown remarkable improvement. It had been a long 10 days for it. Now, the time had come for a temporary parting. Daigo had his upcoming itinerary to consider. I'm off, Hakusa. I prepared a large lunch. You can just heat it up for dinner. I expect Grandma Mustard to return soon. Daigo recounted various matters to Sharona, noticing the reluctance in her gaze. He feared he might suddenly change his mind about leaving. The next time you see me will be at the Colorful Phantom Conference. Do you remember our promise from childhood? Sharona gazed into Daigo's eyes, a smile dancing on her lips, while the Pokemon egg in her arms gently swayed, though she remained oblivious to it. Of course. Let us see who becomes the champion first. However, Daigo's chances of victory are considerably greater. Goodbye, Cabbage. Daigo sits atop the Metagross, waving at Cynthia. The Garchomp gazes intently at the Metagross, almost yearning to bite it to pieces. Iron Crab, next time, I shall surely shatter your iron skull. Metagross replies. As it turns out, I am the first. Garchomp exclaims. I can't take it anymore. This Iron Crab has been nagging about this for 10 days. 10 days. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 10 days? Under Cynthia's reluctant gaze, Daigo departs from the town of Sinnoh. He arrives in Verdanturf Town to catch a train to Mossera Town, ensuring he will reach Mossera early the following day. Daigo feels that his time spent with Cynthia has passed too swiftly. He wishes time could slow down just a little. He can hardly fathom what has contributed to Cynthia's growth. Is it the mountain of championship duties? Fortunately, Daigo has someone to delegate this significant responsibility to. The next morning, Daigo arrives in Mossera Town. After a brief meal, he heads to the Yamashita Research Institute. He rings the doorbell. Ding dong. Before long, the door swings open, revealing a familiar face. Ah, Mr. Daigo. The researcher is the very one who had informed Daigo about Alan's residence. Hello, I've come to visit again. Daigo nods gently. Please come in. Dr. Yamashita is in the backyard. The researcher ushers Daigo into the institute, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Oh right. Ingredients. The researcher immediately dials his colleague. What? Still out buying sharp claws? Hurry. Get some good ingredients back here. He exclaims, there's a chef in the house. Daigo makes his way to the backyard, where he finds Dr. Yamashita observing a Snorlax. Hello, Dr. Yamashita. Upon hearing Daigo's voice, Dr. Yamashita turns around, his expression stern. Boom. Pachima comes running out to greet Dr. Yamashita. Pachima. Oi, old dinga. Long time no see. Thankfully, humans cannot fully comprehend Pokemon speech. Otherwise, Daigo might have had to give Pachima a kick on the rear. Daigo, what is the matter? Doctor. Yamashita's tone remains serious. I have a favor to ask of you. Speak. Daigo goes straight to the point, revealing his idea to Dr. Yamashita. I see. You wish to develop a new type of Pokédex and a game about Pokemon. Dr. Yamashita nods, acknowledging Daigo's concept. It's a splendid idea. I will help you get in touch with Professor Oak. Moreover, I will send you my conclusions regarding Pokemon evolution, so that more trainers can understand that Pokemon evolution is beneficial. Daigo is taken aback. He anticipated Dr. Yamashita would share his research findings so readily. Doctor, is that really all right? There's nothing wrong with it. As researchers, our purpose is to understand Pokemon and ensure that everyone can understand them, Dr. Yamashita expresses solemnly. I believe Oak shares this sentiment as well. Research findings should be published and made public. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Delighted, Daigo exclaims, that's wonderful. Some Pokemon possess unique evolution methods, and with Dr. Yamashita's research findings to assist me, I need not fear about not being able to complete the Pokemon evolution chain. I'll contact Professor Oak. Daigo, please wait for me in the backyard. All right. Daigo watches Dr. Yamashita walk into the institute, then turns to see Pachima provoking the Snorlax. Pachima, you seem rather cocky. Don't you dare challenge me? Which Pokemon doesn't know the name of Pachima in this research institute? Go ask around. Daigo gently presses Pachima's round, blue head, pulling it back to his side. If I look away for just a moment, you're off causing trouble. Pachima, let me go. I want to warn it not to be so arrogant. Whenever Pachima attempts to create mischief among the Pokemon here, Daigo always intervenes to protect them. Retrieving the little blue penguin. Mr. Daigo, the doctor sent me to call for you. A researcher approaches the backyard, calling out to Daigo. All right, I'm coming. Daigo effortlessly cradles Pachima in one arm and walks into the institute. Approaching Dr. Yamashita, he sees the familiar figure of Professor Oak on the phone, making him feel a wave of warmth. This is Professor Oak. Oak, this is the trainer I mentioned to you. Daigo, Doctor. Yamashita raises his hand to introduce Daigo to Professor Oak. Hello, Professor Oak. Daigo bows slightly in greeting. Daigo, your ideas are excellent, both for the Pokédex and the game. Professor Oak smiles kindly. May I invite you to my research facility in Pallet Town for a more in-depth discussion? Of course. I was planning to visit Pallet Town to talk to you about this matter. Daigo readily agrees. Considering Dr. Yamashita's connection to Professor Oak, he came to Mossera Town to request an introduction. Do not be deceived by Professor Oak's amiable demeanor at present. He was once the champion of the Kanto region. Haha. I truly admire young individuals like you with such aspirations. Once you arrive in Pallet Town, simply come to my research facility to find me. Bang! Before Professor Oak could finish his sentence, an explosion sound erupted from the other end. A Venusaur and a Charizard suddenly appeared on the phone screen. You two rascals. How did you end up in my research facility? Daigo watches the two boys appearing on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. Apologies, Professor. It was an accident. Akihiro scratches the back of his head sheepishly. The current Akihiro is not the same Akihiro who only knew how to fight. The hedgehog-headed companion beside him is Green. The two future legends of battle. Chapter 111. A long conversation with Professor Oak. After a pleasant chat with Dr. Yamashita, Daigo prepares a sumptuous meal before leaving, ensuring they don't go empty-handed. He then takes the train from Masera Town to the nearest city, boarding a flight directly to Kanto's Evergreen City. Afterward, he rides on Metagross to reach Pallet Town. This entire endeavor takes Daigo a full day to arrive in Pallet Town. Pallet Town, symbolizing the pure white of a fresh start, was originally named Shirakawa Town. Professor Oak's research facility is the largest building here, making it easily visible to Daigo. Ding dong. Daigo rings the doorbell, standing quietly at the entrance in anticipation. Before long, the door opens, revealing an elderly man in a white lab coat with a friendly demeanor. This is Professor Oak. Daigo, right? Professor Oak smiles gently and inquires. Yes. I apologize for the intrusion, Professor Oak. Daigo bows slightly. No need to worry. I am quite interested in your ideas. Professor Oak leads Daigo into the research facility and invites him to take a seat. Shall we first discuss what inspired you to have such an idea? Professor Oak initiates the conversation. Daigo chuckled softly, articulating his inner thoughts one by one. I ponder. Under the current system, where one must be at least 16 years old to officially possess a Pokémon, does this not constitute a form of torment for those who cherish these creatures? They yearn to embark on journeys alongside their Pokémon, eager to witness the vastness of the world. This longing is likely most fervent between the ages of 10 and 14. However, the dangers encountered during such travels are considerable, necessitating a profound understanding of how to navigate perilous situations. Thus, the League has established the age of 16 for trainers, ensuring that individuals possess a degree of maturity and self-sufficiency before they can rightfully own a Pokémon and qualify for travel. I find myself musing about what captivates children between the ages of 10 and 14, or even younger. My conclusion is games. Whether they be video games or playful interactions among friends, they all fall under the umbrella of gaming. If travel were to be transformed into a game, might it not allow children to gain a deeper understanding of Pokémon and gradually comprehend the inherent dangers of their journeys? Crucially, my vision for such a game extends beyond mere adventure and combat. I aspire to incorporate elements of Pokémon nurturing and companionship, among other modes. My aim is to foster a love for Pokémon, encouraging individuals to view them as friends, companions, and family, rather than mere tools for battle or adventure. Moreover, I wish to facilitate a connection for those who fear Pokémon, enabling them to experience communication with these creatures and ultimately dispel their fears. Daigo's eloquent discourse prompted Professor Oak to nod appreciatively. Your idea is commendable. I initially presumed you were merely seeking profit from such games. Professor Oak chuckled. Daigo's eyes, filled with sincerity as he spoke, did not escape the professor's notice. Seeking profit is not inherently wrong. Daigo aspires to create intrinsic value within the doing company. Yet, under the guise of profit, he articulated the true significance of developing Pokémon. This has been my initial thought all along, Daigo replied candidly, leaving Professor Oak somewhat taken aback. Such straightforwardness is indeed refreshing. Gradually, I have come to realize that the significance of Pokémon transcends mere entertainment. It embodies a far greater purpose. It should not be merely a game, but rather an enlightening experience for children regarding these extraordinary beings. Excellent. Professor Oak's smile broadened, his admiration for Daigo evident. I am willing to assist you in the development of your game, or rather, your Pokémon project, but I can only offer data and insights regarding Pokémon. Professor Oak stated solemnly. I hope you understand that I have my own research to attend to. There remains much we do not fully comprehend about Pokémon. Daigo nodded gently, responding, I understand, Professor Oak. Your agreement is already the best outcome I could hope for. More than this matter, I am curious about another topic. Please, do go on. You mentioned wanting to merge the Pokédex with a navigator. Could you elaborate? Daigo inquired, comprehending the implications. The navigator's function can record Pokémon information while embodying most features of a mobile phone. However, it cannot swiftly retrieve Pokémon data like the Pokédex developed by you, Professor Oak. I believe that a certain level of mass production could greatly assist new trainers in the future. Professor Oak replied gravely. But I cannot be away from the laboratory for long. The Pokémon here require care. No worries. I will have researchers from Doing Company come by. And all that is needed from you, Professor, is occasional guidance. It won't excessively encroach upon your research time, Daigo explained with a smile. The esteemed Professor Oak is indeed a towering figure in the world of academia. Gaining his recognition and authorization would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of Pokémon. I will share my contact number with you shortly. Just reach out when necessary, Professor Oak nodded. He held a deep appreciation for those who harbor such aspirations. Subsequently, Daigo elaborated on the intricacies of Pokémon development, inviting Professor Oak's valuable suggestions. Their conversation flowed smoothly. Professor Oak, has Daigo arrived? A cheerful voice suddenly rang out from outside. Professor Oak smiled wryly at Daigo before rising to open the door. A boy clad in a red jacket and blue jeans, with a red cap worn backward atop his black hair, stood at the threshold. Red, Daigo is inside. You have come to? I wish to challenge Daigo to a battle. Just as Daigo was about to sip his tea while seated on the sofa, he nearly choked upon hearing Red's words. A battle? Surely. He does not mean a no-holds-barred skirmish? Given Red's physical prowess and his raw fighting skills, how could Daigo possibly compete? Red, it's been a while, Daigo said. Rising to greet him, Red still radiated the vitality of youth, no longer merely the strongest trainer who relied solely on brute force. Daigo is here to discuss serious matters. Your presence could be a distraction, Professor Oak cautioned, extending a finger toward Red. No worries, Professor. I am eager to gauge Red's current strength, Daigo replied with a smile. It has indeed been a long time, Red. Yes, and I haven't yet thanked you for your help last time. So let us battle. Daigo's lips twitched slightly. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? Truly, you are a fighter. Chapter 112, A Spar. The Fighter. In Professor Oak's backyard, Daigo and Red stood on opposite sides. Before them lay 6 miniature, locked Pokeballs. The rules for their no-holds-barred battle were simple. Defeat just one of the opponent's Pokémon to win. Prior to the commencement of the battle, Daigo and Red established the rule that only one Pokémon could be released for combat. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Let the battle begin. Both sprang into action, racing toward the Pokeballs. As Red approached, he executed a sudden roll, seizing the Pokeball first and releasing his Pokémon. Bang! A yellow electric mouse appeared. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. The released Pikachu hovered momentarily, electric arcs crackling around it, then unleashed a powerful surge of electricity. Daigo, however, was a fraction of a second slower than Red. As he grasped his Pokeball, a strong sense of foreboding compelled him to dive sideways. Bang! The Thunderbolt struck the ground, narrowly missing Daigo. However, the energy wave from the attack sent the Pokeball scattering in all directions. Daigo furrowed his brow as he released his own Pokémon from the Pokeball in hand. In terms of no-holds-barred experience, Daigo was far less seasoned than Red. Bang! The Pokémon that emerged on Daigo's side was Bashadora. Earthquake! Daigo commanded swiftly, climbing onto Bashadora's back to shield himself from the impending tremors. Bashadora raised its foot, ready to slam down. The Pokeball, when unopened, possesses formidable defensive capabilities. However, upon activation, it becomes relatively fragile, mirroring the vulnerability of its contents. This design serves to prevent the Pokeballs from sustaining damage too easily, as well as to facilitate indiscriminate battles. Prior to this, battles between trainers were entirely indiscriminate, resulting in a high mortality rate among trainers. This is the rationale behind the league's stipulation that trainers must be at least 16 years of age. At the moment when Steven was about to counterattack, Red had already procured his second Pokeball. As he released his Pokémon, he simultaneously recalled Pikachu into the ball. Suddenly, a completely gray Aerodactyl emerged, using its claws to snatch Red and lift him into the sky. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Yet it posed no threat to Red and the fossil Aerodactyl soaring above. However, the Pokeballs that Red had placed on the ground began to roll about due to the seismic vibrations. Steven's Pokeballs, already in disarray, were of little concern as he focused on the one closest to him. He deftly leaped onto the protruding armor of his Beldum, vaulting into the air. Performing a roll to dissipate the force before landing, he successfully grasped the second Pokeball. Aerodactyl, Stealth Rock, Red commanded from above. The fossil Aerodactyl flapped its wings, summoning several shards of rock composed of concentrated energy, which it hurled towards Steven. A chill ran down Steven's spine. It seemed as though the attack sought his very demise. Nevertheless, he continued with his actions, recalling Beldum while simultaneously releasing his second Pokémon. With a cacophony of impacts, the Stealth Rock struck the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Suddenly, the edges of the dust cloud were whisked away by the wind, revealing Steven soaring out on his Skarmory. The Skarmory flew close to the ground, executed a roll, and ascended into the sky. Hidden power. The Skarmory began to spin, scattering rocks of energy upon the earth below. Steven clung tightly to the neck of Skarmory, ensuring he wouldn't be flung off. Red, grasping the legs of the fossil Aerodactyl, managed to reposition himself onto its back. With a flourish of his arms, he shouted, "Thunder Fong." Truly a behemoth. Steven promptly replied, "Steel Wing." The sharp teeth of the fossil Aerodactyl crackled with electricity as it lunged towards Skarmory with its gaping maw. Skarmory's wings shimmered with a deeper metallic hue. Its gaze intensely focused on the approaching Aerodactyl. With a resounding clash, the fossil Aerodactyl's jaws clamped down on Skarmory's outstretched steel wing. Steven and Red exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling as they simultaneously tumbled off their respective Pokémon. Skarmory swung its other steel wing, striking the Aerodactyl squarely in the face. The Aerodactyl let out a pained cry, struck by a beam of red light, while Skarmory, too, was caught by a similar beam and recalled into its Pokeball. Red swiftly returned the fossil Aerodactyl to its ball and retrieved another Pokeball from beneath his hat. Steven, falling through the air, was momentarily stunned. When had Red acquired a third Pokeball? Was it just before the Aerodactyl had taken flight with him? With the Pokeballs stored on his belt, there was no other place for him to keep them. He could only hold two at a time, necessitating that he drop one to switch. Who would have imagined that Red had concealed the Pokeball within his hat? What a significant oversight. Simultaneously, both trainers released their next Pokémon. Below Red, a gigantic, rotund Pokémon appeared, Snorlax, and from Steven emerged a Metagross. Red landed safely atop Snorlax's belly and then lunged forward, seizing the fourth Pokeball. Steven, utilizing Metagross's psychic abilities, landed near the fourth Pokeball as well. Suddenly, hidden rocks surged forth, crashing into Snorlax. However, for the robust Snorlax, it was but a trivial matter. Snorlax, Metagross. Both trainers shouted in unison. Hammer Arm. Snorlax and Metagross charged at each other, while Snorlax attempted to deliver a hammer arm. It resembled more of a lumbering assault. With a resounding thud, Red gasped as his Snorlax was toppled by Metagross's powerful strike. Psychic. Block. Steven commanded swiftly. Metagross turned its gaze towards the approaching beam of red light, erecting a wall of psychic energy to intercept it. While Snorlax's physical resilience was impressive, its defense against special attacks was comparatively lacking. The outcome of the battle was becoming increasingly apparent. Red had only recently begun his journey, yet his Snorlax had already reached the level of semi-elite. Or rather, all his Pokémon were on the verge of elite status. The unutilized Masquerain and Venusaur remained a mystery, but Pikachu seemed to be on the brink of elite prowess. For someone who had been in the field for just a year, achieving champion status was not an unattainable goal. Given the equal prowess of both trainers, had Snorlax and Metagross been evenly matched, Red would likely have continued to dominate Steven. Time and again, Red had astonished Steven with his unexpected strategies. Let us conclude this sparring session here. Professor Oak interjected, prompting both trainers to cease their combat. Steven is indeed formidable, Red mused, glancing down at the Pokeball clutched tightly in his hand. Red, you truly possess remarkable strength, Steven remarked, stepping closer to Red. Huh. Red blinked in surprise, looking up at Steven with confusion. My Metagross has been with me for quite some time, which accounts for its higher level of power, Steven explained. In a scenario where our strengths were equal, I would find myself at a disadvantage against you. After all, Steven's experience in this combat style paled in comparison to Red's. The Indigo League had long since abandoned this method of battle, and thus, Steven had not specifically trained for it. In contrast, the current Indigo Conference was the last to employ such a format. Given Red's rapid growth, the prospect of becoming a legendary battler was not too far off. Steven was equally curious. Might he be able to surpass Red and attain the title of legendary battler first? Within the research facility, the hum of Steven's communicator vibrated on the table. I'm not particularly adept at wild battles. Please forgive me. Chapter 113. You wouldn't want Naki to find out, would you? After obtaining Professor Oak's contact number, Steven prepared to bid farewell and returned to Hoenn. Blue, having heard that Professor Oak had important matters to discuss today, had gone out to train and was yet to return. Meanwhile, Red had come specifically to engage in battle. You truly are impressive. A fighter through and through, Steven remarked as he boarded the plane bound for Lilycove City in Hoenn, before transferring to a ship headed for Lilycove. Having kept Michi waiting for nearly half a month, he wondered what their reunion would be like. Previously, Michi had called Steven, likely growing impatient from the wait. However, Steven had no intention of returning the call. After all, Michi was quite intimidating. On board the ship, Steven stood on the highest deck, peering down at the Pokémon battles taking place on the expansive lower deck. His own Pokémon could hardly compete in such a clash. On ordinary vessels, Pokémon of the semi-legendary tier and above are prohibited from engaging in battles. Currently, within Daigo's team, only the little penguin, Pachima, is permitted to contend aboard the ship. However, if its ability, Rivalry, were to activate unintentionally, the situation could become problematic. Pachima, standing at Daigo's feet, gazes down at the ongoing battle with an air of disdain. Amused by Pachima's expression, Daigo jestingly suggests, "Why not let you take the stage against Mikuri-san?" Pachima. Pachima seems to reconsider the offer, clutching the railing. It leans its round little face over the edge. Wow, look at the battle below. It's absolutely thrilling. Daigo chuckles softly, his gaze drifting towards the city gradually emerging in the distance, Lapis City. Once they disembark, Daigo heads straight to the Pokémon Center, having previously neglected to assess the training outcomes of his Pokémon in Sinnoh. The results are as follows: Metagross, 828, Scyther, 76, Skarmory, 70, Boscodora, 70, Riolu, 651, Pachima, 595. Both Skarmory and Boscodora have reached their respective thresholds. It remains uncertain when they will truly ascend to the champion level. Riolu's relentless pursuit of strength, combined with its innate talent and Daigo's resources, yields expected results. The only anomaly is the little penguin, Pachima, exhibiting an astonishing growth rate, yet still not having reached the point of evolution. Ash's Pikachu requires a Thunderstone to evolve, thus no matter how formidable it becomes, evolution remains unattainable. The same can be said for Meowth and Piku, whose lack of strength makes their failure to evolve understandable. Yet, Daigo's Pachima, with its rapid advancement, astonishingly remains unevolved. Alas, the examination report indicates all is normal. Very well, let it be with the little penguin. As long as it is in good health, that is all that matters. After enjoying lunch, Daigo accompanies Pachima to the Lapis gym. "I'm sorry, but the gym leader is currently unavailable," the guide informs. Daigo is momentarily taken aback. Originally, he felt a tinge of guilt for keeping Mikuri waiting, but it seems he need not feel that way any longer. "Where has Mikuri-san gone?" Daigo inquires curiously. "Surely, he isn't off on a date with Nagi?" The gym leader mentioned before leaving that he was going to deal with someone. The guide explains. "But I suspect he simply went out for a meal." Daigo's lips twitch slightly. "He isn't planning to deal with me, is he? A meal would be acceptable. I can wait here a while." "No worries. I'll just make a call," and he'll return. Daigo nonchalantly retrieves his navigator, preparing to contact Mikuri. "Is that for real?" the guide asks, surprised. Beep, beep. After just 2 rings, the call connects, and a voice on the other end questions, "You dare call me after ignoring my calls?" Fortunately, Mikuri-san is a rather dignified individual and refrains from shouting into the phone. "I'm currently at the Lapis gym," he states. After a brief silence, he hangs up. "All right. I suspect Mikuri-san will be back shortly," Daigo remarks confidently. The guide, observing Daigo's certainty, finds himself puzzled. Who is this young man to the gym leader? Just a phone call, and he can summon him back? Within just 3 minutes, Mikuri has already returned to the Lapis gym. The guide has never witnessed Mikuri exhibiting such an intense demeanor before. "Well, Mikuri-san, you're remarkably swift." Unfazed by the flames surrounding Mikuri, Daigo greets him. Mikuri smirks coldly, approaching Daigo until their noses nearly touch. "You seem quite pleased, don't you?" "Indeed. After all, I get to see you," Daigo replies with a light chuckle. "Yet, I find your presence infuriating," Mikuri retorts, his smile not reaching his eyes, fixated on Daigo. "Isn't this proximity a tad too intimate, Mikuri-san?" Daigo gently reminds him. "I would love to pin you here for half a month, and then crack." Mikuri pauses, glancing at Daigo's raised navigator. "What was that sound? Taking a photo?" "Mikuri-san, you wouldn't want Nagi to discover how close we are, would you?" Daigo laughs lightly. "Where did you learn such underhanded tactics?" Mikuri asks, his lips twitching in annoyance. "That's none of your concern," Daigo smiles, watching as Mikuri creates distance, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire. Mikuri had rushed over, and the wind had tousled his hair. Snap. Daigo adds, "I wonder how Nagi would react to seeing you like this." Mikuri is momentarily taken aback. The Daigo he remembers does not quite align with this playful persona. Observing the mix of frustration and restraint on Mikuri's face, Daigo smirks. "I was merely teasing you. Upon hearing you wish to battle me with full force, I hurriedly trained. It's been a while since we met, so I thought I'd have a little fun. Yet you didn't answer my calls, or inform me." Mikuri counters. "I wanted to surprise you," Daigo explains with a smile. "Besides, when you called, I was engaged in a battle with someone else." After some back and forth, Mikuri finally forgives Daigo. Just remember, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Not a problem. Just ensure you hand over the water drop badge when you lose, Daigo replies as they proceed to the battle arena within the gym, bickering all the while. The guide watches in astonishment, having never witnessed Mikuri act this way before. Their relationship is clearly extraordinary, and he suspects there is an underlying story he remains unaware of. With a swift movement, the guide rushes to the computer, searching for information. Among the various rumors surrounding Mikuri, he discovers Daigo's name. Ah, I see. I understand now. The guide exclaims, realizing the truth. There is but one reality to uncover. Chapter 114, Versus. Mikuri. Apologies, apologies. I'm late. The guide rushes in, noticing Daigo and Mikuri already positioned on either side of the arena. Let us begin, Mikuri states with no hint of reproach, smiling lightly. Understood. The battle will feature gym leader Mikuri against Daigo, a trainer from Green Ridge City. Let the contest commence. With the guide's drop of the black and white checkered flag, the battle officially ignites. Daigo and Mikuri simultaneously unleash their Pokémon. This confrontation differs from previous gym battles. There are no imposed restrictions on the gym leader, allowing for a free rotation of 6 Pokémon, 3 of which can be selected. Traditionally, the battlefield of the Lapis Gym would be a pool. Yet Mikuri opts for a grass terrain, wishing not to take advantage of Daigo. Boom. 2 beams of white light flicker at opposite sides of the arena, as 2 Pokémon materialize simultaneously. As Mikuri's Piplup emerges, it suddenly erupts with energy, reaching the ceiling of the gym. Dark clouds formed from this energy gather above, with a gentle rain cascading down across the battlefield. The armored bird dispatched by Daigo fixed its fierce gaze upon the opposing largemouth gull. Are we to engage in a downpour? Daigo's eyes narrowed as he commanded, Stealth Rock. This battle represented a full-scale confrontation between himself and Mikuri, demanding utmost focus and determination. Rapid return. As anticipated, Mikuri's largemouth gull unleashed the move Hurricane. With a swift rotation in midair, the armored bird spun twice, scattering energy-formed rocks across the battlefield. The stones littered the ground only to vanish abruptly. Hey! The largemouth gull surged forward, colliding with the armored bird, but the impact was negligible. However, it transformed into a streak of light and returned to Mikuri's Pokeball. The next Pokémon to enter the fray was a green, yellow-furred Kappa. Lively Kappa. Without a moment's hesitation, Daigo recognized its ability to double its speed in the rain, thanks to its ability Swift Swim. Suddenly, the freshly summoned Lively Kappa was ensnared by the unexpected rocks, merely pinched before vanishing again. Weather Ball. Mikuri commanded. The Lively Kappa launched a pure white sphere of light towards the dark clouds above. The sphere absorbed energy while shifting its position. Daigo swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, swapping out the armored bird for a Scyther. In rainy conditions, the Weather Ball's power was doubled and transformed into a water-type move. Furthermore, the pink orb adorning Lively Kappa's neck was the Life Orb, enhancing its power. Daigo could not afford to let the armored bird withstand such a formidable Weather Ball. With a resounding thud, Scyther made its entrance, just as a rapidly descending blue energy sphere fell from the clouds. There was no way to evade it. The Weather Ball struck true. Ah! Scyther let out a pained cry, kneeling on one knee. Another Weather Ball. Mikuri urged quickly. If the second Weather Ball landed, Scyther's health would plummet perilously close to zero, potentially rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Without a doubt, this was the rain-boosted Weather Ball enhanced by the Life Orb. Daigo frowned, commanding, Thunderbolt. Prior to arriving in Lyric City, Daigo had prepared a assault vest for Scyther, specifically to mitigate special attacks. Yet, to his astonishment, the Life Orb-enhanced Lively Kappa's offensive capabilities exceeded Daigo's expectations. Reflecting on his journey, none of his previous opponents had employed weather tactics. With a determined gaze, Scyther left an afterimage on the battlefield as it dashed towards Lively Kappa. Bang! The Weather Ball was just coalescing in Lively Kappa's grasp when Scyther's powerful claw struck it, forcing Lively Kappa to hurl the Weather Ball into the air. Rapid return. The Weather Ball hastened skyward, lingering momentarily within the clouds before plummeting down. Scyther swung its massive pincers, delivering a crushing blow to Lively Kappa, followed by a fierce kick. The Weather Ball descended, hitting Scyther squarely. In an instant, Scyther transformed into a streak of light, returning to its Pokeball. However, it had taken the full brunt of the attack. Both combatants possessed elite-level strength, and the damage inflicted by their moves was substantial. The potential destruction could have been catastrophic had Scyther not been equipped with the assault vest. Hey! Lively Kappa trembled slightly. Gasping for breath, Scyther, having endured 2 Weather Balls, was in a similarly dire state. Go Metagross. Utilizing Rapid Return, Scyther was swapped out for Metagross. Meet. Metagross landed heavily on the ground. Bullet Punch. Despite Lively Kappa's dual water and grass typing offering it a twofold resistance against steel in its current condition, it could not withstand the attack. Macaulay's expression turned grave as he swiftly recalled Lively Kappa into its Pokeball, replacing it with the largemouth gull. Bang bang. Hey! The largemouth gull let out a pained wail, immediately struck by both Stealth Rock and Metagross's Bullet Punch, suffering dual damage. Clear Smog. Macaulay commanded solemnly. If the Stealth Rock was not removed, Lively Kappa would be rendered incapable of battle upon re-entering the field. Thus, this rock formation had to be eliminated. Stone Edge. Daigo shouted. While Bullet Punch would not inflict significant damage on the largemouth gull, the residual effects of Stealth Rock, compounded with Metagross's strength, would ensure this Stone Edge would take down the opponent's largemouth gull. The largemouth gull unfurled its wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Metagross slammed its arms into the ground, shattering the battlefield beneath. As it raised its arms, countless sharp stones, laced with bits of grass, hurtled towards the largemouth gull. The gust of wind blew away the surrounding Stealth Rocks, but the effect of lowering the opponent's evasion was rendered moot by Metagross's ability. Hey! The largemouth gull was hit squarely by the Stone Edge, crashing to the ground with a cry. The largemouth gull was rendered incapable of battle. With the announcer's declaration, Macaulay recalled the largemouth gull and threw the Pokeball of Milotic into the sky. Bang! The elegant Milotic, adorned with beautiful scales, emerged, exuding an aura of championship-level prowess that enveloped the arena. Daigo had witnessed Macaulay's Milotic before, yet the overwhelming pressure it emanated caused Daigo's hand to tremble involuntarily. Hydro Pump. Who? Milotic gathered a blue sphere of light before unleashing a powerful torrent of water. Rather than using Psychic to resist, Metagross swiftly maneuvered across the battlefield. Bang! The Hydro Pump struck the grass, relentlessly pursuing Metagross's movements. The force of the water devastated everything in its path, washing away the grass along with the ground beneath. Seizing the moment, Daigo recalled Metagross into its Pokeball, swapping in the Armored Bird just as Milotic's Hydro Pump concluded. Surf. If the Hydro Pump could miss, then Surf would surely hit. Stealth Rock. Daigo intoned. Unable to directly counter, the Armored Bird would release its residual energy. Hey! The Armored Bird faced the towering waves rising before it, devoid of any fear. It spun its body, laying down Stealth Rocks anew upon the battlefield. The colossal wave surged toward the airborne Armored Bird. Boom! The wave crashed down, engulfing the Armored Bird entirely. Chapter 115, Mega Metagross vs. Milotic. The Armored Bird was rendered incapable of battle. The torrent of water was swiftly drained by the battlefield's drainage system, revealing the unconscious Armored Bird. Thank you for your efforts. Armored Bird. Daigo murmured as he recalled it into its Pokeball. On a rainy day, under the oppressive weight of 2 levels of disadvantage, the Armored Bird stood no chance of withstanding the surf unleashed by Heracross. The battlefield was once again graced by the presence of Stealth Rock, making it impossible for Macaulay to switch out Pokemon. As long as Metagross and Scyther could defeat Macaulay's Heracross, Macaulay's final Pokemon, Ludicolo, would inevitably succumb to the effects of Stealth Rock. This was the only glimmer of hope for Daigo. Go, Metagross. Daigo resolutely summoned Metagross once more. The usual calm demeanor of Metagross faded into an expression of utter seriousness. The strength of this Heracross was indeed formidable. Daigo rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a black fingerless glove. The keystone embedded within it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The brilliance of stone transforms into bonds, Daigo proclaimed gravely. As his fingers lightly brushed the surface of the keystone, the Mega Evolution Stone on Metagross's arm erupted with dazzling radiance. For serpentine beams of light connected Daigo and Metagross in a profound bond. Metagross, Mega Evolve. The air crackled with energy as Metagross was enveloped in a resplendent spectrum of light, its form shifting dramatically as the brilliance dissipated. A fleeting pattern of multicolored leaves materialized before Mega Metagross. The dark clouds above began to slowly disperse, and the raindrops gradually diminished in intensity. Is this your full strength? Daigo. Macaulay smirked. Then I must respond with my utmost as well. Come forth, Heracross. Daigo's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn tone. Metagross, Comet Punch. Surf. With a resounding splash, Metagross concentrated all its might at a single point, charging forward with unwavering determination. The forceful wave of surf, slightly diminished from the earlier onslaught, washed over the oncoming Metagross. Gritting its teeth, Metagross endured, suddenly spinning out of the water attack's trajectory. With a resounding crash, it collided with Heracross, sending it hurtling backward. Yet the damage was not as significant as Daigo had anticipated. A frown creased Daigo's brow. Even after Mega Evolution, Metagross barely exhibited champion-level strength. The cause of such unexpectedly low damage was likely Malacaross's held item. Micoli's Malacaross must possess the Marvel Scale in conjunction with the Flame Orb, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Surf. Stealth Rock. A colossal wave surged behind Malacaross once more. Metagross's eyes glowed with blue light as the ground beneath Malacaross began to tremble, erupting with a multitude of sharp stones. The immense wave crashed down with ferocity. The spikes ascended relentlessly. Boom. Metagross soared above the tumultuous wave. Malacaross expertly weathered the spike attack. Psychic. Recover. The blue light in Metagross's eyes remained undiminished, even intensifying. Malacaross raised its head, the wounds inflicted by the spikes rapidly healing. If this continued, all prior damage would be rendered futile. In no time, Malacaross would fully recuperate. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Seeing its opponent employ healing moves, Metagross concentrated the power of its psychic attack. Pain flickered across Malacaross's expression. Metagross's psychic could inflict considerable damage, even exceeding that of Comet Punch when it landed a critical hit, given Malacaross's inherent resistance to Steel-type moves. Charge in. Thunder Punch. Metagross dashed forward, its colossal arms crackling with arcs of electricity. The initial hesitation to use Thunder Punch stemmed from Daigo's knowledge that Micoli would deploy Surf. By empowering Metagross with the energy of Comet Punch, Daigo aimed to maximize its defense against Malacaross's Surf attack. Surf. With no other option, Malacaross resorted to its most effective water-type move against Metagross, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful Surf attacks. Yet the damage from Surf was still substantial. Boom. Metagross's Thunder Punch struck Malacaross, pushing it back several meters. Malacaross, enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, swiftly regained its stance, unleashing a torrent of water. Caught at such close quarters, Metagross could not evade and was hit squarely by the Surf. The deluge pounded against its metallic form, forcing it to retreat. After the conclusion of the Surf, Malacaross gasped for breath, having sustained significant damage from the earlier Thunder Punch. Not to mention, Metagross's Mega Evolution granted it the Tough Claws ability, amplifying the power of contact moves. Psychic. Coil. Malacaross's long and sleek body coiled tightly, enhancing its various stats. As Metagross lunged towards Malacaross, it concentrated the power of its psychic attack into a singular point. Malacaross's half-closed eyes reflected its agony. Coupled with the previous Thunder Punch damage and the ongoing residual burn from its recovery, Malacaross was in a precarious state. However, upon completing its coil, Malacaross's special attack, defense, and accuracy would significantly improve. Thunder Punch. Daigo commanded urgently. If Malacaross regained its strength, the battle would become exceedingly difficult. Recover. Metagross charged ahead, its four fists once again radiating with golden electricity. Boom. Malacaross executed Recover, gritting its teeth against the force of Metagross's Thunder Punch. Following its coil, Malacaross's defense had risen, thus mitigating the damage from Metagross's Thunder Punch compared to earlier. Malacaross lifted its head, bathed in a gentle white light as its injuries gradually healed. Stealth Rock. Metagross hastily summoned rocks, causing sharp stones to rise beneath Malacaross. Surf. Now that Malacaross had recovered significantly, being struck by the spikes would not inflict much harm. It retaliated with a powerful, thick jet of water. Metagross's gaze sharpened, as if it had made a momentous decision. Metagross. It was time. As Metagross faced the imminent onslaught of Surf, it realized the distance was too short to evade. With a brilliant white light enveloping its form, Metagross charged recklessly towards the approaching water attack. Stop, Metagross. Daigo's voice rang out in alarm, desperate to halt Metagross's advance. Yet Metagross, for the first time, ignored Daigo's command. The blinding light illuminated the entire battlefield, and the tremendous energy wave forced the three observers to stagger back. Daigo raised his arm to shield himself, his wide eyes and slightly parted lips betraying his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Metagross would unleash its final burst of energy, executing a self-destruct. If Armor Bird were to be vanquished by the Surf, it would merely succumb to a fainting state and could be revived with potent healing items afterward. However, Metagross's self-destruct involved detonating its own power, resulting in severe physical trauma. This was not a mere matter of applying some healing items. It necessitated immediate treatment at a Pokémon Center. This was merely a full-force gym battle between Daigo and Micoli, and no matter how one framed it, it remained a gym battle. Before Daigo arrived, he had already prepared himself for defeat. He merely wished to avoid a humiliating loss, which was why he ventured out to train for a while. After some time, Daigo believed that he could indeed triumph over Mikoli. However, at this moment, Daigo was still not up to the challenge. Thus, fully aware of his impending loss, Daigo would never command his Metagross to unleash Explosion. That was the Metagross's own decision. It was Daigo's sharpest spear, capable of piercing through any shield. It was also Daigo's most formidable shield, able to withstand all spears. With such thoughts in mind, Metagross executed Explosion. The brilliant white light persisted for several seconds before gradually diminishing. Feeling his stamina rapidly deplete, Daigo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Even after Metagross had completed its explosion, Daigo still maintained a connection with it. Once the Megaform was released, it felt as if a substantial portion of Daigo's energy had been abruptly siphoned away. He lifted his gaze to behold the already chaotic battlefield, which now bore a profound crater. This crater occupied more than 2/3 of the original area. Taking a few steps forward, Daigo spotted Metagross lying quietly in the depths of the crater, unconscious. Metagross had lost its fighting capability. Slowly raising his trembling hand, he directed the red light of a Pokeball toward Metagross, recalling it into the sphere. Chapter 116, The Raindrop Badge and the Invitation. Next time, don't exert yourself so fiercely. It was merely a gym battle, Daigo murmured softly, glancing at the Pokeball in his hand as he made his way back. Upon returning to his position, he produced his final Pokeball, releasing the injured Scyther. Fortunately, the surrounding stealth rock remained intact. As soon as Mikoli's Ludicolo entered the fray, it would be struck by the spikes, thus losing its combat ability. Daigo remained steadfast in his belief that his hypothesis was correct. A faint sound startled Daigo. In the middle of the crater, layers of dark soil crumbled away, revealing a disheveled Milotic pushing through the debris, fully visible. Milotic had not yet lost its fighting capability. Due to Metagross's diminished energy, its actual strength had plummeted below that of a champion, which allowed Milotic to barely endure and remain conscious. Gritting his teeth, Daigo shouted, "Quick attack!" Milotic was already on the brink of collapse, and even with its defensive capabilities enhanced, Scyther's quick attack, executed by a skilled technician, was sufficient to defeat Milotic in its current state. Scyther dashed forward with remarkable speed, a streak of crimson light gliding across the battlefield. Water gun. Mikoli, recognizing the dire condition of his Milotic, and with Scyther's state not being particularly favorable either, opted against calling for a more powerful water pulse. Instead, he simply commanded the basic water gun. Bang! Scyther struck Milotic with its claw. At the same moment, Milotic unleashed a stream of water, hitting Scyther squarely. Scyther, unable to withstand the assault of water gun, succumbed. Thus, both Milotic and Scyther collapsed simultaneously. Milotic and Scyther both lost their fighting capabilities. The victor was gym leader Mikoli. As the referee announced the verdict, it was clear that Daigo had ultimately lost. Mikoli still had one Ludicolo left, albeit in a severely weakened state. As soon as it entered the battlefield, it would be pierced by the stealth rock and lose its fighting ability. However, since all of Daigo's Pokémon had already succumbed, Mikoli's Ludicolo would not need to make an appearance. "You have left me greatly astonished," Mikoli said, holding the raindrop badge, and approached Daigo with a smile. Having debuted for nearly half a year, he had already been defeated by Daigo's Milotic. It seemed the time had come for him to exert more effort. "This is the raindrop badge." As Daigo accepted the badge from Mikoli, he let out a soft sigh. The statement made prior to the match about receiving it only upon winning was merely a jest. For the first time, Daigo experienced the sensation of receiving a badge despite his defeat. "Mikoli-san, I must first head to the Pokémon Center to heal my Pokémon," Daigo said, raising his head and offering a wry smile at Mikoli. "Yes, I will accompany you," Mikoli nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, moves like Explosion are rarely employed, except by certain unscrupulous organization members. "Xiaolu, you are in charge of repairing the arena," he instructed. "Huh, me?" The referee was taken aback, watching as Mikoli and Daigo departed in unison. Understood. The Pokémon Center was not far from the Luminous Gym. Furthermore, while Explosion was a considerable burden on Pokémon, it did not pose any hidden injuries or life-threatening dangers. Even if it did, the medical technology at the Pokémon Center could perfectly eliminate any potential hidden injuries. After Daigo and Mikoli exited the Luminous Gym, Daigo calmly inquired, "Mikoli-san, you did hold back a bit, didn't you?" "Huh." Mikoli blinked in surprise. "You could have used Aqua Ring to mitigate the burn's impact on Milotic, but you chose not to." "You caught me," Mikoli chuckled lightly, not concealing the truth. "Battling you was originally my way of having the upper hand. I just didn't anticipate that without Aqua Ring, my Milotic would still be defeated by you." Daigo shot Mikoli a sidelong glance. The thought of soon passing his burdens on to him made him refrain from pursuing the matter further. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Daigo and Micoli entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment. Due to the severe injuries inflicted by Metagross's explosion, although not life-threatening, the healing process would take some time. Daigo and Micoli settled in the waiting area of the Pokémon Center, engaging in light conversation. Bang! Pachima dashed out on its own accord and sprawled on the sofa. Pachima had not expected that its elder brother would be pushed to such an extent and even lose. Micoli-san, you might as well have not equipped any items. Daigo leaned against the sofa, feeling a bit lighter in spirit upon entering the Pokémon Center. Then wouldn't that mean I would lose? Micoli shot Daigo a bemused glance. Isn't losing just right? I would then have a legitimate claim to the Raindrop badge, Daigo chuckled softly. Winning a gym battle does not necessarily require defeating the gym leader to obtain a badge. Typically, as long as one earns the leader's recognition, even in defeat, a gym badge can still be awarded. We agreed to give it our all. How could I possibly face you if I lost? Micoli replied with an exasperated expression. After all, he was a man capable of becoming the champion of Hoenn. He simply had not chosen to pursue it. But there was no rush. He would soon embark on that journey. However, in truth, you did not truly unleash your full potential, Daigo retorted, giving Micoli a sidelong glance. Tit for tat. They exchanged knowing smiles. Given a bit more time, it seems certain you would secure the title of champion of Hoenn. Daigo gently shook his head, explaining, there are just over 2 months remaining. Huh. The colorful conference will commence in a little over a month, and the winner has 6 months to prepare, right? Micoli asked. Astonished. I have an agreement, and the deadline is set for just over 2 months from now. To aspire for the champion title in just over half a year since debuting? One must admit, that's quite ambitious, Micoli remarked with a light chuckle. However, with your skills, it is not entirely impossible. Micoli himself took nearly a year to achieve victory, triumphing over the 4 heavenly kings in the process. After relinquishing his championship title, he did not dedicate much time to training Pokémon. Instead, he shifted his focus towards the dazzling contests, inspired by his mentor Adam, a premier Pokémon coordinator. Each year, 1 or 2 extraordinary competitors emerge. Last year it was I, and this year it shall be you. It is evident that Micoli possesses a profound confidence in Daigo. Setting that aside for now, let us discuss recent matters, Daigo gestured. What matters? Micoli inquired. Do you have some free time soon, Micoli-san? I would like to invite you to a particular location, Daigo confessed. Where to? Micoli replied nonchalantly. With the upcoming Colorful Ghost Conference, there aren't many challengers left. Even if there are, I can have Shoryu handle them. Achu, Shoryu, who had been observing the maintenance crew refurbishing the venue, suddenly sneezed. Curiously rubbing his nose, he asked, who is talking about me? Where are we going? I will tell you later, Daigo responded, as he also struggled to recall the name of the place. He would need to check back home for the details. All right then, just call me when the time comes. I will certainly be there if I am free, Micoli said, resting his arms behind his head with a smile. Daigo nodded. He was uncertain if anything unpredictable might occur at their destination, so it would be best not to involve Hakusai in any potential risks. With Micoli as a protector, no, a friend, there should be little cause for concern, especially considering he was an unranked regional champion. Chapter 117, Excavation. After the treatment, Nurse Joy simply offered a few brief reminders, cautioning Daigo not to allow his Metagross to engage in excessively intense battles or training over the next few days. Daigo naturally nodded in agreement. Expressing his gratitude to Nurse Joy, he did not linger in Lapis City. The day after obtaining his badge, he departed for Greenridge City, where he boarded a flight directly to Canas City. He also sent his Scyther back to Orange Blossom Forest to visit the Pokémon there, lest they be bullied in his absence. Following closely behind Scyther was Riolu, who continued to accompany him to Orange Blossom Forest. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Daigo entrusted Riolu with a communicator. A simple press would relay information to his navigator. Although few dared to provoke a champion-level Scyther, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Subsequently, Daigo arrived at the Devon Corporation. Prior to his return, he had already discussed matters regarding the Pokédex and Pokémon with Mikan. She expressed her support for his ideas, and the project proposal for developing Pokémon had already commenced. Daigo made his way to the top floor to the president's office, but his father was not present. Secretary Kuroda informed Daigo that Mikan had mentioned a lack of inspiration and had decided to take a stroll. However, she had instructed that upon Daigo's return, he could proceed directly to the research department for an inspection. Kuroda added. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Kuroda, Daigo replied, nodding. He then turned towards the research department, where Pokémon modeling was currently underway. The style was not the pixelated aesthetic Daigo was accustomed to, but it was understandable given the technological advancements in the Pokémon world They could directly render the Pokémon's appearance. It was certainly not an era of technological backwardness. However, Daigo still preferred the pixelated style. Vice President, what do you think? A researcher approached Daigo, holding a laptop and inquiring. Huh, Vice President? Daigo was taken aback. When had he become the Vice President? His father had not informed him of this. Did you not know? President Zavachi announced yesterday that you are now the Vice President of the company. The researcher replied, astonished. Ah, I see. Daigo chuckled with resignation. No wonder he had been directed to the research department. It turned out he had been unexpectedly assigned the position of Vice President. The development of the Pokédex and Pokémon must succeed. Otherwise, Daigo would feel quite uncomfortable bearing the title of Vice President. Daigo glanced at the contents on the computer, which depicted a prototype of the Hoenn region. After offering some brief praise, he pointed out several areas that needed obstacles and the incorporation of hidden machines, emphasizing the necessity for a gradual approach. Suddenly, Pachima burst forth, curiously gazing at the surrounding electronic equipment and the bustling lab-coated personnel. Just as it intended to explore further, it was unexpectedly nudged back by Daigo's leg. Pachima squirmed between Daigo's calves. Let me out. It protested. Don't be mischievous, Daigo whispered. I'm not being mischievous. Pachima retorted. Well, perhaps not too mischievously. I merely got the one who disturbed your sleep wet. I haven't done anything now. Oh. After answering several questions from the research staff, Daigo organized the personnel who had participated in the development of the Navigator, instructing them to gather their belongings and head to the Kanto region's Pallet Town to consult with Professor Oak regarding the development of a new type of Pokédex. The expenses would be reimbursed by the Devon Corporation. Once he had resolved the matters concerning research, Daigo finally stepped outside to catch his breath. Vice President, he sighed softly, turning to see a researcher rushing out while carrying a crossbody bag. This is the newly developed spatial backpack from Devon Corporation. President Zavachi instructed that it be given to you upon your return, the researcher explained. This backpack was smaller, lighter, provided greater space, and had significantly upgraded durability. Daigo's current backpack was already a compact model, but this one was even more so. Really? Thank you, Daigo said gratefully, accepting the crossbody bag. After watching the researcher jog back, Daigo made his way to the lobby on the first floor of Devon Corporation, transferring everything from his backpack into the new spatial backpack. It was quite spacious. After filling it, he discovered there was still about half of the space left. No longer would he need to stack items precariously, as he feared they might burst. He left the remaining backpack at the front desk and exited the Devon Corporation with the crossbody bag slung over his shoulder. He pondered when they might develop a spatial ring. Given the technological prowess of the Pokémon world, it surely could not be that difficult, could it? Daigo felt that a backpack was still not as convenient as a spatial ring, ideally something from which he could retrieve items at will. Having not returned in a long while, he decided to explore the Riolu tunnel for some mining. He recalled that the last time he had gone mining was during the Meteor Falls incident, which had been interrupted by the commotion caused by Macaulay and Team Magma. Leaving it unresolved, Daigo rode his Metagross to the long unvisited Riolu tunnel. After changing into work clothes and donning a hard hat, he switched on his headlamp and gripped his pickaxe. All was ready. Pachima, it exclaimed, waving its small pickaxe excitedly. Let us go, Daigo encouraged, patting his Metagross. Without needing Daigo's prompts, Metagross utilized its psychic abilities to assess the tunnel as they ventured forth. Roar? A gasp of surprise drew Daigo's attention. The light illuminated the scene, revealing a howling bomb accompanied by several cute creatures, all frozen in place. Oh my, how is it him again? Daigo exclaimed, a warm smile spreading across his face as he greeted the howling bomb and its companions. Howl bomb, run for your lives. The howling bomb promptly whisked its little comrades away from the scene. Why do they look like they've seen a plague god? Daigo mused. Peering down, he noticed the Metagross was busily scribbling something on the ground. To the left, a small penguin was drawn, and to the right, 2 characters. Plague god? Hey, that doesn't need translating. Daigo retorted. You cheeky Porygon, are you secretly cursing me? He set down his pickaxe and affectionately rubbed the round head of the little penguin. I surrender. I surrender. Stop rubbing my head. The Porygon pleaded, prompting Daigo to cease his playful gesture. Will you dare to speak ill of me again, next time? I won't. I promise. The Porygon replied, clutching its head with a mournful expression. I won't speak ill of you in front of Metagross again, boo-hoo. Good for you. Daigo responded with a smirk. Suddenly, Metagross pointed in a particular direction. Well done, Metagross. Let's get digging. Daigo exclaimed joyfully, picking up his pickaxe. The Porygon raised its small pickaxe in excitement, shouting, let's dig. Chapter 118, Effortless Gains? The Porygon, gazing into the pit it had dug, spotted a smooth stone partially emerging from the earth. Overcome with excitement, it discarded its small pickaxe and began to claw at the soil with its tiny hands. Before long, the stone buried beneath the earth revealed its true form. What is this? The Porygon observed a round stone with a slight protrusion, carefully examining it. The stone was yellow, adorned with a patch of red and blue-purple leaves. It bore a striking resemblance to the stone worn by its companion, Metagross. Hey, what's wrong, Porygon? Daigo inquired, noticing the little penguin rushing towards him, proudly holding the stone aloft. Daigo froze in place, staring blankly as the Porygon presented the stone to him. Look what I dug up. Daigo's hand trembled slightly as he took a closer look at the stone. Indeed, it was an authentic Mega Evolution stone. However, which Pokémon it belonged to remained a mystery. It seemed unlikely to belong to any Pokémon in his team. Daigo turned his gaze to the expectant little penguin. This little creature was truly remarkable. He never anticipated such good fortune. Glancing at the ordinary minerals piled nearby, then back at the Mega Stone in hand, Daigo was taken aback by how the little penguin had outshone him. Porygon, look at me. The Porygon's eyes sparkled with anticipation for Daigo's praise. Daigo hesitated momentarily before exclaiming, "You truly possess a remarkable talent for mining. Is it the aura of a protagonist?" The Porygon, despite not understanding the term protagonist aura, beamed with delight, assuming it was a compliment. "Is this my best friend's Mega Evolution stone?" Metagross took a couple of steps closer and wrote down the Porygon's inquiry on the ground. Unfortunately, while this is indeed a Mega Evolution stone, it likely does not belong to Porygon Z. Daigo chuckled helplessly. "Then I must work harder. All for my best friend." The little penguin scampered back to retrieve its small pickaxe, ready to continue its fervent efforts. Daigo chuckled at the Mega Stone in his grasp, reflecting on how he had encountered two Mega Stones. One was seized by Porygon during an earlier encounter with Kecleon, and the second was discovered by Porygon itself. Next time, Daigo planned to venture deep into the stone cave, allowing Porygon and Kecleon to collaborate. Surely, they would have a greater chance of unearthing Kecleon's own Mega Stone. What would this synergy be called? The harmony of dual forces. Metagross suddenly wiped the ground clean of its previous markings, turning its gaze towards a distant point with a look of curiosity. "What is it, Metagross?" Daigo asked, intrigued by the creature's unusual demeanor. Metagross took a moment, closing its eyes to concentrate, before opening them to write a new message. There are two individuals deeper ahead. Perhaps they are mineral enthusiasts? Metagross shook its head gently. It sketched two small figures on the ground, one positioned above the other. One of them has fallen? Metagross nodded. They likely encountered a cave-in. Shall we investigate? Metagross affirmed with a nod, and Daigo nimbly leaped onto its back. He called out to Porygon, who was still digging away. "Porygon, stop digging for now and come with me." "What?" Porygon exclaimed. An unseen telekinetic force grasped Porygon, pulling it along effortlessly. Metagross advanced quickly towards the cave entrance. Moments later, under the beam of their headlamp, Daigo spotted a woman kneeling on the ground. Upon noticing the light, she abruptly turned and met Daigo's gaze atop Metagross. That face looks familiar." Daigo squinted, increasingly convinced he recognized her. "Isn't she Amain's sister?" "Excuse me, could you assist me with something?" Amain hurriedly implored. "Did he accidentally fall?" "Yes. Ryuji was here to inspect the Kariru tunnel, but the ground suddenly collapsed, blocking the entrance with falling rocks." Although anxious, Amain succinctly explained the situation. Daigo nodded thoughtfully. If Ryuji had been struck by the falling stones and buried beneath the rubble, he would be unable to summon Pokémon to aid his escape. Daigo refrained from questioning why Ryuji had brought Amain along, as the immediate priority was to rescue Ryuji. The project for the Kariru tunnel had ceased several years ago, but it had always been under the auspices of Daigo's family company, Duin Corporation. Therefore, Ryuji was part of the construction team under Duin Corporation. "Metagross, please clear the stones." Daigo gently urged the creature beneath him. Metagross complied, its eyes glowing with a faint blue light. One by one, the stones obstructing the collapsed area were lifted. Soon, a large man was raised from the wreckage by Metagross's psychic force. The man lay flat on the ground, groggily opening his bleary eyes. The first face he saw was Amain's. "Am I hallucinating?" Ryuji muttered, puzzled. "No. This kind soul rescued you," Amain said, casting a grateful glance at Daigo. "Just a small effort," Daigo replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Porygon, perched atop Metagross, scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for a spot to unearth its best friend's Mega Evolution Stone. "Are you the vice president?" Daigo gently nodded, offering no denial. "I truly appreciate your help." Ryuji expressed his gratitude as Amon supported him to sit up. "Please be cautious during the next inspection." Suddenly, Daigo recalled something and inquired. "Hasn't the Karu Green Tunnel project been halted?" Why is there still a need for an inspection? We've discovered an alternative route, Ryuji explained. While it doesn't lead directly to Green Meadow Town, it allows us to reach the waterfall near Karu Mountain. It's not far from Green Meadow Town, and this way, we can excavate the tunnel without disturbing the Gunyun-Yo. Upon hearing Ryuji's explanation, Daigo finally understood. By the way, Vice President, this stone is one I found earlier in the stone cave. Ryuji pulled out a round gray stone from his pocket, adorned with a silver and dark gray leaf pattern in its center. Is this another megastone? I thought this beautiful stone would be a gift for Amon, he said, casting a slightly apologetic glance at her. But now, I wish to present it to you as a token of my gratitude. Amon appeared unfazed, shaking her head. As long as you're safe, the stone is of little consequence. Vice President, please accept it. Daigo insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the megastone in Ryuji's hand. The color of this stone strongly suggested it was a Mega Evolution stone for Steel-type Pokémon, coupled with the leaf design. Daigo couldn't shake the feeling that it might belong to a Mega Steelix. I too have been searching for such stones, but they are quite precious. Don't worry, compared to your life-saving assistance, this is but a trifle. Ryuji smiled as he reassured him. Then I shall gladly accept it, Daigo said, taking the Mega Stone from Ryuji with a sense of disbelief. Could this truly be what they call a gift that comes without effort? Chapter 119, The Illusory Trainer. As Daigo watched Ryuji and Amon assist him out of the Karu Green Tunnel, he gazed at the Megastone in his hand, then turned to look at the Megastone adorning the arm of his Metagross. It struck him that perhaps Ryuji had seen the Megastone on Metagross and decided to bestow this one upon him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered a gift originally intended for his beloved. It was no surprise that Amon did not recognize him. After all, they had only crossed paths by chance on the street. Daigo took out his navigator, which periodically sent him updates from the fully charged device. He would respond with encouragement. Pachima, so shall we dig? Daigo chuckled at the little penguin's eager eyes. Yes, let us dig. Pachima, what are we waiting for? Let us get to it. Daigo chuckled. How did you come to enjoy mining so much? With a sudden thud, Pachima dashed out, peering curiously at the Mega Stone in Daigo's hand. Caw, I want to eat it. Daigo quickly raised his hand, cradling the Mega Stone in his palm. You can't eat this, Pachima. Caw, but I believe it would suit my palate perfectly. Pachima placed its hand on its chin, displaying a thoughtful expression. When we return, let us verify if it's truly your Mega Stone, Daigo mused, further solidifying his suspicions. As evening fell, Daigo departed the Karu Green Tunnel aboard Metagross. Returning to Duin Company, Pachima clutched several smaller stones in its arms, its little face covered in a comical layer of dust. Daigo made his way to the president's office on the top floor. He had heard from Kuroda that his father had returned. Come in, came a voice from within. Daigo opened the door and closed it behind him. Father, I heard from Kuroda. How did it go? Mokinji set aside the documents in his hands, revealing a hint of a smile. The initial phase appears to be without issue. The main concerns seem to arise during the process. Daigo candidly shared his insights. That's good to hear. I visited Mihaku Town today and had a discussion with Dr. Oda, Mokinji remarked casually. He expressed his support as well. Daigo was taken aback, then broke into a light chuckle. The colorful Ghost Festival is approaching. Focus on your preparations, Mokinji advised earnestly. Daigo felt that his father had changed significantly. Was it guilt? A desire for atonement? He had hardly shown concern for Daigo during his childhood, and visits home were infrequent. Daigo understood that it was only natural for one to be absorbed in their career. Father, can you share with me any details about my mother? Daigo suddenly asked. The question ushered in an extended silence. Sigh. Mokinji sighed softly, breaking the stalemate. I will tell you when you are older. Am I not strong enough yet? Daigo queried. This notion of growth, did it pertain to strength or something else? I can only reveal one thing for now. Mokinji inhaled deeply and stated solemnly. Your mother was an illusory trainer. Illusory trainer? What does that mean? Daigo asked, puzzled. He had only heard of novice trainers, elite trainers, and champion trainers. But an illusory trainer was foreign to him. Could it mean a trainer recognized by illusory Pokémon? Or perhaps one who possessed illusory Pokémon? We will discuss the rest later. Mokinji replied calmly, picking up the documents from the table and beginning to read. The implication was clear. Then I shall take my leave, father. Daigo bowed slightly and turned to exit the office. Why did mentioning his mother evoke such a profound emotional shift in his father? His father surely owned a house in Kansas City, yet he had never disclosed this to Daigo. It seemed improbable that his father was always sleeping in the company or a hotel. If he remained silent, it suggested that the house contained information about his mother. Before retrieving Scyther and Riolu from Orange Blossom Forest, Daigo first visited the police station, seeking Junsha to inquire about his father's house in Kansas City. Unfortunately, it was encrypted and inaccessible. Daigo could only lament, realizing that wealth and status could indeed facilitate anything. After collecting Scyther and Riolu, Daigo checked into a battle hotel in Canas City. Lying in bed, he resolved to return to Green Ridge City the following day. If he was deemed insufficiently grown, then he would strive for improvement. Wait, an illusory trainer, a title that surely cannot be found online? Daigo abruptly rose and seated himself at the computer, typing away. However, there was no mention of illusory trainers on the internet. Had his father erased all information online? The power of wealth and status was truly boundless. Beep beep. Glancing at the phone, Daigo answered the call. Daigo, what are you up to? Came the voice of Hakusai from the other end. I've just checked into the hotel. Thinking of searching for some information online, Daigo replied with a smile, offering a brief response. I still feel you should see a doctor about your health concerns. Hakusai expressed her worry, warming Daigo's heart. Understood. I'll make sure to get checked first thing tomorrow. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. After engaging in a leisurely conversation with Cabbage, Daigo eventually ended the call. He had no desire to deceive Cabbage. Yet there was little choice. If something were to transpire at that location, it could be exceedingly perilous. Although the likelihood seemed slim, Daigo dared not take chances. Should that Lucario be oblivious to its own condition, he might consider seeking the legendary Mew residing at the World Tree. Daigo harbored faith in Riolu, believing it would not utter such words without cause. Soon after, Daigo embarked on a quest for information regarding the Aura Hero. To his surprise, he discovered that such tales indeed existed. This rumor originated from the city of Oludran in Rotor. Rotor City lies in the mountainous region north of the deep gray city of Kanto and Tsukimi Mountain. The so-called Aura Hero is crowned at an annual tournament held on Rotor Street, awarded the symbolic title for that year's champion of Aura. The ceremony is to take place in just half a month. At the very least, Daigo now possessed knowledge of both the time and location. With a push, Daigo sent the chair rolling towards the bed as he stretched out on the soft mattress. How bothersome. He resolved to find time to embark on a journey with Mikoli-san. However, in the fortnight leading up to that, he must hone his own and his Pokémon skills to ensure absolute preparedness. Chapter 120, Mega Boscodora. In the Hoenn region. In the city of Verdanturf, Daigo had returned from Canas City, preparing for a rigorous 2-week training session. Prior to the Aura Hero ceremony in Oludran, he needed to be well prepared. He could only hope that this would be an ordinary event without too many unforeseen complications. After coordinating a departure time with Mikoli, he would set off with Daigo from Verdanturf. During his time in Verdanturf, Daigo underwent a comprehensive health examination, receiving the splendid news that he was in impeccable condition. Exhaling deeply, Daigo removed his training apparatus, bending at the waist to rest his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Once you grow stronger, Daigo mused, uncertain whether he referred to physical prowess or mental maturity. In that case, may both flourish. Suddenly, the sky resonated with the cry of a windgull. Daigo looked up to see a windgull, adorned with a small green backpack, circling above him. After a moment of hesitation, the windgull descended before Daigo. Wow, how terrifying! Daigo exclaimed. The windgull promptly regurgitated a parcel before taking flight once more. Thank you, Daigo called after the rapidly departing windgull. What a dedicated courier indeed. Off to the next delivery point in a hurry. Upon unwrapping the parcel, Daigo discovered a highly elastic strap, featuring a slot for an embedded stone. He placed the meticulously polished Mega Stone, gifted by Ruji, into the slot. Boscodora. With a curious gaze, Boscodora approached Daigo, examining the strap in his hand. Daigo affixed the Mega Stone strap onto the horn atop Boscodora's head. Let us attempt Mega Evolution, Boscodora. Boscodora, it replied, nodding before stepping forward, ready for the transformation. Observing this, the Pokémon in the backyard gathered around in anticipation. Go for it, my dear friend, Daigo encouraged. Inhaling deeply as he touched the keystone on the back of his hand. He closed his eyes, attuning himself with Boscodora's essence, having previously experienced Mega Evolution with Metagross. The memories with Boscodora flooded back to him, from the stone cave where the little one guarded the Mega Stone, standing resolutely, to the moment of evolving into Boscodora. Filled with both worry and happiness, although Daigo had spent less time with Boscodora compared to Metagross, it still held a significant place in his heart. Each of his Pokémon represented not merely companions, but family. Daigo sensed a prolonged silence from Boscodora. Opening his eyes, he found Boscodora gazing at him expectantly. Was the bond insufficient, or was this Megastone not suitable for Boscodora? Boscodora, it pointed to its wide-open mouth. All right, Daigo chuckled resignedly. This feels like an additional fee. Picking up the backpack, he retrieved a mineral stone and tossed it into Boscodora's mouth. The stone produced a crunching sound as it was crushed. Let us try sensing again. Boscodora. Boscodora. While munching on the mineral, Boscodora's response was somewhat unclear. Daigo repeated the previous steps, and this time, he distinctly felt the presence of Boscodora. Their connection had been successfully established. Daigo chuckled softly with his eyes still closed. It truly is the mineral, isn't it, Boscodora? Regaining his composure, Daigo suddenly opened his eyes and declared, Mega Evolution. The keystone on his hand and the mega stone atop Boscodora's head radiated light simultaneously. A beam of energy extended through the air, intertwining as it connected. Boscodora's form erupted in a blindingly brilliant white light, even under the midday sun. Its body began to transform gradually, as the energy waves created a tempest, billowing Daigo's clothing backward in wild abandon. When the blinding light burst forth, it dissipated into a shower of starry luminescence, revealing a vibrant leaf pattern before Boscodora. This signified the successful completion of the mega evolution. Boscodora's forehead horn had shortened. A dagger-like spike sprouted from its nose, and a downward-facing spike emerged from its jaw. The protrusions on its shoulders elongated and curved towards its head, while the steel rings on its limbs extended, with new spikes emerging from them. Its tail grew sturdier, adorned with 3 silver rings. Have you grown taller? Daigo observed with a smile directed at Boscodora. Boscodora. It nodded enthusiastically. Master has shrunk a bit. Daigo paused, realizing he could comprehend Boscodora's sentiments. Were they now intertwined in a deeper connection? Moreover, Boscodora, after mega evolution, had attained a level of power akin to that of the Elite Four. Maintaining Boscodora's mega form was far less taxing than sustaining Metagross's. Post-mega evolution, Boscodora appeared strikingly impressive. At least, that was Daigo's impression. Following this transformation and experiencing the strength of an elite-level Pokémon, Boscodora was bound to soon reach that echelon as well. The armored bird seems poised to double its training regimen once more. If it continues on this path, it might just transform into a training fanatic. Its training has already surpassed one limit after another. With a swift motion, Daigo dispelled the mega evolution status with Boshicator, feeling surprisingly unburdened this time. Glancing at the serious expression on the armored bird's face, Daigo could easily infer its thoughts. Armored bird, next time, I shall enable you to shine on the battlefield. He smiled at it. Previously, during the battle with Mikoli, the armored bird's strength was somewhat lacking, only capable of setting up stealth rocks to whittle down opponents. Subsequently, it was swiftly eliminated by a rain-boosted surf from Milotic. The armored bird nodded, its demeanor notably grave. Daigo felt that if the armored bird persisted in this manner, it would soon undergo another molt. Nevertheless, in Daigo's eyes, the armored bird was second to none. If anyone were to speak up, they would say that stepping on 1 layer of spikes or 3 layers of ground spikes would bring it to heel. What? Not enough? A gust of wind would surely pacify it. You claim it can fly and avoid ground spikes? Let Metagross impose gravity, and it would comply. You assert you have magical defenses. MD, Metagross, I command you to take the field. Can I not subdue you? Chapter 121, Oridoran City. Time swiftly passed, and the day to depart for Kanto's Rotom City was upon them. During this interval, Boshicator successfully ascended to the elite level, closely followed by the armored bird. It felt as though the armored bird had formed an inseparable bond with Boshicator, as their power levels could not diverge too greatly. After nearly half a month, Riolu also achieved the semi-elite level, while the little penguin remained at the leader level. However, the likelihood of Riolu ascending to elite in its current form seemed quite slim, as the speed of its progress had significantly diminished. The same could be said for Pachima, whose power growth had also slowed. Daigo sensed that Pachima exhibited faint signs of evolution. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Daigo surmised it was Mikoli arriving. Slinging a small crossbody bag over his shoulder, he stepped outside. Long time no see, Daigo, Mikoli greeted, taking in Daigo's usual all-black ensemble with a smile. Perhaps you should consider wearing a tie. Daigo's attire consisted of a relaxed black suit paired with loose trousers, complemented by a simple white shirt. Wearing a tie would be a tad too formal, he chuckled lightly. Doesn't it seem odd for you to wear that and carry a small bag? Daigo shrugged, responding with a wry smile. I have no choice. I must carry Boshicator's rations. Together, Daigo and Mikoli set off, the duo of handsome young men drawing attention on the streets. Amidst the sounds of cameras clicking around them, Daigo couldn't shake the feeling that he would soon find himself featured in Mikoli's gossip columns again. Once aboard the plane destined for the dark gray city in Kanto, Mikoli casually inquired, So, what is the purpose of this trip? He flipped through a fashion magazine while sitting beside Daigo. I have something I wish to ascertain there. Daigo replied. Mikoli, just think of it as a vacation. Mikoli, sensing Daigo's intent, refrained from probing further. Upon arriving in the dark gray city, Daigo and Mikoli did not linger long, and instead flew towards the northern mountains between the dark gray city and Tsukimi Mountain. Soon, Daigo caught sight of a city in the distance, crowned by a castle atop a hill. That was Reborn City, the legendary site where the title of the Beacon of the Wave was first conferred. This festival, held to honor the courageous hero alone, offered a commemorative title of the Beacon of the Wave to the victor of Pokémon battles within the city. As Daigo and Mikoli walked along the stone path leading to the castle, Mikoli perused the guidebook he had purchased in Rotom City, interpreting the information within. "Are you planning to participate?" Mikoli asked curiously. "Yes," Daigo nodded. "I must first earn the title of the Beacon of the Wave." He vaguely remembered that the Lucario was sealed within a lone staff, and he seemed to lack the power of the wave to awaken it. However, he did possess Riolu. "Then I won't participate. Battling in the Baby Cup isn't for me," Mikoli laughed. "You're a novice trainer. The Baby Cup is perfect for you." Daigo shot him a reluctant glance. "I'm not stepping on you, I assure you." Regardless, Daigo was determined to secure victory in this battle. Only one Pokémon could participate, and it would continue battling until the contest concluded. This simple battle tournament would wrap up within an afternoon, followed by an evening gala. The appearance of Daigo and Mikoli astonished the attendees who had come to participate. Listening to their discussions and the sounds of cameras clicking, Daigo internally sighed, thinking, "I'll have to explain this to Baikai later." Upon reaching the castle, Daigo and Mikoli entered a room adorned with an array of ancient garments. Wearing ancient attire was a requisite for attending the festival, a minor requirement, indeed. With a loud bang, Pachima seized two small swords and began to brandish them playfully. "Be careful not to damage anyone's clothing," Daigo chuckled. Pachima understood. Daigo casually glanced around and donned an outfit reminiscent of Alone. Upon viewing his reflection in the mirror, he was somewhat taken aback. Surprisingly fitting, it did not seem out of place at all. "Are you truly going to wear that?" Mikoli inquired, puzzled, as he observed Daigo in a regal white ensemble resembling that of a prince, exuding an air of elegance. "Yes, this is the attire of that hero," Daigo affirmed with a nod. Mikoli shrugged, signaling his approval. Bending down, Daigo retrieved one of the small swords from Pachima's grasp and equipped it with a sheath and cloak. "How do I look?" "Not bad. Let us march into battle," Pachima exclaimed, gazing at its reflection, clearly pleased with its appearance. "Looking handsome, anything suits me." On the castle's rooftop, a swallow descended from afar, landing gracefully on the eaves. With a swift transformation, it became a Piku and scampered through the wall into the room. While Daigo searched for suitable attire for Metagross, Mikoli sought adornments for Milotic. Pachima raised its small sword, its expression grave, as if it were a true hero. "All evil in this world shall be vanquished by Pachima." Suddenly, Pachima turned sharply, spotting Piku hidden behind the curled curtains. "Pachima, what appears to be the matter, little one? Are you lost? Would you like Hero Pachima to help you find your trainer?" At that moment, a flash of white light from behind the curtain revealed a Pachima that suddenly pulled back the drapery. Pachima gasped, quickly yanking the curtain open entirely. "Where's that little yellow mouse? Did you eat it?" Pachima, the charming Pokémon, chuckled softly, leapt onto a stool, and climbed up to the windowsill before taking a daring plunge. Startled, Pokémon gasped, "Such a height! Surely I shall plummet into a puddle of penguin mush." Hastily, he scrambled to the edge of the windowsill and peered down, but found no sign of the anticipated penguin mire. Suddenly, a winged gull soared past him, circling the castle before vanishing from sight. "Poka, have I encountered a ghost?" exclaimed Pokémon. "Poka," the voice of Daigo suddenly echoed, startling Pokémon so much that his short, fluffy fur stood on end. Daigo quickly scooped the little penguin off the windowsill. "You can't be left alone for a moment, or you'll tumble down and turn into penguin mush." "Poka." Pokémon flailed his arms excitedly, pointing outside. "There's a ghost. I've truly encountered a ghost." "What is it?" Daigo leaned closer to the windowsill, scrutinizing the scene, but discerned nothing amiss. "Let us go, Daigo. The battle festival is about to commence," Mikoli said from the doorway. "All right. Pokémon, let us move." Daigo hurriedly carried Pokémon towards Mikoli, departing together. In Daigo's embrace, Pokémon was quite bewildered. Could it be that I misjudged? Have I been in the airplane too long and become dazed? Regardless. Pokémon raised his tiny sword, grinning with delight. Heroic Pokémon onward. Chapter 122, The Courageous Hero of the Wave. Pokémon. Water gun. Daigo commanded with a flourish of his hand, causing his cape to flutter dramatically. With his little sword in hand, Pokémon unleashed a robust stream of water. His opponent, the boss Corphish, was struck head-on by the water gun, collapsing instantly and losing its combat ability. Pokémon sheathed his sword, closing his eyes in regret. Poka, it is truly a pity that you bear the appearance of my dear friend, yet lack the valor of my companion. A lamentable circumstance indeed. Daigo called Pokémon back, retreating to the sidelines as they awaited the next round of battle. Queen Eileen is truly beautiful. I shall applaud for her on your behalf, Macaulay chuckled. Daigo cast a sidelong glance at Macaulay, offering only a superficial smile, though he might have been chuckling inwardly. Once someone wins, she will surely applaud, won't she? Just as Daigo and Macaulay exchanged playful banter, it was soon Daigo's turn again. He and Pokémon continued their battles. Indeed, this was the Baby Cup. As the other competitors' Pokémon were merely of the gym leader level. Pokémon didn't even need to engage his competitive spirit to effortlessly crush his adversaries. Ice Beam. Faced with a Shroomish, Pokémon immediately released a serpentine beam of icy blue light. The Shroomish hopped twice to evade, yet was regrettably struck, turning into an ice sculpture and losing its ability to battle. The arena was filled with exhilarating music, enhancing the spectacle of the Pokémon battles, delighting the audience's senses. The continuous cheers, applause, and the music reverberating throughout the venue somewhat distracted from the battles. However, it was a festival, and a little commotion was welcome. After all, everyone was battling in such an environment, so it hardly mattered. In an unnoticed corner, a Pokémon beside Queen Eileen was dancing joyfully. Its body was a soft pink, with a tiny red clown nose. It was the psychic fairy type, Munna. A Wingull landed beside Munna, yet went unnoticed. Munna, delighted by this sudden visitor, was taken by surprise when the Wingull transformed, mimicking Munna's form. Munna paused momentarily, but soon resumed its previous demeanor, dancing alongside this new Munna. It nearly left Eileen's attendant dumbfounded. Seizing the moment while the attendant rubbed her eyes, Munna suddenly morphed into a Farfetch'd. Now, the attendant was truly bewildered. The battles proceeded in an orderly fashion. Without excessive dialogue, both sides could immediately dispatch their Pokémon to engage in combat upon entering the arena. With few participants, the matches progressed swiftly. By evening, as Pokémon brought down a Mischievous, the final battle concluded. Mischievous was unable to continue. Pokémon emerged victorious. A judge clad in ancient attire waved a green flag. The victor is Daigo from Verdanturf Town. The announcement of the winner elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. The thunderous applause surged toward Daigo. Poka Poka. The cheers intensified. Let the heroic Pokémon hear it all. Daigo, I want to have your baby. What baby? I want to have a Pokémon. Daigo and Pokémon exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere suddenly becoming quite peculiar. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Daigo sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Macaulay, standing in the background, overheard and was stifling laughter. This trip certainly wasn't in vain. Suddenly, a Farfetch'd dashed onto the battlefield, grabbing Pokémon's hand and leading him into a dance. Pokémon was taken aback for a moment, but quickly joined in the merriment. Following the conclusion of the battle festival, a grand ball was being held in the castle's center. However, before the ball commenced, a conferral ceremony was required. Daigo stood beneath the grand portrait of Alan, watching Queen Eileen approach with the jingling hero's scepter. This was the hero's staff once held by Alan, the hero of the wave. Only those victorious in the festival battles and chosen as heroes could wield it. Eileen smiled gently as she extended the hero's scepter to Daigo. Please accept it, Daigo. It appears I shall only possess this hero's scepter for a single night. Thank you, Your Majesty. Daigo reached out to accept the scepter, expressing his gratitude to Eileen. However, the scepter seemed unresponsive, merely producing a jingling sound. In celebration of the hero Alan, who safeguarded the peace of this land. Let us rejoice tonight. Queen Eileen spread her arms wide, her voice resonating throughout the hall. As the music began, it signaled the commencement of the ball. May I have this dance? Macaulay sidled closer, bowing his head to the bashful girl before him. Of course, Macaulay said with a gentle smile. It was a ball, and he had no desire to dampen the girl's spirits, so he graciously accepted her invitation. Daigo, holding the hero's scepter, quietly observed the couples dancing below. Oh, you're going to be in trouble, Macaulay. I'll have to record this and send it to Naki. Just as Daigo reached for his navigator, he hesitated. The navigator was still in his previous attire. Heroes must not fidget, a nearby attendant reminded him. Daigo sighed in resignation, while Munna mimicked his actions and expressions beside him. It seemed he would have to wait until the ball concluded to see if Riolu could lift the seal from Lucario. Meanwhile, Pokémon and Farfetch'd were happily snacking nearby. Farfetch'd pointed toward a door with its tail. Poka? With a puzzled utterance, Pogamon promptly patted his trusty sword. Fear not. The valiant Pogamon shall protect you. To battle. He unsheathed his small blade, and embarked on his quest alongside the long-tailed creature. Together, they traversed the lengthy spiral staircase, arriving at the castle's loft. With a triumphant leap, Pokémon mounted a rocking horse, swaying back and forth while brandishing his little sword. A heroic knight cannot possibly be without a steed, he declared. Giddy up. The long-tailed creature playfully bounced on a bouncy ball before Pokémon, both Pokémon reveling in their merriment. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Daigo languidly awaited the conclusion of the ball. By the way, has this hero's staff truly been wielded by the illustrious Aron himself? Daigo inquired, casting a glance at the staff in his hand towards an elderly maid nearby. Indeed it has, the maid replied with a soft chuckle. At that moment, Queen Eileen descended from her throne, extending her arms towards the guests. Now, we shall unveil the festivities of tonight's banquet, featuring a display of prowess by the valiant hero. Quickly, strike the heroic pose, urged the maid beside her. Daigo was taken aback, glancing at the portrait of Aron adorning the wall. Mimicking Alan's stance felt rather awkward. He mused. To his dismay, he noticed Macaulay stifling a giggle in the audience. Oh, you mischievous Macaulay. Just wait until I return to Hoenn and tell Naki of your antics. As Daigo struck his pose, the night sky outside erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, drawing the attention of all the guests to the celestial spectacle. Suddenly, a Riolu burst forth from Daigo's pokeball, its gaze fixed intently on the hero's staff in Daigo's hand. Can you sense it, Riolu? Daigo softly queried, looking down at the Riolu that had emerged. Riolu. It affirmed with a nod. Then I entrust this to you. Riolu raised its paws, channeling its aura towards a gem atop the hero's staff. A resounding chime echoed as the staff trembled violently, capturing the attention of all present. A brilliant white light erupted from the staff, and a radiant beam emerged from the gem, descending to the ground and gradually transforming into a Pokémon. Lucario knelt upon one knee, suddenly raising its head to exclaim, Master Aron, why? Through a connection of minds, Daigo discerned that this utterance originated from within himself. This indicated that this Lucario was indeed the one he had been seeking. Chapter 123. Pokémon is abducted by Mew. The Lucario that had just cried out why, suddenly froze, its fur ruffling as it utilized its aura to scan the assembled crowd. It found no trace of its master, Alan's aura. Lucario. Queen Eileen approached Lucario, softly calling its name. Hearing the familiar voice, Lucario gradually opened its eyes. Lady Eileen. I am not Lin. Lin was my ancestor. My name is Eileen. The queen gently clarified, shaking her head. Lucario staggered back in disbelief, surveying the faces of the guests. It then dashed towards the exit of the hall. Forgive me. I must take my leave. Eileen expressed her apologies to the guests before hastening after Lucario. Pokémon, we are departing. Daigo called out, giving a nod to Macaulay below. The two, accompanied by Riolu, swiftly followed suit. Queen Eileen, where could Lucario be headed? Daigo inquired upon catching up with her. It should be heading to the place it shared with Alan, Eileen responded as she led Daigo and Macaulay to an exhibition hall. There, Lucario stood motionless before a display case, gazing at a pocket watch beneath a glass cover. Within the opened watch lay a photograph of a woman strikingly similar to Queen Eileen. Click. The lights flickered on. Lucario spun around, and upon recognizing Eileen's resemblance to Lin, it regained its composure as she approached and embraced it. Lucario, you have been asleep for so long. At these words, Lucario broke free from Eileen's embrace, stepping back in disbelief. Time has passed. How can this be? Just yesterday, this was our room. Lucario surveyed the surroundings, familiar yet foreign, struggling to comprehend. Perhaps for you, it was merely yesterday, but for us, it has been a long time. Daigo and Macaulay remained quietly in the background, observing the exchange between Eileen and Lucario. As Lucario gradually accepted the reality, Eileen guided it, along with Daigo and Macaulay, to another room. After Eileen inquired about the events that transpired, Lucario recounted the tale of war and the circumstances surrounding Alan's abandonment of the kingdom. Strange. Isn't it said that Alan prevented the war? Macaulay remarked, astonished. Huh. Lucario turned in surprise to look at Macaulay. Indeed, the legend states that Alan saved the castle. Eileen nodded in affirmation. How could this be? Master Alan clearly abandoned the castle and fled, sealing me within the staff, Lucario murmured, lowering its head with tightly shut eyes. It struggled to accept this truth, yet it was an undeniable experience. The truth of the matter is buried in the sands of time, and now it is beyond our reach. Nonetheless, Lucario, you may remain here until you make your decision. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lucario knelt, placing a hand on its chest, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Lucario, I have a favor to ask of you, Daigo interjected, noticing that Eileen and Lucario's conversation was nearing its conclusion. Lucario rose and turned its gaze towards Daigo, then glanced at Riolu beside him. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded in agreement. My Riolu has informed me that I possess 4 distinct auras within me. How can that be? Daigo's statement was abruptly interrupted by Lucario's astonished exclamation. Lucario then closed its eyes, allowing its fur to ruffle once more. After a moment of perception, it slowly opened its eyes. While I cannot definitively ascertain if you indeed possess 4 auras, your aura is peculiar. It differs from that of an ordinary individual. What your Riolu has stated is likely true. Despite Lucario's inability to fully discern the anomalies within Daigo's aura, it sensed something amiss. After all, it was adept at employing its aura for telepathic communication. You cannot see it either? Daigo fell silent, contemplating the implications. It seems our only recourse is to seek out Mew. Revered as the progenitor of Pokémon, it is said to contain the genetic information of all Pokémon. Therefore, it should possess knowledge regarding auras as well. Moreover, the enigma of the World Tree's dream has persisted for an indeterminate duration, perhaps revealing the peculiarities within Daigo. Daigo, what does it mean to possess 4 distinct auras within you? Macaulay inquired, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Is this the very reason you ventured to Oradorn City? Indeed. Daigo replied with a gentle nod, neither confirming nor denying. An aura, as it is known, is unique to each creature, intrinsic to its essence, Lucario conveyed telepathically. Yet, curiously, even if a person or Pokémon were to transfer their aura into another being, it would seamlessly blend with the latter's own aura. For auras, this is unprecedented, Daigo sighed, expressing his resignation. At present, my only recourse is to seek out the dream Pokémon. I hope it can discern the truth. The dream Pokémon? Queen Eileen echoed, elaborating. It occasionally manifests in this castle, indulging in mischief. Toys often go missing, only to never reappear. If you wish to entice the dream Pokémon, perhaps engaging in some delightful antics would do the trick. Understanding the simplicity of this task, Daigo felt reassured, especially with his companion, the sprightly Pachima, by his side. Pachima. Let us see. Daigo glanced downward, only to realize the little penguin was nowhere to be found. Macaulay-san, did Pachima not follow us when we left? It appears not, Macaulay responded, and Daigo's eyes twitched slightly, recognizing that Pachima had likely been spirited away by the dream Pokémon. Indeed, he had been too preoccupied with catching up to Lucario to notice. As a trainer, he mused, he had been somewhat remiss. Next time, he would ensure that the little penguin stayed close. In the castle's attic, Pachima gazed at the now-revealed dream Pokémon, pushing a wooden horse away. Pachima, it's getting late. I must return, he said. I had such a delightful time. Me? The dream Pokémon tilted its head in apparent reluctance to part ways with Pachima. Pachima, although I wish to continue playing with you, why not join our team? My master is quite amiable. He has a penchant for ruffling my feathers. And there's my steadfast brother, Metagross, and my dear friend, Boscodora. I could introduce you to them. Nay, the dream Pokémon gently shook its head. It could not frequently venture away, as it was in a symbiotic relationship with the World Tree. Me, perhaps I could show you my collection of toys instead? Pachima considered, glancing out the window at the moon. It seemed there was still time to explore. Pachima. With determination, Pachima drew out its small sword and declared, let us embark. Little dream Pokémon. Me. The dream Pokémon responded in enthusiastic agreement, and in an instant, Pachima and the dream Pokémon vanished from the attic. Before Pachima lay a wondrous scene as they emerged beneath the World Tree, surrounded by a trove of toys. Wow! Pachima exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Me. The dream Pokémon chuckled softly, come and play. Chapter 124. The Emergence of Regirock, the Rock God. Queen Eileen rose from her throne, pointing towards a towering giant tree in the distance. That is the World Tree, where the dream Pokémon resides. However, it has the ability to transform into various Pokémon, making it elusive. As night has fallen, perhaps we should allow Lucario to guide you there with its aura tomorrow, she suggested. Lucario, is that agreeable? Lucario lowered its head slightly, placing a hand on its chest. As you command. Thank you, your majesty. Daigo echoed, mirroring Lucario's gesture of gratitude. Do not mention it. You are the aura's chosen hero this time, Eileen remarked with a gentle smile. Daigo felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, for he, as the aura's hero, had yet to master the power of the aura. The following day, Daigo and Macaulay donned their original attire. Daigo rode atop Metagross while Macaulay perched on the back of a Wingull, with Lucario sprinting alongside them. Daigo had hoped to have Skarmory carry Lucario, but was met with refusal. The fog ahead was dense, forcing Metagross and Wingull to fly close to the ground, closely trailing Lucario. Lucario, with its eyes firmly shut, relied on its aura to navigate forward, albeit at a slower pace. Macaulay seemed hesitant, wanting to voice her thoughts but uncertain how to articulate them. "Do not worry, Macaulay-san. Thus far, I have felt no discomfort," Daigo reassured her, sensing her unease. "But everything will be addressed once we encounter the dream Pokémon," he sighed. What a perplexing situation this is. With Daigo's admission, Macaulay suppressed her own questions. Along the way, they paused for a simple meal. Lucario declined Daigo's offered food, opting instead to forage for wild berries. Even when Riolu approached with food, Lucario politely rejected the offer. As they resumed their journey, Daigo worried that Lucario might tire from merely consuming berries. Before long, Lucario abruptly halted. As it was midday, the fog had mostly dissipated. Daigo observed the gushing geysers ahead and suggested, "Shall we fly over, Lucario?" Lucario surveyed the rocky cliffs on either side and gently shook its head, asserting that it could traverse the wall with its own strength. "Daigo, that flower is stunning," Macaulay whispered, pointing at a blue-purple spiral blossom on the cliff face. "That is the flower of time. It allows aura-bearers to witness the miracles of time," Lucario explained after glancing at it. "The miracles of time?" Macaulay mused, intrigued as she admired the flower of time up close. "All right, let us set forth. We have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the World Tree," Lucario reminded them. The hot springs near the geyser held memories for Lucario and Alan, and it seemed Lucario wished to linger there no longer. The recollection of Alan abandoning the castle, sealing Lucario away, and fleeing alone plagued its thoughts. Nodding, Daigo followed Lucario as it circumvented the geyser and pressed onward. As evening approached, Lucario halted at a fork in the path. "This is where I was sealed." While Lucario became lost in memories, Daigo scanned the surroundings and spotted a flower of time. "Lucario, try to see that flower of time." Prompted by Daigo's words, Lucario noticed the blue-purple flower not far ahead. It quickly crouched down, using its aura to make the flower bloom. A small orb of light projected scenes from centuries past, revealing Alan using the hero's staff to seal Lucario within, before taking flight on a Fiero towards the horizon. Shortly thereafter, a host of Pokémon clad in crimson armor charged forth. "Is this the war from back then?" Macaulay speculated. "It seems to be a grand and all-encompassing war." Daigo gazed upon the densely packed army of Pokémon and could not help but speculate. Perhaps in that era, Pokémon were still referred to as beasts of magic. Lucario, who usually communicated through telepathy, suddenly opened its mouth. A blue sphere of light gathered in its hand, unleashing a barrage towards the advancing horde of Pokémon. It appeared to have stirred up some unpleasant memories for Lucario. Daigo sidestepped to evade the incoming aura sphere, which soared past and detonated against the rocky wall behind him, leaving a substantial crater. Fortunately, Lucario's intentions were not aimed at him. Otherwise, dodging such an attack would have been quite the challenge. "Metagross, restrain Lucario with Psychic," Daigo commanded. Metagross's eyes glowed blue, immobilizing Lucario. "Lucario." The trapped Lucario bared its teeth, showing signs of agitation. "Lucario, calm down," Daigo spoke in a low voice. "All of this belongs to the past. It is merely a projection of the flower of time." At his words, Lucario gradually regained its composure as the light of the flower of time faded and the projection dissipated. "Perhaps the legends are not mere fabrications, and what you have witnessed is indeed real," Daigo suddenly declared, addressing Lucario, who sat on the ground. "Aron did not wish for you to encounter danger, so he chose to confront this war alone." "No." Lucario covered its head with its hands, unable to believe it. The image of Aron sealing himself away and abandoning the castle replayed in its mind. If it weren't for Aron, how could that war have come to a halt? And what of Queen Lin? "Aron's valor is a tale passed down by her," Daigo asserted. Last night, Daigo had not simply slept in anticipation of the dawn. He had obtained permission from Eileen to search for information in the castle alongside Macaulay. Hearing Daigo's words, Lucario hesitated. The entire truth might lie within the World Tree. Daigo lifted his gaze toward the World Tree, which was now within arm's reach. Before Lucario could ponder deeply, a sense of imminent danger suddenly enveloped them. "Run!" shouted both Lucario and Metagross, sending Daigo into a state of alert. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and Lucario lunged, toppling Daigo to the ground. A Pokémon, composed of gray and orange rocks, with a head adorned by a pattern of 7 orange dots forming an H shape, suddenly emerged from below. Daigo recognized it immediately. "It is Regirock." Metagross used its psychic powers to control both Daigo and Lucario, placing them behind itself. Regirock. The dots on Regirock's face began to flicker, and it unleashed a powerful orange energy beam from its mouth. "Metagross, use Hyper Beam." Metagross. Instantly raising its arms, Metagross released a silvery hyper beam to counter. Lucario. Lucario immediately retaliated with an Aura Sphere, aiding Metagross in pushing Regirock's devastating attack back. Boom. The Aura Sphere and Hyper Beam struck Regirock's face. Now's our chance, run. Daigo leaped onto Metagross, using its psychic powers to lift Lucario as they dashed up the mountain. Macaulay, riding on a Piplup, followed closely behind. Why aren't we continuing the attack? Macaulay inquired curiously. That Regirock does not possess the strength to leave us helpless. It is warning us not to advance, Lucario explained. It could be the World Tree's defense against intruders. On the ground, Regirock, momentarily freed from its prior stiffness, watched the retreating figures in the sky. Its body spun like a drilling machine, burrowing underground, vanishing from sight. Chapter 125, The Revelation of Dreams. Daigo and Macaulay arrived directly beneath the World Tree, where lush greenery flourished. The environment was undeniably exquisite. Various ancient Pokémon resided here, including Lilip, Aerodactyl, and Ammonite, among others. Additionally, there were some ordinary Pokémon, such as the Nidoran family and Swablu. This is the World Tree. Macaulay gazed in awe at the scene. I wish I could dig here. Daigo observed the abundant blue crystals, suppressing the urge to excavate. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that they had already been warned by the World Tree. If they were to disturb those blue crystals further, they might trigger an emergency response from the World Tree. With Regirock present, steel and ice pillars were surely nearby. Moreover, many Pokémon resided here. Should a group attack, they would be outnumbered. Let us move, Daigo declared firmly. The dream resides within the World Tree. The little penguin is likely inside as well. Daigo continued to ascend on Metagross. Suddenly, a beam of ice blue light shot forth, and Metagross had to brake sharply to avoid being frozen. Daigo glanced down to see a Pokémon composed entirely of ice, with a face adorned by 7 yellow dots forming a pattern. Regice. Regice. The dots on Regis' face flickered, and a powerful freezing beam shot out. Metagross quickly countered with Hyper Beam. Boom. Lucario followed suit, launching an Aura Sphere to detonate Regis' freezing beam. Daigo, we shouldn't linger with them, Macaulay cautioned. Indeed. Daigo nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. If they were indeed driven by the World Tree, their power would be boundless. Continuing to fight would yield nothing but futility. Metagross. Let us hurry. Metagross. It nodded and swiftly ascended. Macaulay and Piplup followed closely. Water gun. Macaulay suddenly sensed something amiss and immediately commanded Piplup to unleash a water gun. Metagross glanced to the side. A Pokémon, its upper body gray and spherical, with black stripes and a face featuring 7 red dots forming a hexagonal pattern, suddenly leaped out from the side. Registeel. Fortunately, it was struck down by Piplupar's water gun. Thank you, Macaulay. Stop with the pointless chatter. Daigo and Macaulay coordinated effectively, successfully entering the inner sanctum of the World Tree. However, aside from the 3 pillars, Daigo encountered yet another challenge. In the narrow passage, a Pokémon composed of a viscous orange substance, resembling a fossilized Aerodactyl, charged towards them. Lucario. Lucario unleashed an Aura Sphere, shattering the fossilized creature. This thing is reminiscent of white blood cells, Macaulay frowned. It is also proof of the World Tree's vitality, Daigo concurred. Hurry, Lucario. Observing Daigo and Macaulay still pondering what the creature was, hastily urged them. Right. Fortunately, the width of the passage allowed Metagross to squeeze through, otherwise, Daigo would have had to rely solely on running. At the pinnacle of the World Tree, the dream Pokémon seemed to sense something, rousing the slumbering Porygon unexpectedly. Meow? Porygon, is it dawn? Time for training already? It was only when Porygon caught sight of the pink dream Pokémon that it jolted awake. Oh no, I accidentally dozed off. Having spent a night away from home, my master will surely be furious. In reality, it was just a single day. Porygon picked up the sword lying on the ground and addressed the dream Pokémon. Porygon, thank you for your hospitality. I had a delightful time. However, I must return now. Meow? The dream Pokémon tilted its head, gazing at Porygon. Porygon, you mean my master has already arrived here? Oh no, oh no. Heroic Porygon is destined to fall. In a state of panic, Porygon paced back and forth, pondering its predicament. The dream Pokémon, unable to comprehend Porygon's thoughts, suddenly vanished in an instant. Just as Porygon was about to express its bewilderment at being abandoned, the dream Pokémon reappeared, this time accompanied by Daigo, Macaulay, and Lucario. Porygon. Porygon stared intently at the dream Pokémon. Are you trying to hasten the demise of heroic Porygon? Daigo looked perplexed, having just been engaged in a battle against the 3 deities and a host of white blood cells. In the blink of an eye, He found himself face to face with a Porygon clad in a crimson cape, sporting a small sword, alongside a pink, cat-like Pokémon. Dream Pokémon, Porygon. Daigo hurried forward and lifted Porygon into the air. Next time you go out to play, remember to inform me first. Porygon, I understand. With the Dream Pokémon around, Daigo felt a sense of reassurance. Dream Pokémon, we have some matters to discuss. Daigo turned to the hovering Dream Pokémon. Meow? The little Dream Pokémon tilted its head, glanced at Porygon being held by Daigo, then looked at Lucario, before finally nodding. In an instant, it teleported Daigo and the others along with their Pokémon to the base of the World Tree. Regrettably, Metagross could not learn teleportation, otherwise, it would have made things much more convenient. Metagross, please keep a lookout for any disturbances in the vicinity. Daigo, wary of interruptions from the three deities and the white blood cells, instructed Metagross to remain vigilant. Exchanging a knowing glance with Mikuri, Mikuri understood and summoned his Milotic. Dream Pokémon, could you please check if there's anything unusual with the aura within me? Daigo asked the Dream Pokémon hovering above. Meow? The Dream Pokémon tilted its head and approached Daigo, its small, adorable hands resting gently upon his head. A green luminescence began to emanate from its body. After a while, the Dream Pokémon began to speak animatedly. However, Daigo understood not a word, and even Mikuri, who was eavesdropping nearby, looked utterly bewildered. It's illogical. A being that has existed for countless years, yet it cannot speak, nor can it communicate telepathically? This defies reason. Oh no, this has nothing to do with logic. The Dream Pokémon conveyed, the aura within you has a resonance akin to mine, likely indicative of a psychic-type Pokémon's aura. Since Metagross is serving as security, Lucario voluntarily took on the role of interpreter. Although their auras reside within you, they are not integrated with your own. In other words, those auras merely exist temporarily within your body without affecting you in any way, Lucario explained while translating. They are controlled by a singular consciousness, which allows them to remain concealed, hence my lack of immediate awareness. The Dream Pokémon further elaborated that it had been here for a while and was not well versed in the happenings outside. Perhaps, in the future, you may encounter its kin and inquire further. The Dream Pokémon is not unique. Daigo finally understood. There exists a consciousness within him, yet he felt confusion. Although he had traversed worlds, it was akin to being reborn, and one could say the original Daigo's thoughts influenced him. But could it be said that the original Daigo's consciousness still lingered? And furthermore, was one consciousness governing three auras? Moreover, the Dream Pokémon suggested it might be a psychic-type Pokémon's aura, a psychic Pokémon adept at concealment. The enigma remained partially unsolved, yet at the very least, Daigo was reassured that it posed no harm to his body. It merely found a temporary host within him. One couldn't help but wonder if it could pay some rent. But why can Lucario sense it so distinctly? Daigo posed another question. Perhaps, Lucario shares some form of connection with them? Lucario translated. That is what the Dream Pokémon indicated. Thus, to summarize, these three auras hold no influence over Daigo, which brought him a great sense of relief. My concerns have been addressed. Now it's time to tackle your questions, Lucario. Me? Lucario pointed to itself, perplexed. Dream Pokémon. Could you reveal to me the truth behind the cessation of that war hundreds of years ago? Daigo lifted his gaze, directing his inquiry towards the Dream Pokémon. The Dream Pokémon circled in the air, leading Daigo and the others through a passageway into another small space. There stood a massive blue crystal, radiating immense energy. Nearby, a time flower blossomed. Chapter 126. Let us express gratitude to heroic Porygon. Suddenly, Lucario dashed to the colossal crystal, sensing the aura of Aron. Lord Aron. Boom. The three deities emerged from the cave entrance, while orange-colored white blood cells began to surge forth. Metagross immediately unleashed its psychic force, forming a protective barrier to thwart the encroaching white blood cells. Mikuri directed his Milotic to suppress the three deities. Witnessing this, Daigo promptly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his Mega Stone, and proceeded to Mega Evolve Metagross. The Mega Evolved Metagross adeptly managed the situation. Go, Lucario. Daigo commanded. Understood. Lucario nodded and approached the Time Flower, bending down to infuse it with aura energy. Swish. The Time Flower glimmered brightly, and a luminous orb emerged from within, projecting the scenes of the past. Come forth. Dream Pokémon. Aron strolled through the area, searching for the presence of the Dream Pokémon. A magnificent bird adorned with rainbow feathers hovered above, gradually transforming into the likeness of the Dream Pokémon under Aron's gaze. Dream Pokémon, I know you are one with the World Tree. Therefore, harness your power. Aron extended his hand towards the Dream Pokémon, a blue aura becoming manifest in his palm. The aura resides in my heart. Accept my aura. Aron unleashed all his aura, enveloping the dream Pokémon within it. Bathed in the aura, the dream Pokémon radiated a dazzling green light, utilizing the power of the world tree to quell the war. This is the truth, Daigo remarked quietly, observing the scene unfold. Aron, indeed, lives up to the legends. He is a genuine hero of the aura. Lord Aron. Lucario knelt on the ground, tears welling in its eyes. Dream Pokémon, are you unharmed? The experiences within the world tree evoked memories of a final conclusion for Daigo. Lucario devoted its aura power, rejuvenating the world tree. Me? Mew wondered, slightly perplexed by Daigo's words. It seemed that Mew was in good spirits, indicating that the state of the world tree was also stable. Hence, there was no need for Lucario to contribute its aura. Moreover, relying solely on Lucario would be insufficient. Even with the assistance of Riolu, it was uncertain whether they could succeed. Daigo and Micoli were not like a Lan and Ash, capable of wielding aura. Are you done yet, Daigo? Micoli commanded Milotic as it battled against the three pillars alongside Ludicolo and Piplup. With the power of the world tree, the might of the three pillars appeared inexhaustible, leaving Micoli somewhat fatigued in defense. Mew, please take us away from within the world tree, Daigo implored. Me, Daigo, I'm not leaving, Lucario suddenly declared. What's wrong, Lucario? Daigo inquired, and upon seeing its earnest gaze, he understood. It intended to remain here, accompanying Alan. I understand, Lucario. I will convey your message to Queen Eileen. Thank you. Lucario smiled and nodded at Daigo. Then Mew will have a companion here as well, Daigo remarked, glancing at Mew. Mew gazed at Lucario, gleefully spinning in the air. Until we meet again, Lucario. Daigo bid farewell. Micoli continued to struggle nearby. Yes, until we meet again, Lucario nodded, chuckling softly. Mew executed teleportation, and aside from Lucario, Daigo and Micoli's Pokémon vanished from the scene. Upon witnessing the disappearance, the three pillars ceased their movements and turned away. Clusters of orange-white blood cells melded into the ground, quietly vanishing. Leaning against the crystal formed by Alan, Lucario murmured, Lord Alan. Outside the world tree, Mew transported Daigo and Micoli to a clearing. Thank you, Mew. Daigo expressed his gratitude softly. Me. Mew replied with a smile, resting on Pachima's head, indicating no need for thanks. Pachima, I'll come to play with you next time. Mew said. The little penguin drawing its sword and pointing it toward the distant world tree. Let us embark, little Mew. Me. Mew glanced back at Pachima with reluctance before soaring towards the world tree. Pachima, I will miss you, little Mew. We shall meet again, I assure you, Daigo said, crouching to ruffle Pachima's round head. Pachima, you two have worked hard, Micoli-san. Daigo chuckled, observing Micoli as he recalled his Pokémon one by one. Consider this a return of favors. Micoli exhaled softly, replying nonchalantly. Ah. Daigo's expression stiffened. He had nearly forgotten about that. No worries. The blame will still fall upon me. At worst, I owe Micoli-san a favor. The recent dangers encountered likely revolved around the assaults of the three pillars and the white blood cells. Had it been a different situation, Daigo would not have felt at ease leaving Riolu to face it alone. He trusted Micoli-san. Let us return and explain the circumstances to Queen Eileen. Daigo released the Mega Evolution of Metagross and addressed Micoli. Yes, I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while. Micoli stretched his body, emitting a sound that was rather alluring. Pachima, it is a pity I didn't get to introduce you to my dear friend, Boscodora. Let us go, Pachima, Daigo called as he mounted Metagross. Beckoning Pachima. Pachima. Pachima sheathed its sword and hopped over. Wait for me. On the return journey, Daigo felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped Lucario would teach Riolu a few things. However, since Lucario chose to stay, it would be inappropriate for Daigo to leave Riolu there for learning. He would have to ask Mew to bring Riolu back later. He had already troubled Mew quite enough. Mew's willingness to assist was likely due to a childlike spirit. Moreover, Daigo looked down at Pachima in his arms, chuckling softly. Is it because of you, my little penguin? Pachima, what are you laughing at? Pachima lifted its head, sensing something amiss in Daigo's smile. Something feels off, very off indeed. I want to praise you, but I don't know how to begin. Pachima, that is simple. Just say, thank you, Hero Pachima, and it'll be perfect. The tale in Oluderong City concludes, and next, the Shimmering Conference awaits. Chapter 127, The Pokémon Egg. After returning to Oluderong City and clarifying matters with Queen Eileen, Daigo and Micoli journeyed back to the Hoenn region. Surprisingly, Daigo did not encounter any new scandals in the hot news. Instead, the headlines were saturated with reports about the victor of the Kanto region's Indigo Conference. Red triumphed over Green, claiming the championship title. However, rather than challenging the Elite Four immediately, He opted to do so at any point within the next 6 months. Daigo was not surprised. If Red had not emerged as the champion, that would have been unexpected. With less than 20 days until the Shimmering Conference, Daigo needed to prepare diligently during this interval. He also planned to cultivate a deeper bond with Riolu during training. If he could reach a higher level of understanding, sparring with Riolu might accelerate their growth. Upon landing in Verdanturf Town, Daigo temporarily parted ways with Mikoli at the airport. Daigo, I'm looking forward to your performance in the Shimmering Conference, Mikoli remarked with a gentle smile. Don't let me down. Mikoli believed that Daigo was the only contender for victory in this year's Shimmering Conference, destined for the champion's throne. Little did he expect that the champion's seat would eventually be his. Of course, Daigo nodded lightly. How many top-tier trainers could possibly appear? This time, Daigo was determined to seize victory at the Shimmering Conference. Watching Mikoli depart, Daigo turned to Metagross, instructing it to take him back to his home in Verdanturf Town. He began preparations for the League Conference. To be precise, he was preparing for the battle against the Elite Four. In his backyard, 6 Pokémon were engaged in their respective training. Daigo, clad in a green training suit, sat cross-legged on the ground, drafting a training plan. First on the agenda was Metagross. Its rate of power enhancement had slowed significantly, so it was time to expand its move pool. Metagross could learn numerous high-power moves, many of which were special attacks. But in this world where Pokémon abilities could be holistically improved, Metagross could also acquire these techniques. Moves like Future Sight, Wide Area Attack, Light of Ruin, and Hyper Beam were among them. Physical attack options included moves like Meteor Mash and Heavy Slam, which could be honed through learning and mastery. The Scyther possesses a plethora of techniques yet to be mastered, and the potential for physical prowess remains untapped. Contemplating this, the prospect of acquiring technique learning machines entails a significant expenditure. Moreover, there are still 4 additional Pokémon to consider. Fortunately, the tournament imposes no restrictions on the number of techniques utilized, thus acquiring a multitude of beneficial skills is undoubtedly advantageous. As for the Boskage, it is imperative to focus on enhancing its special defense, coincidentally allowing the Porygon to assist in training. This dual approach refines the special attack capabilities of Porygon while simultaneously fortifying the special defense of Boskage, a veritable 2-for-1 benefit. The primary strategy for the Armored Bird revolves around spiking the opponent, while the secondary tactic involves a combination of iron defense and strike attacks. Riolu will follow in the footsteps of Scyther, adopting a high attack speed route that requires little oversight on my part. Daigo meticulously drafts the training regimen for each forthcoming day, preparing to embark on his own training. It is better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen circumstances. Maintaining a robust physique will invariably prove advantageous in critical moments. As the sunlight gradually shifts from white to orange, dusk descends. Oh dear, yet another package from this establishment. Daigo muses, lamenting the daunting training ahead. A tearful Wingull descends upon Daigo's backyard. My package? Daigo inquires, picking up the parcel ejected by the Wingull, curiosity piqued. Who could have sent me something? The Wingull, having fulfilled its task, hastily flees the scene. If I were to be brushed aside by it, I might find myself bedridden for a week, he sighs. Truly, such dedication from a courier. Daigo watches the Wingull's rapid departure, marveling at its industriousness. The Hoenn League? Daigo notes with surprise as he reads the sender's details, discovering it is indeed from the Hoenn League. Ah, the reward they mentioned previously. I didn't expect it to be quite substantial. Upon unwrapping the parcel, he reveals the true nature of the reward, a Pokémon egg incubator. Nestled upon a soft cushion lies an egg, entirely brown with blue speckled patterns adorning its base. He wonders what Pokémon might emerge from within. Though Daigo lacks expertise in this area, he cannot ascertain the contents of the egg merely by its exterior. Little does he know, Mikoli has foregone the League's reward in favor of selecting a high-quality Pokémon egg to bestow upon Daigo. Shouldn't this bring a tear to Mikoli's eye? Naturally, Mikoli has kept this under wraps from Daigo. Porygon, what a sizable egg. Think of how many fried rice dishes one could prepare. Porygon curiously leans in to observe the Pokémon egg within the incubator. Porygon, soon you shall have a little brother or sister, Daigo chuckles, glancing at the inquisitive Porygon. In Daigo's team, the established hierarchy does not favor those who joined early. Rather, it is determined by strength. Poor Porygon finds itself at the bottom of the ranks. However, times are changing. Once the Pokémon within the egg hatches, Porygon shall no longer be the lowest in the team's pecking order. Porygon, what? It turns out not to be an ingredient, but rather my little sibling. Oh no, it could also be a little sister. Ideally, it is a little sister. As the team is predominantly male. Wait, doesn't Metagross lack a gender? Daigo laughs at Porygon's reaction. You see, Porygon emerged from an egg as well. Porygon, are you implying that I too could have been made into fried rice when I was young? Porygon's parents laid the egg from which Porygon hatched, Daigo explains. Who do you think invented such a delightful creature like Porygon? All right, off to training we go, as the league tournament will depend on you, Daigo encourages, gently nudging Porygon's rotund form. The league tournament commences with a trio of battles, and Daigo plans to field Porygon and Riolu. Perhaps Porygon will demonstrate its prowess by single-handedly defeating 3 opponents and securing a spot in the finals, where the battle format shifts to 6-on-6. The final 4 matches will only commence once both sides finalize their starting Pokémon and teams of 6. Should any Pokémon outside of the predetermined lineup be utilized in battle, the match will result in a loss. Porygon, the burden of heroism rests upon your shoulders. Porygon playfully pats its waist, where its diminutive sword is now absent. Porygon, I forgot to return my sword to Queen Eileen. No matter. This shall not deter the hero Porygon. Chapter 128. Marching towards the championship. Bang bang. It is a rare occurrence to witness fireworks blooming in broad daylight. Daigo stands atop the highest vantage point, gazing at the torch runner as they sprint toward the league tournament venue, torch in hand. It is said that the torch of the league tournament is crafted from the fiery plumes of the legendary molters. Notably, the venue for the colorful tournament is intricately constructed above a vast water basin, resembling a spider's web. Apart from the central battle arena, there are 4 smaller battle arenas encircling a Pokémon Center dedicated to the tournament. The outermost layer houses shopping centers and various facilities. Within the Pokémon Center of the colorful tournament, Daigo observes the sacred fire ceremony briefly before proceeding to register for the competition with Nurse Joy. Handing over the 8 badges from his collection, he watches as Nurse Joy skillfully registers his information on the computer. With a smile, she returns the badge box to Daigo. Your information has been successfully entered. Please return this evening to draw for your match and opponent. Thank you very much, Daigo replies, storing the badge box back in his bag. The badges within have been recorded and no longer qualify him for the subsequent round of the colorful tournament, but they may serve as cherished mementos. Here is your contestant identification. Please keep it safe. Nurse Joy hands Daigo a card emblazoned with his photograph and details. Daigo accepts the card and slips it into his pocket. With ample time remaining, Daigo decides to take Porygon and Riolu for a stroll in the outer areas. With the competition looming tomorrow, it is essential that Porygon and Riolu have a chance to unwind. Sitting on a bench at the roadside, Daigo enjoys a donut and hot dog, flanked by Porygon and Riolu. The weather is pleasantly cool, making it the perfect season for ice cream. With one hand clutching an ice cream cone and the other retrieving his navigator, Daigo speaks into the device. Hello, Macaulay? Ah, you've come all the way to Colorful City? I'm here. Just as Daigo finishes his ice cream, a figure cloaked in black, donning a mask and sunglasses, takes a seat beside him. Macaulay, why have you suddenly dressed like this? Daigo chuckles, unable to contain his amusement. You recognized me? Macaulay lifts his sunglasses, revealing striking teal eyes. Your hair and height should have made it easy to guess, Daigo replies with a light laugh. Indeed, I shall need to prepare a hat next time. Macaulay mutters as he lowers his sunglasses again. Daigo is intrigued by Macaulay's unusual attire, as he has never seen him dressed this way before. Macaulay, is there a reason for this disguise? Don't ask, Macaulay sighs, recalling a conversation with Naki not long ago. From this moment forth, I refuse to tolerate any rumors concerning you, Naki declared fiercely, hands firmly planted on her hips as she directed her ire towards Macaulay. Well, I don't have any rumors about me, do I? Macaulay's response emerged rather meekly. Not even the ones with Daigo. Naki insisted. That's simply how things are. Macaulay sighed in resignation. Daigo, overhearing, had no intention of mocking Macaulay, which reminded him of a similar conversation he had with Hakusa over the phone. Perhaps it was akin to this situation. Sighing in unison, Daigo and Macaulay exchanged glances, a mutual sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. Then why risk so much to attend the Colorful Spirit Conference? Daigo inquired curiously after his sigh. If it were solely to witness your battle, I would be utterly disheartened. Macaulay-san, he continued, I came because the league president specifically summoned me to be present, and I thought I might as well seek you out. Macaulay explained with a hint of reluctance. The crux of the matter was that Macaulay had previously relinquished his league rewards, requesting the league to offer Daigo a more substantial prize. Coupled with the earlier gossip, President Damalanki was particularly intrigued by their relationship. Learning of Daigo's preparations to challenge the gym and participate in the league conference, he had summoned Macaulay to accompany him. If I were you, I would simply remain in my room and not venture out, Daigo chuckled lightly. Let us set me aside for now. Have you gained enough confidence to challenge the Elite Four during this time? Not at all. Perhaps I should wait a month before attempting to challenge them. Daigo waved his hand dismissively, expressing his uncertainty. He felt assured about facing the other Elite members, but he held no confidence when it came to the Dragon-type Elite, Yuzi. His Metagross had yet to ascend to champion level, and after reaching Elite level, the growth rate of his Pokémon had significantly slowed. Pachima was still stuck at the leader level, while Riolu was making gradual progress towards the quasi-elite level. Despite his training, the gains were not as substantial as before. I heard from President Damalanki that only around 70 trainers successfully obtained all 8 badges this time. Considering those who can't attend, there will likely be only around 60 trainers total. Without even starting, you've already made it into the top 64. Haha. Macaulay jested lightly. Does that mean? Daigo pondered silently. The colorful spirit conference will last for 6 days? Indeed. Previously, under the unregulated battle format, only about 20 or 30 participants attended the league conference, but this time, the number has surged to 60 or 70. Daigo almost forgot that this year marked the first instance of the reformed rules for the Haugen Colorful Spirit Conference. Macaulay had excelled in that context, even defeating the Elite Four. Relieved, Daigo recalled that Macaulay had not insisted on the unregulated battle format when they faced off at the Glass Gym. The strength of Akai had not yet fully matured, which had already placed him at a disadvantage. Had Macaulay also opted for an unregulated battle, Daigo would have undoubtedly found himself overwhelmed. Pachima! Pachima exclaimed upon spotting a small sword in a nearby clothing store, tugging at Daigo's attire, eager for him to make a purchase. You truly have a fondness for swords. Daigo chuckled helplessly and turned to Macaulay, saying, I won't discuss this any further. I plan to take them for a stroll to ease our minds. That's fine. I have no plans either. I'll accompany you for a bit. Macaulay replied nonchalantly as he rose. By the way, I need to buy a hat. You'll cover the cost. With a light laugh, Daigo replied, all right. I'll treat you. Thus, Daigo, accompanied by Pachima and Riolu, began to explore the bustling shops and stalls nearby. During the conference, the area was abuzz with activity. Macaulay followed closely, scanning the merchandise. Since their time in Alarid City, Pachima had developed an inexplicable fondness for small swords, perhaps becoming enamored with the heroic image it conjured. Daigo had no choice but to procure a toy sword for it. While not as authentic as the one in Alarid City, Pachima accepted it with satisfaction. Pachima felt that without the sword, something essential was amiss. Glancing at the toy sword strapped to its waist, it nodded in approval. Drawing the sword from its sheath and pointing it skyward. Pachima, the hero Pachima returns. To claim the title of conference champion, we set forth. Chapter 129, not a single opponent capable of drawing a sword. That evening, Daigo arrived at the Pokémon Center to draw his battle location and time. Hello. Your battle venue is field number 4, scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please arrive 15 minutes early. All right, thank you, Daigo replied softly, returning to his room. As some competitors had yet to draw lots, Daigo remained unaware of his opponent for the time being. However, he needed to decide which Pokémon to send into battle. If he happened to draw a bye, it would be displayed immediately. Let us see. Pachima, Riolu, and Sizer. He resolved. Considering that if an elite trainer were to unexpectedly appear, Sizer would serve as a reliable backup. The items carried by his Pokémon were a trivial toy sword, an evolutionary stone, and an assault vest respectively. The items each Pokémon carried also needed to be reported, with each Pokémon allowed only one held item. Daigo initially contemplated equipping Pachima with a Mystic Water, but Pachima insisted on bringing the toy sword into the battle. With no other option, Daigo acquiesced to Pachima's wishes. Before the battle commenced, Hakusa dialed Daigo's hotline. Daigo, when is your match tomorrow? As soon as Sharona spoke, she inquired about Daigo's match time. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Field number 4, Daigo responded. I will be at home eagerly awaiting your splendid performance. I suspect it will conclude swiftly, so whether I watch or not makes little difference. Does it? Surely, Daigo's first match won't be against a formidable opponent, right? With a bit of luck, if you draw a bye, you might even become a top 32 contender. Macaulay's light-hearted banter continued, but it seems the so-called strongest contender may very well be you, Daigo. In any case, it will conclude rapidly, and it won't hinder my training schedule, so what does it matter? Daigo could easily envision Hakusa's expression at that moment, undoubtedly pouting in dissatisfaction. The thought was simply too adorable to resist. Then, I hope Hakusa will look forward to my performance, Daigo remarked with a gentle smile. Whether you choose to watch is entirely up to you. Pachima, and the hero Pachima's performance too. Pachima exclaimed, brandishing its toy sword with a grin. Now, that is more like it. The following afternoon at 2 o'clock, Daigo followed the staff's directions to the battle arena. Standing opposite him was a trainer of similar age. Likely another novice. Field number 4, match 5. Representing Green Ridge City, Daigo faces off against Yuhui from Mizuki City. Go, Pachima! Daigo commanded, pointing forward as Pachima dashed eagerly onto the battlefield. If not limited to carrying a single item, Pachima would have loved to don a cape as well. The battle arena was a standard venue, merely a flat surface, lacking any elemental features like water or grass. Go, Kingdra! Yuhui unleashed a pokeball, and from within emerged a robust Swellow, soaring gracefully through the air amidst a burst of white light. The referee, brandishing a red and a green flag in each hand, noted that both trainers' Pokémon had taken their positions. With a swift flourish of his flags, he announced, "The battle begins." Pachima, gazing serenely at the flying Swellow, remained composed. Such prowess was hardly sufficient to compel the valiant Pachima to draw its sword. "Swellow Thunderbolt," Daigo remarked with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, having never witnessed a Pokémon so eager to meet its demise. "Ice Beam. No, let us go with Bubble Beam instead." He reconsidered, pondering whether Ice Beam might be too severe, opting for Bubble Beam, which would strike the Swellow gently without inflicting harm. Pachima. Too slow. With a deep breath, Pachima unleashed a torrent of bubbles. The Swellow, trailing a shimmering white light, collided headfirst into the bubble barrage. Bam! In an instant, it succumbed, falling to the ground. Rendered unable to battle. Swellow is unable to continue. Pachima is victorious. Swellow. Yuhui, the trainer, was taken aback, exclaiming anxiously. This was not at all the intense battle he had envisioned. Oh, with just a single bubble beam, Pachima has defeated Yuhui's Swellow. The commentator declared passionately. Let us not forget about Daigo. He has quite the reputation, with rumors circulating regarding his connection to Macaulay, the gym leader of the Luminous Gym. Not to mention, he received commendations from the league for his involvement in the Magma and Aqua incidents. Daigo raised an eyebrow, feeling a peculiar urge to have Pachima unleash Hydro Pump at the commentary booth. Truly, one should not speak of such matters in the presence of a live audience. Come back, Swellow. Yuhui recalled his Pokémon, and then sent forth his second choice. Now it's your turn. Cunning Sableye. With a thud, the next contender was the Grass and Dark-type Sableye. Yuhui's second Pokémon is Sableye. This does not bode well for the Water-type Pachima, does it? The commentator continued to stoke the audience's excitement, only to be met with astonishment moments later. The reason was that Pachima, with a look of deep sympathy, unleashed Hydro Pump, striking Sableye directly. The sheer force of the water propelled Sableye against the barrier, rendering it unable to battle. Sableye is unable to continue. Pachima is victorious. The Grass-type Sableye was swiftly dispatched by a single Water-type move, and it happened before the commentator could finish his sentence. What a pity. If you were just a bit stronger, perhaps I could unleash 70% of my Hydro Pump's power, Pachima lamented softly, shaking its head in regret. How could this be? Sableye. Yuhui recalled Sableye into its ball, gazing at the small, sighing penguin still on the field. He could hardly believe that such strength resided within a Water-type penguin. Go for it, Elegant Cat. Yuhui sent forth his final Pokémon. The Elegant Cat was adorned in a creamy hue, with purple ears and tail. Yuhui has sent forth his last Pokémon, Elegant Cat. Its beautiful fur is pristine, and it despises uncleanliness, much favored by the fairer sex. Before the commentator could complete his thought, Pachima's Hydro Pump interrupted, sending Elegant Cat crashing down. Elegant Cat is unable to continue. Pachima is victorious. The winner is Daigo from Green Ridge City. As the referee's words echoed, Daigo secured an unambiguous victory in his first match at the colorful spectacle. The commentator winced. It was clear that the Hydro Pump had landed more upon his own tongue than on Elegant Cat. This was unprecedented. The battle concluded before even the introduction could be fully delivered. Even during Macaulay's participation in the previous tournament, there had been time for commentary. The packed audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud cheers. Thankfully, the cacophony masked any voices proclaiming, "I want to give you a Pachima." Most notably, it was the men who shouted. However, such exuberance only served to enhance Yuhui's sense of desolation. Amidst the applause, Daigo gestured for Pachima to leave the arena. Pachima. What a pity, I didn't even face an opponent worthy of drawing my sword. Pachima sighed softly, caressing the hilt of its sword with a sense of loss. In the next match, I hope you can draw it, my new partner. Chapter 130, from 32 to 16. The first day's battles had concluded. After shaking hands with his opponent and exiting the arena, Daigo chose to observe the battles across the 4 fields from his room. Yet, he had yet to encounter a formidable rival. Later that evening, as Daigo attended the draw, the name of his opponent appeared on the screen behind Miss Joy, Kong Tai. Daigo silently noted the name and returned to his room to research it. Regrettably, he found little advantageous information. Only details about the two Pokémon used in the day's battle, Ariados and Crobat, both poison-type Pokémon. Kongtai hailed from the Chengdu region, as Chengdu and Kanto are contiguous. It was only natural for trainers from Chengdu to participate in the Hoenn League, following the Quartz Conference in Kanto 6 months prior, especially with this year's rules permitting unrestricted battles. Entrusting the task to his small penguin seemed more than adequate. On the second day of the colorful spectacle, the matches for the 32-16 round commenced. In the second match of the second arena, the green side featured Kongtai from the Chengdu region's Huapi town. The red side showcased Daigo from Green Ridge City in the Hoenn region. When it comes to Daigo, he certainly left a profound impression on everyone. Whether through the news or his overwhelming performance in the first match yesterday, it was enough to be memorable. As the commentator introduced him, Daigo and Kongtai took their positions. Hearing the thunderous cheers from the audience, Daigo nodded in satisfaction. This commentator was quite perceptive today, at least speaking more subtly. Please be gentle in this match, Daigo thought as he and Kongtai stood at the center of the arena, exchanging friendly handshakes. That should have been directed at Pachima. Pachima, rest assured, I won't direct my sword at you, Pachima declared, folding its arms at Daigo's feet and nodding gently. Please. Both trainers take your positions. Following the referee's instructions, Daigo and Kongtai positioned themselves at opposite ends of the field. Go Ariados. Kongtai, as the green side, was the first to send forth his Pokémon. Ariados, a large spider standing at 1 meter tall, boasted vibrant colors. Pachima, it's your turn, Daigo called out. Pachima. The little penguin stepped forward, resting its tiny hand on the sword's hilt. It exuded an air reminiscent of a great hero. One couldn't help but feel that the title hero Pachima paled in comparison to Pachima, the heroic. Perhaps after the match, he could share this thought with Pachima. The battle begins. As the referee lowered the two flags in hand, Kanto initiated the first attack. Ariados, Missile Needle. In an instant, Ariados unleashed several needle-like assaults formed from concentrated energy from the small spikes atop its head. Tidal Surge. Daigo mused that today's referee seemed rather sensible. Perhaps he should allow him to speak more. A torrent of water enveloped Bujakman, propelling it skyward and deflecting all the missile needles away from the water's flow. Bujakman executed Tidal Surge. Like a watery tornado, it successfully thwarted all of Ariados' missile-like attacks. Not to mention, Bujakman's execution of Tidal Surge possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Sticky Web. Then, it continued with the Missile Needle. Kanto was acutely aware of the dangers of recklessly approaching Bujakman. Yesterday's encounter with the King Yin was a prime example. If one's strength was insufficient compared to Bujakman, or if one's speed was deemed inadequate in Bujakman's eyes, it would merely be a headlong rush to certain doom. Ariados sprang into the air, casting webs around Bujakman, which would hinder its movement should it attempt to budge. However, Bujakman had no intention of moving at all. Upon landing, Ariados unleashed another missile needle towards Bujakman. Wave of water. Bujakman raised a hand, swiftly gathering a water orb at its fingertips. Boom. Bujakman slammed the water orb onto the ground. Instantly, a small wave erupted, radiating outward in a 360-degree arc. Not only did it shatter all incoming missile needles, but it also obliterated the sticky webs from the battlefield. Jump, Ariados. Ariados leaped high, narrowly evading the water wave. Surf. With a wave of its hand, a colossal wave formed from energy surged toward the airborne Ariados. Although this move was but a gentle swell compared to Macaulay's Minus's surf, to Ariados, it was an overwhelming tsunami. Boom. The mighty wave engulfed Ariados, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Ariados was unable to continue the battle. Bujakman claimed victory. What a fearsome surf technique. Just how much power resided within Bujakman. The nonchalant execution of surf astounded the commentators and the audience alike. Clearly, Kanto had shown restraint. With a wry smile, Kanto recalled Ariados into its pokeball. It was evident that a swift defeat could have been delivered in one move. Yet he opted to prolong the encounter. Was that not enough mercy? Daigo chuckled helplessly, observing the unperturbed little penguin on the field, likely reveling in its triumph. Go, Golbat. Kanto threw out his second pokeball, summoning Golbat. The creature's body was entirely purple, with its two pairs of wings forming an X shape. With Golbat's speed, it should be able to close in. Kanto focused intently, commanding, Golbat, acrobatics. Golbat flapped its wings, shooting forward with impressive speed. Yet, it paled in comparison to the blinding speed of the electrifying Riolu, so it was still too slow. Bujakman's gaze sharpened, as Tidal Surge swirled around its body. Golbat crashed into the Tidal Surge, being repelled by the swiftly flowing waters. Wave of water. Bujakman raised its small hand as the waters of tidal surge rapidly coiled, forming a rapidly spinning water orb at Bujakman's fingertips. Take this. Wave of water. Bujakman hurled the water orb toward Golbat with great force. Golbat dodged quickly. Still dazed from the earlier collision with tidal surge, Golbat shook its head and finally spotted the swiftly spinning water orb hurtling toward it. Boom. Unable to evade, the wave of water struck Golbat directly. Golbat was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind Kanto. Unable to continue the battle, Golbat succumbed to defeat. Kanto recalled Golbat into its Pokeball. The moment he drew his opponent, Kanto understood he would only reach the top 32. Go, Scorpy. This was to be their final battle at the colorful conference. Kanto's last Pokemon was a scorpion, purple in hue, with pincers nearly the size of its head. A ground and flying type Scorpy. Scorpy. Acrobatics. With a powerful snap of its tail, Scorpy leapt into the air, spreading its blue wings wide. It dove toward Bujakman. Meanwhile, Bujakman silently raised its small hand. A blue water orb was flung toward Scorpy. Boom. Scorpy collided head-on with the wave of water. Chapter 131. The sword is drawn. Scorpy was unable to continue the battle. Bujakman emerged victorious. The winner of this match is Daigo from Green Ridge City. As the referee's voice echoed across the battlefield, the match came to an end. Golbat and Gyarados, neither of whom were immune to the opponent's strengths, could not withstand the onslaught, let alone Scorpy, a ground type, which was particularly susceptible to water-type moves. Booyah! What an exhilarating battle it was. Of course, this referred to the opposing side. Daigo and Kanto exchanged friendly handshakes post-match. Congratulations on advancing. I hope you can claim the championship. Kanto, rather unperturbed, replied with a light chuckle. In that case, losing to the champion is no disgrace. He had prepared himself mentally upon facing Daigo. It was merely expected to be overwhelmed. Yes, I will. Daigo responded briefly, before departing the arena with Bujakman. The next battles would be the top 16 to the top 8, culminating in the top 4 battles, all to be held in the central area, the grandest venue. Daigo returned to his room, preparing to watch the battles of various contestants on television. Thankfully, his room was spacious enough to accommodate all of Daigo's Pokémon, although it felt a bit cramped with Metagross and Boshikadora in attendance. Bujakman, come here and hold this. Daigo retrieved a Pokémon egg from the incubator and handed it to Bujakman. Booyah! Why is it my responsibility to hold it? Bujakman looked puzzled as it cradled the Pokémon egg. This little one, though nestled within the egg, could perceive the world outside. Once it became familiar with your scent, upon hatching, it would naturally bond with you. Daigo explained with a gentle smile. It will become your second dear friend. Bujakman appeared confused. However, realization dawned upon Bujakman. Joyfully, it accepted the task. Booyah, little buddy, come out quickly. Booyah, do you think it might hatch into a sword? Then we could embark on an adventure together. How splendid would that be? Daigo was unaware of Bujakman's musings as he gently placed the Riolu, who was entangled with the Scyther, onto the bed. While grooming its fur, he narrated the battles on the television. This was perhaps the quickest way to strengthen the bond between Daigo and Riolu. Riolu felt Daigo's gentle hands combing through its fur, attentively listening to Daigo's explanations. It felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, the third day of competition arrived. Daigo planned to find a place to train with his Pokémon after the draw that evening. Regardless, the Gyarados will not be entering the arena anytime soon, and may not even need to. Therefore, the intensity of the training remains at their own discretion. In the first arena, during the morning hours, we are now in the round of 16, and each small venue will only host 2 matches today. The representative of the green team is the formidable Daigo, who has advanced with an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the red team's competitor, Nakamura, has only lost 1 Pokémon in his previous matches, who will emerge victorious and secure a coveted spot in the top 8 of the grand tournament. Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome both competitors to the stage. Daigo and Nakamura stride out from the competitors' tunnel, making their way toward one another. They meet at the center of the battlefield for a cordial pre-match handshake. Your journey in the tournament ends here, Nakamura declares confidently, a hint of mockery gracing his smile. Defeating a few weaklings to reach this point, no amount of promotion can save you. Oh, Daigo replies nonchalantly. What promotion? I have no idea what you're talking about. After the match, I'll just be in my room grooming my Riolu, and later training outside. Humph. Nakamura, incensed by Daigo's dismissive attitude, angrily shakes off his hand and turns to take his position. Pachima, is that your enemy? Pachima curiously tugs at Daigo's pant leg. I don't know, Daigo responds, glancing down at Pachima and shrugging. Perhaps he's just envious? I've seen Nakamura's strength in the previous matches. He falls into the category of those who struggle against the weak. This statement sounds more like a self-introduction. Daigo doesn't dwell on it further and walks to his designated position. The match between Daigo from Green Ridge City and Nakamura from Unova's Sanyu City begins. The referee raises the flag, signaling the start of the battle. Daigo merely tilts his chin, prompting Pachima to step onto the battlefield. "Let me teach you what true power is," Nakamura declares coldly, hurling a pokeball into the air. With a resounding thud, a massive blue toad adorned with numerous bulges appears on the field. It is the water and ground type, Swampert. Swampert, you say? If it isn't raining, then I can start assessing the situation, Daigo ponders. Leading with Swampert likely rules out the ability Rain Dish, unless he intends for Swampert to create rain on its own. The remaining abilities are Poison Touch and Torrent. Moreover, this Swampert did not appear in Nakamura's previous matches, so Daigo can only make judgments from their brief encounter. It seems this is a strategy aimed at Pachima, with Torrent as the most probable ability. Pachima. Pachima's gaze sharpens as it draws its toy sword from its waist. This opponent is worthy of my sword. Oh, what do I see? Pachima has unsheathed its sword. The commentator exclaims, excitement bubbling over. Yet, the staff behind him frantically flips through the reference book, unable to find any information regarding the sword in Pachima's possession. Nakamura grits his teeth, glaring at the commentary booth. My Swampert has forced Pachima to draw its sword, yet you say nothing about my Swampert? Very well. Today you will learn that no amount of packaging will aid you in battle. Swampert, Earthquake. Swampert's stout arms crash down onto the ground. An energy wave suddenly ripples through the earth. Water Pulse. Pachima raises its toy sword, swinging it downward. The water sphere coalescing at the tip of the sword crashes against the ground. The visible waves collide with the concealed earthquake energy. Despite Nakamura's fierce command, his Swampert remains merely a leader-class Pokémon. In a direct confrontation with the Lord-class Pachima, it cannot hope to overpower it. The energy from Water Pulse breaks through the earthquake's force, striking Swampert. However, the residual waves from Water Pulse do not faze Swampert in the slightest. This observation confirms to Daigo that this Swampert possesses the ability Torrent. It's time to get serious, Pachima. Pachima. I've already been serious. Chapter 132, The Master of Waves. Swampert. Use Hammer Arm. Nakamura, anticipating that water-type moves would be ineffective against Swampert, decides to go for raw damage. I can't use water moves. Can I not employ ice? Pachima directs its toy sword toward the charging Swampert. An icy blue energy courses from Pachima's hand to the toy sword. A glimmering ice blue point of light manifests at the sword's tip, releasing 4 twisting beams of ice blue light. The ice beam strikes Swampert, encasing it in a massive ice sculpture. Water flow breakthrough. Nakamura commands. The ice shatters, and a torrent of water envelopes Swampert, propelling it forward with unprecedented speed. Hydro Vortex. A water tornado swirls around Pachima. Swampert crashes into the vortex surrounding Pachima, but unlike the previous encounter with the Zubat, it does not get repelled. The two Pokémon are locked in a struggle. With a thud, they are forced apart by a small distance. Looks like you only bully the little penguin. Hammer Arm. At this distance, Swampert can easily close in. Swampert raises its glowing green arm and charges at Pachima. Ice Spin. Pachima, gripping its toy sword, swiftly draws a circle on the ground. Suddenly, a block of ice forms beneath it, and Pachima stands atop it, beginning to spin. With a crash, Pachima propels Swampert away, and Swampert's glowing arm fails to strike Pachima. Rising from the ground, Swampert endures the onslaught of Ice Beam and Ice Spin, but the damage is significant. After all, it is at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength against Pachima. The attribute-advantaged Hammer Arm cannot land a blow on Pachima. Can you do it, Swampert? Nakamura grows anxious. That Hammer Arm would undoubtedly inflict immense damage on Pachima, yet it cannot connect. Pachima. Phew. Thankfully, I've always had the upper hand. Pachima is relieved, grateful that Daigo purchased numerous learning machines before the tournament. Otherwise, without access to water-type moves, it would truly be at a loss. With such a level of strength, you dare to boast before the battle? Daigo muses, somewhat surprised. Then let us unleash Earthquake. Nakamura, both furious and frustrated, cannot believe that despite closing the distance, he still cannot land a hit on Pachima. Swampert slams the ground, unleashing another Earthquake. Water Pulse. Pachima. Pachima raises its toy sword, channeling water-type energy, gathering a blue energy sphere at the sword's tip. Crack. What sound is that? Crack. Pachima's toy sword cannot withstand the energy gathering and shatters. Pachima, why did you exit the stage so abruptly? Bang. A stone suddenly jutted from beneath the feet of Pagaman, sending him soaring into the air. As he flew, Pokémon gazed at the fragments of his sword hilt cascading into the sky, his large eyes filled with bewilderment. Unhindered, the earthquake attack of Toad King struck Pokémon with pinpoint accuracy. He crashed heavily to the ground, staggering as he rose to his feet. Pokémon looked down, staring blankly at his tiny hands. His sword had shattered. What an opportunity! Toad King, unleash a powerful whip. Pokémon, muster your spirits. I'll buy you a new sword after the match. Daigo shouted urgently. That powerful whip attack was no trifling matter. Pokémon, still dazed, lifted his gaze to behold the ferocious approach of Toad King, whose raised arm shimmered with an eerie green light. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my sword would not have broken. Anger flared on Pokémon's face, his eyes widening in fury as he glared at Toad King, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Not my problem, buddy. Didn't you break it yourself? Though confused, Toad King nevertheless advanced towards Pokémon, bringing his raised arm crashing down. You broke my sword, didn't you? Zing. A blinding white light erupted from Pokémon's body. Daigo quickly raised his arms to shield his eyes from the brilliance. The dazzling light enveloped the entire arena. A powerful surge of energy burst forth, forcing Toad King back several meters. Was this evolution? Pokémon was beginning to evolve. The commentator deftly donned sunglasses, exclaiming with excitement, "This is the most intense evolution I have ever witnessed." Pokémon's form gradually transformed in the embrace of the white light. His diminutive body expanded slightly, and his limbs elongated. Yet, the evolution was far from complete. After a brief pause, Pokémon's newly transformed shape began to change once more. Daigo dared not look, fearing that moving his arms would blind him. But surely this was lasting too long. Pokémon's stature grew more imposing. Now nearly as tall as Daigo, his once round head became more refined, resembling a crown atop his head. His arms widened, and a long, pointed collar adorned his neck. The white light persisted for about a minute before beginning to wane. Only then did Daigo lower his arms, gazing in disbelief at the towering figure in the arena. Could it be? No way. On the opposite side, Nakagawa stared in astonishment at the figure bathed in white light. The commentator was utterly flabbergasted. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The white light dissipated entirely. Pokémon seemed to have leaped from infancy directly into adolescence. His skin turned black, adorned with blue patterns. The yellow beak extended into 3 points, resembling a crown. A blue V-shaped collar around his neck accentuated his nobility. Pokémon, Daigo murmured in disbelief. Previously, Cocadola evolved in anger into Cadorla. Now, Pokémon has angrily evolved into Emperor Nabo. Pokémon has actually achieved a second stage evolution, surpassing the form of Prince Nabo to become Emperor Nabo. The commentator exclaimed in excitement. According to ancient texts, Emperor Nabo was revered as the Lord of Tides in the Sinnoh region, a Pokémon worshipped since antiquity. The commentator grabbed a book handed to him by a staff member and explained to the audience. Abio. Emperor Nabo glanced down at his newly transformed self, his face devoid of any expression. The once adorable sound of Pog now emanated a regal coldness. Buzz. Suddenly, a torrent of water spiraled around Emperor Nabo. This was not triggered by the move whirlpool, but rather by the surging energy within Emperor Nabo. His formidable aura enveloped the entire battle arena, fixating on the stunned Toad King not far away. You dared to damage my sword, didn't you? Abio. Emperor Nabo raised his wing-like arms, a chilling aura swirling around him. Swish. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The battlefield transformed into an icy expanse. On the smooth ice lay a grand ice sculpture and a spiraling ice structure reaching towards the heavens. Crack. The spiral ice sculpture shattered into pieces too small for the eye to discern, resembling shards of ice cascading from the sky, showering the entire arena. Emperor Nabo strode towards Toad King, now encased in ice and unable to escape, halting before the icy sculpture. He slowly raised his arm, aiming at Toad King trapped within the ice. A silvery gray sheen enveloped his arm. With a swift thrust, he plunged into the ice. Boom. The sculpture exploded into countless fragments. Emperor Nabo's gaze descended slowly, embodying the essence of the Lord of Tides, overlooking all. Chapter 133. It's quite normal for an emperor to possess a sword. Toad King collapsed, his eyes swirling in confusion. Toad King was unable to continue the battle. Emperor Nabo emerged victorious. To think he evolved mid-battle, Nakagawa gritted his teeth as he recalled Toad King into its Pokeball. Anyone would perceive an opponent as weak if a mere initial stage Pokémon could reach the top 16. Yet, only when faced with the reality could one truly grasp the overwhelming pressure of the opponent. Nakagawa regretted his pre-match bravado. However, he had prepared thoroughly for the championship of this tournament. Go. Constructo. Bang. A flash of white light, and Constructo appeared on the battlefield. Constructo possessed a gray-brown body encircled by layers of pink muscle. Above its black and white eyes lay a furrowed brow. Between its eyes was a round red nose, and a tuft of gray beard adorned its chin. Most striking were the two concrete pillars it supported on the ground. A pure fighting type, Constructo. Daigo assessed that its strength was somewhat greater than that of the previous Toad King. Is this its true power? Daigo wondered aloud. Earlier, Daigo had watched Nakagawa's battles on television. However, neither Toad King nor Constructo had appeared in those matches. Though it was difficult to accurately gauge the opponent's strength on screen, Daigo felt there was something amiss with this Nakagawa. His commands were merely simplistic calls for moves, and his Pokémon executed them without any tactical nuance. There was a lack of the usual synergy between a trainer and their Pokémon. So that's it. Daigo furrowed his brow, coming to a realization. Swords Dance. Emperor Nebo had not practiced Counter Shield. This Swords Dance was merely a standard one. For small swords suddenly materialized around Emperor Nebo, revolving around him. The appearance of the small swords bore a striking resemblance to one that Pogamon had once donned in Oridoran City. Sonic Punch. The builders swiftly advanced, lifting one of the concrete pillars, suggesting that it be renamed the Sonic Column. Emperor Napu's expression remained indifferent as he raised his arms to block. Bang! Emperor Napu successfully defended against the Sonic Punch, only stepping back 2 paces. With a fierce roar, he lunged forward, propelling himself like a spinning top towards the builder. Sonic Punch. The builder quickly hoisted the concrete pillar, aiming directly at Emperor Napu. Bang! Emperor Napu shattered the extending concrete pillar with ease. The rapidly spinning top collided with the builder, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. The builder was unable to continue the fight. Victory belonged to Emperor Napu. The referee observed the builder's condition and declared the result. Emperor Napu landed gracefully, straightening his posture and casting a condescending glance at Sayakawa. Upon meeting Emperor Napu's gaze, Sayakawa's expression soured. If only he had refrained from making bold proclamations before the match. The handshake would be broadcasted, a resounding slap to his own face. He had thought he was fully prepared, yet now he faced utter defeat. With his final chance, Sayakawa hurled his last Pokeball skyward. Bang! A Pokémon resembling a gorilla materialized on the field. Its primary hue was red, with its face, hands, and the tips of its legs adorned in orange, featuring 3 orange spots on its abdomen. Flames resembling upward extending eyebrows graced its eyes, while 2 orange seabird-like patterns decorated its back. It was the Daruma baboon. Daigo regarded the creature with calm composure. Although it had reached the Lord level, its type was disadvantageous against Emperor Napu, who excelled in water-type moves. Moreover, Emperor Napu's current status was formidable, boasting an attack of 2 and a special attack of 6. Daigo was uncertain how the Daruma baboon could contend. Flame Charge. Sayakawa shouted furiously. At the very least, he needed to defeat this Emperor Napu. Otherwise, losing 3-0 would be akin to a self-inflicted humiliation after his pre-match bravado. The evolved Emperor Napu held the water and steel types, which did not resist fire-type moves. Emperor Napu gazed coolly at the Daruma baboon, engulfed in flames, charging towards him. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged upward. Its aura enveloped the entire venue, instilling a sense of pressure among the spectators. Remarkably, this was merely the aura emanating from Emperor Napu, who had just entered the Quasi-King level. Though this small venue was not insignificant, to completely cover it with his presence was a formidable challenge, achievable only due to Emperor Napu's competitive spirit. Yet, it was a testament to his might, truly deserving of the title Lord of Waves. This was a new technique that Pachima had mastered after evolving into Emperor Napu. Wave Crash. Flames and waves collided in the center of the arena. In an instant, a massive cloud of steam enveloped the battlefield like a dense morning fog, obscuring visibility. Surely, Emperor Napu must have expended considerable energy. Sayakawa prayed that the Daruma baboon could vanquish Emperor Napu with Flame Charge. The victory was no longer paramount. Defeating Emperor Napu was the priority. Pre-match bravado could be considered a tactical ploy. However, to be humiliated with a score of 3-0 was an entirely different matter. Compared to Sayakawa, Daigo remained remarkably composed. He pondered whether the rapid 2-stage evolution would have any effect on Emperor Napu. Unlike Kokodora's evolution, which relied on stored energy to break through its limitations, Pachima had been trapped in a bottleneck, previously indicating a desire to evolve. Yet, it was unexpected for it to skip an intermediate form and evolve directly into its final form. There had been no documented cases of a Pokémon achieving 2 consecutive evolutions in one go. A post-battle health check was inevitable. As the steam gradually dissipated, The silhouettes of the two Pokémon were revealed. The Daruma baboon and Emperor Napu stood facing each other, seemingly unscathed. This was unexpected. Daigo was taken aback. The wave crash executed after a sword dance should have been sufficient to eliminate the Daruma baboon in a single strike. There was not only a gap in strength, but also a type advantage. It was meant to be a decisive victory. Yet, the Daruma baboon still stood? No. Upon closer inspection, Daigo noticed that while the Daruma baboon was indeed standing, it had peacefully closed its eyes. With a roar, Emperor Napu cast a glance at the approaching referee and confidently turned away. The Daruma baboon was unable to continue the fight. Victory belonged to Emperor Napu. The referee waved the green flag, declaring Daigo the winner. How could this be? Sayakawa's face paled. He wished desperately that time could rewind, so he would not have taunted Daigo before the match. Well, perhaps the news could be trusted more now. You've worked hard. If the sword breaks, I'll buy you another. I'll have a custom sword made for you when we return, Daigo said, patting Emperor Napu's shoulder earnestly. Given your current condition, you need to undergo a thorough health check. Daigo suddenly felt nostalgic for the small Pachima, who could still be playfully patted on the head. The little gem of his team, the source of joy, had grown into a king. With a gentle nod, Emperor Napu raised a hand towards his waist. It seemed quite normal for the Emperor to have a sword. Chapter 134, Hatching. The long-awaited sword. Inside the Pokeball, Pachima fell into silence. How is this so different from himself? No, this is unfair. He would have to demand more minerals from his trainer later. Otherwise, the imbalance within him would remain unresolved. Under normal circumstances, Pachima would likely have stifled a laugh and then requested more minerals for his dear friend. However, now, Emperor Napu merely reached out, tapping Pachima's Pokeball before returning to his own. His personality had indeed changed dramatically after evolving, Daigo mused, glancing at the Pokeball on his belt with a wry smile. No wonder it was called Emperor Napu. Yet, it seemed Emperor Napu's affection for his dear friend, Pachima, and his fondness for swords had not wavered. After the battle concluded, as per protocol, both trainers were required to shake hands in reconciliation. Daigo extended his hand first towards the visibly uncomfortable Sayakawa. You fought well, but I hope next time, you'll battle using your own Pokémon. Sayakawa's hand froze. As if a lie had been exposed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was clear he had been seen through. Why did Daigo have to say it in front of the cameras? Daigo shook Sayakawa's hand briefly before turning away amidst the cheers, leaving Sayakawa helpless before the cameras. Outside of the camera's gaze, Summer Chuan found himself utterly helpless against Daigo and had no choice but to exit the scene in defeat. After all, who was it that had mocked him prior to the competition? Daigo felt a sense of relief wash over him, leaving only the hope that there were no issues with his newly evolved Kingdra. Upon leaving the competition venue, Daigo promptly made his way to the Pokémon Center, requesting Nurse Joy to conduct a thorough examination of his Kingdra. Understood, Nurse Joy replied with a professional smile as she accepted Kingdra's Pokeball. Having watched the match at the front desk, she had already prepared the necessary equipment. Daigo remained by Kingdra's side throughout the treatment and examination process, his Pokeballs gently swaying at his waist, reflecting his concern for Kingdra. However, they refrained from making an appearance, fearing that their sudden appearance might intimidate other trainers into withdrawing from the competition. After all, facing a member of the Elite Four would likely result in surrender for many. Fortunately, only Riolu appeared by Daigo's side, patiently waiting together with him. Seated on the sofa in the lobby, Daigo stroked Riolu while explaining the ongoing matches in other venues. The examination took longer than expected, and it was not until noon that Nurse Joy returned to Daigo with Kingdra's Pokeball in hand. Hello, Daigo. The examination of Kingdra is complete. Daigo hurried to his feet, accepting the Pokeball along with the examination results. Fortunately, the results indicated that Kingdra was in excellent health, which brought a sigh of relief from Daigo. Some Pokémon, upon reaching a certain level of strength, could swiftly complete their final evolution, though it typically took several days. This was the first instance of an instantaneous evolution from the initial stage to the final one. Thankfully, Kingdra was unharmed, which was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon returning to his room, the space that had once felt adequately spacious now seemed cramped due to the transformation of his little penguin into a grand Kingdra. Nonetheless, it remained tolerable. Congratulations on evolving into Kingdra. Various Pokémon voices echoed within the room. Kingdra dined alongside Bashikatala, casting a glance at Daigo, who was affectionately petting the head of his Corviknight. Quietly, Kingdra retrieved a piece of mineral from behind and nudged it toward Bashikatala. Kaka? Bashikatala inquired softly. Hubu. Kingdra grinned. Before, my hands were too small. Now I can offer you something larger. Kaka, good brother. Kingdra patted Bashikatala's armor with a light chuckle. After all, who could deny that they were best friends? Metagross observed the playful exchange between Kingdra and Bashikatala, fully aware that such small antics could hardly escape its notice. However, Daigo had mentioned that if Porygon-Z had taken it, then so be it. Thus, Metagross chose to disregard the matter. What about the Pokémon egg? Daigo surveyed the room, realizing he could not locate the Pokémon egg. This shouldn't be. I thought I left it on the bed. Daigo paused, turning his attention to Kingdra, who was standing upright, placing a bowl of food on the curled tail of Bashikatala. Previously, Daigo had mentioned letting Porygon-Z hold the egg for a while. Kingdra, where's the egg? Hubu? Kingdra tilted its head, pointing beneath itself. The Pokémon egg lay snugly tucked beneath Kingdra. Well, that is quite in line with an emperor penguin style. Kingdra's black skin, adorned with dark feathers, was remarkably soft. Be careful not to crack the egg, Daigo warned. Hubu, I know. Suddenly, Kingdra froze, lowering its gaze toward the Pokémon egg. Daigo swiftly navigated around the Pokémon and bent down to retrieve the egg. Crack, crack. He heard as several more fissures appeared on the shell. Hubu, look, it cracked on its own. Not my fault. Kingdra exclaimed in haste. This anxious demeanor was rather reminiscent of Porygon-Z. The egg is about to hatch. Daigo exclaimed with delight, explaining to Kingdra. Hubu? Kingdra blinked in surprise, rushing closer to gaze intently at the trembling Pokémon egg in Daigo's hands. Bring the sword. Bring the sword. The surrounding Pokémon encircled Daigo, all eyes fixed on the egg. The birth of a new life. Sensing the multitude of gazes, the Pokémon inside the egg seemed eager to emerge. The cracks on the shell multiplied. Crack. The egg in Daigo's hands split in two, revealing a long, slender form adorned with a long red ribbon pushing against the shell, exposing faint purple eyes. Aegislash. Daigo was taken aback. It was indeed a shiny Aegislash. Curious about this new world, the Aegislash began to float and survey its surroundings, revealing its entire form. Aegislash resembled a sword, encased in a scabbard adorned with intricate patterns and a ghostly face motif. Notably, the faint purple eye on the sword's guard was its true form. A long red ribbon, tapering to a pale purple end, was tied at the end of the sword's hilt. The blade, which should have been white, was now a vibrant red. Hubu? Kingdra gasped in astonishment. It truly has come to wield a sword. The Aegislash, having completed its inspection, floated before Daigo. Giving a gentle wobble, Daigo chuckled softly, embracing Aegislash. Hello, Aegislash. My name is Daigo, and congratulations on becoming our new member. Who? Aegislash scanned the room, filled with Pokémon. This is Metagross, this is Corviknight, and this is... The eye on Aegislash's guard blinked, and it soared from Daigo's embrace, floating beside Kingdra and curiously examining it. A large question mark appeared above its head. It sensed a familiar aura emanating from Kingdra, but seemed to recall it being much smaller. How had it grown so much in the blink of an eye? Hubu. Kingdra raised a hand to catch the floating Aegislash, gazing at it with delight. This is the sword I have longed for. Chapter 135, The Little Cherished Aegislash. The newly hatched Aegislash was still quite small, comparable in size to Porygon-Z. It would take some time before it grew to its normal size. Daigo looked at the diminutive Aegislash, momentarily unsure of what to feed it. This little one appeared to lack a mouth, resembling a steel dumbbell. According to legend, Aegislash absorbs the life force of humans. Thus, it should also be able to absorb energy, much like how dumbbells absorb the magnetic energy and power from magnets. Daigo retrieved a steel gem from his bag and offered it to the Aegislash cradled in Kingdra's embrace. Hubu, one piece is not enough. Give me another one. No, give me a whole backpack. The little creature had just been born, and Daigo estimated that it wouldn't be able to finish even one steel gem. With a roll of his eyes at Kingdra, Daigo explained. Aegislash blinked its eyes, wrapping the steel gem Daigo had offered in its red ribbon. The energy contained within the steel gem began to flow into Aegislash. Before long, the little sword blade fell into a slumber. Its eyes gently closed in the innocence of infancy, still firmly ensconced in the drowsy phase of its early life. The Emperor, Napole, carefully placed the sword blade upon the bed, tucking it in with a tender touch. This was hardly the demeanor of an emperor. Rather, he resembled a devoted caretaker. The Lord of Waves had completely stepped out of character. With the newly arrived infant in their midst, the team maintained a hushed reverence, cautious not to disturb the serene atmosphere. Even the crunching sound of Boss Keter biting into minerals seemed to soften inexplicably. Daigo sat beside the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping sword blade, his thoughts wandering. If the sword blade could absorb the energy from gems, might it also be able to draw nourishment from Moo milk? Just imagine, a whole basin of milk for it to frolic in. After the day's competition concluded, Daigo remained in his quarters, while his Pokémon astonishingly refrained from training, opting instead to watch over the newly born little one as it woke, played, ate, and slept. The sword blade could hardly fathom its fortune, having acquired 7 caretakers upon entering the world. On the 4th day of the colorful spirit festival, Daigo, having triumphed in the first match, found himself slated for the opening battle of the day. In the grand arena, Daigo stood on the battlefield, idly observing the countdown displayed on the large screen above. Just yesterday, he had been accompanied by Pachima, yet today he was joined by Riolu. It was unavoidable. Aside from the freshly born sword blade, Riolu was the only other Pokémon small enough to accompany him. Furthermore, it needed a bit of affection to bolster their bond. The little sword blade remained at the Pokémon Center under the watchful eye of Emperor Nepal, while Daigo had made his team arrangements. After all, it was unlikely anyone could defeat Daigo's remaining Pokémon. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the contestant Yangping had yet to arrive. Thus, Daigo advanced to the semifinals by default. He was genuinely surprised that a withdrawal had occurred. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. If one were to be swept through in a match of 8-4, the return would be met with pointed fingers and whispers. Look over there. That one merely lucked into the top 8, only to be swept away in a 6-0 defeat. In the case of an absence, there were at least some excuses to deflect the scrutiny. Daigo shrugged, seizing the opportunity to return early and check on the sword blade. Speaking of this colorful spirit festival, Daigo felt as though he was participating in a baby cup. The only dark horse in the competition seemed to be the trainer accompanied by a lizard king. With an unremarkable appearance, Daigo had little recollection of them. However, observing their command during battles alongside the Lizard King's prowess indicated they were indeed a formidable opponent. At the very least, he had not encountered a trainer like Divine Beastman. Should he come across one, Daigo believed he still held a significant chance of victory. If those divine beasts were truly so powerful, they likely wouldn't obediently follow such trainers. Therefore, the odds of success appeared to be quite favorable. Just a couple more matches, and Daigo could secure the championship title of the Colorful Spirit Festival. Upon returning to his room, Daigo beheld the sword blade nestled comfortably on the belly of Emperor Nepal, who was also asleep on the bed, blissfully unaware of the time passing. Are you truly playing the role of a caretaker? Daigo gently lifted the sword blade onto the bed. Sensing the absence of the little one, Emperor Nepal instinctively reached down to pat his belly. Upon discovering the sword blade was missing, he sat up abruptly, and upon seeing it snugly nestled in the blankets, he let out a relieved sigh. So you fell asleep while watching over the little one? Daigo chuckled softly. Suddenly, Emperor Nepal recalled the moment after Daigo had left. Gripping the hilt of the sword, he drew the sword blade from its sheath, admiring its blood-red blade while murmuring praises of perfection. He then sheathed the sword blade once more, securing it at his waist. Ah, how exquisite, he mused. The sword blade, still in a daze, blinked its eyes in confusion. While it could not comprehend what Emperor Nepal was doing, it felt joy emanating from his delighted expression. As they played, Emperor Nepal became infected by the sword blade's energy and soon dozed off beside it. With a sudden realization, Emperor Nepal sprang from the bed, stretching his limbs. Caring for a child is indeed exhausting. Daigo, observing the seemingly nonchalant Emperor Nepal, narrowed his eyes, sensing that he had perhaps engaged in some mischief in Daigo's absence. Where is your regal demeanor, Lord of Waves? Please, refrain from stepping out of character any further. Daigo checked his backpack. The minerals remained intact. At the very least, Emperor Nepal had not recklessly allowed the sword blade to absorb minerals indiscriminately. The newly born sword blade had a modest appetite. Overindulgence could lead to digestive issues. Bossketter, on the other hand, was a different story. Bang, bang, bang. The pokeballs at his waist opened automatically, and a throng of burly Pokémon gathered around the little sword blade, captivated by its charm. This is what it means to be the center of attention. Even the stoic Scyther regarded the sword blade with curiosity and affection. Indeed, in the presence of the sword blade, Scyther too had stepped out of character. It was understandable. This was their first encounter with a newborn Pokémon emerging from its egg. I, too, was fortunate enough to have an ensemble of elite-level caretakers right from birth. Daigo mused as he watched the sword blade surrounded by adoring Pokémon, unable to squeeze himself into the circle. Upon closer reflection, the Steel Ghost type combination endowed it with 8 double resistances, 1 quadruple resistance, and 3 immunities. Out of the 18 types, it possessed a remarkable 12 resistances, with only 4 types having a double effectiveness against it. Furthermore, once it evolved into the formidable Doublade, it could both attack and defend, making it a true powerhouse. In future doubles battles, Emperor Nepal could partner with Doublade, allowing him to mitigate fighting-type attacks and reduce vulnerabilities. Yet, Daigo pondered, Such a scenario would surely lead to an increasingly peculiar dynamic. Chapter 136, The Semifinals. On the 5th day of the colorful Spirit Festival, the competition for the top 4 commenced. This time, Daigo's opponent had not withdrawn. Both competitors were now positioned within the grand arena, excluding Emperor Nepal, who remained behind to care for the sword blade. Daigo had 5 Pokémon at his disposal, though ultimately, he anticipated that only 1 or 2 Pokémon would make an appearance. Among them, only Boss Keter and Metagross bore items, equipped with Mega Evolution Stones, while the remaining 3 Pokémon had shed their items. Today marked the 5th day of the tournament, and it remained to be seen who would grace the final stage tomorrow. The contestants for this battle were none other than the unstoppable Daigo, who had advanced to the semifinals with only Emperor Nepal, and the determined contestant Amy from the Johto region, who had fought through adversity to reach this point, seeking to leave no regrets. Daigo observed his opponent across the battlefield, a girl with long brown hair clad in the uniform of the Yuhong Academy. This was his first encounter with a female competitor. Perhaps she was not particularly adept at unstructured battles, which led her to participate in the Hoenn Colorful Spirit Festival. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed this year's trainers had faced quite a challenging journey. The Quartz Conference features the vibrant hues of crimson and emerald, while the Colorful Conference boasts the formidable Daigo. The Lily of the Valley Conference showcases the prowess of Sharona. Considering the timeline, it is likely that the forthcoming Myera Conference will also see Karenai participating during this period. It appears that only the Higaki Conference offers these trainers a chance to contend for the champion's title. Thus, we have the Champions Cup in the Galar region. Are you tempted to test your mettle against Dance Charizard? In the center of the arena, Daigo and Ami exchanged a firm handshake, their silence punctuated by mutual respect. Before returning to their respective positions, the semifinals of the Colorful Conference commenced, featuring Daigo versus Ami. The match began with the referee's authoritative call, prompting both trainers to send forth their first Pokémon. Lo and behold, the armored bird soared gracefully in the air, calmly observing its opponent's Pokémon. Meanwhile, the Azure Nidoqueen made its entrance, unleashing a fearsome roar towards the armored bird. Stealth Rock. Daigo and Ami simultaneously commanded, unexpectedly invoking the same move. The armored bird executed a swift turn, scattering several energy rocks that coalesced into Stealth Rock upon landing, while Nidoqueen summoned a number of rocks that levitated around it, dispersing across the battlefield. The 2 formations of Stealth Rock barely flickered in the light before vanishing from sight. Daigo chuckled softly. Now, that's more like it. Spikes. Ice Beam. The armored bird, undeterred, flapped its wings to release a flurry of energy spikes onto the ground. Nidoqueen opened its maw, conjuring a swirling sphere of icy blue energy, launching a twisting beam toward the armored bird. The armored bird stood its ground, absorbing the ice beam with minimal repercussions, merely shedding the ice shards that clung to its body before scattering more spikes onto the ground. Thunderbolt. Aerial Ace. Witnessing Nidoqueen erupt with crackling electricity, the armored bird swiftly descended to the ground, folding its wings to restore its strength. A powerful surge of electricity struck the armored bird, yet it sustained little damage due to the loss of its flying type. Come back, armored bird. Daigo recalled his Pokémon, casting a glance at his companion, Riolu. Go, Riolu. Riolu. The Pokémon nodded affirmatively, dashing onto the battlefield. The previously laid Stealth Rock began to manifest, converging towards Riolu. With a thud, several rocks encased Riolu, only to dissipate after a brief collision. Nidoqueen. Earth Power. Ami called out. With a flash of electricity, Nidoqueen stomped forcefully. Riolu, agile and quick, darted around, advancing toward Nidoqueen. Uncertain whether Nidoqueen possessed the ability to inflict poison point or was merely a forceful type, one could reasonably dismiss the possibility of its competitive spirit. The ground trembled, a rock protruding unexpectedly, yet Riolu nimbly evaded it with a leap. Vacuum Wave. The airborne Riolu launched a fist toward Nidoqueen, the punch imbued with unseen energy waves striking Nidoqueen. With a resounding thud, Nidoqueen staggered back, regaining its footing. Sludge Wave. See through it. Nidoqueen bellowed, as the terrain transformed, resembling a turbulent sea, with the earth's hue shifting to a shade of purple. Riolu, focused intently, opted to leap into the air to avoid the impending sludge wave. This moment presented an opportune chance for Nidoqueen to counterattack. Rock Slide. Nidoqueen commanded, levitating several rocks that hurtled toward Riolu. With a flash of electricity, Riolu adeptly maneuvered amidst the flying debris. Daigo discerned Nidoqueen's abilities, realizing that its skill set was laden with additional effects, each boasting considerable power. If it were not equipped with a life orb, it could only possess the forceful trait, Bullet Punch. Utilizing the rocks as a springboard, Riolu closed the gap between itself and Nidoqueen with a sudden burst of speed. A fist struck Nidoqueen squarely in the face, sending it tumbling to the ground. Get up, Nidoqueen. Use Poison Jab. As Nidoqueen struggled to rise, Riolu capitalized on the moment, raising its frosty fist and delivering a crushing blow to Nidoqueen's back. With a thud, Nidoqueen collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Nidoqueen is unable to battle. Riolu claims victory. Ami softly addressed the Pokeball in her hand, recalling Nidoqueen. Now, with spikes and 2 layers of terrain hazards on her side, her primary objective was to clear the field. Go, Donphan. Ami swiftly dispatched her second Pokémon. A yellow creature resembling a hedgehog, adorned with numerous brown, spiky armor plates. Rapid Spin. Swords Dance. Daigo refrained from interrupting Ami's attempt to clear the field, opting instead to enhance his own strategy. 4 blades materialized around Riolu, spiraling around it in a dance of power. Upon its entrance, Donphan was immediately ensnared by the stealth rock and pricked by the spikes beneath, yet it miraculously resisted the rock-type assault. Curling into a ball, Donphan began to spin at high velocity, creating gusts of wind that cleared the battlefield of hazards. Meanwhile, Riolu reveled in the benefits of its Swords Dance, preparing for the next assault. Ice Punch. Riolu surged forward, its frosty fist aimed at Donphan. After a single Swords Dance, Riolu's Ice Punch was more than sufficient to bring Donphan down. The disparity in raw power was evident, as Riolu displayed the prowess to sweep through its opponents. Ami recognized that Donphan, being a ground type, would struggle against this Ice Punch. Hang in there. Chapter 137. How can I be outdone? Donphan crossed its arms defensively, bracing for Riolu's Ice Punch. With a resounding impact, Donphan was pushed back, leaving marks on the ground as it struggled to maintain its stance. Gritting its teeth, Donphan fought to remain upright, determined not to fall. Stubbornly, with a flash of electricity, Riolu retracted its arm, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick. Before Donphan's claws could land a strike, Riolu's foot sent it flying away. Lying motionless on the ground, Donphan was unable to continue the battle. Donphan is unable to battle. Riolu achieves victory. Riolu had managed to defeat 2 opponents in succession. With its newfound strength after the Swords Dance, could it accomplish the remarkable feat of taking down 6 in the semifinals? The announcer was noticeably excited. Historically, such a sweep in a league conference was a rarity, especially in the semifinals. After all, each participant on this stage possessed considerable skill. Therefore, such occurrences were seldom witnessed. Regrettably, Daigo's prowess now surpassed that of these competitors, as he had already been capable of matching trainers of Macaulay's caliber before the tournament commenced. Thank you for your efforts, Donphan. Ami recalled her Pokémon, keeping her primary goal of clearing the hazards in mind. The King of the Mountains has performed admirably. However, Qing Ding's strategy has been anticipated by Dawu, granting Lulu the opportunity to enhance its offensive capabilities. Let us go, Shelmet. Aim hurled a Pokeball into the sky, and with a resounding pop, a white light surged forth from the open ball. A creature, shielded by dual shells, emerged, a dark body, round and smooth like a pearl. With a mischievous grin, Shelmet made its entrance. The combination of water and ice types is indeed countered by Lulu. With determination, Lulu dashed forward, its hands glowing with radiant white light. Shell Smash. Shelmet chuckled as it tightly closed its outer shell. Bang! The enormous shell was sent flying by Lulu, spinning through the air until it fell to the ground. Yet, within the open shell, there was naught. Icicle. Lulu swiftly turned to see Shelmet ensnared within a smaller shell. The sharp tip atop its head unleashed 5 icicles in an instant. See-through. Lulu, momentarily taken aback, quickly readied itself, scanning the trajectories of the 5 icicles and predicting their paths with precision. With agile grace, it evaded them all. After using Shell Smash, Shelmet's offensive and speed attributes would see a significant boost, yet its defensive capabilities would correspondingly diminish. In a flash of light, retreat into the shell. Aim called out urgently. However, this time, Lulu observed the retreating Shelmet and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick from above. Bang! Shelmet's shell remained grounded, leaving only a shallow dent. With force, Lulu struck down upon Shelmet's shell, unleashing a shockwave of invisible energy. The impact sent Shelmet flying several meters, crashing to the ground. The protective shell that guarded it also opened, revealing a Shelmet that had succumbed to unconsciousness. Shelmet is unable to battle. Lulu emerges victorious. At that moment, the large screen displayed that 3 Pokeballs on Aim's side had dimmed, leaving only 3 Pokemon at her disposal. Shelmet, you have done exceptionally well. Phew. Aim took a deep breath, exhaling heavily. Lulu had already taken down 3 opponents, yet its small stature limited the power it could wield. Were it to evolve into Lucario, overcoming 6 opponents would pose no challenge. This may explain the gradual deceleration in Lulu's strength enhancement. Even after Pachima evolved into Empoleon, it may not have surpassed Lulu in sheer strength. However, in a real confrontation, Lulu would not be a match for Empoleon, even in its unenhanced state. On the opposing side, AIM's abilities were commendable. Lulu still retained more than half of its stamina, more than capable of dealing with the remaining 3 Pokémon. Yet, as the match progressed, Lulu's energy would inevitably wane. Stamina quietly dissipates during exertion. Thus, after sustaining damage, the rate of decline accelerates. Go. Hitmontop. AIM sent forth her 4th Pokémon. Hitmontop, with its spring-like legs, is a fighting-type Pokémon focused on leg attacks. Its body is exceptionally flexible, allowing for many unconventional maneuvers. Hitmontop. Low kick. With a determined gaze, Hitmontop raised its leg and aimed a kick at Lulu's lower body. Mimic. Though Mimic can replicate an opponent's attack, it has no effect if used as a counter. Bang. Hitmontop extended its springy leg, executing a long-range close combat attack. Lulu promptly lifted its leg, intercepting the incoming kick. Landing a foot upon the springy portion, it effectively disrupted Hitmontop's attack. Drain Punch. Lulu then leapt upon Hitmontop's springy leg, its fist emanating a gleaming white light. Surprise Attack. The springy leg that Lulu had previously grounded lost its obstruction as Lulu soared into the air, swiftly rising with a faint dark glow, knocking Lulu away. Lulu twirled in midair, dissipating most of the force before landing safely. Hitmontop's myriad of leg techniques proved somewhat troublesome. Yet, it was evident that despite retracting its springy leg, Hitmontop exhibited signs of discomfort from having been trodden upon by Lulu. Seizing the opportunity, downward kick. Hitmontop extended its leg skyward before bringing it crashing down toward Lulu's position. See-through. Lulu quickly raised its gaze, spotting the rapidly descending kick, and deftly sidestepped. Bang! Hitmontop. AIM exclaimed in concern. Hitmontop's face contorted in pain as its legs struck the ground, sending debris, dust, and shockwaves that propelled Lulu backward. Lulu was also pushed away a short distance before landing on the ground. Daowu frowned, noting that Lulu's stamina was depleting too rapidly, causing a concurrent drop in its energy levels. It was reminiscent of Pachima's struggle. After unleashing 2 water cannons, it would already be fatigued. Otherwise, Lulu should have easily anticipated the trajectory of the downward kick and evaded it flawlessly. Lulu, do you need to take a break? Daowu inquired. Leo. Lulu stubbornly shook its head, bracing itself on its knee to rise again. If it were not itself in battle, but rather Pachima evolved into Empoleon, such a predicament would not arise. But how did it come to this? Its physical state limited the rate of its power enhancement. This is not my true strength. I want to unleash my full potential. Lulu slowly closed its eyes. At that moment, the desire to evolve surged to unprecedented heights. How can I allow myself to be surpassed? Chapter 138. Evolution, Advancing to the Finals. Lulu's evolution requirements are a friendship level of 220 or a friendship score exceeding 158. And it can only evolve during the day. In the city of Oru-Dulong, having learned the truth about Daowu's unique aura, as Riolu finally settled down, it immersed itself completely in the essence of its trainer, Steven. To Riolu, Steven was a person who harbored genuine affection for Pokémon, as well as a profound sense of justice. Throughout its time within the Pokeball, Riolu had been observing Steven closely. Faced with malevolent organizations that threatened the world, Steven did not hesitate to extend his hand in assistance. Even during the tales recounted by its mentor, Scyther, Riolu learned of Steven's deeds prior to its joining the team. During this period, as Steven groomed it and explained various concepts, Riolu felt no inclination to resist. After their experiences in a Krutique city, it had completely acknowledged Steven. Steven was momentarily taken aback as he watched Riolu rise once more. The aura emanating from Riolu began to intensify. Riolu then opened its eyes, calmly locking its gaze onto the opposing Hitmonlee. In mere seconds, it had come to a realization. What was the point of growing stronger alone? Its solitary strength would always be insufficient. The unique bond forged between a trainer and their Pokémon could unleash greater power from both. The reasons for its continuous growth were somewhat distant, yet Riolu held them dear in its heart. You, without a doubt, will become an exceptionally powerful Pokémon in the future. Riolu could not recall who had uttered these words, but it was a sentiment it had heard even before hatching from its egg. Now, all conditions for its evolution had been met. A radiant light enveloped Riolu, and its form began to shift within the brilliance. It evolved. Following Pachima, another Pokémon under Steven's command had evolved during the match. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. As Steven beheld his evolving Riolu, a smile graced his face. In contrast, Ami could only offer a wry smile. Riolu had already proven to be a formidable opponent, and now, having evolved, she feared she would inevitably succumb to defeat. Steven felt a lingering sense that the bond or friendliness between him and Riolu was insufficient, thus delaying Riolu's evolution. Additionally, Riolu's strength had stagnated during training for a brief period. Riolu, being a Pokémon sensitive to emotions, had always been treated with sincerity by Steven. After all, how else could one increase friendship levels? Lucario. With a wave of its hand, Lucario dispelled the white light that surrounded it. Gazing down at its transformed self, Lucario clenched its fist. This is my true strength. Just after its evolution, Lucario felt an overwhelming surge of power within. Go forth, Lucario. Unleash the move you wish to perform. Steven chuckled lightly. Lucario tilted its head and nodded gently at Steven. Raising both palms, it concentrated energy into a blue sphere. Hold steady. Use Flame Kick. Even Ami, at a distance from Lucario, could feel the pressure of the aura sphere. The aura sphere locked onto the energy emanating from Hitmonlee, leaving it with no means of evasion. Rather than retreat, it was better to withstand and attempt to strike Lucario with a Flame Kick. Bang! Hitmonlee braced itself against the aura sphere, forcing out a kick towards Lucario. Amidst the cloud of dust, a leg shot out suddenly. The spring-like leg extended rapidly, igniting with fierce flames at its base. Lucario calmly observed the approaching Flame Kick. In a flash, it transformed into a streak of white light, circumventing Hitmonlee's fiery assault. The resulting gust dispersed the dust surrounding Hitmonlee, leaving it to strike nothing but air. Hitmonlee, wearing a look of bewilderment, turned to see Lucario, who stood with its back turned. The flames astonishingly burned upon Lucario's foot. Imitate. Lucario pivoted, delivering a fiery kick to Hitmonlee. Bang! Hitmonlee crashed to the ground, even executing an extended split. As the flames dissipated, the referee's voice rang out. Hitmonlee is unable to battle. Lucario wins. Following this, Imi's subsequent Pokémon, Lickitung and Flareon, fell to Lucario one after the other. Lucario had achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 6 opponents in succession. Let us shower Lucario and trainer Steven with applause and cheers. The commentator shouted excitedly into the microphone. Did you not mention the spikes I laid in the early game? Ami remarked. The hidden rocks set by her at the start had only caught Riolu once before it was overwhelmed by Lucario. Riolu returned to Steven's side, its body growing weak as it collapsed into Steven's embrace. After the match, Steven and Ami shook hands once more. Congratulations on your Lucario, achieving the remarkable feat of defeating 6 opponents in a row. Ami pouted, somewhat displeased. I apologize, but my Lucario gave its all, Steven replied with a light chuckle. Moreover, your strength is truly formidable. Ami was taken aback. So, because I am strong, you managed to defeat me 6 times? You know, this isn't a way to attract girls. After the semifinals, Steven took Lucario to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Disguised, Mikuri arrived at the Pokémon Center to seek out a certain individual and happened upon Steven, who was waiting for treatment to conclude. Fortunately, the Pokémon Center was only open to contestants during the tournament, so Steven did not need to worry about being surrounded by fans. Mikuri-san, is that you, who vanished for a few days? What? I didn't even expose my skin, and you recognized me? Mikuri exclaimed, pulling off her mask and sunglasses, her face a picture of disbelief as she stared at Steven. Intuition, Steven replied with a smile. I came to congratulate you on reaching the finals, though it was also within my expectations. Mikuri leaned back against the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Steven. By the way, why haven't I seen you these past few days? Don't mention it. After the president of the Damalanchi Association spoke with me, I was assigned to mentor the newly appointed gym leader, Mikuri lamented. I'm also new to my position. Steven chuckled softly, saying, but weren't you just a step away from becoming the champion of the league? That's beside the point. Mikuri waved her hand dismissively, feeling helpless. As contestants began to enter, Mikuri hurriedly donned her sunglasses and mask. Is it really necessary? Steven teased. Mind your own business. I don't want to be in the headlines anymore. You should be grateful. If it weren't for me, your scandals would be running rampant. No wonder I haven't seen any rumors lately. It turns out someone has been bearing the burden. Isn't that your fault? You're just too beautiful. The way you say that makes it sound like you're not complimenting me. Mikuri's eyes, hidden beneath her sunglasses, fixed intently on Steven. You've caught me. Chapter 139. I find that reasonable. Alright, the Pokémon Center is about to open to the public, so you should hurry and leave. Mikuri stood, her hands tucked into the pockets of her coat. You really aren't showing any skin at all. She recalled being cornered by fans to the point of being unable to eat. Trainers like Steven, who steamrolled their way to the finals. typically had a natural charm that attracted fans, especially since he was handsome, drawing in throngs of female admirers. Perhaps you don't feel it yet. But once you win the championship and walk through crowded places, you will understand. Macaulay let out a soft sigh, pondering that had he not been the gym leader, he would likely still be in the same predicament. The roles of gym leaders, Elite Four, and champions are distinct. Such a situation would not arise. After all, one might have official duties, and a reasonable person would not intrude upon them. However, the champion of the tournament is an entirely different matter. Not only does he have a legion of fans, but he is also besieged by a continuous stream of challengers. Take the illustrious champion of the Quartz Conference, Red. For instance, he is inundated with admirers and challengers alike. This led Daigo to contemplate whether he should issue a challenge to the Elite Four right then and there. Is it truly that terrifying? What purpose would I have to deceive you? Macaulay replied helplessly. I still recommend that you challenge the Elite Four as soon as possible. At the very least, the title of regional champion will afford you some respite from interruptions. At most, you might encounter a few eager fans wishing to capture a photograph and boast to their friends about meeting a champion. Enough said, we shall reconnect later. With that, Macaulay hastily departed. Watching Macaulay's hurried departure, Daigo also rose to retrieve the Pokeball containing Lucario. Before ascending the stairs, he indeed noticed a throng of people surging into the Pokémon Center. It seemed fortunate that he had left a step earlier. It truly did appear rather daunting. Upon returning to his room, Daigo beheld a figure brandishing a sword sheath, raising an arm to display the blood-red blade, while exclaiming something about the Emperor of the Waves. King Nappy, is this how you raise your Pokémon? Daigo quirked an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes at King Nappy. Could you refrain from being so out of character? The Lord of the Waves, a somewhat melodramatic penguin. Ahobo, you wouldn't understand. King Nappy slowly sheathed the sword, gently shaking his head at Daigo. Twirl. The sword sheath flew from King Nappy's grasp, floating before Daigo. Daigo cradled the sword sheath, delicately caressing the red satin ribbon. Shall we attend tomorrow's finals together? Twirl. The eyes embedded in the sword sheath gleamed with delight. Ahobo, then let the sword sheath witness my gallant figure. King Nappy placed one hand on his hip, while the other gestured dramatically in front of him, as if donning an invisible hat and sword. Daigo could not suppress a chuckle. It appeared that King Nappy's true nature was not dissimilar to that of Pachima, reminiscent of that mischievous little rascal. It seemed that only during battles would King Nappy exhibit the dignity befitting the Lord of the Waves. There is no need for pretense. Bang! Daigo's Pokémon once again filled the room. Ahobo, King Nappy fixed his gaze on Lucario. In just a few short hours, you've evolved, haven't you? Besides the sword sheath. You are once again at the bottom. Daigo nodded, articulating Lucario's sentiments. Ahobo, King Nappy's body stiffened. It seems that way. Daigo observed his Pokémon, all having evolved into their final forms. The colorful conference had merely served as an opportunity for Daigo to train Pachima and Riolu. He had not anticipated that both little ones would evolve. Then let us take a vote. After securing the championship, shall we challenge the Elite Four? Daigo sat cross-legged on the bed, cradling the puzzled sword sheath. Twirl? Why can't I understand this? The armored bird was the first to raise a wing. Visibly irked by the commentator's failure to mention it, feeling quite indignant. Doesn't counting one Pokémon as defeated count for anything? Just tell me if I caused any harm. If it's not my nail, can Riolu even perform sword dance? Huh, answer me. The armored bird wished it could confront the commentator directly, demanding an explanation. Metagross and Scizor exchanged glances and raised their hands in unison. Lucario also raised his hand, leaving only King Nappy and Porygon-Z. Clack. The Elite Four's status is inconsequential. All I desire is to eat my fill. Porygon-Z nonchalantly patted its belly. Ahobo, King Nappy glanced at his dear friend. I can't shake the feeling that with my current strength, I wouldn't be able to impress anyone. 4-2. Then I suppose the majority rules? Metagross uttered something to Porygon-Z, prompting Porygon-Z to raise its hand. 5-1. Daigo needed no guesswork to discern Metagross's statement. Quite simple. Just 2 words. Satisfying. Finally, he turned his gaze towards King Nappy. Ahobo, why are you still looking at me? My dear friend is going up. What more can I say? King Nappy rolled his eyes at Daigo. Then it's unanimously agreed. The current strongest Metagross, after undergoing Mega Evolution, can also reach the championship level. It is not entirely unfeasible. Thus, it is settled. Daigo decided it would be prudent to train for another month before returning. Tonight, King Nappy and Lucario must train to solidify their strength. As for the sword sheath, I will hold on to it. Earlier in the afternoon, during another semifinal match, Daigo had paid special attention to the trainer wielding Lizardon. His name was Ryanosuk, participating in the colorful conference for the 3rd time, hailing from the Hoenn region's Nami town. His prowess was formidable, making him a strong contender for this year's championship. However, Daigo's participation in this conference likely meant that he would need to wait until the next colorful conference for a chance to claim victory. To be honest, he displayed remarkable tenacity in his pursuit of the championship. Ryanosuk's Lizardin had completed a stunning 4 victories on the semifinal stage. The final score was locked in at 1-6. That evening, the hottest topic of discussion was whether Ryanosuk could secure a single point against Daigo. After all, Daigo had not lost a single point since the tournament began, even scaring some opponents into forfeiting. Daigo naturally noticed this for him. To his surprise, their support ratings were evenly split. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the support for Ryanosuk managing to score against Daigo was matched by the support for Daigo maintaining his perfect record. That was somewhat disheartening, was it not? However, having already suffered 2 defeats, another loss should not be too burdensome, should it? As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. How can one improve without facing adversity? There is truth in that. At the very least, Daigo found it quite reasonable. As for whether Ryanosuk would agree, that was of no concern to Daigo. Chapter 140. The finals commence. The following day marked the arrival of the colorful conference finals. The venue was packed to capacity, with many spectators standing to witness the showdown. Finally, we have reached the finals of this year's colorful conference. I trust that all our esteemed viewers are eagerly anticipating this clash. The contestant Ryanosuk, if I am not mistaken, is making his 3rd appearance on this grand stage. The other contender is none other than Daigo, who has burst onto the scene this year with great fervor, reaching the finals. Without further ado, let us welcome both competitors to the arena. As the conversation concluded, Daigo and Ryanosuk entered the arena in tandem. Daigo was clad in a sleek black casual suit, gently swaying in the breeze, cradling an exquisitely unique sword sheath in his arms as he made his way forward with deliberate grace. Typically, a trainer is permitted to carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon, out of concern for adequately caring for such a multitude. However, Daigo was somewhat of an anomaly. When he set off on his journey, Mukujin had petitioned the league for an increase in the number of Pokémon Daigo could carry. Thus, he was now allowed to bear 12 Pokémon. The 2 competitors exchanged firm handshakes in the center of the arena. Please give it your all, Ryanosuk smiled at Daigo, fully aware of the fate that awaited him. It's better to lose gracefully. Very well, Daigo nodded lightly. With such a request, how could I refuse? The competitors took their positions. It was Daigo from Green Ridge City against Ryanosuk from Mabuki Town. Please send forth your Pokémon. Go, Skarmory. Daigo's opening choice was indeed Skarmory. As expected, Ryanosuk's gaze sharpened as he tossed forth his Pokeball skyward. With a resounding pop, a flash of white light erupted, revealing a large blue canine adorned with yellow fur on its head and parts of its body. Electric, did you predict that my opening Pokémon would be Skarmory? Daigo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. He had only revealed Skarmory, Empoleon, and Lucario during the match, 2 of which were weak to electric-type attacks, making it rather easy to guess. Although Skarmory had slightly lower special defense, the immense disparity in strength between the 2 Pokémon would mitigate significant damage. Woo. Let the match begin. Iron defense. Electric terrain. No spikes. Ryanosuk pondered, bemused by Skarmory's initial move of iron defense. Moreover, Electrike primarily relied on special attacks. What good was bolstering physical defense? Woo. Electrike crackled with electricity, enveloping the arena in a dazzling display. Electric terrain would enhance the power of electric-type moves. Since they were both going all out, Daigo had to ensure that Skarmory dealt some damage. Merely setting spikes would cause the commentators to overlook Skarmory's capabilities. Thunderwave. Withstanding it, use Quick Attack. Thunderwave struck with incredible speed, possessing a homing feature that made evasion nearly impossible. With a swoop, Skarmory dove down, braving the electric assault. Colliding with Electrike, the latter was sent sprawling, tumbling several times across the arena before finally coming to a halt. Thunder. Ryanosuk's expression turned grave as he called out urgently. That had nearly resulted in Electrike's downfall. Woo. Electrike rose to its feet, letting out a fierce howl to the heavens. Dark clouds swiftly gathered above the arena, and a bolt of lightning struck Electrike, causing it to shimmer with golden light and arcs of electricity. Agility, Daigo calmly commanded. Given the accuracy of thunder, it would be quite simple for Skarmory to evade, unless it were currently raining. However, as the lightning bolt crashed down, the clouds dissipated almost immediately. The sky was now clear and bright. With a crackle, a formidable bolt of lightning surged forth from Electrike, crackling loudly as it barreled towards Skarmory. Skarmory flapped its wings rapidly, ascending gracefully to evade the lightning. It then swooped down. As Electrike directed the lightning towards Skarmory, The latter deftly dodged, avoiding the attack. Quick attack. With a resounding crash, Skarmory collided headfirst into Electrike, sending the latter crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Electrike was unable to continue. Skarmory emerged victorious. Return, Electrike. Ryanosuke recalled his Pokémon, astonished at Skarmory's formidable prowess. The sensation of facing it was starkly different from merely observing it. This Skarmory is even stronger than my Sceptile. Could it be that Electrike's Thunder Wave barely affected it? Ryanosuke clenched his teeth, tossing forth his second Pokeball. Go, Blaziken! Blaziken appeared, adorned with white feathers and a V-shaped comb atop its head, bandages wrapped around its limbs, exuding a powerful physique. Could it be that you possess the Hoenn starters? Ryanosuke thought, recalling Sceptile and now Blaziken. Flare Blitz. He commanded. Look out. Blaziken slightly bent its legs, then erupted into astonishing leaps of agility. Flames blazed fiercely as it lunged towards Skarmory with a powerful kick. Brave bird, you seem to prefer a direct confrontation. So let us engage. Skarmory's physical defense was already exceptional, especially with the earlier iron defense. It flapped its wings vigorously, soaring high before descending rapidly. A golden aura enveloped Skarmory, transforming it into a grand avian figure. The magnificent golden bird spread its wings, silently screeching as it clashed with Blaziken's fiery kick. A powerful explosion of black smoke erupted from the collision, engulfing both combatants. Suddenly, Blaziken plummeted from the smoke, trailing wisps of ash. Overheat, Ryanosuke shouted vehemently. As Blaziken fell, its eyes flared open, its body glowing an intense red as scorching energy surged across its surface. Blazing Inferno! Look out! Blaziken roared, unleashing a massive fireball from its mouth. The fireball soared at breakneck speed, expanding into a large shape mid-flight. Skarmory, evade! Amidst the black smoke, Skarmory flapped its wings, dispersing the fog only to witness the enormous fireball hurtling directly at it. With a resounding crash, Skarmory attempted to dodge but was struck by the flames on its right wing, leaving only a faint charred mark. Wing attack. Fire kick. Blaziken landed firmly, gazing up at the descending Skarmory. Flames ignited around its feet as it prepared to deliver a powerful kick toward the oncoming Skarmory. Skarmory's wings glimmered with a white light, its gaze unwavering in the face of Blaziken's flames. With a thunderous impact, the two Pokémon collided, only to be forcefully separated by each other's attacks. Skarmory spread its wings wide, stabilizing its backward momentum and landing firmly on the ground. Blaziken, however, found itself in dire straits, sent hurtling back and crashing to the ground. Blaziken was unable to continue. Skarmory emerged victorious. Could it be that Daigo intends to sweep through all 6 Pokémon with Skarmory? We must remember that Skarmory possesses recovery moves like Roost. Thus, any damage it sustains will be fully restored afterward. No, wait. Daigo recalled Skarmory, transitioning to the next stage as he opened his palm to reveal another Pokeball. With a pop, Lucario made its grand entrance. Chapter 141, Lucario vs. Swampert. Lucario. Is it? Ryanosuke withdrew his third Pokeball and hurled it forth. With a pop, a blue Pokemon adorned with black fins materialized on the battlefield. One of the Hoenn starters, a water-ground type, Swampert. Earthquake. Leap into the air and unleash Aura Sphere. The mighty Swampert slammed its arms into the ground, causing the arena to tremble violently as a surge of ground-type energy emanated from the depths of the earth. Lucario closed his eyes, channeling the power of Aura. He could distinctly perceive the energy concealed beneath the surface. Lucario. In a swift motion, Lucario leaped into the air, and a rock jutted out from the spot where he had been standing. Extending his hands, he brought them together, coalescing a sphere of azure energy. Lucario hurled the Aura Sphere towards Swampert. Boom. The explosion enveloped Swampert in a thick cloud of smoke. With a powerful surge, Swampert, shrouded in a torrent of water, burst forth from the smoke, aiming directly for Lucario's landing point. Lucario. Lucario crossed his arms, only to be struck by Swampert, sending him flying and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Hammerarm. Bone Rush. Seeing Swampert charge recklessly toward him, Lucario's gaze sharpened and is semi-transparent. Earth-toned Bone Club materialized in his hand. Bam! Swampert's heavy arm strike was intercepted by Lucario's Bone Club. The force of the blow pushed Lucario back slightly. Lucario. Lucario angled the Bone Club, dissipating Swampert's momentum. As Swampert stumbled forward, Lucario swiftly maneuvered to its side, unleashing a barrage of strikes with the Bone Club against Swampert's body. Unleash your power, commanded Daigo. Lucario's Bone Club suddenly vanished as he thrust both palms outward against Swampert's side. The force contained within the impact sent Swampert flying several meters away. Earthquake. Lucario. Swampert slammed one arm into the ground, sending debris flying and creating a small crater. As it released its attack, it managed to stabilize its retreating form. Suddenly, a rock erupted from the ground, infused with potent ground-type energy, striking Lucario. Lucario fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. It appears Lucario is in a perilous predicament. It seems that Daigo, who is yet to lose a single point, may indeed face a setback in this final match. The commentator exclaimed, excitement evident in their voice. Rhinosuke's Swampert is merely a step away from reaching semi-legendary status. Given its type advantage, it is only natural for it to engage in battle with Lucario. However, it was unfortunate that Lucario had not mastered any grass-type moves, otherwise, Swampert would surely be in trouble. Stay calm, Lucario. Daigo remained remarkably composed. Having sustained significant damage from the earthquake, Lucario clutched his heaving chest. What a prime opportunity to pursue the advantage. Rhinosuke exclaimed, his face lighting up. Swampert, unleash another earthquake. If Lucario endures another, it may not withstand the blow. Quick attack. Daigo's gaze sharpened as he commanded. Lucario had recently evolved, and his quick attack had yet to be refined. Therefore, now was the time to utilize that move. Lucario bolted forward. Swampert raised its arms, crashing them down. Debris scattered as the intense ground-type energy swept across the arena during the tremors. Lucario tightly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the vibrations of the earthquake. Then, he suddenly thrust forth a foot enveloped in white light. The impact shattered the ground beneath him. Lucario leapt forward, twisting midair. Swampert looked up in astonishment, watching as Lucario soared over its head. Lucario landed and immediately propelled himself forward once more. Kick down. Lucario extended his leg, executing a sliding kick that sent Swampert crashing to the ground. Get up, Swampert. Swampert pushed itself off the ground, attempting to rise. Meditate. Lucario closed his eyes and settled cross-legged on the ground. Energy surged within him. As Swampert regained its footing, Lucario, still with eyes closed, rose as well. Aura Sphere. Earthquake. Lucario shifted his stance, positioning his hands at his waist. Aura rapidly coalesced into a blue energy sphere. This posture bore a resemblance to the Kamehameha technique. Swampert. With a mighty crash, Swampert struck the ground, causing fissures to form in the surrounding terrain. Lucario felt the seismic energy pulsating beneath him and took several steps forward. Leaping into action, Swampert's eyes widened in alarm as a rock suddenly protruded from the ground. Just as it seemed Lucario would collide with the rock, he appeared to anticipate the moment, thrusting the aura sphere forward. Bam! The rock shattered upon impact. Lucario's palms touched the ground, and he performed a roll, landing in front of Swampert. Opening his eyes, he quickly formed another aura sphere between his hands. The blue glow illuminated Swampert's face. Lucario. Boom. A smirk graced Lucario's lips as he unleashed the aura sphere, which exploded upon contact with Swampert's visage. Lucario jumped back, evading the billowing smoke, landing safely on the ground. Swampert was unable to continue fighting, and Lucario emerged victorious. As the smoke cleared, the referee confirmed Swampert's status before waving the flag to announce the result. Now, on the grand screen at the venue, 3 of Rhinosuke's 6 Pokeballs had dimmed. Meanwhile, Daigo still had all 6 glowing. Moreover, only 2 of his Pokemon's icons were visible. Impressive, Rhinosuke, Daigo remarked as he recalled Swampert, a wry smile gracing his face. Yet, he had anticipated such an outcome. With Daigo's powerful Skarmory, and considering the earlier appearances of Kingdra and Lucario, it seemed they were merely honing their skills. Furthermore, Daigo's other Pokemon's strengths remained shrouded in mystery. From the very beginning, he had abandoned substitution strategies in favor of an all-out offensive. This was a tactic favored by many trainers. Substitution? I know nothing of that. I only know how to strike with sheer strength. Daigo believed that substitution would not be beneficial in this tournament. Instead, he opted for a strategy of mutual aggression, favoring their preferred style of ferocious attacks. Rhinosuke retrieved his 4th Pokeball, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. He then opened his eyes and spoke solemnly. Even in defeat, there lies a chance for victory. With a swift toss of the Pokeball, a burst of white light revealed Rhinosuke's 4th Pokemon, Riolu. With a deep purple body and sapphire-like eyes, it was a familiar sight to Daigo. The ghostly Pokemon, Gengar. This would effectively neutralize Lucario's fighting-type moves. Given that Lucario had only recently evolved, many of his moves remained unrefined and unfamiliar. After meditating, the primary objective was to enhance the power of the aura sphere. However, it now seemed as though the meditation had little effect. Lucario, can you continue? Daigo inquired, concerned about the formidable strength of Swampert's earthquake. Lucario. Lucario took a deep breath and replied firmly, absolutely. Unleash Bullet Punch. As the tournament draws to a close, it seems that the chapters in this book related to the tournament are relatively few in the realm of Pokemon literature. Haha. Chapter 142, A Battle of Pride. Lucario inhaled deeply, his speed surging. Under the tutelage of Scyther, Lucario had grown fond of the combination of quick attacks acceleration and the rapid-fire punches of Bullet Punch. Surprise attack. Crack. The mesmerizing gaze of Galenian swiftly raised its palms and struck the waist of Lucario. The latter's body trembled, its fist suspended in midair, as its wide eyes gradually returned to their normal state. Unyielding spirit. Lucario's speed surged, and it unleashed a powerful Bullet Punch, sending Galenian hurtling away. With a flurry of strikes, Lucario summoned a shimmering, translucent bone club, its form coalescing into existence. With newfound velocity, Lucario easily closed the distance to the airborne Galenian, deftly maneuvering the bone club as if engaged in a game of ping-pong, continually launching Galenian into the air. Ghostly flames. Galenian spread its arms wide, unleashing several ethereal blue fireballs that soared toward Lucario below. In a flash of electricity, Lucario retreated swiftly, but the relentless ghostly flames pursued unyieldingly. Tracking? Then I shall shatter them. Lucario's gaze sharpened as it wielded the bone club, obliterating the incoming ghostly flames with decisive strikes. This afforded Galenian a moment to catch its breath. Self-regeneration. The energy on Galenian's surface surged, its wounds rapidly healing. Thank you, Mimicry. Lucario also began to recover from its own injuries, the damage inflicted by Swampert nearly restored. Longji's brow furrowed as he declared, Shadow of the Night. Galenian, with claws bared, summoned a malevolent shadow behind it, which emulated Galenian's movements and lunged toward Lucario. With a flurry of strikes, the shadow engulfed Lucario. As Lucario completed its self-regeneration, it swung the bone club within the shadow's confines, each impact dispersing wisps of smoke. Lucario. With a sweeping motion, Lucario shattered the shadow completely, causing the bone club to dissipate into nothingness. The fleeting dance of black and earthy stars vanished in an instant. Yet, in that very moment, several blue fireballs reached Lucario's vicinity. Lucario braced itself against the ghostly flames, sparks flashing across its body as it succumbed to burns. Lucario's physical attack capabilities were diminished, rendering it unable to unleash any special attack moves. It found itself in a precarious situation. Before the tournament commenced, Daigo had prepared numerous technical machines to expand the Pokémon skill set. However, most of the special attack moves available to Lucario were of the normal and fighting types, which were ineffective against Galenian's ghostly essence. The situation had grown increasingly dire. Lucario, acutely aware of its predicament, recognized its physical attacks had been halved, yielding little damage, while its special attacks were futile against Galenian. During this time, not only had Daigo provided insights into battle strategies, but Lucario had also learned techniques from its mentor and even gained understanding of type matchups from Metagross. With unwavering determination, Lucario settled into a cross-legged position, commencing meditation. This caused Daigo, who had been poised to issue commands, to halt, swallowing the words that hung on his lips. Lucario's actions clearly held significance. Galenian conjured a deep violet energy sphere between its palms and hurled it toward the meditating Lucario. Lucario's aura sensed the impending shadow ball, but chose to remain unperturbed. Through meditation, its special defense would rise, alleviating concerns about Galenian's special attacks. Bang! As the dust settled, Lucario remained undistracted, continuing its meditation. Shadow Claw. Longji shouted. He remained uncertain of Lucario's intentions. If it had a viable special attack, it would have deployed it by now. Presumably, it aimed to enhance its special defense through meditation, compelling Galenian to engage in close combat. Galenian's palms became enveloped in ghostly energy, forming colossal energy claws that charged toward Lucario. Lucario opened its eyes, observing Galenian closing in. With a swift, backward maneuver, it evaded the descending claws, gathering its palms. A bluish-purple energy coalesced between them, surprising Daigo. As a wielder of aura, Lucario possessed an innate aptitude for wave-based moves, enabling it to learn moves of other types autonomously. With a calm yet resolute gaze fixed on the advancing Galenian, Lucario propelled the bluish-purple energy sphere forward. A colossal blue-purple dragon erupted from the sphere, charging rapidly toward Galenian with its jaws agape. Galenian was taken aback, hastily crossing its arms in defense, attempting to withstand the onslaught with its shadow claw. Yet, before the might of the blue-purple dragon, such energy proved insufficient. The dragon's gaping maw engulfed Galenian entirely. Boom. The explosion of energy created a massive crater, sending plumes of black smoke spiraling skyward. To everyone's astonishment, Lucario, once cornered, had concealed the powerful dragon pulse within its arsenal. This unexpected move caught both Long Ji and Galenian off guard. As the smoke dissipated, the referee raised the corresponding flag, announcing, "Galenian is unable to continue fighting." Lucario emerges victorious. Thud. The screen dimmed the icon of Galenian, leaving Long Ji with only 2 Pokémon remaining. Return, Galenian. Long Ji recalled his Pokémon, gazing up at the screen where Daigo's 6 Pokeballs still glowed brightly. With a resigned smile, Long Ji threw forth his 5th Pokeball. Go, Iron Mask Ninja. Bang. A flash of white light revealed Iron Mask Ninja soaring through the air, its pairs of wings buzzing energetically. As a bug and flying-type Pokémon, Iron Mask Ninja excelled in speed. You've done well, Lucario. Daigo recalled Lucario, opting to unleash the Pokeball containing Empoleon. Now, I entrust the battle to Empoleon. As Empoleon emerged, torrents of water swirled around, and it slowly opened its eyes, exuding an aura of regal authority that enveloped the arena. With Empoleon's rising presence, the surrounding waters surged, partially obscuring its form. It truly reveals the majesty of the Master of Tides during battle, Daigo mused with a wry smile. Even when transformed into a formidable entity, its essence remains largely unchanged. Twist. The dusk blade nestled within his arms gazed at the majestic Empoleon, its eyes sparkling with admiration. Empoleon tilted its head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. If it weren't for the tournament's format not permitting doubles, it would have undoubtedly summoned Duskblade to join the fray, although Daigo would wholeheartedly oppose such a notion. Well then, let us resolve this swiftly. When the time for the champion battle arrives, there will be no holding back. In an instant, Empoleon's aura peaked, its special attack capabilities reaching their zenith.